A wealthy young lady threw an embroidered ball to find a husband, but it hit a beggar instead. The beggar, upon seeing the embroidered ball for the first time, immediately picked it up and held onto it tightly. Instead of rushing to snatch it away, the crowd burst into laughter. This was because the wealthy young lady from the Liu family was an ugly woman with a face full of birthmarks. An ugly woman matched with a beggar. A perfect match. The crowd treated this embroidered ball matchmaking as a joke, pushing and shoving each other without accepting the embroidered ball, causing the head of the Liu family upstairs in the embroidery building to be extremely anxious. The beggar Wang Teng insisted on snatching the embroidered ball because he was harmed by the prince, and the prince was deposed and reduced to wandering the streets, starving and dizzy. He then received a system prompt that catching the embroidered ball would earn him a fairy chicken leg. This had a fatal attraction for him in his desperate hunger. At this moment, Liu Guoyan's face in the embroidered building was twisted with anger. He never expected that the person who snatched his daughter's embroidered ball would be a dirty beggar. "Bring that beggar to me," Liu Guoyan frowned and said in a deep voice. When Liu Yanxi saw her embroidered ball being snatched by a dirty beggar, her eyes dimmed slightly. It seemed to be fate. Seeing his daughter unhappy, Liu Guoyan quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Yanxi, don't be sad. I will give that beggar some benefits to make him leave on his own, and I will definitely find you another good husband." However, Liu Yanxi seemed to have resigned herself. "Since he has taken my embroidered ball, then he is my husband. It is fate, and I don't want to bother anymore." Liu Guoyan sighed inwardly after hearing this, still unwilling to let his daughter marry such a dirty beggar. At this moment, Wang Teng was guarding the embroidered ball vigilantly, looking around, ready to fight desperately with those who wanted to snatch the ball. However, those people did not come forward to snatch it, but instead stayed far away. Wang Teng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Rewarded with a fairy chicken leg. Wang Teng was delighted to hear this, finally having something to eat. Just as he was about to take out the chicken leg to fill his stomach, two servants approached him. "That beggar, our master invites you to come with us," they said with a disdainful look, pinching their noses. "Who is your master? Why should I go with you?" Wang Teng was only thinking about eating the chicken leg to fill his stomach. "You snatched the embroidered ball from my young lady. Why do you think I am inviting you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng looked at the red embroidered ball in his hand and felt a sudden shock. "I snatched the ball. Does this mean I am getting a wife?" Never did he expect that on the first day of his time travel, after being single for 20 years, he would end his single life, and the other party would be from a wealthy family. Is this living off someone else's wealth? Then he won't have to go hungry again. Alright, let's go and see. Wang Teng was then taken into the mansion. Liu Guoyan looked at this ragged beggar. He never expected that the embroidered ball would actually find the worst man, who looked unpleasant no matter how you looked at him. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. The Liu family relied on martial arts, so as long as his martial arts talent was good enough, he could reluctantly accept it. Immediately, he grabbed Wang Teng's arm and pressed various acupoints and veins on his body at an extremely fast speed, and finally sighed in despair. This beggar not only had no background, but even his martial arts meridians were disabled. Simply a fighter among the waste. And Wang Teng, the former owner of this body, was a prince, originally with good martial arts talent, but was disabled by the experts around the crown prince. "What is your name?" Liu Guoyan asked in a deep voice. However, Wang Teng did not answer. He was now hungry and weak all over. "Can you let me eat before I answer your question?" This remark caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. After all, a beggar only knows how to eat. Then he was taken down to eat and bathe. Wang Teng took out the fairy chicken leg rewarded by the system on the dining table. After a few bites, not only did his body instantly fill with strength, but even the broken meridians were reconnected. This means that he can cultivate again. After washing up, Wang Teng changed into a clean set of clothes, completely transforming himself. Looking at the handsome man in the mirror who turned out to be himself, Wang Teng could hardly believe it. Truly the royal prince. With good genes, he could easily charm countless girls. Just as he was admiring himself, a knock on the door was heard from outside. "Stinky beggar, have you finished eating and bathing? The master and miss are calling for you." "Coming," Wang Teng responded and opened the door to walk out. The servant was shocked to see the elegant and handsome man walking out. "Where is the stinky beggar?" "I am that beggar," Wang Teng said calmly. "You are the beggar?" The servant couldn't believe it and looked him up and down. This was no beggar, but clearly a handsome man. "What are you staring at? Didn't you say the master and miss were looking for me? Hurry up and take me there," Wang Teng reminded after giving a push. He was eager to see his cheap wife, and surely the lady must be beautiful. This embroidered ball was indeed a perfect match. At this time, in addition to the old master Liu Guoyan, there is his daughter Liu Yanxi. She is dignified and elegant, sitting aside. The temperament is very gentle and serene, just the face is still covered with a white veil. cannot see its face. Liu Yanxi was worried that her father had blown away the man who had picked up her embroidered ball, which was why she rushed over in a hurry. She didn't want to toss anymore and cherished the man who caught her embroidered ball, even if the other party was a beggar. She recognized it. When Wang Teng followed the subordinates to the side hall again, both Lu Guan and Liu Yanxi's gazes were the first to look over. And when they saw Wang Teng's handsome looks, their eyes were both slightly surprised. Master, I've brought over the beggar who received the embroidered ball. After that subordinate bowed and said that, he retreated. Lu Guan looked at Wang Teng, who was like a different person before and after, with a face of disbelief. You are the beggar who caught the embroidered ball just now? Lu Guan stood up from his seat with quite some surprise, then continuously looked Wang Teng up and down. He never thought that the stinking beggar who was covered in filth just now, after washing up, was actually such a flamboyant and beautiful man. Even Liu Yanxi was surprised that this beggar actually looked so handsome after washing and dressing up. Yes, I'm the beggar who received the embroidered ball just now, Wang Teng said as such. After eating the immortal spirit chicken leg, Wang Teng's condition had completely recovered, even better than before. I didn't expect you to be good looking. It's just a pity that your entire body's meridians are broken and you can't cultivate. Lu Guan shook his head rather sadly, then went on to ask, what is your name? Where do you live? How old are you? And do you have concubines at home? Lu Guan was like interrogating an account, asking several questions to Wang Teng continuously. Naturally, Wang Teng would not tell them that he was the crown prince. In case the word got out and once again attracted the imperial brothers' pursuit, he would be asking for his own death. So it was said casually. My name is Wang Teng. I'm 20 years old, a small remote village fleeing from the famine. My family is dead, and I'm not yet married, so it is from the field to escape from the famine. No wonder it will be reduced to the beggar's land. Lu Guan had a dazed look on his face and seemed to believe in Wang Teng's words. Then he thought of something and changed his words. You said that you had fled from the country, so you didn't know what my daughter looked like beforehand? Since he's from out of town, there's a good chance he didn't know what his daughter looked like beforehand. These words caused Liu Yanxi, who was on the side, to look over nervously as well, and her heartbeat accelerated slightly. She had originally thought that this Wang Teng had picked up the embroidered ball because he knew her looks, but now it seemed that the other party did not know that she was ugly. If this male, after learning that she looked ugly, was going to refuse to get married, then she, Liu Yanxi, didn't want to force the issue. Yes, I didn't know what Miss Liu family looked like beforehand. Wang Teng subconsciously shook his head. He really didn't know what Miss Liu family looked like beforehand. At that time, he was starving. Just when there was a system prompt to catch the embroidered ball to have a chicken leg to eat, where did he care to inquire about Miss Liu's appearance? However, in his thought, the daughter of a powerful family should not look bad. After all, the genes of the powerful family's big family are all excellent. When Lu Guan heard this, he was secretly delighted. In that case, he would have a way to make the Wang Teng in front of him actively refuse the marriage. Although Wang Teng was very good looking, but his whole body meridians were broken and he couldn't practice martial arts, which made Lu Guan a bit unacceptable. After all, their Liu family was established by martial arts, and at present the whole continent are also revered martial arts style. Cultivation always can only be the lowest class people. When Liu Yanxi heard this, her mood became even more nervous, but she also did not want to deceive the other party. If Wang Teng really ugly rejected her after looking at her appearance, then Liu Yanxi would not force the other party. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I'll introduce you to my daughter now, Lu Guan said as his gaze went to Liu Yanxi who was sitting on the side. Although Liu Yanxi was nervous, after adjusting her mood, she stood up and then walked towards Wang Teng in a graceful manner. Wang Teng saw a woman in a white dress elegantly walking towards him and secretly shot a glance. This woman's figure was delicate. Her temperament was gentle. 3,000 green silks were draped behind her head like a waterfall, and although her face was covered by a white veil, just by looking at this figure, it could make people's imagination flutter. Is this my opening to marry a rich white woman? Wang Teng thought wildly in his heart. Liu Yanxi came in front of Wang Teng without waiting for Lu Guan's introduction and then said, My name is Liu Yanxi. The embroidery ball was thrown by me. I won't hide it from you. I was born ugly since I was a child, and my face is full of birthmarks. If you think I'm ugly, I won't force you to marry me. As Liu Yanxi spoke, she slowly removed the white veil covering her face. Wang Teng looked at Liu Yanxi's face behind the white veil with unblinking eyes and was completely shocked when he saw the red birthmark on that pretty face. He never thought that a woman with such a good figure would actually have so many birthmarks on her face, which were horizontal and vertical, combining to look like a rune. If there weren't these red birthmarks, this Miss Liu would definitely be a stunning beauty. But it's a pity. Wang Teng's dream of marrying a rich white woman was instantly shattered. The ladies who threw the embroidered ball in the TV series were all very pretty. How come it was an ugly girl when it was his turn? As expected, the drama in the TV show could not be trusted. Wang Teng had a dark pang in his heart. When Liu Yanxi saw Wang Teng's dumbfounded expression, her eyes darkened slightly, as if she already knew Wang Teng's answer, and then she immediately used the white veil to cover her face again. Liu Gowen saw that Wang Teng was surprised by his daughter's ugly appearance and was not sad but happy. Mr. Wang, you've seen my daughter's appearance. If you don't want to marry her, I won't force you, and I'll even send you 100 taels as a traveling allowance to send you away. Liu Gowen took advantage of the situation and said, he was worried that he couldn't find an excuse to drive this beggar away, and now it was just right. There was the perfect reason. Obviously, Liu Gowen still wasn't willing to let his daughter marry a waste who couldn't cultivate with a broken meridian. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice resounded in Wang Teng's head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, accept Liu Yanxi and promise to marry her. Reward, 1 spirit gathering pill. Option 2, reject Liu Yanxi and leave with the inventory. Reward, 100 taels of gold. Wang Teng did not expect to trigger another system task again. Both rewards were useful to the current Wang Teng. The spirit gathering pill could help him raise his cultivation level, while the 100 taels of gold would allow him to live a decent life without having to snatch food from a dog for a mouthful of food as he did before, and even find a few female maidservants to keep him company. However, Wang Teng did not make an immediate choice, but instead, his gaze went to Liu Yanxi and he asked back with a serious expression. Miss Liu, I have no money, no power, no background. My meridians are broken and I still can't cultivate. I may only be able to struggle at the bottom for the rest of my life, and I will even be hunted down by other people. With nothing like this, are you still willing to marry me? Wang Teng was not the kind of person who went back on his word. Since he had robbed someone else's embroidery ball, he naturally had to be responsible. But if the other party disliked him for being incapable, that would be another story. Liu Yanxi did not expect Wang Teng to ask her back, but without much hesitation, she returned. If you don't give up, I'll live and die with you. Liu Yanxi looked soft and gentle and quiet, but when she said this, her eyes were unusually firm. Seeing that Liu Yanxi was so serious, Wang Teng replied back, in that case, I am willing to take Miss Liu as my wife. Chapter 04, Wish for a Human Heart. Whiteheads never leave each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarded with a spirit gathering pill. As Wang Teng's words fell, the system's voice sounded, and then a spirit gathering pill appeared in the system space. Liu Yanxi didn't expect Wang Teng to be willing to take her as his wife after seeing her ugly appearance, which made her quite moved. Because Wang Teng was the first person who was willing to marry her even after seeing her ugly appearance. However, Liu Gowen was somewhat unhappy. Originally thought that Wang Teng would inevitably refuse the marriage after seeing his daughter's ugly appearance. Never thought that he would agree to get married. It caught him a little off guard. Father, since Mr. Wang is willing to marry me, let's hurry up and choose a good day to get married. Liu Yanxi turned her head to Liu Gowen and said, there were still 3 months left before her 20th birthday. So naturally Liu Yanxi wanted to get married as early as possible to strike while the iron was hot. Seeing that things had come to this point, Liu Gowen couldn't agree even if he didn't want to. Then let it be so for now. The marriage ceremony will be held a month later. After Liu Gowen sighed, he hurriedly left with a somewhat unsightly face. His daughter had found a loser who couldn't cultivate as her husband. So he, as a father, couldn't be in a good mood. However, Liu Yanxi had dropped the big stone in her heart. Although this husband was an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, but it was good that he accepted her ugly appearance. She's not a woman who craves glory and riches. She just wants to win a heart and never leave it. The two of you will just live an uneventful life from now on. Wang Teng saw that he was going to be married next month, and he acquiesced. After this matter was settled, Liu Yanxi personally brought Wang Teng to the next door of her boudoir. Mr. Wang, you can stay in this room from now on. I'll live next door to you. You can always come to me if you have anything, Liu Yanxi said very gently. Thank you, Miss Liu. Wang Teng thanked, although the two will be married in a month, but after all, it is the first time to meet, or some of the constraints and strangeness, talking are a little relaxed. Liu Yanxi left in style after settling Wang Teng down. Looking at Liu Yanxi's delicate figure and that evocative back, Wang Teng sighed. The body is pretty much perfect. It's just the face that's a little ugly, but it's the same with the lights off. After quieting down, Wang Teng suddenly remembered the reward that the system had given him earlier. Also check out the system reward stuff first. Thinking of this, Wang Teng hurriedly closed and unlocked the door of the room, and then took out that system rewarded spirit gathering pill from the system space. Spirit gathering pill, it can rapidly increase the human body's spiritual energy and raise the cultivation level of the taker by leaps and bounds. this spirit-gathering pill became black in color, looking like a meringue, but full of spiritual energy. Is this the spirit-gathering pill? Wang Teng took a slight glance at this spirit-gathering pill before swallowing it into his mouth without hesitation. After the spirit-gathering pill entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a rich spiritual chi that began to flow towards Wang Teng's limbs and bones. Under the infiltration of the aura, Wang Teng's flesh was rapidly enhanced at a speed visible to the naked eye. In about a tea's time, this spirit-gathering pill was completely digested by Wang Teng. Wang Teng felt the quality of his body and was secretly shocked. Strength, 5 senses, and speed all got a qualitative leap almost instantly. This spirit-gathering pill is really powerful. The strength directly breaks through to the innate realm. Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng was satisfied with the current state. According to the memories of this physical body, the martial cultivation levels of this great Xia martial dynasty were categorized into Hotian, innate, patriarch, true master, martial saint, and golden body. The former owner of this flesh body, the crown prince of the Grand Xia martial dynasty, was the grand circle of the sovereign realm, just one step away from reaching the real person realm. But unfortunately, his cultivation was ruined by the expert beside his imperial brother. It was evident that the imperial brother was surrounded by much stronger experts who had at least reached the real person realm or even the martial saint realm. I have to step up my time and work hard on my cultivation, or else if I'm found by the experts around my imperial brother, I'll probably be killed by them again. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Teng felt a sense of urgency. Only when he himself was strong would he not be afraid of his royal brother's pursuit. After sitting on the bed with his knees crossed, Wang Teng seized the time to start cultivating. According to his memories, this physical body originally cultivated the true dragon technique, which was the royal technique of the great Xia martial dynasty. But unfortunately, he had average talent, and had only been able to cultivate to the Zhongshu realm in the past 20 years. But now after the immortal spirit chicken legs marrow cleansing, his talent had reached the point where he was 1 in a million. The night's cultivation allowed Wang Teng's strength to directly advance to the great circle of the innate realm. After opening his eyes, Wang Teng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth, and immediately afterward, he felt that his physical fitness had been greatly strengthened again. Such a fast cultivation speed could shock Wang Teng to the core. This cultivation speed is also too fast. The original owner of this flesh body, from the innate realm to the great circle, but it took a full 5 years, and now I actually used only 1 night to do it. This escalation is like riding a rocket. Wang Teng was very satisfied with this rocket-like upgrading speed. According to this speed to cultivate, it would not be long before his strength would be able to crush those experts around the imperial brother, and then he would not need to be afraid of the imperial brother's pursuit anymore. However, he had just been excited for not long when a butler came to call him outside the door. Wang Teng directly opened the door and walked out. It was already dawn outside. "Auntie, the master wants you to go to the entrance of the mansion." Old butler Liu Changning bowed and said. In 1 night's time, the subordinate's address to Wang Teng had also changed. It seemed that yesterday's mutual identification between Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi had sort of reluctantly allowed Liu Gowen to identify with this son-in-law. "Calling me to the entrance of the mansion?" Wang Teng was slightly puzzled for a while, but still nodded his head and answered. "I know. I'll be right there." After saying this, Wang Teng followed the old housekeeper Liu Changning to the entrance of the mansion. When he arrived there, Wang Teng realized that there were many people outside the gate of the mansion who were carrying goods to the wagons, and beside them there were hundreds of escorting personnel. All of them were experts of the Hotian realm, and the captain who was in the lead was an expert of the middle stage of the innate realm. The Liu family was a martial arts family, and besides running a martial arts school, dart escorting and guarding were all part of their main business. And this time, the Liu family was escorting a big deal to Cloud City, 50 kilometers away. "Wang Teng, you're here." Liu Gowen, who was directing his subordinates to carry the goods, glanced sideways at Wang Teng and then walked towards him. "Lord father-in-law, what is the reason for calling me here?" Wang Teng asked tentatively. Since the housekeeper had called him auntie, then Wang Teng also had the cheek to address him as his father-in-law. Liu Gowen frowned. Although he disliked Wang Teng as his son-in-law, he still acquiesced. "This time I called you over. I want you to follow the escort team to Yun City. Although you don't have cultivation, but at least you have a handful of strength to help carry the goods. Our Liu family doesn't keep idle hands," Liu Gowen said with a frown. It turned out that he was told to come over to move the goods as a laborer. Wang Teng was just about to reply when the system's voice rang out once again. Ding! The host triggers a new mission. Option 1, grant Liu Gowen's request. Reward a normal longsword, can grow by devouring energy. Option 2, deny Ryu's request. Reward, a set of Xian-grade overlord spear technique. Wang Teng did not expect to trigger the mission again, whether he accepted or rejected it. As for which one to choose, it depends on the rewards. The reward for option 1 was an ordinary longsword, but it could devour energy to grow, while the reward for option 2 was a Xian great spear technique. The goodness of Gongfu is generally categorized into heaven and earth. Xian in yellow. Xian level belongs to the third level of Gongfu, only a little better than the yellow level of Gongfu. In the short term, the Xian ranked overlord's lance was definitely better, but in the long term, devouring a growing normal longsword was more favorable. Wang Teng decided to choose one after a little bit of thinking, and then said to Lu Goen, "Okay, I'll go." As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice reappeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making his choice, rewarding him with an ordinary longsword that can be upgraded by devouring energy. Wang Teng was secretly delighted when he saw an ordinary long iron sword appear in the system space, while Lu Goen was quite satisfied with Wang Teng's answer. Well, then prepare yourself a little and follow the escort on the road later. Wang Teng didn't really have anything to prepare for and jumped directly onto the van. However, just as the dart escort team was preparing to depart, Liu Yanxi hurried over under the leadership of a maidservant, Xiao Hong, who was also holding a set of Xian grade leather armor. "Mr. Wang, wait!" Liu Yanxi chased after him with some panting. Seeing this, Wang Teng hurriedly jumped down from the van again. "Mr. Wang, this is 50 kilometers to Yun City, and there are brigands and black mountain thieves nearby, so put on this black tiger leather armor. It can protect you." As Liu Yanxi spoke, she handed the Xian grade black tiger leather armor in her hand to Wang Teng. She had rushed over in a hurry when she heard that Wang Teng had been dragged away by her father to escort the darts. Recently, the Black Mountain thieves in the surrounding area had become more and more powerful, and several martial arts families had accidents when they bet on their darts, so Liu Yanxi was worried that something would happen, which was why she rushed over, and even brought the protective black tiger leather armor that her father had given to her over to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was touched to see this, to be able to think about him so much. It is evident that Liu Yanxi still cares about him in his heart. He did not choose the wrong one. This ugly wife. "Many thanks, ma'am," Wang Teng shamelessly called out. These words caused Liu Yanxi's pretty face to blush. This was the first time someone had called her ma'am, but she didn't refute it and acquiesced. After all, they were going to be married in a month's time. Looking at Wang Teng's faraway back, a deep worry welled up in Liu Yanxi's heart. Recently the Black Mountain thieves were getting stronger and stronger, and Wang Teng was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. She could only hope that Wang Teng wouldn't encounter them now. Chapter 05, Anti-Meat? This time, the Liu family had a lot of goods to escort, a total of 18 trucks, with a total value of over 200,000 taels. Definitely a big deal. Lu Goen also paid quite a bit of attention to this dart escort, sending 100 Hotian experts and 3 innate experts to escort this shipment. The captain of the dart escort was even the deputy instructor of their Liu family martial arts school, Yan Hongliang, whose strength had reached the middle stage of the innate realm. Along the way, the 100 escorts all had a vigilant look on their faces, holding their swords in their hands at all times, like they were ready to fight at any moment. It was evident that they all knew the area was not quiet. However, Wang Teng was sitting in the van, but he was in a leisurely manner, as if he was out for fun, without a trace of tension or worry at all. Ma Tao, the coachman sitting with him, was nervous as hell. "Auntie, aren't you nervous?" Chef Ma Tao looked around with a nervous face as he spoke. "Nervous about what?" Wang Teng asked in confusion. Wang Teng is the first time to come out to bet on the dart. This in the past can only be seen in the TV series, but now it is a real experience. He feels very fresh. "Where do you know the viciousness of this?" "I've heard that the Black Mountain thieves have been very active in this area lately, and several martial arts families have already had their goods robbed by them," cart driver Ma Tao said rather nervously. "Black Mountain bandits? Are they very powerful?" Wang Teng curiously asked after them. At the same time, he recalled that in the morning, Liu Yanxi also seemed to have mentioned the Black Mountain thieves, and had specially sent him Xian great protective leather armor. Of course it's powerful. The Black Mountain thieves are the overlord of this area. In recent years, they have annexed all sorts of large and small forces, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Killing people and crossing the border, that's a common thing, Chef Ma Tao patiently explained. The Black Mountain bandits are so rampant. Don't those officials of the Great Xia martial dynasty care? Wang Teng frowned and asked after them. They've all received favors from the Black Mountain thieves. Do you think they'll care? The cart driver, Ma Tao, explained rather angrily. So that's how it is, Wang Teng said indistinctly. This is collusion between officials and bandits. Then it's the common people and businessmen who suffer. Wang Teng subconsciously glanced at the Liu family guards who were escorting on both sides, and found that they were really all on alert, with their weapons held in their hands all the time, without ever relaxing. It seems that it is really like what the cart driver Ma Tao said. The Black Mountain thieves in this area are really scary. It was good that throughout the morning, there was no encounter with the Black Mountain bandits, which made Yan Hongliang, the captain leading the team, secretly relieved. As they passed through a forest, the crowd was tired and thirsty, and immediately Yan Hongliang, the captain of the team, said loudly to the crowd, "Rest in place for an hour before continuing the journey." As soon as the words left their mouths, all of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then settled the van and began to find a place to rest in the woods, while arranging for the guards to take turns on duty. During the break, though, some people piled in and started chatting. "Have you heard? The beggar who grabbed the embroidered ball yesterday seems to have accepted our ugly lady?" A cart driver was the first to chat. "I've heard that too, but people beggars don't have anything, so it's not bad to pick up an ugly daughter-in-law for nothing." Another porter interjected. "Who said the beggar has nothing? Isn't he quite handsome? You guys are the ones who didn't see that in the morning. The young lady even personally came over to give him Xian great armor." Another resting guard interjected. "It's true, this is a proper white boy, but I heard that it's an invalid who can't cultivate, and as the aunt of the Liu family, he can only work as a porter like us. Hey, isn't it appropriate for a wasteful beggar to be paired with an ugly daughter-in-law? It's quite a match, but even though our lady is a bit uglier, it's all the same when the lights are off. Ha ha." A burst of jeers erupted from the crowd, and the words were filled with ridicule towards Wang Teng, and the driver of the car. Ma Tao sat not far from them and heard their conversation word for word, but Wang Teng didn't care much. After all, he couldn't control other people's mouths. On the contrary, when Ma Tao heard this, he was quite indignant and even turned his head to comfort Wang Teng. "Auntie, don't listen to their nonsense. They are just jealous that you are going to marry our young lady soon." As the cart driver Ma Tao spoke, he also took the water bottle and handed it to Wang Teng. "Auntie, have a drink of water." Wang Teng was surprised by this Ma Tao's friendly attitude towards him, and was about to chat with him for a few moments when he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing beside his ear. And then he frowned and almost instantly pressed Ma Tao's head down with his hand. Then a feathered arrow was launched almost across Mateo's head, finally hitting a large tree beside the two of them. Ma Tao, who was an afterthought, raised his head and looked at the feathered arrow that was shot at the tree. His face turned white and he secretly swallowed. If not for Wang Teng pressing his head with his hand in time just now, then this feathered arrow would have shot his head right now. "Thank you, auntie," said Ma Tao before he could thank Wang Teng. In the next second, countless feathered arrows were shot from all sides of the woods, and those cart drivers and porters who had piled up to chat idly were sneering at Wang Teng, the waste of an ant, in the last second. But in the next second, a large number of them were killed or injured. Ma Tao could never have imagined that because of his friendly words and a sip of water, he had saved his own life. Otherwise it was likely that he would have become one of those who were killed or injured. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Black Mountain bandits sneak attack. Find cover to hide. Captain Yan Hongliang's face changed greatly when he saw this, and he immediately drew out the greatsword in his hand to cut off the several feathered arrows that were shot at him. Soon, everyone began to panic and seek cover to avoid the incoming feathers and arrows. Wang Teng pulled Ma Tao to also hide next to a van, using this to avoid the incoming feathered arrows, while his eyes looked around vigilantly, while his hand had already gripped a long iron sword, ready to fight at any time. This sword was exactly what the system had rewarded him with, being able to devour energy to upgrade. After a round of feathered arrows, many of the Liu family's escorts were dead or injured. Seeing that the time was almost right, the Black Mountain thieves rushed out shouting and screaming, dressed in uniform black leather armor and holding large sabers in their hands. They killed aggressively. "Kill all these people for me, leave no one behind." Tang Hoon, one of the leaders of the Black Mountain thieves, shouted excitedly. "It's another big ticket to make a fortune today." At a command, 300 to 400 Black Mountain thieves rushed over from all directions with machetes in their hands. The Dart escort Captain Yan Hongliang's face changed once again when he saw so many Black Mountain bandits attacking towards them. "Kill for me." Yan Hongliang was also a bloodthirsty man, facing the Black Mountain bandits that were several times more than his own. He gripped the big long sword in his hand, and killed ahead of the others. Just that there are too many Black Mountain thieves. Yan Hongliang, after killing a few Black Mountain thieves' minions, realized that the situation is very unfavorable to them. At this rate, they are sure to be consumed by the Black Mountain thieves, and turned his head to find the leader of the Black Mountain thieves, Tang Hui, in the crowd. Then he gripped the big long sword in his hand and rushed towards Tang Hyun, the leader of the Black Mountain thieves. "Capture the thief first. As long as you kill the leader of the Black Mountain thieves, then the other Black Mountain thieves' curmudgeons will retreat without a fight." But his ideas were good, but the reality was harsh. "Actually rushing at me, looking for death." Tang Hyun, the leader of the Black Mountain thieves, saw Yan Hongliang charging towards him and also gripped his greatsword to meet him head-on. This Tang Hyun was the third leader of the Black Mountain Thieves. His strength was the late stage of the innate realm. Not only was he higher than Yan Hongliang in strength, but the weapons in his hands were also better than his. As soon as the two exchanged blows, Tang Hyun had the upper hand, while Yan Hongliang was beaten back. Not good. The opponent's strength is too strong. After Yan Hongliang realized the disparity in strength, he intended to retreat temporarily but was met with a continuous triple slash from the other party, which directly slashed Yan Hongliang's longsword out of his hand. The huge power shocked Yan Hongliang dazed. The next second, a long knife towards him. The latter could not react. Directly cut on the neck. Immediately blood flowed like a stream. Soon, Yan Hongliang's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely dead. Only a few rounds later, Yan Hongliang died, which made the crowd escorting the dark despair. Even the strongest captain is dead. How can they resist? On the contrary, Tang Hyun, the leader of the Black Mountain Thieves, shouted excitedly after hacking Yan Hongliang to death. Brothers, their captain is dead. Kill for me. The Black Mountain Thief's aura rose greatly upon hearing this. On the contrary, the aura of the Liu family's guards dropped to its lowest point in an instant. It's over. It's over. We're dead this time. The dart escorting crowd all thought they were going to die here this time. However, right at this moment, Wang Teng, who was considered a wasteful ant by all the people of the Liu family, gripped his long iron sword and silently stood up and quickly rushed out. Chapter 06, One Sword Kills One. Wang Teng gripped his long iron sword and rushed out without hesitation. And the driver of the car, Ma Tao, could not stop him even if he wanted to. Auntie, your rushing out now is to send death. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Ma Tao saw that he couldn't stop Wang Teng, and his heart had completely despaired. Even Captain Yan Hongliang was not a match for the Black Mountain Bandits leader. So Wang Teng, a loser who couldn't cultivate, wouldn't he be going up there to die? Not only was he the one with this thought, the other Liu family subordinates who saw Wang Teng rushing out were also of the same thought. They all thought that Wang Teng would surely die, and that their family's young lady would have to throw the embroidery ball once again. However, Wang Teng's next performance shocked them, only to see Wang Teng holding a long iron sword in his hand. As he rushed up, there were a few ungrateful Black Mountain Thief minions rushing up to try to kill Wang Teng, but they were killed by his backhanded sword first. This was the first time Wang Teng had killed someone, but there was not the slightest bit of timidity or nervousness. Instead there was some hidden excitement. Moreover, after killing a person, the long iron sword devoured the life energy of the other person, which surprised and delighted Wang Teng. This sword is too powerful. Killing people can actually devour other people's life energy. This made Wang Teng more confident, and immediately he changed his mind and started to chop up the Black Mountain Thieves' minions, so that he could upgrade his long iron sword faster. Wang Teng was a great circle of the innate realm. It was effortless to kill these ordinary minions, basically killing one with a single sword. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng killed more than a dozen Black Mountain Thief minions. Ma Tao, who was hiding under the van, was stunned to see Wang Teng so brave. Auntie is too powerful, isn't she? Is this the trash in other people's mouths? Ma Tao had been completely shocked. The other subordinates of the Liu family who were hiding were also shocked to see Wang Teng so powerful. My god, this is not a waste. It's simply the god of war possessed. For a while many of the cart drivers and porters including the guards changed their views on Wang Teng. The key was that under Wang Teng's courageous leadership, those guards of the Liu family were also getting more and more courageous, bringing their morale back up. Instead the Black Mountain Bandits were beaten back down. The head of the Black Mountain Thieves, Tang Hyun, was also quite shocked to see such a capable fighter suddenly appear out of the Liu family's guards. Damn, there's actually a powerful expert. Let's see if I don't slaughter him, said Tang Hyun as he gripped the shin iron sword in his hand and charged towards Wang Teng with vigor. At this time, Wang Teng killed another Black Mountain Thief minion, and after killing more than 20 minions in a row, the long iron sword in his hand also absorbed enough energy to directly promote into a black iron sword, and the level also became yellow grade lower grade. Not only did the shape change, the toughness and sharpness also changed instantly. Wang Teng was overjoyed to see this. Great! This long iron sword has been upgraded. According to this situation, after killing these Black Mountain Thief minions, it can be upgraded another level. Wang Teng was secretly excited when Tang Hyun had rushed in front of him with the machete in his hand. Kid, die and come. After Tang Hyun roared, he slashed violently and forcefully towards Wang Teng. This blade was so powerful that it could definitely kill Wang Teng if he was cut, but the latter had reacted long ago. A sidestep was easily dodged. Wang Teng's strength was the great circle of the innate realm, while Tang Hua was only at the late stage of the innate realm. There was still a slight gap between the two in terms of strength. Just in time. My sword is lacking the blood from you. When Wang Teng saw the leader of the Black Mountain Thieves coming, he was happy instead of fearful. During the fight just now, Wang Teng had already slightly understood some of the laws of the iron sword devouring energy. When killing someone with strong strength, the long sword would devour a little more energy. And right now, this head of the Black Mountain Thieves, his strength had already reached the late stage of the innate realm, so if he killed him, he would be able to devour more energy. Want to kill old me? You're not worthy yet. Give me death. Tang Hyun said as he once again gripped the machete in his hand and hacked towards Wang Teng. The blade was harsh, powerful, and fast, indeed much more powerful than the other minions. However, Wang Teng was undaunted and grabbed the black iron sword in his hand and directly slashed it head-on. The knife and sword collided head-on, rubbing out a spark. The tremendous recoil caused Tang Hyun to take several steps backward, while Wang Teng remained standing in the same place, steady as a rock. Just a single glance caused Tang Hyun to be secretly shocked. I didn't realize that this kid's power is actually stronger than that captain just now. Although Tang Hyun was shocked in his heart, right now if he didn't kill Wang Teng, they were going to fail in this mission, so he could only continue on with his head. Good boy. Let's give you a taste of my triple slash. After Tang Hua roared, he unwillingly charged towards Wang Teng once again. At the same time, he mobilized all the power in his body. When he came to a meter in front of Wang Teng, he directly turned around and slashed 3 times consecutively. These 3 slashes were the very same moves that he had used to kill Yan Hongliang before. The power was very strong. One slash was stronger than the other, and with the 3 slashes stacked on top of each other, the power would reach a peak. Wang Teng didn't dare to be slow, holding the black iron sword in his hand while exercising the true dragon skill on his body, and immediately his power increased a lot more. Dang it! The machete was blocked by Wang Teng with the black iron sword for 3 consecutive times without even taking a step back in his body. After the 3 consecutive slashes ended, Tang Hyun was shocked when he saw that he couldn't cut Wang Teng at all. How is that possible? My triple slash, which has never missed, was actually blocked by him? While Tang Hui was shocked in his heart, Wang Teng saw the right moment to stab over with a backhanded sword. The sword was extremely fast, and by the time Tang Hyun reacted, it was already too late, but he still managed to forcefully avoid the vitals. The sword directly stabbed Tang Hyun's shoulder. Scarlet blood quickly flowed out, followed by Wang Teng gaining momentum, lifting his leg and kicking with force, kicking him far away from a dozen meters. Take advantage of his illness. Wang Teng didn't give Tang Hyun a chance to catch his breath, gripping the black iron sword in his hand and charging directly towards Tang Hyun, who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Tang Hui was injured and fell to the ground. Although his shoulder was stabbed and blood flowed all over him, but it was not vital, he was still alive. And when he struggled to get up, he saw Wang Teng rushing over with his sword. Block him! Block him! Tang Hyun yelled anxiously. Several Black Mountain Thief minions soon blocked Tang Hua's way, trying to block Wang Teng, but they were killed by the latter with 1 person and 1 sword. After a few breaths, Wang Teng reappeared in front of Tang Hua. Die for me! Wang Teng's face was grim as he stabbed his sword towards Tang Hua on the ground, this time directly stabbing his heart. Tang Hyun stared with a wide-eyed look of disbelief that he would actually die at the hands of a nobody. Soon Tang Hyun's breath was gone and he was completely dead. The black iron sword in Wang Teng's hand once again absorbed Tang Hua's energy. As for the other minions of the Black Mountain Thieves, when they saw that their leader had died in Wang Teng's hands, they all felt a wave of fear in their hearts. Now it's your turn. After Wang Teng killed Tang Hua, he had absolutely no intention of stopping. He directly raised his sword and frantically hacked up the other Black Mountain Thieves. These could be the energy for the long sword upgrade, so he couldn't let them run away. Soon, those Black Mountain Thieves were killed by Wang Teng and fled in a hurry, while those from the Liu family were all shocked and dumbfounded when they saw Wang Teng, who was like a god of war. Chapter 07, Impressed. In this battle, due to Wang Teng's courageous performance, he directly fought off the Black Mountain Thieves, and also killed their third leader Tang Hua on the spot. The people of the Liu family were all dumbfounded as they watched. This and where is the waste beggar? Simply the god of war down to earth. After this battle, these Liu family members are considered to be completely impressed with this beggar aunt of theirs, and they dare not look down on him even more. As for the black iron sword in Wang Teng's hand, after devouring another dozen or so life energies, it was upgraded to the middle grade of the yellow grade, and the blade became even more powerful. Ma Tao was the first to get out from under the van, then quickly ran to Wang Teng's side. Auntie, you're really powerful. Even the third leader of the Black Mountain Thieves was killed by you, Ma Tao said with an excited face. He originally thought that he would be dead this time, but he never thought that Wang Teng was so powerful that he actually single-handedly killed off this robbery by the Black Mountain bandits. Not only was Ma Tao excited about this, but Wang Bo, the vice-captain in the escort, also came to Wang Teng at the first opportunity. Auntie, thanks to you today, otherwise we might have been wiped out. The vice-captain Wang Bo also recognized Wang Teng as his auntie, and even admired him quite a bit. In fact, not only the two of them, everyone else was also secretly thankful that there was an expert like Auntie in the team, or else they would all die here today. Everyone still needs to be careful. The Black Mountain thieves might still come over. Wang Teng did not dare to let his guard down, worrying that they would make a comeback. Auntie, Captain Yan is dead. What should we do next? Should we go back or continue to escort the darts? Vice Captain Wang Bo asked for instructions. With half of the escort's men and women killed or wounded, and most of the cart drivers and porters dead, the danger of continuing to escort the dart would be great. But if you go back like this, you can't explain to the head of the family. This is indeed a problem. Wang Teng, this is the first time to bet on the dart. Do not want to just stop halfway? Then thought about it and said, you send a few guards to transport the injured back to the Liu family for treatment first, while the rest of the guards continue to escort the dart, and they have to speed up and try to get this shipment to Cloud City before nightfall. Alright, I'll get right on it. Vice Captain Wang Bo responded and immediately went down to arrange Wang Teng's orders. Now in the entire escorting team, Wang Teng, the ant, had just become the backbone. Soon, those who were injured were arranged to be transported back to the Liu family in Qi City, while those who were slightly injured or uninjured continued to escort the darts and deliveries. As for the dead ones, they could only let the Liu family follow up and send someone to collect the corpses, because Wang Teng and the others didn't have time to delay now. In case the Black Mountain thieves brought someone to retaliate, they wouldn't be able to leave. Qi City's Liu family. Liu Yanxi was currently practicing her sword in the garden in front of her boudoir. The Liu family is a martial arts family, so regardless of men and women have to practice martial arts. But Liu Yanxi's talent for practicing martial arts is very ordinary, and up to now it's just a Hotian realm. Although she was practicing martial arts, she was a bit distracted because she was worried about Wang Teng, who was out escorting darts. Suddenly, her personal maidservant Xiao Hong hurriedly ran over, her mouth shouting, Miss, it's bad. Our dart was robbed by the Black Mountain thieves. Many people died, and many wounded were sent back outside. What? Liu Yanxi was originally worried about Wang Teng, and now that she heard this news, how could she still have the heart to continue practicing her sword? And after dropping her sword, she quickly ran outside, inside the lobby of the Liu family. At this time, Liu Goen was listening carefully to the news sent by the guards. Only the more he listened, the more alarmed he became. You said it was Auntie who came to your rescue at the critical time? And also killed the third leader of the Black Mountain thieves, Tang Hua? Liu Goen had a look of disbelief on his face. When he examined Wang Teng's body before, he realized that he had broken all the meridians in his body and was an invalid who could not possibly cultivate. How did it become so powerful at the moment? Which no one else could possibly believe to be true. It's true, master. Your aunt is simply possessed by the god of war. Not only did you single-handedly kill that Black Mountain thief's third leader, but you also killed 40 to 50 Black Mountain thieves all by yourself. Even more powerful than Captain Yan, that guard said with full of admiration. He had seen Wang Teng repel the Black Mountain bandits by himself, and that image of bravery made him adore him. I know. You take all the injured down for treatment first. Liu Goen waved his hand and dismissed the guard. Only in his heart he still questioned Wang Teng's strength. How could he not believe that a person with broken meridians all over his body could be so powerful? At this time, Liu Yanxi ran in panting. Father, I heard that our goods were robbed by the Black Mountain thieves. Is he alright then? Wang Teng? Liu Yanxi inquired with concern the first time he came in. Wang Teng didn't know Kung Fu and the Black Mountain bandits were so ferocious. She was now worried about his safety. He's fine. On the contrary, he fought off the Black Mountain thieves and killed the Black Mountain thieves' third leader, Tang Hoon. Liu Goen repeated what the guard said to him. Liu Yanxi was secretly relieved to hear that Wang Teng was fine, and then she was surprised. He killed the third leader of the Black Mountain thieves? Is Wang Teng his cultivation so powerful? Father, didn't you say that he can't cultivate? I am also wondering. Let's wait for everything until he comes back. Liu Goen thought about waiting for Wang Teng to return and then try his strength properly. If his son-in-law really turned out to be so powerful, it would really be a dream to wake up laughing. The next morning, Wang Teng returned with the remaining dart escort team. After killing off the Black Mountain thieves yesterday, they didn't encounter any more accidents, so they arrived at Cloud City very smoothly. It was just that it was too late when they got there, so they stayed in Cloud City for the night, and then as soon as it was light, they headed back. After Liu Goen, Liu Yanxi, and other members of the Liu family received the news, they waited at the entrance of the mansion early in the morning to greet them. Wang Teng quickly arrived at the Liu family with his large troop, then rolled over and jumped down from the carriage. Father-in-law, fortunately, I have successfully handed over the goods to the Feng family in Yun City. This is the final payment of 10,000 taels, Wang Teng said and took out 10,000 taels of silver bills from his body and handed it to Liu Goen. Lu Guan looked at the 10,000 taels of silver tickets in front of him, and then looked at Wang Teng, somewhat in disbelief and somewhat excited. Good, Wang Teng, you did a great job. Lu Guan had a hint of appreciation in his eyes, then he couldn't help but ask out loud. I heard that you were robbed of your darts by Black Mountain thieves halfway this time, right? That's right, we were indeed robbed of our darts by the Black Mountain thieves, but fortunately we worked together to repel them. Only that Captain Yan was sacrificed as a result. Wang Teng said truthfully, I also heard that you killed the third leader of the Black Mountain thieves. Is there such a thing? Lu Guan said with a hesitant face. After all, only the day before yesterday, he had touched Wang Teng's meridians. They were all broken. It was impossible to cultivate kung fu. As for the third leader of the Black Mountain thieves, Tang Hun, he was a master of the innate realm, so Wang Teng couldn't be his opponent even if he was lucky. The third boss of the Black Mountain thieves was indeed killed by me, Wang Teng admitted truthfully, feeling no need to hide it from them. When Lu Guan heard this affirmative reply, the suspicion in his heart grew heavier. An ordinary person who couldn't cultivate killed an innate realm expert. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible. Immediately, Lu Guan reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Teng's arm. He wanted to reconfirm whether he had touched the wrong thing the day before yesterday. Father-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Teng was a little embarrassed. An old man touching his hand in the street. How could he be told not to be embarrassed? Don't move. Let me check your body again, Lu Guan said with a serious look. As he spoke, Lu Guan continued to touch up several important acupoints and meridians on Wang Teng's body, and this touch completely shocked him. How is it possible? His meridians are actually connected, and the meridians are full of tension. This is a martial arts miracle. Lu Guan's heart was filled with shock. When he touched it the day before yesterday, it was clear that the meridians were broken. How come they were connected after 2 days? Could it be that I touched it wrong? Lu Guan reluctantly continued to touch it again. He was afraid that he had gotten it wrong again, so he wanted to double check. This made Wang Teng speechless. It was fine to touch it once, but it damn well came a second time. And with so many people at the scene, those who didn't know would think he had a dragon yang. Father-in-law, I am not good at this. Wang Teng pushed Lu Guan out with force, and it was this push that made Lu Guan completely certain that Wang Teng was not a waste, but a cultivation wizard, because Lu Guan himself was in the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Ordinary people could not push him at all, while Wang Teng easily pushed him, which indicated that Wang Teng's strength was at least in the innate realm. Seeing this, Lu Guan instantly became excited. Good, great, Wang Teng, from now on you will be my Lu family's son-in-law, and you will marry my daughter in half a month. Lu Guan this time is completely impressed by Wang Teng, and from the heart identified Wang Teng this son-in-law, and even the day of marriage was advanced by half a month. Chapter 08 Mother-in-law's Heavy Gifts. Black Cliff Mountain. This is the base camp of the Black Mountain bandits. The second leader, Tang Hong, was sitting on a big tiger skin chair with his arm around a thin-skirted beauty, and was drinking wine with great vigor, his hands still moving back and forth on the beauty's body. Suddenly a minion ran in with a panicked look on his face. Second boss. It's bad. Something big has happened. That little minion panted and ran to Tang Hong to report. What's the big deal? Disturbing my old man's pleasure. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Tang Hong bellowed with a displeased face. He was happy. Where would he be happy when he was suddenly disturbed? The minion heard this with a burst of horror, but still swallowed a mouthful of saliva before reporting nervously. Reporting back to the second master. We failed to intercept the Lu family's shipment. The third master was even killed, and most of his men died as well. These words shocked Tang Hong. What? My third brother is dead? Tang Hong pushed away the chick in his arms and stood up angrily from the large tiger skin chair with a hideous and terrifying expression. The Black Mountain Fortress was built by the three brothers of their Tang family, hand in hand, and now that his third brother had been killed, how could he, the second brother, not be angry? Yes, the third boss was killed. That little minion returned in fear. Who did this? Who killed my third brother? Tang Hong shouted with angry eyes. It seems to be the escort of the Lu family in Qi City, and the one who killed the third Dongjia should be the aunt of the Lu family. That little minion reported back with trepidation. The aunt of the Qi City Lu family? After suppressing the anger in his heart, Tang Hong frowned in surprise. Doesn't the Qiqing Lu family only have an ugly daughter? No man is willing to marry this ugly daughter. How come there is an aunt? And so powerful. Have you made any mistake? It is no wonder that Tang Hong is puzzled. The reputation of the Lu family's ugly girl is outside. No man is willing to be the Lu family's aunt, and now suddenly appeared out of the Lu family's aunt. Anyone else would be puzzled. I'm not very clear. When I was fleeing for my life, I heard those Lu family subordinates calling that person as auntie, so I think it shouldn't be wrong. That little minion reported back in fear. Ha! I didn't expect that there would be someone willing to marry the Liu family's ugly daughter, but I won't let them go if they dare to kill my third brother. Tang Hong grabbed a cup of wine on the table and violently drank it in one gulp. Then with a firm grip directly pinched the cup into smithereens. Tang Hong's strength had already reached the middle stage of the Zhongshu realm, able to injure people with his qi, and was considered one of the top experts in this area. How strong is the Liu family's aunt then? Tang Hong asked with a murderous look in his eyes. Can occupy the mountain in this area and bigger? Absolutely not stupid. On the contrary, do things very carefully. Before revenge naturally want to know your enemy and know yourself. The other party doesn't seem to have reached the point of qi energy externalization. He should be at the peak of the innate realm. That little minion thought carefully before returning. I know. Send me people to keep an eye on the Liu family's every move, especially that Liu family's aunt. As soon as there's a situation, report to me immediately. Tang Hong's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous anger. Daring to kill his third brother, he would never let Wang Teng go, including the Liu family. Yes, second lord. The minion answered and then quickly retreated. The Liu family residence in Qicheng. In the evening, in order to celebrate the successful return of the Dart escort, Liu Guan specially gave Wang Teng a sumptuous family banquet. His wife Yao Shu was also there, but her face was a bit poor, and from time to time she would also cough more than that. Obviously she was sick, and that was why she rarely showed up. Liu Guan originally did not want to let Mrs. Yao Shu know about this beggar and Wang Teng, worrying that his daughter had found a beggar husband, which would make her sulk in vain. But yesterday Wang Teng's performance made Liu Guan very satisfied, which made him decide to let him meet this mother-in-law. After Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi took their seats and exchanged a few pleasantries, Liu Guan introduced them enthusiastically. Wang Teng, this is Yanxi's mother, your future mother-in-law. Good day, mother-in-law. Wang Teng bowed in greeting. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at this mother-in-law, only to see that this middle-aged woman was quite gentle in her looks, similar to Liu Yanxi's temperament, but her face was a bit pale, and she would also cough from time to time. Obviously she was sick, and she was also quite sick. Yao Shu was also sizing up Wang Teng after coughing a few times, and this sizing up made her very satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. Not only are they clean, but they're also good-looking. She had also heard that during yesterday's Dart escort, Wang Teng had displayed extraordinary strength and talent, definitely a dragon among men. Wang Teng, from now on, you can treat this place as your home. We won't treat you badly. Cough. Cough. Yao Shu couldn't help but cough again as she spoke, but her eyes were filled with satisfaction for Wang Teng. She already knew something about Wang Teng's life from Liu Guan's mouth, and fleeing from the famine and falling into trouble. The kind-hearted Yao Shu wanted Wang Teng to make this place his home. Ma'am, why don't you go rest first? Liu Guan was distressed to see his wife coughing. Mother-in-law, if you are not feeling well, why don't you go rest first? Wang Teng also couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade, but Yao Shu didn't agree. It's fine. It's rare to have a meal with my son-in-law. How can I leave so soon? Yao Shu politely refused. It was rare that she was happy today. She naturally wanted to get closer to Wang Teng, her new son-in-law. The fact that her daughter had never been able to get married had also become her Yao Shu's heart disease, and the fact that her condition had become so serious had some relation to this heart disease. Now that her daughter had finally found a man of her choice, she was relieved, but there was still a bit of faint worry in her heart. The more excellent Wang Teng was, the more she as a mother worried that her ugly daughter would not be able to keep him. Thinking of this, Yao Shu took out a white round jade pendant from her body and stuffed it into Wang Teng's hand and said with a stating face, Wang Teng, I don't have anything to give you. This is the spirit-gathering jade pendant that I've treasured for decades. Consider it as a meeting gift for you. Liu Yanxi and Liu Guan saw this, slightly shocked. This is accompanied by the mother for many decades of jade pendant. Has the effect of enhancing the cultivation? Put on the market. At least worth 1,000,000 taels. Absolute treasure. Mother, this is the jade pendant you use for cultivation. If you give it to Wang Teng, what will you do then? Liu Yanxi said in a shocked voice. I'm in this state. What's the point of cultivating? It won't be many days before I might be gone. So this spirit-gathering jade pendant would be a waste to leave it with me. Instead, it's Wang Teng. He's still young and needs this spirit-gathering jade pendant even more. Yao Shu coughed again as she spoke. These words made Wang Teng slightly touched. He did not expect this mother-in-law to actually give him such a precious thing. Wang Teng, don't reject it. Use it properly to cultivate. It will help you speed up your cultivation. Yao Shu instructed once again. Wang Teng could not bear to reject his mother-in-law's piece of goodwill, and this spirit-gathering jade pendant was also very helpful to him at the moment. The imperial brother had been sending out experts to hunt him down. He had to seize the time to improve his strength, so that he could have the ability to defend himself before the imperial brother found him. Then thank you, mother-in-law. Wang Teng took the spirit-gathering jade pendant away. Yao Shu saw that Wang Teng had put the spirit-gathering jade pendant away. Then she nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Live a good life with Yanxi in the future. There's a temple fair in the east of the city the day after tomorrow. Why don't you take Yanxi out to have some fun? Yao Shu coughed again as she spoke. Knowing that the two had only known each other for a few days and were not yet in a relationship, she thought of letting them go on more dates so that they could cultivate their relationship before they were married. It had to be said that Yao Shu had worked her ass off for her daughter's happiness. However, Lu Goen did not understand his wife's intention, but remembered something and interrupted out loud. The day after tomorrow seems to be the day of Qi City's annual hunting convention. Wang Teng, you come with me to the hunting convention. Men, when the cause is the main focus, what's the point of attending a temple fair? And there's a reward for getting first place at the hunting convention. Yao Shu heard her husband being so stupid and secretly glared at Lu Goen, so angry that she almost had a mouthful of blood to spurt out. She had gone through all the trouble just to let her daughter and Wang Teng cultivate a relationship, but he was so good that he took people to some hunting convention. Can a place like this where beasts are hunted foster a bond between two people? Wang Teng was also a bit embarrassed, and was not sure how to choose when the system's voice appeared in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, promise your father-in-law to go to the Qi City hunting convention. Reward, 1 spirit gathering elixir. 1 cure all diseases elixir. Sword-style dragon breaking slash. Option 2, promise your mother-in-law to go to the East City Temple Fair. Reward, 1 dragon tiger pill. Shadowless steps. Enhanced charisma. Chapter 09, A White Moonlight in Liu Yanxi's life. Wang Teng did not expect to trigger a new option, which gave him a secret burst of joy, because as long as the option quest was triggered there would be a reward. Immediately, Wang Teng was the first to check the rewards of the options and analyze them. Wang Teng naturally knew the benefits of the spirit-gathering pill. With this spirit-gathering pill and the spirit-gathering jade pendant sent by his mother-in-law, he would be able to break through to the Zhongshe realm without any problems, and the cure all diseases pill was just enough to give to mother-in-law. She was so sick, 1 pill would heal her, not to mention that she had just given herself the spirit-gathering jade pendant she used for cultivation. As her son-in-law, she should return the favor. In addition, this sword technique dragon breaking slash, which could explode the power of a sword technique several times its own strength in an instant, was perfect for the current Wang Teng, who was lacking in attacking moves. All in all, the 3 rewards of option 1 were all available to Wang Teng at the moment. As for the reward of option 2, the dragon tiger pill was an elixir to enhance a man's ability of that kind. Wang Teng hadn't even paid his respects yet, so naturally he couldn't use it. This shadowless step is okay. At least it can speed up the movement speed. It is definitely the best move to save his life. As for boosting charisma, it's a chicken rib reward. He's going to pay his respects and get married. What's the point of boosting charisma? Wang Teng decided to choose one after analyzing it comprehensively. Spinning around, he said to his father-in-law, Lu Goen, father-in-law, the day after tomorrow I'll go with you to the hunting conference. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarded with a spirit-gathering pill, a cure all diseases pill, and the sword-style dragon breaking chop fusion. As the system voice fell, 2 more pills appeared in the system space. One was a spirit-gathering pill and the other was a cure. At the same time, Wang Teng's mind also had more moves to utilize the dragon breaking slash and quickly blended them together. Wang Teng was very satisfied with this dragon breaking slash, being able to explode several times the power of his sword technique in an instant. Lu Goen smiled broadly with satisfaction when he heard that Wang Teng had chosen to go with him to the hunting conference. Very well, a man's son should be the main one to build up his career. As for such boring gatherings like temple fairs, it's better not to go. As you can see from this statement, Lu Goen is a straight man who doesn't understand children's feelings at all. Yao Shu was furious and coughed when she saw her husband being so insensitive. Ma'am, are you alright? Lu Goen said with anxious concern. Sooner or later, I will be pissed off by you. Yao Shu glared fiercely at Lu Goen. It was not easy to have a temple fair to enhance the relationship between her daughter and Wang Teng, yet it was hard to be ruined by her stupid husband. Liu Yanxi was also very distressed to see her mother angry like this. In fact, in her heart, she also wanted to go to the temple fair with Wang Teng, so that she could enhance some feelings with Wang Teng. But Wang Teng had already chosen to go to the hunting conference, so there was nothing she could do. So she then persuaded him. Mother, the temple fair has 3 days. If we don't go the day after tomorrow, Wang Teng and I can go 2 days afterward. Seeing this, Wang Teng also rushed forward to persuade him. Yes, mother-in-law, the temple fair can wait for the next 2 days before going. It's not worth it for you to get angry because of this. Yao Shu only felt better when she heard this. Well, since we're going 2 days later. That's fine. Only then did Yao Shu nod her head in satisfaction. But the relationship between being pissed off by Lu Gowen just now aggravated her condition. Yao Shu coughed violently again, and vaguely coughed up a trace of blood. That was a shock to a few people in the audience. Wang Teng was also shocked. Then he remembered the pill that he had just obtained to cure all diseases, and pretended to pull it out from his body for a while, but actually took this pill for curing diseases out from the system space. Mother-in-law, I have an elixir here that cures all illnesses. You will get better if you eat this, Wang Teng said and handed this elixir to Yao Shu. Yao Shu didn't pick it up, but instead blushed miserably. Wang Teng, my illness is more than 10 years old. Even the divine doctors of Qi City can't cure it. It's better to save this elixir. Yao Shu didn't believe that a single elixir could cure her stubborn disease. Not only she didn't believe it, Lu Gowen and Liu Yanxi didn't care much either. After all, they had invited many godly doctors to see them in order to cure Yao Shu, and all of them said that they couldn't see anymore, and told them to prepare for the aftermath. Mother-in-law, this elixir is really very spiritual. It is something I begged from an immortal when I used to beg. It can cure all diseases. It is definitely very effective. Wang Teng saw that his mother-in-law did not accept it, so he made up another story casually to persuade again. This sounds a little bit metaphysical. How to listen to how unreliable. More like Wang Teng was cheated by the magician. Immortals will give beggars elixir? However, seeing as Wang Teng was so filial, it was not good for her as a mother-in-law to chill her son-in-law. Alright, then I'll give it a try. Yao Shu took the elixir before stuffing it into her mouth. Originally this move was just to keep her son-in-law from getting cold feet. Where did she think that the elixir would melt in her mouth and turn into a stream of aura that began to heal the disease and evil in her body at a speed that was visible to the naked eye? Yao Shu also felt the magic. Not only did the coughing stop instantly, even her breathing was smoother. The key was that her whole body was much more energetic, which made her extremely happy. Lu Gowen and Liu Yanxi originally did not believe that Wang Teng's elixir could cure their mother's serious illness, but as their mother's face gradually became rosy and her coughing stopped, a glimmer of hope gradually rose in their hearts. Mother, how are you feeling? Liu Yanxi asked with an expectant face. These words were also what Lu Gowen wanted to ask. This elixir of Wang Teng's, the effect seemed to be out of his expectation, and now he was curious to know how his wife's body was doing. This elixir is really magical. After I ate it in, I immediately stopped coughing and my breathing became a lot smoother. The key is that my whole body is also in good spirits. As if I got well all of a sudden, Yao Shu said with a face of disbelief. Really? Is it hard to believe that this elixir is really an immortal elixir given by an immortal? Lu Gowen's face was shocked. He originally thought that Wang Teng had been tricked by the godly man, but now it seemed that he was telling the truth. Seeing that her mother was cured, Liu Yanxi hugged her mother with tears of joy. Great! Mother, you're finally cured! Lu Gowen was also excited and happy. His daughter and his wife had always been Lu Gowen's two heart problems, and now that they were all cured by Wang Teng, the excitement was beyond words, and at the same time, he was also very grateful to Wang Teng, and even considered him to be a great benefactor of the Liu family. Xian's son-in-law, I don't even know how to thank you for giving me such a precious immortal pill. Yao Shu opened her mouth to thank her. Even the name had changed. This was considered to be a complete identification of Wang Teng as his son-in-law. If Wang Teng was only attracted to him before because of his handsome looks and good strength, then now Yao Shu was identifying this son-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Mother-in-law, you and I will be a family from now on. Why talk about thanks? Not to mention that you gave me the precious spirit-gathering jade pendant. Wang Teng said humbly. Yao Shu had given him a spirit-gathering jade pendant worth 1,000,000 silver taels, and it was only right for Wang Teng to return a healing elixir to her. Good virtuous son-in-law. Mother-in-law has not misjudged you. Yanxi marrying you is the greatest fortune in her life. Yao Shu was looking more and more favorable to Wang Teng. How could she not expect that this ugly daughter of hers would be so lucky to find such a good man as Wang Teng? After the family banquet, Wang Teng sent Liu Yanxi back to her room. When she reached the door of her boudoir, Liu Yanxi stopped and said gratefully, Mr. Wang, thank you for saving my mother. If it wasn't for your immortal elixir, my mother might not have survived this year. We've all said we're family. There's no need to thank each other. Wang Teng said with a smile. Having said that, Liu Yanxi was still very grateful to Wang Teng in her heart. Looking at the white moonlight sprinkled on him, Liu Yanxi's heart suddenly beat faster, and her pretty face gradually turned red. Fortunately, it was covered by a white veil. For the first time, Liu Yanxi felt that Wang Teng was like a white moonlight that illuminated her dim world and brought her warmth and sunshine. Husband, it's getting late, so I'll go rest first. You also rest early. After Liu Yanxi said this, she ran back to her boudoir with a face full of shyness. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to call Wang Teng her husband, which was enough to show that in her heart, Liu Yanxi had completely recognized Wang Teng. Wang Teng was also slightly stunned. This girl actually called him husband. However, looking at Liu Yanxi running away with a shy face, Wang Teng's heart was a bit gloomy. The better the Liu family treats him, the more he worries about involving them in the future. After all, he is the out-of-power crown prince, and the imperial brother will never let him go for the sake of the throne. Chapter 10, The Hunting Congress. When the soft morning light shone into the room, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes before exhaling a mouthful of white condensed turbid air from his mouth. Phew! After 2 days of cultivation, I finally broke through to the sovereign realm. The spirit-gathering jade pendant given by mother-in-law is really good. It can actually gather the spiritual energy from the surrounding area of 100 meters in a square circle. It's really a treasure. A hint of delight appeared on Wang Teng's face. It was by relying on this spirit-gathering jade pendant as well as the spirit-gathering pill rewarded by the system that Wang Teng broke through from the peak of the innate realm to the Zhongshu realm in just 2 days of cultivation. A speed of cultivation that could be described as a rocket ride. Even if a martial arts genius wanted to break through from the great circle of the innate realm to the sovereign realm, it would take at least 1 or 2 years, but Wang Teng only used 2 days, so it could be seen that the speed was really fast. If it was said, it would definitely shock the jaws of the crowd. This was too heaven-defying. Moreover, after breaking through to the Zhongshu realm, Wang Teng had not only greatly enhanced his physical body quality, but a small stream of spiritual energy had also opened up at his dantian, so that he would be able to exude chi energy. The sword techniques performed would also be more powerful, especially the dragon-breaking slash. Wang Teng tried his luck on his fingertips and then threw himself forcefully at the wall in front of him, and immediately a stern chi energy shot out from his fingers and in the blink of an eye shot on the wall, and also shot a hole in the wall. Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction when he saw this. Very good. At this rate of cultivation, sooner or later, I will be able to surpass the cultivation level of my royal brother, and even the experts around him will not have to be feared in the future. Wang Teng secretly clenched his fists. Only when his own strength kept getting stronger, he could grasp the initiative. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, and there was also a gentle and quiet voice. A voice that was very nice and gave people a feeling of being in the spring breeze. Husband, are you up yet? I made you some breakfast to come over. Hearing that it was Liu Yanxi's voice, Wang Teng nimbly climbed up from the bed and then quickly opened the door to the room. Ma'am, why did you get up so early? Wang Teng said as he looked at the sky. It's already not early. Today is not going to participate in the hunting convention, so I personally made you a little chi replenishing and tonifying breakfast. I don't know if you like it or not. Liu Yanxi walked into the room carrying the food box as she spoke. Wang Teng was secretly a bit touched that Liu Yanxi, a rich young lady, got up so early to make breakfast for him. Whatever you make to eat, I love it. Wang Teng said with a smile. You didn't even look at what I was doing, and you just said you liked it. Although Liu Yanxi said this, her heart was a little sweet. As he spoke, Liu Yanxi took out the 3 breakfast items from the food box and set them on the table. They are tiger bone soup, rat cow cake, and swift eagle eggs. All 3 of these were high-level ingredients used by daxia martial artists to replenish their chi and strength. When Wang Teng saw it, he sniffed his nose, and a meaty flavor came to his nose. What an aromatic flavor! It looks delicious. Wang Teng tried to pick up the bowl of tiger bone soup and drank it. Fragrant but not greasy, the tiger bone flavor was very strong. The key was that after drinking this tiger bone soup, the chi in his body was vaguely activated, which made Wang Teng feel full of strength. How was it? Does the tiger bone soup taste alright? Liu Yanxi asked with anticipation. It's very tasty, and after drinking it, my whole body is filled with strength. Wang Teng nodded and praised. Liu Yanxi saw that Wang Teng liked the tiger bone soup she made, and her heart burst with joy. Then try the rat cow cake and swift eagle eggs again. Both of them can help you replenish your chi. Liu Yanxi said with anticipation again. Good. Wang Teng nodded and then tasted the cattle cake and swift eagle eggs, 2 foods that Wang Teng had never eaten before. After tasting it with curiosity, I felt that it tasted pretty good. Especially after eating it, my body started to heat up, and I was also filled with strength. So it seemed that the 3 things that Liu Yanxi had made could really replenish his chi. Ma'am, these 3 things you made are really amazing. After eating them, my body is filled with strength. Wang Teng said as such. It's good to have power. Liu Yanxi nodded happily. She was doing this to replenish Wang Teng's chi. With her mediocre talent and ugly looks, that was all she could do to help Wang Teng. Outside the gate of the mansion, Lu Goen was already waiting there with his team, and those who were going outside the city to participate in the annual hunting conference of Qi City. There were also 3 young descendants of the Lu family, who were about the same age as Wang Teng. Also there were quite a few people on the trip who were following along to see what was going on. Qi City's annual hunting assembly was one of the most lively assemblies in Qi City. and at that time, it would gather quite a few young talents from Chi City. They each competed in force and hunted wild beasts, and it was absolutely wonderful. There are great prizes for those who take first place. Even many unmarried women will secretly observe some of the young talents participating in the hunting assembly, and will take the initiative to go up to get close and send their purse when they see the ones they like. It's kind of a blind date in disguise. That's why this hunting conference was organized in the great Xia martial dynasty, which revered martial arts style. Soon Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi both walked out. Seeing that Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi had finally come out, Liu Gowen's brows stretched and he hurriedly greeted them. Wang Teng, it's getting late. We should set off, Liu Gowen said as he looked up at the sky. In the past, their Liu family could not compete with several other families in Chi City in the hunting conference, and now that he had Wang Teng, a martial arts prodigy, as his son-in-law, he thought to earn back some face in front of them. Good, then let's go. Wang Teng nodded. He also wanted to go to the hunting conference quickly. He heard that there was a generous reward for getting first place. Seeing that everything was in place, Liu Gowen set off with the large troop with an order, and Liu Yanxi also followed along. She wanted to go to the scene to cheer on her husband Wang Teng. Meanwhile, in the Black Mountain Thieves base camp on Black Cliff Mountain, the second leader, Tang Hong, was drinking and having fun with an attractive chick in his arms, and was in high spirits, when suddenly a small minion hurriedly ran over at a fast pace. Second boss, news has come from the Liu family's side. That little minion voiced out a report. Finally some ING news. Waited for me for 2 days. What's the situation over at the Liu family? Tang Hong hugged the chick while grimly shouting loudly. Liu Gowen, the head of the Liu family, has led the young people to the annual hunting convention in Chi City, and that Auntie Wang Teng of their family has also gone and is going to participate in the hunting convention. That little minion reported truthfully. Finally out. Wang Teng, dare to kill my third brother. I'm going to let you die. Tang Hong suddenly stood up and pushed the chick in his arms away as well, then loudly commanded that little minion. Give me orders to the Black Eagle squad. I'm going to personally lead the team to Mount Wallace. I won't rest until I kill Wang Teng. This Yuanlai mountain was the location where Chi City held the hunting conference, and it was obvious that this Tang Hong was going to personally lead a team to Yuanlai mountain to ambush and kill Wang Teng. Chapter 11, Husband, come back safely. At the foot of Mount Honglai, quite a few people from other clans in Chi City had already come by now. Most of them were martial arts families just like the Liu family, and they all wanted to use this hunting conference to show off the strength of their own young generation. Of course, there were also a small number of children from the Cold family, who also wanted to prove their strength through this hunting conference, so that they could be seen by the other big families and thus get promoted. After Liu Gowen brought Wang Teng and the others to the foot of the mountain, the first thing he did was to take them to the registration office to register for enrollment. Just as soon as they arrived in front of them, two old friends came over to greet Liu Gowen. Brother Liu, you've finally come. I thought that after being at the bottom for 3 consecutive terms, you wouldn't dare to come to this year's hunting conference. A square-headed, square-faced middle-aged man smiled and came over to greet him. This person was the head of the Fong family of the Chi City martial arts family, Fong Desho. When Liu Gowen heard this, he was slightly embarrassed for a while. Their Liu family had already resulted in being at the bottom of 3 consecutive hunting conferences because of the green and yellow strength of the family's children. But soon Liu Gowen responded with a smile. Brother Fong, this year's first place in this sector hunting assembly, our Liu family will take it. When Liu Gowen said this, he said it with a hint of undertones, because this year he had a strong and good son-in-law who could help him earn back a little face. Is that so? Just those few weak young disciples of your Liu family still want to take first place? Don't get hunted by wild beasts while hunting. Ha ha, Fong Deso said and laughed out loud. Another old friend beside him, Xiao Han, followed suit and laughed. Buddy Liu, don't even dream about it. If your Liu family can take first place this year, I'll crawl back to Chi City from here. Facing the ridicule of his two old friends, Liu Gowen was not angry, but instead laughed lightly. Buddy Xiao, this is what you said. Don't cheat when the time comes. Don't worry, I definitely won't cheat, Xiao Han said with a confident face. The few young sons of the Liu family, he had long understood clearly. Just Liu Gowen's second nephew Liu Chang was still quite watchable, but his strength was only at the early stage of the innate realm. Compared to their Xiao family, that was no comparison at all. That was why he was confident that it was impossible for the Liu family to win against them in this hunting conference. However, Fong Deso seemed to have thought of something and poked around with a turn of phrase. Brother Liu being so confident this year wouldn't have recruited any powerful young disciples, right? You'll all know by then. Liu Gowen deliberately didn't say anything, wanting to keep it mysterious and at the same time not wanting to invite targeting for his son-in-law. After all, instances of being targeted by another family's children in a hunting convention happened from time to time. Xiao Han seemed to think of something when he heard this. I can hear that the Liu family threw an embroidered ball to recruit a beggar son-in-law a few days ago. Brother Liu wouldn't want to count on this beggar son-in-law to compete for the first place in the hunting conference. Xiao Han's words carried a hint of mockery and sarcasm. Yes, I also heard about it. Brother Liu, did you really recruit that beggar as your son-in-law? Fang Deso continued with a hint of playfulness, after a pause and then a turn of phrase. But the beggar is not bad, as long as he is willing to stay. Your daughter is also considered to have a husband. After all, your daughter will soon be 20 years old, and if she doesn't get married again, your Liu family will have to pay 10% more taxes. That's a nice thing to say, but how it sounds. Right, buddy Liu, it's better to focus on the big picture. Beggars will be beggars. Otherwise your daughter won't even be wanted as a beggar. Xiao Han pretended to be kind and said. These two were singing in unison, their words filled with sarcasm and ridicule. In the past, Liu Gowen would definitely be in a hurry with them, but since he knew about Wang Teng's strength, he was instead not in a hurry. Yes, I'll recruit the beggar as a son-in-law. What's wrong with that? I'm happy, Liu Gowen said calmly, but in his heart, he was holding his breath, thinking that he would let you all see the power of my son-in-law later. While Liu Gowen and a few of his old friends were exchanging words with each other, their daughters also walked quickly towards Liu Yanxi. Usually, several martial arts families met and exchanged in private, so naturally, these children of theirs were quite familiar with Liu Yanxi. This time it was hard to meet. They naturally had to come over to greet Liu Yanxi. The key was that they heard that Liu Yanxi had thrown an embroidered ball and recruited a husband, so they naturally had to come over to congratulate her. Yanxi, long time no see. I heard that you threw an embroidered ball and recruited a husband. Congratulations. A woman wearing a green silk dress came up in a graceful manner to greet her. This woman was Fang Cheng, the third daughter of the Fang family, and although she said congratulations on her lips, there was a bit of a sneer between her words. Thanks. The simple Liu Yanxi really thought the other party was congratulating her. Fang Cheng hid a smile and continued. By the way, I heard that husband of yours is a beggar, right? Sister Yanxi, why do you even want such a lowly man? As soon as the words fell, Xiao Tingting, the red-skirted woman who had come with her, also spoke out in mockery. Yanxi will soon be 20 years old. If no man wants her, the family will have to pay more taxes. It's already good enough that a beggar wants her. These words caused Liu Yanxi to be angry for a while, and only then did she react to the fact that the two of them were not here to congratulate her, but were clearly here to mock her. My husband is not a beggar. He just escaped from the famine. Not to mention that he is very good. 100 times better than your husband's. Liu Yanxi said angrily. Wang Teng in her heart that is the existence of the white moonlight. Do not allow others to say bad things about him. Yo, a beggar is still excellent? Still more excellent than our husband? Are you dreaming? Fang Cheng shook her head before saying with a haughty and sneering face. Do you know what my husband's status is? The captain of the Qi City Escort Guard. The firstborn son of the Lin family. He is going to inherit the Lin family in the future. And Sister Xiao's husband. That's the youngest son of the Dongfang family in Cloud City. And at a young age he's already the assistant instructor of their martial arts school. Liu Yanxi listened with a burst of anger, but she was powerless to refute. Compared to their husbands, her own husband's status was indeed lowly, but in her heart, Wang Teng was the best. If they were to know that Liu Yanxi's husband was the crown prince of the Grand Xia martial dynasty, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Just then, Wang Teng walked over after filling out the enrollment form. Ma'am, what are you guys chatting about? Wang Teng said with a cordial face. As soon as he said this, Fang Cheng and Xiao Tingting together turned their faces to look over curiously, wanting to see what this beggar husband of Liu Yanxi looked like. But when they saw Wang Teng's handsome face, they were both instantly shocked. Compared to Wang Teng, the husbands of the two of them were simply ugly to the core. What a handsome man. Yanxi, this is your husband who was recruited by that embroidery ball throwing? Fang Cheng and Xiao Tingting both stared unblinkingly at Wang Teng. It was really because Wang Teng was so handsome. They had never seen such a handsome man in the world. Seeing that Fang Cheng and Xiao Tingting were stunned by her husband's handsome appearance, Liu Yanxi was secretly a bit pleased. And then she intimately took Wang Teng's arm and said in a rather arrogant manner, "He is my husband." After saying this, Liu Yanxi proudly took Wang Teng on her arm and left quickly, leaving Fang Cheng and Xiao Tingting to remain where they were and continue to be stunned. How could they not expect that this beggar was actually so handsome? If they knew that Wang Teng was the crown prince of the Great Xia martial dynasty, they would probably be even more surprised. Soon a bunch of young people had finished registering, and there were 98 participants in the hunting conference. All of them were young talents from Qi City. Before departing, Liu Gowen specially came over to remind Wang Teng, "Sage son-in-law, when you are hunting, be careful of others interfering with you, and some may even strike at you secretly, so be careful yourself." Don't worry, father-in-law. I will be careful. Wang Teng nodded and said, well, try to get a first for father-in-law me back today, so I can also be able to straighten myself up in front of others, and it will also be very helpful for your future in the future. Lu Guan once again seriously instructed. It's up to my son-in-law to earn face today. Okay, I'll try my best. Wang Teng nodded once again. He also wanted to come back with the first place. After all, there was a generous reward. In addition, his sword also needed to kill more beasts to upgrade. Wang Teng, I'm not asking you to take first place. I just want you to return safely. Liu Yanxi came over and said with full of concern. Liu Yanxi knew that the hunting conference was still very cruel. Many people would strike in secret and the beasts were ferocious. So she didn't want Wang Teng to get hurt because of this. She only hoped that her husband would return safely. Don't worry. No one of these people can hurt me. Feel free to wait for me here. Good boy. Wang Teng took a big step towards the mountain after saying this. The hunt has officially begun, and it remains to be seen who hunts whom. Chapter 12, Killing Beasts to Upgrade. Honglai Mountain is the largest mountain range near Qi City, stretching more than 10 kilometers, more than 3,000 meters above sea level. Inside the jagged rocks and trees, wild beasts are even more rampant. There is no lack of high-level beasts. The slightest carelessness, even martial artists will be bitten to death by the beasts. However, it was good that after a few hunting conferences, the beasts in this Honglai Mountain were relatively much less. But after a year of reproduction, the beasts were active again. Wang Teng held the black iron sword in his hand and walked straight towards the mountain. This time his mission was to get the first place in the hunting convention so that he could get that rich reward. In addition, he had to kill as many beasts as possible so that his black iron sword could be upgraded. After entering Mount Honglai, the nearly 100 participating martial artists, either in groups or individually, began to search for wild beasts within the mountain. We are at peace with each other, and the well is not in the water. At this time, there wouldn't be scenes of martial artists fighting each other in fire, because everyone didn't have a beast carcass in their hands. Naturally, there wouldn't be a scene of scrambling. Wang Teng glanced at those martial artists and did not bother with them, but instead, he held the black iron sword in his hand as he headed deeper into Mount Honglai. However, just after taking a few steps, a young disciple of the Lu clan hurriedly chased after him. Cousin brother-in-law, wait for me. A young man with a somewhat imposing figure but a boyish face came to Wang Teng's side. Are you from the Lu family? Wang Teng felt that this person looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen him in the Lu mansion. I am Sister Yanxi's cousin, Lu Chang. Lu Chang said with a naive smile. This Lu Chang was precisely the leader of the young generation of the Lu family. At only 18 years old, he was already an expert at the early stage of the innate realm. It does qualify as a gift. So it's Chang Di. Wang Teng had a good feeling about this naive kid. Cousin husband, can I follow you on the hunt? Lu Chang scratched his head and said, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Lu Chang had heard of Wang Teng's heroic deed of single-handedly killing the third leader of the Black Mountain Thieves early on, so he was quite an admirer of him. Okay, then you can follow me. Wang Teng nodded and then said as he walked forward, by the way, have you participated in a hunting convention before? What does it take to get first place? And what is the reward this time? Just now, he came in too quickly and was so focused on killing beasts to upgrade the level of his sword that Wang Teng forgot to ask his father-in-law about these things. I've participated in 2 sessions, but unfortunately I lost both of them. It's also simple to get the first place. Either kill a large number of beasts, or kill a beast that is very strong in the mountain, or at least have a higher level than the beasts hunted by others. Lu Chang introduced as such. I see. Then what is the reward for the first place in this hunting conference this year? Wang Teng curiously pursued. The reward for the first place this year seems to be a secret book of Earth-level moves. Lu Chang said after thinking about it. An Earth-level stance secret? Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. Secret books were generally categorized into Heaven and Earth. Xian Huang and Earth-level move secrets were already considered very good. Although Wang Teng was now at the Zhongshe realm, he only had one move, the Dragon Breaking Slash, so an Earth-level move secret was just right for him. Well, it is said that when this secret book of moves is practiced to its peak, it can destroy a city with a single move. A hint of yearning appeared in Lu Chang's eyes. In the Daxia martial dynasty, which revered martial arts styles, everyone aspired to supreme force. So powerful? Wang Teng's appetite was also whetted. As the two of them walked and chatted, a wild boar suddenly burrowed out of the grass and blocked Wang Teng's path to them. It's a wild boar, Lu Chang said as he drew a large knife from his back and prepared to slaughter it. But Wang Teng was one step ahead of him and resolved the boar directly and decisively with a sword strike. As this boar fell to the ground, the black iron sword in Wang Teng's hand absorbed the life energy of this boar. Feeling this trace of energy sinking into the black iron sword, Wang Teng secretly felt a burst of excitement. Sure enough, killing beasts could also be upgraded. Ryu Johan was sullen about it. Brother, in the future, just leave low-level beasts like this to me to deal with. Kill the pig with the dragon blade. Since you called me brother, how can I let you risk your life? I'll deal with the beasts later. You can just pick up the corpses at the back. Wang Teng pretended to be righteous, but in reality, he wanted to kill wild beasts to upgrade. The naive Lu Chang was touched for a while when he heard this, and felt that Wang Teng was his own brother. Soon the two of them continued to walk deeper. In the middle they encountered quite a few wild deer, mountain tigers, pythons and other beasts, all of which were easily solved by Wang Teng. After killing more than 24 beasts of different sizes, Wang Teng's black iron sword was upgraded once again. Upgraded to yellow grade upper grade. Killing some more beasts would upgrade it to a Xian grade weapon. Once it was upgraded to a Xian level weapon, the power of the sword in his hand was going to cause a qualitative change. Wang Teng was no longer satisfied with killing some small beasts and whirled around to Lu Chang. Chang Di, are there any stronger beasts in this Hunlai mountain? Killing these small beasts to upgrade was too slow and wouldn't take first place. So if you wanted to upgrade your weapons fast and take first place in the hunting conference, you had to kill those strong beasts. Beasts with great strength are usually in the north of Mount Hunlai, like the black-striped hanging ice tiger, brute force rhinoceros, and the 7-colored glistening snake. All of them are there, but the strength of these beasts is comparable to that of the innate realm, and they're not too good to deal with, Lu Chang said with some scorn. Obviously he had been there and knew the horrors of the North Mountain. However, Wang Teng, who was already in the sovereign realm, still resented the fact that the level of these beasts was too low. Are there any higher level beasts? Beasts whose strength should preferably be comparable to the sovereign realm. Wang Teng's sword was already hungry and thirsty. He was anxious to kill higher level beasts so that he could quickly upgrade his sword. Higher level beasts. 2. Lu Chang said after frowning and thinking about it, pointing at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, it is rumored that there are dragon eagles there whose strength is comparable to that of the sovereign realm. A dragon eagle? Is it powerful? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. Of course it is powerful. The dragon eagle is the overlord of the flying birds, preferring to collect metal things, and will also eat people. A pair of wings to fan out the wind, but also able to blow people away. Lu Chang nervously introduced. So powerful. Good. Go there. As soon as Wang Teng heard the name, he felt that the beast was very strong. Taking down this dragon eagle would give him the first place in this hunting conference, and maybe his sword could be upgraded with this. However, once Lu Chang heard that Wang Teng was really going to kill the dragon eagle, his legs and stomach trembled in fear. Brother, this dragon eagle is very powerful. There are 800 young talents who died in its hands, if not 1,000. Let's go to the North Mountain, Lu Chang said in horror. Wait for me here if you are afraid, Wang Teng said as he walked towards the top of the mountain. He must kill this dragon eagle. Lu Chang couldn't help but chase after him after hesitating in place for a moment. Rich and powerful. This time he also put up a fight, not to mention the presence of Wang Teng, the hero of the Lu family. Brother, wait for me. I'll go with you. The two of them walked all the way to the top of the mountain. The more they reached the top of the mountain, the higher the level of the beasts they encountered. Like the innate realm level beasts they also encountered quite a few, but all of them were easily solved by Wang Teng. After killing 7 or 8 beasts that were innate realm experts, Wang Teng and the others finally arrived at the top of the mountain. And there, Wang Teng did not find the presence of the dragon eagle, but instead found a half-man high stone cave that was dark and mysterious. There's a stone cave here. Let's go take a look. Wang Teng boldly walked over first, while Lu Chang followed behind with a nervous face, deeply afraid that the dragon eagle would suddenly appear. When he came to the front of the stone cave, Wang Teng bent down and probed in to take a look, and this look scared him to the core. Chapter 13, The Power of the Dragon Breaking Slash. Only to see that the inside of the stone cave was full of all kinds of white bones and corpses, and quite a few of them were human skeletons, which were obviously the leftover food of the dragon eagle. Wang Teng looked shocked for a while. Never thought that the dragon eagle was so ferocious that it actually did eat people. However, in these piles of white bones, Wang Teng saw some metal things, and even valuable things such as gold and silver jewelry. It looked like all these things were carried by the dragon eagle, and as Lu Chang had said, this dragon eagle preferred to collect metal things. Wang Teng swept the pile of white bones with his remaining light, and was suddenly attracted by a dark golden orb inside, as the dark golden orb exuded a mysterious energy, as well as a rich aura. It was evident that this dark golden orb was not simple. This dark golden orb actually has aura. It seems to be a treasure. Wang Teng had a slight pang of curiosity and was about to reach out for it when Lu Chang, who was guarding the outside of the cave, suddenly shouted in alarm. Brother, the dragon eagle is here. Come out. Hearing this, Wang Teng hurriedly came out to the outside of the cave, and as soon as he came out, he heard a ferocious eagle cry falling from the sky, followed by a huge dragon eagle fluttering its wings and grabbing towards him. Fortunately, Wang Teng's strength had already reached the Zhongshe realm. His reaction was very fast, and he easily avoided this claw strike of the dragon eagle with just one dodge. Seeing that the claw attack failed, the dragon eagle landed directly in front of the stone cave, and also stretched out its huge wings to guard the cave behind it. Obviously this cave of stone had something important in it. After Wang Teng steadied himself, he took a serious look at this dragon eagle. It was only seen to have a dragon head and an eagle body, and when its wings unfolded, it was more than 3 meters long, and the eagle's eyes still carried a regal aura. What a dragon eagle! After killing you, my sword will be upgraded to Xian level. Wang Teng subconsciously gripped the black iron sword in his hand. There was not a trace of fear in his heart. Instead he was inexplicably a little excited. And Liu Chang had long ago hidden behind a rock in terror. Brother, be careful. This dragon eagle's strength is comparable to the sovereign realm. Liu Chang hid behind a rock and warned loudly. You hide well. This dragon eagle will be mine. Wang Teng shouted before charging forward with his sword. When the dragon eagle saw Wang Teng rushing over, a pair of wings violently flapped towards Wang Teng, and a huge wind force immediately swooped towards Wang Teng, vaguely trying to blow him away. The wind was comparable to a 10-stage tornado, and it wasn't ordinarily powerful. Fortunately, Wang Teng was already at the Zhongshe realm at this time, and with a little bit of luck, he stabilized his footing, and then gripped the black iron sword and slashed it towards the dragon eagle. A powerful sword chi shot straight towards the dragon eagle. The dragon eagle didn't expect the human in front of him to actually be able to exude chi, and by the time he saw the sword chi shooting at him, it was already too late to try to hide. The sword chi hit the body of the dragon eagle squarely, instantly splitting a shallow wound on its body, and scarlet blood flowed out. The dragon eagle raised a heavenly eagle cry in pain. Then it flew violently, then swooped towards Wang Teng once again. This time it was much faster than before, and there was a vague sense of oppression that prevented him from moving his body as it swooped down. This was the unique pressure of the dragon eagle, as the dragon eagle itself had a dragon's bloodline. When the average martial artist with low strength encountered the dragon eagle's pressure, they basically could not resist and could only fold their hands. Even Wang Teng felt the pressure. What a strong sense of oppression. This dragon eagle's aura is really strong. Wang Teng was secretly a little shocked in his heart. Luckily, he had transported the true dragon skill on his body in time, which was a royal heaven-level cultivation technique, and once the true dragon skill was out, the dragon might chi on his body was activated as well. The dragon eagle's pressure was instantly broken, and Wang Teng, who had regained his mobility, gripped the black iron sword in his hand and fixed his gaze on the dragon eagle that was swooping towards him. When he came close, Wang Teng saw the right moment to suddenly raise his sword and slash up, while shouting from his mouth, "Dragon-breaking chop!" As soon as the words fell, a huge sword chi shot out from Wang Teng's black iron sword, which was several times more powerful than before. In the next second, the dragon eagle let out a chirp in terror, and then it was directly cut in half by this huge dragon-breaking chop. Blood splattered in the air like raindrops and finally landed on the ground. The dragon eagle was thus killed by Wang Teng with a sword strike. A huge amount of energy was absorbed by the black iron sword in Wang Teng's hand. Then the black iron sword, which was filled with red blood, emitted a faint white light, and the black iron sword instantly turned into a silver-white wind spirit sword. This wind spirit sword was a Xian grade lower grade weapon. Wang Teng looked at the blood all over the ground and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect the dragon-breaking chop to be so powerful. A sword chop. The sword chi could instantly explode more than 3 times. At the same time, to his surprise, the black iron sword had risen to the lower Xian grade in one fell swoop after absorbing the dragon eagle's energy, turning it into a wind spirit sword. Seeing this, Wang Teng was secretly thrilled. Finally upgraded to a Xian level weapon, and it comes with a wind spirit attribute. It seems to be related to absorbing the energy of the dragon eagle. Wang Teng also quickly reacted to the fact that the sword's upgrade was also related to the energy absorbed. Liu Chang, who was hiding behind a rock, witnessed the entire amazing scene, and Wang Teng completely shocked him by slashing the dragon eagle to death with his sword. My god, cousin-in-law is too powerful, isn't he? With a single sword strike, he killed the dragon eagle whose strength is comparable to that of the sovereign realm. Liu Chang opened his mouth wide and was slow to close it. It took a long time for him to step out from behind the rock. Brother, you're also too powerful. The dragon eagle was killed by you, Liu Chang said with eyes full of admiration. Just a fluke, Wang Teng humbly said before remembering something, then once again came to the entrance of the stone cave and bent down to walk in. The first time, the dark golden orb in the pile of white bones was taken out. One could only see that this dark golden orb was the size of an adult's fist, emitting a mysterious aura all over its body, as well as a rich aura. I don't know what this is, but to be protected by the dragon eagle desperately, it should be a rare item. Wang Teng studied it a little bit and couldn't find out anything, and immediately placed it on his body, preparing to study it in detail when he returned home. Brother, hurry up and bring back the corpse of the dragon eagle. You'll definitely take first place in this hunting conference, Liu Chang reminded with a delighted face. Wang Teng nodded, then carried the dragon eagle's body on his back and quickly walked down the mountain. Liu Chang also followed quickly, his face filled with excitement. This time, their Liu family didn't have to be bottomed out anymore. Just as the two of them were walking to the mountainside, there was a violent surge in the grass around them, and then from behind the grass drilled out more than a dozen masters dressed in black, each of them holding a weapon in their hands. And the key was that each of them was at the strength of the innate realm. The one in the lead was even more eagle-eyed and wolfish, with strength reaching the middle of the sovereign realm. Wang Teng, finally waiting for you. A murderous aura came straight at Wang Teng. Chapter 14, Want to kill me? Then no one will leave. Facing the sudden enemy, Wang Teng instantly gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand, and Liu Chang similarly gripped the long sword in his hand, with a look as if he was facing an enemy. Who are you guys? Why are you ambushing me here? Wang Teng swept his gaze lingeringly around the other party and realized that these dozen or so people were actually all innate realm experts, and the middle-aged man at the head of the group had even reached the Zhongshu realm in strength. With so many experts, even Wang Teng was secretly a bit shocked. There's no harm in telling you, so that you can die with understanding. I'm the second leader of the Black Mountain Gang, Tang Hong. You killed my third brother a few days ago. I've specially brought someone here to take revenge this time, Tang Hong said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. Black Mountain Thieves? Wang Teng secretly frowned when he heard this, never expecting the Black Mountain Thieves to come to Mount Hanglai to ambush him so blatantly. As for Liu Chang, when he heard that the other party was the second leader of the Black Mountain Thieves, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was even more nervous in his heart. That's right, we are the Black Mountain Thieves. In order to kill you for revenge, I've pulled over all of our Black Eagle squad from the Black Mountain Gang. Every one of them is an innate realm expert. Well, enough to give you poker face? Tang Hong said with a cocky face. Wang Teng only frowned slightly when he heard this, while Liu Chang once he heard that the other side was full of innate realm experts. Once again his body trembled in fear, and his face went much paler. Luckily, with Wang Teng, an expert, beside him, he was able to barely stabilize his body. Enough to give me face. I don't mind if you guys want to kill me, but this little brother beside me is not involved in killing your third brother. Can you let him go first? Wang Teng didn't want the innocent to suffer and wanted Liu Chang to go first. However, before Tang Hong could speak, Liu Chang spoke out in a firm tone. Brother, I won't go. To die together, to live together. I won't leave you alone to run for your life. Although Liu Chang was nervous as hell at this moment, he still had some backbone. As a member of the Liu family, how could he abandon Wang Teng and run for his life alone? Ha ha, quite the backbone. But don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I won't let you go. Both of you will have to die here today. Tang Hong laughed a few times, his tone filled with arrogance and hubris. Get on me and kill them both. Tang Hong suddenly shouted. With a command, a dozen of innate realm experts gripped their machetes and pounced towards Wang Teng and Liu Chang. Wang Teng gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Good coming. As the words fell, Wang Teng's hand rose and his sword fell, slashing head-on towards the nearest Black Mountain thief. A sharp sword chi mixed with wind blades attacked straight away, and the latter was completely unresponsive before he was chopped to death by Wang Teng. Even an innate realm expert was killed by Wang Teng's sword. A touch of life energy was once again absorbed by the wind spirit sword. Seeing this, Tang Hong, who was standing on the periphery watching the show, was slightly surprised for a moment. Sword chi externalization. This kid's strength has actually reached the Zhongshu realm. Didn't he say that he was only at the peak of the innate realm? Tang Hong was a bit surprised. His hand subconsciously placed on the long sword at his waist. The next second directly the blade was sheathed and killed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's strength was completely out of his expectation. He couldn't watch him massacre his own brothers anymore, so Tang Hong had to take the field himself. At this time, Wang Teng killed 3 more Black Mountain thieves one after another, and suddenly saw Tang Hong suddenly rushing in. His complexion tightened, and he raised his sword to meet him. Kid, your strength is really out of my expectation, but that's where it stops. You'll die here today, Tang Hong said with a loud shout, then vigorously slashed towards Wang Teng. With a slash of the blade, a stern blade chi streaked out straight towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng did not retreat but advanced, also lifted his sword and slashed out a sword towards the other party. The sword chi became much more powerful after mixing with the wind blade. Sword chi and blade chi quickly collided in the air and instantly cancelled out in the air. It was evident that the strength of the two was not comparable. Wang Teng saw here slightly shocked. His sword chi but mixed with the wind spirit power, to be much stronger than the general sword chi, but even so was still the opposite side of the Tang Hong, a sword to offset, visible on the real strength of Tang Hong to be above him. Tang Hong was also a bit surprised at this moment. He didn't expect Wang Teng's strength to be comparable to his. However, he did not stop but continued to carry his sword towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng was about to carry his sword to continue to meet the enemy when he heard a miserable scream coming from behind. Ah, is Liu Chang? He was surrounded by the other Black Mountain Thieves people. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Was chopped several times, covered in blood. Chang Di, when Wang Teng saw this, he immediately turned around and rushed over. Hands rose and swords fell, slashing 2 Black Mountain Thieves to death in succession before arriving at Liu Chang's side. Chang Di, are you alright? Wang Teng looked at Liu Chang, who was covered in blood, and said with a worried face, "Brother, I'm afraid I can't do it anymore. Don't worry about me. Charge out and run for your life yourself." Liu Chang said as he braced himself, "I won't leave you behind. As long as I'm around, no one can kill you." Wang Teng said with a resolute face, "Brother, with me here, I will only be a burden to you. If you run away alone, they will definitely not be able to catch up with you." Liu Chang wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Wang Teng in a stern voice. "I told you, I'm not going to run away without you." As soon as the words fell, the wind spirit sword in his hand slashed towards the several Black Mountain Thieves that were close by, killing 2 more Black Mountain Thieves on the spot. Tang Hong's anger surged when he saw this. "Kid, I'll let you die." After Tang Hong mobilized the spiritual energy on his body and infused it into the long blade, he slashed heavily towards Wang Teng. Earth slash! As Tang Hong shouted, an even more powerful blade chi than before came straight towards Wang Teng and Liu Chang. The powerful aura brought up the surrounding soil. Seeing this, Wang Teng protected Liu Chang behind him, then gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand and slashed out a sword head-on without hesitation. Dragon breaking chop. This was Wang Teng's last resort, only to see Wang Teng's hand rise and fall with his sword. An incomparably powerful dragon breaking slash mixed with wind blades charged head-on. After the 2 energies collided in the air, Tang Hong's earth slash was instantly broken, while the power of the sword chi only managed to weaken by a few points. In the next second, this overbearing sword chi struck straight at Tang Hong himself. "How is it possible? My earth slash was actually broken?" Tang Hong was shocked and disbelieving when he saw this. Just as this thought came out, the sword chi had already shot into his right arm, and almost instantly, the entire right arm was chopped off by the roots. Scarlet blood immediately soared out, while Tang Hong even raised the sky in pain and screamed, "My hand! My hand!" Tang Hong painfully covered the wound, his face instantly pale, and this scene stunned the few remaining Black Mountain Thieves around them. Instead, Wang Teng held the sword in his hand and stared at them as if they were the god of death. "Since you're here, none of you will leave." Chapter 15, Going Down the Mountain and Surprising the Crowd. Tang Hong was the second leader of their Black Mountain gang, second only to the eldest leader in terms of strength. Yet it was such an expert who was also cut off an arm by Wang Teng. All of a sudden, they all didn't dare to come forward again. They were afraid, while Wang Teng held the wind spirit sword in his hand was staring at them. "Since you're here, none of you are leaving." Wang Teng was like the god of death, scaring those people from the Black Mountain Thieves with a shiver. When Tang Hong saw this, he was also fearful. He never thought that Wang Teng's strength was actually so strong. A sword broke his earth slash, not to mention that it also chopped off one of his arms. At this moment, he thought of escaping. If he didn't escape, he would probably die here. However, he didn't explicitly run away, but instead shouted orders to the remaining 5 members of the Black Eagle squad. "Get me together." He doesn't have much spiritual energy left now. After all, it was the order of the second leader. Those members of the Black Eagle squad, although they were afraid of Wang Teng's terrifying strength, they still swung their swords towards Wang Teng. Surrounded by 5 innate realm experts, Wang Teng couldn't spare any energy to chase after Tang Hong at once. Seeing that Wang Teng had no time to separate himself, Tang Hong immediately covered the wound of his broken arm and turned around to run towards the back of the mountain, while secretly being ruthless in his heart. "Wang Teng, just wait. I will destroy your Liu family's entire clan." Soon, Tang Hong disappeared into the mountains and forests. By the time Wang Teng finished off the remaining 5 Black Eagle squad members, Tang Hong had long disappeared. Damn, he actually got away. Wang Tengfeng's spirit sword was on the ground and his mouth was breathing heavily. Just now, a great battle had almost exhausted all of his strength and spiritual power, and at this time, even if he had the intention to chase after them, he couldn't do so. Luckily, the wind spirit sword had absorbed a lot of energy after killing so many innate realm experts, and it had directly promoted to the middle grade of the Xian level. The power of the wind blades had become stronger, and the blade of the sword had also become sharper. After doing this, Wang Teng turned around and came straight to Liu Chang's side. Chang Di, it's alright. I've killed all the Black Mountain bandits. I'll take you out now. Brother, you're so powerful. So many Black Mountain thieves killed you and were all countered by you alone. Liu Chang complimented with a weak face, his eyes filled with admiration. I'll bandage your wound first, then I'll carry you out. Wang Teng said as he briefly bandaged Liu Chang's wounds before carrying him on his back and bending down to grab the corpse of the dragon eagle on the ground in his hands. This was a proof of his strength in the hunting assembly, and he couldn't afford to lose it. As the sun set in the west, Wang Teng took one step at a time and walked down the mountain with great difficulty. However, halfway down the mountain, he suddenly encountered the other participants in the hunting conference. It was a small group of 4 or 5 people, and when they saw Wang Teng dragging a dragon eagle carcass in his hands, their eyes lit up. Brothers, this kid is dragging a dragon eagle carcass in his hands. Let's snatch it and the first place in this year's hunting conference will be ours. One of the people in the small team shouted excitedly. However, Wang Teng looked over with an icy stare. Come and grab it if you want to die. As he spoke, Wang Teng casually swung his sword towards a tree in front of him, and a sword chi pizzied out, cutting into the tree across a dozen meters. At once that big tree broke with a sound. That small team member was horrified to see this. Sword chi externalization. This is the sovereign realm. These few hunting members were instantly stunned. The strongest among them was only at the early stage of the innate realm, and when they encountered the Zhongshe realm, they were really looking for death. Sorry for the disturbance, several people apologized before being scared and fleeing in all directions. Liu Chang on his back saw this and once again burst into adoration. Brother, you're awesome. You scared them off with a single look. I want to be like you in the future. Liu Chang worshipped Wang Teng completely as an idol in his heart. Wait until you get better. Wang Teng laughed before continuing to walk down the mountain. The sun was gradually setting, and the crowd at the foot of the mountain was waiting anxiously. As a rule, this hunting convention officially ends when the sun goes down. Liu Yanxi watched as the hunting members all came out one by one, while her husband Wang Teng had yet to come out, so she could not help but feel a bit worried and anxious. Is husband going to be okay? Don't worry, daughter. Wang Teng is so strong. He will be fine. Lu Goen could see his daughter's worry and walked over to comfort her. I hope so. Although Liu Yanxi said this, she was still a little worried in her heart. Soon, most of the members of the hunt came down from the mountain with the results of their hunt. The young sons of the Fang and Xiao families had both reaped a great harvest, hunting many high-level beasts. Fang Deso and Xiao Han looked at the disciples within the family with a burst of satisfaction, while not forgetting to deliberately show off in front of Lu Goen. Hey, this year, the highest our Fang family disciples have hunted is only the black-striped tiger leopard, which is only at the late stage of the innate realm. It's really not as good as it was a year ago. Our Xiao family as well. The highest we hunted was just a colorful glistening snake, which seems to be at the late innate realm level as well. The two of them were singing in unison, and although they were sighing about their clan disciples' lack of competitiveness, they were invariably showing off in front of Lu Goen. Lu Goen was silent, but in his heart, he was very upset. Sure enough, after the two of them finished showing off, they turned their heads to Lu Goen and asked, by the way, Brother Lu, what beasts have your Lu family disciples hunted this year? What's the hurry? Our Lu family's children haven't returned yet, Lu Goen said with some impatience. The sun is almost setting, and if it doesn't come out yet, I'm afraid it's going to be bad. Fang Deso spoke out. Yes, if you don't come out again, it's like you have no results. Brother Lu, it seems that this year, in this hunting conference, your Lu family is afraid that you'll be at the bottom again. Xiao Han, who was on the side, also spoke out and sneered. What's the hurry? Isn't the time not yet up? Lu Goen was holding his breath in his heart. Then he looked up at the sky. The sun setting would signal the end of this hunting meeting. If Wang Teng didn't come out before then it would be considered as no achievement. Thinking of this, Lu Goen couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Brother Lu, didn't you say before that your Lu family would definitely take first place this year? How come it turned out to be nothing? Xiao Han uttered a sneer. Yes, Brother Lu, where is your son-in-law? Listening to my daughter. Your family's son-in-law is not only very handsome, but also very good. Why hasn't he come out yet? He wouldn't have been eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains, right? Fang Deso also couldn't help but utter a scoffing voice. A little white boy. Brother Lu, you really expect him to help you get the first place in this hunting conference? Xiao Han also spoke out teasingly once again. However, as soon as his words fell, a man stepped out from Mount Hanglai. Those crowds of onlookers, when they saw that person, all of them let out a gasp of surprise. My God, that person is actually dragging a dragon eagle in his hand. When Fang Deso and Xiao Han heard this, they subconsciously turned their heads to look over, and when they saw the visitor, they were completely shocked to the spot. Chapter 16, Madam, No disgrace this time. Wang Teng's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, especially the dragon eagle carcass he was holding. To know that the dragon eagle, that was a bird of prey whose strength was comparable to that of the patriarchal realm. Among the young disciples, few people could hunt it. To be able to kill it was enough to show that the strength of the young man in front of him had already reached the sovereign realm. For a while everyone at the scene was shocked by Wang Teng's strength. In the last 10 years, it was the first time that someone had hunted a beast of the sovereign realm. Fang Deso and Xiao Han, the two patriarchs of the great families, had already looked dumbfounded. Lu Guan was overwhelmed with joy when he saw that it was his son-in-law who had hunted the dragon eagle. Brother Fang, Brother Xiao, my son-in-law came out. See, what he's holding is a dragon eagle. A beast of the Zhongshe realm. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. Finally he could raise his eyebrows in front of these two old friends. When Fang Deso and Xiao Han heard this, their faces turned ugly for a while. They never expected that this time, they were really hit by Lu Guan, and their Lu family was really going to take the first place in the current hunting conference. By the way, Brother Xiao, there is a bet between you and me. If our Lu family gets the first place in this hunting conference, you will have to crawl back to Qi City. Don't go back on your word. After Lu Guan smiled and said these words, he quickly walked towards Wang Teng. Although he acted very relaxed in front of Fang Deso and Xiao Han, in reality, he was very nervous in his heart, because he saw that Wang Teng was covered in blood, and he was carrying the seriously injured Lu Chang on his back. This made him worry about Wang Teng and Lu Chang's health. Liu Yanxi even arrived in front of Wang Teng before Lu Guan. Husband, are you alright? Liu Yanxi looked up and down at Wang Teng, who was covered in blood, and was filled with heartache and nervousness. It's fine. I just ran out of qi, but it's Chang Di who is not lightly injured, Wang Teng said and released Lu Chang on his back. Lu Guan saw this and quickly walked up to receive the seriously injured Lu Chang, and after taking a look at the wounds, his face changed dramatically. Sage son-in-law, did you guys spar with someone else? So many stab wounds. Lu Guan could tell at a glance that the wounds on Lu Chang's body were stab wounds, and the first thing that came to mind was that it was done by someone from another family, which caused a wave of anger to be suppressed in his heart. If that was the case, he would never let anyone off the hook so easily. However, Wang Teng's next reply shocked Lu Guan. It was the Black Mountain Thieves who did this. Their second leader led the Black Eagle squad of the Black Mountain Thieves to ambush us in the mountains. It's a good thing that my strength has already reached the Zhongshe realm. Otherwise I'm afraid I would have died in the mountains today. Wang Teng briefly narrated it. When Lu Chang heard this, he also weakly spoke out. Eldest uncle, cousin-in-law is truly powerful. One person killed 12 innate realm experts of the Black Mountain Thieves in reverse, and also chopped off one of the arms of the Black Mountain Thieves' second leader, Tang Hong. The words shocked Lu Guan to the core. Such a young Zhongshe realm. And also one person destroyed the Black Eagle squad of the Black Mountain Thieves. This boldness and strength is definitely not something that ordinary people can achieve. For a while Lu Guan appreciated this son-in-law of his even more. Sage son-in-law, you've done well. Go down and rest first. Leave the rest to me. Lu Guan's eyes were filled with recognition and appreciation for Wang Teng. Hearing this, Liu Yanxi held Wang Teng up. Husband, let me help you onto the carriage first. Liu Yanxi's eyes were filled with heartache and concern. It's fine. I can walk by myself, Wang Teng said with a smile. You're like this. Do you still want to be strong? Liu Yanxi insisted. Okay. Wang Teng could only let Liu Yanxi hold himself up, and as the two of them leaned closer, they could still smell the refreshing condensed orchid fragrance from her. On the way to the carriage, she ran into those two good sisters of Liu Yanxi, Fang Qing and Xiao Tingting. When they saw that not only did Wang Teng look so buxom and handsome, but his strength was also so strong, a hint of envy and jealousy appeared in their eyes. Seeing this, Wang Teng whispered to Liu Yanxi, Ma'am, I haven't disgraced you this time, so you can hold your head up in front of your friends from now on. Liu Yanxi didn't expect Wang Teng to work so hard, but actually wanted to give her a long face, and for a moment, she was a bit touched. I don't want you to give me a long face, I just want you to be safe. Liu Yanxi's request was always so plain and simple, but her words were filled with strong concern and worry for Wang Teng. The hunting conference was considered to have come to a successful conclusion, and Wang Teng had gotten the first place in this year's hunting conference with his achievement in hunting the dragon eagle. The reward was a copy of the Earth-grade technique Prisoner's Dragon Palm. It was a palm technique that could control a person and yet constantly destroy the opponent's flesh. After returning to the Lu mansion, Wang Teng returned to his room at the first opportunity, then took out the secret book and studied it. In Wang Teng's opinion, this palm technique was similar to the control skills in the game, at most with the addition of damage to the physical body. Prisoner Dragon Palm. It seems to be quite useful. If I knew this move before, the second leader of the Black Mountain Thieves wouldn't have been able to run away. Wang Teng sat on the bed quite satisfied with this move. If used in conjunction with the dragon breaking chop, the effect might be even better. First, he would use the prisoner dragon palm to control the enemy, and then he would use the dragon breaking slash to bombard them, so that he would be able to kill the opposing expert in a foolproof manner. Thinking of this, Wang Teng sat down with his knees crossed, and then began to cultivate according to the way on the secret book. With Wang Teng's current talent of 1 in a million, he completed the prisoner dragon palm after a little bit of cultivation. Let's try with the chair on the opposite side first, Wang Teng said as he transported the spiritual energy in his body, then stretched out his right hand and aimed it at a chair that was 2 meters away from him. Prisoner dragon palm. After Wang Teng gave a low shout, an invisible palm condensed by aura swiftly grabbed towards the chair, almost instantly grasping the chair in his aura hand. Then the next second, the chair shattered in response to the scratch. Wang Teng was secretly surprised when he saw this. The power of this prisoner dragon palm seemed to exceed his imagination. This prisoner dragon palm doesn't just control the opponent, the damage is actually this great as well. No wonder Changdi said that this first place reward can exterminate a city with a single move, and that it is really possible to exterminate a city when practiced to the extreme. This earth-level technique, it's really powerful. Wang Teng was satisfied with this prisoner dragon palm, and then he remembered something and fished out a dark golden metal ball from his body. I wonder what is this thing? Wang Teng played with it in his hand and looked at it carefully. He could not see anything from the outside. He just felt that this thing was mysterious and also had a hidden aura. Try to infuse the aura into it and see. Wang Teng tried to infuse his aura into it. When the aura entered the dark golden metallic orb, it suddenly cracked from the center. Wang Teng saw this and was secretly surprised, thinking that there was some treasure inside. But he didn't expect the metal ball to open up and there was only a note inside. There's actually only a note inside. I don't know what it says. Wang Teng subconsciously took the note out, then spread it out and took a look at it, which gave him a complete shock. Chapter 17, Holding Hands with the Lady at the Temple Fair. After Wang Teng opened the note, he only saw the following words written on it. Temple Smokehouse looks forward to meeting the prince. Kieran Court Cold Smoke. Seeing these words, Wang Teng was completely shocked. Yes, it's being scared. Since crossing over, Wang Teng had always thought that no one had discovered his true identity as a prince, and now he realized that he was wrong. Turns out someone found out early on and was set up. This gave Wang Teng not only the shock of being seen through his identity, but also the panic of being laid out. In other words, this person behind him not only saw through his identity, but also placed this metal ball in the dragon eagle's nest in advance. The scariest thing was that the other party expected him to grab the dragon eagle and take this metal ball. It was evident that this person had calculated every step with great precision and was very uncomplicated. Kieran Pavilion Cold Smoke. Wang Teng sat on the bed and carefully recalled, feeling that this Kieran Pavilion was very uncomplicated. There was some information about the Kieran Pavilion in the Crown Prince's original memories. Sure enough, after Wang Teng carefully recalled the information, he finally searched for this Qilin Pavilion. The Kieran Pavilion is the #1 mysterious organization in the Grand Xia martial dynasty. He is independent of the dynasty and the Jianghu, and has an intelligence system that is unparalleled in the world. Up to the inner court of the palace, down to the beggar's nest, they have a way to get the relevant information. The most famous ones are the Daxia martial arts list and the weapons spectrum, both of which come from the Kieran Pavilion. It was even rumored by some Jianghu practitioners that the one who won the Qilin would win the world. It can be seen that this Kieran Pavilion, although not into the Jianghu, but the Jianghu, is full of her legend. In the past, when the crown prince fought with his royal brother, he also paid a visit to the Kieran Pavilion, but was ruthlessly rejected. And now that he was down and out, this Kieran Pavilion actually took the initiative to look for him, which made Wang Teng very surprised. As for this cold smoke, it is the Kieran Pavilion master, whether it is strategy or martial arts training talent, are the top of the great summer existence. In the Daxia Wu dynasty has the reputation of banishing fairies to the earth, and is a rare beauty in the world of literature and martial arts. Thinking about the terrifying and incomparable intelligence system of the Qilin Pavilion, Wang Teng suddenly understood why they were able to find him, only that he didn't understand why the Qilin Pavilion took the initiative to find him at this time. This Qilin Pavilion has so carefully laid out its plans just to see me? Why didn't it just come to me directly, instead of using such complicated means? Wang Teng frowned, feeling that the Kieran Pavilion's purpose for doing this was not simple. But no matter what, Wang Teng still felt the need to meet this Qilin Pavilion's pavilion master Cold Smoke for a while. After dawn, Liu Yanxi personally made quite a few more breakfasts for Wang Teng, all of which were ingredients to replenish qi, essence and blood. Husband, I've made quite a lot of delicious food for you. Come over and try it. replenish the qi and blood that was depleted yesterday. Liu Yanxi greeted while bringing out all the breakfast in the food box. Madam, in the future, let the subordinates do this kind of thing. How can you, a great lady, do this kind of subordinate work every day? Wang Teng said with great heartache. Husband worked so hard yesterday, and I couldn't do anything to help, so I can only help you cook. Liu Yanxi said rather knowingly. Madam has done a good job already. I will take you to the temple fair after dinner later. Wang Teng said with a smile. Liu Yanxi was delighted in her heart. She had also been looking forward to going to the temple fair with Wang Teng, so that she could enhance their feelings for each other. This time, the temple fair was in the east of the city, and in addition to all kinds of food, there were also a lot of street jugglers and even jianghu sellers. Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi walked shoulder to shoulder on the bustling temple street, admiring the novelties together. These things Wang Teng had never seen before in the original world, but he had seen them all here. Ma'am, is this a candy cane? How come it glows? Wang Teng asked curiously as he pointed at a string of glowing sugar gourds. This is called a fluorescent candy cane, and the outer layer of sugar is an exotic powdered sugar that is delicious. Very sweet, Liu Yanxi said as she took out money and gave it to the boss, asking for 2 bunches of sugar gourds. Here, husband, very delicious sugar gourd. Liu Yanxi handed a bunch of sugar gourds to Wang Teng. After the latter took it, he couldn't help but taste it. It was really sweet. Is it good? Liu Yanxi asked gently. Tasty, very sweet. Come on, let's go over there. Wang Teng nodded. This glowing sugar gourd was really much better than the sugar gourd on Earth. The key inside is not hawthorn, but an exotic fruit that doesn't taste sour at all, with a sweet flavor and a feeling of being in love. The two of them continued on their way. The temple was full of couples who were either holding hands or arm in arm. Only Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi walked shoulder to shoulder without a hint of intimate interaction. Wang Teng, a straight man, didn't think much about it. He hadn't even been in a relationship in his previous life, and he didn't even know how he was going to get along with his girlfriend. Liu Yanxi, however, was a little eager and envious. Her watery eyes stole a glance at Wang Teng. Seeing that he only knew how to appreciate the novelty sideshows at the temple fair, she secretly complained a little. Since he doesn't take the initiative, it's only her who does. Immediately after taking a deep breath, she secretly extended her hand, shyly and nervously wanting to hold Wang Teng's hand. Just when he was about to hold hands, Wang Teng seemed to have discovered something new and strange and ran away steeply. The hand-holding failed, which caused a dark pang of loss for Liu Yanxi. Ma'am, come over here. There are rabbits circling here. Wang Teng waved his hand towards Liu Yanxi. Okay, I'm coming. After Liu Yanxi answered, she gathered her emotions and quickly followed. Only just as she approached, a large hand suddenly took the initiative to grip her tightly. This caused Liu Yanxi to be surprised for a while, then looked up, and when she realized that it was Wang Teng holding her hand, her heartbeat was as fast as a deer, and her pretty face was even more red to the roots of her ears. If it wasn't for the white veil covering her face, at this point she was afraid she would be even more nervous. Wang Teng was in the Zhongshu realm and had long since discovered Liu Yanxi's behavior. But how could you let a girl take the initiative in something like holding hands? So Wang Teng deliberately ran away for a while and took the initiative to hold her hand again. The catkin's white hand was slippery in his hand, and he had a feeling that he couldn't let go. So a girl's hand is so smooth. Wang Teng is also the first time to hold a girl's hand. Heartbeat actually also involuntarily fast, but on the surface pretend to be calm. Both were holding hands for the first time, and their hearts were beating fast for each other, but gradually they got used to it. After a pleasant stroll, the two were hungry. Husband, let's eat something, Liu Yanxi said as she rubbed her stomach. Okay, which restaurant on this temple street is delicious? Wang Teng came here for the first time. Where did he know which restaurant was delicious? Let's go to the Smoke and Rain building. It has a good environment and the food is very high class, Liu Yanxi said after thinking about it. Smoke and Rain building? Speaking of this, Wang Teng suddenly remembered the note in that metal ball. The Kieran court cold smoke seems to be waiting for him in this smoky building. Wang Teng nodded after hesitating for a moment. Okay, then we'll go to the smoky house. Chapter 18 Cold Smoke in the Kieran Court. Smoke and Rain House, the most famous upscale restaurant in Qi City. Not only is the food high grade, but the environment is also very elegant, and there are even little songs to listen to. So those who can come here to eat are definitely rich. When Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi arrived at the Smoke and Rain building, there were already quite a few people eating here. The first floor is the lobby and the second floor is the private rooms. Both of you, the hall is full. Why don't you go to the upstairs box? A junior greeted them enthusiastically at the first opportunity. Alright, then let's go to the box. Wang Teng nodded, and Liu Yanxi did not have an opinion either. Just when passing through the hall on the first floor, many diners turned their heads to look over. It was really because Wang Teng was too handsome, especially after he got the first place in the hunting conference. His fame spread quickly. Isn't that the first place winner of this year's hunting convention? So handsome looking. Yes, not only is he handsome, his talent and strength is also so strong. He is considered the #1 young talent in Archie City, right? It's a pity that such a good guy found an ugly girl as his wife. The Liu family has really picked up a great bargain this time. Throwing an embroidered ball has actually recruited such an excellent ant. With the two standing together, it feels like the ugly girl from the Liu family is completely unworthy of him. Inside the hall on the first floor, many diners were staring at Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi and talking, but the gossip was surprisingly consistent. That is, Liu Yanxi, an ugly woman, was not worthy of Wang Teng, a young talented man. After Liu Yanxi heard their murmurings, her heart was lost and her eyes were slightly darkened. She even lowered her head in self-abasement because they were right. The ugly-looking her was now a bit unworthy of the outstanding Wang Teng. However, just as Liu Yanxi was about to let go of Wang Teng's hand, the latter held her hand even tighter. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. You are my wife. I am your husband. Didn't we say that we will never leave each other, and we will live and die together? Wang Teng said with a gentle gaze. These words made Liu Yanxi very touched. She didn't expect Wang Teng to be so serious about her. For a while her heart felt much better. After following Xiao Er up to the second floor, he came to a box with a rather elegant environment. Are you two still satisfied with this box? Xiao Er said enthusiastically. Wang Teng took a look at the box and realized that the environment was elegant and brightly lit, so he nodded before saying, okay, this is the room. Liu Yanxi was also satisfied with this box, and after sitting down, she began to skillfully order the dishes, all of which were the signature dishes of the Smoke and Rain building, as well as the dishes that Wang Teng loved to eat: salt-crusted chicken, braised bamboo shoots, osmanthus fish, and ginseng mushroom soup. Wait a moment for the two of you, Junior called out before turning around and walking out, only to quickly turn his head and walk back again. Liu Yanxi and Wang Teng were both puzzled for a while, but they heard that Junior say to Wang Teng, this gentleman, our boss wants to see you. Your boss? Wang Teng suddenly thought of Cold Smoke from Kieran Pavilion and nodded. Okay, lead the way. Before leaving, Wang Teng soothed Liu Yanxi some more, saying that he would be back soon and told her to eat first. After following the Junior out of the box, he rolled over to the third floor. Normally the third floor is closed to the public, so there's no one here. Xiao Er brought Wang Teng to a room on the third floor and stopped. Sir, our boss is waiting for you inside. After Xiao Er said this, he turned around and went back. Without hesitation, Wang Teng pushed the door and walked in. Upon entering the room, Wang Teng saw an extremely beautiful-looking woman elegantly sitting there drinking tea. She was wearing a large red neon dress, holding a red phoenix feather fan in one hand and grasping a teacup in the other hand, elegantly sipping tea. The temperament is noble, elegant, calm and wise, with a sense of lightness and calmness. The most crucial thing was that her appearance was extremely beautiful, and even using the term pouring to describe her was not enough. It was the first time Wang Teng had seen such an elegant and beautiful woman, who was simply several times prettier than those female stars on earth. The door to the room automatically closed after Wang Teng entered. Crown Prince, you're here, have a seat. I have personally brewed big red robe for you. Cold Smoke lightly opened her red lips, and as she spoke, she personally brewed a cup of tea for Wang Teng and elegantly handed it to him. Thanks. Are you the Kieran Pavilion Cold Smoke? Wang Teng did not take the cup of tea, but took the lead to ask. Wang Teng was very cautious now. He had to be on guard at all times until he knew the other party's intentions, in case she was sent by the royal brother. That would be a problem. Yes, I am Cold Smoke, the pavilion master of the Kieran Pavilion, Cold Smoke said as she shook her red phoenix feather fan. So the note in the metal ball was also placed by you guys? Wang Teng continued to ask after he sat down. He was going to have to figure it all out, from whence the other man had seen through him. That's right. Cold Smoke continued to take another calm sip of tea. Then how did you guys anticipate that I would go to the top of Mount Hunlai to catch the dragon eagle, and would also take away the metal ball that you guys left behind? Wang Teng frowned and continued to ask. Being set up was a bad taste, so Wang Teng had to figure out the reason for it. Then it all starts with you taking the embroidered ball from the ugly girl of the Liu mansion, Cold Smoke said nonchalantly. Wang Teng frowned slightly when he heard this. You guys saw through my true identity from that time? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. It's not so much seeing through as it is being interested in you again with renewed interest, Cold Smoke said with a shallow smile. What do you mean? Wang Teng frowned. Cold Smoke elegantly drank a mouthful of the big red robe in his hand before slowly continuing to narrate. As you are the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, we do have people who have always been paying attention to you. It's just that after you were deprived of your cultivation by the third prince in the battle to take over the throne and were beaten up and fled in a terrible mess, after deciding that there was no hope of you ever flipping over, we gradually lost interest in you. Originally, I thought that you would just drop dead out there, until you robbed the ugly daughter of the Liu mansion of her embroidered ball. Oh, is that so? Wang Teng said blandly. Yes, the Liu house ugly 1,000 gold known throughout the Qi city, throwing an embroidered ball to invite marriage no one dares to take, but was a beggar to receive the embroidered ball. Cold Smoke paused before continuing with interest. Originally when the subordinate passed on this news, I only thought it was lace news to listen to. Where did I think that after a rough probe, I realized that this so-called beggar is actually the crown prince of our Daxiaowu dynasty. Wang Teng did not expect that the matter of him receiving the embroidered ball at that time was actually so sensational, but he soon relieved himself and then interrupted. Is that when you guys got interested in me again? No. You marrying an ugly wife won't make us interested in you at all, much less affect the direction of the seizing of the first wife. What really made us interested in you again was the time when the Willow Mansion escorted the darts. Speaking here, Cold Smoke's phoenix eyes steeply flashed with a strange color. An invalid whose meridians are broken all over his body actually killed 66 Black Mountain thieves single-handedly, and also killed their third leader Tang Hyun. This is the point where our Kieran Pavilion has renewed its interest in you. Chapter 19, The Temptation of the Absolute Goddess Cold Smoke. Hearing this, Wang Teng had to marvel at the power of Kieran Pavilion's intelligence. Actually, even the matter of his dart escort could be probed so clearly, and even the number of people killed was more detailed than what he himself remembered. So that's how it is, Wang Teng said indistinctly. It was from that time that our Kieran Pavilion began to focus on you again, and this hunting assembly, to be precise, is a test of your strength. After taking a sip of tea, Cold Smoke continued unhurriedly. If you don't have the strength to get this metal ball, it means that you still don't have any hope of flipping the game, whereas if you get this metal ball, it means that you've encountered a strange encounter and your strength has skyrocketed, and you already have so much hope of flipping the game. This narrative caused Wang Teng to have a dark pang. It turned out that this metal ball was just a test for him by the Kieran Pavilion, so it was no wonder that they wanted to place it in the Dragon Eagle's nest. The Dragon Eagle was the strongest beast in Hengli Mountain, and since Wang Teng had participated in the hunting conference, he would definitely try to hunt the Dragon Eagle, which preferred to collect metal things. After killing the Dragon Eagle, they expected that Wang Teng would inevitably take a look at the Dragon Eagle's nest, and this metal ball exuded a mysterious aura and spiritual qi, which would definitely attract Wang Teng's attention. So every step of this was precisely calculated to Wang Teng's mind. I have to say that this Cold Smoke was really calculated, and for the first time, Wang Teng truly felt the terror of this word. Since you guys went through the trouble of calling me over, what is the reason? Wang Teng asked rhetorically with a frown. Of course it's to help you defeat your royal brother, Cold Smoke said with a shallow smile on her red lips. Is that so? I remember I visited you guys once a long time ago but was ruthlessly rejected by you guys. How come now that I have nothing left, you guys are taking the initiative to come to my door to help me? Wang Teng said indifferently. In the Crown Prince's original memory, he did visit the Kieran Pavilion, but was rejected by them. So this time, Wang Teng was curious about their thoughts. In the past, that was bad timing, but now it's different, Cold Smoke said with a mysterious smile. Oh, what's different? Wang Teng curiously pursued. In the past, Crown Prince, you were surrounded by civil officials and military generals. Even if we, Kieran Pavilion, followed your highness, it would only be the icing on the cake. But now that the Crown Prince is alone, if we assist the Crown Prince now, it would be sending charcoal in the snow, and the Crown Prince would naturally pay attention to us, Cold Smoke said. As such, the real reason for this is not as pretty as her mouth says. The reason why the Kieran Pavilion didn't help the Crown Prince back then was because they didn't think highly of the Crown Prince, believing that his talent was mediocre and that he wouldn't be able to fight the third prince even if he had their Kieran Pavilion's assistance, so they didn't want to get into trouble. And the reason why they took the initiative to befriend him now was because Wang Teng's performance in the last few days was just too much out of their expectation. The refinement of strength was even far beyond their expectations. That's why the Kieran Pavilion decided to come out to assist the Crown Prince. And, now that the Crown Prince has no one around him, it's a good time to talk about the terms. What a snowy one! Wang Teng laughed. He is not stupid. Nothing to offer is either treachery or theft. How can there be such a good thing in the world? What? The Crown Prince doesn't believe what I said? Cold Smoke pursed her red lips slightly and said. Wang Teng didn't answer positively. In fact, since crossing over, he didn't want to fight with the third prince for the throne. He just wanted to live his peaceful life. As an earthling, Wang Teng is not very interested in seizing the throne. Not to mention that the third prince has become a great power. Want to bring down him? It is too dangerous. Or maybe his life will not be guaranteed. And then the words turned to say, but now I don't want to fight with my royal brother for the throne. As long as he doesn't come after me, there's no harm in giving up this throne to him. Wang Teng really did think so. If the imperial brother was willing to stop hunting him, Wang Teng would be more than willing to give up this position to him for free. However, the naive words caused a moment of consternation for Cold Smoke. Crown Prince, are you joking? The competition for the throne has always been a matter of death for you and life for me. Not to mention that you are still the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, the first candidate for the throne succession. Do you think he will let you go? Cold Smoke said with some disbelief. Wang Teng naturally knew the cruelty of this seizing the first wife. Whether it was from the memories of the Crown Prince or the TV series he saw during his time on Earth, all of them stated one thing. Seizing the first wife was a bloody road. Seeing that Wang Teng did not speak, Cold Smoke could not help but continue to persuade again. Your Highness, as long as you have our Kieran Pavilion to assist you, we guarantee that you will be able to make a comeback. Wang Teng saw Cold Smoke so impatient to assist him. Eyes slightly turned dark curiosity, then said tentatively, are there any conditions for your Kieran Pavilion to assist me? Wang Teng was not stupid. He was now alone, and the Kieran Pavilion was so eager to assist him. Naturally there was their purpose. There was absolutely no way it could be as simple as just to help him. Cold Smoke didn't answer positively, but said with a soft pursing of her red lips, I've heard that the Crown Prince has quite a few women in Qi City who adore you since you got first place at the hunting conference. This I have not heard of. Wang Teng was puzzled as to why this Cold Smoke pulled away from the topic. To be honest, Cold Smoke, I also adore His Highness the Crown Prince. Cold Smoke nakedly confessed. Of course, whether it was a true confession or a false confession, only Cold Smoke herself knew in her heart. You adore me? Hey, Wang Teng laughed. He is not stupid. Just the first time we met, said adore him? Then what did he do earlier? However, Cold Smoke's words made Wang Teng think of what? Spinning around, he said in a deep voice. Pavilion Master, you might as well be straightforward with what you have to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. Then I'll be blunt. I want to marry the Crown Prince and use the Kieran Pavilion as a dowry. And when the Crown Prince reigns over the world in another day, you can just appoint me as the Empress. Cold Smoke suddenly said with serious phoenix eyes. These words shocked Wang Teng. He never thought that this Cold Smoke actually wanted to be the Empress. The ambition was a bit big. But the problem was that Wang Teng was going to marry Liu Yanxi in a few days. And this Cold Smoke was clearly trying to make him regret the marriage. When Cold Smoke saw that Wang Teng did not answer him, she stood up from the chair and came to Wang Teng's side in a graceful manner. The white and soft hand gently rested on Wang Teng's shoulder and blew continuously into his ear. His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't be thinking of that ugly girl from the Liu family, would he? Their Liu family is only a third-rate martial arts family in Qi City. What can they help you with? And our Kieran Pavilion is the #1 intelligence organization in the great Xia martial dynasty, with over 100,000 disciples alone. With our help, the Crown Prince will be able to make a comeback in a matter of moments. In addition, the Liu family, that girl looks so ugly. Martial arts talent is still mediocre. While I'm not only gifted 1 in a million, long also pouring. The Crown Prince is a smart man, should know how to choose. This was true. The Liu family was only a third-rate martial arts family, and it couldn't be compared to the huge Kieran Pavilion at all. In addition, Liu Yanxi was so ugly and her talent for martial arts was still very ordinary, while Cold Smoke, not only was she beautiful, her talent for martial arts was even more 1 in a million. Any other man would know what to choose. However, right at this moment, the long-lost system voice appeared once again. Tick. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission again. Option 1, promise to be with Cold Smoke. Reward, 10 spirit gathering pills. 1 book of ground-level secret book Shadowless Steps. 1 set of heaven-level armor. 1 ground-level pet beast. 100,000 taels of gold. 1 fire god talisman. 1 dragon jade pendant. Option 2, reject the lure of Cold Smoke. Reward, a broken medical book. Chapter 20, Cold Smoke's unwillingness. Wang Teng was surprised to have triggered the new option again, and he found that the option rewards this time around were very polarized. The first option, as long as one agrees to be with Cold Smoke, then one would be rewarded with a whole bunch of extremely valuable treasures, 10 spirit gathering pills alone. And the second option, rejecting Cold Smoke, would only reward a broken medical book. This left him speechless. Was the system baiting in disguise? If it were an average man, he would definitely choose the first option without hesitation, because as long as he agreed to be with Cold Smoke, not only would he get a whole bunch of rewards from the system, he would also be able to hold a beautiful woman, and more crucially, he would be able to get the full support of the Kieran Pavilion. However, if he refused Cold Smoke, not only would he not get the beauty, he would not be able to get the support of the Kieran Pavilion, and even the reward from the system would only be a broken medical book. Even Cold Smoke's pretty face was filled with confidence that His Highness the Crown Prince would definitely choose her. However, she might have to disappoint her this time, as Wang Teng had already decided in his mind. Pavilion Master Cold. I have long had my heart in the right place and cannot agree to be with you, Wang Teng responded very seriously. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice sounded again in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his choice, rewarding him with a broken medical book, which has been placed in the system space. When Cold Smoke heard that Wang Teng had rejected her, she had a look of disbelief on her face, thinking that she had heard wrong. She could not help but speak out to confirm. Your Royal Highness, you're not joking, are you? I take the entire Kieran Pavilion out to play with you and you're going to marry an ugly girl? What can she bring you? Cold Smoke was extremely shocked in her heart at this time. Originally she expected that Wang Teng would choose to accept her. However, the prince's answer was greatly out of her expectation. I'm not joking, I'm serious. I'm going to marry Yanxi. In a few days, we'll be married, Wang Teng said again with serious eyes. When Cold Smoke saw Wang Teng's determined eyes, she was slightly surprised, and at the same time, she was also curious as to why an ugly woman that everyone disliked would make a crown prince so attracted to her. After taking a deep breath, Cold Smoke tried to calm herself down. Your Royal Highness, I have no objection if you want to marry that ugly girl from the Liu family. Then have you ever thought about what the Liu family can bring you? Cold Smoke began to switch her thoughts to persuade Wang Teng. They're just a third-rate martial arts family in Qi City. I'm afraid they're not even as good as the Black Mountain Gang. You're now on a collision course with the Black Mountain Gang. If they come to attack with all their might, you and the Liu family won't be able to stop them at all. Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. I'm not afraid of the Black Mountain bandits yet, Wang Teng said in a deep voice. Is that so? Then you are underestimating the Black Mountain Gang too much. The fact that they can entrench themselves in this area of Border City for more than 10 years and grow bigger and bigger represents that they are still very skillful. Cold Smoke continued after a pause. Do you know who they give their goods to whenever they rob them? The collusion between the government and bandits is naturally getting bigger and bigger. Wang Teng voiced his opinion. He had heard the carter, Ma Tao, tell him before that the Black Mountain bandits were always honoring the several city lords in the surrounding area. When Cold Smoke heard this, her red lips pursed slightly and she secretly shook her head. You only know one thing but not the other. The people of the Black Mountain Gang will divide the goods they rob into 3 every time. One for themselves, one to honor the city lords of the surrounding cities, and the other, to supply the Xianling sect. Do you know what kind of existence the Xianling sect is? Wang Teng heard here a slight frown. He never thought that the Black Mountain thieves actually so cunning. So many years actually find themselves 2 amulets of black and white. No wonder they can do more and more. I don't care what kind of existence the other party is. As long as they dare to mess with me, I need them to pay a heavy price, Wang Teng said with an ice-cold gaze. With your current strength, not to mention dealing with the Xianling sect, you can't even deal with the Black Mountain Gang. But with our Kieran Pavilion's help, solving all of these won't be a problem. Whereas the Liu family can't do you any favors. Cold Smoke continued to persuade with reasoning and emotion. This was indeed a stark reality. But Wang Teng would not just give up his choice so easily. And the Kieran Pavilion must have other plans by taking advantage of this time to help themselves. Definitely not just for the sake of being the queen and that's it. My mind is made up. If you are willing to serve me, I will gladly accept you. But it will never be possible for me to marry you in marriage. Wang Teng once again made his attitude clear. Cold Smoke huffed slightly at hearing this. Do not want to marry her even if. Actually want to let the Kieran Pavilion allegiance to him. This is simply a fool's dream. Although Wang Teng is the crown prince, but he is now alone. What qualifications to let the Kieran Pavilion allegiance to him? However, Cold Smoke quickly remembered what her master had told her before her departure, and the anger in her heart was gradually suppressed, followed by a change in her gentle tone and said, since it's fine if you don't want to marry me in union, as long as you complete the 3 tasks I've explained to you, our Kieran Pavilion can be loyal to you. Wang Teng did not expect that the Kieran Pavilion would actually be willing to pledge allegiance to him and then said, what mission? Cold Smoke seemed to have prepared for this and took out a delicate wooden box from her body and handed it to Wang Teng. The 3 quests are all written in the wooden box. You can find out after you open it. Cold Smoke lightly opened her red lips and said. Wang Teng casually took the wooden box, but did not open it at first, but stood up and said, I'll take this wooden box with me for now, and I'll come back to you when I've completed the 3 quests inside. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Cold Smoke exclaimed. She had thought that Wang Teng would be impatient to see the 3 tasks in this box, but she didn't expect that Wang Teng didn't even mean to open the box. I'll open it up when I'm interested. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. In fact, he hadn't yet considered whether or not to go the way of the crown prince. Because once you take the prince's path to seize the throne, then there will never be a peaceful day behind. Maybe even his little life, as well as the little life of the Liu family, will not be guaranteed. Cold Smoke seemed to have guessed Wang Teng's thoughts and did not force it anymore. Alright, I look forward to seeing you again soon with His Highness the Crown Prince, Cold Smoke surplus said. Wang Teng arched his hand, then quickly walked towards the downstairs, while Cold Smoke personally sent him downstairs. As the owner of Smoke and Rain Building, the courtesy naturally had to be considerate. Just as they came down from the third floor, Liu Yanxi, who was waiting anxiously in the box, walked out to look for Wang Teng. Then he saw Wang Teng and Cold Smoke walking down from the third floor shoulder to shoulder. One was handsome, one was charming, and the two walked together as if they were born as a pair. Liu Yanxi had a feeling of being ashamed of herself after seeing that beautiful woman beside Wang Teng. Even a touch of inferiority was born in her heart, thinking that only this woman was worthy of Wang Teng, and she was not even worthy of lifting her shoes. Ma'am, why did you come out? Wang Teng said with some surprise. I was a bit bored inside the box, so I came out to get some air. Liu Yanxi said back somewhat nervously. Then let me take you out for another stroll. Wang Teng said as he took hold of Liu Yanxi's catkin white hand and then walked outside, his eyes filled with tenderness. Cold Smoke looked at the back of Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi as they walked away hand in hand, and was secretly a bit unwilling to do so. Steeply, a woman in a green neon dress walked out from behind Cold Smoke. Senior sister, has His Highness the Crown Prince agreed? The green-skirted woman opened her mouth and asked. No, this prince seems to have changed into a different person. There is a big difference from what was described in the intelligence. Cold Smoke frowned her willow brows and returned. Having been hunted by the third prince for half a year, having lived in a dog's nest and drilled in a chicken coop, it makes sense that there would be a change in his personality. It's just that I'm very curious as to how he was able to practice martial arts again, and also promoted his strength so quickly in just a few days' time. The woman in green said curiously. It might have something to do with the great Xiaoqi dispute that Master said. Of course there are also high people we can't see helping the Crown Prince behind the scenes. Cold Smoke Woods analyzed. It makes sense. I originally thought that this battle for Qi in the Great Summer Martial Dynasty was going to end, but I didn't realize that it had just begun. The green-clothed woman said this and then flirted with a turn of phrase. I didn't expect that senior sister herself actually failed, or lost to an ugly girl. When Cold Smoke heard this, a hint of displeasure and sulkiness flashed in her eyes. She boasted that she had descended from the exiled immortal, and that mortal women were not worthy of comparing with her at all. Yet here she was, losing to an ugly girl, and not as good as her in any condition. At this, Cold Smoke was a bit reluctant. Just wait, the Crown Prince just happened to meet her when he was at the lowest point in his life, and in his heart, he just saved his gratitude for her, and with the Battle of Qi, he will know that I am the only one who can bring him what he wants. Chapter 21, Broken Medical Books? A real treasure. After returning to the Liu mansion, Liu Yanxi sat alone in front of the dresser, somewhat sullen. The daytime temple business had left her a little godforsaken, especially with all the diners talking about her and making her feel inferior. Liu Yanxi slowly uncovered the white veil on her face and saw the ugly face covered with red birthmarks in the mirror. A tear involuntarily spilled from his eye. It was so hard for her to like a man, only to realize that she was not good enough for him, and that inferiority complex weighed her down a bit. Right at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open by Xiao Hong, and then she ran in excitedly with a big red phoenix cape. Miss, the old madam asked me to send this cape over for you to try on and see where it needs to be altered. When Liu Yanxi heard the commotion, she hurriedly wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes before covering the white veil again. Did you get the wedding clothes done so quickly? Liu Yanxi said with feigned calmness. There are still 7 days before the wedding ceremony. If we don't get the wedding clothes done, it will be too late. Miss, you quickly try it on. If it doesn't fit anywhere, the old madam told me to take it back and change it. Xiao Hong's face was happy. She couldn't wait to see how her own young lady would look in her cape. Liu Yanxi nodded, then took off the white dress she was wearing and replaced it with this big red cape. Xiao Hong helped replace the white veil on the lady's face with a red one again. After dressing up like this, Liu Yanxi's gentle and quiet temperament was instantly set off. Miss, this set of phoenix cape is too suitable for you. Wearing it, it's simply beautiful, and on the day of worship, it will definitely amaze everyone. Xiao Hong happily praised. Liu Yanxi also turned around in front of the mirror, feeling that this set of phoenix crown shoppy did suit her. Only when she thought of the gap between herself and Wang Teng, her eyes darkened slightly again. Little Red, do you think I'm worthy of my husband? Liu Yanxi asked weakly. Miss, two people just like each other. Is there anyone who is worthy of being worthy? Why bother with what others say? Xiao Hong voiced out. Then do you think husband likes me? Liu Yanxi pursued rather shyly. Of course he likes you. Haven't you noticed that his eyes are only gentle when he looks at you? Little Red said with a serious expression. Yes? Liu Yanxi's pretty face slightly blushed when she heard this, and her heart secretly burst with joy, and her mood instantly improved. While the two of them were chatting in whispers, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the broken medical book that the system had rewarded him with from the system space. Only the medical book, which was indeed a bit old and worn in appearance, did not even have the name of the book. It's really a broken medical book. Wang Teng let out a helpless bitter smile and immediately flipped open the medical book to prepare for his practice. System book recognized. Do you want to practice it immediately? Wang Teng heard the system's voice and secretly burst of joy. It seemed that the things rewarded by the system could help him to cultivate. This would be perfect, and he wouldn't have to expend his energy to slowly cultivate. Practice immediately. Wang Teng immediately responded. As the words fell, the broken medical book in Wang Teng's hand turned into a white light and shot into Wang Teng's head. Immediately afterward, Wang Teng's head was filled with a lot of knowledge in the medical arts. Silver needle stabbing points, massage, recognizing herbs and medicines, detoxifying blood and so on. All the top medical skills in this world. After practicing, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes as a flash of excitement flashed across his face. This medical skill can be in the future the world's diseases will not be able to defeat me. Where is this a broken medical book? It's simply a peerless medical book. This wave is not a loss. Wang Teng was secretly excited. Then he thought of something and took out a delicate wooden box from his body, which was exactly what Cold Smoke had given him. Should we go the prince's old way? Wang Teng looked at the wooden box with some hesitation. For one thing, it was dangerous to retrace this path, and it might involve the Liu family and Liu Yanxi. Secondly, Wang Teng suspected that the Kieran Pavilion had taken the initiative to find him for another purpose, and before figuring out their intentions, Wang Teng didn't want to easily agree to them. Thirdly, as Wang Teng's own fame rose, the imperial brother would definitely notice him, and then wave after wave of pursuit would have to start again, and without his own power and strength, he would be killed by him at any time by then. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Teng decided to take a look at the quest in the wooden box first. Better check out their 3 missions before you decide. Thinking of this, Wang Teng opened the wooden box, which also contained a note. Wang Teng casually typed it open, still with the same elegant and clear handwriting as before. It was only the 3 tasks on it that surprised Wang Teng. Black Cliff Mountain, the base camp of the Black Mountain Gang. The second leader, Tang Hong, had been harboring in the base camp to recuperate since he had escaped back from Mount Hanglai in distress, much grumpier after breaking an arm. 2 chicks served him, both of which upset him, and he even got a slap on the wrist because one of the chicks nervously poured and spilled a little wine. What kind of wine did you pour? It all spilled out. Tang Hong directly threw a slap over without saying a word. That chick was beaten and fell to the ground. The corners of her mouth were bleeding from the beating, but there was not a single complaint. Instead she knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy in horror. Second bosses, spare me. I'll do it right next time. That chick was terrified as she kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. If you can't even pour a drink well, then what's the point of having you? Drag it out and chop it up. Tang Hong impatiently waved his hand towards his men. Ever since breaking an arm, Tang Hong had no place to vent his anger in his heart, so he could only use this cruel means to vent his anger. The chick was scared out of her wits when she saw herself being dragged out, but no matter how much she begged for mercy, it didn't help until she was finally clicked off. Then an old man, dressed in gray, walked in eerily. Tang Air, why are you so angry lately? Killing people without moving, the gray-clothed old man said with a frown. When Tang Hong saw this gray-clothed old man, his expression immediately changed. This is the chief elder of their Black Mountain Gang, Fong Yen. Although this old man's martial arts skills were not high, his medical skills were unrivaled, and his poison making was also very powerful, and a large part of the reason why they were able to put down roots in this area was because of this old man's poisons. It's not because of that ant of the Liu family, who had an arm cut off by him, and has no place to vent his anger in his heart. Tang Hong said indignantly. Does Big Boss know about this? Old man Fong Yan said with a solemn expression. Big brother is in closed-door cultivation. I don't dare to let him know. Tang Hong said with an apprehensive expression. The ant of the Liu family. Humph. One who dares to provoke our Black Mountain Gang like this hasn't appeared for several years. Old man Fong Yan snorted coldly. Tang Hong's eyes lit up when he heard this. Grand Elder, do you have any ways to exterminate him? It's best to exterminate the Liu family as well, Tang Hong said with a sinister face. He was aware of this Grand Elder's insidious methods. As long as he was willing to make a move, the entire Liu family would surely be exterminated. How hard is it to exterminate a small Liu family? It just so happens that I've developed a new poison. Let's try it on the Liu family. It's also good to let the other clans know what happens when they offend our Black Mountain Gang. A trace of coldness flashed through Fong Yan's eyes. Chapter 22. The Liu family will be exterminated. The night is dark and windy. It is the night of murder. A dark shadow easily entered the Liu mansion with a leap from outside. It was already the middle of the night. No one was walking around inside the mansion, and even if there was a patrolling escort, it was easily avoided by this dark shadow. A wind blew by, and this black shadow came to a water well inside the Liu mansion. Invisible in water, colorless and tasteless. Offend our Black Mountain gang and I'll let your whole family die. As that black shadow spoke, he pulled out a black jade bottle from his body, and then went into the water well and started pouring the medicinal powder inside. The powder quickly entered the well and quickly dissolved into nothingness when it met the water. After pouring a water well, that black shadow seemed to be unwilling, and after a few jumps, it quickly came to another water well in the Liu mansion. Then once again, he pulled out a black jade bottle and began to pour out the medicinal powder inside. The same operation was done several times in a row, and several wells within the Willow mansion were poured into the unknown powder. Only after doing this did the dark shadow stop with satisfaction. From now on, there will be no more Liu family in Qi City. After that black shadow coldly dropped these words, he quickly left the Liu mansion. It was getting closer and closer to the day of the marriage ceremony, and Wang Teng was still practicing every day except for cultivation, because he knew that the danger was getting closer and closer to him. He had to grab every second to improve his strength, otherwise not only would he die, but Liu Yanxi as well as the Liu family would be dragged down by him. Wang Teng opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face. 2 days' time, and I've finally risen to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. The spirit-gathering jade pendant given by mother-in-law is really useful. In fact, Wang Teng's ability to cultivate so fast, besides the spirit-gathering jade pendant, it also had something to do with his talent after cleansing his marrow and hair, as well as the heavenly grade technique True Dragon skill. As long as one of them was missing, it was impossible to cultivate so fast. To know that it would take at least several years for an average person to go from the early to the middle stage of the sovereign realm, but Wang Teng had done it in just 2 days, which showed how heaven-defying the cultivation speed was. Wang Teng stretched a lazy waist and walked down from the bed. Just as he opened the door, a blinding sunlight shone in. Today was another good day. Liu Yanxi walked over just in time with her food box. Husband, I've made you breakfast. You wash up and quickly come over to eat. Liu Yanxi smiled gently before heading towards the house. These days breakfasts were all made by Liu Yanxi herself. Very gentle and virtuous. Ma'am, I've told you several times that it's better to leave this kind of thing to the subordinates, Wang Teng said rather heartily. He didn't want to see his lady getting up early every morning to prepare breakfast for him. No, a day's plan lies in the morning. Eating better in the morning will be good for your cultivation throughout the day. I don't feel comfortable with what others do, Liu Yanxi said as she opened the food box and took out the food inside to replenish qi and blood. Bear paw, black tiger gallbladder cake, ling crane porridge, ginseng soup. They are all top quality qi and blood replenishing ingredients, which are very helpful for cultivators, but they are very expensive. Just this one meal, at least a few hundred taels of silver, which the average family can't afford to eat. Instead, Liu Yanxi made such a meal every morning, so it could be seen that Liu Yanxi had a lot of heart for Wang Teng. This is too rich for you to do every day. Have you eaten yet? Eat together. Wang Teng looked at the large table of food that replenished qi and blood and secretly marveled. I've eaten. These are specially made for you. I'll just watch you eat. As Liu Yanxi spoke, she really sat down and looked at Wang Teng with anticipation in her eyes. Fine. Wang Teng was a bit helpless, but he was also in need of these great tonic ingredients to help him grow his cultivation. Immediately, Wang Teng picked up the spoon and served a bowl of spirit crane porridge, only just putting it into his mouth. He frowned. Husband, how does it taste? Is this spiritual crane porridge still to your liking? Liu Yanxi said with anticipation. Wang Teng did not speak, but spat out the spirit crane porridge in his mouth. There is poison in this porridge, Wang Teng said with a grave expression. After practicing the peerless healing art, Wang Teng was already particularly sensitive to herbs and could immediately sense them at the touch of his tongue. He could now be quite certain that this ling crane porridge was poisoned, and it was highly poisonous. While Liu Yanxi's face changed in shock after hearing these words. Poison in the porridge? Impossible. Don't scare me. This porridge is made by my own hands. How could it be poisonous? Liu Yanxi unbelievingly picked up the spoon and prepared to taste it personally. However, he was stopped by Wang Teng. It's really poisonous. Don't eat it. Wang Teng naturally believed that Liu Yanxi would not poison him, but this porridge was really poisonous, and the poison came in a really strange way. Immediately, Wang Teng's eyes fell on several other dishes on the table, and subconsciously used his nose to sniff carefully, and sure enough, every dish here was poisonous. Is someone trying to poison me? Thinking of this, Wang Teng's complexion tightened as he had encountered people poisoning him before, and immediately turned his head to Liu Yanxi and asked, Ma'am, Has anyone been in the kitchen? Indeed. According to normal human thinking, poisoning a meal must be the first thing to suspect that a stranger has been in the kitchen. I don't know, but I didn't encounter any strangers entering the kitchen while I was cooking these dishes. Liu Yanxi had just finished saying this, when suddenly her head started to get a little dizzy, and her face instantly paled. Her body swayed before she steeply fell to the ground powerlessly. Wang Teng's face changed drastically when he saw this. It was obvious that Liu Yanxi had been poisoned. Madam, are you alright? Wang Teng helped Liu Yanxi up at the first time. Then he saw that her breath was disordered. Her face was pale and her lips were black. This was a symptom of poisoning. Wang Teng immediately confirmed the suspicion in his heart. Husband, I'm so dizzy, my chest is almost out of breath. Liu Yanxi's chest was stuffy and had the feeling that she couldn't catch her breath. You are poisoned. What did you eat in the morning? Wang Teng was in a tense mood, then hurriedly reached out his hand and put it on Liu Yanxi's pulse. He had just learned the art of healing a few days ago, and never expected to use it in the blink of an eye. Just a little millet porridge and buns. Liu Yanxi leaned in Wang Teng's arms and said with a weak face, millet porridge and buns, both made in the kitchen? Wang Teng asked with a frown. Well, it was uniformly made in the kitchen. After Liu Yanxi finished saying this, her throat suddenly became sweet and a mouthful of blood spat out from her mouth. Frightened, Wang Teng's face changed once again. You've been poisoned, and it's a strong poison. I have to detoxify you right away. Wang Teng immediately judged it after taking his pulse. Then at the first opportunity, his fingers condensed his aura and tapped a few times on Liu Yanxi's heart, sealing a few key acupoints in the heart. This would be able to temporarily delay the onset of the toxin. After doing this, Wang Teng quickly carried Liu Yanxi to the bed before asking again in a hurried voice. I need a set of silver needles now. Ma'am, do we have any in the willow house? Without knowing what kind of toxin it was, the only way to force the poison was to use silver needles, which was the most effective means of treatment. It's in the treatment room at the mansion, Ryu Yoshiro said after taking a breather. After being sealed by Wang Teng's heart vein, the speed of the toxin's invasion was temporarily slowed down, and Liu Yanxi also felt better. Alright, ma'am, wait here for a while, I'll be right back. After Wang Teng dropped these words, he frantically ran out. Now he was racing against time. Only after getting the silver needle could he come over to save Liu Yanxi. While flying all the way, Wang Teng steeply realized that there were quite a few subordinates in the Liu mansion who had similarly collapsed on the ground, all with the same symptoms as Liu Yanxi, and it was obvious that they were all poisoned as well. Seeing this, Wang Teng suddenly understood something. It looks like someone has poisoned the Liu mansion. We must find out the murderer behind this. Wang Teng swore secretly in his heart, then ran furiously all the way to the treatment room in the mansion, and after getting the silver needle, he quickly ran back to his room again. While Wang Teng was fighting for every second, in a tea house across the street from the Liu mansion, an old man in gray robes sat by the window, leisurely drinking tea. Soon a subordinate hurriedly ran up and reported with an excited face, Grand Elder, everyone within the Willow Mansion has been poisoned. It won't be long before everyone in the Willow Mansion dies. Grand Elder Fong Yen nodded, then looked up at the sun in the sky and squinted confidently and said, when the sun sets, it will be the time when the Liu Mansion is destroyed. This is what happens when you offend our Black Mountain Gang. Chapter 23, Unparalleled Medical Skills Saving the Whole House. While Fong Yen and the others were waiting to see the Liu family destroyed, Wang Teng had already gotten the silver needle and returned to his room. At this moment, Liu Yanxi was lying on the bed, breathing hard, and her face was getting paler and paler. Wang Teng knew that the toxin was already starting to spread, and if he didn't get any help, Liu Yanxi's life would be in danger at any time. Ma'am, I have a way to help you cure the poison. Sit on your knees and don't move. Wang Teng helped Liu Yanxi up. After Liu Yanxi nodded, she sat down on her knees on the bed as Wang Teng said, Ma'am, I'm going to zap you with a silver needle. It might be slightly painful, so bear with me. It was Wang Teng's first time to stab a needle, so he was a little nervous, but he still quickly opened the cloth bag of silver needles that he had taken from the medical room, and then casually drew out a long and thin silver needle. Then Wang Teng stuck the silver needle on Liu Yanxi's 100 happiness point. This was still the first time Wang Teng had ever stuck a needle after becoming proficient in the medical arts, so he could not help but be a little rusty, but fortunately the first needle went down smoothly. Ryu Yanxi didn't cause a lot of pain either. Wang Teng secretly sighed in relief when he saw this, and then he took out a second silver needle. This time the place to be stabbed was the heart position. This position would instantly stop the heart if it was not zapped properly. Wang Teng hesitated a little before settling down and zapping it. The second stitch worked again. Seeing that the first two stitches were successful, Wang Teng had confidence in the next few stitches. Only after a total of 7 needles in a row did Wang Teng stop his hand, only for a trace of sweat to break out on his forehead. These 7 stitches are no ordinary stitches. Instead, it was the very mysterious Taiyi 7-star needle, which required a certain amount of spiritual energy to be consumed for each needle, and it was good that Wang Teng finally succeeded. Taiyi 7-star needle. With this needle technique you will be able to force the poison out. After Wang Teng wiped the sweat from his forehead, he began to utilize the true dragon skill in his body. With a movement of the true dragon skill, coupled with the spirit-gathering jade pendant, Wang Teng quickly mobilized quite a bit of spiritual energy, and through the 7 silver needles, he infused the spiritual energy into Liu Yanxi's body. The Taiyi 7-star needle was instantly activated by the infusion of spiritual energy. Then the toxins in Liu Yanxi's body began to be forced out bit by bit. After a few breaths, Liu Yanxi suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, and immediately afterward, her face looked much better. Wang Teng was secretly relieved when he saw that Liu Yanxi had spat out that mouthful of poisonous blood. Finally the poison has been forced out. Ma'am, are you feeling better? Wang Teng asked full of concern. It's better. My breathing is also smooth. Thank you husband for detoxifying me. But how did I get poisoned? Liu Yanxi asked in doubt. You're not the only one poisoned in the Liu mansion. I saw that other people were also poisoned. So this time it should be that someone has poisoned our Liu mansion. I'm going to go and save the others now. So you stay well in and rest here. Wang Teng said and put away the silver needle. Then pulled his leg and walked out. Just now he saw that there were a lot of people poisoned in the Liu mansion. So he had to hurry to save them, or else they would die if he was late. I'll go too. Seeing this, Liu Yanxi also hurriedly climbed down from the bed. How could she stay here and rest after such a big event in the mansion? Soon, Wang Teng, like a firefighting teammate, went to his in-laws first. Fortunately, mother-in-law had just gotten up and had not yet eaten anything, so she was not poisoned, while father-in-law was poisoned, but because of his strength, he was using his energy to force the poison, but the effect was minimal. When Wang Teng, Liu Yanxi and the others came in, mother-in-law Yao Shu was anxiously preparing to go outside to call a doctor, but was stopped by Wang Teng. Mother-in-law, I can cure this poison. You carry all the poison personnel outside here so that I can unify the treatment. Wang Teng said out loud. Xian's son-in-law, you still know how to detoxify poison? Mother-in-law Yao Shu said with some disbelief. A little bit. You quickly go and carry all the poison personnel in the mansion in. If you are late, it will be too late. In addition, from now on close the door of the mansion. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Wang Teng spoke out again. This poison comes from a strange place and must be thoroughly investigated. Mother-in-law Yao Shu's heart had long been flustered at this point, and when she heard Wang Teng say this, she immediately did as she was told. Alright, I'll go arrange it right away. Yao Shu responded and then immediately ran out. Seeing that Wang Teng was still so organized in the face of a major event, Liu Yanxi quickly felt that he had a backbone, and his panicked heart gradually calmed down. Father-in-law Liu Goen was at this moment, kneeling down and exercising his energy to force the poison, but the effect was not very satisfactory, and could only delay the onset of the toxin. Without timely medical attention, Liu Goen will surely die. Father-in-law, bear with me, I will immediately detoxify you, Wang Teng said and hurriedly took out a silver needle, then gave Liu Goen a needle to dispel the poison. Liu Goen knew that he couldn't force the poison out, so he could only cooperate with Wang Teng to save his life. While Wang Teng was concentrating on removing the poison from Liu Goen, mother-in-law Yao Shu had already had people carry in quite a few poison members of the house, and after a rough count, there were at least 20 of them. This is almost 80% of the personnel in the mansion. Even the coachman Ma Tao, the maid Xiaohong was also poisoned. The rest of those who are not poisoned are just getting up and have not yet eaten anything. It's a good thing that the Liu family's guards don't live in the mansion, or else I'm afraid that more people would be poisoned. Wang Teng's face was unsightly when he saw that so many people were poisoned. The other party was trying to exterminate the Liu family's entire clan. This was too ruthless. If this isn't checked out, we'll be in even bigger trouble later. Yao Shu and Liu Yanxi were also horrified when they saw this. This was definitely a premeditated poisoning, and it was the kind that was going to exterminate the entire Liu family. After Wang Teng put away the anger in his heart, he continued to concentrate on giving Liu Goen needles to dispel the poison. After performing it once on Liu Yanxi, the second time he performed the Taiyi 7-star needle, he was much more skillful, and it only took a moment of effort to get rid of the toxins on Liu Goen's body. As Liu Goen spat out a mouthful of black poisonous blood, his body instantly felt much better. Father-in-law, how do you feel now? Wang Teng asked with concern after collecting the needles. Much better, thanks to the virtuous son-in-law. If it wasn't for you today, our Liu family would have been afraid of a great disaster. Liu Goen looked at the poisoned underlings lying all over the place. There was a nameless anger burning in his heart. Who in the world would want to exterminate the Liu family? You rest for a while. I'll save the other subordinates to get rid of the poison. Wang Teng had no time for him for the time being, and after saying this, he went back to his work. It was good that Wang Teng was becoming more and more skillful in applying the needles, and the speed of rescuing and dispelling the poison was also getting faster and faster. One by one, the patients lying in the hall were also saved by Wang Teng. On the tea house across from the Liu mansion, Fan Yan had been sitting here all day, watching the Liu mansion through the window. Seeing that no one came in or out of the Willow House for a whole day, he secretly thought that the people in the Willow House were dying out. Soon an underling who had been prying for information hurried over again. Great Elder, the doors of the Liu mansion are tightly closed. No one is coming in or out, and no sound is coming from inside. So I think all the Liu family members must have died out, that subordinate said excitedly. This news confirmed Fan Yan's own suspicions. Well, this newly developed poison of mine, even I don't have an antidote for it. Once poisoned, it's the immortals who can't save it. Fan Yan was very confident in his poison. Then he looked up at the sky. Seeing that the sun had already set, he felt that it was time to go to the Liu mansion to have a look. By the way, let's see how much the poison destroys the human body. He's using the Liu family's lives for poison research. Let's go. Let's go to the Liu mansion and take a look. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fan Yan walked down from the tea house with that henchman, and then with an easy leap, both of them jumped over the walls of the Liu mansion and jumped into the Liu mansion. Just after arriving in the Liu mansion, they didn't see the corpse-strewn situation they had imagined. On the contrary, there wasn't a single corpse in the mansion. What's the situation? How come there isn't even a single corpse? Fan Yan frowned. Maybe they all died in the house too. We might as well check out their room, the henchman suggested. Fan Yan nodded. Just as he was about to head towards the hall of the Liu mansion, a large group of people rushed out from their hiding place and surrounded them. The first two people were Wang Teng and Liu Goen. So it was you two who threw the poison. I was worried that I couldn't find the murderer, but I didn't expect you to send yourselves to the door. Wang Teng said coldly. He guessed that the other party might still come to the door, so he made a move to wait for the rabbit, not realizing that he really waited for these two murderers. As for Fan Yan and that henchman, they were shocked to see so many Liu family members alive and well. You all, are not dead? Chapter 24, Helping Your Ladyship Unblock Her Meridians. Fan Yan was shocked in his heart at this time. None of the people from the Liu family actually died. This was completely out of his expectation. In his mind, if he was hit by the poison he had developed, even the Grandmaster realm would be killed. Let alone these ordinary subordinates. How is it possible? You guys were obviously poisoned by me. Why isn't any of you dead? Fan Yan's face was filled with disbelief, completely unable to accept this result in front of him. When Wang Teng saw Fan Yan's shocked expression, the corners of his mouth slightly twitched before he walked out and said, "Are you surprised that none of us are dead even though we were obviously poisoned by you? Sorry to disappoint you, but I happen to know how to heal. You know medical skills?" Fan Yan looked up and down at this young Wang Teng. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes, and then he immediately dismissed himself. "Impossible. I personally developed this poison. There is no antidote in the world. Even if you're a godly doctor, you can't cure my poison." Up to this point, Fan Yan was still confident in the poison he had developed, but with the facts in front of him, there was no room for disbelief. Believe it or not. In any case, you won't be able to leave this Liu mansion today, Wang Teng said and offered his wind spirit sword, ready to strike at any time. Liu Goen and the others also took out their weapons and surrounded Fan Yan. "Humph, just with you people you want to kill me? A fool's dream." Fan Yan realized that his action had failed and immediately thought of escaping. As soon as the words fell, he utilized his lightweight stance to leap out of the encirclement with a single jump, and then fled outward, extremely fast, like a spirit cat, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was about to jump out of the city wall. Wang Teng's eyes stared when he saw this. "Want to escape? No way," Wang Teng said as he activated the True Dragon skill on his body, then extended his right hand to lock onto Fan Yan's chi. Then he shouted, "Prisoner Dragon Palm." In the next second, an invisible palm condensed by aura caught up with Fan Yan, who was trying to flip through the wall, with lightning speed and firmly grabbed him. "What's going on? Why can't I move my body? And I also feel a huge oppression and binding." Fan Yan panicked. He felt as if he was being grabbed by a huge hand, making his entire body unable to move, and the giant hand was still applying pressure, making him feel more and more suffocated. "You run instead." Wang Teng made a long leap and jumped directly in front of him. "Who are you?" Fan Yan questioned in horror. He couldn't think at all that the Liu mansion actually had such a powerful character. "You don't deserve to know my name yet. Rather, I am curious about your identity. Who sent you to poison our Liu family?" Wang Teng asked rhetorically. "If you want to kill, then kill. Why bother asking?" Fan Yan said rather stiffly. "You are tough. Then I want to see just how tough you are." Wang Teng said with a slight force on his hand. Instantly the prisoner dragon palm that bound Fong Yen tightened a little bit more, which caused Fong Yen to suffer even more. He desperately tried to struggle, but couldn't escape no matter what. Fong Yan's strength was only at the early stage of the sovereign realm, while Wang Teng had already reached the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Fong Yen, the old man, was not a match for Wang Teng at all. Seeing that Fong Yen kept silent, Wang Teng kept increasing the power of the prisoner dragon palm until a trace of blood spilled out of Fong Yan's mouth, and only then did the latter frantically scream, "Kid, it's fine for you to kill me today, but when my Black Mountain Gang's Grand Master comes out of the gate, that's when your Lu mansion will be destroyed, and he'll avenge me. Ha ha, Black Mountain thieves." Wang Teng's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He had long guessed that it was this group of murderous outlaws. Immediately the wind spirit sword in his hand shot out without hesitation, hitting Fong Yen squarely in the chest. Scarlet blood quickly flowed out. Soon Fong Yen, the old man, lost his vitality and his body slowly collapsed. The wind spirit sword absorbed Fong Yan's energy again. After killing Fong Yen, Lu Gowen walked over at the first opportunity. "Sage son-in-law, have you asked who was behind this?" Lu Gowen asked with a grave expression. The other party was going to exterminate their entire Lu family. How could Lu Gowen not find out? "It's the Black Mountain thieves. It looks like they are onto us," Wang Teng said in a deep voice, a hint of killing intent in his tone. "Black Mountain thieves? This gang of outlaws? They actually dared to come to Chi City to poison us openly. They can't be tolerated any longer." Lu Gowen secretly clenched his fists. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and decided to take the initiative to exterminate the Black Mountain thieves. However, he was persuaded by Wang Teng. "Father-in-law, we have to think long and hard if we want to exterminate the Black Mountain thieves. We can't exterminate them with our strength alone, not to mention the fact that they have the officials behind them, as well as the Xianling sect." Wang Teng specially emphasized the latter sentence. As expected, Lu Gowen's face changed when he heard that the Black Mountain thieves were related to the Xianling sect. If they're related to the Xianling sect, that's not going to be easy to deal with. Lu Gowen knew the horror of the Xianling sect. It was an authentic cultivation sect in the Jianghu Lake. Even though it was only a second or third-rate cultivation sect, it was not something that their mundane martial arts family could contend with. "Leave this matter to me." Wang Teng intended to find a way to exterminate this Black Mountain thief on his own, as one of the 3 tasks given to him by Cold Smoke was to exterminate the Black Mountain thief. So no matter what, he had to find a way to exterminate it. But right now he had more important things to solve. To find out where the source of the poison was, otherwise the people in the mansion would have to be poisoned again. Then Wang Teng swept his eyes over the captured one of Fong Yan's men, and asked with a change of words, "By the way, father-in-law, did you ask where they poisoned them?" Asked out. "They put the poison in the water well, even the small water well in the backyard." Too ruthless. Lu Gowen's face was furious. This was to exterminate their entire family. "Now we can only dig the well again." Lu Gowen sighed. Wang Teng nodded. Redigging the well was time-consuming, but it was indeed the best solution. However, the killing intent of the Black Mountain thieves in his heart was also getting bigger and bigger. As long as this Black Mountain thieves were not destroyed, the Lu family and he would not have a peaceful day. But how to exterminate them will have to be planned thoroughly. After all, this Black Mountain thief is too cunning, and has found himself 2 amulets of black and white. After this matter was settled, Wang Teng returned to his room, and Liu Yanxi followed with a light lotus step. "Husband, thank you for saving our family today. Otherwise, our Lu family would have feared for the worst." Liu Yanxi warmly appreciated. "I've told you, why should a family thank you?" Wang Teng said after laughing. Having said that, Wang Teng was still secretly glad that he had chosen to break the medical book in the first place, or else he was only afraid that even he himself would die under this poison today. "Husband, will the Black Mountain bandits still come after us?" Liu Yanxi said rather worriedly. What happened during the daytime made Liu Yanxi a little bit afraid. She knew that the Black Mountain thieves failed in one plan, and would certainly use another plan. "Don't worry, with me here, the Black Mountain thieves won't harm you," Wang Teng said with firm eyes. He would never let the Black Mountain thieves harm Liu Yanxi as well as the Liu family. "It's a pity that my natural talent is mediocre, or else I could also help you guys deal with the Black Mountain thieves," Liu Yanxi said with slightly dark eyes. Although she was a daughter, Liu Yanxi also wanted to help the family, but unfortunately her natural talent was too poor. When Wang Teng heard this, he suddenly remembered something about Liu Yanxi's natural talent. In the morning when Wang Teng was taking Liu Yanxi's pulse, he realized that the reason why Liu Yanxi had poor martial arts talent was because her martial arts practicing meridians were clogged. And this became even more obvious when the silver needle was dispelling the poison. If it wasn't for the poisoning, Wang Teng wouldn't necessarily have been able to discover the situation on Liu Yanxi's body. She is not a bad talent, but her meridians are clogged from practicing martial arts. As long as she is helped to unclog her meridians, the speed of practicing martial arts may be 1,000 miles a day. Just as he thought of this, the system's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, help Liu Yanxi unclog her meridians. Reward, 1 spirit gathering pill. Ground level technique shadowless steps. Option 2, ignore Liu Yanxi's words. Reward, Earth Grade Overlord Gun. Chapter 25, Madam, undressing for the medicinal bath. Wang Teng did not expect that this could trigger a system task, but it was good. Anyway, he was prepared to help Liu Yanxi unclog his meridians, and with a system task, he could still get a reward for nothing. Then he said to Liu Yanxi, "Ma'am, when I gave you silver needles to get rid of the poison in the morning, I found that the martial arts practicing meridians in your body are clogged. I have a method that can help you unclog your meridians. Do you want to try it?" As soon as the words fell, the system's voice sounded once again. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarded with a spirit gathering pill and the Earth Grade technique shadowless steps. Soon, the secret of casting the shadowless steps appeared in Wang Teng's head, and almost instantly, he learned the shadowless steps. As for the spirit gathering pill, it was placed in the system space. Liu Yanxi was thrilled for a moment when she heard that her talent for martial arts practice could be changed. "Husband, do you really have a way to help me unclog my martial arts practice meridians?" Liu Yanxi said with an expectant face. She had always sighed that she had mediocre talent and could not help her father and family much, and even more so, she felt that she was not worthy of Wang Teng, but if she could unclog her meridians, then in the future, the speed of her martial arts practice would be accelerated. Well, the silver needle stabbing points plus medicinal bath will be able to open the blocked meridians in your body, but you may have to go through it a few more times to completely open the meridians in your body. Wang Teng replied seriously after thinking about it. The peerless medical art that he had practiced from that broken medical book had the method of opening up the meridians, which could enhance one's cultivation qualifications. Great! Then let's hurry. As soon as Liu Yanxi heard that Wang Teng really had a way to help him unclog his meridians, she became a little impatient. "Before we officially start, we first need to prepare the herbs for the medicinal bath. You take me to buy the herbs," Wang Teng answered. "Good, let's go," Liu Yanxi said as she pulled Wang Teng's hand and walked outside, showing how impatient she was. Wang Teng looked at the slender hand that was tightly grasped by Liu Yanxi, and secretly laughed bitterly for a while. This girl was really impatient for cultivation. It was nighttime, and it was a good thing the doors of the drugstore on Main Street were still open. Liu Yanxi pulled Wang Teng to a nearby big pharmacy with a quick step, panting. "Husband, this is the biggest pharmacy on our street. Whatever herbs you need, you should have them all here." "Okay, you rest first. I'll go buy herbs," Wang Teng said rather heartily. With that, he went straight to the counter of the pharmacy, asked the owner for a piece of paper, and then wrote 22 herbs on it. After writing, Wang Teng handed this list of herbs to the pharmacy owner and said, "Boss, I want these 22 herbs. Do you have them here? Let me see." That boss took the list and looked at it carefully, and the more he saw the back, the more his brows tightened. "The first 20 kinds, we have them all here, but the last ones, the zimu flower and the white lotus fruit, we don't have them here. Then you can help me grab the first 20 herbs first." Wang Teng sighed. He could only buy the first 20 herbs. The remaining 2 could only go to another pharmacy. Just a moment. After that boss answered, he started to grab the medicine. 20 kinds of medicinal herbs, each of which was packed in a bag. And after grabbing and paying for the medicines, Wang Teng took Liu Yanxi to the next pharmacy. Unfortunately, after running all the way down to 7 or 8 pharmacies, none of them had these 2 herbs. How come the pharmacy here doesn't have these 2 herbs? Wang Teng was in a bit of a bind. Without these 2 herbs, he could not achieve the effect of the medicinal bath. Yanxi, quickly think about whether there are any other places to buy herbs in Qi City. "Let me think." Liu Yanxi frowned and thought carefully. While after thinking for a while, she seemed to have thought of something. "I remembered. There's another dilapidated pharmacy in Qi City. Father used to often take me there to buy herbs, even though the location is very remote. He has a lot of peculiar herbs there that can't be purchased in ordinary pharmacies." "Yeah? Then hurry up and take me there." Wang Teng's heart burst with joy when he heard this. "But it's in the north of the city. It's far from here. Let's find a carriage to go," Liu Yanxi said rather tiredly. Just now, Liu Yanxi followed Wang Teng to find the pharmacy and ran in a big circle. His legs were already sore. He simply didn't have the strength to rush anymore. Not to mention that it was getting darker and darker at the moment. "I'll carry you." Wang Teng knew that Liu Yanxi was not capable of physical strength, so he planned to carry her on his back to catch up. In addition, he also wanted to try the shadowless steps that he had just learned. "That's not good. This street," Liu Yanxi said with a slight blush on her pretty face. Although it was already nighttime, there were still some pedestrians on the street. What's there to be embarrassed about? Anyway, in a few days we'll be married. Come up, Wang Teng said and bent his waist, signaling for Liu Yanxi to climb up. Liu Yanxi hesitated before shyly climbing up. Soon, Wang Teng felt a fragrant breeze coming from his back, and immediately after that, he also felt 2 thick balls of flesh from his back. This caused Wang Teng's heart to swing slightly. So madam is so material. Wang Teng secretly swallowed before reminding Liu Yanxi on his back. Ma'am, hold on to me. I'm going to charge. Liu Yanxi subconsciously held her 2 slender arms like lotus roots tightly around Wang Teng's neck, and the 2 of them pressed close to each other. Smelling Wang Teng's body made Liu Yanxi's heart beat faster than ever. Wang Teng tightly hugged Liu Yanxi's 2 big white legs that were hooked on his crotch. Then he activated the shadowless steps and quickly ran towards the north of the city. Once the shadowless steps were turned on, the speed was astonishingly fast, moving at least 5 times faster than normal running, which caused Wang Teng to be secretly surprised for a while. Ah! Liu Yanxi cried out, then hugged Wang Teng to death. How could Liu Yanxi not expect that her husband actually ran so fast? She could only hold Wang Teng to death, deeply afraid of falling off his back. From the south of the city to the north of the city, the distance was more than 10 kilometers, but under Wang Teng's shadowless steps, it took half an incense stick of work to get there. After arriving at the north of the city, Wang Teng slowed down his speed and then followed Liu Yanxi's directions to go forward, and soon arrived at the pharmacy she spoke of. Husband, this is the pharmacy, Liu Yanxi said as she pointed at a dilapidated and remote pharmacy. After placing Liu Yanxi down from his back, Wang Teng looked up and realized that this so-called pharmacy was very shabby. Even the plaque was in a state of disrepair, but he could vaguely read the words on the plaque through the moonlight. Old Man Sheep Pharmacy, a common name. Don't look at the fact that this pharmacy is very shabby, but the herbs inside are complete. Even the exotic herbs are there, Liu Yanxi said and walked in first. Wang Teng also quickly followed. After coming into the pharmacy, Wang Teng realized that it was dimly lit, with only an oil lamp lit there, and an old man lying on his back in front of the counter huffing and puffing. Old man goat, wake up. I've come to buy herbs. Liu Yanxi pushed the old man, who then slowly woke up. After rubbing his sleepy eyes, old man goat squinted his eyes towards Liu Yanxi. So it's the fairy girl who has come. Old man Yang instantly sobered up at the sight of Liu Yanxi, and also became very respectful. Wang Teng was secretly a bit strange when he saw this old man calling Liu Yanxi as fairy girl. Everyone else who saw Liu Yanxi called her an ugly woman, an ugly girl, but only this old man goat called Liu Yanxi a fairy. Liu Yanxi also seemed to be used to this old goat calling her that. Husband, this is old man Yang. He's very good to me. What herbs do you want to talk to him directly? Liu Yanxi said with a smile. It could be seen that this old man goat was indeed very kind to Liu Yanxi. After Wang Teng temporarily put down the hesitation in his heart, he went up and said to that old man goat, do you have zimu flower and white lotus fruit here? He, you found the right person. These 2 herbs, I guess I'm the only one who has them in the entire Qi city, old man goat said with a hefty smile. Hearing that there were the 2 herbs needed here, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi were both pleasantly surprised in their hearts. Old man Yang, quickly bring out these 2 herbs. We want to buy them, Liu Yanxi said impatiently. What do you want these 2 herbs for? Old man goat asked out loud as he turned around to take the herbs. I'm going to use it to unclog my meridians, and now I'm missing these 2 herbs, Liu Yanxi said without hiding anything. Unclogging the meridians? Old man goat's hand with the herbs suddenly stalled, then followed up with another question. How do you know these 2 herbs can unclog the meridians? It was my husband who told me, Liu Yanxi said and pulled Wang Teng over. Hearing this, old man Yang turned around and picked up the oil lamp to take his first serious up and down look at Wang Teng, which gave him a burst of surprise. Expensive. Fairy girl, you found a good husband. It's a perfect match for you. When Wang Teng heard this, he was also slightly shocked. This old man actually saw that he was too expensive with a single glance. Suddenly he was curious about this old man's identity. Yes, I threw an embroidered ball to recruit a husband, Liu Yanxi said happily. She could be happy when someone complimented her husband on his nobility. This embroidery ball is thrown well. It's really heaven's will. As old man Yang laughed, he packed up the 2 kinds of herbs and took them out, handing them to Liu Yanxi. Fairy girl, here are the 2 herbs you asked for. Take them. How much? Liu Yanxi said and took out a money bag from her body, ready to pay, but she heard the old man say, no money this time. It's a sort of meeting gift from old man me to your husband. Then thank you old man Yang. Liu Yanxi wasn't polite. She knew old man Yang's character. Being polite with him would only make him resentful, so she happily accepted it. Many thanks to old man Yang. Wang Teng also bowed and thanked him. Well, it's getting late, so you guys should hurry back too. Old man, I'm going to sleep too. Old man goat said and yawned. Liu Yanxi and Wang Teng didn't bother the old man much, but took the herbs and left quickly. Just along the way, Wang Teng was curious about this mysterious old man sheep. However, at the moment, he was in a hurry to unclog Liu Yanxi's meridians, so he didn't go deeper into this mysterious old man goat. By the time he returned to the Liu mansion, it was already almost midnight, and almost all of the Liu family had gone to bed, but there were more escorts patrolling the mansion than usual. It seemed that Liu Gowen was also much more cautious after experiencing this poison. After returning to the mansion, Wang Teng got a large wooden barrel, then put boiling hot water in it, and when it was almost done, he started to put the bought herbs into the barrel in order. Husband, when do we start? Liu Yanxi inquired with some impatience. Soon. You can soak in when I finish putting these herbs in. Soon. Wang Teng put in all the herbs in his hand, then tried the water temperature again, then turned to Liu Yanxi. That'll do, ma'am. You undress. It's best to take it all off. It works better that way. Chapter 26, Her Ladyship's face is hot. Liu Yanxi's pretty face flushed when she heard that she had to take off all her clothes. Husband, too, to take it all off? Liu Yanxi shyly confirmed in a small voice. Her pretty face had already been covered in red, and her heartbeat was even faster like a deer. Well, it's best to take it all off so that the skin can fully absorb the medicinal liquid. Wang Teng said as such. The purpose of taking a medicinal bath is to allow the skin to fully absorb the medicinal liquid, together with the silver needle stabbing points, so as to achieve the effect of dredging the meridians. Okay, then turn around first, Liu Yanxi said with a blushing face. Hearing this, Wang Teng reacted to the difference between men and women. Although Liu Yanxi was his wife, he had not yet married, so he was not really a wife. Wang Teng was slightly embarrassed for a while, and then he turned his body around. Liu Yanxi saw that Wang Teng had turned around, and only then did she slowly undo her clothes, as the clothes on her body slipped off one after another, revealing her snow-white and smooth skin, as well as her proud figure, especially those long white and delicate legs and the pair of towering rabbits in front of her chest, which were even more eye-catching. When the last piece of breastplate on her body was also slowly removed by her, except for the white veil on her face, Liu Yanxi was completely naked. Then covering his chest with both hands, he slowly entered into the large wooden barrel, only that his white toes just touched the hot water in the barrel, and he let out a cry of pain from the heat, and his crystal white jade feet shrunk back at once. Wang Teng heard Liu Yanxi cry out in pain, and nervously, he subconsciously turned his head. Ma'am, are you okay? This look, put Liu Yanxi's flawless jade body, looked at the light. That perfect body is let Wang Teng look at a daze. Holy, my wife's body is actually this good. Wang Teng couldn't even take his eyes off of him, and after Liu Yanxi noticed that Wang Teng had turned his head, he immediately pouted in a petulant manner. Stinky husband, what are you looking at? Don't turn back yet. Shy and anxious, Liu Yanxi hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and covered her chest, covering the important parts of her body. Although Wang Teng was her husband, but after all, she had not yet married. By a big man to see the naked body, Liu Yanxi will not be shy? Ma'am, I didn't do it on purpose. I was worried about you having an accident. After Wang Teng dryly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he turned his head back a bit reluctantly. At the same time, the stunning image of Liu Yanxi just now came to mind. Leaving aside her face, that body was really too perfect. Convex in front and curved in the back, and a pair of snow-white long legs. It's a body that only a dream goddess could have. Liu Yanxi saw that Wang Teng had turned his head again. Then he secretly sighed in relief. Just the thought of his body being looked at by Wang Teng made him blush, and his heartbeat couldn't help but beat faster again. Stinky husband Liu Yanxi snapped with a red face. But as soon as she remembered that Wang Teng was mesmerized by her figure, she couldn't help but secretly feel a little happy. Finally, there is one thing that will please the husband. Soon, Liu Yanxi once again stretched out her snow-white jade feet and carefully tried to enter the barrel. This time the water temperature was already just right. Liu Yanxi slowly soaked her entire body into the medicinal liquid. The wooden barrel had an unpleasant smell of herbs, but she endured it in order to unblock her meridians. Husband, I'm done. You can turn your head now, Liu Yanxi whispered with a red face, realizing that she was wearing nothing right now. Even though she was soaking in a medicated bath, the water was still somewhat clear, and she could still see her underneath the potion if she wanted to. Only after hearing the voice did Wang Teng turn his head, only to see that Liu Yanxi had already submerged her entire body into the medicinal liquid, revealing only a head on the surface of the water. And even underneath the surface of the water, she was still covering her chest with her hands. I can't administer the needle to you since you're soaking so deep. Sit up a little so I can administer the needle to you, Wang Teng said helplessly. It's impossible to apply the needle when it's soaked this deep. Okay. After Liu Yanxi weakly answered with a red face, she began to slowly float her body out of the water. That milk-smooth skin as well as the tantalizing figure was once again exposed to Wang Teng. Even though Liu Yanxi had her hands wrapped around her chest, that was still so tantalizing. It was just that her figure was too good. However, this time, Wang Teng did not get up the idea of enjoying himself, but seriously sank his heart. Spinning around, he took out a cloth bag from his body. After opening it up, inside was a row of densely packed silver needles. This was the silver needles that Liu Yanxi had taken from the medical room in the morning, and Wang Teng had not returned them. After casually drawing out a silver needle, he slowly came to Liu Yanxi's body. Looking at Wang Teng standing in front of her, Liu Yanxi blushed for a while and her heartbeat was in turmoil. Both not wanting to be taken advantage of by Wang Teng and somewhat expecting Wang Teng to be mesmerized by herself. What a complicated state of mind. Liu Yanxi simply closed her eyes directly so that her eyes would not see and her heart would be quiet. As for the body, it can only be casually shown to the husband. Anyway, in a few days we will be married, then we have to show it to him as well. Wang Teng saw that Liu Yanxi had closed her eyes, so she skillfully stuck the silver needle in her hand on the main point of a meridian, with the silver needle in the daytime to get rid of the poison, and now applying the needle again. Wang Teng was much more skillful. Once one stitch went down, a second one was started, followed by a third. Wang Teng mobilized the spiritual energy in his body as he stabbed each silver needle and infused it into Liu Yanxi's body through the silver needle. So after this operation, Wang Teng's forehead was covered in sweat. After you tie the top half, you have to tie the bottom half. There are a total of 8 martial arts practicing meridians in the human body, and only by zapping all the acupuncture points on these 8 martial arts practicing meridians can the meridians be unblocked. The upper body is fine, just stand outside the barrel, but to zap the lower body, you have to get into the barrel. Not only does it become more difficult, but psychologically it increases the difficulty as well. Who told the lady to have such a great body? Ma'am, I'm going to zap your lower body now, so bear with me a little. Wang Teng reminded Liu Yanxi after thinking about it. Ah, do we need to stick needles in the lower half of the body as well? Liu Yanxi all of a sudden, her heartbeat accelerated once again, and her pretty face reddened even further to the roots of her ears. The lower half of her body she likewise wore nothing. If the lower half of her body was also pierced with needles, wouldn't it be that even the most secret places were seen by her husband? Well, all 8 of the human body's martial arts practicing meridians you've blocked, so you have to tie them all up or you won't be able to unclog them. Wang Teng explained after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Fine, then you tie it. Liu Yanxi hesitated, putting her eyes closed, secretly making up her mind. Anyway, Wang Teng would be his husband in the future. So just look, sooner or later, we'll have to show him. However, Liu Yanxi was still nervous inwardly, shy and at the same time slightly expectant. When Wang Teng saw that Liu Yanxi had closed her eyes, he took a deep breath before drilling into the barrel with his clothes on. Then he took out a silver needle and began to apply it to Liu Yanxi's lower body. The barrel was soaked with herbs, but visibility was still possible. Liu Yanxi's 2 white flowery thighs sitting cross-legged were clearly visible under the water, but Wang Teng did not have any extra effort to appreciate it at this moment, but instead, he was seriously applying the needles. Liu Yanxi could clearly feel Wang Teng sticking needles into her under the water, and a strange feeling surfaced in her heart, shy and nervous at the same time, with a little bit of anticipation in between. Liu Yanxi herself didn't know what she was looking forward to. In about a tea's time, Wang Teng tied silver needles in the meridian points of Liu Yanxi's lower body as well. Then he got out from under the surface of the water, then took another deep breath to adjust his mind. The image underwater just now was really a bit disturbing. Good thing he held on. However, this operation had left Wang Teng a little exhausted, and his spiritual energy had been consumed quite a bit, a total of 38 stitches. With this great diffusion needle technique and the special medicinal bath, it should be able to unclog the blocked meridians on the lady's body. After Wang Teng came out of the wooden barrel, he began to wait quietly. It was only when the medicinal bath soaked into the second half of the night that Liu Yanxi suddenly felt that her body was very uncomfortable, especially when her face appeared to be on fire. Husband, my face is so hot and uncomfortable. Sweat suddenly seeped out of Liu Yanxi's forehead, and her face was burning her uncomfortably. There seemed to be a furnace burning in her face. Face burning? It can't be. Neither the great diffusion needle technique nor the medicinal bath could possibly have this side effect. Wang Teng frowned in confusion, but then he whirled around and hurriedly walked over. Let me help you with that. With a curious mind, Wang Teng carefully lifted up the white veil covering Liu Yanxi's face, and this lifting up completely shocked Wang Teng. Chapter 27, The White-Haired Old Devil. After the white veil was lifted, Wang Teng suddenly saw those red birthmarks on Liu Yanxi's pretty face, which were glowing red. This was what caused Yanxi Lu's face to burn. How could this happen? Wang Teng was shocked to see this. It was the first time he had seen a birthmark glowing. Ma'am, has the birthmark on your face ever glowed red before? No, is the birthmark on my face glowing red? Liu Yanxi shook her head and inquired with a look of astonishment. It also reveals a hint of mystery. Wang Teng frowned, feeling more and more that this birthmark on Liu Yanxi's face was not ordinary. Is it? Husband, I'm also physically uncomfortable right now, and the place where your silver needles are sticking hurts. As Liu Yanxi spoke, her face also became much paler all of a sudden, and then with a sweetness in her throat, a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of her mouth. This scared Wang Teng, and he immediately grabbed Liu Yanxi's hand to take his pulse. This pulse shocked him once again. The breath in the body is in a big mess. The impact on the acupoints did not work was countered by the energy of the Great Diffusion Needle Technique. How is it possible that the Great Diffusion Needle Technique coupled with the medicinal bath can't actually unclog the lady's meridians? Wang Teng was in disbelief at this moment. This Great Diffusion Needle Technique was a miraculous needle technique that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and had a miraculous effect on unblocking the meridians. But it was ineffective when used on Liu Yanxi. This is literally a 1 in a million case. Why is it like this? Wang Teng couldn't figure it out at this moment, but he secretly guessed that it was most likely related to that red birthmark on Liu Yanxi's face. Even he suspected that it wasn't a birthmark at all, but a rune. It was because from the Crown Prince's memories, Wang Teng had searched some information about runes, but right now was not the time to be concerned about this. The medicinal bath and needle application had to be discontinued now, or else the aura in the body would run amok and cause Liu Yanxi to explode and die. Thinking of this, Wang Teng hurriedly put back the silver needles that were stuck on Liu Yanxi's body, then carried her out of the barrel and placed her on the bed at the first opportunity, then covered her with the quilt. Without the Great Diffusion Needle Technique and the medicinal bath, Liu Yanxi's body quickly felt much better. Her face was no longer hot, and the birthmark had subsided without any more red glow. Wang Teng was secretly relieved when he saw this. So close. Ma'am, are you feeling better now? Wang Teng asked with a face full of concern. It's much better now, and my face isn't hot anymore, Liu Yanxi said rather weakly. Then you should rest for the night. Don't think about anything. Wang Teng touched Liu Yanxi's head. His eyes were full of tenderness and heartache, and at the same time, he blamed himself a little. If he hadn't been smart, Liu Yanxi wouldn't have to suffer from this. It's going to be early in the morning soon, so you should go and rest too. Husband, you've been busy all night for my sake, Liu Yanxi said thoughtfully. Although she knew that dredging the meridians had failed, she didn't blame Wang Teng at all. Instead, she even comforted him. Wang Teng held Liu Yanxi's hand and was touched in his heart. What more could a man ask for in a wife like that? However, Wang Teng didn't go to rest. Instead he guarded Liu Yanxi and waited for her to fall asleep before Wang Teng got up again. Looking at the red birthmark on Liu Yanxi's face, Wang Teng suspected for the first time that this red birthmark was not simple. Just what exactly was going on? He would not be able to figure it out with his current ability and knowledge. It was almost midnight when Wang Teng walked to the barrel. Such a big bucket of medicinal bath. It would be a waste to dump it. Sit in and cultivate, Wang Teng said as he took out the rewarded spirit gathering pill from the system space and then stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. After swallowing the elixir, Wang Teng took off his clothes and quickly sat in the large wooden barrel. Every herb in the barrel was helpful for cultivation, and although this medicinal bath was geared towards unclogging the meridians, sitting in it and cultivating would speed up the flow of aura through the meridians. So, sitting inside and practicing is also something that can greatly speed things up. After sitting down on his knees, Wang Teng began to cultivate with his eyes closed. Moreover, the effect of cultivation was even better than what Wang Teng had guessed. The speed of the flow of aura within the meridians was actually twice as fast as usual. This discovery made Wang Teng secretly burst with joy. Great! In the future, I will use the medicinal bath to assist in my cultivation, so I can double my cultivation speed again. Wang Teng did not expect to fail in dredging the lady's meridians, but accidentally discovered this magical cultivation method, which was also surprisingly effective. Early the next morning, inside the Black Mountain Gang's base camp, Tang Hong was sleeping beautifully with a chick in his arms when a subordinate hurriedly ran in. Second boss. Something big is wrong. Something big is wrong, the subordinate shouted as he ran. Tang Hong, who had been woken up, sat up from the bed with a displeased look on his face. What's all the noise early in the morning? Disturb my sleep. Believe it or not, I'll chop you up. Tang Hong shouted angrily in displeasure. That subordinate shivered in fear for a while, then reported coyly. Second Lord, the Great Elder he's dead. What? The Grand Elder is dead? Tang Hong was instantly awakened, then rushed at that subordinate and asked after him loudly. How did the Grand Elder die? Didn't he go to poison the Liu family? How did he die? Tang Hong could not believe it. In the past, As long as it was the Grand Elder's hand, there was no opponent that could not be poisoned. But this time it was a failure. How could he believe it? Not a single person from the Liu family died. Instead, the Grand Elder was killed by them, and his body was thrown by the Liu family to a mass grave outside of the city, where it was gnawed by wild dogs. That subordinate trembled and said. As soon as those words fell, Tang Hong stumbled in shock and didn't react for a long time. How did the Liu family become so powerful? Even the Grand Elder died in their hands. Tang Hong couldn't figure it out at all. To know that the Grand Elder had never missed a beat since he entered their Black Mountain gang, but now he was dead in the hands of the Liu family. It was really surprising. The Liu family should have experts behind them. Second Lord, should we notify the Xin Spirit sect or the City Lord of Qi City and ask them to deal with the Liu family? That subordinate couldn't help but suggest. This time Tang Hong was really anxious. 3 consecutive times of dealing with the Liu family, they were all neutralized one by one. And now if they acted rashly again, the Black Mountain Thieves' family fortune would be lost. Don't notify the Xianling sect and the others first. Asking them to help is bound to be a lion's share. Tang Hong could be too clear about the Xianling sect's gang of people eaters, looking for their help. Without a little bit of blood, they wouldn't want to help you. However, the Liu family cannot not deal with it. After thinking in place, Tang Hong said, Big Brother will be out of customs in a few days. When he comes out of customs, his strength will break through to the real person realm. At that time, the Liu family will be useless even if they have an expert to protect them behind their back. Tang Hong didn't dare to act rashly again now. The strength of the Liu family had completely exceeded his expectations, and now he could only wait for his big brother to get out of the gate before acting. Tang Hong believed that once his big brother was out of the gate, the real person realm, he would sweep through the Liu family and no one would be able to stop him. Ever since he tasted the benefits of medicinal bath cultivation, Wang Teng had been using the medicinal bath to aid in his cultivation for the next few days, and in just 3 days' work, it had allowed Wang Teng to upgrade from the middle stage of the Zhongshe realm to the Great Circle, and he was only one step away from the real person realm. This made Wang Teng overjoyed, but the bad news was that the medicinal herbs he had bought had run out, and if he wanted to continue to take medicinal baths he would have to buy the medicinal herbs again. Immediately after that, Wang Teng thought of going back to Old Man Yang's place to buy medicinal herbs. He had all kinds of medicinal herbs there. This time, Wang Teng was prepared to formulate a medicinal bath that was specifically used for cultivation, so that the speed for cultivation could be accelerated quite a bit again. With more and more crises at hand, Wang Teng had to raise his cultivation level every now and then. A carriage drove from the south to the north of the city, and Liu Yanxi accompanied Wang Teng to Old Man Yang's place to buy medicinal herbs. Along the way, Liu Yanxi happily chatted with Wang Teng. Since that night when Wang Teng had looked at her body, Liu Yanxi had become more and more intimate with Wang Teng. Husband, the day after tomorrow we'll be married. Do you think it's better to set up the new room at your place or mine? Liu Yanxi said with longing in her eyes. It's all fine. Madam can arrange the new room wherever she likes. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, when he thought that he would be married to Liu Yanxi the day after tomorrow. Wang Teng's heart was also slightly excited. Then let's go buy some new household items after we finish buying the herbs later. After all, the two of them will still need to use a lot of things after they get married. Liu Yanxi said happily. Okay, I'll accompany you, Wang Teng answered with a smile, his eyes full of Liu Yanxi, with a look of passionate love. By the way, ma'am, how many children will we have after we are married? Speaking of this, Liu Yanxi was filled with blush and pouted. Darn it, who wants to have kids with you? Although this is said, but the heart is also some look forward to having a child with Wang Teng, but also intends to give birth to twins in the future, so that a son and a daughter is the best. The two chatted as they hurried along, and the atmosphere was cozy and beautiful. Only when they arrived at the north of the city, Old Man Goat's pharmacy was closed, with a note on the door that read, going out to pick herbs, return date uncertain. Wang Teng was secretly a little disappointed when he saw this. It was so hard to find a shortcut to cultivate in a medicinal bath, but all of a sudden it was gone again. He could only go back and think of another way. But since he had come out, Wang Teng did not want to make a trip for nothing, so he said to Liu Yanxi, Ma'am, it's all out. Let's buy some things we'll use after the wedding. Yes. Liu Yanxi was quite happy, but as soon as she spoke, a woman's cry for help came from across the street. Wang Teng used his eyesight to look over and realized that there was an old man with a head full of white hair who was grabbing a young woman in his hand and running at an extremely fast speed. This white-haired old man's pace was erratic and very bizarre, and ordinary people could not catch up with him at all. When Liu Yanxi saw this white-haired old man, her face turned slightly white in fear. It's the white-haired old devil. White-haired old devil. When Wang Teng heard this name, he suddenly remembered something. Wasn't this one of the 3 tasks that Cold Smoke had given him, capturing the white-haired old devil and giving it to her? Well, I have seen the bulletin of someone offering a heavy reward for the capture of this white-haired old devil before. Just over the city gate, Liu Yanxi nervously leaned towards Wang Teng's side. It was really because this white-haired old devil's appearance was too scary. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission again. Option 1, capture the old white-haired devil. Reward, real-life realm breakthrough pill. Option 2, pretend you didn't see it and let the white-haired old devil escape. Reward, 10 spirit gathering pills. Chapter 28, Secrets the World Doesn't Know. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he saw that the system had rewarded the breakthrough Dan of the real person realm. Originally, he was still disappointed that he couldn't buy the herbs for the medicinal bath, but he didn't expect that in a turn of events, the system would send him a chance to make a breakthrough. How can this be missed? Although the 10 spirit gathering dawn were also very good, but where was the realm breakthrough dawn useful to him? The former still needed to take the trouble to cultivate and comprehend on his own, while the latter directly broke through in seconds. Cootie! All know what to choose. Wang Teng immediately chose the first option. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful choice. The reward item will be distributed after the host successfully captures the white-haired old devil. I can't believe that I have to catch the white-haired old devil before I can give it out. Wang Teng sighed as the system set him up, but right now he had no choice. Looking at the white-haired old devil grabbing the girl and rushing this way, he turned his head to Liu Yanxi. Ma'am, hide to the side. I'll go catch that white-haired old devil. After dropping these words, Wang Teng opened his shadowless steps and chased after the white-haired old devil head-on. Husband, be careful! Liu Yanxi shouted towards Wang Teng's back with a worried face before ducking to the side. Although the white-haired old devil was holding a young woman in his hand, his speed was extremely fast, and the people behind him couldn't catch up with him at all, but instead were pulled further and further away from him. Trying to catch up with my white-haired old devil is simply delusional. The white-haired old devil smiled proudly, then looked down at this woman with good posture in his hand, and his heart was happy for a moment. Today he can again properly collect yin and replenish yang. That's right, this white-haired old devil practiced evil kung fu, and in order to survive, he would have to capture a woman every month to harvest yin and replenish yang, so that he could prolong his life. So this is a big devil. Many people from many forces are chasing after him, although his strength is only the great circle of the Zhongshu realm, but his escape kung fu was first class. His footwork is very weird. It is the real person realm masters can't catch him. Of course, not all the forces captured him in order to preside over the righteous path. Just when the white-haired old devil thought he had escaped with his life, a handsome figure steeply blocked his way. White-haired old devil, you won't be able to run away today. Obediently bind your hands and surrender. Wang Teng said coldly. The white-haired old devil was surprised to see a figure suddenly appear in front of him blocking his way, as it was difficult for an average person to keep up with his movement speed, let alone stop him. Gongzi, save me! The young woman in the white-haired old devil's hand seemed to have seen a savior when she saw Wang Teng appear and immediately voiced out for help. However, he was knocked out by the white-haired old devil with a slap, and then looked at Wang Teng with a stern gaze. Who are you? Dare to block my way? A white bone blade abruptly appeared in the white-haired old devil's other hand, with a hint of cold light emanating from it. The one who came to catch you. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth turned coldly as the wind spirit sword also appeared in his hand. Just you want to catch Lao Zi? Ha! Catch up with me! The white-haired old devil said as he casually slashed 2 slashes towards Wang Teng. The 2-blade chi attacked Wang Teng straight away, while the white-haired old devil ran once again after slashing out these 2 slashes. With one step, the white-haired old devil's entire body disappeared like a wind, and when he reappeared, he was already on the roof of the store next to him, and it's fleeing forward at breakneck speed. After Wang Teng easily dodged the white-haired old devil's 2-blade chi, without any hesitation, he once again launched his shadowless steps to chase after him at a faster speed. The white-haired old man subconsciously looked back and was horrified when he realized that Wang Teng had caught up. How is it possible? This kid is actually faster than me. The white-haired old devil was indeed shocked at this moment. The footwork he used was the wind-walking steps, which could increase his movement speed by 3 or 4 times. But Wang Teng's movement speed was even faster than his, which was greatly out of his expectation. As a last resort, the white-haired old devil gripped the white bone blade in his hand and turned around to quickly slash towards Wang Teng. Several slashes were made in succession. With each slash, there was a harsh blade chi coming straight towards Wang Teng, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it reached his eyes. However, Wang Teng easily dodged each and every blade chi with a single sidestep. The white-haired old devil was once again shocked when he saw that Wang Teng had dodged his blade chi attack so easily. How is this kid so powerful? The white-haired old devil was horrified in his heart, and the pace of his feet subconsciously sped up quite a bit. You won't be able to escape from me. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Then a surge of aura surged through his body, locking onto the white-haired old devil's aura before his right hand blasted out with a heavy palm. Prisoner Dragon Palm. At that moment, an invisible palm condensed by a spiritual chi grabbed at the white-haired old devil with lightning speed, and the latter seemed to have sensed the danger, desperately making use of his wind-walking steps to move from side to side in an attempt to dodge this so-called imprisoned dragon's palm. However, Wang Teng's prisoner dragon palm was locking onto the white-haired old devil's aura, and no matter how much he dodged and moved around, it was useless. The prisoner dragon palm was like a tracking missile, and in the blink of an eye, it caught the white-haired old devil. How is it possible? What is this thing? My body actually can't move. The white-haired old devil felt that his body was grabbed by something invisible, making him unable to move, and his heart was horrified. Anxious, he dropped the girl in his hand, then desperately struggled up, trying to use brute force to break free from this invisible bond, but it was all in vain. Wang Teng's prisoner dragon palm was an earth-level technique. With two people of equal strength, it was impossible for the white-haired old devil to break free. However, he had no intention of giving up and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to start impacting this prisoner dragon palm, but reality told him that he couldn't escape. Instead, the more he struggled, the more powerful the bindings became. White-haired old devil, you can't escape. Obediently bind your hands. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, then he accelerated his shadowless steps, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of that white-haired old devil. Who the hell are you? What method was used to control me? The white-haired old devil said with a furious face. I've told you everything. I'm here to capture you, and as for what binds you, it's my prisoner dragon palm. After Wang Teng said this, the system's voice sounded in his mind almost simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the white-haired old devil, rewarding him with a real-life realm breakthrough Dan, which has been placed in the system space. Seeing the mortal realm breakthrough Dan arrive, Wang Teng's heart was happy to go back and break through to the mortal realm. Brother, I don't want this woman. I'll give it to you. In addition, I'll give you another 50,000 taels of silver. Is it okay for you to let me go? The white-haired old devil thought that Wang Teng had come to capture him for that bounty, so he wanted to beg the other party to release him with a heavy amount of money. 50,000 taels of silver? Wang Teng did not expect this white-haired old devil to be so bold. If you don't think it's enough, I can raise it to 100,000 taels for you, which is 10 times higher than even the reward at the entrance of that city. The white-haired old devil thought that Wang Teng disliked giving less, so his heart was hardened and directly increased to 100,000 taels. That heavy bounty on him at the city gate was only 10,000 taels, and he was now offering up to 100,000 taels, which was 10 times the bounty. It can be seen how much the white-haired old devil is afraid of death. Otherwise he wouldn't have used the cruel means of harvesting yin and replenishing yang to forcefully prolong his own life. But I don't want money. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth slightly turned away. He really wasn't doing it for the money, but he wanted to fulfill the task that Cold Smoke had given him. However, in the ears of the white-haired old devil, these words had a different meaning. Could it be that you are also here to capture me for that secret? The white-haired old devil thought of something and steeply uttered a tentative voice. That secret? Wang Teng suddenly became interested. Could it be that so many people wanted to capture the white-haired old devil with other intentions? Even Wang Teng began to suspect that the Kieran Pavilion wanted to capture this white-haired old devil just for that secret in his mouth. He didn't believe that the Kieran Pavilion would capture the white-haired old devil just for the sake of that bit of bounty or to get rid of demons. Moreover, the Kieran Pavilion was known for intelligence and information all over the world, and that secret in the white-haired old devil's mouth was what they really wanted. The more Wang Teng thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct, and then he responded to the white-haired old devil tentatively. Yes, if you can inform me of that secret, I can consider letting you go once. Really? The white-haired old devil was a bit moved. There were so many people in the Jianghu chasing after him, not all for the purpose of eliminating demons nor for the bounty, but because the white-haired old devil knew a secret that the world didn't know. Chapter 29, Her Ladyship is Jealous. Of course it's true. Wang Teng nodded in response. I don't have much patience though. I'll only give you 5 seconds to think about it. When the white-haired old devil saw that Wang Teng had promised him, a ray of hope for escape rose in his heart. And then he said to Wang Teng after hesitating for a while, this secret is about the battle of Qi. Struggle of Qi luck? Wang Teng frowned. This matter seemed like he had heard about it from Cold Smoke. Wasn't it just a few emperors vying for the throne? Could it be that there was something else hidden in here? Yes, every 1,000 years, the great Xia martial dynasty will come to the last battle of Qi, which is obviously a few imperial sons fighting for the throne, but in reality, it's the world's cultivation sects taking the opportunity to fight for Qi. The group of people who win will be blessed with the great Xia martial dynasty's Qi, and at that time, no matter whether it's cultivation or ascension or longevity, it will be greatly enhanced. The white-haired old devil narrated truthfully. Wang Teng was slightly surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that this chi luck struggle would actually come every 1,000 years, and even the cultivation sects would have to go down to fight for it. In that case, wouldn't those imperial sons be pawns for the cultivation sects to compete for chi? Wang Teng frowned and quickly reacted. No wonder the Kieran Pavilion would take the initiative to come to him, and also use all sorts of means to tempt him, even going so far as to use the beauty trick, so it was to rely on him to compete for chi. That's natural. How could the imperial princes be the rivals of those great cultivation sects? But with luck, they can sit on the dragon throne of the great Xia martial dynasty, the white-haired old devil said after thinking about it. Wang Teng nodded, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the so-called battle of chi. However, all of this information should be clear to the Kieran Pavilion. Otherwise they would not have taken the initiative to come to Wang Teng. There must be something else that they wanted to know from the white-haired old devil's mouth. And they whirled around and said to the white-haired old devil, "Alright, you can now tell that hidden secret of yours about the battle of chi. Attach your ears and I'll tell you." The white-haired old devil became cautious when he spoke of this secret. Wang Teng turned his head sideways without hesitation. The white-haired old devil whispered a few words in Wang Teng's ear, and the latter was shocked after hearing this secret. How could Wang Teng not expect that there was this hidden secret in the battle of chi? "Alright brother, I've told you all the secrets. You can let me go now," the white-haired old devil cried out. His body was still bound by the prisoner dragon palm right now, so he couldn't move at all. "No problem. I said I would let you go once, so I will naturally go back on my word," Wang Teng said and put away the prisoner dragon palm, then continued to the white-haired old devil. "Okay, I've released you. I'll allow you to run for a while." "What do you mean?" the white-haired old devil said in shock. "What I promised was to release you once, but I didn't say that I wouldn't arrest you again after releasing you." The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. "You?" The white-haired old devil was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. "I'm going to count to 10, so I'm going to keep coming up after you." Wang Teng ignored the white-haired old devil and instead, Woody reported the count. How dare the white-haired old devil hesitate when he heard this, and immediately ran towards the front by utilizing his spiritual energy. Wang Teng watched the white-haired old devil flee and did not rush to chase after him, but waited for the count to 10 again before starting to chase after him. When the white-haired old devil saw Wang Teng chasing after him again, he cursed Wang Teng in his heart for not keeping his word. At the same time, he turned on his wind-walking steps to the maximum. However, he still couldn't run away from Wang Teng's shadowless steps. Too untrustworthy. The white-haired old devil gripped the white bone knife in his hand and slashed backwards several times in succession, and the knife chi was in the shape of a curved moon coming towards Wang Teng in an endless succession. Wang Teng, who had opened the shadowless steps, moved 5 times faster than usual and easily dodged these blade chi. After a few vacillations, he once again chased after the white-haired old devil. Prisoner Dragon Palm. Wang Teng unleashed this earth-grade palm technique once again after he shouted. Once the prisoner Dragon Palm came out, no matter how much the white-haired old devil tried to escape, it would not help, and he was soon caught by Wang Teng once again. The white-haired old devil who was caught again could not help but curse at Wang Teng. Despicable and untrustworthy. To infuriate a shameless lecherous demon like this, it was probably only Wang Teng in the world. "I didn't fail to keep my word. I said I would only release you once and gave you 10 seconds to escape, but you didn't fight for it. I couldn't do anything about it," Wang Teng said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "I believed in your evil." The white-haired old devil's face turned blue with anger. "Being caught by me? You're not bad. If you fell into someone else's hands, then you wouldn't be alive. You should be glad you fell into my hands." Wang Teng grabbed him and started to run back. Liu Yanxi was still waiting for him, and the other woman who was rescued seemed to be fainting on someone's roof. "If I had known, I wouldn't have told you that secret." "You?" The white-haired old devil was so angry that he wanted to curse Wang Teng's 18 generations of ancestors, but he was knocked out by Wang Teng's early slap. "What a lot of words. Don't you know that villains die from too many words?" Wang Teng secretly shook his head at him. After knocking the white-haired old devil out, Wang Teng went back and saved the woman who had fainted on the roof as well before rushing back. Liu Yanxi was worried about Wang Teng's well-being, but fortunately he came back safely. "Husband, are you alright? The white-haired old devil didn't hurt you, did he?" Liu Yanxi was the first to come up with concern. "With this amount of strength, he can't hurt me at all, and he even got caught by me instead," Wang Teng said as he threw the knocked-out white-haired old devil on the ground. And the rescued girl on the other hand woke up leisurely. This girl was wearing a pink silk neon dress. She didn't look very old, only 17 or 18 years old, and her looks were quite beautiful and delicate. There was also a delicate pearl hairpin on her head, and she looked like a woman from a wealthy family. "Am I being saved?" The girl shook her head, gradually coming to her senses. "Well, The white-haired old devil has been captured by me, so you can now go home without worry, Wang Teng said in relief. Only then did the girl turn her attention to Wang Teng, and when she saw how handsome Wang Teng looked, her watery eyes lit up slightly. Many thanks to you for saving me. My little girl has nothing to show for it. I would like to give my body to you. This really fulfills the saying, those who are good-looking will repay you with their bodies, and those who are ugly will repay you in the next life by working as oxen and horses. These words also shocked Wang Teng. He never thought that girls nowadays are so bold. After saving her life, she will repay with her body. Liu Yanxi watched her husband being confessed to by other girls in disguise, a slight pang of jealousy. Spinning over, he intimately took Wang Teng's arm and said, "Little sister, my husband saved you only out of moral righteousness. There's no need for you to repay him with your body. Not to mention he already has a fiancée." Wang Teng didn't expect Liu Yanxi to be jealous, but he was a bit secretly happy. Being jealous means she cares about you. When Lin Qingkite heard this, she was secretly disappointed for a while. She thought that she had met her true destiny. "My lord, can I know your name then, so that I can repay you heavily in the future?" Lin Qingkite pursued. "My name is Wang Teng. There's no need for you to repay me. You should also go back early. Your parents must be anxious. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first," Wang Teng said as he threw the unconscious white-haired old devil into the carriage, then helped Liu Yanxi onto the carriage again. Preparing to bring the white-haired old devil to cold smoke, Wang Teng had finally completed one of the 3 tasks given by the Kieran Pavilion. After you read it, please give a 5-star review. The new book just started. 5-star review is very important to me. It's currently at 15 reviews. So let's make a concerted effort to get to 25-star reviews, and I'll add an extra chapter tomorrow. Just 5 5-star reviews plus 1 more chapter. Everyone come to praise the next. Chapter 30, Cold Smoke's Beauty Plan. Smoke and Rain Building. 3rd floor. The Kieran Pavilion master, Cold Smoke, was sitting in her room, playing the zither in a rather leisurely manner. The sound of the zither was melodious and indistinct, circling the beam for 3 feet, intoxicating the mind. At the end of the song, the aftermath still resonates for a long time, and it's very charming. "Senior sister, the zither you play is getting more and more flavorful." Senior sister Korowo pushed the door open. "You're here. Is there any news from the crown prince's side?" Cold Smoke stopped the strings in her hands, then raised her eyebrows and asked. "He's been busy preparing for his marriage lately, going in and out with that ugly lady of his, so in love." Korowo intentionally glanced at Cold Smoke as she spoke, wanting to see what this senior sister's reaction would be. As expected, these words caused Cold Smoke to slightly furrow her brows. A crown prince, instead of thinking of fighting for the throne, he knows about childish love, or with an ugly woman with no power or background. Cold Smoke's words even vaguely carried 3 points of sourness and unwillingness. Think she hauled Kieran Pavilion master, famous all over the world, but also long beautiful city, the pursuit of her man, even up can be around the Chi city hundreds of laps, but Wang Teng completely did not put her in the heart. This made Cold Smoke a little disheartened. "Elder sister, why do I hear that you're a bit jealous?" Korowo said with a teasing smile. "I'm jealous? You're overthinking it." Cold Smoke had a cold frosty face, unable to see any of her expression. "Well, then maybe I'm really overthinking it," Hatsura said with a shrug. Just at this moment, a junior hurriedly ran in and bowed to report. "Pavilion Master, Duke Wang Teng is outside seeking an audience." Hearing that the crown prince had come over to look for her, Cold Smoke's heart slightly rippled, but on the surface, she still pretended to be ancient and asked, "Did he say what he wanted to see me about?" "No, but he's holding the white-haired old devil in his hand," that junior reported back after thinking about it. White-haired old devil. Both Cold Smoke and Chora were surprised in unison for a moment. The white-haired old devil and the girls had been chasing after him for a long time, and several times he had run away, and even the experts of the real person realm couldn't catch him, whereas the crown prince had only been in the Zhongshu realm and had actually caught him. It was indeed a bit unexpected for them. In addition, after hearing that the crown prince had captured the white-haired old devil, Cold Smoke's heart was secretly a bit relieved. Finally, the crown prince still remembered her a bit in his heart. "Let him in." Cold Smoke lightly opened her red lips and said, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Xiao Er responded and then retreated. After Xiao Er left, Korowo frowned her eyebrows in surprise. "Senior sister, this prince is only at the Zhongshu realm actually captured the white-haired old devil. This is too amazing. We have to know that we have sent quite a few disciples to capture him in the past, and among them, there was no lack of experts at the realm of the real person, all of which were escaped by him. The crown prince isn't the former crown prince anymore. He must have a high-ranking person behind him training him. Otherwise it's impossible for him to make such rapid progress and capture the white-haired old devil." Cold Smoke secretly guessed. "Doesn't that mean someone has gotten ahead of us? Hatsuro said in a shocked voice. There is this possibility. Although the third prince's power has now become established, but the fact that the crown prince is still alive means that there is still hope for a turnaround. Not to mention the fact that the crown prince, he is still occupying the name of the orthodox. So it's not surprising that there are masters who have their eyes on him. Cold Smoke analyzed again. In that case, we have to speed up our actions as well. Otherwise, if we wait for the prince to rise up and we haven't gotten some say in the matter, we won't get much of a share of the chi at that time. Korowo suddenly became a bit anxious. Cold Smoke was actually a bit anxious. Before coming here, the master had specifically instructed that they must be allowed to choose to assist the crown prince, but could not easily agree to him. Otherwise the crown prince would feel that the Kieran Pavilion was too much of a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Cold Smoke herself has her own selfish desire, which is to be the crown princess, and later become the empress of the mother of the world. Once she became the empress, when the time came, not only would her status rise a step, but she would also be able to partake in great chi to help her cultivate immortality. But the appearance of the ugly girl of the Liu family had disrupted this selfishness of Cold Smoke. Senior sister, you go out first. I want to talk to the crown prince alone. Cold Smoke sent senior sister Korowo away. There were still 2 days before the crown prince's marriage. She had to use her tactics to keep the crown prince. Otherwise her dream of being queen might really be shattered. And losing to an ugly girl made her even more unwilling to do so. After Korowo left, Cold Smoke changed into a slightly more revealing set of dresses, revealing her snow-white shoulders and sexy collarbones, and even intentionally pulled her chest down, revealing a hint of a gully. In the past, Cold Smoke definitely did not care about seducing people with her beauty, but now it was different. The crown prince was going to get married the day after tomorrow. If she did not dissuade him, she, Cold Smoke, might not really have a chance. After changing her clothes, Cold Smoke sat down in front of the dresser and meticulously applied rouge again, and also drew lipstick. After this was done, another bottle of wine was brought. Alcohol can mess with your mind and add to the atmosphere. After Wang Teng was led in by Xiao, he followed him straight to the 3rd floor, where he was still holding the unconscious white-haired old devil. As for Liu Yanxi, Wang Teng asked her to wait in the carriage for a while first. Mr. Wang, the pavilion master is waiting for you inside. Xiao bowed and left after dropping this. After Wang Teng pushed the door in, he saw that Cold Smoke was already waiting there. Compared to the dignified and cold arrogance of the first time, this time, Cold Smoke revealed a hint of sexiness and flirtatiousness, as well as a hint of more femininity. The bare snow-white shoulders and the gully of the Judas, all revealing a strong temptation. Crown Prince, you're here. Cold Smoke smiled charmingly and closed the door with a casual wave of her hand. Pavilion Master Cold, I have already completed one of the 3 tasks you gave me last time. This is the white-haired old devil. I will leave it to you. Wang Teng said and casually threw the unconscious white-haired old devil on the ground. The crown prince is truly becoming more and more impenetrable. This white-haired old devil we sent many people couldn't capture him, but I didn't expect that it would end up in the hands of the crown prince. Cold Smoke said as she picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine in the wineglass and handed it to Wang Teng, poured another glass for herself and then exhaled at Wang Teng. Crown Prince, I'll toast to you. Besides, Crown Prince will just call me Cold Smoke from now on. This was definitely a naked beauty seduction, but Wang Teng was calm, but still took the wine from Cold Smoke's hand and then drank it in one gulp. Cold Smoke, I've brought you the white-haired old devil, and I've drunk the wine, so I'll go back first, and I'll complete the remaining 2 tasks as soon as possible. Said Wang Teng will turn around and leave. Cold Smoke saw it ruthless, a hand from the back to hold Wang Teng. Crown Prince, don't be in a hurry to leave. Ever since I saw you that day, a heart of mine has been on you. Stay with me a little longer. Okay? Cold Smoke said with a hint of pleading. This was determined to use a beauty trick to keep Wang Teng. Cold Smoke, my lady is still waiting for me in the carriage below. I have to hurry back. Wang Teng tried to break Cold Smoke's hand away, but unexpectedly he was hugged tighter and tighter by her. Crown Prince, I like you. I can't bear to see you leave. Stay, okay? Cold Smoke could not care about anything else at this time, and pressed the 2 thick meatballs in front of her chest tightly onto Wang Teng's back, and her hands even hugged Wang Teng from behind, not allowing him to leave. Cold Smoke knew that once she let Wang Teng leave here today, then her chances would be slim. Chapter 31 Cold Smoke's heartfelt confession. Feeling the 2 thick balls of flesh on his back, Wang Teng secretly frowned, vaguely feeling that Cold Smoke was deliberately tempting him. But just at this moment, the system's voice appeared again in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission again. Option 1, stay with Cold Smoke. Reward, 1 high-level spirit gathering pill, 1 pair of earth-level dragon jade bracelets, 1 earth-level dragon scale lance, 2 divine dragon guards. Option 2, deny Cold Smoke's request. Reward, pair of red dust love rings. Wang Teng secretly glanced at the system's rewards. He had to say that choosing the first reward was very generous, especially the advanced spirit gathering pill. Taking it would allow Wang Teng to rise at least 2 more levels in a row after breaking through the real person realm. The other 2 divine dragon guards were the perfect candidates to be bodyguards. On the contrary, the second item only rewards a pair of rings, and the exact function is unknown. And by choosing the first item, you might even be able to obtain cold smoke, a beautiful woman who is so beautiful. But Wang Teng's heart has long had Liu Yanxi. Although she is ugly, but she is kind-hearted, gentle and considerate, and the key is to be single-minded to him. Moreover, they were going to be married the day after tomorrow. There was no way Wang Teng would do anything to wrong her. Therefore, with little consideration, Wang Teng said, "Cold smoke, I can't stay with you. My wife is waiting for me down there. If I don't go back, she's going to get anxious." As soon as the words fell, the system's voice, once again, sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, rewarding a pair of red dust fondness rings, which have been placed into the system space. And when Cold Smoke heard that Wang Teng had rejected her again because of that ugly girl, a strong resentment welled up in her heart. Yes, it was just unwillingness. She was unwilling to lose such an excellent self to an ugly girl. And even more so, she was unwilling to have the position of the crown princess snatched away by someone else. "Crown Prince, I really like you. Stay and let me serve you well," Cold Smoke unwillingly said again, while hugging tighter and tighter. Wang Teng sighed and forcefully broke Cold Smoke's hand that was holding him, then turned to Cold Smoke and said seriously, "Pavilion Master Han, I already have my heart in the right place, and since I'm going to marry Yanxi the day after tomorrow, I can't fail her. As for you, being so beautiful and dignified, you can definitely find a man who is better than me." Cold Smoke looked at Wang Teng's serious eyes and slightly lost her heart. "Cold Smoke, calm down. I will go back first. When I finish the other 2 tasks, I will come back to you." After Wang Teng said this, he opened the door and walked out. Looking at Wang Teng's disappearing back, Cold Smoke had no place to vent her anger in her heart, and then she threw the wine pots, wine cups, and other items on the table and flew them to the ground. Why do you reject me when I've practiced so much to please you?" Cold Smoke couldn't figure out at all why she lost. The key was that she also lost to an ugly girl. This was simply a strange shame for her. Senior sister Koruo heard the commotion and carefully walked in through the door. Seeing her disoriented senior sister, it was the first time she had seen her senior sister lose her temper like that, and it was because of a man. "Senior sister, are you alright?" Koruo asked with quite a bit of concern. Seeing her senior sister, "Koruo, come in." Cold Smoke hurriedly put her wretched emotions away. "I'm fine, what can I do?" Cold Smoke pretended that nothing had happened, and even straightened her clothes. "It's good that you're fine. Wanting to fight for the crown prince's heart is not something that can be done overnight. When the Battle of Qi opens in the future, the crown prince will know how important you are to him, senior sister, and he will slowly change his opinion of you, and that's also what you said to me yourself." After a pause, Hatsuro continued meaningfully. "Besides, the one who marries first doesn't necessarily have to be the first wife, the one who marries afterward can just as easily be the queen." These words reminded Cold Smoke. Yes, this battle for the throne of the empress is a long-lasting war. Why should we dwell on the short-lived gains and losses in front of us? Only the one who laughs until the end can become the empress. Thinking of this, Cold Smoke's mood instantly improved. After coming out of the Smoke and Rain building, Wang Teng returned to the carriage at the first opportunity. Liu Yanxi was sitting inside waiting for him peacefully. "Husband, you're back," Liu Yanxi said with eyes full of tenderness. "Well, done with the errands. I'll accompany you to buy newlywed items now." Wang Teng held Liu Yanxi's catkin white hand as he spoke. Although Liu Yanxi was a bit ugly, but she was kind-hearted, gentle and considerate, and good to himself. He wouldn't fail her. "Good, then let's go shopping," Liu Yanxi happily answered and then leaned her head on Wang Teng's shoulder. She felt that at this moment, she was the happiest woman in the whole world. Wang Teng accompanied Liu Yanxi to buy some things to be used after the wedding. A whole carriage. It was only in the evening that the two returned to the Liu mansion. After returning to his room, Wang Teng couldn't wait to sit on his bed with his knees crossed, then took out a blackish-brown elixir from the system space. It was the real person realm breakthrough Dan that the system had rewarded him with during the day. With this mortal realm breakthrough pill, you won't have to laboriously soak in a medicinal bath to cultivate, but instead, you'll be able to break through to the mortal realm in minutes. Thinking of this, Wang Teng did not hesitate to stuff this elixir into his mouth and swallowed it at the first opportunity. After the elixir entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a rich spiritual qi, then quickly rushed to his dantian. What a rich aura! It's still directly targeting the dantian. It looks like we will be able to break through to the real person realm tonight. Wang Teng's heart burst with excitement. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As more and more spiritual qi converged, the small stream of spiritual qi at the dantian grew bigger and bigger, gradually turning into a small river, and the flow of spiritual qi became much faster. At the same time, Wang Teng's physical qualities as well as his 5 senses were also being rapidly upgraded. In a whole night's work, Wang Teng had effortlessly broken through from the sovereign realm to the realist realm. When he opened his eyes, a white condensed aura shot out from his eyes, finally breaking through to the realm of real people. The previous prince had cultivated for 20 years without breaking through to the realm of real people, whereas I have cultivated to the realm of real people in just half a month's work. This speed is too fast. Wang Teng was excited, and then felt his physical strength and 5 senses, both of which had been greatly improved. Even the ants crawling on the ground, he could see clearly. Even the sound of Liu Yanxi getting up next door could be heard clearly. Thinking of Liu Yanxi, Wang Teng suddenly remembered the pair of red dust fondness rings that the system had rewarded him with earlier. I don't know what use this pair of red dust fondness rings is. Tomorrow is the day of marriage ceremony with Madam. Why don't we use this pair of rings as a wedding ring? Wang Teng said and took out this pair of red dust fondness rings from the system space. However, when he read the attributes and effects of the pair of red dust favored rings, he was secretly stunned. Chapter 32 Marriage Proposal Under the Moon, Extra. Wang Teng secretly marveled a bit after reading the attributes and effects of this pair of red dust fondness rings. In addition to the storage function, when the two people cultivate in close proximity, they can actually double their cultivation speed. This is simply the best couple's cultivation prop. Wang Teng was very satisfied with this pair of red dust fondness rings, and the appearance of this pair of red dust fondness rings was also very beautiful, set with blue diamonds and red diamonds respectively, which were very well matched. Wang Teng was now secretly glad that he had chosen the second option yesterday, or else he would have missed out on such a good treasure. In the future, if I cultivate in bed with Madam, my speed will be doubled again. Wang Teng put away the pair of red dust fondness rings, then prepared to propose to Liu Yanxi today. Although there was no such thing as a marriage proposal or a ring in this world, Wang Teng wanted to give Liu Yanxi a romance and a surprise. Thinking of this, Wang Teng went out without even eating breakfast. But before leaving, in order not to let Liu Yanxi worry, he specially left a note on the table, saying that he had gone out of the house on an errand, and that he would be back in the evening. Wang Teng he's going to go and carefully set up the proposal site. One person is not enough, so he can only call Liu Yanxi's maid Xiaohong again. After Liu Yanxi woke up early, she once again personally cooked a lot of hearty qi and blood replenishing breakfast for Wang Teng. But when she came to Wang Teng's room with her food box full of joy, she found that he was not there. Where did husband go so early today? Liu Yanxi walked in suspiciously, and after sweeping around the room, she suddenly found the note that was placed on the table, and then she picked it up curiously. Upon seeing the contents of the note, Liu Yanxi was slightly lost. You went out on an errand without even eating breakfast, and you didn't know to fill your stomach first. Although Liu Yanxi was complaining, her tone was thick with concern. Tomorrow is the big day of the Liu house, so today everyone in the house is busy setting up the courtyard house. Lights and colors are on, and everywhere is a scene of red joy. Liu Gowen and his wife, Yao Shu, were full of smiles as they directed their subordinates to quickly set up Auntie's room. Tomorrow night this bridal chamber will be set in his room. Yao Shu commanded her subordinates to set up the scene. Liu Gowen was also busy directing his subordinates to clean and set up. The entire Liu mansion was filled with joy. After not seeing Wang Teng for a day, Liu Yanxi suddenly realized that she missed him. It turned out that without realizing it, Wang Teng's figure had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Husband, why aren't you back yet? Liu Yanxi looked up at the sky, her face full of missing. She could finally understand a word now. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. Without Wang Teng by her side, the meal doesn't smell good anymore, and the peach blossoms in the yard have no color. Until the evening, Wang Teng still did not come back, which caused Liu Yanxi to start thinking wildly. Husband isn't running away from the wedding, is he? As soon as she thought of this, Liu Yanxi became anxious. Liu Yanxi was not confident and had low self-esteem in front of Wang Teng, and now that Wang Teng suddenly disappeared on the day before the wedding, it was inevitable that she would have wild thoughts. It won't. Husband said he would marry me. He won't go back on his word. Liu Yanxi started pacing back and forth in her room anxiously, but she became more and more anxious when Wang Teng was late in returning. I'm so ugly. My husband is so handsome, and his talent for martial arts practice is so good. Where am I worthy of him? Liu Yanxi began to deny herself. In her heart, she prayed for Wang Teng's safe return while worrying that he had run away from the wedding. Until the sky outside gradually darkened and still did not see Wang Teng return, she finally could not sit still. Husband, it won't be true that you'll run away from the wedding, right? Liu Yanxi's eyes suddenly reddened with anxiety, only now realizing that without Wang Teng, her life would become meaningless. She was already completely inseparable from Wang Teng. Just then, Red, who had disappeared for the whole day, suddenly hurried in. Miss, the moon is beautiful outside tonight. Let's go enjoy the moon. Little Red said excitedly. Little Red, I'm not in the mood to enjoy the moon right now. You go, Liu Yanxi said with a lost soul. She had been worried about Wang Teng in her heart, so where else would she be in the mood to enjoy the moon? Miss, the moon is really beautiful today. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go. Hurry up and go. As Little Red spoke, she pulled Liu Yanxi outside. Little Red, I'm really not in the mood to go enjoy the moon right now. Go by yourself. Liu Yanxi really didn't want to go enjoy the moon. She only wanted to wait for her husband to come back now. Go on. There's a surprise waiting for you out there. Oh, definitely won't let you down. Little Red insisted on persuading. Liu Yanxi wasn't in the mood to go, but she still couldn't argue with Xiao Hong's insistence, and could only be passively dragged outside by her. After leaving the Liu mansion, Xiao Hong pulled Liu Yanxi all the way to a small forest not far in front of her. Little Red, where are you dragging me to? It's fine to enjoy the moon in the mansion. Why bother going to the grove? Liu Yanxi asked in disbelief. You'll know when you go, Red said mysteriously. Although Liu Yanxi was reluctant, she still followed. After coming into the grove, Liu Yanxi suddenly realized that the place was filled with flowers. Roses, lilies, moonflowers and so on. As long as the flowers, there will be here. Seems to bloom a feast. The whole grove because of this place of flowers, and become very romantic and aesthetic. So many flowers. When did this grove have so many flowers? Liu Yanxi was also attracted by the flowers all over the ground for a while, because it was just too beautiful. Miss, go forward. There's a surprise waiting for you. Oh. Little Red did not answer Liu Yanxi's question, but instead told her to continue forward. Liu Yanxi stepped on this romantic flowery meadow and subconsciously walked all the way forward until she saw a familiar handsome man in a forest clearing, only under the white moonlight. That man was wearing a white robe, with a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth, and he was looking at her with tenderness in those starry eyes. Seeing this familiar figure, Liu Yanxi's eyes instantly reddened. Wasn't this the husband that he hadn't seen for a day? Liu Yanxi reddened her eyes and walked quickly towards Wang Teng. The faster she walked, the faster she ran, and finally jumped directly into his arms. Stinky husband, I thought you ran away from the wedding and didn't want me. Woo! Liu Yanxi flung herself in Wang Teng's arms and whimpered and cried. The worries and anxieties of the whole day all poured out at this moment. Wang Teng did not expect her to be so insecure and gently patted Liu Yanxi's back tenderly. Ma'am, where we come from, according to custom, there is one more thing for the groom to do before he pays his respects and gets married. What is it? Liu Yanxi pulled her head out of Wang Teng's embrace, crystallized teardrops still remaining on her eyes. Wang Teng did not speak, but silently pulled out a ring from his body and then knelt down on one knee. Yanxi, will you marry me? I will use this life to protect you, love you, and make you the happiest woman in this world, Wang Teng said with a face full of sincerity, while handing the ring to Liu Yanxi. At this moment, Liu Yanxi had long been moved to tears by Wang Teng's words. It turned out that husband had left for a whole day just to set up this forest full of flowers and had crafted such a romantic proposal. If you get your husband like this, you will have no regrets even though you die. I will marry you. Liu Yanxi nodded her head almost in tears. After Wang Teng joyfully put the ring on Liu Yanxi, he smoothly hugged her tightly in his arms. Numerous flower petals suddenly floated down above their heads, bringing the romantic proposal to a climax. Chapter 33, The Day of Marriage. Today was the wedding day of Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi, and the entire Liu mansion was filled with joy. Early in the morning, Wang Teng was woken up because as a groom, he had a lot of things to do today. Cousin brother-in-law, it's time to get up, or we'll miss the auspicious time to welcome the bride. Lu Chang ran in early in the morning and woke up the sleeping Wang Teng. Why are you so early? What's your custom here? Wang Teng stretched out his waist. After successfully proposing to Liu Yanxi last night, he took her to sit on the tree to enjoy the moon, which knew that in the end, the two of them were not willing to part, and they did not come back until it was almost early in the morning. If you don't get up you'll miss the auspicious time to welcome the bride, Lu Chang urged again. Ever since he was saved by Wang Teng, Lu Chang had idolized Wang Teng, and today his idol was getting married. Could he not be positive? Not to mention it was his own cousin's husband. Welcome the bride? Lady and I are under the same roof. Do we still need to welcome the bride? Wang Teng asked with quite a bit of astonishment. In Wang Teng thought, are under the same roof? Directly worship marriage cannot be? Wouldn't it be redundant to have a wedding ceremony? Of course I do. Even though you two are under the same roof, there are manners to be had. Lu Chang paused before continuing. What's more, Big Uncle specially explained that the palanquin should circle around Chi City. He wants the entire Chi City to know that today his family's daughter is getting married, and she's also marrying one of Chi City's #1 young talents. When Wang Teng heard this, he secretly laughed a little. This father-in-law Liu Goen seems to want to use this to show off. People in Chi City used to say that his family's daughter was ugly and no one wanted to marry her. But now it's good that his daughter married a Chi City's #1 genius to give them a good slap in the face. It's a clear case of naked braggadocio. Alright, then I'll get up and clean up right away, Wang Teng said and walked down from the bed. Just after washing up, an underling came over to change him into the groom's wedding clothes. Meanwhile, Liu Yanxi also woke up early. Xiao Hong and other maids were dressing her up and changing her wedding clothes. Miss, today you're finally getting married. And you've even found a husband who is so good and loves you so much. Xiao Hong is happy for you from the bottom of her heart, Xiao Hong said as she brushed Liu Yanxi's hair. Over the years, Xiao Hong had watched her own young lady suffer all the way over, and had also been named the first ugly girl in Chi City, resulting in no one daring to marry her. Originally, throwing an embroidered ball to recruit a bride was also a way out of the situation, but never expected to have recruited a husband in the dragon, who also loved Liu Yanxi so much. She was genuinely happy for her own young lady. Yes, I also didn't expect to be able to marry such an excellent man as my husband. He is like a white moonlight in my life, shining into my life at the darkest time of my life, bringing me light and warmth, Liu Yanxi said with eyes full of joy. It's the biggest blessing of my life to have met him. Half a month ago, she was still worried about no one marrying her, but today she was married to the #1 young talent in Chi City. Life is still really full of drama and you never know what tomorrow will bring. Well, you don't know how many women outside are envious of you now, miss. Not only is your auntie handsome, her strength and talent is also so strong, Xiao Hong said full of happiness. Liu Yanxi was also very thankful to the heavens for giving her an ugly face, but gave her a man of her own will who loved her to the bone. She was already satisfied and didn't ask for anything else. Right at this moment, Liu Yanxi's mother, Yao Shu, walked in with a happy face and couldn't help but urge her daughter when she saw that she hadn't finished dressing up. Yanxi, have you changed into your wedding clothes? The virtuous son-in-law will be coming over to pick you up soon. Ah, so soon ah. I still have a little bit left to do. Liu Yanxi started to get anxious when she heard that her husband was coming to pick her up. Just now she was so focused on chatting with Xiao Hong that she forgot to get her hair accessories. Then hurry up. Later on, mother will personally cover your red head, Yao Shu said with a face full of happiness. It was Yao Shu's biggest wish to send her daughter to get married in this life, and now that it had not only been realized, but also exceeded, Yao Shu was already very satisfied. Soon, with the help of Xiao Hong as well as her mother Yao Shu, Liu Yanxi put on the big red phoenix cape, and the white veil on her face was also replaced with a festive big red veil. There were also a number of festive hair accessories in her hair. Finally, the mother, Yao Shu, personally covered her daughter's head with a big red cap. When everything was ready, Wang Teng walked in wearing a big red wedding dress, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly when he saw that his wife, Liu Yanxi, had already put on the red cover. Mother-in-law Yao Shu led Liu Yanxi to Wang Teng and said rather solemnly, "Sage son-in-law, from now on, I will leave my daughter in your hands, and I hope you will treat her well. Don't worry, mother-in-law. I will hold Yanxi as a precious treasure in my heart, and won't let her suffer half a bit of aggravation and harm." Wang Teng took Liu Yanxi's hand from his mother-in-law's hand. His eyes were full of solemnity without the meaning of half a joke. Good. Mother-in-law is very comfortable with you. Hurry up and get into the sedan chair. Don't miss the auspicious time. Yao Shu was very satisfied and nodded to Wang Teng. Wang Teng smoothly picked up Liu Yanxi. The latter, covered with a red head, cannot see the road. Wang Teng will hold her hand and walk carefully, but also specially slowed down the pace. A word in action between the pasting of his love for Liu Yanxi. The palanquin was at the entrance of the Liu mansion, and Liu Goen was currently standing at the gate with a happy face accepting congratulations from various figures. Soon, Wang Teng led Liu Yanxi out to the outside of the Liu mansion. Liu Goen saw his daughter and Wang Teng come out and greeted them with a happy face. "Xian son-in-law, later on, you must take my daughter for a stroll around Chi City before returning," Liu Goen solemnly reminded. Today is the day of his daughter's marriage, and he has also found a son-in-law who is a great man among men. How can he ask him not to be happy? Previously suffered from the harboring of anger. In today can be a good brow to raise some anger. Got it, father-in-law? Then I'm off. Wang Teng somewhat couldn't stand this father-in-law's climbing mentality, but still, after arching his hand, he personally sent Liu Yanxi to the sedan chair, and then he rode a big date red horse and started to go around the city to welcome the bride. Wang Teng wore a wedding dress and rode a big horse in the forefront, followed by 8 subordinates carrying a sedan chair, which is considered a real 8-carried sedan chair. There were also people blowing gongs and beating drums on both sides. a joyous celebration. The pedestrians on the road were all talking when they saw such a big row. Whose family is marrying today? With such a big row? It seems to be that ugly girl from the Liu family getting married. I really didn't expect that. Growing so ugly. She actually married such a handsome man. Yes, it's really a flower stuck in cow dung. I heard that this male is still the first place winner in the hunting conference. With such good strength and talent, and such handsome looks, how come he married this ugly girl? Who knows? But I'm afraid that the Liu family's master is going to faint with laughter. Having recruited such an excellent son-in-law, where can I get such an excellent aunt? I also want to get one for my daughter. Collar what collar? I heard that this Liu family's aunt used to be a beggar. The embroidery ball just happened to hit him on the head. And that's how he became the Liu family's aunt. So the beggar who snatched the embroidered ball half a month ago is this groom. Really didn't expect it. The pedestrians passing by were talking about it. On the Smoke and Rain building, Cold Smoke stood in front of the window on the third floor, looking out the window at Wang Teng riding a big date red horse passing by the entrance of the Smoke and Rain building, and her eyes flashed with a strong unwillingness. Senior sister, this Liu Goen is considered to have raised his eyebrows today. The ugly daughter that no one wanted in the past has actually married a man of the people today. Senior sister Koro leaned against the window and said as she looked at the scene underneath. Yes, Chi City's #1 ugly girl actually married the current crown prince. The heavens really know how to play jokes. Cold Smoke's tone was thick with sourness and unwillingness. It's still true. I don't know what kind of virtue this ugly girl from the Liu family accumulated in her previous life to actually be able to marry the current crown prince. Koro's words are also half sour. She really couldn't figure out why the crown prince would look at this ugly girl that everyone disliked. While Wang Teng was touring the city to welcome his bride, a shocking roar suddenly came out from within a hidden stone cave in Black Cliff Mountain. Immediately after that, the door of the stone cave was blasted open by a huge amount of energy, and the shattered stones flew everywhere, smashing into the trees and even directly breaking them. It could be seen how powerful this energy that erupted from within the stone cave was. The stone dust gradually dispersed, and from within the stone cavern slowly walked out a middle-aged man with lean limbs and a stout figure. His eyes were permeated with a glimmer of a spiritual light that had yet to dissipate. Ha ha, after a whole year, I, Tang Lion, have finally broken through to the real person realm. The Black Mountain Gang will go to the next level in my hands. Tang Lion raised the sky and laughed. This person was the boss of the Black Mountain Gang, Tang Lion, who had been in seclusion for a year and finally emerged to break through to the real person realm. Tang Lion was spirited and ready to take the Black Mountain Gang to the next level. Where did he think that he had only been complacent for a short while when a man with a broken arm, with an excited face, hurried over with a few subordinates. This man with a broken arm was none other than Tang Hong, the second leader of the Black Mountain Gang, who had heard the commotion at the back of the mountain and had sniffed his way here. Congratulations, big brother. Finally out of the gate. Tang Hong's face was filled with excitement when he saw that his big brother had broken through to the real person realm. The backbone of their Black Mountain Gang had finally returned. Well, second brother, I've already broken through to the real person realm. There will be no one in this area who will be my opponent. Tang Lion's face was proud. Then his gaze skimmed over, and he suddenly realized that this second brother of his was missing an arm, and immediately frowned and asked, "Second brother, why are you missing an arm? Who did this?" When Tang Hong heard this, he burst into tears. "Big brother, during the period of time that you were not here, our Black Mountain Gang was almost wiped out. Not only did I lose an arm, but my third brother was even killed. And there was also the Grand Elder, who was also killed. And in addition, our Black Eagle squad of the Black Mountain Gang was also wiped out." Tang Hong seemed to have finally found a backer, a brain to vent his recent grief and anger, crying that miserable. Tang Lion was furious when he heard that so many people had died in the Black Mountain Gang at once. Who did this? Who on earth dares to offend our Black Mountain Gang like this? Tang Lion roared angrily. They three brothers founded the Black Mountain Gang for 15 years, but they have never been as miserable as today. This revenge he must avenge. It's the Liu family of Chi City. Big brother, you must avenge us. Third brother and the Grand Elder died so tragically. Tang Hong continued to cry out in grief. Chi City Liu family? They're just a third-rate martial arts family that has this ability to kill my third brother and the Grand Elder, as well as destroy my Black Mountain Gang's elite squad? Tang Lion frowned and said in a deep voice, "Chi City Liu family. Tang Li, he is still very clear. Just a third-rate martial arts family. He is not at all in the eyes. Also do not believe that the Liu family can cause such heavy damage to the Black Mountain Gang." Back to big brother. It's a newly recruited aunt of the Liu family. Very strong. He's the one who chopped off one of my arms, and also killed third brother and the eldest elder. You must avenge us. Tang Hong continued to cry out in grief. The aunt of the Liu family? Humph. Very well. Today I'll let them know what happens when they offend our Black Mountain Gang. Tang Lion's eyes flashed with an intense murderous aura as he spoke. Chapter 34, The Night of the Cave. Strong enemy attacks. Tang Lion's exit from the gate gave Tang Hong, as well as the entire Black Mountain gang, a backbone and boosted their morale. And the first thing he did after he got out of the gate was to seek revenge on the Qi City's Liu family. But as a Jianghu bandit, Tang Li was not only strong, but also had a great brain. To be able to kill the third brother, the eldest elder, cut off the second brother's arm and destroy their Black Mountain gang's elite squad all at once, it was evident that the opponent's strength was very strong. For the sake of caution, Tang Lion asked Tang Hong again, "How strong is this ant of the Liu family? I fought him a week ago at Mount Honglai, and his strength is at most in the late sect master realm, but his sword technique is so explosive that he can deal several times the damage at once." Tang Hong added after a pause, "It was in that battle that he single-handedly annihilated our Black Mountain gang's 12-member elite squad and chopped off one of my arms. Late stage of the Zhongshu realm dares to be so wild. Today I'll lead my brothers to exterminate their Liu family, including that ant." A glint of essence flashed across Tang Lion's eyes. When Tang Hong saw that his elder brother decided to take revenge, his heart burst with joy. He had long wanted to kill the Liu family, especially that auntie of the Liu family. He couldn't wait to dismantle him. "Big brother, then let's hurry up and lead our men to kill them," Tang Hong said impatiently. "There's no rush for now. I need to go to the Xianling sect to pay my respects to a superior first," Tang Lion said after thinking about it. "Paying homage to the Xianling sect's superior?" Tang Hong said with some confusion. In Tang Hong's thought, it was this time of the year, and he still had to go to the Xianling sect to pay his respects to a superior. Wasn't this a bit of a lightweight? But he wouldn't dare question his big brother's decision. "Yes, it's the Xian spirit sect's superior. A year ago I bought a spirit gathering pill from him for a heavy amount of money. Now that I'm out of the gate it's time to thank him. And of course, if I can invite him to go with me to the Liu family in Qi City, then I can infallibly exterminate the Liu family." Don Lion paused before explaining. "The key is that having someone from the Xianling sect present will also deter the other clans in Qi City that have a close personal relationship with the Liu family, so that they won't dare to act rashly. At the same time, let all the other Qi City forces know that we have the Xianling sect behind our Black Mountain gang, and in the future, if you offend our Black Mountain gang, you'll have to weigh your options." After hearing this explanation, Tang Hong suddenly understood over. "Big brother, I understand. You're killing a chicken to make an example of it while deterring other forces. Well, you're not too stupid. Only let the other forces know that we have the Xianling sect behind us. Then in the future, they won't dare to easily offend us." The Black Mountain gang. Tang Lion nodded and said. It had to be said that this Tang Lion was still very wise. After destroying the Liu family, the other forces would not necessarily be afraid of their Black Mountain gang, but if they knew that the Black Mountain gang had the Xianling sect behind them, then the situation would be different. So this time, Tang Lion was trying to kill two birds with one stone, both taking revenge and destroying the Liu family, but also wanting to deter the other family forces in Qi City. Fruit is really a good means. Can be in this area as a mountain bandit and bigger, or have their own wrist. It's still Big Brother who's great. While thinking of destroying the Liu family to take revenge, he also wants to use this to deter other forces, so that they won't dare to offend us again in the future. It's really brilliant. Tang Hong couldn't help but praise. "Hurry up and bring a heavy gift with you and follow me on a trip to the Xianling sect," Tang Lion immediately commanded. When it was almost noon, the two brothers, Tang Lion and Tang Hong, arrived at the foot of Xianling Mountain with two large boxes of heavy gifts. And that superior person in Tang Lion's mouth lived in a house at the foot of Xianling Clan's mountain. It's a log cabin and looks rather minimalist. Within the Xianling sect, at the foot of the mountain, this was where inferior disciples lived. But in the eyes of mundanes, even the disciples who lived in such a place were all superior people. Don Lion cautiously stepped forward and raised his voice to the cabin. "Tang Lion of the Black Mountain clan. He has come out of the gate today, and has brought a heavy gift to pay his respects to Master Zhong. Come in." A melodious voice came out from inside the cabin. Hearing this, Tang Lion hurriedly called for the two wooden boxes to be carried in. After coming into the wooden house, he only saw a lean middle-aged disciple wearing a grey Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged on a futon, with a touch of goatee beard at the corner of his mouth. When he saw Tang Lion come in, he didn't look at him for more than a few moments, but rather half squinted his eyes in a clear-cut manner. However, his afterglow was intentionally skimming the two wooden boxes that Tang Lion had brought with him. "Grandmaster Zhong, today I'm specially here to thank you for that spirit-gathering pill you bestowed on me a year ago. This is my gift to you. I don't know if you like it or not," Tang Lion said, and told Tang Hong to open those two wooden boxes. At once the wooden box revealed gold and silver. Master Zhong nodded after his afterglow skimmed the surface. "Well, to be able to break through to the realist realm in a year, your talent is not bad. There will be plenty of opportunities to take a step forward in the future. Grandmaster Zhong gave a rather pretentious encouragement. With Master Zhong's words, I'm relieved. Tang Li was overjoyed to hear this, and then he continued with a twist of words. Master Zhong, the Qi City Lu family killed my third brother and chopped off my second brother's arm. I've formed a great enmity with them. I'm going to bring a heavy army to exterminate them when I leave the gate today. I wonder if Master Zhong would be willing to go with me to watch. This was said euphemistically, but the meaning was clear. It was to get Master Zhong to go and stand up for their Black Mountain Gang. Once he appeared in the Black Mountain Gang's camp, other family forces would see him and think that the Black Mountain Gang had the Xianling sect behind them. By then, they wouldn't dare to offend the Black Mountain Gang so easily. Master Zhong wasn't stupid and naturally knew exactly what Tang Li meant in his words. I don't have much interest in worldly vendettas. You guys can settle it yourselves. Grandmaster Zhong instantly refused. Tang Lion seemed to have anticipated that Master Zhong would refuse, and then pulled out a delicate wooden box from his body and handed it to Master Zhong. Master Zhong, as long as you're willing to come with us over to Qi City to take a look, this 1,000-year-old night pearl is yours, Tang Lion said in a somewhat flattering and pleasing manner. I paid 100,000 taels for this night pearl, which is said to be the treasure of the prince's family. When Master Zhong heard this, he opened his eyes slightly to look at it, and only after seeing that it was truly extraordinary did he readily agree. Well, then let's go with you guys to take a look. But let's say in advance that it's just a look, and I won't step in to help you guys, Master Zhong said in advance. The two brothers, Tang Lion and Tang Hong, secretly burst with excitement when they heard that Master Zhong was willing to follow them to Qi City. Good. Dealing with a Lu family? Our Black Mountain Gang is enough to take care of it. As long as Master Zhong goes and shows up. Tang Lion smiled with a pleasing face. Master Zhong nodded in response. Tang Lion sent that night pearl on its way, then turned his head to Tang Hong. Second brother, go get all the brothers of our Black Mountain Gang and head straight to Qi City. Today it's necessary to bloodwash the Lu family and kill their chickens and dogs. Tang Hong heard here. The heart of the hot blood all of a sudden also came up, finally arrived at the time of revenge and hatred, and then excitedly at once responded. Yes, big brother, I'll go call someone right away. After saying this, Tang Hong retreated to call for someone. An hour later, more than 3,000 disciples of the Black Mountain Gang poured out, and under the leadership of the two brothers, Tang Lion and Tang Hong, they killed their way to Qi City in great numbers. Master Zhong of the Xianling sect also followed among them. This day will be destined to be extraordinary. Xichang Lu's house. At dusk, Wang Teng came back to the Lu mansion after circling around Qi City. At this time, the Lu family mansion was already full of guests, and Lu Goen was greeting them with a happy face. Buddy Lu, congratulations, you've recruited such a good son-in-law. I'm really envious. After Xiao Han sent his congratulatory gift, he couldn't help but go forward and arch his hand to congratulate him. With a hint of envy and jealousy in his eyes, Wang Teng is such a good son-in-law. He also wants one, but unfortunately he won't be able to meet one in his life. Buddy Xiao, your son-in-law is not bad either, Lu Goen said with a big smile, a hint of complacency and pride in his tone. Soon another old friend, Fang Deso, also walked over to congratulate him. Buddy Lu, congratulations, you finally married off your daughter and married such an excellent son-in-law. Honestly, I'm jealous of you. Buddy Fang, this is also the will of God. My daughter is destined to marry Wang Teng. What can I do? Lu Goen laughed out loud, in a good mood. Whenever we used to get together, we used to be unable to raise our heads in front of these two old friends because our daughters couldn't get married. And today, it's kind of completely raised its head, and even overpowered them a bit. Not only them, the other invited guests also walked over to congratulate Lu Goen. Old Lu, your family really burned a lot of incense to actually be able to recruit such an outstanding son-in-law. Not only is he the first place winner of the hunting conference, I heard that he also captured the white-haired old devil who had a heavy bounty on him with his strength. Really, the white-haired old devil's escaped kung fu is invincible. Is the Lu family's aunt so powerful? Of course it's true. Many people in Qi City saw him capture the white-haired old devil with their own eyes. So how can it be false? So powerful. So this aunt has an unlimited future. All at once the crowd congratulated Lu Goen again. It's all luck. Just a fluke. Lu Goen listened with a smile on his face. He never dreamed that one day he would dip into his son-in-law's light. Today was considered the high point of his life. While they were chatting, Wang Teng held Liu Yanxi's hand and returned to the Lu mansion once again. The bride and groom entered the room, and the eyes of all the guests at the scene were focused on them at once. After coming in from the main door, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi went all the way to the grand hall of the Lu mansion, which had long been filled with guests, and a pair of red candles had long been lit there. Lu Goen and Yao Shu, moreover, sat on top of the high hall seats. there was another older MC, waiting in the wings. The bride and groom are in position. The time has come to begin the worship, the older officiant yelled in a loud voice. Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi were both thrilled in their hearts when they heard this. After half a month of knowing each other and getting acquainted, the feelings of the two of them had long been strong and inseparable. And tonight, the relationship will be consummated. One bow to heaven and earth, the older MC yelled again. As the words fell, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi turned around in unison, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they paid a distant obeisance to the heaven and earth outside. Then the two turned around again. The crowd watched in envy as another couple was about to become a family. Second worship, the older master of ceremonies yelled again. Lu Guan and Yao Shu were happy to hear this. Their daughter had finally become a family, and she was still married to such an excellent husband. Yao Shu's eyes reddened with happiness for a moment. All along, she had been worried that her daughter would not be able to get married, and now she could finally rest assured. Lu Guan was also smiling happily. The previous grievances and heartaches had all dissipated at this moment, leaving only relief and excitement. Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi sniffed and bowed again in unison towards Lu Guan and Yao Shu. This bow was considered a formal acknowledgement of the pair of in-laws. Husband and wife worship. The older MC yelled once more. As the voice fell, both Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi turned around and stood opposite each other. At this moment, both of their hearts were beating hard and their emotions were on edge. Under the envious and blessed gazes of the crowd, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi bowed and paid respect to each other. And with this worship, they were considered to be a true couple. The rite is complete. Send to the cave. The elderly master of ceremonies yelled one last time. With that, all the guests were excited. However, right at this moment, a servant of the Liu mansion ran in with a panicked face. Master, it's bad. It's a big deal. The Black Mountain bandits have surrounded our Liu mansion with heavy troops. The room erupted at those words. I'm begging for a 5-star review. Everyone who hasn't reviewed it yet, clicking your fingers isn't hard for you, but it's important to us authors. I'm asking for a 5-star review. Chapter 35 Cold Smoke's Calculations. Smoke and Rain Building. Inside a secret room on the 3rd floor, while Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi were paying their respects, Kieran Pavilion Master Cold Smoke was here interrogating an important person. The white-haired old devil was bound and kneeling on the ground. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. His face was pale with hunger, his eyes were starry, and his body was weak. In front of him sat the pavilion master of the Kieran Pavilion, Cold Smoke, only to see her wearing a large red neon dress, condescendingly looking at the white-haired old devil kneeling in front of her. Next to her stood a green-skirted woman with a beautiful face, precisely Cold Smoke's senior sister, Koruo. White-haired old devil, how does it taste to be hungry for 2 days? Want to eat something? Cold Smoke said from the side of the table, took a roasted chicken curry, and the white-haired old devil's eyes waving. The fragrant flavor tempted his eyes, a burst of light. Want to eat? Want to eat? The white-haired old devil nodded his head like pounding garlic after swallowing his saliva. After 2 days of starvation, he had long been tortured to the point of going crazy, and if he didn't eat, he would really starve to death. If you want to eat it, tell me where the jade seal shards are? Cold Smoke said with a slight lift of her lips. In the Jianghu, many forces hunted down the white-haired old devil in order to find out the whereabouts of the jade seal fragment, because his master had once had a jade seal fragment, but it had not been found after his death. So the people in the Jianghu decided that this jade seal fragment was in the disciple white-haired old devil. Since then various forces have launched operations to capture the white-haired old devil, coupled with the fact that the white-haired old devil himself often took in to make up for Yang in order to renew his life and prolong his life. So the number of people he offended grew and grew, and that led to more and more people wanting to capture him in the end. Fortunately, his wind-walking steps were well practiced, and although his strength was average, his escape kung fu was first class, but he ended up folding in Wang Teng's hands. After the white-haired old devil was captured, Cold Smoke had long ago sent people to search his entire body, and not finding this jade seal fragment, he first starved him for 2 days before questioning him. Let me eat my fill first before I tell you. The white-haired old devil looked at the roasted chicken in front of him and secretly swallowed. Tell me first if you want to eat, or you'll be a starving ghost. Cold Smoke said coldly. Then I'd rather be a starving ghost. The white-haired old devil suddenly responded stiffly, as if he still wanted to fight back, but to bar in front of Cold Smoke, that was really asking for death. In that case, then as you wish, be a starving ghost, Cold Smoke said and gave the roasted chicken away, then stood up and walked outside. When the white-haired old devil saw Cold Smoke come true, he couldn't help himself. Pavilion Master Cold. Wait, the white-haired old devil immediately called out to stop Cold Smoke, seemingly deciding something. When Cold Smoke heard this, the corner of her lips slightly raised. The white-haired old devil had used the technique of extracting yin and replenishing yang to prolong his life, so it was evident that he was very afraid of death. so Cold Smoke expected that this white-haired old devil would succumb. And it was indeed as she expected. "Speak! Where is that jade seal fragment?" Cold Smoke said to him in a condescending manner. "Just say the word and this roast chicken is yours, and I'll set you free." "Really?" As soon as the white-haired old devil heard that he could be let go, his eyes immediately lit up. His desire for survival was still very strong. "Of course it's true," Cold Smoke faintly responded. "Alright then, I'll say it. I've hidden this jade seal fragment in the Forbidden Land at the back of the Xianling Sex Mountain," the white-haired old devil said truthfully. That secret he told Wang Teng before. It was the same one. Wang Teng was indeed taken aback when he heard this secret. The Xianling sect was the only cultivation sect in this area. It was so strong that the Jianghu forces didn't dare to offend them. And the white-haired old devil had actually boldly hidden the jade seal fragments in the Forbidden Land at the back of someone's Xianling Sex Mountain. I'm afraid this is something no one expected. After hearing this news, Cold Smoke and Chururua glanced at each other and also saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. "Are you sure you hid the jade seal fragment in the forbidden area at the back of the Xianling sect? There's a forbidden spell formation there. How did you get in?" Koruo couldn't help but step forward and ask after it. The general Jianghu forces simply could not enter the Xianling sect, not to mention going to their backyard Forbidden Land, where there were forbidden spell formations, and the white-haired old devil actually said that he had hidden the jade seal fragments there. It was an individual who would not easily believe it. "I didn't lie to you guys. There are too many people in the Jianghu trying to catch me. For safety's sake, after I got the jade seal fragment from my master, I was worried about being caught, so I hid the jade seal fragment beforehand in the Xianling Sect's Forbidden Land at the back of the mountain," the white-haired old devil said helplessly. "Then how did you manage to enter the Forbidden Land at the back of the Xianling sect? There are forbidden spell formations there. Even the disciples of the Xianling sect may not be able to enter, let alone your strength is only at the Zhongshu realm." Koruo then pursued. "This question is also what Cold Smoke wants to know. Xianling sect back mountain Forbidden Land. Even she doesn't dare to easily go to try. If not, it will kill people." And the white-haired old devil not only entered the back mountain Forbidden Land, but also hid the jade seal fragment there. It's just kind of mind-boggling. You guys are not aware of this. Although there is a forbidden spell formation in the back of the Xianling Sex Mountain, there is a goat path that leads straight there. Although there is a spirit panther in it that is guarding there, but my wind-walking steps are fast enough for it to not be able to catch up with me. A hint of smugness flashed through the white-haired old devil's eyes. His movement speed had always been an existence he was proud of. This pride, however, was shattered a few days ago by a handsome male, leaving his confidence damaged. "Oh, there's actually a shortcut to the Forbidden Land at the back of the Xianling sect?" Cold Smoke frowned her willow brows. This was something she had never expected. "Well, there is a patch of peach blossom trees at the back of the Xianling Sex Mountain. 2 of them are tied with red ropes, which is the mark I made. Through these 2 peach blossom trees, behind them is the barren meadow. Follow the meadow all the way up the mountain, and you will be able to go straight to the Forbidden Land," the white-haired old devil narrated very seriously. "But if you guys want to go in, you'd better send someone who moves faster. Otherwise the spirit leopard will catch up with you. And in addition, if you move your aura to try to kill it, it will trigger the back mountain forbidden spell formation." Cold Smoke and Shorao both frowned their eyebrows in unison when they heard this. Originally a spirit leopard, they could still deal with it, but the requirement of not being able to use spirit power would be difficult. Not only was the spirit leopard fast, but its strength was also at the level of the real person realm, so it was basically impossible to fight against it with purely physical strength. "Of course, if you guys are willing to cooperate with me, I'm still more than willing to help you guys to get this jade seal fragment," the white-haired old devil suddenly spoke out, not knowing what idea he had in mind. But Cold Smoke wasn't going to take his bait easily. "You're not the only one in this world who is faster than you. The male who captured you back a few days ago, he can too." When Cold Smoke said this, his tone became cold and stern again. "If you dare to lie to me, I will make your life worse than death." At the mention of the male who had captured him, the white-haired old devil shivered slightly. This untrustworthy fellow was not only fast, but also strong. If he was really allowed to go, there was a real possibility that he would be able to cross that shortcut without any problems, but it wouldn't be that easy to get the jade seal shards. Pavilion Master Cold. "You could have let him try it out and you'd know if I've lied to you." The white-haired old devil's eyes flickered a bit as he said this. Then he pleaded. "Pavilion Master Cold, I've told you all the secrets you've asked me to tell, so you can now give me the roasted chicken and release me. The roast chicken can be given to you, but letting you go, not yet." Cold Smoke threw the roasted chicken in front of him, and then walked straight towards the door in a high and cold manner. Seeing this, senior sister Koruo also quickly followed out. Soon the door to the chamber was heaved shut. Cold Smoke and Hatsuro said after taking a few steps outside, "Senior sister, How trustworthy do you think this white-haired old devil's words are? 7 points are believable. Hatsurao returned after some thought. 7 points? Then this white-haired old devil still has 3 points reserved? Cold Smoke also felt that this white-haired old devil did not tell the truth in its entirety, but rather said 7 points and hid 3 more. It should be. The jade seal fragment might really be within the Xianling sect's forbidden land in the back of the mountain, but if he wants to go in and take it out, he might be the only one who can do it, and it would be dangerous for another person to go over there, Korowo carefully analyzed. Yes, but if the white-haired old devil is released to look for the jade seal fragments, then it will be difficult to catch him again. Cold Smoke frowned her willow brows. This was indeed a difficult matter. The reason why Cold Smoke was so eager to find the jade seal fragment, that was also because she was thinking of pleasing Wang Teng, hoping to make the crown prince understand her importance. Seeing the crown prince marrying the ugly girl during the day, Cold Smoke is also eager to be the crown prince's woman, and she has to be the main wife, to be the one who laughs at the end of the queen. And this jade seal fragment was very crucial and useful to the crown prince. In the Battle of Qi, the meritorious people who assisted the prince to the throne were all able to obtain Qi, but only the prince who reigned over the world was unable to obtain Qi. It's just like Zhang Zi is sealing the gods. Everyone else got on the god sealing list, only he ended up with nothing. But 5,000 years ago, it wasn't like that. The founding emperor of the Daxiaowu dynasty, Xia Dan, swept the 6 kingdoms to unify the central state and established the Daxiaowu dynasty, and the jade seal of the supreme artifact was used to open up the great power of the Daxiaowu dynasty. 1,000 years later, Xia Dan went to the cultivation planet by virtue of the success of the atmospheric luck, and left the jade seal of the state to set the competition of Qi once every 1,000 years. Originally thought that once 1,000 years of competition can let the great summer royal family has been to maintain healthy competition, were thought to pass to the second generation. The seal of the state was a heavenly calamity hit down, broken into 9 pieces, scattered to the world all over the 9 states. With the loss of the jade seal of transmission, the Dixia princes would not be able to obtain Qi luck from now on, and the royal family would fall from now on, but those meritorious people who had assisted them to the throne would still be able to obtain Qi luck. This is where the pieces of the jade seal came from. The only way for the royal sons to obtain great fortune is to collect the 9 pieces of the jade seal of transmission and successfully restore them. Only by holding the jade seal of transmission in his hands can the royal sons obtain great fortune when they are at the top of the world, or else they can't obtain the great fortune except for being able to ascend to the throne of the dragon. That's why this jade seal fragment is very important to the several royal princes who are vying for the throne. Cold Smoke had also thought of this point, and was anxious to get the jade seal fragment in the white-haired old devil's hand. Senior sister. Since the crown prince can capture the white-haired old devil, he must be faster than the white-haired old devil, and by him going to the Xianling sect's forbidden land at the back of the mountain, he should be able to easily cross that shortcut without triggering the forbidden formations. Senior sister Korowo pondered for a while before voicing out what she had in mind. It's too dangerous to let the crown prince personally take the risk. Since we know that the jade seal fragment is in the forbidden area at the back of the Xianling sect's mountain, we can think of another way to obtain it. There's no need to let the crown prince take the risk. Cold Smoke immediately rejected the idea. In the event that the crown prince sacrificed himself in the forbidden land, then they would have completely lost the basis of this 1,000-year battle for Qi. But, Korowo tried to persuade again, but was cut off by Cold Smoke. There's no need to say anymore. I'll find another way to get the jade seal fragment. Cold Smoke wanted to leave after saying this, but a subordinate hurriedly ran over and reported. Reporting to the pavilion master. The outside personnel have received news that the Black Mountain Gang, led by the big boss Tang Lion, has poured out their nests, with 3,000 disciples, and entered Qi City to run towards the Lu Mansion. Tang Lion is out of the gate, and led 3,000 disciples to run at the Lu Mansion? Korowo was a bit disbelieving. This Black Mountain Gang was also too bold, actually blatantly entering Qi City to seek revenge on the Lu family. Yes, the Black Mountain Gang's big boss has already come out of seclusion to break through to the real person realm, and has also invited out a disciple from the Xianling sect to help them cheer. That subordinate reported back again. Hearing that the disciples of the Xianling sect were involved, Cold Smoke knew that the Black Mountain Gang was determined this time, utilized every connection and resource they could. Not only did they invite out the Xianling sect disciples, but they also went through their connections to get the city lord of Qi City to open the gates of the city, allowing their Black Mountain Gang to come in unimpeded. Senior sister. The Black Mountain Gang is determined to seek revenge on the Lu family this time. The crown prince is still in the Lu mansion. Let's hurry up and go help him. In case something goes wrong, it's over. Korowo seemed to have thought of something and said with an anxious face. But Cold Smoke was counting on something. There's no rush. Senior sister, don't you think this is a good opportunity for us to get close to the crown prince? The corners of Cold Smoke's lips rose slightly as she said, What good chance? Hatsura asked in disbelief. What kind of chance is it when the prince is about to be surrounded and killed by the Black Mountain Gang? This time, the Black Mountain Gang mobilized all their resources and came out in full force, and their big boss, Tang Lion, broke through to the real person realm. Do you think that the strength of the Liu family can hold them back? Cold Smoke didn't answer Koro's question, but continued to ask rhetorically. With the strength of the Liu family, they definitely won't be able to stop the Black Mountain Gang's attack, not to mention that they've invited disciples from the Xinling sect, so that's even more foolproof. Koro seriously returned. You're right. Why don't we take this opportunity to use the Black Mountain Gang's hands to exterminate the Liu family? Then when the Crown Prince is desperate, we'll step in to save him. Then won't he be grateful to us? The Kieran Pavilion? In case we get rid of that ugly girl in the midst of the chaos as well. That would be perfect. A cold light flashed in Cold Smoke's eyes as she spoke. When her senior sister, Koro, heard this plan, her eyes lit up. It's still senior sister who is smart. Without the Liu family, the Crown Prince will have to rely on our Kieran Pavilion. If we can kill that ugly girl as well, then the Crown Prince's chances of marrying senior sister will be higher. Koro unabashedly praised. Well, quickly go and mobilize our Kieran Pavilion's eagle guards and ambush them in the vicinity of the Liu clan. And when the time is right, we'll make our move to save the Crown Prince. Cold Smoke immediately commanded. Yes, senior sister. After answering, Koro immediately retreated. Cold Smoke couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips when she thought of the destruction of the Liu family and the killing of that ugly girl. The Crown Prince will have to rely on our Kieran Pavilion after all. Chapter 36, A Domineering Appearance. Inside the Liu mansion, when they heard that the Black Mountain thieves were heavily besieged, all of them were shocked, and one by one, they began to be terrified. They had all heard of the terror and cruelty of the Black Mountain bandits. Even Wang Teng did not expect that the Black Mountain thieves would take advantage of this time to take revenge, and Liu Yanxi was also frightened and lifted the red cover herself, her eyes filled with tension and anxiety. Seeing this, Wang Teng subconsciously tightened his grip on Liu Yanxi's cold and white hand, comforting her with his eyes, as if to say that as long as he was there, he wouldn't let her get hurt. It was only then that Liu Yanxi calmed down a little, just as the crowd was on edge. As the head of the Liu family, Liu Gowen stood out. Don't panic everyone, with me here, I won't let everyone get hurt, Liu Gowen said and hurriedly walked out. His wife, Yao Shu, also quickly followed him out. Those two old friends of Liu Gowen, Fang Deso and Xiao Han, also stood up and accompanied him to the outside of the hall. At the critical moment, these two old friends were still righteous enough. Besides them, the others who were bold enough to follow followed. Wang Teng knew that he could not escape, so he turned his head to Liu Yanxi and instructed him. Ma'am, wait for me here. I'll go outside to help father-in-law and the others. Husband, be careful, Liu Yanxi said with great concern. She was afraid that Wang Teng would be injured. Don't worry, I will be fine. Be good and wait for me here. Don't come out. After Wang Teng answered, he also walked out quickly, while secretly clenching his fists. This Black Mountain thieves actually dared to come to send death. Then he could only send them to meet the King of Hell. It just so happened that his strength had just broken through to the real person realm. So let's take them to try his hand. Just as they were heading out of the Great Hall, the Black Mountain thieves killed the Liu family guards outside the door and then aggressively barged in. Soon, the two groups of people met in the courtyard of the Liu mansion. Tang Lion, what are your intentions in bringing people to storm my Liu mansion? Liu Gowen shouted angrily. At the same time, all of the Liu family's guards rushed over with weapons in hand and gathered around Liu Gowen, amounting to more than 300 people. This is the full strength of the Liu family's guards. However, the number of Black Mountain thieves following in behind Tang Li was far more than 300, and beside him was the second head of the Black Mountain thieves, Tang Hong. That Master Zhong of the Xinling sect was also standing behind him, but with an air of innocence and indifference. Liu Gowen, your Liu family took advantage of my seclusion to kill my third brother and the Grand Elder, chopped off my second brother's arm, and destroyed my Black Eagle squad. This enmity, we should settle it today. The tall Tang Lion held a Vajra crescent moon blade in his hand and shouted towards Liu Gowen with an angry face, but Liu Gowen was pleasantly unafraid. Tang Lion, it was you Black Mountain thieves yourselves who messed with us first. We're just fighting back. Is it possible that our people are at your mercy to kill? Liu Gowen returned fire without fear. He, Liu Gowen, you've become bold. You actually dare to call the shots with our Black Mountain gang. Today I'm going to kill everyone in your Liu family. Let's see who else dares to mess with our Black Mountain gang in the future. Tang Lion said with a very arrogant aura. He didn't just come here to destroy the Liu family today, he also had the intention of making an example out of them. You dare? Liu Gowen shouted angrily, while having his Xian steel saber taken out, and the anger on his face reached its peak. See if I dare, Tang Lion said with a wave of his hand, and instantly many Black Mountain thieves rushed out from behind him. The atmosphere of the scene became very tense all of a sudden. Two old friends, Fang Deso and Xiao Han, also came forward at this time. Tang Lion, if you dare to destroy the Liu family today, our Fang family won't be polite to you either. Fang Deso also stood out side by side. Our Xiao family as well. If you dare to make a move, I'll notify our Xiao family to come and jointly besiege you Black Mountain thieves. Xiao Han also stepped forward. Although these two old friends usually loved to climb with Liu Gowen, they were still brave enough to stand up for Liu Gowen at the critical moment. Of course the two of them also had the intention of looking out for the interests of their own families. After all, they were also deeply poisoned by the Black Mountain thieves. If they let the Black Mountain bandits continue to grow, it would be harder for them to escort darts in the future. Liu Gowen was touched to see these two old friends of his come forward. However, Tang Lion was not intimidated, but instead raised the sky and laughed. Ha ha, what a joint siege against my Black Mountain gang. Daring to offend our Black Mountain gang is looking for death. See that master behind me? He is Master Zhong of the Xianling sect. If any of you dare to make a move against us today, then you are crossing the line with the Xianling sect, Tang Lion said as he stood his body away slightly, showing Master Zhong in his grey Dao robes to everyone at the scene. He had spent a lot of money to hire Master Zhong this time, in order to knock the mountain down. As expected, Liu Gowen, Xiao Han, and Fang Deso were shocked when they saw the Xianling sect's Grandmaster Zhong, and everyone else present was also shocked by one hand. They never expected that there was actually the Xianling sect behind the Black Mountain thieves. Even Wang Teng was shocked when he saw that Tang Lion had invited out a disciple of the Xianling sect. The Xianling sect that was a cultivation sect. While they were only a mundane third-rate martial arts family, if they wanted to fight with cultivators, they wouldn't be able to beat them at all. That Master Zhong, on the other hand, had been slightly squinting his eyes from the beginning to the end, completely not putting Liu Gowen, Fang Deso and the others in his eyes. In his opinion, these mundane martial arts masters were just like trash, and he could destroy them casually. When Fang Deso and Xiao Han saw this, they slightly retreated. It was really because the Xianling sect was too strong. They didn't dare to offend the cultivation sect. Tang Li was satisfied to see that the crowd was stunned. Fang Deso, Xiao Han, do you still dare to surround our Black Mountain gang? Come on, if you're not afraid of death, call your people over so I can exterminate you all together. Tang Lion arrogantly shouted loudly. Tang Li was the one who had calculated that there would be this situation at hand, and that was why he had invited Master Zhong of the Xianling sect out. He didn't need to do anything. Just standing there was enough to deter these mundane martial arts families. Liu Gowen knew Fang Deso and Xiao Han's difficulties, so he said to them, "Thank you two buddies. This matter is better left to our Liu family to deal with on our own. If our Liu family is unfortunate enough to be wiped out today, I hope that you two buddies will help our Liu family collect the corpses when the time comes." Hearing such sad words, let Fang Deso and Xiao Han a burst of heartache, but the reality forced them, had to concede, otherwise the Zhong master shot, even their two families will be exterminated. Don't worry, buddy Liu, with the personal relationship between us, we will definitely help you deal with the aftermath. Fang Deso and Xiao Han said rather apologetically. Good, thank you guys then. Liu Gowen nodded, grateful to them. Tang Li was satisfied to see that Xiao Han and Fang Deso were scared off. Those who know the time are wise. Very well, if anyone dares to come forward to help the Liu family again today, then we'll likewise exterminate their entire family. Tang Lion threatened arrogantly. This sound of intimidation scared all the guests present with a burst of backward movement in unison. It was really because the deterrent effect of the Black Mountain thieves was too strong, plus the presence of Master Zhong of the Xianling sect. Liu Gowen, make your move. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill your wife and child. Tang Lion said arrogantly. Tang Lion, don't bully others too much, Liu Gowen said as he gripped the Xian steel peyote in his hand, then charged towards Tang Lion first. Just you want to fight me? Seek death. Tang Lion gripped the Vajra crescent moon blade in his hand tightly, and after shouting, he also rushed towards Liu Gowen. This charge was like a brute bull striking with extraordinary power. When the two of them approached, they slashed almost simultaneously. A dull metallic sound was emitted as the knife met the blade, followed by Liu Gowen being catapulted backwards several steps by the tremendous force of the recoil, while Tang Lion did not move at all. One exchange of blows, and the highs and lows were immediately determined. The people in the Liu mansion, seeing this, all sucked in a breath of cool air. Tang Lion's strength has actually reached the real person realm. This is going to be trouble for Buddy Liu. Fang Deso was very worried for his old friend. Yes, Buddy Liu is only at the late stage of the sovereign realm, while opposite Tang Lion is at the real person realm, and there is also a master of the Xianling sect, so the Liu mansion is afraid that it will really be exterminated this night. Xiao Han secretly sweated for Liu Gowen and his family. Everyone else was nervous for Liu Gowen. Lu Gowen, I'm already in the real person realm. You won't be my opponent. Suffer death. After Tang Lion shouted, he once again gripped the Vajra Crescent Moon blade again and charged towards Lu Gowen. Lu Gowen gritted his teeth, knowing that he would really die if he didn't come up with a stunt, and then he shouted, overlapping wild blade slash. With this loud shout, Lu Gowen mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and poured it into the Xiansteel peyote, and the blade let out a buzzing sound, followed by a heavy slash by Lu Gowen. When this blade slashed out, the blade chi actually showed 3 consecutive overlapping states, equivalent to that. A knife slashed out and shot out 3 knife chi, still in an overlapping state. It was evident that the power of this knife was very strong. In the face of this domineering slash, Tang Lion didn't dodge or avoid it, but roared, "Good job coming. I'll let you see how powerful I am today." Horizontal sweep. Tang Lion gripped the Vajra Crescent Moon blade in his hand and swept it horizontally. This sweeping strike used 70% of Tang Lion's strength, and the moment it swept out, a domineering and incomparable blade chi rushed out in a fan shape. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 blade chi collided in the air. Lu Gowen's triple blade chi was directly broken, followed by Tang Lion's sweeping 1,000 armies that went unabated and continued to blast towards Lu Gowen. Lu Gowen only had time to raise his sword to block, and in the next second, he was swept out a dozen meters away by this huge blade chi. After landing heavily on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of bright red. The crowd at the scene was shocked when they saw this. The real person realm strength was as terrifying as it was. It's over. It's over. Even Lu Gowen was defeated so easily. The Lu family is really going to be over. Fang Deso had the intention to go up and help, but he was also very afraid of the Xianling sect. The real person realm is really powerful. Lu Gowen actually couldn't go more than 3 rounds in his hands. Xiao Han was also secretly worried for him. Ha ha, Lu Gowen, you won't be my opponent. I haven't even used my full strength and you've been seriously injured. Next, it's time to send you to the west. Tang Lion said as he gripped the Vajra Crescent Moon blade in his hand and continued to charge towards Lu Gowen, who was lying on the ground. At this time, Lu Gowen had already been seriously injured and was simply unable to resist this slash from Tang Lion. Just when everyone thought that Lu Gowen was going to be killed, a powerful sword chi shot out from the crowd, accurately shooting towards Tang Li. Tang Lion quickly spotted this lingering sword chi, and instantly turned his blade and slashed. Blade chi and sword chi met in the air, and the 2 energies instantly dissolved in the air. Immediately after that, a young and handsome figure steeply appeared in front of Lu Gowen. With me here, no one can kill him. As Wang Teng spoke, he spread the aura of the real person realm on his body all at once, immediately shocking the entire audience. Even Master Zhong, who had been slightly squinting, could not help but open his eyes and look over. Everyone read the point after the urge to more. Has not yet commented on the trouble to help me 5-star positive feedback. Thank you all. Tomorrow is the ugly wife transformed into a big climax. Chapter 37, the Lu family's aunt shocked the entire court. On the tea house across from the Lu mansion, Cold Smoke and Koro stood in front of the window on the 3rd floor, looking down at everything that was happening in the Lu family compound. Darkly shook his head when he saw that Lu Gowen was seriously injured by Tang Lion's slash. Only the late stage of the Zhongshe realm. With this strength, how can you bring help to the crown prince? A trace of disdain flashed in Cold Smoke's eyes. In her heart, she simply couldn't look at everything about the Lu family, especially hating that ugly girl. I really don't know why His Highness the Crown Prince is so dead set on this ugly girl. Senior sister. This time the Black Mountain thieves have come in force and even invited disciples from the Xianling sect to assist them. The Lu family is afraid that they won't be able to resist. Senior sister Koro subconsciously said, it's only good if we can't resist. As long as the Crown Prince is fine, we are the final winner. Are the Eagle Guards all ambushed? A hint of essence flickered in Cold Smoke's gaze. It's all ambushed. It's that Zhong Changzi from the Xianling sect that's a bit of a problem. His strength seems to have reached the early stage of the Pioneer realm. Koro knitted her willow brows and said, the so-called early stage of the Pioneer realm was a cultivation realm of the Cultivation sect, and its strength was equivalent to the early stage of the martial saints in the Jianghu martial arts path, which was already considered a very strong existence in the mundane world. Master Zhong? It's just a low-level disciple of the Xianling sect. Just leave it to me to deal with later. Cold Smoke's cold eyes fell on that so-called Master Zhong, and she skimmed her lips in disdain. While the two were talking, the Black Mountain thief Big Boss Tang Lion had already wielded his Vajra Crescent Moon blade and attacked towards Lu Gowen again. If this blade was chopped solidly, Lu Gowen would definitely be killed on the spot. However, right at this moment, a powerful sword chi forced back Tang Lion, followed by a handsome and incomparable man appearing in front of Lu Gowen. In the next second, the aura of the real person realm erupted from his body, shocking the crowd at the scene. Even Cold Smoke, who was standing on the opposite side of the tea tower, was greatly shaken when she saw His Highness the Crown Prince emitting the aura of a real person realm. His Highness the Crown Prince has actually reached the real person realm. It's only been a few days since we parted ways, and he's actually broken through again. Cold Smoke's heart was greatly shaken. Half a month ago, the Crown Prince was still a waste, yet only half a month ago, his strength had broken through to the real person realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was impossible for the world's top geniuses. How did he do that? How could he cultivate so fast? Cold Smoke's body was vaguely trembling. She felt that she was already overestimating the Crown Prince, yet the truth told her that she had still underestimated this Crown Prince. Coral was even more dumbfounded as she watched, and the strength of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had shocked her as well. His Highness the Crown Prince's cultivation speed is also too fast. Coral looked at everything in front of her and seemed to have figured something out as she said in a daze. No wonder Master instructed us to make sure we chose to assist the Crown Prince. It seems like he had already seen how extraordinary the Crown Prince was. Hearing this, Cold Smoke was also pondering, and seemed to have acquiesced to these words of his senior sister, Koruo, that the heaven-defying talent displayed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was definitely a rarity in the world. Inside the courtyard of the Liu Mansion, none of the people were shocked when they saw that Wang Teng had displayed the aura of the real person realm. So powerful. This aunt of the Liu family, her strength has actually reached the real person realm. I really didn't expect it. To have such strength at such a young age. The future is unlimited. While Xiao Han was shocked in his heart, a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. Yes, Buddy Liu was really lucky to have recruited such a powerful son-in-law. With the real person realm against the real person realm, the Liu family may not lose this time. Fang Deso also spoke out and analyzed. No, there's a Master Zhong of the Xinling sect behind the Black Mountain Thieves. If this person strikes, I'm afraid that even Lu Gowen's aunt won't be able to stop him. Xiao Han frowned again and said in a deep voice. Yes, the Xinling sect's people are cultivators after all. Their strength is too strong. Fang Dishu's eyes also revealed a trace of worry once again. Wang Teng's appearance not only shocked everyone at the scene, but also boosted the morale of the Liu family. Lu Gowen saw that his son-in-law's strength had actually reached the real person realm. His heart was both shocked and delighted. It seemed that he had still underestimated his son-in-law who had been recruited by throwing an embroidered ball. The other Liu family members were all encouraged to see that their own aunt, whose strength had reached the real person realm. Everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Wang Teng, except for Liu Yanxi, who was in the middle of the crowd, who was silently worrying if her husband would be injured. The strength displayed by Wang Teng similarly shook the Black Mountain Thieves to their core. How is it possible? This kid's previous strength was at most the late stage of the sovereign realm. How did he break through to the realist realm all of a sudden? This speed is too fast. A look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of Tang Hong, who had broken his arm. Even the Black Mountain Thieves' Grand Master Tang Lion was shocked by Wang Teng's strength. He had been in bitter seclusion for a year before he managed to break through to the real-life realm. And this young man on the other side had actually reached the real-life realm as well, which had made him slightly scornful. Good boy. The Liu family actually has an expert. What's your name? Tang Lion held his Vajra Crescent Moon blade in his hand and shouted aggressively. Although the other party was also in the real person realm, they could not lose in terms of aura. Wang Teng, I'm the one who killed your third brother and the Grand Elder, and I'm the one who chopped off that arm of your second brother. So if you have a grudge, come at me. Wang Teng pointed the wind spirit sword in his hand remotely towards Tang Lion as he spoke. Tang Lion was furious when he heard this. So it was you kid who killed my third brother and the Grand Elder, and cut off my second brother's arm. The anger in Tang Lion's heart was getting more and more prevalent, and the Vajra Crescent Moonblade was gripped more and more tightly by him, and the murderous aura on his body was gradually rising. Wang Teng knew that a big battle would follow, so he turned his head and said to the severely injured Lu Gowen, Father-in-law, you go back inside first. Leave this place to me. Lu Gowen had the intention to fight the enemy with Wang Teng, but his strengthened body allowed him to, and then he could only say helplessly, Sage son-in-law, be careful. If you can't beat them, don't try to be strong and take my daughter far away. Lu Gowen thought of a way back. Since Wang Teng's strength had already reached the real person realm, even if he couldn't defeat the other party, escaping would definitely be possible, especially when there were still Shenling sect disciples on the opposite side. Not being able to fight and taking his daughter to escape was the best retreat Lu Gowen could think of. Don't worry, father-in-law. With me here, no one can harm our Lu family, Wang Teng said with a firm gaze. When Lu Gowen saw Wang Teng's determined eyes, his heart was filled with emotion. What kind of virtue did he, Lu Gowen, have, to be able to recruit such a good son-in-law? At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that in case the situation got out of control, he would fight to the death to give Wang Teng and his daughter the time and opportunity to escape. Soon, Lu Gowen retreated back into the crowd, while the two of them, Wang Teng and Tang Li, were left facing each other in the large courtyard. Everyone was watching the fight. Come on. Wang Teng tightened the wind spirit sword in his hand and said to Tang Lion. After being provoked, Tang Lion roared and charged towards Wang Teng like a cannonball. Tang Lion's power was enormous, and as he stepped out with one step, the ground vaguely shook a little, and the crowd watched in horror. However, Wang Teng was calm. Kid, die for me. When he got close, Tang Lion gripped the Vajra crescent moon blade in his hand and slashed towards Wang Teng. This knife is powerful and heavy, as if it has the force of 1,000 pounds. If it is cut into, is definitely either dead or injured. The crowd all watched with their hearts in their throats, secretly sweating for Wang Teng. However, just as the knife was about to slash in front of him, Wang Teng disappeared in a flash. What? Where are the people? Tang Lion was shocked when he saw that the target of the attack was lost. Everyone else was shocked too. How did people disappear all of a sudden? Tang Hong was also looking shocked as to how this Wang Teng person had disappeared. Only that Master Zhong, at the scene, knew exactly what was going on. So fast. Master Zhong opened his mouth for the first time, but his expression did not change much. How fast? Hearing Master Zhong's words, Tang Hong's heart slightly snapped. On the tea house opposite the Liu mansion, Cold Smoke and Korowo were also secretly surprised when they saw that Wang Teng had suddenly disappeared into thin air. What a fast speed. No wonder the Crown Prince was able to capture the white-haired old devil. With this speed, where can the white-haired old devil run away? Korowo secretly marveled. With her strength, she could just barely capture Wang Teng in the shadowless step state. Only Cold Smoke was able to capture Wang Teng's movement speed throughout, but was still shocked by his shadowless steps. The Crown Prince is really surprising me more and more. It seems that this drama is getting better and better. Cold Smoke suddenly became more and more interested in the Crown Prince. On the battlefield, Wang Teng moved 5 times faster at once after using the shadowless steps. Tang Lion couldn't hit him at all. How so fast? Tang Lion also reacted at this time. It wasn't disappearing in place, but because the speed was too fast, making his eyes unable to capture his opponent. Wind Spirit Sword. Wang Teng directly circled around behind Tang Lion at high speed and tentatively slashed out with a sword. And immediately a sword chi mixed with wind blade shot towards Tang Lion's back. The Wind Spirit Sword was a middle grade Xian grade and came with a wind blade attack. Although this sword was only a tentative attack, Wang Teng had also used 50% of his strength, and with the addition of the wind blade, it made this sword extremely powerful. After Tang Lion felt the threat behind him, he turned around at the first time, and when he wanted to counterattack, it was already too late, and he could only raise his sword to block. After Tang Lion gave a loud shout, his body erupted with the aura of a real person's realm, and white light emanated from the Vajra Crescent Moon Blade. The Wind Spirit Sword Chi struck the Vajra Crescent Moon Blade and didn't cause much of a ripple, and even Tang Lion's footsteps didn't take a step backwards. The crowd was slightly horrified at the sight of this, secretly marveling at Tang Lion's power. It's over. Aunt Lu's speed is fast, but her strength is too weak. She can't break through Lion Tang's defense at all. Fong Deso sighed. Yeah, faster, but not powerful enough. You can't win against Tang Lion at all by fighting like this. Xiao Han said full of pity. Lu Gowen, Yao Shu, and the others looked on and were anxious. On the opposite side of the tea house, Korowo sighed secretly when she saw that the Crown Prince's sword couldn't break Tang Lion's defense. Senior sister, it seems like the Crown Prince is using all his energy on cultivating his speed. His strength is too weak. If this continues, he won't be able to break Tang Lion's defense. Really? I have a feeling that His Highness the Crown Prince hasn't used his full power yet. Wait and see, Cold Smoke said with interest. On the battlefield, Tang Lion saw that Wang Teng could not break his defense and abruptly let out a loud laugh. Ha ha, kid, with this power of yours you won't be able to break my defense. Now it's your grandpa's turn. Tang Lion said as he gripped the Vajra Crescent Moon Blade in his hand and fought to slash towards Wang Teng. Sweeping thousands, Tang Lion once again used a stance, and a huge blade chi swept horizontally towards Wang Teng, blocking all of Wang Teng's left and right retreat paths. Wang Teng's gaze condensed, knowing that the other party's defense and strength was very strong, and that it was impossible to kill him without putting out his full strength again. And then he spun around and roared as well after gripping the Wind Spirit Sword tightly. Dragon Breaking Chop. With this shout, the Wind Spirit Sword in his hand slashed heavily head-on. A domineering and unrivaled sword chi immediately came out from Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Sword and shot towards Tang Lion with lightning speed. You can't break through my sweeping 1,000 armies with just your strength. Tang Lion was confident in his heart, and even the people around him felt the same way. However, when Wang Teng's dragon-breaking slash crashed into Tang Lion's sweeping 1,000 armies, the latter only lasted for a moment before it was broken, while Wang Teng's dragon-breaking slash's power only became a little bit smaller, and then it went on unabated, shooting straight towards Tang Lion. What? My sweeping 1,000 army was broken. How is that possible? Tang Lian's face was unbelievable. Not only them, but all the people present were stunned by Wang Teng's move. Dragon breaking slash. Originally, they thought that Wang Teng was fast and weak, but they never expected that Wang Teng was not only fast but also strong. Koro and Cold Smoke on the opposite side of Lu Mansion's tea house were equally surprised by Wang Teng's hand. What a great move, dragon breaking slash. Cold Smoke secretly appreciated it. After the power of the dragon breaking chop was weakened a bit by the sweeping thousand armies, the momentum did not decrease and blasted straight at Tang Lion. Trying to break my defense? That's impossible. After Tang Lion roared, a white light emerged from his body, opening his protective aura. Then he raised his sword to block each other again, thinking that this time he could still block this dragon breaking slash from Wang Teng. However, he thought wrong. The first sword Wang Teng was only tentative and did not use his full strength, while this sword dragon breaking chop, Wang Teng had used his full strength and also used the Shen level sword technique. When the dragon breaking slash blasted on Tang Lion, the protective aura on his body only lasted for a moment before it was shattered by Wang Teng's dragon breaking slash, followed by the sword she blasted on his body. Although the Vajra crescent blade had resisted some of it, most of it still shot at Tang Lion's body. A sword mark appeared on his chest, and even his tall body was sent flying several meters away. This scene completely shocked everyone present. Wang Teng's strength was completely beyond the expectations of everyone present, and Tang Lion was even more disbelieving. How is it possible? I've broken through to the real person realm, and I was actually defeated by his sword. Tang Lion touched his chest, which was covered in scarlet blood, and his body was even invaded by the wind spirit power. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. With just one sword, Wang Teng had seriously injured the Black Mountain Thief's oldest, Tang Lion. Taking advantage of his illness, Wang Teng gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand and charged towards Tang Lion once again. Seeing Wang Teng charging again, Tang Lion gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Thousand Junjun. Tang Lion used all the spiritual energy in his body, gripping the Vajra crescent moon blade and slashing violently towards the ground. With this slash, spider-like cracks appeared on the ground centered on him, followed by a domineering and incomparable blade chi shooting towards Wang Teng. The ground suddenly shook, causing Wang Teng's shadowless steps to be greatly affected and his speed was reduced. And then another blade chi appeared on his face and shot towards him. Without dodging, Wang Teng once again slashed out a sword dragon breaking slash, which annihilated this blade chi directly. By the time he had broken this blade chi, Tang Lion had long since disappeared into thin air. Wang Teng swept his gaze around and realized that this guy did not have any thoughts of fighting him hard, but instead ran to that Master Zhong. Only Tang Lion's body was weak after exhausting his spiritual energy, and his chest was dripping with blood. Grandmaster Zhong, please step in and kill that brat. I'm willing to use half of the Black Mountain Gang's treasure to give it to you. Tang Lion half-kneeled in front of Master Zhong and said with a pleading face. Facing Wang Teng, Tang Lion no longer had any power to fight, and now that he was seriously injured, if he wanted to take back the situation, the only way was to request Grandmaster Zhong to come and take action. Tang Lion's move stunned everyone present, but it was expected. If Master Zhong of the Xinling sect made a move, then the situation would be different. The Liu family would no longer be facing the Black Mountain Gang, but the Xinling sect. Even Wang Teng inexplicably felt a trace of nervousness, as he could not see through this Master Zhong at all, and it was obvious that this fellow's strength was far above his. Just as the crowd watched with nervous gazes, Master Zhong suddenly nodded slowly. Good. After this is accomplished, I want half of your Black Mountain Gang's treasure. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. If Master Zhong made a move, who in the room could resist? Chapter 38 Ugly Wife Turns into an Absolute Beauty Emperor. Friendly reminder, before reading this chapter, make sure you read all the previous chapters before you read this one to be shocked. Tang Li's heart burst with ecstasy when he saw that Master Zhong had agreed to his request. As long as we have Master Zhong's help, what's the point of giving half of the Black Mountain Gang's treasure to Master Zhong? Tang Lion, stand down. After Zhong Changzi waved his Dao robe, his demeanor was condescending as he slowly walked towards the front. The people inside the mansion were all horrified to see Master Zhong finally walk out. It's over. It's over. Grandmaster Zhong of the Xinling sect is really going to make a move. Now the Liu family's aunt is afraid that she won't be able to stop it. Fang Deso was also in a state of continuous panic. He couldn't be more clear about the power of the Xinling sect. A random disciple could crush their mundane martial arts family. It is said that this Master Zhong's strength has already reached the Pioneer realm, which is equivalent to the Martial Saint realm of our martial arts path, and Wang Teng is only in the Realist realm. There is a big realm difference between the two of them. How can this be fought? Xiao Han also said nervously. Everyone else was also horrified at this Master Zhong. Oh no! Master Zhong has struck. Wang Teng is afraid that it's not good. Lu Go uncovered his chest with a tense face, while secretly gripping the large knife in his hand. ready to go up and save him at any time in the critical moment. The other Liu family members also secretly sweated for Wang Teng, especially Liu Yanxi. Her pretty face had long been white with nervousness, and her palms were sweaty. Wang Teng, you must not be okay. Liu Yanxi's pair of eyes stared tightly at Wang Teng. Her heart was almost jumping into her throat, and even her breathing felt a little short. At the tea house across from the Liu mansion, Cold Smoke and Koruo were expecting it when they saw Zhong Changzi come out. It seems that this Zhong Changzi finally couldn't help but strike. With the strength of the crown prince, he can't stop it at all. Senior sister, let's go up and save the crown prince, Koruo said rather nervously. No hurry, let's see first. Cold Smoke wanted to wait a little longer, until the crown prince was completely desperate. Then she would make her move, so that he would be grateful to her. Otherwise, she'd go out and save him now, and the prince wouldn't even feel how much she meant to him. On the battlefield, Wang Teng watched Zhong Changzi walk towards him step by step, slightly feeling a little pressure. While Zhong Changzi faced Wang Teng, he was without any pressure. At your age, being able to reach the realist realm is not bad talent, but it's a pity that you met me. Zhong Changzi had his hands behind his back in a lofty manner. Yes? Wang Teng tightened his grip on the wind spirit sword in his hand. Although this Master Zhong's strength was much higher than his, Wang Teng did not have a trace of fear. Make your move. Zhong Changzi beckoned towards Wang Teng, with a pretentious look on his face. Wang Teng slightly frowned. Then he tightened his grip on the wind spirit sword in his hand and tentatively slashed his sword. The sword chi was interspersed with wind blades and was extremely fast, but Zhong Changzi made a slight side shift and easily avoided the sword. Again, Zhong Changzi continued to provoke. Wang Teng frowned, and then he whirled around and slashed out several swords consecutively towards Zhong Changzi, his sword chi sealing off his left and right paths. However, it was such a tricky attack that was still easily dodged by Zhong Changzi. There was a feeling of a cat playing with a mouse, and Wang Teng was the mouse being teased. The crowd all watched with a burst of anxiety, while all secretly marveled at Master Zhong's power. Master Zhong is really powerful. Casually moving his body, he can easily avoid Wang Teng's attack. This is still he didn't make a move. Once he makes a move, I'm afraid Wang Teng won't be able to block it, Xiao Han said in shock. Yes, there is a large realm difference between the two. Wang Teng simply couldn't attack Master Zhong. Fang Deso also sighed, secretly feeling sorry for Wang Teng. Liu Yanxi and the other members of the Liu family were also watching nervously. Not fast enough, not strong enough, you won't be able to hit me, Zhong Changzi said with a smile. Yeah, then I will make you stay put, Wang Teng said as he transported the spiritual energy on his body and condensed it onto his right hand. Then after locking onto Zhong Changzi's aura, he blasted over with a palm. Prisoner Dragon Palm. With a loud shout, an invisible palm condensed and molded from aura blasted towards Zhong Changzi. Ordinary people couldn't even see this Prisoner Dragon Palm, but Zhong Changzi clearly felt it coming. You want to hit me with just this palm? Zhong Changzi subconsciously wanted to continue dodging, but he never expected that this Prisoner Dragon Palm would track. As soon as Zhong Changzi moved, this Prisoner Dragon Palm flew to follow him, and in the next second, he was caught tightly in this Prisoner Dragon Palm's grip. For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhong Changzi's face. The crowd of onlookers also never expected that Wang Teng would actually still have this hand, and for a while, they were all looking a bit shocked. This aunt of the Liu family is a bit powerful, actually binding Master Zhong, Xiao Han said with great surprise. It's a bit powerful. Now I'm a bit convinced that the white-haired old devil was really caught by him. When Fang Deso saw this hand, he also secretly nodded. Liu Gowen, Liu Yanxi, and the other members of the Liu family, however, did not dare to breathe a sigh of relief yet. It was really because Zhong Changzi's strength was too strong. On the tea house opposite the Liu mansion, the two of them, Cold Smoke and Koruo, were also slightly surprised when they saw Wang Teng make this Prisoner Dragon Palm. A good Prisoner Dragon Palm. It seems like the Crown Prince knows a lot more. Cold Smoke's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation, and Koruo also nodded. On the battlefield, Zhong Changzi's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw that he was caught by the invisible Prisoner Dragon Palm. Somewhat interesting, Zhong Changzi's eyes began to become serious, and immediately after pinching a spell in his hand, a protective light shield appeared on his body. Moreover, this light shield was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was going to burst this Prisoner Dragon Palm that had grabbed him. Seeing this, Wang Teng knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and immediately took advantage of the moment his figure was locked, gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand, and slashed towards Zhong Changzi, while shouting out of his mouth, "Dragon breaking chop!" With the sword slashing out, the power of the sword chi skyrocketed 3 or 4 times, and the huge dragon breaking chopping sword chi transformed into a sword light that attacked Zhong Changzi directly. When Zhong Changzi saw that he couldn't move his figure, his complexion abruptly turned grave. You want to hurt me with this trashy sword move? A fool's dream, Zhong Changzi said, pinched another spell and shouted, "Golden Bell!" The moment the dragon-breaking slash approached his body, a golden body shield once again appeared around Zhong Changzi's body. It looks like a golden bell from its shape, hence the name. The restraint of the prisoner dragon palm, coupled with the outburst of the dragon-breaking slash, heavily bombarded the golden bell shield, striking it and causing it to shake. Seeing that he could not break the golden bell shield, Wang Teng infused the remaining aura in his body into the wind spirit sword once again before making the dragon-breaking slash once more. Dragon-breaking slash, break for me, Wang Teng shouted with red eyes. If they couldn't even break the opponent's defense shield, then how could they talk about killing the opponent? As soon as one dragon-breaking slash ended, another dragon-breaking slash followed right after it, being attacked in the same place, in the same spot. The golden bell shield, which was already a bit shaky, steeply shattered apart after receiving 2 consecutive bursts of dragon-breaking chop. Immediately after that, the aftermath of the dragon-breaking slash blasted onto Zhong Changzi. Boom! There was an explosion that swept up a cloud of dust. When the Liu family saw Wang Teng's sword chi blasted onto Zhong Changzi, they secretly burst with joy, thinking that they had injured Zhong Changzi just like that. The two brothers, Tang Lion and Tang Hong of the Black Mountain Thieves, were also shocked to see Wang Teng break even Master Zhong's golden bell shield, and secretly cited Wang Teng's power, but they had great confidence in Master Zhong. Cold Smoke and Koro on the opposite side of the tea house were also secretly a little surprised when they saw that Wang Teng was able to break Zhong Changzi's golden bell shield. The Crown Prince is really powerful. There is a big realm difference between the two of them, and he actually broke the opponent's golden bell shield. Koro was secretly surprised. Well, it's a pity that the difference in realms is too great. Although the Crown Prince's sword chi broke the golden bell mask, the power left was not enough to injure Zhong Changzi. If we give the Crown Prince another period of time to grow up, this Zhong Changzi will not be his opponent at all. Cold Smoke analyzed seriously. On the battlefield, Wang Teng was panting and looking at the dust flying in front of him. Just now 2 consecutive moves of dragon-breaking slash had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. He was no longer able to fight anymore. The dust gradually dispersed, finally revealing a somewhat wretched Zhong Changzi, only to see that his Dao robe had been torn out by the sword chi with several cracks, and his hair was also disheveled by the sword chi. It looked like a mess, but it didn't take much damage. It just looked like a bit of a mess on the surface. Very well, kid, you have angered me? So go to hell. Zhong Changzi was enraged. Then he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and pinched a spell before blasting another palm towards Wang Teng. Palm Thunder Curse. With a palm blast, a lightning bolt shot towards Wang Teng at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Wang Teng's aura was depleted at this time and his reaction slowed down. By the time he wanted to activate the shadowless steps to dodge, it was already too late. The lightning-like Palm Thunder Curse bombarded him, and the tremendous force blasted him out more than 10 meters away, and after he fell to the ground, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and his body was invaded by lightning energy, causing Wang Teng to suffer a great deal of pain. The crowd sighed at the sight. In the end, there was no miracle. There was a large realm difference between the two of them. How could Wang Teng beat Zhong Changzi? Wang Teng is going to die. Xiao Han couldn't bear to watch any longer. Grandmaster Zhong is really powerful. Wang Teng is simply no match for him. Fang Deso also shook his head inside. The others present were also marveling at Master Zhong's power. On the opposite side of the tea house, Koro and Cold Smoke saw this and their eyes slightly condensed. Senior sister, the Crown Prince is injured. We can make a move to save him, Koro said anxiously. Wait a little longer. There is no way the Liu family will sit back and watch the Crown Prince get killed. When the Liu family is almost dead, we will go out and save him. Cold Smoke was also anxious in her heart, but she wanted to take this opportunity to use Master Zhong's hand to get rid of the Liu family, and it would be best to kill that ugly girl Liu Yanxi, so she had to hold back a little longer. Okay. Hatsura could only listen to her senior sister's wishes. On the battlefield, seeing that Wang Teng was knocked to the ground, Zhong Changzi walked towards Wang Teng unhurriedly. Kid, you are very good, but it's a pity that you met me. Die for me, Zhong Changzi said as he once again pinched a spell and struck a palm towards Wang Teng. However, right at this moment, a large red figure rushed out ahead of time and blocked in front of Wang Teng. Zhong Changzi's Palm Thunder Curse just happened to hit this big red figure. In the next second, the large red figure was blasted away by the huge palm lightning spell to a distance of more than 10 meters before falling heavily to the ground. Wang Teng cried out in pain as he got a good look at the large red figure. Lu Guan and Yao Shu also reacted at this time and rushed out to protect Wang Teng. Wang Teng climbed up from the ground and staggered to the place where Liu Yanxi had fallen, then wrapped her in his arms. Madam, are you alright? Wang Teng looked at Liu Yanxi in his arms with a pained expression, his eyes instantly turning red. He never expected that Liu Yanxi would sacrifice herself for him. Husband, I may have to leave first. Liu Yanxi spat out a mouthful of blood from her mouth, and her face instantly turned pale, and the strength in her body was rapidly draining away. She was only in the Hotian realm, and she couldn't even block a slap from Zhong Changzi, who was in the martial saint realm. You can't leave. You can't leave me behind. We agreed not to leave each other. Wang Teng saw that Liu Yanxi's vitality was disappearing. His heart suddenly became alarmed and helpless, and tears were flowing from his eyes. He suddenly realized that he was so afraid of losing Liu Yanxi. This ugly girl who had only been together for half a month had actually left such a deep impression in his heart. Husband, I've been living in a gray world all my life, and it wasn't until you appeared in my life that I realized how bright the entire world is. Halfway through her sentence, Liu Yanxi spat out another mouthful of blood from her mouth, and her breath caught. Stop it. I know medical skills. I'll treat you. Wang Teng wanted to go and save Liu Yanxi, but she stopped him. It's useless. My body's internal organs have been damaged by the lightning energy. I won't live long. Liu Yanxi had difficulty breathing as she reached out and touched Wang Teng's face and said with difficulty, Husband, it's my greatest fortune to have met you in this life. In my next life I want to marry you and give you children. Again. When the last word son fell, Liu Yanxi's hand suddenly fell from Wang Teng's face and her breathing stopped. Wang Teng looked at the dead Liu Yanxi and suddenly raised the sky in pain and shouted, Yanxi! Wang Teng could not stop the tears of pain from flowing from his eyes. Tang Hong and Tang Lion of the Black Mountain Gang, seeing that Wang Teng was severely injured, were overjoyed and immediately shouted towards their men behind them, Brothers, charge me. Kill all the Liu family members. Leave no one behind. With a command, the disciples of the Black Mountain thieves swarmed towards the Liu family to kill them. At the tea house across from the Liu mansion, seeing that ugly girl die, Cold Smoke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, the ugly girl is finally dead. The time has come for us to strike. Cold Smoke saw that her purpose had been achieved and was ready to strike. However, right at this moment, Liu Yanxi's corpse suddenly emitted a hint of purple light, especially on her face, while her hair also began to gradually turn purple. When Wang Teng's tears fell on Liu Yanxi, the red birthmark on her face actually disappeared quickly, and her vitality was recovering rapidly. Wang Teng quickly noticed the difference. What's going on? Wang Teng saw a purple glow emanating from Liu Yanxi's face, and then he subconsciously slowly pulled off the red veil covering her face. Then, Wang Teng saw a stunning face appear in front of him. Please ask for a wave of 5 praise. The number of 5 praise reaches 50. Tomorrow an additional chapter. Chapter 39 Ugly Wife turns into an absolute beauty emperor, 2. When Wang Teng saw this stunning face, he was completely shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a good-looking face. He had thought that Cold Smoke was already a peerless beauty, but after seeing this face, he realized what it meant to be a real fairy. The truth is that the current Liu Yanxi, too good-looking, is 3 times better than Cold Smoke you. But soon Wang Teng reacted. How could the birthmark on the lady's face suddenly disappear? While Wang Teng was shocked, he also sensed that the vitality in Liu Yanxi's body was rapidly recovering. In addition, her hair was turning purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a trace of purple aura was emanating from her body. That's right, purple aura. Normal auras were invisible to the naked eye, and even if one coalesced the aura into a shape after being strong, it would still be white. And the aura emanating from Liu Yanxi's body was not only as if it was substantial, but it was also purple, completely different from ordinary auras. How could it be like this? Could it be? Could it be? Wang Teng looked at Liu Yanxi's stunningly beautiful and flawless face and suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the birthmark on the lady's face is really a rune? And now it's a rune unsealed? Seeing this, Wang Teng seemed to remember something again, then hurriedly touched on Liu Yanxi's body, especially at those meridians. Previously, Wang Teng had touched Liu Yanxi's meridians once, and found that her entire body's martial arts practicing meridians were blocked, and even the great diffusion acupuncture and soaking in medicinal baths couldn't unplug them. But now this touch was shocking Wang Teng to the core. How is it possible? The martial arts practicing meridians on the lady's body are actually all opened, and the speed of the aura flowing through her body is even faster than mine. This is simply a martial arts practicing genius like no other in 100 million. Wang Teng was now completely shocked. At the same time, it confirmed even more his suspicion that those ugly birthmarks on Liu Yanxi's face from before were really runes that suppressed her. And now these runes were unsealed for some unknown reason. And then Liu Yanxi awakened some kind of mysterious power within her body. In Wang Teng's shocked gaze, Liu Yanxi slowly opened her eyes, and the pupils of those eyes were no longer black, but had turned into purple pupils that were the same color as her hair. There was something noble and cold about the way it looked. Madam, you're awake. Wang Teng was overjoyed to see Liu Yanxi open her eyes and could not help but call out softly. However, Liu Yanxi did not respond to him, but slowly stood up from the ground under Wang Teng's gaze. Then his eyes stared icily at that Xianling sex master Zhong, and the purple aura on his body slowly radiated out. At the same time, Liu Yanxi's body also exuded an incomparable aura, bringing people a kind of oppression and submission, just like the kind of oppression emanating from an emperor high above, the kind of feeling that makes people unable to stand up. Even Wang Teng felt that he could not carry this suffocating oppression. What a strong sense of oppression! Without saying a word or making a single movement, it can actually exude such a powerful sense of oppression, as if one is facing a supreme emperor, so that one does not dare to look directly at him. Wang Teng was shocked in his heart. He felt that Liu Yanxi had completely changed into a different person, from a gentle and considerate lady of the house to a high and mighty empress who could not be approached. Where are you going, ma'am? You'll be in danger. Wang Teng saw Liu Yanxi walking towards Zhong Changzi and hurriedly shouted out. At the same time, the heart is very anxious. Liu Yanxi's strength Wang Teng is aware of. It is only the Hotian realm, may not even be able to beat the stronger Black Mountain Thief elite. Now go over to find Zhong Changzi. That is not to send death? After all, just now was killed by his slap. However, Wang Teng's call did not work. Liu Yanxi was still walking towards Master Zhong step by step. Wang Teng wanted to pull Liu Yanxi, but realized that he could not move his feet at all. It was really because the aura radiating from Liu Yanxi was too strong. Not only was he compressed by the aura and unable to move, everyone present was all of a sudden compressed by the sudden appearance of a powerful aura and unable to act. Then they realized that there was a stunningly beautiful woman with purple hair and purple pupils, exuding a powerful aura, who slowly walked out from the crowd of the Liu family. That disdainful aura pressured everyone to want to kneel down. Yanxi, you're not dead? Great! Liu Guan was thrilled to see his daughter slowly walk out. Daughter, you are fine. Great. Yao Shu was also rejoicing in her heart after seeing that her daughter was not dead. Just now she saw her daughter vomiting blood and was worried sick in her heart. It's just that Liu Yanxi's transformation into a purple-haired, purple-pupiled form has shocked the couple a bit. Not only did the couple notice the change in Liu Yanxi, everyone present noticed her change. It was really because the current Liu Yanxi was getting too much attention. The ugly birthmark on her face disappeared, and in its place was a stunningly beautiful face, coupled with Liu Yanxi's slender and graceful figure, a proper fairy descending to earth. In addition, her purple hair and purple pupils added a bit more mystery and coldness to her appearance. Is this Liu Yanxi, the daughter of Buddy Liu? How come the birthmark on her face is gone? Xiao Han was filled with shock. Yes, not only has it become beautiful, the aura emanating from his body has also become different. What is this? Fang Deso was also shocked by the sight he saw in front of him at this moment. Not only has his appearance changed, his aura has changed as well, but the powerful aura emanating from him has made it impossible for us to move. This is too strong. Xiao Han was surprised once again. It's completely like a different person. It's unbelievable. Fang Deso was dumbstruck. Not only were the people of the Liu family surprised by the change in Liu Yanxi, but the Black Mountain Thieves Tang Lion, Tang Hong, and even the Xian Spirit Sect's Grandmaster Zhong were similarly shocked by Liu Yanxi's change. How is it possible? This ugly woman, why does she look like a different person? The second head of the Tang Hong looked at the Liu Yanxi after the transformation of beauty slowly walked towards them. The heart actually vaguely borne a trace of fear. The body is even in the slight trembling. Really, as the other side of the aura emitted from the body is too powerful. The Black Mountain Thief's big boss, Tang Lion, was not doing well at this time, and his face, which had already turned pale due to the loss of blood, had now become even more miserable. How come the birthmark on this ugly woman's face is gone? Why is there still a purple aura emanating from her body? There's also such a powerful aura that it's actually oppressing us so much that we can't even move. Big boss Tang Lion's heartbeat inexplicably beat several times faster. It felt like Liu Yanxi could crush him to death with one hand, completely scaring him. Even Zhong Changzi, who was at the martial saint realm, was frightened by the Liu Yanxi in front of him at this moment, and a drop of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. How can this be? Just now obviously killed her with a slap. Why is she still alive and has become so strong? The light-emitting aura makes me unable to move. Zhong Changzi dryly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, completely unable to figure out what was going on. His heart also began to panic. His face also grew paler. Being oppressed by the aura showed that there was a huge difference in strength between the two. Under the gaze of the crowd's trembling gazes, Liu Yanxi slowly arrived in front of Zhong Changzi and said with an icy face, "Were you the one who tried to kill my husband just now?" Chapter 40 Ugly Wife Turns into an Absolute Beauty Emperor 3. The tea house across the street from the Liu mansion, Cold Smoke and Churro Rua, who were originally prepared to make a move to save Wang Teng, were also shocked when they saw Liu Yanxi come back from the dead. Especially when he saw that Liu Yanxi had changed into a different person. He dropped his jaw. How could this happen? Not only is this ugly girl not dead, but she has also become so beautiful? While Cold Smoke was shocked, a touch of jealousy steeply rose in her heart. It used to be that others were jealous of her looks, but today it was her turn to be jealous of others. In addition, the powerful aura emanating from Liu Yanxi's body also shocked Cold Smoke. Being so far away, she could feel the suffocating sense of oppression. The disdainful aura as well as the purple aura all emphasized Liu Yanxi's uncomplicated status. Senior sister. This ugly girl is completely like a different person. Look at her hair and eye pupils. They've all turned purple, as well as a purple aura emanating from her body. This is not something an ordinary person can possess. Senior sister Koroa was also shocked by the sight before her. Purple aura. I'm afraid this is the legendary purple extreme aura. Those who can possess the purple extreme spiritual body are 1 in 100 million. This Liu Yanxi's true identity seems to be not simple. Cold Smoke secretly clenched her fists. Originally, Cold Smoke thought that she could securely defeat this ugly girl from a third-rate martial arts family, but now it seemed that she had met her match. Purple extreme spirit body. Koroa sucked in a breath of cool air when she heard this. This was a cultivation treasure body that was 1 in a billion. Then senior sister. Do we still have to let the Eagle Guards rush over to save the Crown Prince now? Koroa inquired out loud. Wait first. Let's see how this girl is going to deal with Zhong Changzi. Cold Smoke saw that Liu Yanxi was slowly walking towards Zhong Changzi, and guessed what she wanted to do. And then she wanted to see how powerful this girl was after she transformed. Koroa nodded, seeming to understand her senior sister's intentions, and then she too leaned against the window to set her gaze within the courtyard of the Liu mansion once more. At this moment on the battlefield, facing Liu Yanxi's step-by-step approach, Zhong Changzi had long since turned pale with fear, and his back was in a cold sweat. The oppression brought to him by the transformed Liu Yanxi was too strong. Were you the one who tried to kill my husband just now? Liu Yanxi said coldly. Hearing this, Zhong Changzi trembled, his heart fearing to the extreme, wanting very much to say that it was the Black Mountain Gang's big boss, Tang Lion, who had told him to do this, but the words came out of his mouth but he swallowed them back. In the end, he had no choice but to force himself. He couldn't be intimidated by this girl. That's right, I'm the one who wants to kill your husband. After Zhong Changzi said this, he mobilized his body's aura to resist the damn oppressive feeling, then casually summoned a finger-long flying sword, ready to make a move against Liu Yanxi. The two brothers from the Black Mountain Gang, Tang Lion and Tang Hong, suddenly had faith in Zhong Changzi again when they saw that he had summoned his flying sword. When Wang Teng, Lu Gowen, Yao Shu and the others saw this, they were all worried. Madam, he summoned a flying sword. Hurry back, Wang Teng shouted anxiously. If he hadn't been forced to move by the powerful aura, he would have rushed up at this moment, but now he could only watch Liu Yanxi face Zhong Changzi alone. Daughter, hurry back. Lu Gowen and Yao Shu also exclaimed loudly in an anxious manner. They don't want to lose their daughter again. However, Liu Yanxi didn't care at all and instead blasted a palm at Zhong Changzi without hesitation. Dare to bully my husband. Looking for death. This palm looked plain and ordinary, but it contained a rich purple extreme spiritual chi. A palm condensed by purple extreme spiritual chi blasted head-on at Zhong Changzi, who was also fuming at the sight of this. He didn't want to be a sitting duck. Want to kill me? It's not that simple. I'll see how powerful you are, Zhong Changzi said as he recited a sword incantation, followed by the finger-long flying sword growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, Zhong Changzi casually flung his hand, and the enlarged flying sword shot straight towards Liu Yanxi's palm that was condensed by the purple extreme spiritual chi. A sword flew out as if it was a shooting star with amazing power. This was Zhong Changzi's strongest move, the flying sword technique. Once the flying swords came out, it was the peak of martial saints who didn't dare to take them head-on. However, it was such a powerful sword that was instantly destroyed after encountering the purple extreme palm force struck by Liu Yanxi. Immediately afterward, the palm condensed by the purple extreme spiritual chi went unabated and blasted straight at Zhong Changzi. The latter's face changed dramatically when he saw, how is it possible? My flying sword art was actually directly broken. Not only was Elder Zhang shocked, but those who saw the scene were all shocked in succession. My god, when did that girl Liu Yanxi become so powerful? She broke Master Zhang's flying sword technique with a single palm. Xiao Han said dumbfounded. So powerful. It feels like Master Zhang is completely no match for that girl Liu Yanxi. This is too strong. Too strong. Fang Deso was also watching with a dull gaze. Not only them, but the others present looked dumbfounded, including Wang Teng. How could he not expect that the transformed Liu Yanxi would be this strong? So strong, with a light palm. She broke that Taoist's flying sword technique. When did the lady become so powerful? Wang Teng's heart was trembling slightly. It felt like he didn't recognize the lady in front of him at all. Lu Gowen and Yao Shu also had the same feeling as Wang Teng at this moment. There's that feeling of not being your own daughter. It's so strong. On the tea house across from the Liu mansion, When Cold Smoke and Kororoa saw Liu Yanxi's flying sword technique that sent Elder Zhong's flying sword flying with a casual slap, they were also shocked. This girl is too strong. Obviously she is only at the Hotian realm. Why can she strike such a powerful palm? Cold Smoke frowned her willow brows, completely unable to figure it out. That slap just now. To be honest, Cold Smoke herself wasn't confident that she could take it. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the transformed Liu Yanxi might be above her, which gave Cold Smoke a feeling of being compared to her. It made her very upset. Senior sister Kororoa was similarly shocked by Liu Yanxi's astonishing slap. What a powerful palm. It looks ordinary, but it easily broke Zhong Changzi's flying sword technique. And the trend didn't diminish, and the power didn't weaken much. This girl has suddenly become too powerful. Kororoa's eyes were filled with shock. On the battlefield, Liu Yanxi's palm, after destroying Zhong Changzi's flying sword technique, went unabated and blasted straight at him. The latter was still trying to make a final struggle, and exerted his golden bell shield, trying to defend himself against this palm. Unfortunately, after the golden bell shield was unleashed, it was similarly broken in seconds by the palm force condensed by this purple extreme aura. What? How is it possible? The golden bell shield couldn't even stop her for a second. Zhong Changzi completely despaired, and in the next second, the palm that was condensed by the purple extreme spiritual chi blasted onto Zhong Changzi's body. The huge force that hit him flew out dozens of meters backwards, and after falling heavily to the ground, he directly swallowed his breath, killing Zhong Changzi in seconds with a single palm. This scene completely shocked the entire crowd, and after Liu Yanxi had struck this palm, her pretty face also turned slightly white, and immediately afterward she collapsed on the ground as if she had been deflated, and at the same time, her hair, too, slowly turned black, and the purple aura on her body also converged. Chapter 41 Ugly Wife turns into an absolute beauty emperor. 4. Zhong Changzi was killed in seconds, while Liu Yanxi also seemed to have collapsed due to weakness, and the purple extreme aura on his body instantly collected. Without Liu Yanxi's aura, the powerful sense of oppression quickly disappeared. Wang Teng, who had regained his movement, was the first to rush towards Liu Yanxi, who had fallen to the ground, while Lu Goen and Yao Shu also quickly ran over. Wang Teng held Liu Yanxi in his arms with a face full of pain. Ma'am, after Wang Teng called out several times in a row, Liu Yanxi did not respond. Anxiously he hurriedly reached out and took Liu Yanxi's pulse. After determining that there was no major harm, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Xian's son-in-law, how is Yanxi? Is everything alright? Lu Goen and Yao Shu rushed over almost simultaneously to inquire. Yanxi's fine. She's just too exhausted from her spiritual energy and passed out. Wang Teng glanced at the quietly sleeping Liu Yanxi, and immediately he noticed that the color of Liu Yanxi's hair had changed back to black, and the powerful sense of oppression on her body had disappeared, and in its place, she had returned to the kind of aura of a great lady. It's good that it's okay. Yao Shu sighed in relief. Mother-in-law, you can send Yanxi back to the house to rest first. This place will just be fine for us. As Wang Teng spoke, he glanced at the Black Mountain thieves who remained in the courtyard. They wouldn't leave until they were eliminated, and the second mission given to him by the Kieran Pavilion was to eliminate the Black Mountain thieves. This is just the perfect time to do it. Good. Then I will send Yanxi back first. You guys be careful, Yao Shu said as she picked up her daughter, Liu Yanxi, and walked towards the backyard. Seeing that Liu Yanxi was safely sent away, Wang Teng had no more worries in his heart, and immediately gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand, and his gaze went to the injured Tang Lion and Tang Hong brothers. Black Mountain thieves, today I will kill you, Wang Teng said as he gripped the wind spirit sword and charged towards the Black Mountain thieves first. A good day of worship and marriage has been ruined by you. Let's settle old scores with new ones. Seeing this, Lu Goen also gripped the machete in his hand and rushed forward. Kill me. With a command, all of the Lu family's escort members counterattacked. Seeing Wang Teng charging over aggressively, Tang Lion's face changed in fear. He was now severely injured. Where was he a match for Wang Teng? And immediately shouted at his men. Retreat! Retreat quickly! After saying that, Tang Lion ran out first, followed by the second leader, Tang Hong, who was also afraid of lagging behind. With the two leaders running away, those minions of the Black Mountain thieves had even less fighting spirit. The Black Mountain gang's operation was a complete failure. Cold Smoke, who had been watching from the tea house, saw the Black Mountain bandits who fled in a great defeat and knew that her plan had fallen through. And then she said helplessly, Senior sister, tell the Eagle Guards to strike and eliminate the Black Mountain bandits. This was the only thing she could do to help the Crown Prince now. She couldn't just come on this trip and do nothing. At least let the Crown Prince know that their Kieran Pavilion had made some effort. Yes, Senior sister. After Kororo answered, she quickly went down to do her job, and Cold Smoke looked at Liu Yanxi, who was carried into the backyard by Yao Shu. with a slight sense of resignation. Her original plan was perfect, using the Black Mountain Thieves to destroy the Liu family, then taking out the ugly girl, and finally saving the desperate crown prince. By then the crown prince would be so grateful to her that he would even marry her for it. However, such a perfect plan was ruined by Liu Yanxi's sudden transformation. Purple Extreme Spirit Body. Liu Yanxi, what exactly is your identity? Who sent you to the crown prince's side? Cold smoke leaned on the window bars, her willow brows slightly knitted. That question, however, would not be answered for her for a while. The Black Mountain Thieves were chased out by Wang Teng for more than 10 miles, all the way to a dead-end street, where corpses were strewn across the streets and blood flowed. Wang Teng didn't know how many Black Mountain Thieves he had killed. He only knew that the Wind Spirit sword in his hand had already been upgraded to Xian grade upper grade, and he would be able to upgrade it to an earth grade weapon after killing a few more experts. The fleeing Tang Hong and Tang Lion are the perfect upgrade energy. Tang Hong, Tang Lion, you won't be able to run away. Obediently bind your hands and surrender. Wang Teng held the Wind Spirit sword in his hand as he approached Tang Hong and Tang Lion step by step, but Tang Lion wasn't willing to admit defeat just like that. Wang Teng, as long as you release us two brothers, I can give you half of Black Mountain Gang's treasure. How about it? Tang Lion wanted to use the looted treasure to buy his own life. However, Wang Teng was not the kind of person like Zhong Changzi who was money-minded. Sorry, I'm not interested in money. I'm interested in both of your lives, Wang Teng said with a slight twist of his mouth. He was also really interested in the lives of the two of them, as the Wind Spirit sword would be able to be upgraded to an earth-level weapon after devouring the energy of two more of their experts. When Tang Lion heard that Wang Teng refused to let them go, he was also fuming. Since you won't let us go, then we can only fight you to the death. Second brother, let's go together, Tang Lion said as he gripped the Vajra Crescent Moon blade in his hand and charged towards Wang Teng. Seeing that there was no way back, Tang Hong could only grip the long sword in his hand and roared before charging towards Wang Teng in unison. Good timing, prisoner Dragon Palm. Wang Teng saw the two of them rushing in, and after shouting, he unleashed the prisoner Dragon Palm at Tang Lion. Almost instantly, the tall Tang Lion was trapped in place by the prisoner Dragon Palm, and Wang Teng took the opportunity to grip the Wind Spirit sword in his hand and slashed at Tang Hong. In order to conserve his spiritual power, Wang Teng did not use the dragon-breaking slash, but the immense power was not something that Tang Hong with one hand could resist, and Wang Teng's strength was a whole realm higher than Tang Hong. In just a single glance, Tang Hong had his throat slit by Wang Teng's sword, blood shot out at once, and soon he was completely dead. Second brother, Tang Lion roared loudly in anger when he saw his second brother killed. However, his entire body was grabbed by the prisoner Dragon Palm and he could not break free at all, so he could only watch as his second brother was killed by Wang Teng. A dash of life energy was absorbed by the Wind Spirit sword in Wang Teng's hand. Very well, you're next. Wang Teng gripped the Wind Spirit sword in his hand tightly and slashed at Tang Lion, who was locked in the prisoner Dragon Palm. Dragon-breaking chop. When Tang Lion saw Wang Teng's old trick, he was greatly alarmed and used his spiritual energy as well as the Vajra Crescent Moon blade to try to resist, but he was trapped by the prisoner Dragon Palm and was unable to compete with Wang Teng's dragon-breaking chop. The last sword chi slashed through, and Tang Lion was cut down on the spot, blood flowing all over the place. A dash of rich energy was once again absorbed by the Wind Spirit sword in Wang Teng's hand. Knowing that Tang Lion was in the real person realm, and there was a lot more energy in him than Tang Hong, after absorbing Tang Lion's life energy, the Wind Spirit sword was once again upgraded again, directly upgrading into the Earth grade below weapon Wind Spirit Giant Sword. It has both the spirituality of the wind and the physical striking power of the earth, equivalent to both physical and spell enhancements. Wang Teng felt the Wind Spirit Giant Sword before secretly bursting with joy. Very well, the sword has been upgraded again, and the Black Mountain Thieves have been eliminated. This is considered to be the completion of the second mission explained by the Kieran Pavilion. After killing the two brothers, Tang Hong and Tang Lion, Wang Teng whirled around and remembered Liu Yanxi, who was still unconscious in bed, and hurried back at a fast pace. In his heart, it was always the lady who mattered most. In addition, Wang Teng also wanted to figure out what had happened to the lady, why she had suddenly transformed into purple hair and purple pupils, and also exuded such a powerful aura. As long as you all give it a go, I'm the production team's donkey and can stay off the clock. In the future, the daily update time is fixed at 7 o'clock in the evening, usually 2 times a day. 5 points of praise to break 300 plus 1 more. Urging 24 hours to break 10,000 plus 1 more. Chapter 42, Husband, Kisses. Early the next morning, when the soft light shone into the room, Liu Yanxi, who had been sleeping for the whole night, finally opened her eyes, and this time it was no longer the violet pupils of her eyes, but black, and there was no more of that astonishing aura and sense of oppression on her body. Instead, It is the kind of gentle and quiet temperament. It seems that the big girl Liu Yanxi is back. Although she returned to the kind of temperament of Liu Yanxi, the birthmark on her face did not reappear, and Liu Yanxi was considered to have truly transformed into a fairy this time. After sitting up from the bed, Liu Yanxi quickly found Wang Teng, who was lying on the side of the bed asleep. It seems that he was the one who guarded her all night last night. This made Liu Yanxi both heartbroken and touched. Then she took a piece of clothing and carefully tried to cover Wang Teng. Where did she think that? As soon as she made a move, she woke up Wang Teng. Seeing that Liu Yanxi had woken up, Wang Teng was very happy. Madam, you're awake. Wang Teng rubbed his eyes. Husband, it's been hard on you. Are you still sleepy? Why don't you come to bed and rest for a while? Liu Yanxi originally wanted to let her husband sleep more comfortably, but as soon as the words were out of her mouth, she felt that there was something wrong, and her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. No need. It's dawn. Wang Teng smiled. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Liu Yanxi, he was relieved. Husband, how long have I been sleeping? As Liu Yanxi spoke, she suddenly noticed that she wasn't wearing a veil, and startled, she began to anxiously search for it on the bed. She was afraid that her ugly appearance would scare her husband. Until now, Liu Yanxi hadn't even realized that the birthmark on her face had disappeared. Madam, what are you looking for? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. Where is my veil? Liu Yanxi was on the verge of crying with anxiety. In the past, at the bedside position, she would have placed a piece of veil, yet today it was gone. When Wang Teng heard this, but he smiled and said, Ma'am, from now on you don't have to wear a veil. The birthmark on your face is gone. The birthmark is gone? How is that possible? Liu Yanxi subconsciously covered her face, then touched it with force and found that it was no different from usual, so she felt that Wang Teng was lying to her. But where can you feel a birthmark by touching it? Really? I didn't lie to you. I'll bring you the mirror. Wang Teng said and went to the dresser and brought over that mirror. Liu Yanxi didn't dare to look at the mirror with her bare face and quickly covered her face with her hands, but eventually she couldn't help but slowly put her hands down with curiosity and look towards the mirror. This look has shocked her, because the mirror of her face is indeed no more horrible birthmarks, replaced by a stunning face, beautiful as a fairy. Yanxi Liu herself looked dumbfounded. This is me? Liu Yanxi touched her face in disbelief. She had never thought that she would actually grow up to look this good one day. Of course it's you. Yesterday you died after being slapped by Master Zhong of the Xianling sect, then the birthmark on your face started to disappear. After Wang Teng paused, he thought of something and followed up. By the way ma'am, do you remember what you did after your resurrection yesterday? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Wang Teng had wanted to ask this question for a long time. I came back from the dead yesterday? Liu Yanxi was a bit confused. Well, you did die at that time. Your heartbeat stopped. Then after a while, you came back to life. Not only did the birthmark on your face disappear, your body also recovered instantly. The key is that you also became very powerful. Your aura alone pressed us so much that we couldn't move. There was also your hair and eye pupils, which turned purple. And you ended up killing Master Zhong of the Xianling sect with a light slap. Am I that good? Liu Yanxi was once again a little confused. Then her mind began to desperately try to recall yesterday's events. Well, at that time, father-in-law and mother-in-law as well as the Liu family were there. So think back again. Wang Teng was curious to know what the hell was going on. Liu Yanxi said after thinking hard. It was like I had a dream that a Taoist priest was trying to kill you. So I got angry. Then I stood up and gave him a slap. I didn't realize that he was so unforgiving, and I killed him in one slap. When Wang Teng heard this, he was secretly stumped. So it turned out that Liu Yanxi had treated that incident yesterday as a dream, and it looked like she didn't know exactly what was going on. Ma'am, that wasn't a dream. It was real. You really beat that Taoist to death. Wang Teng said with a bitter smile. Really? I've become so powerful? That's a disciple of the Xianling sect. Liu Yanxi herself couldn't believe this was true. It's true. Why don't you try your current strength? Wang Teng proposed after thinking about it. Good. Liu Yanxi nodded her head, then put on her clothes and stepped down from the bed, then utilized the spiritual energy in her body and blasted a palm at the door not far away. However, there was no movement. At best an extra gust of wind that made the door shake. This was a bit awkward. Wang Teng had originally thought that the door was not secure, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. I'll try again. Maybe I didn't exert myself. Unwillingly, Liu Yanxi utilized the spiritual energy in her body again, imagining the dream, and once again slammed her palm. And yet there was still no movement. Oh, it was as if it was really just a dream. Liu Yanxi suddenly sighed. So she was still a weak chicken. Madam, don't be discouraged. Although your strength is not as impressive as yesterday, but the good thing is that all the meridians in your body are now unblocked. And your qualification for practicing martial arts has improved a lot. You are now a genius amongst the billions. Wang Teng went up and comforted. I'm a genius now? Liu Yanxi's pretty face was first delighted. Then she felt that these were her husband's words to comfort her. Well, you can try running your aura. The running speed is much faster than even me, Wang Teng said with a smile. Liu Yanxi couldn't wait to try it out. And this attempt instantly made her cry tears of joy because it was really as Wang Teng had said. The speed at which she ran her aura was much faster, and it flowed through her meridians unimpeded. Great! All the meridians in my body are open. Liu Yanxi actually cried happily. In the past, she was ugly and her qualifications were still poor, but now all of that was gone. The current her, not only was she as pretty as a fairy, her qualifications were also 1 in a billion. Fool, why are you crying? Isn't it a good thing that your talent has gotten better? Why are you still crying? Wang Teng was quite distressed and reached out to wipe away her tears. I'm not crying. I'm happy. I'm thinking that I can finally be worthy of you, husband, Liu Yanxi said as she jumped into Wang Teng's arms. In the past, she had low self-esteem and no self-confidence, and she had always felt that she was not worthy of her excellent husband. But now, she finally felt that she could be worthy of Wang Teng. Fool, no matter what happens to you, you are the most important in my heart. No one is unworthy of anyone. Wang Teng held Liu Yanxi tightly in his arms, unable to let go. Hearing these moving words, Liu Yanxi was even more moved for a while, then raised her head and looked at Wang Teng with affection. Wang Teng also subconsciously looked down. The 4 eyes were facing each other, as if heavenly thunder was hooking up with earthly fire, all of a sudden letting the two of them indulge in this charming atmosphere. Liu Yanxi's pretty face slightly red slowly closed her eyes, heartbeat like a deer, also pursed that delicate lips. Seems to be looking forward to something. Wang Teng, even if he was a straight man, knew what to do next, then slowly lowered his head and kissed. Chapter 43 Marriage between the Empress and the Crown Prince? It was the first time the two had kissed so intimately, and neither of them could let go for a while. A long time later, a stomach growl interrupted both of them. Wang Teng whirled and parted. Ma'am, you are hungry, aren't you? I'll go get you something to eat, so you can rest a little longer, Wang Teng softly said. From yesterday evening until now, Liu Yanxi hadn't eaten anything at all, and had fought a big battle, so it was understandable that she was hungry. Liu Yanxi but secretly a little blamed their own stomach. It is not easy to kiss with her husband. How can it be so uncontested? She couldn't let go of the sweet and creamy feeling she'd just gotten. What do you want to eat? Ma'am, I'll go make it for you, Wang Teng said with full of tenderness. As long as you do it. Liu Yanxi gently pouted. Okay, then I'll go to the kitchen first. Wait for me for a while, it'll be ready soon, Wang Teng said and turned around and walked out. Liu Yanxi watched reluctantly as her husband disappeared from her sight, secretly missing the flavor of just now somewhat. Husband's mouth is so sweet. Liu Yanxi's pretty face blushed with fascination before sitting down in front of the dresser, then admiring herself in the mirror. It's really gotten prettier. From now on, when my husband and I walk out, no one will ever say that I'm not good enough for my husband again. Liu Yanxi looked at the mirror and became more and more joyful, thinking that she would go outside with her husband later to take a stroll. While looking in the mirror, though, she suddenly realized that a handful of her hair seemed to have turned purple. How did this handful of my hair turn purple? Liu Yanxi subconsciously brought this handful of hair to her eyes and realized that it was really purple. Looking at this handful of purple hair, Liu Yanxi's spirit was slightly in a trance, and then she felt that yesterday's dream was becoming more and more real, and there were also some strange memories suddenly popping up in her head. All related to the woman with purple hair and purple pupils yesterday. Why are so many inexplicable memories appearing in my head? Liu Yanxi shook her head, trying to get rid of these unfamiliar memories, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Instead it became more and more profound. After trying to read these memory fragments, Liu Yanxi suddenly felt as if she was in a huge palace. She, on the other hand, had the appearance of purple hair and purple pupils as she walked in this huge palace, with countless top experts standing on her left and right. And that realm was so high that even she didn't dare to imagine it. There were even several top-tier demonic beasts. Where is this? Why am I here? Liu Yanxi felt her thoughts come to a mysterious place, like a huge palace. Liu Yanxi just inexplicably walked forward in the palace, and soon came to the innermost part of the palace, where there was a luxurious and incomparable throne, and behind the throne there was a huge nine-tailed sky fox. Looking at the throne, Liu Yanxi only felt a wave of familiarity, then subconsciously sat on it. The moment she sat up, all those top experts below suddenly knelt down to her. The memory cuts off abruptly here. Liu Yanxi woke up from the memory illusion, then gasped for air. Was that memory just now mine? But I haven't been to that palace, so why do I remember it so clearly? Liu Yanxi suddenly panicked a little, feeling like she was becoming not herself. Just then, the door of the room suddenly opened. Liu Yanxi originally thought that her husband had returned and quickly retracted her thoughts. Where did she think that what came in was a snow-white fox? What a cute white fox! Liu Yanxi was instantly attracted to the snow-white fox, and was about to get up to pet it when the white fox spat out human words. Congratulations to the empress on her awakening. Hearing this, Liu Yanxi's body suddenly stalled, and when she looked at this white fox again, it was even slightly familiar. Wasn't this the nine-tailed sky fox sitting behind the throne in her memory? It was just that now it had become smaller and did not display its 9 tails. Yet the fox's face is exactly the same. Who are you? Why did you call me empress? Liu Yanxi took a step backwards in alarm. You've just awakened, so you'll know who I am in the future. I've specially come over from the western continent this time because I want to tell you that the great Xia martial dynasty's Battle of Qi will soon begin, and we, Yao Qi Palace, will be participating in the Battle of Qi as well. That white fox continued to spit out human words. What does it have to do with me if your Yao Qi Palace wants to participate in the great Xia martial dynasty's Battle of Qi? Liu Yanxi continued with a wary face. She had learned something from history books about the great Xia martial dynasty's Battle of Qi. Every 1,000 years, the royal children of the great Xia martial dynasty would come to a battle to seize the first wife, also known as the Battle of Qi. At that time, all the world's forces would basically participate, and all the cultivation sects would even grab their heads for this, because obtaining Qi luck, that would be of great benefit to their cultivation, ascension, and transmigration. There were even people who directly ascended to immortality in one day after obtaining their luck, so it was obvious how powerful this luck was. You're the empress of Yao Qi Palace, so naturally it has something to do with you, White Fox said with a serious expression. I'm not the empress of Yao Qi Palace. I'm Liu Yanxi. Liu Yanxi suddenly said stubbornly. She didn't want to be any Yao Qi Palace empress. It doesn't matter if you can't accept it now. As your memories of the empress in your previous life return, you will slowly accept the identity of Empress Yao Qi. There was a hint of confidence in White Fox's words. I am who I am, and will not be the empress of your Yao Qi Palace. Liu Yanxi once again rebuffed. You will, and when your hair completely turns purple, you will return to Yao Qi Palace as the empress, because that is your responsibility. The White Fox didn't care about Liu Yanxi's emotions, but continued. During these 20 years of your absence, Yao Qi Palace has been besieged on all sides, and all the cultivation sects from all sides have been jointly attacking us all year round, making our Yao Qi Palace weaker and weaker. That's why we must take advantage of this great Xia martial dynasty's Battle of Qi to bring back this inferior situation. Finished? Liu Yanxi kind of didn't want to hear it. She had only just awakened, so it was understandable that she was a bit unable to accept it. After all, where does anyone accept the responsibilities and obligations of a previous life all at once? No, as the empress of our Yao Qi Palace, you need to do your duty. And we need your power to help, or else Yao Qi Palace can't participate in this Battle of Qi. White Fox continued. I'm only at the Hotian realm. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to help you guys. You'd better find another way. Liu Yanxi once again rebuffed. With your talent, regaining your strength back will be possible in a few years' time, but we don't need to use your force for now, White Fox said with a serious expression. Without the use of my force? Then what do you need me for? Liu Yanxi frowned. I want you to represent our Yao Qi Palace as the Empress of Yao Qi and marry the current Crown Prince, so that when the Battle of Qi is won, you will be able to obtain great Qi, and our Yao Qi Palace will be able to follow suit. White Fox said very seriously. Wasn't going to explain because of the spoilers involved, but some readers think it's a bit illogical that a pet animal would dare to order a female empress around. So many people say it doesn't make sense, so I'll explain a little. This nine-tailed sky fox is not a subordinate of the female emperor's favored beast, but a divine beast with unfathomable strength. In addition, when the female emperor's parents died in her first life, it was this nine-tailed sky fox that raised her to grow up and cultivate her into a female emperor. So for the empress, this nine-tailed sky fox was equivalent to the rank of the empress dowager. There was nothing wrong with the logic of the empress dowager allowing the young emperor to marry her, not to mention the fact that the empress was only reincarnated now. Even if she hadn't been reincarnated, she still held this nine-tailed sky fox in high esteem. Well, that's all that's being explained. A lot of what doesn't seem to make sense right now will be justified later, and to say more would involve spoilers again. Everyone patiently and slowly read. The plot of this book is a chain. Do not skip chapters, or miss any ambush. You will be unable to read again. Chapter 44, Husband, I want to bury your child. Liu Yanxi's pretty face turned white with anger when she heard that this white fox wanted her to represent Yao Qi Palace to join the marriage with the current crown prince. I'm Liu Yanxi, not the Yao Qi Empress. I'm just going to die outside, and I won't represent your Yao Qi Palace to join hands with the crown prince. You guys just die. Liu Yanxi cursed in anger. Not to mention that I'm already married. A woman with a husband. The crown prince won't like a married woman. Liu Yanxi's words were considered very sharp and resolute, but White Fox was even tougher. This is your responsibility as the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Empress. You can't shirk it. If you don't accept it, that mortal husband of yours, I'll kill him, and then make him unable to reincarnate even if his soul flies away. These words were a shock to Liu Yanxi. Wang Teng was her soft underbelly, and using him as a threat. Liu Yanxi's tone suddenly softened a few points, but she still said forcefully, "How dare you? The memories of the Empress in your mind will tell you if I dare or not. For the sake of Yaoqi Palace, I will do anything." White Fox suddenly threatened with sharp words. Liu Yanxi was intimidated and took a few steps backward. Those fragments in her memory did tell her that this nine-tailed sky fox in front of her was not to be messed with and was murderous. Killing her husband was really no joke. There are still 2 months to go before the old emperor is almost ready to die. And once he's dead, the battle for the Qi of the great Xia martial dynasty will begin. The White Fox ignored the frightened and disoriented Liu Yanxi, but continued to speak on his own. Although the crown prince is missing now, the emperor's star is bright, so obviously he is still alive. In addition, he is now alone, but has the status of orthodoxy. At this time, if we Yaoqi Palace and he are united in marriage, he will definitely accept it, and will greatly rely on us. At that time, when the battle of Qi is over, we, Yaoqi Palace, will definitely be the biggest party to benefit. When you become the empress of the great Xia martial dynasty, you will also gain great fortune, which will also be very helpful for your cultivation, and your chances of even becoming a god will be greatly increased. And as you have followed this mortal husband for but a short 100 years, and are unable to bring you any benefits, he is not worthy of being your husband at all. Words, I've made it clear to you. I'll give you 2 months to accept it, and if you don't agree with me by then your mortal husband is a dead man. This White Fox was really ruthless, actually using Liu Yanxi's husband to intimidate her. After saying this, the White Fox leapt and scurried out the door, and immediately afterward disappeared into the Liu mansion. Liu Yanxi looked at the place where the White Fox disappeared and was stunned. She didn't expect that just after she was worthy of her husband, she would be forced to separate from him. Why is that so? If becoming beautiful requires me to be separated from my husband, then I'd rather still become ugly. Liu Yanxi's eyes suddenly reddened. Liu Yanxi did not want to be separated from her husband, nor did she want to marry the crown prince as an empress, nor did she want to become the empress. She only wanted to live a peaceful and happy life with Wang Teng and the two of them, holding his hand and growing old with his son. This is what Liu Yanxi wants. Just as Liu Yanxi was in a trance, Wang Teng made the meal and walked over quickly carrying a food box. "Ma'am, I've made you something delicious." Wang Teng pushed the door in as he spoke. Seeing that her husband had returned, Liu Yanxi quickly put away that sadness, then tried to squeeze out a smile and said, "Husband, what did you make for me? It smells so good. I made you lean meat porridge, rolled eggs, and boiled cabbage as well as braised pork." Wang Teng brought out bowls and bowls of rice from the food box as he spoke and placed them on the table. "Still steaming hot. Eat up. These are all home-cooked dishes from our hometown. They're especially delicious." Wang Teng's eyes were full of anticipation, and he didn't forget to thoughtfully place the rice and chopsticks in front of Liu Yanxi. "Is it your hometown dish? I'll have to try it then." With Wang Teng, Liu Yanxi seemed to have temporarily forgotten her worries. Saying that, he grabbed his chopsticks and started to taste the dishes that Wang Teng had made. "Is it delicious?" Wang Teng asked rather expectantly. In the past, when he was on Earth, he used to cook a lot, so cooking, he still knew how to do. "Delicious, even better than Chef Shang's," Liu Yanxi said with eyes full of happiness. "It's delicious, then you should eat more," Wang Teng said as he served several dishes to Liu Yanxi, deeply afraid that she wouldn't be able to clip them. "So much? You eat it too." "I can't eat so much," Liu Yanxi said. "I'm not hungry. You just eat. I'll watch you eat." The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Watching his daughter-in-law eat made him full. "How can I eat alone?" Seeing that there was only one set of bowls and chopsticks on the table, Liu Yanxi whirled around and chucked a piece of braised pork and handed it to Wang Teng's mouth, pouting, "Husband, let me feed you." Wang Teng didn't expect the lady to be so kind to her and to feed him, so he opened his mouth. Liu Yanxi affectionately stuffed the braised pork into Wang Teng's mouth before handing over a chopstick of boiled cabbage. One more bite of cabbage. Liu Yanxi felt so happy to be with her husband like this, not to be that high and mighty empress. Wang Teng also felt that being fed by his own daughter-in-law was quite enjoyable. When the two of them were in the middle of their love affair, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and then mother-in-law Yao Shu walked in, just in time to see the young couple's intimate behavior, watching with a burst of relief. Instead, it was the young couple, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi. who were a bit embarrassed and subconsciously sat up on their ends. Liu Yanxi was still blushing slightly as she ranted. Mother, you came in without knocking. We're eating. Blame mother. Blame mother. Next time you come and make sure you knock. Yao Shu smiled sarcastically. She was naturally happy to see her daughter and son-in-law bonding so well. Wang Teng had thick skin and quickly regained his composure. Mother, what are you looking for me for? Liu Yanxi then asked. It's not a big deal. Just came to see how your health is doing? Yao Shu said with considerable concern. It's natural to worry about your own daughter when she's been out all night. My body is fine now. Mother, just don't worry. Liu Yanxi said in relief. Since your body is fine, then you and Wang Teng will make up the last step of the wedding tonight. That way, you will be considered a true couple, Yao Shu said with a smile. This was the real purpose of Yao Shu's visit. The last step of the wedding? What is it? Liu Yanxi subconsciously pursued the question. Drinking the cup of wine and cavorting. When the time comes to give me a big fat grandson, mother will have no regrets in her life. Yao Shu laughed happily. At her age, if it were anyone else, they would have already embraced their grandchildren and granddaughters, while she had nothing, so naturally she was also anxious. Cave ah. Liu Yanxi's suddenly pretty face read to the root of the ear. This is too shy. But soon, she thought of a good way to reject the union on this. Right. If I am pregnant with my husband's child, even if I agree to go and marry the crown prince, he won't want me. After all, the royal family is concerned about bloodline. If the crown prince refuses to marry me, that's his problem. This would eliminate the need for a marriage with the crown prince and allow her husband to live well. It was like killing two birds with one stone. I'm such a little genius. Liu Yanxi rejoiced. Brothers, you are too powerful. Today 4 more. First send these 3 chapters. The 4th later will be sent out. The conditions for tomorrow's increase are the same. The number of positive reviews reaches 400 plus 1 more. And the urge to break 10,000 continue to add 1 more. Don't think of me as an author. Everyone, as a production team donkey, you guys be positive. I can stay on 24/7. Chapter 45, The Roundhouse, plus, Shi City. North of the city, Old Man Yang's pharmacy. After going out to collect medicines for several days, the old man goat could finally rest comfortably in the dilapidated pharmacy for a while. A jug of wine, a roasted chicken, a stack of peanuts and rice. A small life is lived. Right at this moment, a snow-white fox ran in from outside, and then in the twinkling of an eye, it transformed into a stunningly beautiful and demonic white woman, with a hint of flirtation and charm between her eyebrows. Old Man Goat seemed to have noticed the fox woman long ago and didn't even raise his eyes, continuing to drink his small wine and eat his chicken legs. Old Man Goat, you are hiding here, living a nice little life, and you don't know to go back to Yao Qi Palace to help, the white-clothed fox woman said after skimming the Old Man Goat and the wine in front of him. Yao Qi Palace can't collapse with you guarding it. It's no different if I go and help or not, Old Man Goat said casually, taking a bite of a chicken leg before taking another sip of wine, eating deliciously. You, the white fox woman was furious for a moment, but she quickly reined it in. Old Man Goat asked tentatively after skimming her, why are you free to come to the central continent this day? Aren't you afraid that those cultivation forces in your western continent will take advantage of your absence to attack Yao Qi Palace? In fact, the old man sheep has long guessed that this white fox woman came to the central state for what? Just still want to confirm it again. It's still not for the return of the empress to the throne. Since she has awakened, she should return to Yao Qi Palace as soon as possible. Not to mention that the great Xia martial dynasty's Qi battle will soon begin, and there is no one to preside over the big picture in her absence. The white-clothed fox woman frowned. Sure enough, it really was as Old Man Goat had guessed. People's girl just awakened yesterday, and you couldn't wait to rush over from the western continent today. How anxious are you to get her back? Well, at least give people a chance to get acclimatized. Who would accept the responsibility of a past life all of a sudden? Old Man Yang couldn't help but shake his head. The great Xia martial dynasty's Qi luck struggle will open soon. There's no time for her to get used to it. You're not in a hurry, but I am. If the Qi luck struggle this time is grabbed by those cultivation forces in the western continent, our Yao Qi Palace will be in danger, the white-clothed fox woman said in exasperation. You're in such a hurry. You're not pushing that girl, are you? Old Man Goat suddenly thought of something and said with a sideways glance. Nonsense. If I don't force her a bit, can she return to Yao Qi Palace? But I'm also doing it for her own good. If she can marry the crown prince, when she wins the battle of Qi, she'll be able to obtain great Qi, and becoming a god will be just around the corner, the white-clothed fox woman said smugly. What do you mean you're doing her a favor? The other girl and her husband are in love, and you're forcing her to marry the crown prince like this. Isn't that breaking up the couple alive? Not to mention that the crown prince doesn't even know where he is right now, Old Man Goat said for the first time in anger. Old Man Yang really loves this girl. Liu Yanxi. And not just because she was the reincarnation of the Yaoqi empress. Loving couple? What is love in front of reality? When did you old man goat get so preoccupied with love? Have you ever loved? Do you know what love is? What a joke, the white-clothed fox woman snorted. I don't understand love. You do. Forget about not talking to you. I advise you not to mess around. The one who painted the seal on the empress is not someone to be messed with, old man goat reminded with a somewhat solemn look. Speaking of the one who drew the seal for the empress, even the nine-tailed sky fox didn't dare to make a sound. Her eyes filled with scorn. I'm not going to bull you about this. Rather, when are you going to return to Yaoqi Palace? Is it possible that you're going to harbor here selling herbs for the rest of your life? The white-clothed fox woman questioned. Whenever someone can get me to close down this pharmacy, I'll come out, old man goat said mysteriously. Playing mysterious. I'm going back to the western continent. If I don't go back, those cultivation forces in the western continent are going to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. After the white-clothed fox girl said this, she reappeared as a white fox and disappeared into thin air. The backyard of Liu's house. As the night deepened, the couple, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi, washed up and sat nervously opposite each other in the new room. The two of them had put up a fight in order to complete the last step of the marriage. It was the first time for both Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi, and it was inevitable that they would be nervous when encountering this kind of thing. Husband, what are we going to do next? Liu Yanxi lowered her head with a shy face. Her pretty face had already reddened to the root of her ears. Those watery eyes did not dare to look at Wang Teng at all, and her heartbeat was even faster like a deer in headlights. Two catkin white hands were nervously saved together. It seems like we'll drink a cup of cross-cup wine first. Wang Teng was also nervous, but he still picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for himself, then poured a cup for Liu Yanxi as well. After all, he was a man and had to take the initiative in doing such things. Madam, let's drink a cup of wine first, Wang Teng said as he passed one of the cups of wine to Liu Yanxi. Good. Liu Yanxi nodded and took the glass of wine in Wang Teng's hand with a blushing face. Then the two of them held each other's hands and drank the toast with affectionate eye contact. After putting down the wine glass, Liu Yanxi said with a shy and timid bow of her head again, Husband, what are we going to do next? Of course it's doing an important step. Wang Teng looked at Liu Yanxi, who was at the mercy of the king, and his heart was slightly moved. Then he walked over and slowly held her hand. Liu Yanxi's pretty face was blushing, nervous and somewhat expectant. Looking at such a shyh flower, Wang Teng couldn't hold back any longer and then held her tightly in his arms before lowering his head and kissing her. Liu Yanxi did not refuse, but wrapped her arms around Wang Teng's neck and responded passionately. After the two kissed for a while, Wang Teng picked up Liu Yanxi across his waist and slowly walked towards the bed. Liu Yanxi wrapped her arms around Wang Teng's neck with a shy face and some anticipation at the same time. As long as she was pregnant with her husband's child, then the crown prince definitely wouldn't agree to the union. And that nine-tailed skyfox demon couldn't do anything about her. Liu Yanxi secretly expected it in her heart. I don't want to be that high and mighty empress of Yaoqi. I just want to be the little dainty wife in my husband's arms. Wang Teng carried Liu Yanxi to the edge of the bed, then gently placed her on the bed. Looking at the shy and lovely lady lying on the bed, his heart was satisfied. What more can a man ask for when he has this lovely wife? Even if he has to exchange it for 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, Wang Teng will not exchange it. Soon Wang Teng took off his clothes and then his pants, ready to have a good and pleasant cave night with his wife. However, just at that moment, the system's voice appeared steeply in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, round up with Liu Yanxi. Reward, 1 formation breaking book. Option 2, give up on rounding up with Liu Yanxi. Reward, 10 high-level spirit gathering pills, 1 earth-level beast pet egg, 5 fire talismans, 1 heaven-level dragon scale overlord lance, and 3 divine generals. Seeing this sudden appearance of the system, Wang Teng dumbfounded. Old man pants off you to this? Here's the 4th. Extra. Promised you guys may be late but definitely not absent. Tomorrow, we'll add 1 more if we reach 400 out of 5. And 1 more if we break 10,000 in the rush. Brothers get it on. Chapter 46. A man would choose this. I've got my pants down and this is what the system does. Is it against me? Wang Teng cursed in his heart. Then he couldn't help but look at the system's rewards again. The first option was to allow him to continue cavorting with Liu Yanxi, and the reward would be a formation-breaking book. As for the second option, the rewards are generous. Giving up and Liu Yanxi cavorting, directly rewarded a whole lot. Just high-level spirit gathering Dan there are 10. There is also a heaven-level weapon, dragon scale overlord gun. The most critical is that there are also rewards 3 god generals. This was an absolutely loyal personal bodyguard, and all 3 of these divine generals were at the level of the real-life realm in terms of force. How is this going to be chosen? Wang Teng glanced at the shy and timid Liu Yanxi on the bed, and then looked at the system's rewards. His brain was slightly hesitant. Cave every day. There is no rush in this moment. How about picking 2? Take a wave of rewards first? No. It's come to this. It would be unmanly if I didn't. And the lady would expect it for nothing. I can't let her down. And this dog system, often baiting me, the last time that broken medical book. The back of the book is confirmed to be a peerless medical book, but also fortunately learned the medical skills. Otherwise the Liu family will be poisoned. Husband, aren't you still coming to bed to rest? Liu Yanxi was slightly puzzled when she saw Wang Teng frozen on the edge of the bed. Even thinking that it was her own lack of charisma that made her husband not want to go to bed, Liu Yanxi whirled around and began to gently untie her dress, slowly revealing that alluring figure and smooth skin. Wang Teng saw shortness of breath. Where can this be held back again? I don't care about that much. I'll get on first. Madam, I'm coming. Wang Teng directly came up to the bed, then held Liu Yanxi, who had stripped down to just a rag, tightly in his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his successful choice, rewarding him with a formation-breaking book, which has been placed in the system space. As the system voice fell, a formation-breaking book appeared in Wang Teng's system space. As for Wang Teng, he had no time to study this broken book on formations at this time, and rolled over on the bed while holding Liu Yanxi. At the same time, the red dust fondness ring that the two wore on their hands seemed to sense their blaze and emitted a faint white light. Then the flow of aura in Wang Teng's and Liu Yanxi's bodies was a whole lot faster. At this moment, Wang Teng's attention was all on Liu Yanxi, and he didn't notice the difference at all. Liu Yanxi would be even less likely to notice the difference. Throughout the night, the two of them didn't fall asleep until they were exhausted, and then they embraced each other. Early the next morning, Wang Teng leisurely woke up from his sleep when the soft light came in through the window cracks. When he opened his eyes he realized that Liu Yanxi was still nestled in his arms asleep, just like a quiet kitten, which was pitiful. Thinking of that crazy night last night, Wang Teng could not bear to bother her. However, soon Wang Teng realized that there was a lot more spiritual energy in his body, and overnight, his strength had risen from the early stage of the real person realm to the middle stage of the real person realm. This discovery surprised Wang Teng. How is it that after one night, my strength has risen to the middle stage of the real life realm? I didn't even cultivate last night. What's going on here? After pondering for a moment, Wang Teng suddenly thought of something, then lifted his left hand and glanced at the red dust fondness ring that was worn on his ring finger. Could it be because of this red dust fondness ring? Wang Teng remembered that this red dust fondness ring possessed the effect of doubling the cultivation speed when couples cultivated at the same time. Thinking of this, Wang Teng probed Liu Yanxi's body with his hand, and this test also confirmed his suspicions, because after a night of madness, Liu Yanxi's strength had also broken through from the Hotian realm to the great circle of the innate realm. It was a full rise of a large realm in one night. Sure enough, I didn't realize that the red dust fondness ring could be used in this way. So in the future, if Madam and I exercise in bed every day, won't we be practicing in disguise? When Wang Teng thought of this, he felt a bit secretly happy. This pair of red dust favors rings is really awesome, and it was such a good choice at the time. Right. Last night the system also rewarded me with a formation-breaking book. It can't be a treasure too, right? Study it first. Wang Teng took advantage of the fact that Liu Yanxi was still asleep and excitedly took out the broken book of formation from the system space. Just see this formation broken book. The name is called Formation Broken Book. The cover is also very worn. At a glance, from which corner of the nooks and crannies to pick up. It's really a crap book about formations. Let's see what it's about first. Wang Teng lay on the bed and subconsciously flipped through it, and before he could flip through a few pages, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding! The book rewarded by the system has been detected. Is it to be studied immediately? Learn immediately. Wang Teng did not have any hesitation when he immediately chose to learn. As his words fell, the broken book on formations transformed into a white light and shot into Wang Teng's head. Immediately after that, Wang Teng's head was filled with a lot more knowledge about formations, which lasted for a while before it was completely digested. When all of them had digested this formation-breaking book, Wang Teng was secretly pleasantly surprised. This is not a broken formation book. It is simply a divine book of formations. All the formations in the world are in it. In the future, if you encounter any formation, you can just break it. In addition, as long as you have enough spiritual power and formation stones, you can also set up a divine formation. Wang Teng was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, the system was baiting him again last night. Obviously it was a divine formation book, but it was said to be a formation-breaking book. What was this not baiting? It also put so many lucrative rewards in the second option. It's fortunate that I was strong-willed last night. or else I would have been seduced by the dog system again. Wang Teng secretly had a moment of celebration. Speaking of formations, Wang Teng suddenly remembered the formation forbidden in the back of Xianling Sec's mountain. The white-haired old devil hid the jade seal fragment in the Xianling Sec's back mountain. So can I go get it now? Wang Teng felt that it was time that he could break into the Xianling Sec's back mountain. Although he had asked for the shortcut to the back mountain from the white-haired old devil's mouth, Wang Teng didn't believe that the white-haired old devil would reveal the entire information to him. Definitely saying half and leaving half. Wanting to really get the jade seal fragment he hid was definitely not so easy, and would probably be killed by the Xianling Sec's back mountain formation prohibitions. And now that Wang Teng had learned the divine grade formation, he didn't have to worry about being killed by the Xianling Sec's formation prohibitions. Just as Wang Teng was thinking about breaking into the Xianling Sec's back mountain, Liu Yanxi woke up from her sleep as well. Seeing herself nestled in Wang Teng's arms, a dark pang of shyness heckled her. That crazy night last night made her taste the wonderfulness of being a woman. Ma'am, you're awake. Let's get up. According to the custom, after the marriage, we have to give tea to our father-in-law and mother-in-law, Wang Teng said softly. Well, Liu Yanxi nodded. Just as she tried to get up, she seemed to have pulled the wound below. Slightly painful, and for a moment her willow brows knitted slightly. What's wrong, ma'am? Wang Teng said with nervous concern. It's still all because of you. Liu Yanxi's pretty face flushed scarlet as she snapped. Me? What happened to me? Wang Teng was at a loss, wondering how he bullied her. No more talking. Let's quickly go and toast tea to father and mother, Liu Yanxi said with a pretty blushing face, and after lifting the quilt, she saw the bright red plum blossom on the bedsheet, and her pretty face became even redder. It was evidence of her transformation from girl to woman. Right, ma'am. Feel your body. Is it a strength breakthrough? Wang Teng thought of something out loud and reminded. Strength breakthrough? Liu Yanxi was slightly stunned. How could she break through without even cultivating last night? And her strength had been stuck in the Hotian realm for several years. How could she break through all of a sudden? However, he still probed his body according to Wang Teng's suggestion, and this self-exploration made Liu Yanxi greatly surprised. How is it that in one night's work, not only did I break through the Hotian realm, but I also directly ascended to the great perfection of the innate realm? Liu Yanxi's pretty face was filled with disbelief. It was too unbelievable to know that she had stayed in the Hotian realm for several years and had not made any progress. And now, just by sleeping with Wang Teng for one night, she had directly promoted to the great circle of the innate realm. Could it be that doing that shy thing with her husband could also help with cultivation? At the thought of this, Liu Yanxi's pretty face quickly reddened. In his heart, he secretly thought that he could easily cultivate every day in the future. Chapter 47, Xianling Sec's Forbidden Land. Inside the hall of the Liu mansion, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi woke up and then came over first to offer tea to their father-in-law and mother-in-law, which was a ceremony to honor the elders that should be done on the second day after the wedding. It was just that after the tea toast, father-in-law Liu Goen left Wang Teng alone, with a hint of sadness between his brows. Sage son-in-law, we killed Master Zhong of the Xianling sect. They will definitely pursue us. What should we do? Liu Goen said with a worried face. The Xianling sect was the only cultivation sect in the vicinity and was very powerful. Not to mention them being a third-rate martial arts family. Even if the martial arts families of the entire Qi city were to unite, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be a match for the Xianling sect. Now that the Liu family had killed a disciple of the Xianling sect, they would definitely pursue the matter. Wang Teng also frowned at this. The Xianling sect was so powerful with just one Master Zhong. Then if a few stronger elders came, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Maybe the Liu family would have to break up again. This is indeed a dilemma. Wang Teng frowned and thought for a while. Then suddenly a good idea came to his mind. Father-in-law, does our Liu mansion have formation stones? Wang Teng asked out loud. He had just learned the formation art. If he could set up an advanced formation, then Wang Teng would have the confidence to trap or counter-kill those Xianling sect disciples who had come to take revenge on the Liu family. Formation stones? Our Liu family doesn't have any. That's only for cultivators. Where can we get access to these things? Liu Goen shook his head. Then he couldn't help but follow up. Xian son-in-law, what do you want this formation stone for? I'm going to set up a formation. As long as we set up a powerful formation around our Liu mansion, then we will have no fear of the Xianling sect's people coming. Wang Teng explained very seriously. He now had many powerful formations in his head, including the Immortal Execution Formation, Demon Subduing Formation, Dragon Imprisoning Formation, and other god-level formations. As long as he had enough formation stones, Wang Teng was confident that he could set them up. And then he would not have to fear even if the Xianling sect's patriarch came over personally. Sage son-in-law, you still know how to set up formations? Liu Goen was surprised. Well, I read some books on formations when I had nothing to do in the past, and I know a little bit about a billion points. Wang Teng said rather modestly. Lu Goen did not suspect that Wang Teng would only know a little bit. After all, he practiced martial arts and would definitely not be proficient in formations. But even so, Lu Goen said to Wang Teng, "I'll go and think of something for you. Maybe those old friends of mine have this kind of formation stone there, but there shouldn't be much hope." Wang Teng frowned. Without the formation stone, even though he had a brain full of formation knowledge, he could not bring it into play. Just like a skillful woman could not cook without rice. So he had to find a way to get some formation stones over somewhere so that he could set up high-level formations around the Lu mansion. After thinking in place for a while, Wang Teng suddenly brightened up. Doesn't the Forbidden Land at the back of the Xianling sect have a formation ban? Wouldn't it be enough to break their spell formations and then dig their formation stones over? Wang Teng felt that he was really a genius. Digging up the Xianling sect's formation stones and then setting up a formation to deal with them. And by the way, he could also go to their backyard Forbidden Land to look for the jade seal fragments that the white-haired old devil had hidden there. It was simply a great idea to kill two birds with one stone. "Father-in-law, I have a way to get formation stones." Wang Teng suddenly turned his head to Lu Goen and said joyfully, "Oh, where is your son-in-law planning to get formation stones?" Lu Goen inquired curiously. "You should know that this formation stone is usually only available to cultivation sects, and it is not circulated in the mundane Jianghu. It is a very rare thing. I have my own way. I won't be back for the next 2 days. Father-in-law, help me talk to madam," Wang Teng said and headed out. "Sage son-in-law, are you leaving now?" Lu Goen called out anxiously. "Well, time is running out. I must hurry." After Wang Teng said this, he utilized his shadowless steps and disappeared into the Lu mansion. This trip to the back of the Xianling sect to dig for formation stones, Wang Teng was in a race against time. If he hadn't finished setting up the formation by the time the people from the Xianling sect sent their disciples over, then the Lu family might have to encounter another existential crisis. So he had to be quick. Xianling sect was on Xianling Mountain, 50 kilometers to the east of Qi City, and with Wang Teng's shadowless steps, he arrived in half a day's work. The Xianling sect was established on Xianling Mountain, and Wang Teng had specially circled around to the back of the mountain. It was a barren place, overgrown with weeds and trees, but in the back of this barren mountain, there was a peach forest in full bloom. There really is a peach forest. According to the white-haired old devil, there should be 2 peach trees tied with red ropes, and if you go through these 2 marked peach trees, you will be able to go straight to the Forbidden Land at the back of the mountain. Thinking of this, Wang Teng walked quickly towards that peach forest. The range of this peach forest was not big. There were only 2 dozen of them. Wang Teng searched through them one by one and soon found 2 peach trees with red ropes tied to them. "I've found it. It should be these 2 peach trees. If you go through the center of these 2 peach trees, you should be able to go straight to the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain." Wang Teng did not immediately go through, but cautiously glanced behind the 2 peach trees, where there was a luxuriant grass, and the road could not be seen at all in front of him, though there were signs that someone had gone in. It seems that someone has really gone in through here. And so far, the white-haired old devil should not have lied to me. Wang Teng tried to pass through the 2 peach trees, then his feet stepped on the weeds. Seeing that there was no danger, Wang Teng accelerated his speed and ran towards the mountain. The weeds were thick. Wang Teng quickly penetrated through them, and behind the weeds was a mountain forest with few people. Wang Teng had just stepped into the area when he heard a low panther roar, followed by a flower-spotted spirit leopard jumping out of the woods, then gazed at Wang Teng, the uninvited guest, with open teeth and claws, ready to attack him at any time. "There really is a spirit leopard." Wang Teng dryly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The strength of this adult spirit leopard was comparable to that of the real person realm. With Wang Teng's strength fighting with it head-on, he could also defeat it. But Wang Teng did not want to consume his spiritual energy here, and killing it would most likely cause a reaction from the forbidden formation, so the only thing left was to rely on speed to get rid of this spirit leopard. Thinking of this, Wang Teng opened his shadowless steps and darted towards the mountain. When the spirit leopard saw Wang Teng move, it instinctively pounced on him, but it came up empty. The unwilling spirit leopard, after raising the sky and roaring, chased towards Wang Teng's figure, but was simply unable to catch up. The spirit leopard was a speed demonic beast. It was the martial saint realm that could not match it in speed, but it was such a sensitive speed that it could not keep up with Wang Teng at all and could only eat farts behind him. As he darted, Wang Teng subconsciously turned his head to look over and realized that the spirit leopard was left far behind him, secretly bursting with joy. "Luckily I have shadowless steps, or else I wouldn't be able to run away from this spirit leopard." After getting rid of the spirit leopard, Wang Teng had almost entered the Xianling sect's true Forbidden Land. As soon as he stepped inside the Forbidden Land, Wang Teng felt the rich array energy, which made him excited for a while. However, after feeling the array energy around him, Wang Teng's face changed drastically as he realized that this was not an ordinary array. Instead, It was the demon locking formation. In other words, there was a big demon trapped in this formation. Chapter 48, The Charm of the Delicate Banshee. How could Wang Teng not expect that the forbidden land in the back of Xianling Sex Mountain was actually a demon locking array? This will be difficult to do. Want to dig the formation stone? Then it will inevitably destroy this demon locking formation. At that time the great demon trapped here will certainly run out. And if you don't dig for formation stones, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? After much hesitation, Wang Teng still decided to look for the jade seal fragment that the white-haired old devil had hidden here first. It's better to find the jade seal fragment that the white-haired old devil hid here first. I remember he told me that it was hidden in a red tile jar within the forbidden land. I wonder if he lied to me. Wang Teng frowned before starting to search for the red tile jar within the forbidden land. Inside this forbidden land, there were formation energies everywhere, and a slight wrong step could trigger an energy attack from the demon locking grand formation. With Wang Teng's current strength, he could not resist the forbidden attack of this demon locking formation. But fortunately, he understood this demon locking formation. As long as there were no accidents, he could walk freely in this demon locking formation. Luckily, I chose to cavort with Madame last night, or else I wouldn't have been able to learn these divine grade formations. Wang Teng was secretly a bit thankful. This forbidden land of the Xianling sect was huge, but most of it was filled with mountains and rocks, and in the center there was a blackened and withered well with a strong demonic aura coming from it. It seems that this great demon is trapped in this dry well, trapped by the demon locking formation and still able to feel such a strong demonic aura. It seems that this great demon is not simple. It is better to stay away from it. Wang Teng secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In case he was eaten by the great demon it would be over. Wang Teng bypassed the withered well and then searched for the red tile jar in the white-haired old devil's mouth in the Forbidden Land's mountain rocks. Originally, he thought that the white-haired old devil was lying to him, but he didn't expect that after only half a circle of searching, he really found that red tile jar in a pile of stones. Found it! There really is a red tile jar. Wang Teng was ecstatic and was just about to walk over when he stopped in his tracks, because he realized that this red tile jar was surrounded by the prohibitions of the demon locking formation, and once he got close, he would definitely be counterattacked by the energy of the demon locking formation. Luckily, I know this demon locking formation, or else I would have been killed by the demon locking formation's prohibitions. Only now did Wang Teng realize that the white-haired old devil had indeed hidden a bit from him. For example, there is a prohibition around this red tile jar. This white-haired old devil seems to have said 7 points and left 3 points. And this last 3 points is the most deadly. If you don't pay attention, you will die in this demon locking formation's prohibition. Wang Teng frowned and secretly pondered over the solution. There's a prohibition around the red tile jar, so it's not good to go get it. But how did the white-haired old devil put it in there? Wang Teng now seriously suspected that the white-haired old devil also knew about formations. Or else how did he place the red tile jar just inside the demon locking formation's restriction? The fact that he was able to put it in means that there must be a loophole around this prohibition. Otherwise, with the strength of the white-haired old devil, it would be impossible for him to put the red tile jar in. Wang Teng walked over and carefully checked the surroundings, and he really found this forbidden system loophole. It turns out that the gap is behind the red tile jar. If you go over from the front here, you really can't find it. And if you don't know about formations, if you walk over blindly from the front or the side, you're bound to be killed by the prohibitions of the demon locking formation. This white-haired old devil's heart is really heavy, deliberately designing it this way, using the prohibition of the demon locking formation to take the opportunity to make a guardian formation for this red tile jar. But it's a pity to have met me who knows about formations. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Then he started to go around to the back of the red tile jar, then squatted down to carefully hold up that red tile jar. Because the red tile jar was surrounded by the locking demon formation's prohibitions, Wang Teng had to be very careful in order to successfully take out this red tile jar, and the slightest carelessness would trigger the prohibitions. Soon, Wang Teng managed to remove this red tile jar. Great! Finally got this red tile jar. Wang Teng did not wait to open the red tile jar to check it out, but came to a relatively safe place before slowly opening this red tile jar. When the red tile jar was opened, a flash of golden light emanated from inside, which was filled with a majestic and supreme aura. Wang Teng felt this imperial chi and was instantly delighted. The jade seal fragment is still really inside. Wang Teng then reached out and took out the jade seal fragment inside the red tile jar, then held it in his hand and scrutinized it carefully. He only saw that this jade seal fragment was a corner of a jade seal. The surface was smooth like jade yellow in color, emitting a golden imperial aura. Although it was only a fragment, but when he got it in his hand, it could make the flow of spiritual energy in Wang Teng's body speed up. The true dragon skill, in particular, was actually functioning automatically. This jade seal fragment is indeed a royal item. Getting it in his hands can even make the true dragon skill run automatically to cultivate. It's really amazing. Wang Teng was excited in his heart. This was equivalent to, with this jade seal fragment, he would be able to hang on to his cultivation. Whether eating, drinking or sleeping, the true dragon skill would automatically run in cultivate. Simply hanging cultivation artifacts. Of course, this is only for the royal technique of the true dragon know-how. For other techniques is not this hanging cultivation effect. I really didn't come in vain this time. And it's a big profit to get this jade seal fragment. Wang Teng stood up again after placing the jade seal fragment into the red dust attachment space. The next step was to find a way to dig this demon locking formation's formation stone. However, the same difficulty appeared again. If we dug up this formation stone, it would be equivalent to destroying this demon locking formation. Without the binding of the demon locking formation, then that big demon in this dry well would definitely run out. What mischief it would end up causing. Wang Teng didn't know anymore. Should we dig for formation stones? If we don't have enough formation stones, then we won't be able to set up formations to defend against the Xianling sex people, and then the Liu family will be in danger again. While Wang Teng was hesitating, a delicate and seductive voice came out from the dry well. Little brother, come here and do my sister a favor. I can give you what you want. This word is permeated with endless charm, fluffy and soft. Listening to it can make people fall in. Ordinary people simply cannot resist. Even Wang Teng is also a little confused. Visible, this female great demon's ability to charm is not extraordinary. Well, at this time, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, help the great demon's request. Reward, advanced spirit gathering elixir. Demon mastery. Option 2, deny the great demon's request. Reward, 30 formation stones, 10 spirit gathering pills. Guys, yesterday's rush didn't break 10,000. So today there will only be 3 shifts. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. So let's all be positive so the author is more motivated to code. With 40,000 to 50,000 followers, it's easy to break 10,000 with a few random clicks of the hypes. It's really not that hard at all. In addition to kneeling for 5 praise, tomorrow 5 praise number reaches 500 plus 1 more. Urging more than 10,000 plus 1 more. Kneeling for a 5 out of 5 and a hyped up. Chapter 49, I don't want your body. I want you. The sudden sound of the system's voice woke up the mesmerized Wang Teng instantly. And then he broke out in a cold sweat. So close. This female demon's seduction ability is so strong. I almost got trapped. Fortunately, there was a sudden outburst from the system. Wang Teng secretly had a moment of celebration. Just now, if it wasn't for the system's voice suddenly ringing out, Wang Teng would have really been at risk of being charmed. After calming down, Wang Teng began to check out the newly triggered quest options as well as the rewards. Option 1 is a request to help the Banshee, and the rewards are a high-level polyjuice elixir and demon mastery. Option 2, on the other hand, was to reject the Banshee's request, and the reward was 30 array stones and 10 spirit gathering pills. Wang Teng thought carefully about this. If he chose option 2, he wouldn't have to risk digging up the Xianling sex formation stones, and he would also get 10 spirit gathering pills for nothing. So he wouldn't have to destroy this demon locking formation. And Wang Teng wouldn't have to worry about letting this great demon run out to cause trouble for the party. The key was that he would be able to leave this forbidden land safely and without any worries. And it's a bit risky if you choose one. If the Banshee's request was to release her, then the only way to do it would be to destroy this demon locking formation. And by destroying this demon locking formation, that great demon would definitely get out of the trap, and would even cause the Xianling sect to become aware of it. And at that time, Wang Teng himself might be in danger of losing his life. However, the benefit is that the system rewarded the demon mastery. Wang Teng can completely rely on this demon mastery to subdue this female demon. In addition, the system also rewarded a high-level spirit gathering pill, which can be a lot better than the effect of 10 spirit gathering pills. In addition, after destroying the demon locking formation, Wang Teng could dig over the formation stones inside the formation. There were more than 30 formation stones in this forbidden land. If there was enough time, Wang Teng would be able to dig up at least hundreds of formation stones. After the two options were carefully analyzed, Wang Teng felt that the first one was more risky, but the ultimate gain was higher, while the second option was less risky, but the gain was actually smaller. Wang Teng only considered for a moment before decisively choosing one. If you want high returns, you have to take some risks. As Wang Teng made his choice, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarded with 1 advanced spirit gathering pill and demon harnessing technique. The moment the system voice fell, an additional advanced spirit gathering pill appeared in Wang Teng's system space. In addition, the secret of casting the demon harnessing technique appeared in his mind at the same time. Almost instantly, Wang Teng learned this demon harnessing technique and was able to integrate it. Wang Teng was secretly bursting with joy. With this advanced spirit gathering pill, he was able to increase his strength by another level. In addition, this demon harnessing technique gave Wang Teng the opportunity to take in the wither-well female demon. Thinking of this, Wang Teng took a deep breath before taking a step towards the withered well at the center of the Forbidden Land. When he came to the edge of the withered well, Wang Teng subconsciously lowered his head to look down the withered well and found a demonic woman with long green hair trapped in the withered well, only to see her wearing a thin green-colored gauze, vaguely able to see the white body inside. Her face was bewitching and charming, and her body was filled with a sense of flirtation and charm, especially her peach blossom eyes, which were so seductive that they seemed to fall with a single glance. Luckily, Wang Teng had now learned the demon harnessing technique and had a strong resistance to the seduction of this female demon. Little brother, you can come. Slave has been waiting for you for a long time. Can you help my sister with a small favor? When the green-clothed female demon saw Wang Teng walking over, she secretly felt a burst of joy, thinking that she was charmed by herself. What favor do you want me to do? Wang Teng said calmly. This calm tone caused the green-clothed demoness to faintly freeze, feeling as if this handsome little brother in front of her had not been charmed by herself, and his eyes were clear, which caused the green-clothed demoness to doubt the effect of her charm. But whether or not she had charmed this little brother, the green-clothed demoness didn't want to give up her chance to escape just like that. Little brother. The little woman accidentally stumbled into this place and got trapped in this withered well. Can you help my sister out? The green-clothed female demon pretended to be pitiful and pleaded. That look was simply heartfelt and compassionate. A man would be heartbroken at the sight of it, and couldn't wait to agree to save her out immediately. It had to be said that this green-clothed demoness was absolutely top-notch when it came to seducing men. Accidentally stumbled in here by mistake? Wang Teng couldn't help but want to laugh. Was this bullying him, to be honest? Then he tentatively continued. And how am I going to help you? What's in it for you if I help you? When the green-clothed female demon saw that Wang Teng was willing to help her, her heart rejoiced. There was finally a chance that she could escape. Little brother, do you see the two yellow talismans pasted on the left and right sides of this dry well? You can just tear them off with force. The green-clothed demoness pressed on and continued to charm. The talisman paper on the left and right? Wang Teng subconsciously looked left and right, and there were really two yellow talisman papers stuck to the side of the withered well. However, this was not an ordinary talisman paper, but a demon suppressor talisman, which was the core of the entire demon locking formation. And once these two demon suppressor talismans were torn, then the power of this demon locking formation would be greatly reduced. Little brother, did you see that? Just tear off those two yellow talismans when you see them. The emotional demoness continued to seduce. The talisman is in sight. But why should I help you? Is there any benefit? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth was slightly tilted as he thought about whether he could get a little more benefit from the demoness. Seeing how calm Wang Teng was, the green-clothed demoness subconsciously thought that he had a firm heart, and then she increased her seduction output again. Little brother, as long as you are willing to help my sister tear off those two yellow talismans, when my sister goes out, whatever you want, slave can fulfill you. The green-clothed female demon said as she slowly pulled down the thin light veil draped over her body, revealing her tantalizingly white shoulders. She also threw a wink at Wang Teng, her shell teeth lightly biting her delicate lips. That seductive look, if it were any other man, he would not have been able to withstand it. It was a good thing that Wang Teng had just learned the demon harnessing technique and had a strong resistance to the seduction of such demonic beasts, or else he would have fallen. I'm afraid, if he was even more strong-willed. I don't want your body, I want your person, Wang Teng suddenly said calmly. Want my people? The green-clothed female demon slightly froze, not understanding the meaning of Wang Teng's words, and then immediately laughed delicately. As long as little brother tears off those two talismans, my slave's body and person will be little brother's. Seeing that she did not understand his words, Wang Teng then explained seriously. What I mean is, I want you to submit to me and recognize me as your master, and only then will I help you tear off these two demon-suppressing talismans on both sides of the withered well. The moment these words came out, the green-clothed female demon instantly came to her senses. You know that this is a demon-suppressing talisman? For the first time, the green-clothed demoness felt that the handsome little brother in front of her was a bit uncomplicated. Not only was she not charmed by her, but she also knew about the demon suppressor amulet. Of course I know. I also know that you are a demon. You are suppressed in this demon locking formation, and these two demon suppressing symbols are where the center of the formation is located. So as long as I tear these two demon suppressing symbols, I'm afraid that with your strength you will be able to come out on your own, Wang Teng explained with a smile. While the green-clothed female demon heard this, but her face changed greatly. It turned out that just now thought that some charm, no effect at all. On the contrary, let the other party look at the joke. Who are you? the green-clothed female demon was instantly alerted. Those who could recognize that this was a demon-locking formation were definitely not ordinary people. However, Wang Teng's next reply stunned her. Would you believe me if I said that I came here to dig up the Xianling sex formation stones? Wang Teng laughed bitterly. Chapter 50, Subduing a Female Great Demon. The green-clothed female demon was indeed stunned when she heard these words from Wang Teng. A great power that could recognize the demon-locking formation was actually going to run to the back of the Xianling sex mountain to dig for formation stones? This was too unbelievable. No matter who you are, as long as you let me out, I will definitely thank you with a heavy gift. The green-clothed female demon changed her tone, putting away the extremely bewitching aura from before, and even putting back on the green-clothed muslin that she had faded off just now, since she knew that charm was useless to him. The green-clothed demoness didn't bother to continue pretending. I just said that I don't want your body. I want your person. As long as you submit to me and recognize me as your master, I can release you. Wang Teng continued again. Want me to submit to you? Impossible. How could I, a green snake spirit demon, submit to a human like you? The green-clothed female demon refused on the spot, her tone still firm. When Wang Teng saw her refusal, he did not hurry, but said lightly, all right then, since you don't want to submit to me, I'll leave, so you can stay stuck here. Maybe in 100 years, when the Xianling sect closes down, you'll have a chance to come out. After saying this, Wang Teng stood up and walked outside. He just had to temper the nature of this female demon. Otherwise it would be troublesome if he didn't serve him at that time. Seeing that Wang Teng had really left, the green-clothed female demon was a bit anxious. If this little brother had left, then she might have to be locked up here for many years, and she might not be able to come out from this demon-locking formation even if she waited until she died. But the thought of submitting to a human gave her pause. But soon she thought of the expedient of pretending to agree with him first, and when she came out, she could fly as high as the sky, and then she shouted, little brother, come back. I've agreed to submit to you. Hurry back. These words were obviously a bit false, but Wang Teng seemed to have guessed what she was thinking, but he still walked back and squatted down and said to her after he came back to the side of the dry well, you agree to recognize me as your master? Yes, I've agreed to recognize you as my master. So hurry up and help me tear off those two demon-suppressing talismans at the mouth of the well, the green-clothed female demon said with some impatience. Since you've agreed to recognize me as your master, I'm going to cast the demon harnessing technique on you. So don't resist at that time. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke out his true purpose. What? Demon harnessing technique? The green-clothed female demon's face changed drastically when she heard this. Originally thought that this was an honest person, tricked him into recognizing him as his master, and she would be able to come out. Where did she think that this kid would actually still be able to harness demonic magic? Now the green-clothed demoness was starting to get a little scared, because once she was enchanted by the demon harnessing technique, then she would be marked with the demon harnessing trace on her soul, and she would never be able to get rid of her status as a demon slave for the rest of her life. Not only do you have to obey your master, you can't even resist. In case you upset your master, then with a single thought, he can make you suffer terribly, or even just kill you, like killing an ant. The green-clothed female demon's face was very unsightly, and her heart was even more terrified. They who were demons were most afraid of the human's demon mastery. What? Didn't you just promise me that you would recognize me as your master? Why don't you make a sound now? Regretting? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly as he predicted the demoness's prediction. He had long known that just now the female demon was fooling him, and now that the demon harnessing technique was out, it was coming true, so she naturally wouldn't dare to agree easily. You weren't fooling me just now, were you? Since that's the case, then I'd better leave. But this time you have to think clearly. I won't come back after I leave this time, Wang Teng said and got up to leave. This was an attempt to put pressure on the green-clothed demoness. As expected, when the green-clothed female demon saw that Wang Teng was about to leave, she became anxious and hurriedly called out to him. Wait, the green-clothed demoness was still struggling in her heart, whether to be the demonic slave of the man in front of her, or to remain trapped here. It was indeed a difficult choice. What? Haven't thought about it yet? Wang Teng did not want to use force. After all, using the demon harnessing technique also depended on the strength of both parties. With Wang Teng's current strength, if he wanted to enslave this female great demon, he was afraid that it would be a bit difficult, and if she resisted, Wang Teng would have no chance of successfully enslaving her. Only on the basis of her willingness could Wang Teng successfully cast the demon harnessing technique on her. That's why this is thinking of getting the green-clothed demoness to agree on her own. The green-clothed female demon was indeed struggling in her heart at this time. She was a green snake spirit demon that had cultivated for more than 200 years, and her talent was a top-notch existence in the snake category, a lifetime of self-conceit, yet now she was reduced to being a human's demon slave. which indeed made her somewhat unacceptable. But if he didn't agree, he might be stuck in this dark, shady hellhole for the rest of his life. Proud as she was, she could only bow her head in the face of reality in the end. I can promise to recognize you as my master, but you can't make excessive demands on me, much less restrict my freedom. This was the last of the green-clothed female demon's dignity. She didn't want to end up as her master's plaything. No problem. Wang Teng nodded his head and responded. He enslaved this green-clothed female demon, also because he was afraid of scourging the party after releasing her. If he released the demon harnessing technique on her, this point wouldn't be a concern. Moreover, with such a great demon helping him, his power was also considered to have grown a little. I hope you keep your word. The green-clothed demoness bit her delicate lips, her eyes harboring a hint of resignation and helplessness. Don't worry, I've always been true to my word. Wang Teng nodded and promised her very seriously. Okay, let's get started then. The green-clothed demoness slammed her eyes shut with an expression of giving up the struggle. In order to get out of this hellhole, she had to bow down to reality, or else she would have to die of old age in this life. When Wang Teng saw that the green-clothed female demon had given up her resistance, he bit his fingertip, then utilized his spiritual energy, mixed the blood from the tip of his finger, and drew a demon harnessing rune in the air. His current strength was low, so he could only use his blood to draw the demon harnessing rune so that he could successfully subdue this green-clothed female demon. Take my blood and turn it into a demon harness. Sprint! As the cry fell, Wang Teng shot this demon harnessing rune drawn in blood towards the green-clothed female demon's forehead. The moment the demon harnessing rune shot into her forehead, the green-clothed female demon had a face of agony, feeling that her soul was being bound. She wanted to fight back and struggle, but reality forced her to keep her head down or she'd never get out of here. Since you can't fight back, all that's left is to lie down and enjoy it. The green-clothed female demon had to control her power and emotions, and then let Wang Teng's demon harnessing talisman set on her soul. Proud as she was, in the end, she could only become a demonic slave of the human in front of her. Although the green-clothed female demon did not resist, it was still a bit difficult for Wang Teng to perform the demon harnessing technique with his strength, but it was good that he gritted his teeth and persevered. About an hour later, as a red dot appeared in the center of the green-clothed female demon's brow, it also signaled that the demon harnessing technique had finally ended. After being tortured for an hour and not being able to resist, the green-clothed demoness was completely deflated. Chapter 51, Collecting a Stunning Demoness. Breaking the Forbidden System. After successfully subduing this green-clothed female demon, Wang Teng was also exhausted and weak. The first time he cast the demon harnessing technique and messed around for another whole hour, not only did it make him weak, but even the spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. How tiring. I didn't realize that casting the demon harnessing technique not only consumes spiritual energy, but also physical energy. After Wang Teng breathed heavily for a while, his physical strength gradually recovered a bit, and the consumed spiritual energy was also recovering rapidly with the help of the jade seal fragment as well as the spirit-gathering jade pendant. After the green-clothed female demon was placed with the demon harnessing rune, she was considered to be Wang Teng's true demon slave. If she didn't listen, Wang Teng could kill her with a single thought. If the master dies, the demon slave will also gradually die with the passage of time, unless there are special circumstances. So once a demon harnessing rune was planted, it was an almost insurmountable existence. I am now your demon slave. You can help me out now, the green-clothed female demon said as she looked at Wang Teng at the mouth of the well with some exhaustion. Just now, enduring her soul being bound by the demon harnessing rune had also consumed a lot of her physical strength and energy, so now she was a bit weaker than before. Don't worry, since you are already my demon slave, I naturally won't sit back and watch you being trapped here. Allow me to recover some of my physical and spiritual energy first. You also meditate properly. When the demon locking formation is broken, it will definitely alert the Xianling sex people, Wang Teng said as he sat down on his knees and started to meditate. Once the demon locking formation is broken later, it will definitely alarm the people from the Xianling sect, so now I have to get my condition to the best state, and it would be good to run faster later. The green-clothed female demon didn't expect this master to be so considerate, and then without any nonsense, she sat down on her knees and then began to regulate her breathing. Although the soul of the green-clothed female demon was planted with Wang Teng's demon harnessing rune, her strength would not be affected. One person and one demon, after resting on their knees for an hour, both doubled up their state to the best. Wang Teng, who had finished his mediation, stood up, then looked around the area and decided to first memorize the formation stones of the various locations of the demon locking formation. After destroying the demon locking formation later, the first thing he would do was to dig for these formation stones, so he had to prepare himself first. As for the green-clothed female demon, when she saw that Wang Teng did not make a move even after he finished tempering, She became a bit anxious, but still eased her tone and said, "Master, can you help me tear the 2 demon-suppressing runes from the well now?" High and proud as she was, she now had to lower her voice in front of Wang Teng, deeply afraid that a high tone of voice would make Wang Teng unhappy. "Don't be in a hurry. I'm memorizing these formation stones. When the time comes, after I help you tear down the demon-suppressing talisman, then I'll help you destroy the demon-locking formation, and you'll be able to come out of the withered well with ease," Wang Teng said very seriously. Seeing that Wang Teng was still prepared to help her destroy the demon-locking formation, the green-clothed female demon was secretly a bit touched. With Wang Teng's eyesight and proficiency in the demon-locking formation, he quickly memorized the formation stones at various locations of the demon-locking formation. There are a total of 198 formation stones, so I have to dig up at least 50 of them later, so that I can set up the formation I want. Wang Teng memorized the locations of these formation stones one by one before he turned around and returned to the side of the withered well again. "Little Chang, get ready. I'm going to help you break the formation soon." Wang Teng took a deep breath. This was the first time he had broken the formation, so he couldn't anticipate any accidents later, and it was even possible that he would be countered by the forbidden power of the demon-locking formation. The most crucial thing was that once the demon-locking formation was broken, it would definitely attract the attention of the Xianling sect's disciples, and at that time, they would definitely send their experts over, and if they didn't escape in time, they would have to die. So now Wang Teng was very nervous in his heart and his heart was beating very fast. Not only him, the green-clothed female demon in the withered well was also very nervous and excited. She had been locked up here for more than 30 years, and today she finally had the chance to get out. "Master, I'm ready. Let's start breaking the formation," the green-clothed female demon said rather excitedly. The demonic chi on her body was already starting to build up, ready to break the formation with a single strike later. "Well, I'll tear these 2 demon-suppressing talismans first, then you charge the formation by yourself. Meanwhile I'll go digging for formation stones to help you destroy this demon-locking formation. Remember?" Wang Teng told her his plan first. "I know," the green-clothed demoness nodded, then remembered something and said to Wang Teng with concern, "Master, be careful yourself. Don't let the demon-locking formation's ability backfire on you." The green-clothed demoness was worried that in case Wang Teng, the master, died, then she wouldn't live long even if she broke the formation, which was why she reminded him. "Good." Wang Teng nodded and began to tear those 2 demon-suppressing talismans after crouching down. Meanwhile, inside the Xianling sect's main hall, several elders and the patriarch were discussing something in the main hall when suddenly a disciple hurriedly ran in. "Patriarch, our clan's eldest son Zhong died in the Qi City Lu family," that disciple reported in a loud voice. "Elder Zhong is dead?" Patriarch Xiecheng frowned and said in a deep voice. There were only 98 disciples in total in their Xianling sect, and the death of any of them would be more serious for them. "Yes. Just 2 days ago he was killed by the Qi City Lu family," that disciple continued to report. "Qi City Lu family?" Patriarch Xiecheng narrowed his eyes and stroked his dark brown beard, a hint of essence flashing in his eyes. "That's just a third-rate martial arts family in the mundane world. Are you sure it was their Lu family that killed Zhong Changzi?" According to the disciple who escaped from the Black Mountain gang, Elder Zhong was indeed killed by the Lu family of Qi City, seemingly by a woman with purple hair and purple pupils. With a single slap, that disciple continued to report back. "A woman with purple hair and purple pupils? The one who can kill Elder Zhong with a slap of his hand has a strength of at least the foundation establishment stage or above." Patriarch Xiecheng frowned and immediately instructed the 4th elder below. "4th senior brother, I'll trouble you to take someone to make a trip to the Lu family in Qi City to seek justice for Elder Zhong, so as not to degrade the name of our Xianling sect. If a random mundane third-rate martial arts family can kill our Xianling sect's disciples, then where is the face and majesty of our Xianling sect? In the future, who will dare to send disciples with spiritual roots to our Xianling sect?" Although Zhong Changzi was a disciple with a relatively low status in the Xianling sect, he represented the Xianling sect outside. And how could someone who had killed a disciple of their Xianling sect not care about it? And it had to be heavily regulated, or else they would lose their Xianling sect's reputation in this area. "Yes, senior brother. I'll bring someone over right now." 4th elder Chuna bowed and responded. But just as he was getting up and preparing to lead people to Qi City to take the Lu family to ask for punishment, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the back of their Xianling sect's mountain. Immediately afterward, the entire Xianling sect's great hall shook violently, and everyone present's faces changed. Patriarch Xiecheng reacted with a steeply startled voice. "Not good. The demon lock formation in the back mountain has been broken. The green snake demon is going to come out. All the elders follow me forward to the back mountain." With a command, the patriarch and the 4 elders all ran towards the back of the mountain in unison. This is a bonus for getting to 500 out of 5 reviews. Thanks for your support. Tomorrow, When the number of positive feedbacks reaches 600, I'll add one more shift as usual. In addition, if tomorrow's hypes break 10,000, we will directly add 2 more. 50,000 people's catch-up reading. 10,000 hypes is easy. Everyone reads it and casually clicks on it. I'm begging for a wave of urges and 5 out of 5 reviews. Thank you all. Bow down and thank you. Chapter 52. The Absolute Demonist breaks out of formation. In the forbidden area at the back of the Xianling sect, Wang Teng transported his spiritual energy and gathered it in his hand, then forcefully tore off a demon-suppressing talisman that was affixed to the left side of the mouth of the well. The moment the demon suppressor talisman was torn off, the entire demon locking formation trembled violently, and then some blue lightning began to appear within the demon locking formation. This was what triggered the prohibition of the demon locking formation. And the demon locking formation then began to release the demon suppressing thunder as a way to prevent the female demon from escaping. Master, be careful. The prohibition of the demon locking formation has triggered. This is the demon suppressing thunder. The green-clothed female demon trapped in the dry well was anxious. In case Wang Teng was killed by this demon suppressing thunder, then even if she managed to escape, she would not be able to avoid the fate of death. Don't worry, I am familiar with this demon locking formation. The demon-suppressing thunder can't hit me, Wang Teng confidently responded loudly. For this demon-locking formation, Wang Teng was more than clear. He knew exactly where the demon-suppressing thunder would be struck, so he looked thrilled, but in reality, he was very safe. After tearing the left demon-suppressor talisman, Wang Teng quickly tore off the right demon-suppressor talisman. When both demon-suppressing talismans were torn off, not only was the demon-locking formation violently trembling, even the entire back of the mountain began to vibrate violently. Inside the demon-locking array, there were even countless blue demons suppressing thunder, and as long as he was hit by one, with Wang Teng's strength, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Luckily, Wang Teng was very proficient in the demon-locking formation, and those demon-suppressing thunderbolts could not hit him at all. Alright, little green, you can charge the formation now. I'm going to dig for the formation stone. After Wang Teng said this, he stepped on the safe point of the demon locking formation and quickly left. He was now going to dig for the formation stone. The demon locking formation had triggered the prohibition, and sooner or later, it would alert those disciples of the Xianling sect, so there was not much time left for Wang Teng to dig for the formation stone. Master, walk farther away, I'm going to rush out. The green-clothed female demon's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement and thrill. After being suppressed for 30 years, she was finally going to come out. Immediately, Xiao Cheng's entire body gradually transformed into a huge green snake, and the demonic aura on his body became increasingly dense. The overflow of demonic qi caused the demon-suppressing thunder within the demon-locking formation to be sensed, and it instantly blasted towards Xiao Cheng with a brain. However, without the demon suppressor talisman, these demon suppressor thunderbolts did not cause much damage to her. Today, this demon-locking formation can no longer trap me. After Xiao Cheng shouted excitedly, his snake tail swung, and a huge green snake instantly rose up in the air from the dry well. In an instant, the demon-suppressing thunder once again blasted towards Xiao Cheng in unison. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he saw that the demon-suppressing thunder were all attracted by Xiao Cheng. Then he took out a shovel from the ring of red dust fondness and started digging those formation stones. This shovel was prepared by Wang Teng before he came, since he intended to come to dig the formation stone. How could he not bring a tool with him? Hurry up and dig. Take advantage of the fact that the Xianling sect's people haven't come yet. Dig as much as you can. Wang Teng couldn't care less about Xiao Cheng, gripped the shovel tightly and started digging. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Soon a dozen or so array stones were pocketed by Wang Teng. Then the first time he put them into the space of the red dust fondness ring. While Wang Teng was digging for the formation stone, Xiao Cheng had already risen up into the sky, and those demon-suppressing thunderbolts were getting weaker and weaker without the support of the formation stone, causing less and less damage to Xiao Cheng. Finally out. Damned demon-locking formation. Old lady will destroy you today. Xiao Cheng flung out her huge snake tail with anger and blasted at the withered well that had suppressed her for more than 30 years. When the huge serpent's tail bombarded the withered well, there was a shocking explosion, and then the withered well was instantly destroyed. The demon-locking formation was also destroyed, and the demon-suppressing thunder all disappeared at once. The entire back of the mountain began to quake violently, and rocks rolled down the mountain. At the same time, the Xianling sect's patriarch and the 4 elders all rushed over at the first time, and at the forefront was the royal sword-flying patriarch Xie Chang, who was the only one in the entire Xianling sect to have attained the Jindan realm, while the other 4 elders were only at the foundation establishment realm. Xiao Qing's face changed slightly when she saw the Xianling sect's patriarch and the 4 elders rushing over in the air. She had consumed too much demonic power just now in order to fight against the demon-suppressing thunder, and if she were to fight with the 5 of them again, she might not be able to defeat them. So the best thing to do right now was to run away. Master, have you finished digging the formation stones yet? The Xianling sex people are coming over. Little Green reminded loudly. Not yet. You block for a while. I'm still short of more than 20 formation stones. Wang Teng was also anxious once he heard that the Xianling sex people were rushing over, but he couldn't set up the formation he wanted if he didn't dig up enough formation stones, so at least he had to dig up 50 of them so that he could set up the formation stones he wanted. Xiaoqing saw that Wang Teng was still going to dig. Although she was anxious in her heart, she could only obey the order. Who told her that she was now Wang Teng's demon slave? If Wang Teng lost his little life here, then she wouldn't live long. In the blink of an eye, Xia Chang, the patriarch of the Xianling sect, was the first to rush in front of Xiaoqing. When he saw that the demon locking array in the back of the mountain was really broken, his heart was greatly shocked. This is the demon locking array that can be set up by his master personally. With the strength of the green snake demon, it can't be broken at all. But at the moment, it actually broke open. That means that there is an external force that helped her. Green snake demon, who helped you break the formation? Xia Chang shouted at Little Green. Xia Chang, just you dare to question me? Where is your master? Xiaoqing didn't put Xia Chang in his eyes at all, but he was scornful of his master, because back then, it was Xia Chang's master who had suppressed her here, and had suppressed her for more than 30 whole years, making her suffer. To deal with you, there is no need for my master to step in. Although you broke the formation today, you will never want to leave from here. Although Xia Chang said so, he was somewhat less confident in his heart. His master's father had gone out to travel in the clouds, and with his strength, if he wanted to fight Xiaoqing one-on-one, his chances of winning were very low. Fortunately, he still has 4 senior brothers who are on their way over, as long as they are delayed until they arrive. When the 5 of them surround this green snake demon, they will have the power to fight. Just with you in the middle stage of the Jindan realm you want to fight me? Looking for death, Little Green said as his huge snake tail swung and flung towards Xia Chang. Xiaoqing's strength 30 years ago was the Jindan realm of the Great Circle. If normal cultivation would have broken through to the realm of the infants, but unfortunately by the locking of the demon array trapped in these 30 years, her strength has not grown at all. This snake tail thrown over, the power is very powerful. If it is thrown, will be injured not light. Xia Chang's face also changed, and he hurriedly dodged narrowly by flying with his sword, then pinched a rune on his hand, and a thunderbolt technique struck towards Xiaoqing. However, the surprising thunder knuckle struck Xiaoqing's body and did not cause much damage. Xia Chang, with this amount of power you can't hurt me at all. Xiaoqing suddenly stopped her hand, because with her current weak body, it was also very difficult to kill Xia Chang, and the best thing to do now was to stall for time to buy time for her master to dig for the formation stone. When they recovered their strength later, they would come back to settle the score with the Xianling sex people. Is that so? Xia Chang coldly glanced away, not rushing to attack, and seemed to be intentionally dragging his feet as well, wanting to wait for the 4 senior brothers to rush over. However, he skimmed his remaining light down below and suddenly noticed a young man digging for formation stones within the forbidden area of their back mountain, which made him realize something. So it was you who helped the snake demon break the demon locking formation. Looking for death. Xia Chang frowned in anger and flew around the green snake demon with his royal sword. Then a thunderbolt technique struck towards Wang Teng. Master, be careful. Xiaoqing was alarmed upon seeing this. Chapter 53, finally digging enough formation stones. This thunderbolt skill was struck with the full force of a cultivator in the middle of the Jindan realm, while Wang Teng was only in the middle of the true man realm, which was equivalent to the middle of the pioneer realm, and the two of them were separated by 2 major realms. If one was struck by this thunderbolt technique, one would be seriously injured without dying. When the green snake demon saw this, her face changed drastically. If Wang Teng was killed by this surprising thunder decree, then she would be finished as well. This was the sadness of a demon slave, where all fate was in the hands of the master. Master, be careful, the green snake demon exclaimed anxiously. However, Wang Teng had already paid attention, and even if Xiaoqing didn't remind him, he was still keeping an eye on the battlefield at all times. Just when the thunderbolt technique was about to hit him, Wang Teng directly utilized the shadowless steps to narrowly avoid the thunderbolt technique. Patriarch Xia Chang was slightly startled when he saw this, not expecting the young man underneath to move so fast, and Xiaoqing was also surprised by Wang Teng's moving speed, and at the same time, she was secretly relieved. Fortunately she didn't hit Wang Teng, or else something serious would have happened. Little Green, who had come back to her senses, was slightly angry and once again threw her snake tail towards Understanding Chang with great force. Patriarch Xia Chang's face became grave once again when he saw a huge snake tail flinging towards him. Then he utilized his spiritual power to fly with his sword once again to avoid it. Seeing that the blow missed, Xiao Chang opened his bloody mouth again and lunged towards Xie Chang. The sharp snake teeth were frightening to look at. Facing Xiao Qing's constant attacks, Xie Chang had no time to attack Wang Teng anymore and could only desperately fend off the green snake demon's attacks. This was also Xiao Qing's attempt to create time for Wang Teng to dig for formation stones. Wang Teng seized this brief free time and utilized the shadowless steps to accelerate the digging of the formation stone. 48, 49, still missing the last formation stone. Wang Teng stared at the last formation stone and then dug hard. At the same time, the other 4 elders of the Xianling sect also rushed over, and Xiao Qing's face changed when she saw them. If she dealt with Xie Chang alone, she would be able to deal with him, but when she added 4 more foundation establishment stage cultivators, it would be a bit difficult for her. Green Snake Demon, don't think that you can escape from here by breaking the demon locking formation. Die for me, the Grand Elder said as he utilized his flying sword technique and shot a sword towards the Green Snake Demon. Not only him, the other 3 elders also utilized their flying sword techniques and attacked towards the Green Snake Demon in the air. At that moment, 4 flying swords shot over towards Xiao Qing in unison, and the attack was very harsh. Just with you trash you dare to hurt me? Xiao Qing was unafraid of this, utilizing the only remaining demonic power in her body. Then a snake tail swept over, instantly flinging the 4 flying swords away in unison. What? So powerful. The 4 elders saw this and were surprised for a moment in unison. Obviously this green snake demon was powerful beyond their expectations. However, only Xiao Qing herself knows that just now that one time, used most of her remaining demonic power, and then fight on. It is estimated that she is going to be finished. Just when Xiao Qing could barely hold on, Wang Teng's voice came over. Little green, I'm done digging. I can retreat now. After Wang Teng's soul transmission to her, he directly opened the shadowless steps and ran towards the bottom of the mountain. Xiao Qing's strength was above the Xianling sect's patriarch and elders, so Wang Teng did not worry that she could not run away. When Xiao Chang saw Wang Teng running towards the mountain, she also secretly sighed in relief. Finally she didn't have to tangle with these Xianling sect disciples anymore. Old lady won't play with you guys today. Next time when I recover my strength, I need to exterminate your Xianling sect. After Xiao Chang put down these harsh words, she sprayed a cloud of dark green poisonous mist towards them. This was the last strike that Xiao Chang made with her demonic power. Not to poison them, just to stop them from catching up. After spraying out this wave of poisonous mist, Xiao Chang did not hesitate to follow Wang Teng's footsteps and rush down the mountain. Xia Chang, the Xianling sect's patriarch, as well as the 4 elders, saw the green snake demon running towards the mountain and wanted to chase after it, but a wave of poisonous mist attacked them head-on. It's not good. It's snake demon poison. Patriarch Xie Chang harnessed his flying sword and dodged back to avoid it, and the other 4 elders all ran back, not daring to chase after them at all. This wave of snake demon poison lasted for quite a while before it gradually dispersed, and at this time, the sky had also darkened, so it became impossible to go after it. Patriarch Xie Chang and the 4 elders looked at the dilapidated back mountain forbidden area, and their faces were unsightly. Patriarch, the green snake demon has escaped. What are we going to do now? If Master Teacher finds out, he will definitely blame us. 4th Elder Chuna said with a worried face. The other 3 elders also had a worried look on their faces. After all, the green snake demon had run away in their hands, and none of them could afford to be blamed by their master. Patriarch Xie Chang frowned and contemplated for a moment before he didn't dare to tell this news to his master. After all, after such a big incident, if he was blamed for it, he wouldn't want to be the patriarch of the Xianling sect. But soon he thought of a countermeasure. The green snake demon's escape is a big deal. We have to capture her back or kill her before Senior Master returns from his cloud travels. Otherwise none of the 5 of us can afford it. Patriarch Xie Chang frowned and said in a deep voice. But Patriarch, the combined strength of the 5 of us may not be able to beat that green snake demon. How are we going to capture her back? Not to mention that this green snake demon is now running far away. We can't even catch up with it. Grand Elder Husho said worriedly. I have long thought of a countermeasure for this. I will personally go to the demon refining sect. They are a sect that specializes in getting rid of demons. With their help, this green snake demon can definitely be gotten rid of. Patriarch Xie Chang's words caused all 4 elders to light up in unison. Still, Patriarch is thoughtful. If we can ask someone from the demon refining sect to take action, this green snake demon will definitely be gotten rid of. Grand Elder Husho said here, and then said with a rather worried turn of phrase. But it's not easy to ask someone from the demon refining sect to make a move. I have my own methods for this. The 6th elder of the demon refining sect owed me a favor back then. When I bring the high-grade spirit gathering pill over, he will definitely help me. Patriarch Xie Chang continued after a pause. During my absence from the clan, senior brother who will be in charge of the Xianling sect on my behalf. Yes, Sect leader. Husho bowed and responded. After Patriarch Xie Chang nodded, he remembered another important matter and instantly turned his head to instruct 4th Elder Chuna. In addition, the matter of the Liu family in Qi City will be left to you, 4th senior brother. Our Xianling sect's face cannot be degraded by a tiny third-rate martial arts family in mundane. Don't worry, Patriarch. Early tomorrow morning, I will bring my disciples over to Qi City to find the Liu family and ask for punishment. I will make sure to handle it properly, so that the world won't dare to underestimate our Xian spirit sect anymore. 4th Elder Chuna bowed and responded, a glint of essence flashing in his eyes. In his heart, he has long been ready to exterminate the Liu family's entire family. A small third-rate martial arts family also dared to kill their Xianling sect's disciples. Really do not want to live, or to let the other nearby families know. Their Xianling sect cannot be offended. Chapter 54. Madam, I'm back. Let's practice together at night. The night is getting darker and darker. After Wang Teng ran down from the back of the Xianling sect, he activated the shadowless steps and ran all the way to the direction of Qi City. Xiao Cheng, whose demonic power was exhausted, also followed Wang Teng closely, but the more she ran, the less she could catch up with Wang Teng's footsteps, and her breath was getting more and more rapid. Master, I can't run anymore. Xiao Cheng, who had exhausted her demonic power, turned back into her human form. Her body was only clad in a thin green-colored veil, and her white body was hidden inside. When Wang Teng heard the sound, he stopped walking, then turned around and ran back. Little Green, are you alright? Did the disciples of the Xianling sect hurt you? Wang Teng picked up Xiao Cheng, who was paralyzed on the ground. After transforming back into her human form, Xiao Qing's body was soft and boneless. Coupled with her delicate and charming face, she gave people a feeling of pity when they saw her. I'm fine. I just ran out of demonic power and need to rest, Xiao Qing said with a slightly pale face. Wang Teng raised his head and looked at the sky, and then looked at the deserted surroundings. He felt that this was not a place to rest, and he had to rush back to set up the array, so time was very tight for him, and he immediately said to Xiao Qing, this is no place to rest. Let me take you into the city. There's no need to enter the city. I'll just rest here in the wilderness. Xiao Qing politely refused. She used to cultivate in the wilderness, so she was used to it. No, it's too dangerous here. In case the disciples of Xianling sect catch up, it will be troublesome. I'd better take you into the city. However, Wang Teng did not agree with her and insisted on taking her into the city because the wilderness was too dangerous for Wang Teng to feel at ease. Xiao Qing looked at the concerned look in Wang Teng's eyes and was slightly touched, as if this master wasn't so annoying. Okay, Green nodded weakly. Then Xiao Qing turned into a small green snake at a speed visible to the naked eye, wrapped around Wang Teng's arm and rested quietly. The body became smaller, which would reduce the consumption of demonic power and help her recover quickly. Wang Teng did not expect Xiao Qing to have this kind of change, but this is good. If you bring home the humanoid like Xiao Qing, the lady is expected to be jealous, and may also be mistaken for him to mess around outside. When it was almost midnight, Wang Teng finally returned to the Liu mansion, but he did not go back to his room at the first time. Instead, he arranged Xiao Qing to rest on a sycamore tree in the backyard of the Liu mansion, and then he himself began to busy himself around the Liu mansion. He had to seize the time to set up the array. The disciples of the Xianling sect might come over any time to question them about the Liu family, so he had to set up the array before they arrived. Only then would they not be afraid of the Xianling sect's questioning. A total of 50 formation stones were dug up. It should be enough to set up the 10,000 swords formation. With my strength, controlling the 10,000 swords formation shouldn't be too much of a problem. Thinking of this, Wang Teng began to take out the formation stones that he had dug up from the Xianling sect, and then under the cover of the night, he began to set them up around the Liu mansion piece by piece. In order not to attract others' attention, Wang Teng also buried the formation stone under the corner of the wall and then covered it with soil. This formation that Wang Teng had set up was called the 10,000 swords formation, and although it could be set up with just 50 formation stones, its power was comparable to that of an earth-grade upper-grade formation. Killing cultivators below the Jindan realm was no problem at all, and even if a Jindan realm expert came, he could still defend himself. So using this 10,000 swords formation to defend against the Xianling sect was enough. Of course, this was also the most powerful formation that Wang Teng could currently control. It was not until the sunrise that Wang Teng finished setting up the 10,000 swords formation, and also engraved the sword intent in the formation stone as well, so that when it was time to open the formation, Wang Teng only had to hold the Wind Spirit Giant sword, and the center of the formation was the Wind Spirit Giant sword in Wang Teng's hand. The 10,000 swords formation has finally been set up. Now we can stop worrying about the Xianling sect's people coming to our door. Wang Teng secretly sighed in relief. Only after doing this did Wang Teng have the time to go back to his room. And at that moment, Liu Yanxi happened to get up. and the moment she opened the door, she saw her husband, who she had been thinking about all night, standing in the doorway. Husband? Liu Yanxi rubbed her eyes and thought that she hadn't woken up, but no matter how much she rubbed her eyes, Wang Teng was still standing there. I'm not dreaming, am I? Liu Yanxi was still a bit unconvinced of what she was seeing, because yesterday her father had told her that Wang Teng had gone out on a mission and it would take several days before he could come back, but it had only been a day. In order to make sure if she was dreaming, Liu Yanxi reached out and prepared to pinch her face, but was stopped by Wang Teng, who had seen the intention. Reaching out, Madam, you didn't dream. I'm back, Wang Teng said with a smile. When Liu Yanxi heard this familiar voice, she confirmed that she was not dreaming and that her husband had really come back, and she was instantly too happy to help herself. Husband, you're really back. Didn't you say it would take several days? Did the mission go well? Did you get hurt? Liu Yanxi asked several questions in a row, and at the same time, she also looked up and down carefully, her eyes filled with concern. Because I missed you so much, I rushed back overnight, Wang Teng said with a smile. An earthy love story, teasing Liu Yanxi's pretty face slightly red. Spinning around, he couldn't help but jump into Wang Teng's arms and hold him tightly. I also miss my husband. I didn't sleep well last night when you weren't there. Liu Yanxi leaned her head against Wang Teng's embrace as she spoke, feeling the powerful heartbeat that made her feel doubly happy. I'll stay with you tonight and then we'll cultivate together. Wang Teng hugged Liu Yanxi's body, unable to let go. The condensed orchid fragrance of her body mesmerized him. That being said, Wang Teng was also quite attached to the matter of cultivating in bed with Liu Yanxi because it was a doubly happy thing. These words caused Liu Yanxi to blush for a while. She knew what this cultivation referred to, but she still shyly nodded her head, because she's kind of obsessed with that thing too. Husband seems to be really good. Right, husband? You rushed back all night long, you must not have eaten yet. I'll go to the kitchen to help you get something to eat. Liu Yanxi suddenly remembered something and said with eyes full of concern. That's fine, but I need to cultivate first, Wang Teng said with a smile. When he saved Shao Qing earlier, the system rewarded him with a high-level spirit-gathering pill, which he could use right now. After finishing his breakfast, Wang Teng began to sit down on his knees in his room, and then took out that advanced spirit-gathering pill that the system had rewarded him with from the system space. It looks like a red meringue. Is this the advanced spirit-gathering pill? I wonder how effective it is. It was the first time that Wang Teng obtained the advanced spirit-gathering pill, and after taking a slight glance at the pill, he stuffed it into his mouth. After the advanced spirit-gathering pill was swallowed into his belly, the aura immediately overflowed in his body, and compared to the spirit-gathering pill, the aura was several dozens of times denser. What a powerful aura! By relying on this advanced spirit-gathering pill, I can upgrade again. While Wang Teng was elated, he hurriedly operated his aura, then began to absorb and transform this aura, while Wang Teng was cultivating on his knees. Shu Na, the fourth elder of the Xianling sect, rushed towards the Liu family in Qi City with 4 disciples. At noon, they finally arrived at the Liu family in Qi City. The Xianling sect had a very high reputation in this area, and the moment their Dao robes appeared in Qi City, they attracted a lot of attention. When they stepped into the front door of the Liu family in an aggressive manner, many of the passing crowds couldn't help but come together, and there was a lot of talk. This is the Taoist robe of the Xianling sect. It looks like someone from the Xianling sect has come. Can they not come? The disciples of the Xianling sect were killed by the Liu family. Can they not hear about it? I guess they're here to question the Liu family this time. The Taoist priest who is leading the group, wearing a Taoist robe that is black in color. This is an elder level. This is really the end of the Liu family. Yes, after offending the Xianling sect, how can the Liu family survive? Before the Xianling sect's people even made a move, these onlookers had already talked the Liu family to death. In their opinion, where was a mundane third-rate martial arts force a match for the cultivation sect Xianling sect? Moreover, there had been martial arts families that had offended the Xianling sect in the past, and none of them had been exterminated. And this time, it seemed that the Liu family would suffer the same fate. Thank you for your support, and as usual, I'm asking for a 5 out of 5 and a reminder. Readers, big dudes, get down on your knees and ask for a double happy 5 and a rush. 5 praise breaks 700 tomorrow plus 1 more. Urges to break 10,000 plus 3 more. Chapter 55, Liu Yanxi to perform a shocking slap again? The sun was high in the sky at noon. Shu Na, the fourth elder of the Xianling sect, stepped into the Liu family with 4 disciples with an unkind face to ask for punishment. Where is the Liu family head? Shu Na said in a loud and cold voice as soon as he entered the door. This cold drink invariably used the sound transmission technique, causing this sentence to spread throughout the entire Liu mansion. When Liu Gowen, who was eating lunch, heard this, his face changed drastically, and after putting down his chopsticks, he hurriedly greeted him. Yao Shu also had a look of apprehension on her face, and then followed suit to welcome her out. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, on the other hand, was still in his room absorbing the medicinal effects of the transformation advanced spirit gathering pill, and it had reached a critical moment. Whether or not we can move up another level depends on this wave. Liu Yanxi had been guarding Wang Teng, but when she heard someone yelling outside with a tone of displeasure, her heart was slightly worried, and then she also hurried to the front yard with quick steps. After arriving at the courtyard, Lu Gowen's heart inexplicably tensed up after seeing that the visitor was indeed someone from the Xianling sect. What's coming is coming. I don't know that Immortal Master has arrived. Mr. Liu has missed out on welcoming him. I beg Immortal Master's pardon. Lu Gowen bowed as soon as he came up, but he was apprehensive in his heart. The Xianling sect could really be considered a godlike existence in this area. Are you the Liu family's family head, Liu Gowen? Chuna coldly glanced at Liu Gowen, not putting him in his eyes at all. Exactly. I wonder if Immortal Master is looking for me for something? Liu Gowen asked in a pretense of composure. In fact, he had already guessed in his heart why this Xianling sect elder had come. A few days ago, my Xianling sect disciple Zhong Changzi died in your Liu family. Is there such a thing? Chuna questioned after coldly glancing at Liu Gowen. That's unknown. But a few days ago there was indeed a person wearing the Xianling sect's Dao robe who posed as a disciple of your sect and accompanied the Black Mountain thieves to try to exterminate our Liu clan. And in order to protect ourselves, our Liu clan launched a counterattack. Liu Gowen said this in a very level-headed way, not admitting the killing of the Xianling sect disciple, but deliberately described Zhong Changzi as a disciple posing as a disciple of the Xianling sect, and specifically reinforced that he was with the Black Mountain thieves. The Xianling sect claimed to be a prestigious sect, so I don't think they would admit that their disciples were involved with the Black Mountain thieves. It had to be said that Liu Gowen still had some intelligence. Is that so? Chuna did not expect Zhong Changzi to actually get involved with the Black Mountain bandits, something he did not know beforehand. It was also clear from this that Zhong Changzi's involvement with the Black Mountain thieves was purely his own personal and private behavior, and not the Xianling sect's intention. Or maybe someone in the clan knew, but turned a blind eye. Everything Liu said is true. Liu Gowen hurriedly bowed back, but a cold sweat broke out behind him. This speech, long before Chuna came he had already thought of it, but whether it could be fooled over that would depend on God's will. A good deal of sentences are true, regardless of whether Elder Zhong has colluded with the Black Mountain thieves or not. Your Liu family should have thought of the consequences for killing our Xianling sect's disciples, Chuna said in a cold voice, not being wrapped up in Liu Gowen's words. Immortal Master, please still redeem yourself. Beforehand I really didn't know that he was a disciple of the Xianling sect, or else I wouldn't dare to offend the Xianling sect even if I had 10 guts. Liu Gowen bowed again and returned, a drop of cold sweat already seeping out from his forehead. Still want to weasel your way out in front of me? Chuna was not stupid. How could he be fooled by Liu Gowen's rhetoric? After a pause he coldly said, I heard that the one who killed Zhong Changzi was your daughter, Liu Yanxi, wasn't it? Let her come out to die. Before he came, Chuna had already gotten the news from his disciples that it was the Miss Liu Yanxi of the Liu family who killed Zhong Changzi. Therefore, he decided to kill this Liu Yanxi before destroying the entire Liu family. Only in this way can they establish their authority, so that the surrounding families and forces will not dare to underestimate their Xianling sect, and the ordinary people will also know the power of their Xianling sect. Otherwise, if they couldn't even deal with a third-rate martial arts family, then they would think that the Xianling sect was a weakling, a mere show, and the influence of the sect would be damaged. Not to mention that no one would ever send anyone with a spiritual root to the Xianling sect again. Liu Gowen heard Chuna named sex to kill his daughter, scared him behind the cold sweat. Looks like want to muddle is not muddle through. In the end he can only struggle a little more. Immortal Master, my daughter happens to be out of the mansion. If you insist on avenging Zhong Changzi, I, Liu Gowen, am willing to take a life for a life. This was something that Liu Gowen had thought about before, hoping that he could use his own life for his daughter's life and minimize the Liu family's sacrifices as much as possible. But Qin didn't give him a second thought. Just this cheap life of yours is worthy of exchanging for the lives of our sect's disciples? Even exterminating the entirety of your Liu family would not be enough to exchange the lives of our sect's disciples. I'm going to count to 3, and if your daughter doesn't come out, I'll start the killing spree. Qin'er drank coldly, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. 1. Without waiting for Liu Gowen to agree, Chuna directly opened his mouth to report the number regardless. 2. Liu Gowen was getting anxious in his heart. How could he possibly hand over his daughter? Just as Qin was about to count to 3, a chirping voice came out of the house. I killed Zhong Changzi. If something happens, come at me. As this cry fell, Liu Yanxi ran out with a determined face. One for all, she would not let her father face the Xianling sect Taoist alone. And when Liu Gowen saw his daughter Liu Yanxi running out, he hurriedly stopped her and anxiously persuaded her. Yanxi, there's nothing for you here. Hurry and run away with Wang Teng. This Xianling sect elder in front of him was even stronger than the previous Master Zhong. For his daughter to run out at this time would be a pure death sentence. All he hoped now was that he could stall for a while later so that his daughter and son-in-law could escape. But father, I can't just watch you die. Also I won't necessarily lose to this old Taoist priest, Liu Yanxi said with a resolute face. In his heart, he thought that he would try to transform again later, and then he would be able to slap this old Taoist to death. After saying this, Liu Yanxi walked towards Chuna. Lu Gowen couldn't even pull him if he wanted to. His heart began to despair. Those spectators who had gathered around the doorway to watch the event also sighed at the sight of it. What a pair of father-daughter love. But unfortunately it's useless in front of the absolute strength of an immortal master. It's over. It's over. This time, the Liu family is really over. It's not good to offend anyone. But the Xianling sect, it's not necessarily over yet. I heard that Liu Gowen's daughter can transform. Transforming into purple hair and purple pupils is very powerful. Wasn't Master Zhong killed by her slap? Maybe she can beat that Xianling sect elder. The crowd, with your words in mind, all decided that the Liu family was in trouble today, while also expecting another miracle from Liu Gowen's daughter, Liu Yanxi. And when Quinner saw Liu Yanxi walk up, he looked her up and down and frowned slightly when he realized that she wasn't purple-haired with purple pupils. You are the Liu Yanxi who killed the eldest son of my clan Bell. Precisely. Your Xianling sect's disciple Zhong Changzi colluded with the Black Mountain thieves and was killed by my slap. Although Liu Yanxi was a soft woman, her gaze met her without fear. Very well, since you've admitted it, then make your move, Quinner said with a cold gaze. He didn't know the depth of Liu Yanxi at this time. According to the report from his disciples, the fact that this woman was able to easily kill Zhong Changzi, who was at the early stage of the pioneer realm, with a single slap meant that her strength was at least at the foundation establishment stage. And Quinner's strength was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, so he didn't dare to make a sudden move. Liu Yanxi was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, or rather she wanted to make the same slap that she had made after her transformation a few days ago, and then after taking a step towards the front, she activated the spiritual energy in her body and prepared to make another shocking slap to kill this old Taoist priest in front of her. The spectators outside the door also tensed up, all expecting another shocking slap from Liu Yanxi. Even Quen was getting a little nervous. Liu Yanxi imagined the scene of that day after exercising her spiritual energy. Then after pouring her spiritual energy into her palm, she violently pushed out a palm towards Chuna. Chapter 56 Sword Formation Together. Shocking the crowd. As a dainty voice came out, Chuna opened the protective shield around her body in fear, and the crowd watched as their bodies suddenly tightened in anticipation of recreating the shocking scene from the other day. However, this palm of Liu Yanxi's only merely brought up a breeze, and there was not a trace of palm energy surging out. And even the chi energy did not break through the body. Oh, the scene was awkward for a moment, and even Chuna was frozen by this slap from Liu Yanxi. Liu Yanxi's current strength was only at the peak of the innate realm, not even at the Grandmaster realm, and he was not able to do the chi outward, so this palm was in vain, and there was no palm energy blasted out. How come there's no palm energy coming out? Obviously, my strength has been raised to the peak of the innate realm, and I followed the route of the aura's operation that day to perform the palm technique. Liu Yanxi was puzzled. Originally, she had thought that after her strength was raised to the peak of the innate realm, she would be able to strike that shocking palm from the other day, yet now it seemed as if she had overthought it again. Try again. Unwillingly, Liu Yanxi was ready to try again. Chuna saw Liu Yanxi blast over with another palm, and subconsciously turned on the body-protecting Dharma shield once again. Yet still nothing happened. The scene was again awkward, but this time it annoyed Quinn. Are you fooling me? Seek death. A gleam of light flashed through Chuna's eyes, followed by a palm blast towards Liu Yanxi. A huge one flaming palm flew towards Liu Yanxi and blasted over. Yanxi, be careful. Seeing this, Liu Gowen's face turned ashen with fear. Wanting to go up and fend off for his daughter was already too late. Liu Yanxi didn't react for a moment. When everyone thought that she was going to be killed by the Xianling sect elder with a slap, a figure as fast as lightning suddenly appeared and brought Liu Yanxi away from the original spot in an instant. This flaming palm from Quen blasted the air. Before the crowd could react, a voice appeared abruptly. If you want to destroy the Liu family, ask me if I will answer. As Wang Teng spoke, he released Liu Yanxi in his arms. Just now, during the time that Liu Yanxi was stalling Chuna, Wang Teng had just finished absorbing the advanced spirit gathering pill, and his strength broke through to the peak of the real person realm all of a sudden. Then the first time he opened his shadowless steps, he rushed over and narrowly saved Liu Yanxi. Husband, you've finished practicing. Liu Yanxi was delighted when she saw Wang Teng appear. Well, you can't do this kind of risky thing anymore in the future. Got it? Wang Teng said with eyes full of concern. If Wang Teng had come a few seconds later just now, Liu Yanxi would be seriously injured now if not dead. Got it, husband? I just wanted to try to see if I could hit that palm again after my strength increased. Liu Yanxi knew her mistake. She also realized now that she was the one who was naive, and that the amazing slap the other day was unattainable. Ma'am, you go to the back and rest first. Leave these Xianling sect people to me, Wang Teng said rather gently. Husband, these Taoist priests seem to be very powerful. Can you beat them? Liu Yanxi's pretty face was filled with a nervous expression. Don't worry, I have my own way. Just go to the back and watch. After Wang Teng said this, he walked over to Chuna's side. When Chuna and the other Xianling sect disciples saw Wang Teng appear, their eyes focused on him. Who are you? Quen said with an unfavorable gaze. I am the son-in-law of the Liu family. If you want to take revenge for Zhong Changzi, look for me, Wang Teng said with a calm face. Fortunately, he had set up the 10,000 swords formation around the Liu mansion overnight yesterday, and it was just in time for him to use it right now. Son-in-law of the Liu family? A hint of disdain flashed in Chuna's eyes after he looked Wang Teng up and down. So your strength has reached the peak of the real person realm. No wonder you are so arrogant, but you probably don't know that this strength of yours doesn't even enter my eyes. In Chuna's thought, Wang Teng's strength was only at the peak of the pioneer realm, while he had long been in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, and it was more than enough to kill him. Not only did he think so, those spectators standing at the entrance of the Liu mansion also thought that Wang Teng was bound to lose this battle. Dying. This son-in-law of the Liu family is too confident. This is an elder of the Xianling sect. How can he possibly beat it? Yeah, this is the end of the talented young man. What a shame. Not only is he going to die, maybe the entire Liu family will be exterminated today. The crowd all murmured at once. Liu Gowen, Yao Shu, as well as Liu Yanxi and other members of the Liu family were also worried about Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng was very confident in himself, although there was a large realm difference in their strength. With the pre-arranged 10,000 swords formation, he was sufficient to kill this Quinner. Who loses and who wins? How do you know without having fought? Wang Teng said as he took out the Wind Spirit Giant Sword from the red dust fondness ring. This Wind Spirit Giant Sword was the very center of the 10,000 swords formation and also the control console. As long as one had this Wind Spirit Giant Sword in their hands, they would be able to control the 10,000 swords formation. Kid, what arrogance! Then I'll kill you first before destroying the entire family of the Liu family, Chuna said and pinched a few spells, then struck a palm towards Wang Teng. Flame palm. A palm blasted out, and the palm energy transformed into a huge flame palm that blasted towards Wang Teng. This palm was so powerful that if it hit solidly, one would be seriously injured without dying. But Wang Teng had shadowless steps and casually avoided this flame palm, then circled around to Chuna's back at a very fast speed, and then slashed towards Chuna's back with a dragon-breaking chop. With a sword slash, the sword chi was instantly several times more powerful. The crowd all watched in a state of shock, while Chuna seemed to have expected it, and after the corner of his mouth was slightly flicked, he turned around and continuously blasted several flaming palms at Wang Teng's dragon-breaking chopping sword chi. Boom boom boom. 3 or 4 consecutive flame palms blasted over. Wang Teng's dragon-breaking chopping sword chi was gradually cancelled out. Then those flame palms went on unabated and came straight towards him. Wang Teng watched with a slight burst of surprise. He never expected Chuna's flame palm to be so powerful. Even the dragon-breaking chop was broken by him. Seeing those flaming palms coming towards him, Wang Teng had to once again utilize the shadowless steps to dodge over. This hand-to-hand combat, Wang Teng is considered to recognize the power of the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm experts. The difference of a large realm, with his own strength simply cannot beat him. Good thing there is a shadowless steps. Chuna want to kill him is not easy. This was indeed the case. And Chuna was secretly a bit annoyed to see that Wang Teng ran away every time at the critical moment. Kid, you can be fast. No wonder you're so confident. But do you think you're invincible with your speed? You're underestimating our Xianling sect too much, Chuna said and took out a talisman from his body. Then after chanting a few incantations, he threw the talisman to the ground. Gravity charm. Sprint. As soon as the gravity charm was released, the gravity of the surrounding 100-meter square circle increased 10 times at once, including the position where Wang Teng was standing. There is actually this kind of talisman. Wang Teng was indeed shocked in his heart. He originally thought that he could be invincible with his shadowless steps, but now it seemed that he had underestimated this world. In addition, once the gravity charm was released, the crowd at the scene felt the increase in gravity, and those who were weak directly slumped to the ground. Liu Gowen, Liu Yanxi, and Yao Shu, who practiced martial arts, were all sweating for Wang Teng even though they could barely stand. Oh no! Once the gravity talisman is out, The movement speed of the virtuous son-in-law is going to be limited. A flash of bad luck flashed through Liu Gowen's heart. Liu Yanxi's pretty face turned white with nervousness for a moment, and her heart jumped to her throat. As for those spectators gathered at the entrance, after experiencing their bodies becoming heavier, they directly fell to the ground, and in their hearts, they all secretly sighed at the Xianling sect's power. It really is a divine immortal sect. Even the power of the earth can be controlled. For a time, the crowd became even more in awe of the Xianling sect, being able to control the power of the earth. Isn't that divine power? Quinn was satisfied to see this. Kid, aren't you a good runner? Try running down for me now. Quinner seemed to be unaffected by the gravity and had a winning look on his face. It's all over. Suffer. Chuna transported his spiritual power and prepared to blast towards Wang Teng again. Everyone thought that Wang Teng was dead this time. Even Liu Gowen, Yao Shu and the others thought that Wang Teng was hopeless. However, right at this moment, Wang Teng flung the Wind Spirit Giant's sword in his hand towards his body, followed by the sword formation technique, and abruptly the entire Liu mansion lit up with countless dazzling sword awnings. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone at the scene. When Chuna and the other Xianling sect disciples saw this, their faces changed even more drastically. How is that possible? It's actually the 10,000 swords formation. Chuna's body was trembling slightly, while Wang Teng was slightly skimming the corners of his mouth, returning Chuna's words as they were. It's over. Die. Chapter 57, Madam, you are my tonic. The sudden appearance of the 10,000 swords formation not only shocked everyone on the scene, but also completely reversed the situation of the battlefield. Liu Gowen, Liu Yanxi, and the others were also stunned when they saw this 10,000 swords formation. When did our Liu mansion have this 10,000 sword formation? And it's still such a powerful sword formation. When did your son-in-law set this up? Liu Guozhen was truly shocked by Wang Teng this time, while a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. With this powerful 10,000 swords formation, those 5 disciples of the Xianling sect would have nothing to fear. When Liu Yanxi saw this sword formation, apart from being shocked, she was also secretly relieved, while at the same time worshipping her husband even more. Those spectators outside the Liu mansion's gate were also dumbfounded for a moment when they saw Wang Teng execute such a powerful sword formation. What a powerful sword formation! This is at least 10,000 sword chi. Someone who knew about sword chi couldn't help but voice out. There was no one more shocked at the scene than Chuna and his 4 disciples. How is it possible? How can this kid know sword formations, or such a powerful 10,000 swords formation? For the first time, Chuna appeared to have a horrified expression, and those 4 disciples behind him were also looking terrified. Senior, what do we do now? This kid knows the 10,000 swords formation. One of the disciples spoke out in alarm. With this 10,000 swords formation, they simply couldn't beat each other anymore. In this situation right now, only the 5 of us together have a chance to win. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chuna's eyes as he decided to make a last-ditch effort. As he spoke, he took out a flaming sword from his spatial ring. The other 4 disciples also drew their swords. Obviously, they are going to get real. When the others on the scene saw this, their hearts and minds were lifted once again. Who would lose and who would win would depend on this wave. Attack me. Chuna gave an order and attacked towards Wang Teng first with the flaming sword in hand. Behind him, his 4 disciples also held long swords and attacked towards Wang Teng. The 5 of them attacked in unison, and that attack was very powerful. Wang Teng frowned slightly when he saw this, then holding the Wind Spirit Giant's sword in his hand, he casually slashed towards them. As the sword slashed away, the tens of thousands of sword chi in the 10,000 swords formation followed suit and attacked towards Chuna and the 5 of them. Tens of thousands of sword chi. That momentum was really scary. Almost instantly, the 4 disciples behind Chuna were directly killed by the sword chi of this 10,000 swords formation. Without even humming, only Chuna held the flaming sword in his hand tightly, and was constantly and desperately resisting these sword chi. Why does this kid know the 10,000 swords formation? Why? Chuna was unwilling in his heart. The battle that was supposed to be won ended up in such a mess, and judging by the situation at hand, he's probably going to die here. Body shield. While Chuna kept dancing his sword to resist the sword chi of the 10,000 swords formation, a white body shield also appeared around his body. He was trying to make a last dying effort. I said it's over. Die. Wang Teng gripped the Wind Spirit sword in his hand and fed all the spiritual energy in his body into the Wind Spirit Giant sword. After the Wind Spirit Giant sword received a large amount of spiritual energy, the 10,000 swords formation also instantly became stronger. The power of 10,000 sword chi had also risen greatly. And even though Chuna swung the flame sword as fast as he could, some of the sword chi had passed through his sword chi defense and subsequently shot onto his body shield. With 1 or 2 sword chi, Quinner's Hun protective shield was still able to defend against it, but as more and more sword chi were shot at his shield, Quinner began to gradually become more than that. Soon cracks appeared in his shield. The crowd at the scene was once again shocked when they saw this. Too powerful. This son-in-law of the Liu family is just too powerful, actually pushing the Xianling sect's elder to this extent. It's more than awesome. This elder of the Xianling sect is going to die here. That's an elder of the Xianling sect, a godly figure in our eyes, and he's actually going to die here today? All the spectators looked dumbfounded. The result was something they had never expected. Even Lu Gowen, Yao Shu and the others did not expect that Wang Teng's strength had become so powerful. By himself, he was able to deal with 5 people from the Xianling sect, and one of them was an elder. This son-in-law of mine is also too powerful, simply a dragon amongst men. His achievements will be unlimited in the future. Lu Gowen was shocked and excited at the same time in his heart because this was his son-in-law. The more powerful Wang Teng was, then as his father-in-law, he would definitely be able to shine in the future. Wang Teng saw that Chuna was still supporting, so he continued to apply pressure. This time, he must not let him go back alive. Even if the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, he must kill him. Chuna saw that the sword chi of the 10,000 swords formation kept on going, and he finally couldn't resist the attack of the 10,000 swords formation. As soon as the flame sword in his hand slowed down, the sword chi from the 10,000 swords formation instantly broke through, and immediately afterward impacted on his white body shield. After supporting him for only a few moments, the protective shield on Chuna was also instantly broken, followed by 10,000 sword chi, which directly shot into his body. Poo poo poo. A series of sword chi penetrated through his body, and Chuna died instantly. Quinner opened his eyes in disbelief and collapsed with a loud thud. Quinner is dead, and so are the 4 disciples he brought with him. The Xianling sect, which was considered invincible, actually died after not being able to support a few rounds in Wang Teng's hands. This scene completely shocked everyone at the scene, especially the watchers at the door. A figure that was like a god in their eyes was actually decimated by the son-in-law of the Liu family. The shock was unimaginable. The faith in their hearts also instantly collapsed. That is, those gods and immortals of the Xianling sect were not invincible and could be killed, and they were still so unbeatable in front of Wang Teng. In comparison, Wang Teng's image was instantly taller. After this battle, Wang Teng was afraid that he would be famous in Qi City. When Wang Teng saw that Chuna and the others were dead, he immediately put away the Wind Spirit Giant Sword and also stopped the 10,000 swords formation. At this stop, his body seemed to be deflated as if he had collapsed to the ground, as the spiritual energy in his body was depleted by this 10,000 swords formation. However, the benefit was that after killing the 5 cultivators, Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Giant Sword had been upgraded from a low-grade lower grade to an earth-grade middle grade, and both the force attack and spell attack had been strengthened at the same time. It was evident that killing with the 10,000 swords formation was also able to absorb the opponent's energy, as the center of the formation was the Wind Spirit Giant Sword. Seeing this, Liu Yanxi rushed over at the first opportunity, then picked up Wang Teng, who had fallen to the ground. "Husband, are you alright?" Liu Yanxi's pretty face was filled with concern. "It's fine. It's just that I've exhausted my spiritual energy. I'll be fine after resting for a night." Wang Teng smiled faintly with a ghastly pale face, then stood up from the ground with strong support. "It's good that you're fine. I'll help you to your room to rest." Liu Yanxi was very distressed and helped Wang Teng up with force, then slowly walked towards his room. Lu Goen looked at the 5 Xianling sect disciples who had died in the courtyard and felt a dark pang of worry. 5 more Xianling sect disciples died. One of them is also an elder. The Xianling sect is afraid that it will be immortal with our Liu family. Lu Goen sighed. But once he thought that his son-in-law was so powerful and had the 10,000 swords formation for defense, he was slightly more at ease. As the night deepened, Wang Teng, who had exhausted his spiritual energy, sat on his knees on the bed and meditated for a while before he had recovered quite a bit of his spiritual energy. Liu Yanxi had been taking care of him without moving an inch. "Husband, are you better? Hurry up and rest early," Liu Yanxi said with a concerned face. Where did she expect to be grabbed by Wang Teng and held her in his arms? Liu Yanxi's pretty face immediately blushed, but she did not want to struggle, but allowed Wang Teng to hold her like this. "Husband, I have consumed too much spiritual energy today. I need to make up for it," Wang Teng badgered and blew in Liu Yanxi's ear, feeling the hot breath on her ears. Liu Yanxi's pretty face turned even redder and her heartbeat sped up. "How do you want to make up for it? Husband, shall I go and stew ginseng soup for you? We have a 500-year-old ginseng at home. It's very tonic. After you eat it, your body will definitely recover faster." Liu Yanxi subconsciously said back, "No need for ginseng soup. Ma'am is my best tonic." Wang Teng, however, said with a bad smile, "I'm a tonic?" The simple Liu Yanxi had not reacted at once until Wang Teng kissed towards her and plugged her delicate little mouth. "So that's the way to make up for it. Thanks for the support. This is the 3rd shift. Tomorrow, if you break 750 out of 5, you'll get an extra shift. I'm going to ask you guys if you want to order more than 10,000 shifts, plus 4 more. Kneeling for hypes and fives. Chapter 58, Capturing the Crown Prince. Qi City. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Lin Zhishang practiced his sword in the backyard early in the morning. In this great summer martial dynasty that honors force, as the lord of a city, practicing martial arts and sword every morning, that is a mandatory course. But just as he was halfway through practicing his sword, an escort hurriedly walked in from outside. Master, there's a messenger officer sent over by the third prince outside who wants you to go there in person. Escort Lin De respectfully reported. The third prince's herald? When Lin Zhishang heard this, his expression tightened and he quickly put away the sword in his hand. Now that the third prince was in power in the Grand Xia martial dynasty, there was no one who could check him, and without any surprises, he would most likely be the next new emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Zhishang hurriedly spoke out. Take me there now. Lin Zhishang didn't dare to neglect this third prince's summoning officer. When he came to the main hall, a big man wearing black and gold armor stood there, tall and imposing. The key was that he was also filled with a strong aura of solemnity. Obviously this was a battle general who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Seeing Lin Zhishang hurry over, this big man frowned unhappily and sighed. You're Lin Zhishang, the city lord of Qi City? It is precisely my humble servant. I didn't know that the great general had come, so I have missed the opportunity to welcome you. Lin Zhishang returned with trepidation. Well, this is the person the third prince asked you to capture in Qi City. Report it as soon as you get a clue. That gold-armored big man said and took out a portrait from his body and handed it to Lin Zhishang. After Lin Zhishang carefully received the portrait with both hands, he took a close look up and down and found that the person on the portrait was unusually handsome, so he couldn't help but ask out loud. I wonder who the man in this painting is. What crime has been committed so that I can inform the people? You don't need to ask much. You just need to know that this is an important fugitive. As soon as you have news, you should report it quickly. If you can catch this fugitive or provide clues, the third prince will be seriously injured. At that time, you can not only increase your official rank, perhaps you can also get a share of the Qi luck. That big man said unhappily. Well, my humble servant will definitely do his best, and once he finds the person on this portrait, he will immediately report it. Lin Zhishang didn't dare to ask any further questions and immediately bowed in response. He is not stupid. This portrait of the person can attract the third prince personally ordered the arrest? Obviously the identity is not ordinary. And then ask, he himself are in danger of life. This is very good. Then I will take my leave first. After that golden-armored big man finished saying this, he walked away without even taking a sip of tea, leaving in a great hurry, obviously going to the next city to do his business. Lin Zhishang personally sent that golden-armored man out of the gate of the mansion, and only then did he resentfully return to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the portrait in his hand, Lin Zhishang turned his head to look at his personal servant, Lin De, and asked, Linda, can you guess the identity of the person in this portrait? Lin Zhishang trusted this servant beside him and was very sure of his abilities. The person who can make the third prince personally order an arrest is bound to have an uncomplicated identity. And it's also the black gold armor personal guards beside the third prince who are carrying out this task. Linda didn't say any more in the middle of his sentence, as if he had guessed who it was, but didn't dare to say any more. There's no one else in this great hall, so just tell me straight. Lin Zhishang also had a guess in his heart, but he still wanted to seek confirmation from Linda. Master, if my guess is correct, the person on this portrait could be the long-missing crown prince. Linda truthfully stated the guess in his heart. Hearing the word prince, Lin Zhishang was also in a state of mind, and his own guess was also so. It seems that the third prince's own people couldn't find him, and now he's going to start using the officials of the Great Summer Martial Dynasty to find him, which is expanding the scope to search for the crown prince. Well, it's the same as what I thought. His Majesty is bedridden and is left with his last breath. The third prince is now in power and all the forces and sects are clinging to him. If he wants to ascend to the throne, there's only the crown prince as the last obstacle, and if he doesn't find him, he can't sleep or eat well. Lin Zhishang was analyzed. What your lordship said is very true. Since the battle on the outskirts of the capital, the prince's forces were basically wiped out. The families and cultivation sects that relied on him were almost bloodwashed by the third prince, and he himself barely escaped with his life by relying on the desperate protection of his master. But with his martial arts skills abolished, he has absolutely no hope of making a comeback. Linda nodded in response as well. This crown prince is also considered to be ruined. Lingering on, with no hope of turning the tide, Lin Zhishang quickly made a decision in his heart, then handed the portrait in his hand to Linda. Let the painter draw a dozen or so pictures according to the person on this portrait. Then go and post them at the 4 city gates, east, west, south, north and south. and give me a careful examination of all those who enter and leave the city gates, so as not to let anyone off the hook. Lim added after a pause. Also send out the city guards and make a big search in the city as well. If we can find this prince by chance, we can also be considered to be able to salvage a piece of credit. Yes, my lord. After receiving the portrait, Lin De hurriedly walked out of the hall, not realizing that his feet had just stepped out of the hall when a pure and beautiful girl walked head-on. Miss Rinda bowed and said before she wanted to leave, but she was stopped by this girl, because she noticed the portrait that Linda was holding in her hand, and felt that the person in the portrait was a bit familiar. Uncle Lin, what portrait are you holding? Show me. Lin Xingkait's ebony eyes stared at the portrait in Linda's hand. It's nothing, it's just a portrait of a fugitive. The master ordered me to post a bulletin. Lindy casually coped. Fugitive? Let me see. Lin Xingkait said as she grabbed the portrait in Linda's hand, and after carefully surveying it, she suddenly stopped in shock, because the person on this portrait was the same handsome gentleman who saved her last time. Miss, this portrait can't be played with. Please also give me the portrait. Lin pleaded somewhat helplessly after being robbed of the portrait. Lin Shishang, the city lord inside the main hall, heard his daughter's voice and walked over as well. Xingkait, don't fool around. Uncle Lin has to go do something. Quickly return this portrait to him. Although Lin Xishan was lecturing, his eyes were filled with doting when he looked at Lin Xingkait. He Lin Xishan old to get a daughter, so to Lin Xingkait baby, usually some nonsense. He is also follow her, but this time it is the third prince accounted for things. He did not dare to mess around. Father, I recognize the person on this portrait. Lin Xingkait suddenly spoke out after taking a closer look at the person on this portrait. Those words shocked both Lin Xishan and Linda. Harukis, what are you saying? You know the person in this portrait? Where is he? Lin Xishan hurriedly asked after him. If he could catch this prince, it would be a great achievement, and his promotion and wealth would be just around the corner. However, Lin Xingkui's next words shocked him once again. Father, he's the handsome gentleman who saved me from the white-haired old devil last time. I think his name is Wang Teng. What? He's the guy who saved you last time? The two of them, Lin Xishang and Linda, glanced at each other and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 59, Hongmen Banquet? After a night of irrigating clouds and rain, Liu Yanxi broke through to the sovereign realm in one fell swoop with the help of the red dust fondness ring, and it was still a direct rise to the middle of the sovereign realm, which was equivalent to a one-time rise of 2 levels. Such a fast cultivation speed caused Liu Yanxi to be surprised and delighted. She had cultivated for nearly 20 years before she was only at the peak of the Hotian realm, and after sleeping with Wang Teng for 2 nights, she was directly promoted to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Such a fast and easy way of cultivating made Liu Yanxi completely enamored. She even thought that in the future, she would cultivate with her husband every day, and after a year or two, her strength might be about to surpass that stinky white fox, and then she wouldn't have to be threatened by her to join hands with the crown prince anymore. However, Liu Yanxi was also curious as to why her strength would grow so fast when she did that with her husband. Husband, why does the realm rise so fast when I do that with you? Liu Yanxi asked with a blushing face as she organized Wang Teng's clothes. That's because your husband is awesome, Wang Teng said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the peach blossom-faced Liu Yanxi, Wang Teng could not help but reach out and embrace her in his arms again. To be honest, Wang Teng was also fascinated with practicing with Liu Yanxi. Just yesterday night, his strength broke through again, advancing to the early martial saint realm, which was equivalent to the foundation establishment realm of a cultivator. This cultivation speed was completely beyond his imagination. Being embraced by Wang Teng in his arms, Liu Yanxi did not struggle. Instead, her heart was bursting with sweetness. Looking at Liu Yanxi's shy and lovely appearance, Wang Teng couldn't help but lower his head and kiss it, and Liu Yanxi obediently came up with it. The two had just finished getting dressed, so they kissed again in their room. Just halfway through the kiss, Red's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Miss, Auntie, Master called you over, saying he has something important to tell you. It was only when they heard this voice that the two of them reluctantly separated. Liu Yanxi's pretty face still slightly flushed. Inside the lobby of the Liu mansion, Liu Gowen and Yao Shu were both there, and they were dressed quite formally. Seeing Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi come in, Liu Gowen smiled and came forward and said, Daughter, virtuous son-in-law, today the city organizer is hosting a banquet and inviting our family over, so pack up and go together. It was obvious that Liu Gowen was very happy about the city lord's invitation. Their Liu family was considered a third-rate martial arts family in Qi City, and they usually couldn't speak to the city lord. But today the city lord was personally inviting their family to a banquet, which was definitely an honor. However, Wang Teng was cautious about this. How could the city lord invite their family to a banquet for no reason? Father-in-law, did the city lord say anything about a banquet? Was only our family invited? Wang Teng asked with a frown. It wasn't that he was timid, but he had to be cautious as his status as the crown prince could easily expose a lot of things and even invite death. The city lord's servant didn't say anything about any specific banquet. He only said that the city lord had organized a banquet and invited our family over. As for who else was invited, I don't know. Liu Guan shook his head, then realized something and asked Wang Teng, is there something wrong with your son-in-law? I don't know exactly what's wrong. It might be that I'm overthinking it in my heart. Wang Teng casually responded. In his heart, he felt that this city lord organizing this banquet might not be simple, but exactly where there was a problem Wang Teng could not say. Just then, the system's voice appeared in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission again. Option 1, go to the city lord's mansion for a banquet. Reward, flying sword technique, divine transfiguration technique, turtle breath technique. Option 2, refuse to go to the banquet at the city lord's mansion. Reward, 2 high-level spirit gathering pills. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Teng was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect that this could even trigger a mission. Spin carefully analyzed the pros and cons of both options. Option 1. There were many rewards. Flying sword technique was a means of attack belonging to the cultivation sects. With this skill, Wang Teng had the ability to attack from a distance. The divine grade transfiguration technique and turtle breath technique would allow Wang Teng to completely conceal his identity and scent in the future. And he would never have to worry about being found by his royal brother again. The key was that with these 2 skills, Wang Teng would be able to meticulously develop at ease in the future. And with his current cultivation speed, meticulously developing for a year or 2, he would definitely be able to become a top expert in the world. Even without the spirit gathering pill, one could still upgrade quickly just by cultivating with the lady. When the divine power was accomplished, when it came time to kill him single-handedly, even if the imperial brother was protected by a multitude of experts, it was expected that he would not be able to block his attack. But going to the city lords, going to the banquet, messing up is dangerous and is a high-risk option. As for option 2, the reward would only be 2 advanced spirit gathering pills. These 2 advanced spirit gathering pills could upgrade Wang Teng's strength from early martial saint to peak martial saint. And with this option, there seems to be less risk. Option 2 is a short-term benefit though. In the long run, option 1 is better. After weighing it all in his mind, Wang Teng decided to take some risks and choose one. Father-in-law, let's go to the city lord's banquet then. I'll go change my clothes, Wang Teng said and turned to leave. Almost at the same time, the system's voice sounded again in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarding the flying sword technique, divine transfiguration technique, and turtle breath technique. The moment the system dropped, the secrets of these 3 feats were added to Wang Teng's mind, and soon Wang Teng was able to integrate them. In addition, when Wang Teng left, he didn't really go to change his clothes. Instead, he opened his shadowless steps and went to the backyard of the Liu mansion, where Wang Teng had previously arranged for Xiaoqing to rest in the sycamore tree in the backyard. Since he had already guessed that there would be danger, he had to be prepared. That is, Wang Teng was prepared to bring Xiaoqing with him as well. Her strength had now reached the peak of the Jindan realm, which was equivalent to the peak of a martial artist's golden body. And in this small cheese city, he was afraid that no one would be able to beat her. With green here, it's foolproof. It was just that bringing a snake over in plain sight would be noticeable. So Wang Teng found a cowhide bag to put Little Green in, for which Little Green was particularly unhappy. Master, can you buy me a demonic beast bag? It's a bit pricey to use this cowhide bag to carry me. Are there still bags specialized for demonic beasts? Wang Teng really didn't know that there was such a thing as a demonic beast bag. Of course there is, a high-level demon beast pouch, and the function of warming demon beasts to promote cultivation. Little Green said truthfully, I see. Next time I'll go buy you a high-level demon beast bag. Wang Teng nodded. If there was a demon beast pouch, then it would be much more convenient to carry Little Green around. Right now, though, it's just a matter of using a palm-sized cowhide bag for the Little Green snake. Only after doing this did Wang Teng re-enter the Liu mansion hall. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I've kept you waiting. We can now go to the city lord's mansion for the banquet. Wang Teng bowed and said, okay, let's go. After Liu Guan nodded, he happily took the family on a carriage to the city lord's mansion. For him, it was an honor to go to the city lord's mansion for the banquet. As for Wang Teng, it was hard to say whether this time would be a blessing or a curse. Chapter 60, Concubinage? The city lord's mansion was in the center of Qi City, and the carriage of Liu Guan's family quickly arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. As Wang Teng and the others got down from the carriage, City Lord Lin Jishan personally welcomed them out. Brother Liu, thank you for the honor of coming to my residence for the banquet. Lin Jishan greeted with a smile. With such a generous offer, This flattered Lu Gowen. Lord Lin, how can I be so virtuous as to allow you to come and greet me personally? Lu Gowen hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully. After the two greeted each other, Lin Xishang dropped his gaze on Wang Teng behind Lu Gowen. When Lin Xishang saw Wang Teng's appearance, his body shook, because the little daughter was right. This young male named Wang Teng was really exactly the same as the person in the portrait. This must be the recently popular Mr. Wang Teng Wang, Lin Xishang said rather appreciatively. He was the city lord of Qi City, so naturally he knew some of the recent news in Qi City, especially about this young male son of Wang Teng. Not only did he get the first place in the hunting conference, he also killed an elder of the Xinling sect, definitely the most famous recently. He couldn't even think of not knowing about it. Yes, he is my son-in-law Wang Teng, Lu Gowen said with some pride. Brother Lu, this son-in-law of yours has the appearance of a great emperor, Lin Xishang said with a big smile. In reality, the words were testing the Lu family's crowd. Wang Teng's expression was calm, but from these words, he was also more convinced of one thing, and that was that this city lord had called them over for a banquet, and really had another purpose. Lu Gowen, on the other hand, was oblivious, thinking that the city lord was praising his son-in-law's high talent. Lord Lin is joking. My son-in-law he still needs to refine. Although Lu Gowen was speaking modestly, his eyes were filled with pride, as the two of them blew each other off. A familiar petite and lovely silhouette scurried out from behind Lin Xishang. Brother Wang Teng, how are you? Do you still remember me? Lin Qingkite greeted with a delicate smile. Seeing Lin Qingkite, Wang Teng was slightly surprised for a moment. Wasn't this girl the one he saved from the white-haired old devil last time? Not only Wang Teng was surprised, but Liu Yanxi who came with him was also quite surprised. Why are you here? Wang Teng was surprised. The city lord is my father. Why do you think I'm here? Lin Qingkue laughed petulantly. So it was like this. Wang Teng never thought that this girl was actually the daughter of Lord City Lord. Seeing this, Lim Qishang stepped forward and said with a sincere face, I also have to thank Mr. Wang for stepping in to save my daughter. Otherwise she might have been poisoned by the white-haired old devil. This time I set up a banquet to invite you all, specifically to thank Mr. Wang for saving my life. This was true. Setting up this banquet was really to thank Wang Teng for saving his life. And of course there was also the intention to test and approach Wang Teng. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that the person my son-in-law saved that day was actually Lord City Lord's daughter. What a coincidence, Lu Gowen responded with a smile. Yes, let's talk inside. The banquet is already set up. Lin Xishang smiled and invited, especially when facing Wang Teng. His attitude was respectful. Soon, under the guidance of City Lord Lin Xishang, Wang Teng and Lu Gowen's family were received in the backyard, where a sumptuous banquet was set up. A few people sat down and chatted and laughed. Lu Gowen and City Lord Lin Xishang drank very happily, and had a feeling of hating each other, and were close to worshipping each other on the spot. Wang Teng drank less, but Lin Xishang was frequently toasting to him, and also arranged his own daughter to sit next to Wang Teng. I do not know what is the intention. Brother Wang Teng, go sit in my house for a while later. I've made a lot of new and strange things. Go take a look. Lin Qingkite's pretty face was flushed. That pair of big, ebony eyes kept staring at Wang Teng, with a strong feeling of adoration in her eyes. In the past few days, the things she had heard the most were about Wang Teng, and with each additional thing she heard, she became more and more adoring of Wang Teng. Liu Yanxi was slightly jealous as she looked at Lin Qingkite's worshipful eyes towards Wang Teng. Also a woman, she naturally knew clearly what that look meant, but now that there were so many people, she couldn't show it, and could only secretly hold it in her heart. When Lin Qingkite saw that Wang Teng did not answer her, she could not help but pout and plead again. Brother Wang Teng, okay, I have a lot of novelties in my room, all made by my own hands, can't be seen in the world, just go with me to see it. This was how Lin Qingkite usually pampered her father, and it was so tried and true with her father that she subconsciously used it on Wang Teng now. When Liu Yanxi heard this, the jealousy intensified. Wang Teng had already felt it. And then he spun around and politely refused awkwardly. What's that? Miss Lin, I'm not interested in those things. Let's go back next time we have a chance. Can't it be just for a little while? Lin Qingkue said somewhat pitifully. Wang Teng was a bit embarrassed, and Lin Xishang couldn't help but speak out when he saw his daughter being aggrieved. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, this daughter of mine is spoiled. Please bear with me. It's fine. Kids can understand. Wang Teng smiled sarcastically. Who said I'm a child? I'm already 16 years old and can marry, Lin Qingkite said here. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she said to Wang Teng, Brother Wang Teng, why don't you marry me? I don't mind being a concubine as long as you are willing to marry me. Ever since that day when she was saved by Wang Teng, Lin Qingkite couldn't forget about Wang Teng and thought of seeing him again in the future. and today it was hard to see him, so how could she be willing to let Wang Teng go so easily? And that was a shock to the people in the audience. For a while the eyes of all the people looked at Wang Teng, including Liu Yanxi. At this time her heart had long turned over the jar of vinegar, but with so many people present, it was not good for her to make a sound. After all, it was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the Daxiaowu dynasty. Nah, a concubine? Miss Lin, this kind of joke cannot be opened. Wang Teng was speechless. This Lin Qingkite was going to give her body in marriage as soon as they met last time. This time it was even more exaggerated, directly coming to take a concubine. Brother Wang Teng, I'm not joking. Since the last time I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. Although you have a wife, you can still have a concubine. I am willing to be a little. Lin Qingkite directly confessed. Nor did he avoid the fact that there was Wang Teng's wife as well as his father-in-law and mother-in-law on the scene. This little girl, really speechless. Wang Teng then looked at Lin Zhishang, wanting him to persuade his daughter. Where did he think that? This Lin Zhishang also voiced out. Mr. Wang, my daughter likes you so much, there's nothing I can do. If you're willing, take her as your concubine. What? Even the lord of the city said so. This could stun Wang Teng. Lu Gowen and the others were also stunned. Originally thought it was a joke from a child. Where did they think that even the city lord had opened his mouth? Liu Yanxi was even more jealous and sulky. Wang Teng also didn't know what this Lin Zhishan was thinking, actually wanting to marry his daughter to him as a concubine. Just at this time, the system's voice sounded again once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, take Lin Qingkue as a concubine. Reward, 100 high-level spirit gathering pills, 1 high-level demon beast pouch, 100 high-level divine generals, 1 Yuaning realm guard. Flight technique, 1 level of random skill enhancement. Option 2, refuse to take Lin Qingkue as a concubine. Reward, a book of broken charms. As usual, I'm asking for a 5 out of 5 and a reminder. 5 out of 5 praise breaks 800 plus 1 more. Also I posted a topic for people to go and participate in, so hopefully there will be more of which episodes next. Chapter 61, The City Lord's Allegiance. Wang Teng didn't expect the system to come together again at this time. And the first option reward was so generous. Was this seducing him to take concubines and start a harem? There were 100 advanced spirit gathering pills alone. If one chose this, their strength would be upgraded to Yuaning in minutes, in addition to other lucrative rewards. And the second option was just a book of broken runes, which was too shabby a reward. The system was clearly trying to seduce him into choosing the first item. However, Wang Teng did not intend to choose the first item because according to his previous experience, any reward with the word broken was basically something very powerful or permanent. In addition, Wang Teng was devoted to Liu Yanxi's feelings and had never thought about the intention of having concubines to start a harem. Thinking of this, Wang Teng turned his head to City Lord Lin Zhishang. Lord Lin, Madam and I are in love until death. We will not consider the matter of concubinage. Please stop joking. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice reappeared in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his successful choice, rewarding a book of broken runes and spells, which has been placed into the system space. Wang Teng's answer also caused Lin Zhishan to secretly sigh a pity, but on his face, he still pretended to be calm. There's no harm. This daughter of mine is also fooling around on a whim. Don't take it to heart. Mr. Wang. Wang Teng secretly sighed in relief when he heard this, finally letting him go. As for Liu Yanxi, when she saw that Wang Teng had refused to take a concubine, she was secretly relieved and at the same time was very touched by Wang Teng. I didn't expect that her husband could give up the city lord's solicitation for her. It was evident that he loved her in his heart. He must reward him well when he returned. Thinking about it, Liu Yanxi's pretty face reddened slightly, for only she knew what this so-called reward for her husband was. Seeing that Wang Teng had rejected her once again, Lin Qingkite was slightly unhappy, but she did not force herself any further, only looking at Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi with some envy. When the banquet was almost over, Lin Zhishang suddenly stood up and said to Wang Teng, Mr. Wang, I have an important matter that I would like to discuss with you alone. I wonder if you are available. Wang Teng swept a glance at Lin Zhishang's serious expression and knew that he really had something important to find him, so he nodded and said, Okay, Lord Lin, let's go. When Lin Zhishang saw that Wang Teng agreed, he stood up from his seat and then led Wang Teng to a secret room in the city lord's mansion. When he arrived at the secret room, Lin Zhishang closed the door and before Wang Teng could react, he plopped down and knelt in front of Wang Teng. Lord Lin, what are you doing? Wang Teng was a bit speechless. What kind of drama is this? Master of Qi City, Lin Zhishang, meet your highness the crown prince. Lin Zhishang immediately bowed down towards Wang Teng. This cry of kneeling could have shocked Wang Teng, this Lin Zhishan actually recognized him as the crown prince. However, Wang Teng didn't admit it the first time, but deliberately said, "Lord Lin, are you mistaken? My name is Wang Teng. I'm just a refugee who fled from a small border town. Where is any prince?" When Lin Zhishan saw that Wang Teng did not admit it, he took out the portrait from his body and handed it to Wang Teng. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is the wanted portrait released by the third prince for the whole country, and the wanted person is none other than you," Lin Zhishan said and handed that portrait to Wang Teng. The latter saw that portrait and it was useless to deny it even if he wanted to. He just didn't realize that this imperial brother of his had started to come to him on an added large scale, and even the various city lords had started to mobilize. "Since you have this portrait, why don't you take credit from my royal brother and instead invite me to your residence for dinner?" Wang Teng asked back with a serious and curious expression. Now the great summer martial dynasty, the third prince has become a great power. The discerning know that the future inheritance of the throne is likely to be the third prince. It would definitely be a great achievement if he was reported as a ruined prince. And Wang Teng was curious to know why this Lin Zhishan did not choose to report his whereabouts, but instead invited him to his residence for dinner. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I won't hide it from you. I did think about making a big search of the city before to find out your Highness the Crown Prince to claim credit," Lin Zhishan said with fear and trepidation. "Oh, is that right? Then why did you change your mind later?" Wang Teng looked at Lin Zhishan, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked after him with interest. "It's because of my daughter," Lin Zhishan continued to explain after a pause. "I, Lin Zhishan, have a daughter in my old age, and I dote on Qingkite, and it was your Highness the Crown Prince who saved her from the old white-haired demon. If you saved Qingkite, you saved me. I, Lin Zhishan, am a person who will repay favors. I am willing to follow your Highness the Crown Prince in the future. Is death without regret?" Wang Teng swept a glance at Lin Zhishan's sincere eyes, and secretly felt some emotion. He never thought that a girl that he had casually saved in the beginning would actually be the daughter of the city lord. If it wasn't for the fact that he had saved Lin Qingkite, Lin Zhishan wouldn't have changed his mind, or else right now I'm afraid that the whole city would already be searching for him. It was really the will of heaven in the underworld. "You get up. My identity will be kept secret for now," Wang Teng said as such. "Thank you, your Highness the Crown Prince." Lin Zhishan stood up from the ground. Then he remembered something and reminded Wang Teng again. "Your Royal Highness, now that the third prince has instructed the black gold armored guards to distribute your portrait to all the cities, you should be careful when you go out in the future." "I see. You did a great job." Wang Teng nodded. He now had the transfiguration technique and the turtle breath technique, so he had no problem at all trying to get outside. However, from this incident, Wang Teng also discovered the importance of intelligence. If he hadn't happened to have saved Lin Zhishan's daughter, I'm afraid that he would now be hunted down by his royal brother again. If he had been able to learn in advance that the imperial brother was distributing portraits to the city lord, he would have been able to prepare. Moreover, this time had also made Wang Teng certain of one thing, and that was that whether he wanted to fight for this throne or not, his royal brother would want him dead. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should rise to the occasion. It seemed necessary to fulfill the last mission of the Kieran Pavilion, which was to kill the Xianling sect's patriarch Xiechang. That's right, of the 3 tasks given to him by the Kieran Pavilion, the first 2 Wang Teng had successfully completed, while the last one was to kill Xiechang, the patriarch of the Xianling sect. As long as he accomplished this task, then the Kieran would be loyal to him. After the banquet, City Lord Lin Zhishan personally sent Wang Teng and his family out of the house. Watching the carriage gradually move away, Lin Zhishang's beloved servant, Lin Dai, couldn't help but bow and say, "My lord, are you sure you want to follow His Highness the Crown Prince? It's a choice of 9 deaths and 1 life. Before so many big sects following the Crown Prince were destroyed by the third prince. Now he's all alone. He can't fight even more. Do you really think that I agreed to follow His Highness the Crown Prince because of my daughter?" Lin Zhishan revealed a deep and wise gaze. "And because of what?" Linda asked, frowning. The elder of the Xianling sect brought 4 of his disciples to seek revenge, only to be destroyed by him alone. "Do you think that the previous crown prince could be that capable?" Lin Zhishan asked rhetorically. Linda listened to this and was enlightened. "Or is your lordship wise? That portrait that the third prince explained down? Tear it up." Lin Zhishan dropped these words before turning around and leaving. This time, he's kind of betting big, taking a gamble with his life. Chapter 62 Husband. "I'll reward you tonight." After returning to the Liu mansion, Wang Teng sat down at the first opportunity to study what the system had rewarded him with. Divine-level transfiguration, in short. It was the transfiguration, but what the system rewarded him with was a little more powerful than what Wang Teng understood. Not only could he change his appearance, but he could also change his voice as well as his breath. and he could even disguise himself as a peerless beauty, which was definitely a very powerful skill. So with this divine-grade disguise technique, almost no one would be able to recognize Wang Teng as the crown prince. Turtle breath kung fu is a kung fu to hide your kung fu and strength. After using this turtle breath kung fu, others will not be able to see through your strength level and kung fu breath. Wang Teng was now cultivating the true dragon skill, and those with high strength could sense the true dragon aura at a glance, and could easily guess that Wang Teng was a royal figure. And with this turtle breath technique, no one else could see through him, not even if an immortal emperor came. Both of these feats are to hide oneself. Flying sword technique is a means of long-range attack. In addition, there is still a book of broken runes and spells left. I wonder what this broken book will be like. According to past experience, anything with the word broken in it proves to be good when it comes down to it. Thinking of this, Wang Teng took out this broken formation spellbook. The cover was still worn out. Even the paper was a bit yellowed. Indeed, it was a worn-out book. The title of the book was called The Book of Runes. It's so simple and straightforward. Ding! System book detected. Is it to be studied immediately? What's with the hesitation? Learn immediately. After Wang Teng chose it, the broken rune book instantly transformed into a white light that shot into Wang Teng's brow. Immediately after that, the secrets of countless types of talismans appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Invisibility charms, sheep-changing charms, flying charms, splitting charms, changing size charms, puppet charms, mother-changing charms, and so on. In total, there were more than 100,000 types of talismans. All kinds of them, strange, weird and cerebral. And as long as there was enough spiritual energy and enough materials, they could be made. Wang Teng was secretly pleasantly surprised after absorbing this broken runebook. It's true that anything with the word broken is good. More than 100,000 kinds of talismans. In the future, when you fight with someone, you can smash the opponent to death with talismans. Wang Teng's heart is very excited, thinking tomorrow to go to the street to buy some of the materials to make charms over. Prepare a few thousand, tens of thousands of all kinds of charms in advance. When you run into the masters, do not need to be afraid of. Directly throw the charms up. Smashed, also smashed to death. Luckily, I'm strong-willed, or else I would have to miss such a good thing. Wang Teng was happy in his heart and secretly celebrated his choice. Right at this moment, Liu Yanxi suddenly walked in after taking a shower wearing a white plain dress. Her hair was still a little wet, and she looked as if she was a lotus flower fairy. Her beauty was breathtaking. Ma'am, why did you finish your bath so early today? Wang Teng was secretly a bit strange. The sun hasn't even gone down yet and you finished your bath. What kind of drama is this? Husband, we should rest, Liu Yanxi said with picturesque brows, while unlocking the door. Taking a break so early in the morning? The sun hasn't even set yet? Wang Teng was surprised. Today, husband was at the city lord's mansion and refused the city lord's solicitation for my sake. I'm very touched. So ma'am, I want to reward husband properly, Liu Yanxi said with a slightly reddened pretty face. Not everyone could refuse the city lord's solicitation. Not to mention that Lin Xingkite was so beautiful, while Wang Teng decisively refused to take a concubine and even said something that moved her. It's only natural to reward such a good husband. What is the madam trying to reward me for? Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly when she heard this. It was the first time she had heard that the lady was going to reward him. You'll know later, Liu Yanxi said as her pretty face blushed as she slowly unwrapped the plain clothes on her body, revealing her snow-white and delicate skin, as well as her proud and perfect figure. Wang Teng almost had a nosebleed when he watched. Where could he still hold back? This is clearly naked temptation. A man cannot help it at this time. Wang Teng immediately walked over and picked up Liu Yanxi across his waist. Ma'am, this reward of yours? I'll take it. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Then he carried Liu Yanxi towards the bed. Liu Yanxi's two arms that were as white and tender as lotus roots, smoothly and gently hooked onto Wang Teng's neck, shyly exhaling in his ear. Husband, I'll serve you today. Good, but is this reward counted as mine or yours? Wang Teng said with a smile. Darn it, I said it's a reward for you. Liu Yanxi pouted. Okay, the sky is big, the lady is the biggest. If you say reward me, then that's what you're rewarding me for. So tonight I just need to lie down? Wang Teng said with a hefty smile. Liu Yanxi's pretty face reddened to her ears. This night was destined to be another uneventful one. The night gradually descended. Inside the Xianling sect's great hall, Grand Elder Husho was dealing with some clan matters in place of the patriarch when suddenly a disciple hurriedly ran in to report. Great Elder is bad. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Hearing these words, the Grand Elder put the clan affairs in his hands aside and raised his eyes to look over. Panicking, what's the matter? Remember, we're a cultivation sect. What's the big deal? Make it clear to me. Grand Elder Husho shouted in displeasure. Grand Elder, The fourth elder died. Died in the Liu family. That disciple gasped for air and said in fear and trepidation. What? Old Four is dead? When Grand Elder Hushou heard this, he stood up from his seat in shock with a look of disbelief on his face. One must know that Lao Si's strength was the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the Martial Saint realm in the Jianghu martial arts path. And with this kind of strength, even if one looked at the entire Qi city, it would be an unrivaled existence. How could he die at the hands of a third-rate martial arts family? Yes, Grand Elder. At that time, there were many people who saw the fourth elder die at the hands of the Liu family's aunt. That disciple then explained. The aunt of the Willow family? Is he very powerful? To be able to kill Old Fourth, this strength must be at least late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Grand Elder Hushou frowned as he paced back and forth in the Great Hall. This was a bit out of his expectation. There is no late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. That aunt of the Liu family seems to be at the peak of the Pioneer realm. That disciple narrated again. Killed the fourth elder at only the Pioneer Valley realm? How is that possible? The difference between the two is a full realm. It's impossible for the other party to kill Elder Four. Have you inquired clearly? Grand Elder Hushou had a questioning face. He didn't believe no matter what that Old Four would die in the hands of a pure Valley realm person. I heard from those who were there at the time that the Liu family's aunt seemed to have used the 10,000 sword formation and killed the fourth elder with it. That disciple explained after thinking about it. 10,000 swords formation? The Liu family's aunt would also set up the 10,000 swords formation? Grand Elder Hushou once again a burst of shock. This formation but only cultivators will set up. The other party, a small martial arts practitioner, how can also set up a formation? Or the 10,000 swords formation? Yes, it was the fourth elder killed by the 10,000 swords formation. That disciple reconfirmed. It seems that this Liu family's aunt isn't simple. Only at the Pioneer Valley realm and she's able to set up the 10,000 swords formation. Grand Elder Hushou frowned and said in a deep voice. Grand Elder, you must avenge the fourth elder and the others. Do you know what those people in Qi City are saying about us now? They say that the Xianling sect is nothing more than that. They can't even defeat an aunt of the Liu family. Bull ****** divine immortal sect. That disciple said rather indignantly. As a disciple of the Xianling sect, he had always been proud of himself. And now that he was actually being rumored to be this unpleasant, the feeling of having his pride trampled under his feet was just too much to bear. It seems that this Liu family has to be cleaned up. Wait for me to take the array compass tomorrow. Bring along the people, and personally go to exterminate the Liu family. Grand Elder Hushou's eyes flashed with a hint of essence. He was the most proficient in formations in the Xianling sect. With the formation compass in place, breaking a 10,000 swords formation was not a matter of concern. Chapter 63, Charm Making, Two Ladies, Double Happiness? Early in the morning, Wang Teng got up. Last night, Liu Yanxi had served him all night, and was considered to have really enjoyed himself for a while. However, Liu Yanxi was so tired that she was still asleep until now, and Wang Teng could not bear to disturb her, so he quietly got up alone. The night's madness coupled with the jade seal fragments hanging cultivation allowed Wang Teng's strength to rise again, rising to the middle martial saint stage, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The crazy growth and strength put Wang Teng in a good mood. Today's weather is good. Buy some talisman paper and come over here. Stock up on a little talisman paper first so that you can use it when you're in danger in the future. Next, Wang Teng planned to kill Xie Chang, the patriarch of the Xianling sect, to complete the last mission of the Kieran Pavilion. So he had to prepare some more talisman paper. Thinking of this, Wang Teng went out of the house alone. The materials to be used to make a talisman were talisman paper, brushes, and vermilion sand, all of which could be bought in mundane stores. As for how to make it into a charm, that's deep. The most crucial thing is the charm drawn on the rune paper, which is the most difficult to draw. The more complex the charm, the more strokes the charm had and the harder it was. And for each stroke, one needed to infuse the charm with spiritual energy. So to successfully create a talisman, not every cultivator could do it. In an hour's work, Wang Teng had bought back a large pile of talisman paper, almost wrapping up a store with talisman paper, vermilion sand as well as brushes. There were enough tens of thousands of talisman papers. Next, Wang Teng had to prepare to deal with Xie Chang, the patriarch of the Xianling sect. Only by killing him would he be able to fulfill the last task that the Kieran Pavilion had given him. Not to mention that their Liu family was now at the point of no return with the Xianling sect. Killing him would be just the right way to eliminate the roots. When he returned to the Liu mansion, Madame Liu Yanxi had already gotten up, and she was practicing her sword under a peach tree with a long sword in her hand. That delicate figure, that beautiful face, looked at Wang Teng for a while. Liu Yanxi's strength had now reached the peak of the Zhongshi realm, so when she practiced her sword, there was purple sword chi coming out through her body, and every time she swung out her sword, it was abnormally sharp. Wang Teng watched Liu Yanxi practicing her sword from afar, and vaguely felt a high and cold temperament from her, similar to the night of worship after her transformation, a kind of cold and arrogant aura that came with her by nature, a bit different from the usual gentle and friendly Liu Yanxi. Just as Wang Teng was frothing at the sight, Liu Yanxi, who was practicing his sword, seemed to have discovered him and instantly put away her sword and walked towards Wang Teng with a happy face. "Husband, you're here. Where have you been so early in the morning? I couldn't even find you." Liu Yanxi smiled like a flower, and seemed to have returned to her gentle and relatable temperament. Only then did Wang Teng come back to his senses. "I went to buy talisman paper, and when I saw that you were still asleep, I didn't disturb you," Wang Teng said with a smile. "What are you doing going to buy talisman paper so early in the morning? Is it to make talismans?" A puzzled look filled Liu Yanxi's pretty face. "Yes, I want to make a talisman. You can help me grind the vermilion later." As Wang Teng spoke, he suddenly noticed that a few strands of hair on Liu Yanxi's shoulders had turned purple and couldn't help but ask, "Ma'am, why is your hair at this shoulder turning purple?" Liu Yanxi was slightly flustered when she heard this and hurriedly placed her shoulder hair behind her head before she said to Wang Teng, "Forget about my hair. I'll help you grind the vermilion. I still want to see what kind of talisman husband can draw." Liu Yanxi's watery eyes revealed a color of anticipation. "Good, then let's hurry up and start." Wang Teng was also looking forward to what kind of talisman he would be able to draw, so he immediately moved a desk and 2 chairs out of the room and started to prepare for drawing talismans under the peach tree. Liu Yanxi, who was wearing a white long dress, stayed aside to help Wang Teng quietly grind the vermilion, but her watery eyes were always staring at Wang Teng without moving away, as if in her eyes, Wang Teng was her whole world. Men are handsome and women are beautiful, and this scene is like a painting. From his space ring, Wang Teng took out a piece of talisman paper. Then after dabbing the brush with a little bit of vermilion sand, he began to draw the spell on the talisman paper. "Let's start with a split charm and practice." Wang Teng thought about the incantation strokes of the split charm in his head. Then he transported his spiritual energy and infused it into the brush. Then with a wave of the brush, he began to draw the incantation with concentration, a stroke to the end, without stopping, smooth beyond Wang Teng's imagination. "It's done! The split talisman!" Wang Teng excitedly picked up the split talisman and was thrilled for a while. Liu Yanxi was also very happy for Wang Teng. "Husband, is this a split talisman?" "Well, you stick it on your body and it will produce an effect," Wang Teng said as such. "Yeah, I'm going to give it a try then," Liu Yanxi said as she picked up that split talisman and then stuck it on her chest. A white light was emitted from the split talisman, followed by a beauty identical to Liu Yanxi appearing next to her. Both the demeanor and appearance were almost identical, but the aura was twice as weak as Liu Yanxi, the original body. In other words, the doppelganger created by the doppelganger talisman only had half the power of the main body. "Husband, the bilocation talisman seems to have succeeded, separating out a person exactly like me." Liu Yanxi looked at her doppelganger with quite a bit of excitement. It was the first time she had seen her own appearance so clearly, and Wang Teng was very satisfied with his first talisman. 2 ladies, not bad not bad. Wang Teng looked at the 2 identical Liu Yanxi in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. But a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Double pleasure? But it was quickly shaken out of his head. How could he have such nasty thoughts? Liu Yanxi, however, did not know that Wang Teng was rambling. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Liu Yanxi waved her hand in front of Wang Teng's face. "It's fine. It's fine. Let's continue drawing other talismans." Wang Teng hurriedly covered it up. The split talisman also quickly disappeared, and Liu Yanxi continued to help Wang Teng grind the vermilion. Wang Teng, on the other hand, continued to draw talismans. Flight talisman, thunder talisman, puppet talisman, transportation talisman, flame talisman, ice talisman. Wang Teng drew hundreds of talismans in one breath and didn't stop until the evening. Just drawing for a whole day also exhausted him. Drawing charms not only consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but also very much physical strength. This talisman drawing is really a physically and spiritually demanding thing. Wang Teng sat paralyzed in his chair, not wanting to move a muscle. "Husband, let me help you rub your shoulders." Liu Yanxi walked over rather painfully and used her catkin white hands to gently press and rub Wang Teng's shoulders. The technique was gentle and the press was very comfortable. "Husband, feeling better?" Liu Yanxi said rather distressed. Wang Teng leaned back in his chair and groaned in comfort. What more could a man ask for with a wife like this? "It's very comfortable." "Harder," Wang Teng said with great enjoyment. "Now what?" Ryu Yushiro increased the force on his hands by a few points. "A little heavier, a little faster." Wang Teng continued as he leaned back in his chair. Just as Wang Teng was enjoying his lady's tenderness, Hu Shou, the grand elder of Xianling sect, with his array compass and a dozen of disciples, aggressively killed towards the Liu family, and by now had already entered Qi City. Chapter 64, the 10,000 swords formation has been broken, but I still have a trick up my sleeve. The Xianling sect's grand elder Hu Shou was furious at this time, thinking that no one dares to mess with their Xianling sect in this area, and the common people even hold them up to the sky. However, in the matter of the Liu family, they had repeatedly flipped over in the gutter, causing their Xianling sect's reputation to deteriorate every day in this area. Some people even felt that the Xianling sect was nothing more than that, not even as good as a Zhenghu martial artist. How could Hu Shou possibly endure this kind of pent-up anger? That's why he brought his array compass as well as 18 disciples with him today and personally rushed to clean up the Liu family. This Liu family couldn't be allowed to survive any longer, or else it would be a huge insult to their Xianling sect. Along the way, many of the common people saw Hu Shou leading people to kill the Liu family. The intense murderous aura forced them to retreat, but they still couldn't resist their curiosity and secretly followed behind, and whispered from time to time. This time the Xianling sect is really angry, bringing so many people over. Is this to destroy the Liu family? It's not certain who will destroy who. That aunt of the Liu family is really powerful. With the sword formation as a defense, the Xianling sect's people will probably have no return again. Yes, that aunt of the Liu family is too powerful. The Xianling sect might come to give away their heads again this time. Hu Shou is in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. His ears are amazing. When he heard the people around him say this, his heart was even more furious. When did their Xianling sect's reputation become so bad? Immediately, he secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind that he must destroy the Liu family today to boost the reputation of their Xianling sect. Soon they killed in front of the Liu mansion. Hu Shou directly blasted open the gate of the Liu mansion with a palm, and several subordinates were killed on the spot. And that momentum was truly unstoppable. Then Hu Shou brought 18 disciples and stepped directly into the Liu mansion with a murderous spirit. Wang Teng, who was enjoying his lady's massage in the side yard, suddenly heard the loud commotion and jerked his eyes open. Not good. Another expert has come to break into our Liu mansion. Madam, you stay here. I'll go and return, Wang Teng said and directly stood up, then opened his shadowless steps and darted towards the front yard. Husband. Liu Yanxi was worried when she saw this and lifted her footsteps to follow quickly as well. At this time, Hu Shou had already gone on a killing spree in the front yard. Several guards of the Liu mansion had already died in his hands, and even Liu Gowen had been seriously injured by his palm, lying on the ground spitting blood. Today you Liu family, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will have to die here for me, Hu Shou said loudly in a murderous manner. Today, he wanted to avenge his fourth senior brother and build up the Xianling sect's prestige, so this Liu family could not be destroyed without it. However, just at that moment, an imposing voice came over. Stop! Wang Teng rushed over with the wind spirit giant sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that so many people had died in the Liu family and had seriously injured his father-in-law, Wang Teng was furious in his heart, and the wind spirit giant sword in his hand was gripped tightly. You are the aunt of the Liu family? Hu Shou's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Wang Teng, a thick murderous aura shooting out from his gaze. That's right, I killed all the disciples of the Xianling sect, so if you have anything, come at me, Wang Teng snapped. Very well, then I will kill you today. Without hesitation, Hu Shou directly shot out a flying sword from his sleeve to attack Wang Teng directly. This is the flying sword technique. Wang Teng didn't expect this Hu Shou to make a move when he said he would. Without the slightest hint of nonsense, the villain talks so little. He seems to have some real skills. Wang Teng activated the shadowless steps to avoid it at a very fast speed. At the same time he shot the wind spirit giant sword in his hand towards Hu Shou as well. It was returned with a flying sword move. Hu Shou was secretly a little surprised to see that Wang Teng could also use the flying sword technique, and after easily dodging Wang Teng's flying sword technique with a sidestep, he immediately ordered loudly, formation. With a command, the 18 disciples behind Hu Shou, long swords in hand, rushed over in unison and surrounded Wang Teng in the center at the first opportunity. Ha! The 18 disciples shouted, and immediately the long swords in their hands let out a buzzing sound, followed by the formation of a huge sword net that surrounded Wang Teng. In that case, Wang Teng would not be able to escape even if he used the shadowless steps again. The people of the Liu mansion were all shocked to see Wang Teng surrounded by the sword net. Oh no! Wang Teng is surrounded by the sword net. After Liu Gowen coughed, his eyes were filled with a strong look of worry. Liu Yanxi's eyes were even more worried. Her soft white hand had already gripped her long sword, ready to rush up at any time when Wang Teng could not fight. Those spectators outside the door were also watching in amazement. The Xianling sect is serious this time, even calling out the 18 sword formation? Now that aunt of the Liu family is going to be finished. This 18 sword formation was the Xianling sect's signature sword formation, formed by 18 disciples of the pioneer realm. It had extraordinary power. and even the Grand Elder himself would have a hard time dealing with it. It could be said that under the Jindan realm, it was an invincible existence. Wang Teng was surrounded by the sword formation and was horrified in his heart as he felt the endless sword chi around him, which would shoot at him from all directions as soon as he made a slight movement. What a powerful move, 18 formations. But do you think you're the only one with a sword formation? I also have it. Wang Teng said as he gripped the Wind Spirit Giant's sword in his hand and poured his aura into it. The Wind Spirit Giant's sword let out a violent buzzing sound, and immediately after that, countless horrifying sword chi, tens of thousands of sword chi, lit up around the Liu mansion. When the 10,000 swords formation came out, its aura was several times more powerful than the Xianling sect's 18 swordsman formation. I want to see if your 18 formations are powerful or my 10,000 swords formation. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth was slightly tilted. When the crowd saw that Wang Teng had made the 10,000 swords formation, they were all shocked for a moment in unison. Here it comes, here it comes. The ant of the Liu family has once again used the 10,000 sword formation again. This is a very powerful sword formation. All the spectators were filled with anticipation and excitement. Even Liu Goen felt that after making this 10,000 swords formation, Wang Teng could turn the tide once again. Indeed, it is the 10,000 swords formation. You have made me underestimate you. A small ant of the Liu family actually knows the 10,000 swords formation. It is a pity that you have met me today, Hu Shou said and took out a formation compass from his body, and immediately after pouring spiritual energy into it, the formation compass emitted a white light. The vibration of the array compass caused Wang Teng's 10,000 swords array to be trembled along with it, which caused him to be appalled. What's going on? When that compass moves, why is my 10,000 swords formation trembling along with it, as if it's about to lose control? Wang Teng was alarmed in his heart. From that compass he felt a hint of threat. He felt that he could not let Hu Shou continue on. Then he commanded the 10,000 swords formation to start breaking the 18 swordsman formation. Kill! The 18 swordman formation let out a roar in unison and started swinging their swords to shoot at Wang Teng. All of a sudden, 18 sword chi, from all directions, shot towards Wang Teng. The latter could not avoid it at all, and could only command the 10,000 swords formation to fully resist the impact. The 18 swordman formation and the 10,000 swords formation instantly clashed head-on, erupting with countless amazing energies. But overall, it was Wang Teng's 10,000 swords formation that had the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, this upper hand didn't last long, and with Hu Shou's shout, a dozen lightsabers shot out from the array compass, shooting underneath the walls of the Liu mansion. Almost instantly, the formation stone that Wang Teng had buried under the corner of the wall was instantly blown up. Immediately after that, Wang Teng's 10,000 swords formation was also broken. The Wind Spirit Giant's sword in Wang Teng's hand came out of his hand, while the residual power of the 10,000 swords formation exploded in place, sending the 18 swordmen formation flying apart as well. It's kind of a toss-up. My 10,000 swords formation was actually broken? Wang Tan was slightly shocked in his heart. When the people of the Liu family saw this, they were also shocked for a moment in unison. Oh no! Wang Teng's 10,000 swords formation has been broken. Liu Goen had a shocked look on his face. The spectators outside the door were even more dumbfounded by what they saw. The Xianling sect is really powerful. It actually managed to break even the 10,000 swords formation. Now the Liu family's ant is going to die. Without the 10,000 sword formation, what's he going to fight the Xianling sect's Grand Elder with? It seems that the Liu family still can't defeat the Xianling sect. The big picture has been decided. The Liu family is doomed to perish tonight. Everyone shook their heads and sighed as they talked. Even those underlings of the Liu family thought that this time, their Liu family was going to die out. Hu Shou was even more complacent as he walked out and said, "Kid, you are indeed very powerful, being able to set up the 10,000 swords formation. But unfortunately, I have the formation compass in my hand, which specializes in restraining formations, so you will surely die today." Really? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, and then he pulled out hundreds of talismans from the red dust fondness ring without slowing down. Chapter 65, Smashing You to Death with Charms. Wang Teng's 10,000 swords formation was broken without a trace of fear. Instead, he was calm. Hu Shou frowned when he saw this. "You're just a peak of the Valley Rescue realm. How can you be a match for me at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm? Now that your 10,000 swords formation has been broken, what other credentials do you have to fight with Lao Fu?" Hu Shou put his hands behind his back with a condescending expression. Wang Tong used the turtle breath technique, so Hu Shou couldn't see through his strength, thinking that it was the same as what his disciple reported, that Wang Teng was only at the peak of the pioneer realm. In reality, Wang Teng's strength had long reached the Foundation Establishment realm. In addition, Wang Teng still had hundreds of talismans in his hand that he had just finished drawing during the day, which was his biggest credential right now. Is that so? Without the 10,000 swords formation, I can kill you just the same. Wang Teng said as he took out nearly 100 talismans from the red dust fondness ring. Hu Shou fixed his eyes and his face changed slightly. Charms? Where did you get so many runes? Hu Shou was indeed shocked. The talismans that Wang Teng was holding in his hand at the moment. There were hundreds of them. So many talismans that even their Xianling sect did not necessarily have. It was important to realize that it was very difficult to successfully create a talisman. Even for a mature talisman maker, it was often the case that he would draw 10 talismans before succeeding with one. It was extremely rare to see so many talismans like those in Wang Teng's hands. When Lu Guan saw so many talismans in Wang Teng's hand, he was also shocked by his son-in-law once again. How did Wang Teng get so many talismans? Where did he get so many talismans from? Lu Guan felt more and more unable to see through this son-in-law of his. The 10,000 swords formation before, and now so many talismans. It felt as if his son-in-law was omnipotent. At the scene, it was estimated that only Liu Yanxi knew where so many talismans in Wang Teng's hand came from. Luckily, I drew so many talismans with husband during the daytime, or else it would be dangerous now. Liu Yanxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that drawing talismans with her husband during the day was not in vain. Those spectators surrounding the entrance of the Lu mansion were also dumbfounded when they saw a large handful of talismans appear in Wang Teng's hand. This, is the aunt of the Lu family so powerful? Actually took out a handful of talismans. Awesome. Now that's something else to watch. Yes, this Lu family aunt is really more powerful than I imagined. Hu Shou was also frowning tightly at this time, feeling that this Lu family aunt in front of him was very difficult to deal with. But he didn't believe that all those talismans in Wang Teng's hand were real. There must be fake ones mixed together to scare him. I don't believe that all those talismans in your hand are real. Hu Shou bellowed again after a glint flashed in his eyes. Formation. With a command, those 18 disciples who had previously been blown apart by the residual energy of the 10,000 swords formation rose from the ground, and then began to set up the formation once again. However, this time, Wang Teng would not give them the opportunity to set up a formation. Thrilling Thunder Talisman. Wang Teng casually drew out 5 thunder-shocking talismans and threw them into the sky, and immediately 5 blue thunderbolts descended from the sky and accurately shot at the 5 disciples. Then those 5 disciples died on the spot in response. This scene could stun the crowd. The power of this talisman was even more powerful than imagined. Hu Shou forced back the anger in his heart and once again spoke in a deep voice. Continue the formation. Soon, the remaining 13 disciples with long swords once again rushed towards Wang Teng, but how could he be surrounded again? With a shadowless step, he escaped their encirclement first, then drew out 3 more flame talismans and shot them at the 3 Xianling sect disciples closest to him. Flame Charm. The 3 pieces of talisman paper transformed into a powerful flame, instantly setting those 3 disciples ablaze. At once the 3 firemen were there wailing and struggling in pain, but to no avail. This was no ordinary fire, but Samadhi true fire. Hu Shou's face was once again an ugly sight, and without waiting for him to continue his order, Wang Teng grabbed the first shot this time. Cold Ice Talismans. The 4 cold ice talismans struck again, and in an instant, 4 more disciples were frozen by the cold ice talismans, and quickly became silent. Wang Teng did not stop, and under the shadowless steps, he threw out other talismans one after another. Puppet Talisman. 2 puppet talismans were shot at 2 Xianling sect disciples, and almost instantly, the 2 disciples turned into Wang Teng's puppets before picking up their long swords and rushing towards their fellow disciples. Sheep Changing Talisman. Wang Teng casually threw out 2 talismans, and immediately 2 Xianling sect disciples turned into 2 sheep. This made the crowd secretly wonder. Even Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This sheep transformation talisman could actually turn people into sheep, but it was short-lived, 10 seconds at the most, and the 2 sheep turned back into people. Summoning Talisman. Wang Teng threw 5 more summoning talismans on the ground, and instantly 5 rock puppets drilled out from the talismans on the ground. Try the Mother Changing Talisman again. Wang Teng casually flung the only lady changing talisman at the last Xianling sect disciple. Immediately that male disciple turned into a woman. Even Wang Teng himself was stunned. This Mother Changing Talisman. It was too perverted, wasn't it? I don't know if the body structure has changed. Those onlookers even laughed, while at the same time marveling at the power of Wang Teng's talisman. Were these 18 Xianling sect disciples brought by Hu Shou were here to kill Wang Teng? Instead they became the trial runners for his talisman. As Hu Shou watched his disciples being killed one by Wang Teng's molestation with talismans, he couldn't hold back from striking anymore. Arrogant child, come die. Hu Shou held a long sword in his hand and rushed towards Wang Teng with great speed. Wang Teng knew that his strength was much higher than his own, so he did not take it head-on and instead utilized the shadowless steps to move around the courtyard. With Hu Shou's speed, he could not catch up with Wang Teng at all, and could only helplessly use out his flying sword technique to attack Wang Teng remotely. but the latter always managed to dodge out of the way. Let you taste the power of my talisman. Tornado talisman. Wang Teng casually threw a talisman towards Hu Shou, and a tornado appeared at Hu Shou's side. The immense power of the wind system slowly swept Hu Shou's body towards the center of the tornado. Seeing this, Hu Shou sank his chi into his dantian and gave a loud shout before quickly rushing out of the tornado's range. But just as he rushed out, he was greeted by another charm. Dungeon charm. With the appearance of this talisman, a 1-meter square circle appeared under Hu Shou's feet, directly trapping Hu Shou in this small space. This kid, why does he have so many strange and weird talismans? After Hu Shou recalled his flying sword, he began to pound the tiny dungeon with force after pouring spiritual energy into it. However, before this dungeon talisman could break through, he immediately realized that a dozen or so Wang Teng were rushing towards him. How are there so many doppelgangers here? Hu Shou saw through that this was a doppelganger at a glance, but so many doppelgangers still left him dumbfounded. This was the talisman that Wang Teng had made the most, the split talisman, which was originally prepared for the lady. You can only use it on yourself now. Screw him for me. Wang Teng used his mind to control a dozen or so doppelgangers and rushed towards Hu Shou, surrounding him. However, the split talisman was only half the strength of the main body, and although there were many of them, they were easily broken. As expected, the dozen or so doppelgangers only inflicted a little damage on Hu Shou, and did not cause any substantial damage. Hu Shou erupted into a roar. An extremely strong energy erupted from him, followed by the dungeon talisman and a dozen or so doppelgangers, all of which were blown up by him. Kid, you can't mess me up with these talismans, Hu Shou shouted. However, as soon as the words fell, a flying sword shot into his chest at an extremely fast speed, with a talisman attached to the sword. Who said my talisman can't mess with you? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Chapter 66, Taking a Bath. Hu Shou looked at his chest being penetrated by a sword. His eyes filled with disbelief. How is it possible? I'm actually going to die at the hands of this kid? As soon as the words left his mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed out from Hu Shou's mouth, and immediately afterward, he felt that the chi in his body was rapidly disappearing, and his vision was becoming increasingly blurry. Eventually, he fell to the ground on his back with a loud bang, blood flowing all over the place, and his breath disappearing quickly. The Xianling sect's Grand Elder Hu Shou was completely dead. His life energy, which was also absorbed by Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Giant Sword, was also directly upgraded to the upper grade of the Earth grade, which showed that the stronger the strength of the person he killed, the faster the Wind Spirit Giant Sword upgraded, and those 18 disciples of Hu Shou were also killed by those talismans of Wang Teng. Thus, this revenge of the Xianling sect ended in failure again. Lu Gowen, Yao Shu, and the other members of the Lu family were completely dumbfounded. Wang Teng's strength was far beyond their imagination, and at the same time, they were secretly glad that it was fortunate that Wang Teng was there, or else they didn't know how many times their Lu family had been exterminated. Those spectators outside the door were also once again shocked by the strength displayed by Wang Teng. It turns out that this aunt of the Lu family is the one who is a god. All kinds of charms and spells come with him. It's really powerful. Compared to him, those elders and disciples of the Xianling sect were completely inadequate. As of this battle, the Xianling sect was afraid that in the minds of the people of this Qi city, the price would drop once again, and probably no one would be willing to send their qualified children to their Xianling sect to cultivate in the future. Some people had even decided to take their children to the Lu family's martial arts school for training. However, this battle was not easy for Wang Teng either. After casting so many talismans, he consumed so much spiritual energy that he almost fell down after stumbling on his feet. Fortunately, Liu Yanxi ran over in time and held Wang Teng up. Husband, are you alright? Liu Yanxi looked at Wang Teng's pale face and was filled with heartache. She even used her snow-white sleeve to gently wipe the sweat on Wang Teng's forehead. The appearance was considerate. It's fine. It's just that the spiritual energy consumption is a bit big. Just go back later and make up for it, Wang Teng said with some fatigue. Make up for it? Liu Yanxi seemed to think of it, and suddenly her pretty face flushed crimson. Then she whispered and wooed. Then let me help my husband back to his room to rest. Aha, Wang Teng nodded. Nightfall. After Liu Yanxi helped Wang Teng to his room, he asked Xiao Hong to bring over a large wooden bucket before pouring several large buckets of hot water. After doing this, Liu Yanxi closed the door to her room. Husband, you've been fighting all day, so take a hot bath first. This will help you relieve your body's fatigue, Liu Yanxi said in a very gentle and considerate manner. Good thing too. It's still madam who thinks well. Wang Teng also felt that a hot bath would be nice, and then with a twinkle in his eye, he blew in Liu Yanxi's ear. Why don't you ma'am take a bath with me? This barrel is big enough for both of us anyway. When Liu Yanxi heard that the two of them were taking a bath together, her pretty face instantly flushed crimson and she said slightly shyly, It's better for husband to soak. I'll rub your back. Although she and Wang Teng had already done it several times, she was still a little embarrassed about the two of them taking a bath together. Alright then. Wang Teng did not force himself when he saw that his lady was unwilling. Spinning around, he gave the clothes on his body a triple takeoff. Seeing Wang Teng's naked body, Liu Yanxi slightly sidestepped her head. Her pretty face was full of blush. Although she had seen Wang Teng's body a long time ago, she still could not help but blush. Entering into the wooden barrel, Wang Teng comfortably soaked up the bath, soaking in a hot water bath. So comfortable. Ma'am, are you sure you don't want to come along? Wang Teng leaned against the edge of the wooden barrel. His body was soaked in hot water. It felt like all the pores on his body had opened up. It was exceptionally comfortable and relaxing. Husband, turn around. I'll wipe your back, Liu Yanxi said and casually took a towel. Then after wetting it with water, she prepared to wipe Wang Teng's back. After Wang Teng turned around, he lay on the edge of the barrel, enjoying the gentle service of Liu Yanxi. His heart was happy. It's a real bonus to have such a gentle and considerate lady. Husband, is this comfortable? Liu Yanxi said as she rubbed her back. Comfortable. Wang Teng closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Not bad. Not bad. Ma'am, your skills can be. A little more speed would be perfect. Liu Yanxi responded to the request. And after washing the towel, she gently and vigorously rubbed Wang Teng's back again. That look on her pretty face was very serious. Even sweat oozed from his forehead. Ma'am, you rub my front as well. Wang Teng suddenly turned around and lay down in the barrel. Ah, the front is rubbed too. Liu Yanxi's pretty face suddenly blushed. Because the water in the barrel is clear. Husband, I am exhausted today, Wang Teng said as he deliberately pretended to be tired. As expected, the simple Liu Yanxi then couldn't bear to refuse. That's fine, Liu Yanxi answered with a blushing face. Then taking the towel, he wiped up Wang Teng's front as well, but only dared to wipe the chest position. A little bit further down, Wang Teng brought a hint of flirtatious playfulness. Liu Yanxi blushed and smoothed her cuffs, revealing her arms that were as white as lotus roots. A little bit more down there. Wang Teng continued to molest. Well, just a little bit below will do, Wang Teng said with a bad smile. That's fine. Where was the simple Liu Yanxi a match for Wang Teng? Just as Liu Yanxi was seriously wiping her body for Wang Teng with a red face, Wang Teng suddenly pulled Liu Yanxi's arm, then with a force, pulled her whole body into the barrel, only to hear a plop sound. Liu Yanxi's whole person came into the barrel, instantly wet all over the body. Stinky husband, what are you doing? What are you pulling me for? My clothes are all wet. Liu Yanxi snapped with a red face. Since it's wet, take it off, Wang Teng said with a bad smile. So you did it on purpose. Stinky husband, I'm not taking it off. Liu Yanxi pretended to be angry. Then my husband will help you take it off. After Wang Teng hemmed and hawed, he wrapped the drenched Liu Yanxi in his arms before lowering his head and kissing her. Kneeling for 5 out of 5 and a push for more. The number of 5 positive comments to 850 plus 1 more. Brothers, not yet 5 positive comments. All comment on it. I'd like to thank you all for your help. Chapter 67, The Sect Leader's Anger. When the soft light of early morning shot through the doorway, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously rolled his body to hug the lady, but found that his hug was empty. It was only then that Wang Teng was surprised to find that Madame Liu Yanxi had already gotten up. Got up so early after going crazy so late last night? Wang Teng was slightly surprised. Last night, the two of them were in the barrel and on the bed, and they messed around until very late before calling it a night. So I didn't expect Liu Yanxi to get up so early in the morning. With that, Wang Teng also dressed and got up, only to just push open the door. Liu Yanxi, who had picturesque eyebrows, walked in carrying a food box. Seeing that Wang Teng had gotten up, Liu Yanxi said with concern filling her brows. Husband, you're up. I stewed ginseng soup for you. It's 500 years old ginseng. Oh, you make up for it. You stewed your father-in-law's treasured 500-year-old ginseng. Ha? Wang Teng said with slight surprise. He's hiding it. It's still not for people to drink. After Liu Yanxi smiled lightly, she brought the bowl of ginseng soup to Wang Teng. Drink it while it's hot. Looking at the steaming bowl of ginseng soup on the table, Wang Teng was secretly a bit touched. He didn't think that the lady got up so early just to make this bowl of ginseng soup for him. Thank you, ma'am. Wang Teng didn't excuse himself and picked up the ginseng soup and gulped it down, even taking those ginseng into his stomach. After a bowl of ginseng soup was consumed, Wang Teng felt his whole body warmed up and the spiritual energy in his body also accelerated its flow. It seemed that the 500 years of ginseng was still somewhat effective. Husband, does this ginseng soup have any feeling after drinking it? Liu Yanxi's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. The speed of spiritual energy flow has accelerated, faster than last night when we had a big battle, Wang Teng said with a smile. When Liu Yanxi heard this, she instantly blushed. Stinky husband, you just know how to molest me. Liu Yanxi pouted with a red face. But in all seriousness, last night's cultivation had allowed Liu Yanxi's strength to break through to the real person realm. A cultivation speed that even Wang Teng was ashamed of himself. As for Wang Teng, his strength had also reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm after one night's cultivation. But this was not only due to the effect of the red dust fondness ring, but also the jade seal fragment. The jade seal fragment could help Wang Teng to hang on to his cultivation. No matter what he did, he was running the true dragon skill to cultivate at all times. It could be seen that this jade seal fragment was absolutely heaven-defying for those who cultivated the true dragon skill. If they could gather all 9 jade seal fragments, that cultivation speed might be 1 realm a day. No more flirting, I'm going to start drawing the talisman. Ma'am, you can help me grind the vermilion again, Wang Teng said with a twist of words. Now that their Liu family and the Xianling sect were considered to be completely immortal and the 10,000 swords formation had been broken, then the only thing Wang Teng could rely on was the talisman. Moreover, yesterday's talismanic battle had also allowed Wang Teng to see how powerful this talisman was. Now if he wanted to kill the Xianling sect's patriarch Xie Chang, he could only rely on this talisman. For the next 2 days, Wang Teng had been in his room drawing talismans with Liu Yanxi. There are all kinds of charms, escape ones, attack ones, defense ones, weird ones, perverted ones, etc. Some of which even Wang Teng felt brain-dead, especially the ones from the Transformation Charms series, which can turn people into all kinds of animals, plants, props, and so on. It can even change the gender over completely, male into female, female into male, and it's a complete transformation. The body structure can be changed. This made Wang Teng cry out in a straight line. As for why Wang Teng could change his body structure even if he knew about it, people should stop asking. However, this Transformation Charms series of charms, with Wang Teng's current strength, could only last for about 10 seconds at most. But as Wang Teng's strength increased, the duration of the effects of the transformation talismans that he would produce in the future would become more and more long-lasting. While Wang Teng was desperately drawing talismans, the Xianling sect side was surprisingly calm. The deaths of the first elder and fourth elder one after the other in the Qi City Lu clan had caused the second elder Feng Suo, who was temporarily sitting in on the situation, to be unusually calm. But third elder Sigu was furious. Second elder brother, eldest elder brother and fourth elder brother, they all died in the Qi City Lu family. We can't not avenge this, third elder Sigu said rather indignantly. This revenge is to be avenged, but not now, second elder Feng Suo said after suppressing his anger. Then when will it be time to take revenge? Do you know what the people outside are saying about our Xianling sect right now? Saying that our Xianling sect is nothing more than that, not even comparable to the tiny Qi City Lu family. Third elder Sigu paused before continuing in exasperation. This is still considered light. Many of the surrounding people are unwilling to send their children to our Xianling sect. They all run to the Qi City Lu family to practice martial arts. If this goes on for a long time, the prestige of our Xianling sect will cease to exist. Do you think I don't want to take revenge earlier? Eldest brother, fourth brother, plus the 18 sword man formation. They all died at the hands of that aunt of the Liu family. Do you still think that the Liu family is just an ordinary martial arts family? Second elder Feng Suo calmly analyzed. From these words, it could be seen that this second elder of the Xianling sect still had a bit of a brain. Hearing this, third elder Sigu also calmed down. Are you saying that the strength of this Liu family's aunt is above all of us in the Xianling sect? That's right. No matter if it's his formations or talismans, the strength displayed far exceeds all of us in the Xianling sect. Right now any more of us going over there would just be giving away our heads. Second elder Feng Suo analyzed seriously. AI. Then second elder brother. What should we do now? Third elder Sigu sighed. Wait for the patriarch to return before making a decision. Second elder Feng Suo had just finished saying this when a loud voice abruptly sounded from outside the great hall. Elder Feng, what decision will you make when I return? As the voice fell, Xia Chang, the patriarch of the Xianling sect, appeared in the main hall, and behind him was an old man cloaked in dark green robes, with a high-grade demonic beast pouch hanging from his waist, and a bizarre aura on his body. Patriarch, Feng Suo and Sigu's faces were overjoyed when they saw the patriarch return, and they immediately got up to welcome him. Patriarch, you finally come back. If you don't come back, our Xianling sect is afraid that we'll be annihilated. Third elder Sigu cried out. Xia Cheng's face changed when he heard this. What's going on? Where are Elder Hu and Elder Chu? Patriarch Xia Chang looked around and saw that these two were not there. A touch of ominous foreboding rose in his heart for no reason. Elder Hu and Elder Chu were killed by the aunt of the Liu family in Qi City. In addition, our clan's 18 swordsman formation was also destroyed by him. Third Elder Sigu couldn't wait to come forward and report, his tone dripping with a hint of hatred and unwillingness. What? A small Qi city Lu family dares to ride on our Xianling sect's head, really looking for death. Patriarch Xie Chang was greatly enraged when he heard this. Chapter 68 Xianling sect's counterattack. Patriarch Xie Chang was indeed enraged. How could he not expect that after he had only left for a few days, the Xianling sect had actually experienced such a big change? However, as the head of a clan, Xie Chang naturally wouldn't act rashly, and immediately turned his head to second elder Feng Sua and third elder Sigu and asked carefully, "What kind of cultivation is that Lu family's aunt?" It actually managed to kill Elder Hu and Elder Chu. In his impression, Chuna was at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, while Hu Shou's strength was to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, and if he wanted to kill both of them, that strength would have to be at least at the Jindan stage. That was why Xie Chang had to ask for clarification, or else he might plant himself there as well if he struck out rashly. Reporting back to Patriarch, that Lu family's aunt's name is Wang Teng. When he killed Elder Chu, according to the disciples who came to report that he was only at the peak of the Pioneer Valley realm, it was by relying on the 10,000 sword formation that he was able to kill Elder Chu. After a pause, second Elder Feng Sua continued, but by the time Elder Hu went there with the 18 sword man formation as well as the formation compass, the strength that Wang Teng displayed was already at the foundation establishment realm, and the key was that he killed Elder Hu with a strong talisman after his 10,000 swords formation was broken. So what exactly is this Wang Teng's cultivation? We can't draw any conclusions for the time being, but one thing that is clear is that this person is good at formations and talismans, and has deep attainments in both. I'm afraid that even a first-rate talisman master, or a formation master, would not necessarily be his opponent. Second Elder Feng Sua narrated very carefully and rationally, unlike Third Elder Sigu, who was blinded by hatred and thought of seeking revenge on the Lu family. Oh, in that case, the strength of this Lu family's aunt is unfathomable. Patriarch Xie Chang also calmed down when he heard this. The one who can be the head of a clan is definitely not a cutie pie. On the contrary, is also very good at judging the situation. Right. If we rashly go forward to take revenge, I'm afraid that we'll fall into his path again. And this guy is very proficient in formations. He must have set up formations around the Lu mansion. And we don't have any formation compass. So if we go over to take revenge now, we'll most likely be sending people's heads for thousands of miles again. Second Elder Feng Sua analyzed very calmly. It had to be said that there were still smart people in the Xianling sect. Well, if it's aided by the 10,000 swords formation, it's me who will go over there and won't necessarily be able to win against him. Patriarch Xie Chang frowned and thought carefully. He still knew that this 10,000 swords formation was powerful. If he had Elder Hu's formation compass, then he would be able to break the formation. But now that the formation compass had been snatched away by Wang Teng, then it could not be broken. And they all knew nothing about whether or not this Lu family's aunt would set up new formations. Going forward to take revenge in such a hasty manner, there was a real possibility that it would be a 1,000-mile delivery of heads. Patriarch, with such concerns, then we won't take revenge on Senior Brother Hu and Senior Brother Chu? Third Elder Sigu said anxiously. This revenge, naturally, should be avenged, but it also depends on how to do so. Fighting over there openly and honestly, and falling into someone else's formation, wouldn't that be a wasted death? Second Elder Feng Sua reminded once again. Elder Feng is right. It would be best if we can lure the Lu family's aunt out. As long as we lure him out of the Lu mansion, then his formations will be useless to us, and it would be best if we can lure him into the traps that we have set up. As Patriarch Xie Chang said this, a glint flashed in his eyes. These words were echoed by Second Elder Feng Sua. It's still Patriarch's wisdom. We can have someone entrust the Lu family to escort the dart, naming the Lu family's aunt Wang Teng as the escort. The price can be set a little higher, and Lu Goen will definitely be moved by then. Second Elder Feng Sua continued after a pause. As long as Wang Teng agrees to go out of the city to escort the dart, we can set up formation traps halfway in advance and lay Xianling sect ambushes. At that time, when he gets caught in our formation traps, the Patriarch will be able to bring his men to rush out. I just don't believe that he can still escape with his life after being ambushed by us. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard this. Good plan. It's still Elder Brother Feng who is powerful. He is as powerful as he is. If he is caught in our ambush, he will never want to live again. Third Elder Sigu said rather appreciatively. Good. Then we will act according to Elder Feng's plan. Patriarch Xie Chang nodded, clearly agreeing with his plan. And then he turned his head to the green-robed old man next to him. Old Zhuang, when the time comes, you'll come over with us to watch the battle as well. Good. I'm idle anyway, so I'll go over and take a look then. That green-robed old man nodded. This green-robed old man is the sixth elder of the demon refining sect, Zhuang Shang. His strength is also to the Jindam realm. The key is to refine a good hand of demons. Wang Teng has been busy drawing talismans in the past few days, not going out of the door, and at night he hugged his petite wife to enjoy the couple's life, and the days were very free. Liu Yanxi also very much enjoyed the current days without shame, hanging out with Wang Teng all day long, wishing to stick to him every day. The strength of the two had also grown by leaps and bounds during these shameless days. After only 5 days, Wang Teng's strength was promoted to the foundation establishment stage grand completion, just one step away from ascending to the Jindan realm. And Liu Yanxi in these days, the strength is also soaring growth straight after Wang Teng has reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. This cultivation speed, even Wang Teng are ashamed of themselves. At noon that day, Wang Teng finished drawing the 10,000th talisman and stretched his back, his face a little tired. After all, drawing talismans was a very physical job that consumed spiritual energy. Husband, rest for a while. I'll give you a massage. Liu Yanxi was very considerate and came over to Wang Teng and tenderly squeezed his shoulders. These past few days, every time Wang Teng was tired, it was Liu Yanxi who helped him massage and relax. After enjoying Liu Yanxi's gentle massage for a while, Wang Teng wrapped her in his arms, and after the latter let out a cry. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she pouted. Husband, what are you doing? People will see you like this in broad daylight. Now that it was noon and the door to the room was open, it was indeed easy to be seen. Then let's close the door and relax, Wang Teng said with a smile. No, it's only noon now. If people know that we did that in the middle of the day, it will have a bad influence. Liu Yanxi said so, but she leaned in Wang Teng's arms and did not want to come down. Women are so mouthy. Shut the door. Who would know? Wang Teng said and was about to kiss. Where did he think that just when he was about to kiss, Xiao Hong suddenly hurriedly ran in. Auntie, master called you over, saying that he has something important to discuss with you. Xiao Hong lowered her head and did not dare to look at Wang Teng and miss. Her little face was red. Obviously when she just came in, she saw what she shouldn't have seen. Liu Yanxi hurriedly got down from Wang Teng's arms, and then her pretty face swooned as she straightened her clothes. I know. Little Red, you go down first. Wang Teng had a thick skin and quickly regained his composure. After answering, he hurriedly went out and left. At this moment, Lu Goen was waiting for Wang Teng inside the hall of Lu Mansion. Father-in-law, did you call me here for something? Wang Teng was the first to ask when he came in. Someone has offered our Lu family a heavy amount of money to bet on the dart. The dart betting fee alone is 100,000 taels. But there is a prerequisite that the dart must be bet on by you personally. Lu Goen didn't have any nonsense and spoke directly. So much for a dart charge? What goods is he going to transport that are so valuable? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. The goods are some valuable medicinal herbs, ginseng, he shawu, snow lotus, and so on. Indeed, they are all extremely precious medicinal herbs, Lu Goen said truthfully. With so many valuable herbs and naming me to escort them, 100,000 taels of dart fee is reasonable. Wang Teng subconsciously nodded. Indeed, but I'm a bit concerned. Although this client is a local of Qi City, we haven't worked together before, and the key to offering such a large commission for the first time is naming you as the escort. After a pause, Lu Goen continued. I'm worried that if you go out to bet on darts, there will be enemies looking for our Lu family. When Wang Teng heard this, he also slightly raised his eyebrows. It was really possible. After all, the current Lu family had offended a lot of forces, especially the Xianling sect. Father-in-law is suspecting that this is a ploy to move the tiger away from the mountain? Wang Teng frowned and said in a deep voice. Right, but I'm just suspicious. I don't have any definite proof, Lu Goen said rather worriedly. Wang Teng was about to speak when suddenly the system's voice came back in his head. Ding! The host triggers a new mission. Option 1, agree to escort Lu Goen's darts. Reward, 1 Jindan Realm Breakthrough Pill. Randomly strengthening 1 technique. Option 2, refuse Lu Goen's dart escort. Reward, 10 high-level spirit gathering pills. 2 shifts today. Back to 3 tomorrow. As usual, I'm on my knees begging for a 5 out of 5. Urging for more. Chapter 69, Breaking Through the Jindan Realm. When he heard the system's voice, Wang Teng knew what to do. His current realm just happened to be stuck at the great circle of the foundation establishment realm, and with option 1's Jindan Realm Breakthrough Pill, then he would be able to instantly break through to the Jindan Realm. Thinking of this, Wang Teng turned his head to Lu Goen. Father-in-law, in that case, I'll take this mission. As the words fell, the system's voice once again appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarding the host with a Golden Dan Realm Breakthrough Dan that randomly strengthens one of his feats. Great to receive 2 more rewards. Wang Teng's heart was happy. When Lu Goen saw that Wang Teng had responded, there was still a worried look on his face. Xian son-in-law, I am worried that if you leave, what will we do here? Lu Gowen said with a frown on his face. Lu Gowen was worried that after Wang Teng left, those enemies would come to their door to seek revenge. Then their Lu family would be finished. Wang Teng had an early response to this. Don't worry, father-in-law. I have recently made a lot of talismans. With these talismans, you guys will have no problem with either defense or counterattack, or escape. Wang Teng said and took out hundreds of talismans from Red Dust's favored ring. Lu Gowen had a shocked look on his face when he saw so many talismans. So many talismans. Virtuous son-in-law, did you draw all of these? Lu Gowen was indeed shocked. So many talismans, even the first-class sects didn't have so many. It was important to know that a mature talisman master would only be able to successfully draw a talisman every 10 talismans, and that each talisman required a large amount of spiritual chi. So this talisman was an extremely rare treasure. On the market, a talisman was worth 1,000 taels, or even more, and it was often still priced to sell. And with so many talismans in Wang Teng's hand, wouldn't that be worth hundreds of thousands of taels? It was no wonder that it shocked Lu Gowen. Well, they are all drawn by me. I still have tens of thousands of them in my house. You guys don't need to save them for me. When it's time to use them, just smash them as hard as you can. Even if it's the Xianling sect's patriarch himself coming over. You guys don't need to be afraid. If you can't beat them, you can use these talismans to escape. Wang Teng said very seriously. With so many talismans in place, Lu Gowen felt slightly more secure in his heart. Good. Then thanks to your son-in-law. With so many talismans, we can temporarily run away even if we can't beat them. Lu Gowen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Teng nodded. Then set the time for the dart to be escorted to tomorrow morning. He wanted to take advantage of this evening to make a good breakthrough. And in the meantime, use the rewards given by the system to improve his feats again. After returning to the room, Wang Teng sat down with his knees crossed. Then he took out the Golden Dan Realm Breakthrough Dan from the system space and stuffed it into his mouth at the first opportunity. After the elixir entered his belly, there was an unprecedented aura that spread rapidly through Wang Teng's body. What a rich aura! Wang Teng had a secret burst of joy in his heart as he began to run these rich spiritual chi around his body before finally sinking them into his dantian. The small river of aura at the dantian, after receiving such a massive amount of aura, changed once again and gradually condensed into a golden dan, while Wang Teng was cultivating for his breakthrough. The Xianling sect side had already received the news. Patriarch, good news, good news. Second Elder Feng Suo ran in with an excited face. What good news? Patriarch Xiachang stood up. Lu Gowen has agreed to bet on the dart, and even had his son-in-law Wang Teng personally bet on the dart. Second Elder Feng Suo said rather excitedly. As long as Wang Teng was tricked out of the city, then the plan was half successful. Very well, as long as we trick him out of the city, then half of our plan will be successful. Did he reply to say when he will leave the city to make the delivery? Patriarch Xiachang followed up with another question. Tomorrow morning. Second Elder Feng Suo replied truthfully. Tomorrow morning? That doesn't leave us much time. We'll have to hurry up and take advantage of the night to go halfway to set up formation traps. Patriarch Xiachang said in a deep voice. Right. As long as he is caught in our formation trap, it will be hard for him to fly even with his wings. Second Elder Feng Suo laughed grimly. Alright, I'll personally set it up. A glint flashed in Patriarch Xiachang's eyes. After a whole night's work, Wang Teng successfully broke through to the Jindan realm, and when he opened his eyes, a mouthful of golden turbid chi was exhaled. Great! Finally broke through to the Jindan realm. Wang Teng's heart was ecstatic. Then he felt the quality and strength of his body. It had enhanced several times, including the 5 senses had also improved a lot. Is this the Jindan realm? At the Jindan realm, it seems like you can fly with a sword. Wang Teng suddenly became a bit expectant. And then he remembered the other reward that the system had rewarded him with. So he said to the system with his mind. System, what am I going to do with my other reward? Randomly upgrade a feat. Do you want to use it now? The system's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind once again. Use it immediately. Wang Teng communicated through his mind. Almost instantly, the system's voice replied. Ding, randomized to flying sword technique improvement. As the system voice fell, Wang Teng's flying sword technique was greatly improved. Wang Teng wanted to try the power of the upgraded flying sword technique, so he quietly got up and walked towards the door. At this time, Liu Yanxi was still asleep on the bed. Wang Teng carefully pushed the door open and then walked out silently before turning around and closing the door again. After arriving in the courtyard, Wang Teng took out the Wind Spirit Giant Sword and then shot the Wind Spirit Giant Sword at the sky. Swoosh! Only a cracking sound could be heard, and immediately after that, that Wind Spirit Giant Sword disappeared without a trace, as fast as lightning. In just a split-second's effort, this Wind Spirit Giant Sword shot out a long distance. Wang Teng was secretly surprised for a while when he saw this. What a fast speed and outburst! It's a whole 10 times higher than the previous flying sword technique, and the power seems to have increased a lot as well. Wang Teng had a dark burst of surprise in his heart and immediately recalled the Wind Spirit Giant's sword into his hand. If only I could get the Wind Spirit Giant's sword to rise another level, a heaven-grade sword would be able to increase its power once again. While Wang Teng was thinking like this, Lu Goen was walking over. Sage son-in-law, the client's goods have been prepared and are now waiting for you to depart. Alright father-in-law, I'll be right there. After Wang Teng put away the Wind Spirit Giant sword, he went outside the mansion with Lu Goen. At this time, the escorting goods were all ready, just waiting for Wang Teng. There were 5 wagons in total, 20 Lu family guards, and at the very front there was a date red horse, which was prepared by Lu Goen for Wang Teng. Xian son-in-law, this trip to Cloud City, but also must be careful. If in danger, life is important. Goods are not guaranteed is also fine, Lu Goen solemnly instructed. From this, it could also be seen that Lu Goen considered Wang Teng, his son-in-law, to be very important. Don't worry father-in-law, I will be back soon, Wang Teng said and mounted onto his horse with an easy jump. Then after waving to the crowd, he led the group off. Chapter 70, How can a broken formation trap me? This shipment was destined for Cloud City, and Wang Teng had traveled once before, so he was still familiar with the route. In the escort group that was transporting the goods, other than Wang Teng, all the other guards were in the Hotian realm, and there were 2 more in the innate realm, which was already considered to be the strongest strength of the guards in the Lu mansion. Lu Chang was also with the group, one of the 2 innate realm experts. He rode his horse quickly to Wang Teng's side and asked rather worriedly, "Brother, do you think we'll meet robbers to rob us this time?" It wasn't wrong for him to think this way. After all, what they were transporting this time were precious medicinal herbs that were worth several millions of taels, so it was normal for someone to come and grab them. I'm not sure, but the other party offered our Lu family 100,000 taels to escort the dart, and personally named me to escort it, so I think they have a premonition that someone will rob this batch of goods, but with me, it will be fine, Wang Teng comforted. That's also true, otherwise why would the other party offer such a high fee? Lu Chang also subconsciously nodded his head, but once he thought that there was someone as powerful as Wang Teng, he wasn't too worried. In fact, Wang Teng did not voice out his true guess because he had a vague feeling that this might be a bureau, a tiger transfer or someone was specifically targeting him. A group of people rushed at a fast pace, and when they traveled to a forest, Wang Teng vaguely felt the fluctuation of formation energy around him, and immediately called out loudly to the crowd, "Everyone stop!" As soon as the words fell, the accompanying guards, carriage drivers, and others all immediately stopped in their tracks. "Brother, what's wrong?" Willow Strong inquired suspiciously. "Something's not right here. Retreat back," Wang Teng ordered in an alert manner. However, as soon as his words fell, a group of Xianling sect's disciples rushed out from the woods, and the one in the lead was none other than Xianling sect's patriarch Xie Chang, with the 3rd elder Sigu as well as demon refining sect's 6th elder Zhuang Sheng following beside him. Behind them there were more than 30 Xianling sect disciples. Each of them held a long sword in their hands. So many Xianling sect disciples. It seemed that they had come out in full force. "Ha ha, Wang Teng Jr., you've fallen for my plan." Patriarch Xiechan laughed out loud in triumph. The 3rd elder beside him, Segu, even stood out and shouted angrily, "Wang Teng, you killed my Xianling sect's disciples. Have you ever thought about today?" The appearance of the Xianling sect's disciples shocked Lu Chang and the other group of guards. How could they not expect that it was actually the Xianling sect that ambushed them? "Oh no, brother, it's the Xianling sect that wants to rob us," Lu Chang said in horror. With his strength, he wouldn't even be able to defeat an ordinary Xianling sect disciple, let alone talk about the elders and patriarchs. However, compared to Lu Chang's and their terrified expressions, Wang Teng was calm. On the contrary, seeing so many people coming from the opposite side, he was secretly a little excited. "Great, my Wind Spirit Giant sword finally has a chance to be upgraded to heaven grade." Thinking of this, Wang Teng took the Wind Spirit Giant sword out of the red dust fondness ring and pointed the sword at the Xianling sect and Patriarch Xie Chang. "You're the Xianling sect's Patriarch Xie Chang, aren't you?" Previously, Wang Teng had seen their Patriarch Xie Chang once from a distance in the Xianling sect's back mountain, so he still had a bit of an impression. Xie Chang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the other party to recognize his identity, and then he didn't hide it. "That's right, I am Patriarch Xie Chang of the Xianling sect. Wang Teng, you killed my Xianling sect's people. Today, I'm going to ask for this debt back." Patriarch Xie Chang shouted loudly. "Want to seek revenge on me? No problem. It just so happens that I want your head." "To each his own," Wang Teng said with an unrelenting aura. Of the 3 missions that the Kieran Pavilion had given him, this one was left in front of him, and as long as he killed this Xie Chang, then all 3 missions would be completed. He, how dare you be so arrogant after being caught in my ambush? Then let's show you the power of our Xianling sect's prisoner immortal formation, Patriarch Xie Chang said with a loud shout, followed by countless white lights lighting up around the woods. In the next second, Wang Teng, Liu Chang and the others were suddenly shocked to realize that they could not move their feet, and the spiritual energy in their bodies was rapidly dissipating. Brother, the spiritual energy in my body is rapidly dissipating and my body can't move. What's going on? Liu Chang asked in shock. He had never encountered such a situation before and was naturally terrified. This is the prisoner immortal formation. After Wang Teng faintly spat out these words, his eyes began to roam around. If you want to break this immortal prisoner formation, then you need to find the center of the formation. And only by destroying the center of the formation can you break this immortal prisoner formation. But he wasn't in a hurry now. With his current strength, he could kill these people from the Xianling sect even without breaking this prisoner immortal formation. Seeing that Wang Teng was trapped in place by the prisoner immortal formation, Third Elder Siga shouted in triumph. Kid, now you still dare to be arrogant? Die for me. As soon as the words fell, the Third Elder couldn't wait to shoot a long sword in his hand towards Wang Teng. It's flying sword art. Third Elder Siga was in a hurry to kill Wang Teng so that he could avenge his brothers and sisters, but unfortunately, the latter was not to be messed with and was a step above him in the realm. With this little broken formation, you want to kill me too? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly before he shot the Wind Spirit Giant sword in his hand head-on. Flying sword art versus flying sword art. The Wind Spirit Giant sword shot over at an extremely fast speed. When the two swords collided head-on, Third Elder Siga's long sword was destroyed almost instantly, followed by the Wind Spirit Giant sword's unabated momentum, shooting towards Siga at lightning speed. What? How is this possible? Siga only had time to let out a cry of shock before the Wind Spirit Giant sword shot into his chest, and scarlet blood quickly flowed out from the wound. This scene happened in a flash of lightning, and the people present didn't have time to react. Even Patriarch Xie Chang and that old friend of his from the demon refining sect didn't react. This flying sword art is also too fast. Patriarch Xie Chang was surprised by this flying sword art of Wang Teng and even his face changed. He had already envisioned that Wang Teng was very powerful, but he did not expect it to be as powerful as this. Third Elder Siga was shot through his chest with a sword, and quickly lost his breath, and after falling to the ground, he was completely dead. With a casual move of his hand, Wang Teng brought back the Wind Spirit Giant sword. Without moving a single step, he easily killed an expert of the Foundation Establishment realm, and this strength completely shocked the people of the Xianling sect. Feeling that the Wind Spirit Giant sword had absorbed energy again, Wang Teng secretly felt a burst of satisfaction. Killing a few more cultivators seemed to be able to upgrade again, and immediately, holding the Wind Spirit Giant sword in his hand, he pointed the target at Patriarch Xie Chang. Patriarch Xie, you're next, Wang Teng said indifferently. Being pointed by Wang Teng with his sword, Xie Chang actually felt a hint of danger, but he quickly calmed his mind. You think I'm afraid of you? Xie Chang casually strangled a hand sign then pointed towards Wang Teng. A blue lightning bolt descended from the sky and shot towards Wang Teng. This was the thunderbolt technique, Patriarch Xie Chang's best technique. Wang Teng was trapped by the prisoner immortal formation. His feet couldn't move at all. Trying to use the shadowless steps to avoid this thunderbolt technique was simply impossible. In a moment of desperation, Wang Teng pulled out a protective amulet and directly affixed it to his body. Vajra charms. At once, a golden shield lit up around Wang Teng's body, and the shocking thunder skill struck him and could not break the shield of the Vajra talisman at all. Xie Chang was slightly surprised when he saw this. The thunder shocking technique was his best skill, but it couldn't break Wang Teng's amulet. Patriarch Xie, now it's my turn to make the thrilling thunder, Wang Teng said as he pulled out a dozen of thrilling thunder talismans from his body before smashing them towards Patriarch Xie Chang. Thunder charm. Sprint. With a command, a dozen blue thunderbolts immediately appeared above Xie Chang's head, the sound of which was several times more powerful than his master skill, the thunderbolt technique. What? So many shocking thunderbolts! Xie Chang's face changed drastically when he saw this. It was the first time he had seen someone smashing talismans like this. Chapter 71, Ambush failed and was crushed. While everyone else threw talismans one by one, Wang Teng smashed talismans by the handful, directly shocking Xie Chang, the patriarch of Xianling sect. Facing a dozen or so thunderbolts descending down, Xie Chang didn't dare to be slow and directly opened his body technique to move from side to side. But even though his stance was fast, he was struck by a few strikes of shocking lightning, which instantly hit him with his hair standing upside down. His clothes burnt, and his face blackened. After opening his mouth, he actually exhaled a gray smoke from it. So this is the effect of the surprising thunder talisman hitting someone. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Teng was satisfied as he looked at the wretched Xia Chang. However, this was what completely enraged Un Chang. Brat! Looking for death. Get on me and kill all these people from the Liu family. Xia Chang was completely shaken. He wanted to kill a few Liu family members to vent his anger. With a command, the 30 or so Xianling sect disciples behind him all rushed up. The lowest strength among them was at the Qi refining stage, which was equivalent to the Zhongshi realm, while the strongest of the Liu family's guards was only at the innate realm, and the two strengths weren't in the same class at all. Not to mention that the Liu family's guards were now trapped by the prisoner immortal formation. They couldn't move their feet at all, and what awaited them would be a one-sided massacre. Brother, they're charging towards us. What should we do? Liu Chang shouted anxiously, his face turning pale. Not only him, the Liu clan guards who came with him were all startled by this formation of the Xinling sect. Take it easy, with me here. They can't hurt you. Wang Teng saw such a large group of people rushing towards him, and he had wanted to kill them with a talisman. However, once he thought that his wind spirit giant sword was still some energy short of being upgraded to heaven grade, he changed his mind. Flying sword art, sprint! Wang Teng sent the wind spirit sword in his hand sizzling out once again. The flying swords passed through the crowd of Xianling sect disciples like a bolt of lightning, directly killing 5 people. Lit. One can wear 5 times as many as the other. Idiom, figure a stitch in time saves 9. Such an appalling flying sword technique once again stunned Xia Chang, and even Zhuang Shang, the 6th elder of the demon refining sect, who stood next to him, was stunned as well. What strength has this son reached? A handful of flying sword techniques are actually so powerful. Xia Chang felt the terror of Wang Teng for the first time. This, coupled with the fact that he could not see through Wang Teng's strength, added to his fear. Solution buddy, do you need me to make a move? Zhuang Shang suddenly spoke out. Does Bro Zhuang have the certainty to win against him? Xia Chang did not dare to be arrogant at this time. The strength that Wang Teng had shown was far beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that he could kill him by relying on the immortal prisoner formation, but he thought wrong. Wang Teng fully suppressed them by relying on a handful of flying sword techniques and talismans, so now he could only turn to this old friend. I just took in a white one a few days ago. Its strength is in the late Jin Dan realm. It's swift, its scales and armor are deep. Flying sword techniques can't hurt it. The key is that its snake venom can instantly kill people. Even the protective amulet can't protect against it, Zhuang Shang said with confidence. Xia Cheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. If we can get the Zhuang dude to help us, this kid will die for sure. Xia Cheng was instantly elated. Wait until I release the white snake from it. Then you can take the opportunity to attack, and you will surely be able to kill that brat, Zhuang Shang said as he removed the high-level demonic beast pouch at his waist, then quickly unraveled it, and immediately a small white snake drilled out from the demonic beast pouch. If you want to not be refined, kill that kid for me. Zhuang Shang pointed at Wang Teng in the distance with his hand. Hiss! The little white snake spat out its red letter, then it violently pounced towards Wang Teng. The tiny white snake grew against the wind and instantly turned into a huge white python. What a huge white snake! Wang Teng commanded the wind spirit giant sword, and after killing those cannon fodder disciples of the Xinling sect, he turned his head and spotted a huge white snake pouncing towards him, and his face changed in shock. Flying sword art. After Wang Teng recruited the wind spirit giant sword back, he shot towards it at the first opportunity. However, the 100-tested flying sword technique shot at this white snake, only leaving a shallow wound. And the movement speed of this white snake was super fast, far beyond the limits of humans. Often being able to dodge the attacks of the flying sword technique caused Wang Teng to be surprised for a while once again. Good fellow, this white snake is even more powerful than Little Green. Wang Teng was secretly stumped for a while, but soon he thought of subduing it. So Little White and Little Green formed a pair. This is a good idea. However, if he wanted to use the demon harnessing technique, he would need to consume a lot of spiritual energy. And now that he was deeply trapped in the prisoner immortal formation, his spiritual energy was dissipating all the time, and in a short while, Wang Teng might even have some difficulty in using the flying sword technique. I can't. I have to hurry up and break the formation, or else I will really die here. Just as Wang Teng thought of this, the white snake opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards him. Dark green venom still dripped from the sharp teeth. Sheep-changing talisman. In order to stall for time, Wang Teng directly threw out a sheep-changing talisman, turning a terrifying big white snake into a cute little white sheep. Bah! There was also a joyful sound. When Xia Chang and Zhuang Sheng saw this, they were shocked to see that this was even possible. No! I can't wait any longer. I have to rush up and slaughter him. Seeing this, Xia Chang rushed up towards Wang Teng with the Earth Grade Upper Grade Evergreen Sword in hand. Sheep-changing talisman. Wang Teng smashed another sheep-changing talisman towards Xia Chang. The latter instantly turned into a sheep, running unwillingly on the ground, quite fast. Much faster than the average sheep. turned into a sheep and still running so fast. Wang Teng did not put out his sword to kill him because his spiritual power was now mostly consumed by the prisoner immortal formation. And even if he used his flying sword technique, the power had decreased a lot. Hurry up and break the formation while they're turning into sheep. Wang Teng was still very familiar with the prisoner of immortals formation, plus he had been searching for it just now during the fight, so he quickly identified the center of the formation. It was exactly where Xia Chang was standing just now. Flying sword art, break it for me. Wang Teng shot the flying sword art in his hand towards the place where Xia Chang stood before, and almost instantly, the wind spirit giant sword was shot into the ground from above, followed by the instant breakage of one of the formation stones buried underneath. With the destruction of the formation stone at the center of this formation, the prisoner of immortality formation also lost its effect instantly. At once, Wang Teng and the group of Liu family guards regained their freedom, and the spiritual energy in their bodies stopped dissipating. Xia Chang, who had transformed back into his human form, was stunned for a moment when he saw this. This kid actually saw through the center of the immortal prisoner formation with a single glance. How is that possible? Xia Chang's heart was filled with fear at this moment, feeling that this son was too terrifying. The sixth young Zhuangshang of the demon refining sect was also shocked by the strength displayed by Wang Teng. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Wang Teng once again threw out a sheep-changing talisman and continued to throw it at Xia Chang, but this time, the other party did not change into a sheep, but into a woman. Wang Teng and He Chang were both confused for a moment. How did I become a woman? Xia Chang said incredulously, then realized that his voice had also turned into a woman. Wang Teng was also embarrassed for a while. Sorry, I took the wrong talisman. Wang Teng hurriedly pulled out another sheep-changing talisman and smashed it over. Almost instantly, Xia Chang once again turned into a lamb, and the white snake continued to lunge towards Wang Teng after it regained its snake form. But after Wang Teng pinched a few hand signals, a demon harnessing technique blasted towards the white snake. A white light shot into the white snake's brow, and that white snake instantly stopped attacking, then twisted and rolled on the ground in pain. When Zhuangshang, the sixth elder of the demon refining sect, saw this, his face changed drastically. This is the demon harnessing technique. This kid actually knows the demon harnessing technique. This time it was Zhuangshang's turn to be anxious. This white snake, but he had managed to catch it with great difficulty, thinking that later he would return to the sect to refine it into spiritual energy to help him cultivate. Where did he think that it would be intercepted by Wang Teng? Kid, stop. This is my demonic beast. Zhuangshang couldn't bear it anymore and attacked towards Wang Teng with a long sword in his hand. Good coming. Wang Teng controlled the demon harnessing technique with his left hand, and with his right hand, he took out a handful of attack charms and threw them towards Zhuangshang. Wang Teng did not know what all these talismans were, but he had many talismans, so he smashed them despite. This pile of talismans smashed down, transforming into flames, cold ice, rock puppets, and other attacks. Almost instantly, that Zhuangshang was beaten and fled in a mess. But unfortunately, Wang Teng threw out too many talismans. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to. After being frozen in place by a cold ice talisman, several rock golems attacked together and smashed him into a serious injury. Wang Teng saw that Zhuangshang still had a breath left and directly offered his flying sword art to remotely harvest his life. At once, Zhuangshang died first. A strong energy was absorbed by the wind spirit giant sword, and the wind spirit sword instantly morphed into a heaven-grade lower-grade flying spirit immortal sword. The sword has become slender, but it is much more powerful. Also comes with a refining effect, both on demonic beasts and humans. It only took Wang Teng 10 seconds to kill Zhuangshang. After Xia Chang returned to the humans from the sheep poo, he saw that his old friend was dead, and a look of despair came over him. How can this kid be so strong? Xia Chang felt fear and death for the first time. Wang Teng's left hand continued to cast the demon harnessing technique on the white snake while his right hand held the flying spirit immortal sword pointing at understanding Chang. Now it's your turn. Wang Teng's tone exuded the aura of a death god, and Xia Chang was directly frightened and turned white. Originally, he thought that by setting up a formation ambush beforehand, he would definitely win steadily. Yet now it seemed that he had underestimated Wang Teng too much. Xia Chang's heart retreated, and after directly pinching a hand trick, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. It's the earth escape technique. Want to run away? No way. With that, Wang Teng used the flying sword technique, and the flying spirit immortal sword caught up with Xia Chang, who was hiding in the dirt and trying to escape, at an even faster speed than before. The flying spirit immortal sword pierced through Chang's body, followed by a column of blood rapidly soaring out of the dirt, which was dyed red immediately afterward. In no time, Xia Chang died in the dirt, and his corpse was also refined into energy by the flying spirit immortal sword to be devoured. This was the ability that the flying spirit immortal sword had just gained. Refining, and was able to refine corpses into energy as well. And after Wang Teng casually recalled the flying spirit immortal sword, he exerted the demon harnessing technique on that white snake with all his might. And after a few moments, that white snake transformed into a white-clothed woman, who knelt and crouched down on the ground with a horrified look on her face. Obviously, this white snake had also been subdued by Wang Teng. Thus, what the Xianling sect thought was an ambush turned into a unilateral massacre by Wang Teng. As usual, I'd like to ask for a wave of 5 out of 5 to urge for more work. Thanks for the 5 out of 5 and the urging of the big dudes. Chapter 72, Gathering the Green Snake and White Snake. In this ambush, Wang Teng had counter-killed all of the Xianling sect's people with the power of one person. Even the patriarch Xia Chang, and the other party could be said to have suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, Wang Teng had reaped a lot of rewards as a result of this. Not only did he allow his saber to be successfully upgraded to the heavenly grade, but he also completed the last mission given to him by the Kieran Pavilion in the process. The other thing was that he had also collected a white snake whose strength was not inferior to Shao Qing's. It's kind of a white snake and a green snake all in one. Wang Teng walked over and took out Xia Chang's sword, evergreen sword, which was buried in the soil. The body was refined away. So let's take this as evidence of Uncryptic's death. Wang Teng received the evergreen sword into the red dust fondness ring as he spoke. Xia Chang's corpse was refined and absorbed by Wang Teng's flying spirit immortal sword, so he could only use this saber as evidence. After taking the sword, Wang Teng went back to the white-clothed woman who was kneeling on the ground. It was a white snake demon manifestation, and it seemed to be another female snake. Just see this white snake demon. Long, very enchanting, charming. Body is also very graceful. Body clothes are also very thin. A casual glance, you can see that thin clothes under the white body, with the small green has a comparison. It seems that demonic beasts that have transformed into forms don't know how to wear a little more. Or maybe this snake is a cold-blooded animal that isn't afraid of the cold, and that's why it's wearing less? However, this white snake has a little more maturity in its enchanting and flirtatiousness, and it seems that it has cultivated for many more years than Shao Chang. What realm are you in now? Wang Teng asked in a condescending manner. As the master, Wang Teng did have this qualification. Reporting back to master, I am now at the late stage of the Jindan realm. The white-clothed snake demon replied with quite a bit of trepidation, looking at Wang Teng with a hint of fear in his eyes. Unlike the time when he collected Shao Chang, this time, the white-clothed snake demon was completely pleased with Wang Teng and was even a little bit afraid. And that time, Shao Chang, Wang Teng's strength was low, and submitting to him was a helpless move. There was actually not much fear in his heart. From now on, you will be called Xiao Bai. Following me won't aggravate you, Wang Teng said as he turned his gaze towards the corpse of Zhuang Shang and walked towards it. Earlier, when Wang Teng saw that old man Zhuang release the small white snake from a bag, he guessed that the old man must have a demonic beast bag. The facts proved that his guess was right. This old man Zhuang did have a demonic beast pouch or a high-level one. Is this the demon beast pouch? It'll be much more convenient to carry little green and little white outside in the future, Wang Teng said as he used that high-grade demon beast pouch to put the newly accepted little white snake into the demon beast pouch. After doing so, Ryu Kung walked over. Brother, you're so powerful. Even the Xianling sect's patriarch and the giant python white snake aren't your opponents. Lu Chang's eyes were filled with admiration as he spoke. Not only him, the eyes of the other guards were also filled with admiration for Wang Teng. It was really because the strength that Wang Teng had shown was too strong. It seems that our trip to escort the darts was a deliberate trick by the Xianling sect to lure me here. Wang Teng was considered to have completely understood. Where is this a high-priced dart bet? It is clearly a setup by the Xianling sect. It's good that he was strong and killed them back. Otherwise he might have really died here. Lu Chang also understood when he heard this. Brother, then shall we continue delivering this dart? Lu Chang voiced out. Still send a fart. The client Zhu family colluded with Xianling sect to try to kill me. Still give him a fart dart. Go back. Find the Zhu family to settle the score. Or else you really think that our Lu family is easy to bully. A hint of killing intent flashed through Wang Teng's eyes. At the same time he was worried that something would really happen on the Lu family's side. That's why he decided to turn around and go back. Yes, find that Zhu family and settle the score. Lu Chang was also indignant. If it wasn't for the fortunate presence of Wang Teng, he would have died just now. And this breath couldn't be left out. Or else it would be thought that the Lu family was a good bully now. Soon Wang Teng led the team to turn around and return the same way. More than an hour later, Wang Teng led the convoy and returned to the Lu mansion. After Lu Goen received the news, he quickly greeted him, and Liu Yanxi was the first to run out at the sound. Xian's son-in-law, why have you come back? Did you encounter any accidents? Lu Goen glanced at the pristine van and was somewhat surprised. We've been ambushed by the Xianling sect. Their patriarch Xia Chang personally set up a formation to ambush us halfway. Wang Teng's words shocked Lu Goen and Liu Yanxi. What? The Xianling sect, a hallowed cultivation sect, actually did this kind of insidious tactic? Lu Gowen was in disbelief. In his impression, the Xianling sect, that is a high and mighty cultivation sect, should not bother to do this kind of ambush-killing sinister hook, where thought that it would really happen. It seems that he still think of the cultivation sect as too righteous. When Liu Yanxi heard that Wang Teng had been ambushed, she immediately walked up with a nervous face. Husband, you're not hurt then? Liu Yanxi's eyes were filled with concern. I wasn't injured. The Xianling sect ambushed and tried to kill me, but I killed them back, and their patriarch was also slaughtered by me, Wang Teng said calmly. However, his words once again stunned Lu Gowen, Yao Shu, and the others. You killed the Xianling sect's patriarch? He was a Jindan realm expert. Lu Gowen was in disbelief. A Jindan realm expert was equivalent to the golden body realm of martial arts, and in the world of martial arts, it belonged to the top kind of experts. Without waiting for Wang Teng to speak, Lu Chang on the side interjected, Eldest uncle, you are not seeing it. Brother is really powerful. Not only did he kill the Xianling sect's patriarch, he also killed another old man in the Jindan realm, and he also subdued a white snake in the Jindan realm. That scene was really handsome. By the way, brother also killed more than 30 disciples of the Xianling sect in passing, and casually broke the Xianling sect's world-famous prisoner of immortality formation. That's really powerful. Ryu Chang's eyes were filled with adoration as he said this, and those words shocked Lu Gowen and the others even more. Originally, he thought that killing the Jindan realm Xianling sect's patriarch was already very impressive, but now he realized that Wang Teng's true strength far exceeded his imagination. Xian's son-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. What realm are you in now? Lu Gowen asked with glowing eyes. Lu Gowen felt that this son-in-law of his was becoming more and more impenetrable. It doesn't matter what realm I'm in right now. What's important is that we have to check out the Zhu family that hired us to escort the darts. If my guess is good, this Zhu family should be colluding with the Xianling sect, Wang Teng said with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Lu Gowen also nodded quite approvingly after hearing these words. So it seems that this trip of darts is targeting you. No wonder the bidding is so high and you have to personally escort the dart. Lu Gowen's eyes also flashed with a trace of anger, and he immediately said to Wang Teng, Xian's son-in-law, you're also tired after the big battle just now. Go back to the mansion to rest first, and leave the matter of going to investigate the Zhu family to me. After Lu Gowen said this, he immediately called dozens of Lu family guards and went straight to the Zhu family, and Lu Chang also followed him over. Now Lu Gowen has hundreds of talismans in his hand. The bottom line is much stronger. The key is that there is a son-in-law to back him up. He feels that he cannot be subjected to this nuisance. Watching Lu Gowen lead the men away, Wang Teng did not go back to his house to rest, but lifted his feet and walked to the Smoke and Rain building. Since he had completed the 3 tasks explained by the Kieran Pavilion, it was time to go find them. Chapter 73, The Kieran Court's Allegiance. 3rd floor of the Smoke and Rain building. A big red neon dress of cold smoke is sitting in the room burning incense and playing the qin, posture elegant and dignified, with a hint of cold arrogance between the eyebrows. The sound of the zither curls around the beam for 3 feet without stopping, and it is very good. Unfortunately, the sound of the sheepish zither was mixed with a hint of complicated thoughts and grief, which seemed to have a kind of bucolic mood after being abandoned by a man. Suddenly the door to the room was pushed open, and a green-clothed, long-skirted senior sister, Koro Ruo, walked in from outside, and the zither sound immediately came to an abrupt halt. Senior sister, are you missing the prince again? Senior sister Koro said with a smile. Who misses him? Cold Smoke said with a cold and arrogant face, but in reality, there was a trace of panic in her heart because her mind was indeed spoken by her senior sister, but on her face, she didn't want to admit it. I can tell just by listening to the sound of the zither. There seems to be no one else in the world who can make senior sister so attached to her heart, other than the crown prince. Koro smiled and teased. Instead of answering, Cold Smoke smartly changed the subject. You came to me to tell me that? Of course not. I wanted to tell senior sister that the crown prince is here, right outside the Smoke and Rain building. As Koro spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Cold Smoke. As expected, when Han Yen heard that the crown prince had come to see him, a hint of joy appeared between her brows, and then she quickly resumed her calm and cold appearance. In the future, when the crown prince comes to see you, you don't need to report, just let him come straight over. Invite him in, Cold Smoke said with feigned calmness. Yes, elder sister. After the corners of Koro's lips lifted slightly, she retreated, but in the bottom of her heart, she was secretly muttering, thinking about the crown prince is just like thinking about the crown prince, and you're still dead set on not admitting it. After her senior sister, Koro, exited, Cold Smoke quickly changed her face, like a little woman who was expecting her lover to come over. She also sat down in front of the dresser at the first opportunity and began to straighten up her makeup in the mirror, and also straightened her clothes, deeply afraid that there was something perfect somewhere. I haven't seen the prince for a few days, and to be honest, Cold Smoke is still very much in my thoughts. I don't know if it's because she wants to be the queen too much, or because she's not willing to lose to Liu Yanxi. In short, the current her wants to please the crown prince very much. Senior sister Koro had long guessed what was on her mind, and as she led Wang Teng up the stairs, she said without intimacy, "Crown Prince, from now on, you don't need to inform me when you come here, just go straight upstairs to my senior sister." "Good." Wang Teng nodded. "Crown Prince, you haven't been here in the last few days. My senior sister misses you. You should know how she feels about you." Senior sister Koro said tentatively. Senior sister did miss the crown prince in the last few days, and it could not be more appropriately described by the saying, "The belt is getting wider and wider, and the people are getting more and more emaciated for E." Of course, it was unknown whether her senior sister missed Wang Teng as a person or the identity of the crown prince. "I know your senior sister Cold Smoke's heart, but my heart belongs to me, and I can't force the matter of feelings," Wang Teng said calmly. "Fine." Senior sister Hatsuru sighed. She had already guessed at this answer. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the third floor, and after pushing open the door, Cold Smoke had already repacked herself, and was not satisfied until she had dressed herself flawlessly. Seeing the crown prince come in, Cold Smoke couldn't help but have her heart beat faster. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, is there something you came to see me about today?" Cold Smoke gave a slight salute, then her phoenix eyes stayed on Wang Teng, unable to move away. To be honest, after missing it for so long, finally expecting the prince to come, it was impossible not to be excited. "I killed Xie Chang, the patriarch of Xianling sect, and I'm here to hand in my mission today." As Wang Teng spoke, he took out Xie Chang's sword, the evergreen sword, from the red dust fondness ring. Cold Smoke and Koro were both shocked for a moment in unison when they heard that Wang Teng had killed Xie Chang, the patriarch of the Xianling sect, in such a short period of time. "Crown Prince, did you really kill Xie Chang?" Cold Smoke asked with some disbelief. Xie Chang that was an expert in the middle stage of the Jindan realm. In the area around this Qi city, it was considered to be an invincible existence. In their opinion, it was impossible to kill Xie Chang with Wang Teng's strength. The reality was that Wang Teng had killed Un Chang in such a short period of time, which was indeed beyond their imagination. "Well, this is his saber. You guys can check it at any time. In addition, if you don't believe it, you can send someone to the Xianling sect to inquire about it." Wang Teng sat down very confidently. After Cold Smoke and Koro glanced at each other, they both coincidentally took a closer look at this evergreen sword, and after inspecting it, they quickly determined that this was the Xianling sect patriarch Xie Chang's sword. Both of them saw the color of shock in each other's eyes, and then they took a closer look at Wang Teng, and only then did they realize that the prince of today's world had grown in strength to the point where even they could not see through him, which caused them to be shocked for a while again. In fact, it was the girls themselves who had overthought it. Wang Teng was using the turtle breath technique, which was why they could not see the depth of Wang Teng's strength. "Crown Prince, what method did you use to kill Xie Chang, the Xianling sect's patriarch?" Cold Smoke couldn't help but ask curiously. She remembered that on the day of worship, Wang Teng's strength was only at the sect master realm, and he couldn't even beat one of the Xianling sect's low-level disciples, Zhong Changzi, and it had only been 10 days since then, and he was able to kill the Xianling sect's sect master. Any other person would be curious. There was no use of any method. The Xianling sect set up a situation to try to kill me. They didn't beat me and were killed by me in return, and now their Xianling sect's entire body is almost wiped out by me, Wang Teng said with a calm face. This was true. Now that the Xianling sect had basically been exterminated by Wang Teng, except for a second elder. The other elder disciples were basically exterminated by Wang Teng, and once again, those words shocked Cold Smoke and Hatsuro. It had only been 10 days of work, but Wang Teng's strength had grown to the point where he could destroy the Xianling sect. This speed was too fast. To be honest, ordinary people wouldn't even believe this, but they really couldn't see through the prince's strength anymore, and from this point of view, Wang Teng wasn't lying. Wang Teng swept a glance at the stunned two and said, "I've already completed the 3 tasks that your Kieran Pavilion explained to me. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise?" Since he had decided to fight with his royal brother, he was bound to strengthen his forces, especially to take this intelligence organization under his control, so that he could better understand his opponent. "We at Kieran Pavilion are true to our word, and since the Crown Prince has accomplished the 3 tasks we gave him, we naturally won't go back on our word," Cold Smoke said and stood up from the stool, then very solemnly knelt down on one knee towards Wang Teng. Seeing this, Hatsunio followed suit and knelt down on one knee. "I, Cold Smoke, On behalf of the Kieran Pavilion, formally pledge allegiance to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince from today onwards, and will go through fire and water without hesitation. Cold Smoke swore to the sky with a serious face. The Kieran Pavilion had been established for 100 years and had never pledged allegiance to anyone, but today it was kneeling down to Wang Teng. 2 chapters first, 1 more later. Chapter 74, choosing to push across against the sky. This was considered to be their Kieran Pavilion making good on their promise. Or perhaps they had completely recognized His Highness the Crown Prince's abilities. Wang Teng looked at Cold Smoke and Chururua who were kneeling in front of his eyes. His heart was satisfied. He had finally collected the Kieran Pavilion by his own ability. Very well, you guys get up, Wang Teng said in a calm mood. Although taking in the Kieran Pavilion would help him a lot, he always had to rely on his own strength, or else he would end up in the same situation as the previous Crown Prince. The reason why the previous Crown Prince failed had a lot to do with his own poor strength. After Cold Smoke and Kuruo got up, their attitude towards Wang Teng became different. Before, Wang Teng could only be considered an outsider, but now he was one of their own, and he was also their master, and he would have to share honor and disgrace in the future. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are your plans for this Qi dispute now? Cold Smoke asked tentatively. Since he had pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince, it was only natural to know his plans. To be honest, Wang Teng really didn't have any plans for this battle of Qi. Right now, he only wanted to quietly improve his strength before making his next step. Cold Smoke, do you have any good advice? Wang Teng begged for advice. There are 3 paths before the Crown Prince to choose from. Cold Smoke also did not push back, and frowned and thought about it before narrating. One is to contact the various cultivation sects and forces as the Crown Prince and gain their support. Then strike the core forces of the third prince one by one. And when all of the third prince's forces are eliminated, we'll have won this battle of Qi. The second is to first secretly enhance the Crown Prince's own strength, while at the same time cultivating forces loyal to you, the Crown Prince, and then when His Majesty the Emperor dies, he will reveal his identity as the Crown Prince's orthodox status, and make it known to the world. The third is to collect the Jade Seal fragments, as well as collecting various cultivation items, focusing on improving the Crown Prince's own strength, and then crushing the third prince and the others with absolute force. Cold Smoke laid out 3 paths for Wang Teng that he could currently choose from. Either way, it's practical, though the degree of difficulty varies. Wang Teng frowned and was about to choose when the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1. Choose the first path proposed by Cold Smoke. Reward, prestige increased by 100. 100 Imperial Guards. For Yuaning Realm Guards, 1 Funshan Realm Guard. Designate a sect to be loyal to you. Option 2. Choose the second path proposed by Cold Smoke. Reward, 100 high-level spirit gathering pills. 50 Imperial Forest Divine Generals. Designate a sect to pledge allegiance to you. Option 3. Choose the third path proposed by Cold Smoke. Reward, 10 extreme spirit gathering pills. 100 high-grade spirit gathering pills. Enhance the True Dragon Technique cultivation technique. And enhance the cultivation talent. Wang Teng did not expect the system to give him 3 choices this time, and it corresponded to the 3 paths proposed by Cold Smoke. However, Wang Teng did not rush to answer, but analyzed it carefully. The first way, obviously, is to show the identity of the Crown Prince with the third prince hard. The former Crown Prince is to go this way, everywhere recruiting all sorts of forces to recruit all sorts of forces, on the third prince's forces one by one to fight. However, the final result is to escape in a mess. This path was immediately passed by Wang Teng. It's not enough to die once. Do you want to die a second time? As for the second path, it's slightly more middle of the road. Both develop their own strength, but also secretly cultivate their own core forces, waiting for the time and then use the prince's orthodox identity to show the world. This path was a bit more secure than the first one, but Wang Teng felt that even if he had the orthodox status of the Crown Prince, he would not necessarily be able to beat the third prince in the end. So this second path, Wang Teng also felt no need to choose. The only thing left was the third way. Focus on developing your strength, and when you cultivate to a heaven-defying strength, you will be able to push everything across. And the rewards given by the system are very much geared towards one's own cultivation. Both give pills and enhance feats and talents. After analyzing it carefully, Wang Teng quickly came to a decision. Cold Smoke. I think it's safer to raise my strength for the time being, and when my strength goes against the heavens, I can go straight to the capital to destroy that royal brother of mine, Wang Teng said bluntly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his successful selection. Rewarding 10 extreme spirit gathering pills and 100 advanced spirit gathering pills to enhance the True Dragon Technique cultivation technique and improve his cultivation talent. With the fall of the system voice, Wang Teng received the rewards given by the system. but he still had to operate on his own to improve his feats and enhance his talents. Wang Teng was very satisfied with this choice of his. With so many elixirs, he could definitely cultivate to a heaven-defying realm within a month. However, this choice of Wang Teng's surprised Cold Smoke and Chururua, who had originally thought that the Crown Prince would choose the second path because it was the most secure. But what they didn't expect was that the Crown Prince actually chose the third such extreme path. Although the third path was possible to realize, the jade seal fragments were scattered all over the 9 states, and it would be an extremely difficult thing to collect them. In addition, in Cold Smoke and Churrurua's thoughts, no matter how heaven-defying a person's strength was, it was impossible to compete with all the top experts around the third prince. Your Highness, the third prince now has hundreds of cultivation sects around him aiding him. Dozens of top experts? Relying on your strength alone. I'm afraid it's hard to fight them. Do you want to reconsider taking a different path? Cold Smoke subconsciously reminded. No need. Just take the third path. I believe in the saying that in front of absolute power, even more people and forces are useless. Wang Teng said with firm eyes. With the help of the system, he was confident that he could transform himself into a supreme expert in a short period of time, suppressing all forces, including the third prince. So now all he lacked was time. With his current qualifications, and the help of the system, as long as there was enough time, he could even manage to extinguish a country by himself or even 9 states by himself. Seeing that the Crown Prince was so insistent, Cold Smoke and Churruo had no choice but to comply. Since the Crown Prince is so insistent, then we should comply. As for the jade seal fragment, as far as the information we have, there is a piece in the back of the Xianling sect. Before Cold Smoke finished speaking, Wang Teng interrupted with a voice. That jade seal fragment has been taken by me. When Cold Smoke and Churruo heard this, they were shocked for a moment in unison, and then they thought of something. It seems that the Crown Prince has already known the whereabouts of the jade seal fragment from the mouth of the white-haired old devil. At the same time, he also suddenly understood why the Crown Prince's strength had grown so fast in a short period of time. It seemed to be with the help of the jade seal fragment. Do you have any news about the remaining 8 jade seal fragments? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. He still knew the benefits of the jade seal fragment. Not only would it allow him to hang on to his cultivation, but it would also allow him to gain great fortune in the future. It was definitely a supreme treasure. According to the information we have, there is a possibility that there is a jade seal fragment hidden within the demon refining sect. Cold Smoke said as such. Demon refining sect? Wang Teng frowned slightly. Yes, although the demon refining sect is only a second-rate sect, they have a 9-clawed dragon king suppressed underneath their ground, and the jade seal fragment is underneath the ground. Cold Smoke said as such. 9-clawed dragon king? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like he would have to make a trip to the demon refining sect once his strength allowed it. Third shift today. As usual, asking for 5 out of 5 reviews and urges. Chapter 75, Hanging on the Cultivation Speed. After chatting about business, Wang Teng got up to leave, but was stopped by Cold Smoke. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've been chatting for so long, why don't we have dinner here before we leave? Cold Smoke's pair of phoenix eyes carried a hint of earnest desire and anticipation. Senior sister Koro also realized what was going on and immediately spoke out to retain her. Yes Prince, we have a new chef at Smoke and Rain House. He cooks good food, especially crispy roast duck and braised pork. It's a masterpiece. In the face of the invitation and retention of the two beauties, Wang Teng but said indifferently, it's getting late, and Madam is still waiting at home for me to return for dinner, so I won't stay. After saying this, Wang Teng exited the room after giving a farewell. Cold Smoke's eyes flashed with a hint of loss, but quickly regained their composure. Crown Prince, let me see you off. Cold Smoke chased after him with a forced calmness. Koro secretly sighed when she saw this. In the Crown Prince's heart, it was always the lady of his who was the most important. After returning to the Liu mansion, Liu Yanxi was indeed waiting for him to eat in his room, and when she saw that Wang Teng had returned, her pretty face was delighted, and she immediately greeted him at the first opportunity. Husband, you're back. Have you eaten? Liu Yanxi said with eyes full of tenderness. Not yet, just when I'm hungry. Let's eat. Wang Teng looked at the table full of dishes, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This was his lady. No matter how late he came back, she would wait for him to come back to eat together. Well, I'll serve you some rice. Liu Yanxi was very considerate and gave Wang Teng a big bowl full of rice, and also gave Wang Teng a swift eagle egg. Husband, these are swift eagle eggs. They are replenishable. Looking at the smiling Liu Yanxi, Wang Teng felt that he was very happy at this moment, but soon he realized that Liu Yanxi's hair seemed to be turning purple more and more. Madam, your hair, why is it getting more and more purple? Wang Teng asked curiously. A few days ago, Liu Yanxi's hair was purple as far as the strands at her shoulders were concerned, and now the bangs in the front were starting to turn purple as well. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no such thing as hair coloring in this world, Wang Teng would have even thought that Liu Yanxi had dyed her hair. I don't know why. Lately, with the rapid growth of my strength, my hair has become more and more purple. A trace of panic flashed in Liu Yanxi's eyes, because as her purple hair became more and more purple, the memories of the Yaoqi empress in her previous life also came back to her more and more. Liu Yanxi was now terrified that in the end it would really be like that nine-tailed skyfox said, that she would really turn into the Yaoqi empress and lose Liu Yanxi's true nature. After Wang Teng frowned and thought about it, he didn't know what this was about. It's possible that it's related to the purple aura you cultivate. The stronger you are, the purple aura will change your physical quality. Wang Teng guessed to himself. Maybe. Liu Yanxi didn't think about what to tell her husband, because it is useless to tell him, but will add to the trouble. It is better for the two of them to live a simple life like this, and cherish what they have at the moment. As the night progressed, Wang Teng let Liu Yanxi go to bed by herself while he went to the next room in order not to affect his lady's rest. After sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wang Teng couldn't wait to call out the system. System, I want to raise my cultivation talent. Since he had chosen the third path, he had to hurry up and improve his strength. Ding! The host's cultivation talent has begun to increase. As the system voice fell, Wang Teng felt his body become warm again once more. This feeling was similar to the first time he ate immortal spirit chicken legs, but this time it's going to come a little harder. As his talent continued to improve, golden aura began to overflow from Wang Teng's body, which made Wang Teng unusually excited. Golden aura. What a powerful feeling. Wang Teng remembered that Liu Yanxi's aura was purple. Her cultivation speed was about to be faster than his own opening. Right now he turned into a golden aura. Then next he was going to be hanging on to it. Moreover, Wang Teng had already felt that the speed of the flow of the aura in his body had accelerated by several times after it had turned into a golden color, which made him very excited. Ding! The host's cultivation talent has been upgraded to the Holy Spirit body. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Teng was bursting with excitement. Holy Spirit body, that's a 1 in a billion peerless physique. It's just like Liu Yanxi's physique in general. Wang Teng was very satisfied with this talent enhancement. The key was that after the talent had been raised, with the jade seal fragments hanging cultivation, the golden dan at the dantian was getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was estimated that after tonight, it would be able to rise to the middle stage of the golden dan realm. However, Wang Teng was still not satisfied with the current cultivation speed. The next step is to upgrade the true dragon technique. This is already a heavenly level cultivation technique. If it is further upgraded, I don't know what level of cultivation technique it will be upgraded to. Wang Teng secretly had a moment of anticipation, and then he said to the system, System, I want to upgrade the true dragon skill. Ding! The true dragon technique is being upgraded. As the system voice fell, Wang Teng's heaven-grade true dragon skill also began to rapidly improve and strengthen. True dragon technique is the royal technique of the great Xia martial dynasty, a heaven-grade upper-grade technique, but unfortunately the former prince's qualifications were too poor, cultivating for 20 years before he was at the peak of the Zhongshu realm, and couldn't even break through to the real person realm. It may also be the relationship between their own reasons. The former prince, which switched the idea to recruit various forces to help him to fight the world, however, ultimately proved that this method of using other people's forces to harden their hands is not work. In a fit of torment, Wang Teng's true dragon skill was quickly upgraded. Ding! The true dragon skill is upgraded and has metamorphosed into the true dragon king skill. Wang Teng once again burst with excitement when he heard this. Although only the word king was added, this true dragon king skill's cultivation technique had already broken through the heavenly grade and reached the immortal grade technique, and it was still an immortal grade upper grade cultivation technique. Great! Upgraded to an immortal grade upper grade cultivation technique, so my cultivation speed will be even faster. Wang Teng checked the speed of the aura in his body, and sure enough, it had sped up several times again. If an ordinary person's cultivation was that of a turtle crawling slowly, then Wang Teng's previous cultivation speed was that of an adult running, and after boosting his talent, that cultivation speed became that of riding a motorcycle. Now, after even the gong method was upgraded, that cultivation speed became speeding in a sports car on an unobstructed highway. Very good. The cultivation speed has increased again. Now it's time to eat an extreme grade spirit gathering pill to boost the speed again. Wang Teng said and took out an extreme grade spirit gathering pill from the system space. Spirit gathering pills are generally categorized into ordinary, advanced, and extreme. For every level up, the effect of the spirit gathering pill would be more than 10 times stronger. I haven't eaten an extreme grade spirit gathering pill yet. Let's try one first. Wang Teng looked at this extreme grade spirit gathering pill that was black in color like mellitus and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Then Wang Teng felt a source of spiritual energy explode in his body. and his cultivation speed took off directly, just like a sports car with a rocket, flying straight into the starry sky. Chapter 76, Madam, I'll make it up to you tonight. Throughout the night, Wang Teng's strength directly broke through from the early stage of the Jindan realm to the early stage of the Yuanying realm. For this reason, Wang Teng used 3 extreme-grade spirit-gathering pills consecutively with good results. When he opened his eyes, a golden aura that was like substance shot out of his eyes and quickly dissipated without a trace. Raising a large realm in one night, this cultivation speed is too perverse. Wang Teng was excited in his heart, then secretly clenched his lower fists. That tremendous power, even he himself felt scared. What a powerful force. Is this the Yuanying realm? At this time, at Wang Teng's Dantian, the golden Dan condensed from golden aura had turned into a golden Yuanying that looked just like Wang Teng. Too strong. I'll continue cultivating today. There are still 100 advanced spirit gathering pills and 7 extreme spirit gathering pills unused in the system space. Wang Teng, who had tasted the sweetness of cultivation, couldn't afford to stop, and instantly grabbed a handful of advanced spirit gathering pills out of the system space and directly stuffed them into his mouth. Advanced spirit gathering Dan. Even if you look at the cultivation world, it was a very treasured thing. A sect like the Xianling sect only had a few of them, and Wang Teng was taking this handful of advanced spirit gathering Dan as a meal at this moment. After a handful of high-grade spirit gathering pills went down, the spiritual energy in Wang Teng's body exploded again. It was too late to think carefully, so Wang Teng grabbed the time to cultivate. At the same time, inside the Xianling sect's great hall, Second Elder Feng Shuo was pacing back and forth in the main hall with worry at this time. The patriarch and the others had been out for a day and a night and had yet to return, which caused an ominous premonition to well up in his heart. Suddenly a disciple with a pale face hurriedly ran in. This person was precisely the one sent by Second Elder Feng Shuo to scout for news. Second Elder, it's bad. It's a big deal. That disciple shouted in panic as he ran. What's the big deal? I asked you to scout for news of the patriarch and the others. How's the scouting going? Second Elder Feng Shuo anxiously grabbed him and shouted. That foreboding feeling in his heart was getting deeper and deeper. I went to the mountain roadside and scouted. Our Xianling sect's disciples died on the ground, and the blood flowed into a river. The disciple reported with a horrified face. What about the patriarch? And the third elder as well as the sixth elder of the demon refining sect? Second Elder Feng Shuo interrupted with an anxious voice. The third elder is dead. His body is over there. And the sixth elder of the demon refining sect also died there. As for the patriarch, I didn't find his body, but I found his Dao robes in an earth pit. They were covered in blood, and his sword was missing, so it seems that it was also in a bad way. After that disciple slowed his breath, he continued with a horrified face. In addition, I discovered that our Xianling sect's prisoner immortal formation seems to have been sabotaged as well. What? How is it possible? How could the aunt of the Liu family be so powerful? Second Elder Feng Shuo had a look of disbelief on his face after hearing all of this, and his feet even stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He didn't expect, no matter what, that a tiny ant of the Qi city's Liu family would be so strong. The patriarch had brought people to set up a formation to ambush him, and not only did they fail to kill him, they were instead massacred by the other party, a strength that completely exceeded his imagination. Just what realm has the strength of this Liu family's aunt reached? It's actually this strong. Second Elder Feng Shuo also trembled in his heart at this time. In case Wang Teng held a grudge and killed the Xianling sect, then he would also die. Second Elder, right now the disciples in the sect are on edge. Many of them have developed a desire to quit. Think of a way. If this continues, our Xianling sect is going to be finished. That disciple shouted anxiously. Second Elder Feng Shuo was considered one of the more level-headed people in the Xianling sect, and after pacing back and forth in the Great Hall for a while, he suddenly thought of a solution. Now we can only fly a crane to send a letter to the master. His strength has already reached the great circle of the Yuanying stage. This Xianling sect was founded by his hand. He will never sit back and do nothing. Although it would definitely not be easy to avoid a reprimand if the master knew that they had not guarded the Xianling sect well, it was better than the Xianling sect being destroyed. It's no good. We can only inform the master. Otherwise I'm afraid that we won't be able to hide it. Second Elder Feng Shuo said as he took out a paper crane from his body. And then after saying a few words of distress language on it, he used his aura to inject it into this paper crane. After the paper crane received the aura, it directly flew up, then went through the window and flew directly to a distant direction. This was the flying crane transmission, a common remote contact method used by cultivators. For the next 2 days, Wang Teng had been hiding in the next room to cultivate. Liu Yanxi was understanding and knew that Wang Teng was cultivating, so she didn't bother him. Wang Teng's strength, on the other hand, had soared in the past 2 days, but he hadn't forgotten about Madame Liu Yanxi. When his strength reached the peak of the Yuanying realm, he opened his eyes once again. It seems that I still thought too simply. The further the realm goes, the more difficult it is to ascend. It took 100 high-grade spirit-gathering pills, plus 5 extremely high-grade spirit-gathering pills to ascend from the early stage of the Yuanying realm to the Great Circle. Wang Teng shook his head somewhat unsatisfied. If anyone else had heard that, they would have killed him. Even if one was a cultivation genius, from the early stage of the Yuanying realm to the Great Circle, that is, eating the spirit-gathering pill every day, it was estimated that it would take several years, or even a dozen years to do so, while Wang Teng had only used 2 days to do so. To be unsatisfied with just this cultivation speed, that really was speechless. Wang Teng stretched after waking up from his meditation. Then his body crackled. So comfortable. There are still 2 extreme spirit-gathering pills left, so I'll give one to Madam and one to me tonight. And with the effect of the red dust fondness ring, let's see if we can make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Wang Teng opened the door and walked out. Liu Yanxi was practicing her sword in the courtyard, and after not seeing her for 2 days, her strength had actually reached the peak of the real person realm, which was equivalent to the Great Circle of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was really as terrifying as it was, and after not seeing her for 2 days, Liu Yanxi's purple hair had become more numerous again, and almost half of her hair had turned purple. It's a bit of a modern trend from afar. Wang Teng watched Liu Yanxi practicing her sword and did not make a sound to disturb her, but quietly watched her. Between that one move and the other, it was very stern, and there was also a hidden majesty, and at first glance, it actually had a bit of an emperor's breath. Madam's breath seems to be slowly changing. Wang Teng did not know if this change was good or bad. Soon, Liu Yanxi spotted Wang Teng standing aside, and immediately her pretty face rejoiced, and after putting her long sword away, she ran towards him with a joyful face. Husband, you're out. No matter what Liu Yanxi had become, when facing Wang Teng, she would always have that gentle and lovely look. I missed you, so I came out. Wang Teng opened his hands and picked up Liu Yanxi with one hand, and even spun her around in place several times. Liu Yanxi also hugged Wang Teng tightly, her face full of happiness. 2 days without seeing, like 3 autumns apart, but Liu Yanxi wanted to die. Husband, I miss you so much too, Liu Yanxi said and leaned her head into Wang Teng's arms, itching to rub herself into his chest. I've let Madam stay alone for the past 2 days. I'll make it up to you later. Wang Teng wrapped his arms around Liu Yanxi and said with a sense of indebtedness, then how are you going to compensate me? Liu Yanxi leaned into Wang Teng's arms with a sweet face and said with a hint of petulance, of course it's to love you well. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, then he lowered his head and kissed her on her delicate lips, then took out an extreme grade spirit gathering pill from the system space. This is for you. Eat this before it hurts you later. It will help you break through the realm. Pain, I eat this before? Does this elixir have any use? Liu Yanxi blinked those watery eyes and asked curiously. You'll know when you eat it, Wang Teng said and directly picked up Liu Yanxi across his waist. Husband, what are you doing? It's only noon. Quickly put me down. How embarrassing to be seen. Liu Yanxi's pretty face was blushing. No release. Today I have to make up for what I owe you from the previous 2 days. Wang Teng hugged Liu Yanxi as he spoke and walked towards the room. After Liu Yanxi symbolically struggled for a while, she obediently wrapped her arms around Wang Teng's neck, and then blushed with a look of letting the king pick her. After entering the room, Wang Teng directly unlocked the door, and then gently placed Liu Yanxi on the bed, and then gently undressed her clothes for her, while not forgetting to remind her, Ma'am, you can now swallow that pill I gave you just now. It's guaranteed to give you the feeling of ascension. Hearing this, Liu Yanxi's pretty face flushed, thinking that it was that kind of elixir, but in order to satisfy her husband, she didn't hesitate and swallowed that elixir. After Wang Teng finished undoing Liu Yanxi's robes, he quickly stripped up his own clothes again, and then stuffed the last extreme spirit-gathering pill into his mouth as well. Whether or not he could break through to the divine separation realm depended on this time. Thinking of this, Wang Teng pounced towards Liu Yanxi. Chapter 77, Madam, I'll help you cultivate again. Liu Yanxi originally thought that the elixir was that kind of elixir, until the spiritual energy exploded inside her body. She realized that it was an elixir to help her cultivate. In the end, Liu Yanxi's strength also smoothly broke through to the foundation establishment realm. Wang Teng relied on this wave of cultivation and also impacted to the divine separation realm, and it had to be said that this red dust fondness ring was extremely helpful in cultivation. While Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi were both making breakthroughs, Yu Ying, the founding ancestor of the Xianling sect, returned to the Xianling sect with a gloomy face, only to see this Yu Ying wearing a black Taoist robe, thick eyebrows and square face, a gloomy face. His body is even filled with a morose and cold aura that makes people shiver. Senior, you're finally back. If you don't come back, our Xianling sect is going to be annihilated. When second elder Feng Sua saw that master teacher had come back, he immediately knelt down and cried. his appearance as miserable as it could be. What's going on? I've only been out traveling in the clouds for a few months, and you guys have brought the Xianling sect to such a state. Give me the details, Ewing said in a deep voice filled with anger. He traveled the world in the clouds this time, was ready to go to the capital to join the third prince, rubbing this so-called luck. Where did he think that only after walking to the capital, he received a flying crane transmission from his disciple, and the content inside? It made him even more furious. Master, the cause of this matter is all because of that Qi City Lu family's aunt Wang Teng. This person not only killed 3 of our Xianling sect's elders, but also the patriarch. In addition, even the 6th elder of the demon refining sect wasn't spared, and his strength is exceptionally powerful. Second elder Feng Suo continued to cry. After Ewing heard these words, he did not rush out to take revenge in anger, but patiently continued to ask, what exactly is the strength of this Lu family's aunt, to actually be able to kill so many people from our clan in a row, as well as the 6th elder of the demon refining sect? In his impression, Xia Cheng's strength was in the middle stage of the Jindan realm. The other 3 disciples were also in the foundation establishment realm, plus the 6 Zhangs of the demon refining sect who were in the Jindan realm. The combat power of such a few people added together was very strong, and it was possible to kill them. Before taking revenge, how could one not inquire about the strength of the other party before acting? I'm not sure what the other party's exact strength is, as I haven't seen him with my own eyes, but to be able to kill so many people at once, his strength should be at the Yuaning realm. Second elder Feng Suo guessed to himself. Yuaning realm? Ewing secretly frowned. If the other party was in the early or mid Yuaning realm, he was still sure of killing him, but if the other party was in the late or peak Yuaning realm, it would be a bit difficult even if he wanted to kill the other party. That's right, it should be at the Yuaning realm. Second elder Feng Suo nodded, then thought of something and voiced a suggestion. Senior, that Wang Teng also killed the 6th elder of the demon refining sect. We might as well join forces with the demon refining sect to deal with him, so we can increase our chances of winning. These words and Ewing thought of the same thing. Before being sure of the other party's strength, killing the other party alone would be too risky. But if they could kill the other party together with the second-rate sect, the demon refining sect, the chances of killing the other party would be greatly increased. This is very much to my liking. I will now personally go to the demon refining sect and convince them to join me in dealing with this aunt of the Lu family. After Ewing nodded, he directly took a step towards the outside of the hall, and at this moment, Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi were still entwined in the bed and refused to come down. Ma'am, are you still satisfied with my performance last night? Wang Teng teased as he wrapped his arms around Liu Yanxi. Hate, just know how to bully me. Ignore you. Liu Yanxi leaned in Wang Teng's arms with a shy face, unable to leave, and seemed to acquiesce to his molestation. This shouldn't be considered bullying you. I'm helping you in breaking through the realm, Wang Teng said with a smile. Stinky husband, still saying you didn't bully me? Liu Yanxi's red face snapped. Alright, then what level of strength do you feel now? Wang Teng asked with a serious expression. Let me see, Liu Yanxi said and closed her eyes, then felt the situation of the spiritual energy in her body. The sensation shocked her. Husband, it seems like my strength has reached the peak of martial saint. This cultivation speed is too fast. In one night's work, I promoted an entire large realm. Liu Yanxi's pretty face was filled with a shocked expression. This cultivation with her husband, the speed was too terrifying. Not bad at all. Wang Teng reluctantly accepted this cultivation speed. If others heard this, they would be afraid to die of anger. Is this speaking human words? Promoting a large realm in one night, and it's still just okay. It's really speechless. Husband, what was that elixir you gave me last night? It was so powerful. Liu Yanxi suddenly remembered something and asked after him. That's the extreme grade spirit gathering pill. It helps a lot in cultivation. How about it? How do you feel after eating it? Wang Teng said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Liu Yanxi subconsciously answered, and then immediately noticed that it had a bit of connotation, and her pretty face quickly reddened as she pouted. Stinky husband, you're bullying me again. Where have I bullied you? This is an extremely high-grade spirit gathering pill. It's only normal to feel that. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, then with a twinkle in his eye he added, Ma'am, would you like another one of those upgrades? Husband, do you have any more? Liu Yanxi subconsciously asked as she thought that Wang Teng still had the extreme spirit gathering pill. Last night's taste of that extreme spirit gathering pill was a real taste of sweetness for her, and the feeling of that explosion of spiritual energy caused her cultivation to skyrocket. The extreme spirit gathering pill is gone, but I can let you taste the feeling of upgrading again just the same, Wang Teng said with a smile. Then how to get it? The simple Liu Yanxi had yet to understand the meaning of Wang Teng's words, but the latter had already made a move. Of course I'm the one to help, ma'am, Wang Teng said as he lowered his head and kissed him. Liu Yanxi didn't react until her own mouth was blocked, but she soon fell in. Her two arms as white as lotus roots smoothly wrapped around Wang Teng's neck. It wasn't until noon that both Wang Teng and Liu Yanxi came out of their rooms fully dressed. However, just as they came out, there were several silhouettes in the sky that flew quickly from afar, still carrying a thick murderous aura. Wang Teng, come out and die. Chapter 78, No Holding Back Today. The third floor of the Smoke and Rain building. Cold Smoke was burning incense and playing the zither when suddenly her senior sister, Koro, hurriedly pushed the door in. Senior sister, there are 3 Yuaning realm experts flying over the Liu mansion, and they even named the crown prince to go out and suffer death. Senior sister Koro said rather eagerly. Yuaning realm expert. That was already the top expert in this area of the southern borderlands. Even Cold Smoke was not its opponent. Not to mention that the other party had come with 3 at once. Can you see clearly what sect the other party is from? Cold Smoke's willow brows slightly knitted. Her biggest worry now was that the crown prince's identity had been discovered by the third prince and then sent experts over to kill him. One is the founding ancestor of the Xianling sect, Yu Ying, and the other 2 are elders from the demon refining sect. They shouldn't be the third prince's people. It's more like they're looking for the crown prince to take revenge. Senior sister Koro said after a pause and then said rather anxiously. Senior sister, should we call second senior brother to come over and help? He seems to be around this southern border area. Not for now. I'll go and check the situation first, Cold Smoke said and stood up, then quickly walked towards the door. The Xianling sect and the demon refining sect were only second or third-rate cultivation sects, so Cold Smoke was still confident that she could handle them. Over the Willow House. That loud shout just now drew the gazes of everyone in the vicinity, including those inside and outside the Liu mansion. They were then shocked to see 3 experts who were flying in the air, hovering in the sky above the Liu mansion. Flying in the air, in the eyes of the common people, that is really a god. Flying in the air, this is a god. It's over. It's over. This time the Liu family is really over. Offended the gods. Then where is there a way to live? I'm afraid that aunt of the Liu family won't survive this time. No matter how powerful Kung Fu is, it's impossible to fight with the immortals. The people of the Liu mansion were also shocked by the sudden arrival of the 3 Yuaning realm experts, especially Liu Gowen. Oh no, it's a Yuaning realm expert. This is an existence that is even more powerful than the martial Dao golden body. Liu Gowen's complexion changed drastically, and the other Liu family members also felt that they were in trouble this time. However, Wang Teng did not have half a bit of fear. Instead, he was still vaguely excited after he saw these 3 Yuaning realm experts. Great! 3 Yuaning realms. My sword can be upgraded again. With that, he took out his wind spirit immortal sword and prepared to rush out, but was pulled back by Liu Yanxi. Husband, run away. The other party came with 3 Yuaning realm experts this time. You can't beat them. Liu Yanxi's pretty face was filled with worry. In her opinion, Wang Teng's strength was definitely unable to defeat the 3 Yuaning realm experts on the other side, so she wanted Wang Teng to run away first. However, Wang Teng smiled and said, no need to run. Your husband I can crush them with one hand right now. This was true. Wang Teng was now in the fractal god realm, a full realm above their 3 experts, and one hand could indeed kill them. But, Liu Yanxi wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Wang Teng. Ma'am, stay here obediently and watch me clean them up. After saying this, Wang Teng held the wind spirit immortal sword and directly flew up in the air. This was flying in the air, which could only be done by experts above the Yuaning realm. As Wang Teng took a step into the air and flew, it shocked the people inside and outside the Liu mansion once again. How is it possible? That aunt of the Liu family actually became a god as well. This is too unbelievable, right? This is too powerful. The Liu family's aunt can actually fly too. Looks like I still underestimated this aunt of the Liu family. What realm is he in? Not only were these melon eaters shocked by Wang Teng's air-stepping flight, Liu Gowen, Yao Shu, and the other members of the Liu family were also shocked by Wang Teng's act. This son-in-law of mine is really getting more and more powerful. He can actually step into the air and fly. I don't know what realm his true strength is. Liu Gowen had a stunned look on his face. At the tea house across from the Liu mansion, Cold Smoke and Koro had just arrived and saw this amazing scene. Elder sister, look at how the crown prince has reached the Yuaning realm. Koro's pretty face was filled with a shocked expression. I saw that. No wonder the crown prince chose the third path. With this rate of progress, I'm afraid that after a month, he will really be able to push across everything. Cold Smoke was slightly calmer, but her heart was equally shocked. It had only been a few short days since he had seen him, but the prince's strength had actually grown to such a terrifying level. It was truly unprecedented. In the sky, Yu Ying, the founding ancestor of the Xianling sect, as well as the 2 demon refining sect elders, saw Wang Teng stepping into the air and flying, and all of them secretly gripped their weapons in their hands. You are Wang Teng? Ying took a step forward and drank in a cold voice. Not bad, I am Wang Teng. Are you looking for me because you want to come and kill me? Wang Teng responded indifferently. I am Ying, the founding ancestor of the Xianling sect. You killed 3 of my disciples and nearly 50 disciples up and down my Xianling sect. It's time to settle this grudge with you today. Ying held a red long sword and said with a murderous face. As soon as the words fell, one of the old men standing next to him also stepped forward. There's also our demon refining sect. You killed my demon refining sect's 6th elder. This account should also be settled. The demon refining sect's grand elder Lu Ji loudly rebuked. Facing the pursuit of the 3 Yuaning realm experts, Wang Teng was pleasantly unafraid and instead smiled coldly. All come to settle scores with me. Then I will have to settle scores with you as well. Wang Teng's expression gradually became icy cold before pointing the flying spirit immortal sword in his hand at Ying and intimidating him. Xianling sect. I haven't messed with you guys since the beginning, and yet you guys have come to provoke me again and again, killing one after another, and now even the founding ancestor is here. Let me tell you, I, Wang Teng, am not that easy to bully. After today, I will exterminate your Xianling sect's entire clan. These words completely enraged Ying. How dare you? Ying shouted angrily. However, Wang Teng ignored him and instead pointed the flying spirit immortal sword in his hand at the demon refining sect's grand elder Lu Ji. And the demon refining sect. It was your 6th elder who colluded with the Xian spirit sect and made the first move against me. I was forced to fight back only after I was forced to fight back. And now it's good that you guys actually dared to bring people to kill me. Wang Teng's heart was also seething with anger at this time, and he said with a murderous aura, since you have bullied me too much, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Wang Teng's repeated forbearance was rewarded with the other party's constant pursuit. Since this was the case, then Wang Teng would no longer hold back. And when the time came to exterminate the Xianling sect and step on the demon refining sect, he would incidentally take the jade seal fragment underneath their mountain as well. Ying, Lu Ji, and the other 3, all shook with anger when they heard Wang Teng's arrogant words. Good boy, it's come to this point and you still dare to be arrogant. In that case, I'll send you to the west, Ying said as his aura poured into his saber. His red longsword emitted a humming sound after being infused with aura, and it was clear that this sword was not ordinary. Die for me. As Ying spoke, he fought to shoot the long rainbow sword in his hand towards Wang Tengfei. This was a flying sword technique, and its power was unknown how many times stronger than that previous patriarch Xie Chang. The crowd only saw a red sword shadow crossing the sky before it reached Wang Teng's body. The speed of this flying sword was just too fast. Just when everyone thought that Wang Teng was going to be pierced through the chest with a sword, the latter only slowly extended 2 fingers and easily clamped this long rainbow sword firmly. The founding ancestor of the Xianling sect is nothing more than that, said Wang Teng with a slight force. The long rainbow sword broke with a sound. What? My long rainbow sword was broken by his fingers? Ying's face changed drastically, and his heart and mind were shaken tremendously. The other people saw this, and their jaws were even more stunned by this scene. Chapter 79, Sect Founding Ancestor? 1 second with a sword. On the tea house opposite the Lu mansion, the senior sister, Koruo, saw this scene and was considered completely shocked by the prince's strength. So powerful. The crown prince actually used just 2 fingers to clip off Ying's long rainbow sword. That's an earth-grade upper-grade flying sword. Koruo's eyes flashed with an excited color. The crown prince's strength completely exceeded her imagination. Even Cold Smoke, who always reminded herself to be calm, could not help but be surprised by Wang Teng's hand at this moment, reaching out to clip a flying sword and still breaking it with ease. The prince's strength has actually grown to the point where even I can't see through it. Cold Smoke was also completely amazed by Wang Teng's strength. Originally she thought that she had already overestimated the prince's strength. However, the reality was that she had underestimated the prince's strength by far, and had really slapped her own face. Those onlookers who were eating the watermelon crowd were even more in awe when they saw Wang Teng clip off the flying sword with 2 fingers. Too powerful. Aunt Lu is really more powerful than a god. It's not to be missed. This son-in-law of the Lu family is not to be missed. Not only the melon eaters, but even those from the Lu mansion were shocked by the strength that Wang Teng had displayed. Liu Yanxi also didn't expect that her husband, with whom she had spent so much time, had actually reached such a terrifying level of strength, but in addition to being shocked, this beauty was more of a worshipper. Husband, it's awesome. There was no one more shocked at the scene than Ying, the founding ancestor of the Xianling sect, as well as those 2 elders of the demon refining sect. How is it possible? This kid actually clipped my long rainbow sword with just 2 fingers. Ying had a face of disbelief. His flying sword was a top-grade earth grade. It was actually clipped off by Wang Teng so easily. Not only him, the 2 demon refining sect elders standing next to him were also in disbelief. Wang Teng was satisfied to see their shocked expressions and immediately pointed at Yuing with his flying spirit immortal sword and said, "Now it's my turn." As soon as the words fell, Wang Teng transported his golden spiritual energy and infused it into the flying spirit immortal sword. And the flying spirit immortal sword infused with the golden spiritual energy also emitted a violent buzzing sound, followed by Wang Teng casually flinging the flying spirit immortal sword in his hand and shooting it towards Yuing. With the sword out, the flying spirit immortal sword traced a golden dazzling sword shadow in the air. Its speed was even faster than the flying sword that Yuing had shot out before, and almost instantly it arrived in front of Yu Ying's body. How is this flying sword so fast? By the time Ying sensed it, it was already too late, and he could only hastily open his protective defense shield to ward off the sword. Yet was the sword's power beyond his imagination? The defense shield was directly shot through by Wang Teng's flying sword in an instant, followed by the wind spirit immortal sword that went unabated and directly shot on Yu Ying's chest and pierced through it. How is it possible? Yu should instantly spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief, and then the vitality in his body rapidly disappeared, followed by his entire body dying of gas. At the same time, his corpse was refined into a stream of energy by the flying spirit immortal sword, which was absorbed by the wind spirit immortal sword. As Yu Ying's Dao robe fell from the sky, everyone present was dumbfounded by the scene. No one was more shocked than the two elders of the demon refining sect who were right next to each other and witnessed all of this. How could this happen? A single sword killed Yu Ying, who was in the late stage of Yuaning realm. To what extent is this kid's strength? Why did he directly even lose his body in a single sword shot? The two elders of the demon refining sect were stunned by the strength displayed by Wang Teng. This strength was also too terrifying. The flying swords were so fast and refined the body after they were shot. The two elders of the demon refining sect's faces instantly changed drastically, and once again, the onlookers, the eaters, watched in shock. My god, this Liu family ant is too powerful, isn't she? Even the Xianling sect's founding ancestor was killed with a single sword. I thought he was going to use a talisman to meet the battle, but I never thought that he would kill the opponent with a single sword. This Liu family ant's strength is getting stronger. With this kind of strength, one is able to start a sect. For a while, the melon-eating masses were all worshipping Wang Teng, and many of them were even ready to send their children to the Liu family martial arts school for training. Cold Smoke and Koro on the tea house were once again shocked when they saw Wang Teng kill Yu Ying, who was at the late stage of Yuaning realm, with a single sword. Senior sister, I'm afraid that this prince's strength is already at the divine separation realm. And why is his flying sword technique so fast? Koro Rua's body was trembling slightly from the shock, and even a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes, because the crown prince at this moment was just too handsome. Cold Smoke was even more needless to say. Even though she was calm, she was still convinced by the strength that Wang Teng had shown, but with her eyesight she could still see some of the doorways. The crown prince's talent has become stronger. Didn't you see that the spiritual energy he just used was golden in color? That's definitely not an ordinary talent. The crown prince's talent has gotten stronger? Cultivation talent can still change later in life? Senior sister Koro said with a surprised face. Generally, cultivation talent is predestined at birth. It is true that it cannot be changed. However, some special circumstances cannot be ruled out. Cold Smoke's pair of phoenix eyes stared at Wang Teng, who was not far away, wanting to see through him. But no matter how much he looked, he could not see through the prince's depths. Special circumstances? What special circumstances are meant? Senior sister Koro was curious as she pursued the question. The average person can still enhance their cultivation talent if they get a heavenly treasure or an immortal herb elixir. But if they want to enhance to a golden aura physique like the crown princes, I'm afraid that ordinary heavenly treasures and immortal herb elixirs won't be enough. Cold Smoke frowned and analyzed. Then what kind of chance did this crown prince have to get to raise his cultivation talent to such a state? And what kind of gifted physique does the crown prince's current golden aura represent? Senior sister Koro curiously asked after him. Golden aura. Then I'm afraid it's the body of the Holy Spirit. Legend has it that the founding emperor of the great Xia martial dynasty was this body of the Holy Spirit. It seems that the crown prince has stimulated the royal bloodline in his body after obtaining the jade seal fragment. Cold Smoke self-analyzed. According to her limited knowledge, that was the only way to explain it. Holy Spirit body. My god. That's a talent that's not found in 100 million. For the crown prince to be able to awaken this Holy Spirit body, it seems that it's the will of the heavens for him to be this new emperor. Senior sister Koro said with an excited face. Perhaps Master had anticipated this long ago, which is why we were allowed to follow the crown prince unswervingly. Cold Smoke suddenly realized that this master teacher of his was really as good as expected. On the battlefield, after killing the Xianling sect's founding ancestor, Wang Teng put back the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, and instantly realized that the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword had actually risen to the middle grade of the Heaven grade. It seemed that the stronger you killed, the stronger you were, the more energy feedback you got. And with the additional function of refining, the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword absorbed even more energy than before. Thinking of this, Wang Teng pointed the Wind Spirit in his hand now towards the two elders of the Demon Refining Sect. As long as he killed their two Yuaning realm experts, maybe the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword could be upgraded again. Now it's your turn. Chapter 80, Destroy You All. Wang Teng pointed the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand at the two elders of the Demon Refining Sect and said in a cold tone, "Now it's your turn." When the two elders of the Demon Refining Sect saw how arrogant Wang Teng was, a wave of anger grew in their hearts. "Wang Teng, don't be too arrogant. Just now we were just lightly defeated, which allowed you to kill Yuing by fluke. Now let's see how we can get you killed." Lu Ji said and took out one of the demonic beast pouches on his waist. Then the pouch was flung out and a huge two-headed dragon eagle appeared in the air. "And mine." Another Demon Refining Sect elder, Pang Guang, also instantly opened his demonic beast pouch before releasing his demonic beast, the twin-winged flying tiger. Roar! As soon as the two-winged flying tiger came out, it roared furiously at Wang Teng. Whether it was the twin-winged flying tiger or the twin-headed dragon eagle, they were both Yuaning-level demonic beasts, and their strength was much more powerful than Little Green and Little White, two elders of the Yuaning realm, plus two demonic beasts of the Yuaning realm. This lineup, even against the Divine Separation realm, could barely put up a fight. How about it, kid? See how powerful our Demon Refining Sect is? A hint of smugness appeared on Pang Wang's face. It's quite powerful, but it's just right to feed my sword. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. He was worried that the two elders wouldn't be able to feed the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, but now it was fine. With the addition of two Yuaning realm demonic beasts, it should be able to upgrade the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword again. Feed your sword. Humph. Looking for death. Pang Wang's anger surged as he said with a wave of his hand. His twin-winged flying tiger rushed out first. Then Pang Wang himself charged towards Wang Teng with a long sword in hand. "Senior brother, let me help you." Lu Ji saw his senior brother rushing out. He also followed and attacked with his long sword in hand, while his double-headed dragon eagle followed along. At once, one on the left and one on the right, Wang Teng was attacked by four Yuaning realm experts at the same time. Lu Gowen, Yao Shu, and other Lu family members watched with a burst of fear, and Liu Yanxi even watched with sweaty palms and a heart that was about to jump into her throat. Cold Smoke and Chururua on the opposite side of the tea house were likewise nervously watching Wang Teng, but they were more looking forward to how the Crown Prince would explode. In the face of their attack, Wang Teng did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he was vaguely excited. Good timing. Wang Teng flung the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand directly at the nearest twin-winged flying tiger. After the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword left a dazzling golden sword shadow in the air, it directly shot into the twin-winged flying tiger and shot right through its body. Scarlet blood splashed down from the air, followed by the twin-winged flying tiger wailing before falling from the air, and in the next second, the twin-winged flying tiger's corpse was once again absorbed by the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, while a white demonic beast's inner elixir fell down from the air. When Pang Guang saw that his demonic beast was killed by Wang Teng in seconds, he let out a loud roar of pain, followed by 4 or 5 consecutive sword slashes towards Wang Teng. Each sword chi was unusually harsh. At the same time, the other Demon Refining Sect elder, Lu Ji, also gripped the long sword in his hand and slashed towards Wang Teng. Again, several sword chi came towards him, and in addition, the two-headed dragon eagle even spewed out wind attribute tornadoes from its two huge dragon heads. Faced with so many attacks, Wang Teng did not fight hard, and after affixing a speed talisman to himself, he easily dodged away from these attacks, while quickly flying towards the demonic beast inner potion that had fallen from within the body of the twin-winged flying tiger. This demonic beast inner Dan is also a great tonic, so we can't waste it. After Wang Teng caught this demonic beast inner Dan, he quickly incorporated it into the red dust fondness ring. Pang Guang and Lu Ji were anxious when they saw that Wang Teng's speed became faster all of a sudden. Then they reversed their direction and attacked towards Wang Teng again. Flying sword art. The two elders shot the flying swords in their hands towards Wang Teng in unison, and at the same time, their hands clenched the spell, and 2 blue fireballs shot out from their hands. This was not an ordinary flame, but a flame for refining. They were trying to refine Wang Teng. With this amount of ability you guys have, you want to kill me? Wang Teng did not flash or avoid. Facing their continuous attack, he directly utilized the spiritual energy in his body and gripped the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword and chopped towards them with a sword. Dragon breaking chop. With a loud shout, a huge golden sword chi came out across the sky. The sword chi was thousands of meters long, destroying all of their attacks almost instantly. What? How is his sword chi so strong? Both elders were shocked for a moment in unison, while Elder Pang Wang, who was too late to react, was directly killed on the spot by this sword chi. The two-headed dragon eagle at the back was also cut off one of its dragon heads by this huge golden sword chi, and scarlet blood immediately gushed out from the wound. The remaining elder Lu Ji, seeing this, was completely shocked. How is it possible? His sword chi is actually this strong. For the first time, a trace of panic arose in Lu Ji's heart. Everyone else present was also shocked by this powerful sword chi, especially Cold Smoke and Chorao in the tea house. Amazing! This sword chi of the Crown Prince is already comparable to second senior brother's sword chi 9,000 miles, Koroo said with eyes full of shock. Indeed, this sword chi can already kill an expert of the divine separation realm? Give him some more time. I'm afraid that even the second elder brother, the eldest elder brother, are not his opponents. Cold Smoke's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time her heart became even more determined to be the Crown Prince's woman. Only a man as outstanding as the Crown Prince was worthy of her. Cold Smoke, Lu Goan and the other members of the Lu family were also deeply impressed by this sword chi from Wang Teng, killing a Yuaning realm expert with a single sword and chopping off a head of the two-headed dragon eagle. This power, it was too terrifying. The sword energy skimmed over, and Elder Pangwang's corpse was also instantly absorbed by the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword. But it didn't escalate. Obviously the energy of a Yuaning realm expert wasn't enough. Immediately, Wang Teng pointed the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand at Elder Lu Ji. Now it's your turn. Being pointed by Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, that Lu Ji trembled in fear. As the Grand Elder of the Demon Refining Sect, having lived for hundreds of years, it had been a long time since he had felt this threat of death. Wang Teng, I am the Grand Elder of the Demon Refining Sect. If you kill me, our Demon Refining Sect will not let you go. If you let me go today, all the grudges between us will be settled. Lu Ji knew that he could not defeat Wang Teng, so he wanted to use his power to pressurize him into letting him go. But Wang Teng were so good at talking. You come when you say you're coming and leave when you say you're leaving. Do you think I'm so easy to bully? Wang Teng coldly snorted. Wang Teng, don't bully others too much. I am after all the Grand Elder of the Demon Refining Sect. Our Demon Refining Sect is a second-rate sect, and is so powerful that you wouldn't dare to. Before Lu Ji could speak, Wang Teng once again struck a dragon-breaking chop. 1,000-meter golden sword chi flashed by, and Lu Ji's entire body was directly split in half. And the two-headed dragon eagle behind him that only had one head left was instantly killed as well. 2 lives with 1 sword. What a nag! A second-rate sect dares to threaten me. Really don't know how to die. In a few days, I'll step on your Demon Refining Sect as well. A glint of essence flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and Wang Teng's killing decisiveness shocked everyone at the scene once again. The 3 major Yuaning realm experts came together to kill Wang Teng, and in the end, they were actually killed back by Wang Teng, which was really out of everyone's expectation. As usual, I'd like to ask for a 5 out of 5 review and a reminder. And thank you to all the brothers who have rewarded me. Chapter 81 Changes in Yaoqi Palace. On the tea house, Cold Smoke watched the Crown Prince return from the air to the Lu Mansion, and then withdrew his sight as well. Senior sister, the Crown Prince's talent is so strong now, shouldn't we do something about it? Senior sister Koroo subconsciously asked. Well, go fetch me all the spirit-gathering pills from our Kieran Pavilion. I'm going to send them to the Crown Prince. In addition to sending people to various places to collect pills for cultivation, Cold Smoke said here and then remembered an important thing, and immediately instructed Koroo again. Senior sister, immediately send the Eagle Guards to exterminate the Xianling sect. This Xianling sect has hunted down the Crown Prince 3 times. It's time to put an end to them. Cold Smoke did this only to let the prince know that she, Cold Smoke, was very helpful to him. Yes, senior sister. After senior sister Koroo answered, she quickly retreated. Cold Smoke couldn't help but take one last look at the Lu Mansion before she left. Standing high above, she saw Liu Yanxi intimately assisting Wang Teng back to his room. A hint of jealousy flashed darkly in her phoenix eyes. I will let you know that only I can help the Crown Prince win this battle of qi. After returning to the room, Liu Yanxi helped Wang Teng sit on the bed, then said with a face full of concern, Husband, you weren't hurt just now. Your husband, I'm very powerful now. With the 3 of them, they can't hurt me yet. It's just that there's some loss of aura. Wang Teng said. It's good that he wasn't hurt. Liu Yanxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That scene just now had scared her to death, deeply afraid that Wang Teng would be injured as a result. It's the aura that needs to be replenished, Wang Teng said with a twist of words. Replenishing aura? Liu Yanxi suddenly thought of something, then her pretty face flushed and she whispered, but we just made it up this morning. Would it be too often to make it up now? Liu Yanxi's pretty face blushed like a red apple, and her heartbeat couldn't help but beat faster. Wang Teng knew what she was thinking and spoke out to tease her. Ma'am, what are you thinking? I'm not thinking what you're thinking when I say replenish the aura. As he spoke, Wang Teng took out 2 demonic beast inner pills from the ring of red dust fondness, which were the inner pills of the 2 Yuaning realm demonic beasts from before. At this moment, these 2 demonic beast inner dawn were emitting a strong demonic yuan qi. After swallowing them in, they could transform this demonic yuan qi into pure spiritual energy. For cultivators, this demonic beast inner dan was a very great tonic. When Liu Yanxi heard these words, she realized that she had thought wrongly, and immediately blushed with shame. Stinky husband, I didn't want that. Liu Yanxi blushed and ranted in defense. Well, ma'am didn't think wrong. It's me who thought wrong. What do you see here? Wang Teng said and brought the 2 demonic beast dan in his hand to Liu Yanxi. What is this? Liu Yanxi had a puzzled look on her face. It was the first time she had seen a demonic beast's inner pills, so she naturally didn't recognize it. This is a demonic beast inner dan, and it's also a Yuaning realm demonic beast inner dan. After swallowing it, you will be able to obtain a lot of spiritual qi. Using it to replenish your spiritual energy is more than suitable. Wang Teng said with full seriousness. Demonic beast inner pills. It can really replenish spiritual energy? Liu Yanxi was still a bit unconvinced that this kind of thing could replenish spiritual energy. Moreover, she felt that this demonic beast's inner elixir looked a bit disgusting, looking like bitter bile with blood on it. You'll know if you try it. 1 for each person, Wang Teng said as he handed over one of the demonic beast inner pills into Liu Yanxi's hand. The remaining demonic beast inner elixir. Wang Teng swallowed it. Liu Yanxi saw that Wang Teng had swallowed the demonic beast inner pill, so with her eyes closed, she also swallowed the demonic beast inner pill. The demonic beast's inner dan was not like the spirit gathering pill, which could immediately turn into countless spiritual energy for Wang Teng to absorb after entering his stomach, but it required a certain amount of transformation. After the demonic beast inner dan entered his stomach, Wang Teng immediately felt that the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be activated and then rushed towards this demonic beast inner dan in a swarm, just like a bee picking nectar from a flower. Almost instantly, this demonic beast inner dan was wrapped in aura. Immediately afterward, this demonic beast's inner dan was rapidly digested by the aura, which in turn broke down into countless amounts of spiritual energy. Wang Teng saw the rich spiritual energy that had decomposed out and secretly felt a burst of joy. Then he began to absorb this decomposed spiritual energy after sitting down on his knees. Liu Yanxi also seemed to feel the spiritual energy decomposed from the demonic beast's inner pills. Then following Wang Teng's example, she also sat down on her knees and began to absorb and transform this spiritual energy. This demonic beast's inner elixir was a bit slower than the spirit gathering elixir in terms of spiritual power decomposition, but it lasted longer. As Wang Teng absorbed the transformation, a golden aura emerged from his body, while a purple aura emerged from Liu Yanxi's body. 1 gold and 1 purple, 2 supreme geniuses, actually cultivating in the same bed. Moreover, with the help of the red dust fondness ring, the 2 of them were able to cultivate several times faster. However, while absorbing and cultivating, Liu Yanxi's hair, more and more, turned purple, and this night, during the process of cultivation, she actually dreamed, or a nightmare. She dreamt of Yaoqi Palace, and at this time, there were countless people in Yaoqi Palace's territory who had been massacred by other cultivation sects. Bodies were everywhere, scarlet blood stained the city, and flames burned homes. Countless people have been displaced and forced from their homes to live in precarious conditions with no clothing. What's more, they were enslaved by other cultivation sects and have been living a miserable life ever since. It was a dream, yet so real in Liu Yanxi's mind. She was covered in sweat from the shock and her face became incredibly pale. When the soft sunrise shone into the room, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth. Then with a turn of his head, he realized that Liu Yanxi was still cultivating with his knees crossed, and he also did not look right, so his face suddenly changed. How could this happen? Sweating profusely and pale. Could the lady have gone off the deep end? Wang Teng was extremely nervous in his heart and hurriedly called out, "Ma'am, ma'am." Being called by Wang Teng, Liu Yanxi slowly woke up from the nightmare, and the moment he opened his eyes, Wang Teng was surprised to find that the pupils of the lady's eyes had actually turned purple, which greatly surprised him. "Ma'am, are you alright? Did the cultivation go wrong?" Wang Teng asked with a face full of nervousness. At the same time reaching out and grabbing Liu Yanxi's wrist, he began to take her pulse, deeply fearing that something had gone wrong with her cultivation. Fortunately, after taking her pulse, it was determined that there was nothing seriously wrong with Liu Yanxi, and that she had merely suffered some kind of shock, which had led to some emotional instability. "Husband, I seem to be having nightmares about so many dead people," Liu Yanxi gasped and said. It's fine, it's just a nightmare, just rest." Wang Teng gently hugged Liu Yanxi, then softly comforted. Leaning in Wang Teng's arms, Liu Yanxi's mood calmed down. but now when she closed her eyes, she would remember the nightmare from last night, which made her mind a little restless. Meanwhile, the north of the city of Qi. Early in the morning, Old Man Goat stretched his back and opened the pharmacy store in preparation for business. However, just at that moment, a young man, covered in blood, jumped down from the opposite roof, came directly in front of him, and knelt down on one knee at the first opportunity. Pill King, an urgent report from Yaoqi Palace. The nine-tailed heavenly empress asked me to give this to you. Chapter 82. To be a Yaoqi empress or a little Stepford wife? Old Man Goat frowned deeply as he looked at the bloodstained young man kneeling in front of him, because this man he recognized. It was the third protector of the Yaoqi Palace, called Liu Yuan. Although this person's strength was average, but his speed was the fastest within the Yaoqi Palace. Having this Liu Yuan come to send him a message, it was obvious that Yaoqi Palace had really encountered 100,000 urgent matters. Immediately, the old man sheep took what Liu Yuan was holding, a letter and a purple stone. Seeing this purple stone, the old man goat's expression changed once again, because this was not an ordinary purple stone, but a divine stone, heaven-mending stone, which was Empress Yaoqi's original divine stone. Protector Liu, come in and talk. After taking the letter and the heaven-mending stone, Old Man Yan led Liu Yuan into the apothecary with a grave expression, and then reclosed the recently opened apothecary. Tell me, what happened to Yaoqi Palace? Old Man Yang didn't open the envelope immediately, but instead asked Liu Yuan first. Reporting back to the Pill King, Xia Yu, the third prince of the Great Xia, did not know where he learned that our Yaoi Palace has a jade seal fragment, and after failing to persuade us to surrender, he began to use means to let the 18 great sects of the Western continent to lay siege to our Yaoi Palace. Liu Yuan reported truthfully. Our Yaoqi Palace has a jade seal fragment? Why didn't the nine-tailed heavenly empress tell me? Old Man Goat was really anxious now. Normally, with the nine-tailed heavenly empress around, there would be no accidents in this Yaoqi Palace, but with the jade seal fragment, that would be a different story. Right now was the once-in-a-millennium battle of Qi. This jade seal fragment was simply a treasure that must be grabbed, and after it was known, it would definitely be targeted by the great powers, even to the extent of using force. This jade seal fragment was obtained by the nine-tailed heavenly empress several years ago, and at that time, it was still our 18 protectors and 9 elders who went out together to snatch it in the dragon tomb. Liu Yuan continued after a pause. We've never divulged this secret to the public. We just don't know why this time it was learned by the third prince of Great Xia, so it was snatched from the dragon's tomb. It's no wonder that Xia's third prince would know about this news. What's the situation in Yaoqi Palace now? Old Man Yang frowned and said in a deep voice. Under the joint attack of 18 cultivation sects, half of Yaoqi Palace's territory has already fallen, and the nine-tailed heavenly empress is battling the 4 top experts of the Western continent alone, so I'm afraid that she won't be able to support them for long. So I'd like to ask the Pill King to go back to Yaoqi Palace as soon as possible. Liu Yuan once again begged bitterly. I didn't expect the forces of the Western continent to be so united this time. This is out of my expectation. You go down and rest first. Old Man Goat said with a grave expression. I still have to go back to save Yaoqi Palace, so I won't rest. I hope that the Pill King will return soon. After Liu Yuan said these words, he hugged and bowed and retreated, followed by a flash that quickly flew towards the west. Only after watching Liu Yuan disappear did the Old Man Goat turn his gaze back to the envelope and then quickly opened it. After seeing the words on it, Old Man Goat's expression gradually became grave, and he finally sighed. It seems like the Yaoqi Empress had to return. The streets of Qi City. Wang Teng was trying to relax the lady who was having nightmares, so he took her out shopping on this day. And Liu Yanxi was naturally happy to see that Wang Teng was able to come out shopping with her. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, and the two walk hand in hand on the street, causing a lot of envy. Isn't this the Liu family's aunt and young lady? Male talent and female beauty. Really good match. Who says it's not? Miss Liu family has become so beautiful now, just like a fairy descending to the earth. And that auntie of the Liu family is also very powerful. It's simply a divine couple. Yeah, it really goes so well together. Listening to the envious comments from passers-by, Liu Yanxi felt joy in her heart for the first time. In the past, every time she came out, the crowd was saying that she was not worthy of Wang Teng, but now it had become completely different. Husband, I am finally worthy of you now. Liu Yanxi held Wang Teng's hand and was filled with happiness. No matter what kind of you, in my heart, you will always be the most important. Wang Teng said with a smile, his eyes filled with determination. Hearing this, Liu Yanxi was slightly touched. She felt that she was really lucky to have met Wang Teng in her life. Let's eat sugar gourds. Wang Teng knew that Liu Yanxi loved sugar gourds, so he bought a bunch of sugar gourds from a vendor. Thank you, husband. You eat one first. Liu Yanxi did not eat the sugar gourd first herself after receiving it. but passed it to Wang Teng's mouth first. Wang Teng smiled before opening his mouth and eating one. It's pretty sweet. You eat it too. Only then did Liu Yanxi reveal a sweet smile. Only after she also ate one, she once again handed the sugar gourd to Wang Teng's mouth. Husband, eat another one. No, you eat it. Wang Teng actually didn't really like eating sweets, but Liu Yanxi was a bit insistent. Husband, eat another one. Liu Yanxi said in a somewhat petulant manner. Wang Teng, which still resisted, immediately obediently opened his mouth and ate another one. Alright, now you eat. Wang Teng laughed helplessly. Sweet? Liu Yanxi asked with a hint of playfulness. Sweet, very sweet. Wang Teng responded with a smile. Sweet is good. You have to remember that the taste of us together is the taste of eating candy canes, Liu Yanxi said meaningfully. In fact, that nightmare last night made Liu Yanxi vaguely feel a hint of foreboding. She remembered what the nine-tailed white fox had said to her that day, that as her hair color gradually turned purple, one day, she would become the empress of Yaoqi. Liu Yanxi was worried that on that day, she would forget Wang Teng or leave her husband, so he wanted Wang Teng to remember that the days he spent with her were the taste of eating candy canes, the taste of sweetness. It wasn't until late afternoon that the two returned to the Liu mansion. This night, Liu Yanxi unusually wanted to have a child with Wang Teng because the ominous premonition in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. Husband, we should rest. Liu Yanxi finished her bath early. This early? But the sun hasn't even set yet. Wang Teng looked at the sky outside. Where did he expect that Liu Yanxi directly jumped into his arms and then kissed his mouth? Wang Teng saw that Liu Yanxi was so proactive. How could he have the heart to refuse? Quickly carrying Liu Yanxi to the bed. After a whole night of clouds and rain, the two of them didn't fall asleep until they were exhausted. When he woke up on the second day, Wang Teng's strength had risen to the middle stage of the divine separation realm, and it was time to make a trip to the demon refining sect to retrieve the piece of jade seal fragment at the bottom of their mountain. Ma'am, I might not be coming back for the next few days. I'm going to go outside, Wang Teng said as such. Are you going out again? Where are you going this time? Liu Yanxi couldn't bear to see Wang Teng leave, but didn't want to leave him behind because of himself. Going outside to kill a few demonic beasts over and collect some demonic beast inner pills on the way. Nothing dangerous. Wang Teng didn't dare to tell Liu Yanxi the truth for fear that she would worry. So he said that he was going outside to kill demonic beasts. Alright then, although the demonic beast inner pills are helpful for cultivation, you have to be careful. I'll wait for you back at home. Liu Yanxi helped Wang Teng straighten his clothes as he spoke. Well, as fast as 1 or 2 days, as slow as 4 or 5 days. Wang Teng walked out after saying this, but was stopped by Liu Yanxi. Husband, what's up? Is there anything else you want to order? Wang Teng stopped walking and turned his head to look. It's nothing. Be careful. Don't try to be strong if you encounter a powerful demonic beast. Liu Yanxi took another deep look at Wang Teng, wanting to memorize the face in his heart. Don't worry. I will be fine. After saying this, Wang Teng walked out of the room and quickly disappeared within Liu Yanxi's line of sight. As she watched Wang Teng go far away, Liu Yanxi was slightly dazed for a while. After a short while, a familiar old man steeply appeared in Liu Yanxi's room, followed by a familiar voice. Fairy girl, old man, I've come to see you. Hearing this familiar voice, Liu Yanxi was surprised and delighted. Uncle Goat, why have you suddenly come to my place? How did you get in? Why didn't I see you? After Liu Yanxi turned her head, she saw the familiar old man Yang, but she didn't know how this old man Yang came in. However, when Liu Yanxi saw the old man Goat's face again, he seemed to remember something. Something about this old man. Fairy girl, you have really become beautiful. Can you remember who I am? The old man Goat closed the door of the room as he spoke, and casually arranged a soundproof boundary around it, because what he was going to say next was very important. You're the Yaoqi Palace's Pill King? After frowning and thinking, Liu Yanxi finally remembered who this old goat in front of her was. Of course this memory wasn't Liu Yanxi's own, but rather that of Empress Yaoqi. It seems that the fairy girl has finally regained her memory, Old Man Goat said after a pause as his words changed. In that case, then I have something important to tell you next, and it's up to you how you choose. What is it? Liu Yanxi's pretty face carried a hint of apprehension and uneasiness. Yaoqi Palace is under siege by 18 cultivation sects in the western continent, with heavy deaths and injuries. The people have been displaced, and the only one who can save them now is the Yaoqi Empress, Old Man Yang said with a serious expression. When Liu Yanxi heard this, her feet stumbled. Wasn't this the scene from her nightmare earlier? Could it be that it wasn't a dream, but real? How did this happen? How could this happen? Liu Yanxi was a bit unable to accept it for a while. This was obviously a dream. How could it become reality? Originally, the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress sent me a message asking me to forcefully take you back to Yaoqi Palace, but I didn't want to do that. As Old Man Yang spoke, he took out a purple stone from his body, which was none other than Empress Yaoi's innate divine stone, the heaven-mending stone. I know that you and Wang Teng are deeply in love as husband and wife, so if you want to stay and continue to be Liu Yanxi, I won't oppose it. After all, you're just the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Empress. There's no need to accept the responsibility of your previous life. But if you want to save the people of those Yaoqi palace, then hold up this heaven-mending stone with both hands, and then you will completely remember your past life and your power will be restored quickly. No matter what you choose, I will support you, Old Man Goat said with a solemn face. Liu Yanxi looked at the piece of heaven-mending stone in Old Man Yang's hand, and recalled the tragic scene in her dream. Slightly unable to bear it, but she decided to be her husband's little dainty wife after considering it for a long time. Uncle Yang, I just want to live out this life peacefully with my husband. As for the Yaoqi palace, it has nothing to do with the current me, and I don't want to be the Yaoqi Empress. Liu Yanxi considered for a long time and still decided to follow her heart. People were selfish, and Liu Yanxi didn't have such a big heart to give up her husband for the sake of others, because her husband was a white moonlight in her life. Even if she died, she only wanted to die in his arms. Old Man Yang nodded in relief when he heard Liu Yanxi's choice. Worthy of being my fairy girl, just this point of yours is completely unlike the desperate and unloving Yaoi Empress. After a pause, Old Man Goat continued with a serious expression. If I say that there is a great calamity in your husband's destiny, and that only Empress Yaoqi can save him at that time, will you still stick to your current choice? When these words came out, Liu Yanxi's body trembled slightly. Chapter 83, The Nine-Clawed Dragon King is onto me. What should I do? Wait online. Demon Refining Sect. This was a second-rate sect along the southern frontier. They focused on refining and harnessing demons, and had been established for more than 1,000 years, and were considered a very deep-rooted sect. Their ancestor, who was once an immortal Zune-level cultivation expert, established the Demon Refining Sect here in order to suppress the Nine-Clawed Dragon King. Unfortunately, this ancestor fell 300 years after the founding of the sect, and the Demon Refining Sect was not as good as a generation, and eventually could only be reduced to a second-rate sect. But their mission of suppressing the Nine-Clawed Dragon King has remained unchanged. White Mang Mountain. This was the base camp of the Demon Refining Sect. At this moment, in the Great Hall at the top of the mountain, the Demon Refining Sect's Patriarch Niechang and the four elders were discussing important matters, and the atmosphere was still quite heavy. In that case, this Wang Teng has killed 3 experts of the Yuanying realm all by himself? Patriarch Niechang frowned and said in a deep voice. More than that, not only did he kill 3 Yuanying realm experts, he also destroyed 2 Yuanying realm demonic beasts from our Demon Refining Sect at the same time, which is equivalent to, he killed 5 Yuanying realm experts by himself. Third Elder Yu Hun stood out and said. When these words came out, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air, including Patriarch Niechang, who was stunned. Killing 5 Yuanying realm experts at the same time, with such a strong strength, it was only feared that he had already reached the divine separation realm. I didn't expect that even a small Qi City Lu family could have such a powerful expert. This Wang Teng's strength is only at the divine separation realm. A tinge of worry also appeared on Patriarch Niechang's face. In the entire Demon Refining Sect, only Patriarch Niechang had reached the early stage of the divine separation realm, and the other elders were at most at the Yuanying realm. Wanting to seek revenge on Wang Teng was almost impossible, because even Patriarch Niechang himself was not sure that he could kill this Lu clan's aunt called Wang Teng. Sovereign, what do we do now? This person Wang Teng killed 3 elders of our Demon Refining Sect one after another. If we don't take revenge, it's really hard to solve the hatred in our hearts. Third Elder Yu Hun gritted his teeth and said, keep this revenge in your heart first. In the cultivation world, strength is honored. Before you have enough strength, if you go up to take revenge, you're just sending yourself to death. Patriarch Niechang frowned and said in a deep voice. The few elders present sighed when they heard this. They all knew this. In the cultivation world, strength is honored. If you don't have the strength, you really can't do anything about the other side. While they were discussing how to deal with Wang Teng, the latter had already arrived at the Baimong Mountain. Looking at the towering Baimong Mountain, Wang Teng secretly frowned. According to the information given by the Kieran Pavilion, the Jade Seal fragment is at the bottom of this White Mang Mountain, and there is also a 9-clawed Dragon King that is also suppressed at the bottom of the mountain, and the entrance seems to be halfway up the mountain. After Wang Teng recalled the information given by the Kieran Pavilion, he flew to the mountainside silently. There, Wang Teng did find a hint of something different. The entrance to the bottom of the mountain is really at the mountainside, but with so many people guarding it, it doesn't seem too good to force your way in. Wang Teng quickly came up with an idea after secretly thinking about it. There, just sneak in with a stealth charm. Wang Teng felt that he was too smart, and immediately took out an invisibility talisman from his spatial ring and put it on himself. Soon, Wang Teng's body turned invisible. Plus, He had practiced the turtle breath technique, so it was hard for anyone to detect his presence. The stealthy Wang Teng landed directly from the air to the mountainside of the Baimeng mountain, while there were 8 disciples of the demon refining sect guarding the area, and all of them were not bad. At least all of them were experts at the foundation establishment stage. It was evident that the demon refining sect valued this place, because of Wang Teng's invisibility. None of these 8 demon refining sect disciples had sensed his presence. Wang Teng walked towards that entrance. Only when he reached the entrance, he found that there was still a transparent formation boundary stopping him. There are also formation boundaries. It's really breathless. Wang Teng frowned, but this was not difficult for him. With regards to formations, Wang Teng was too proficient, not to mention that this was just a small knot of formations sealing the entrance. After observing the entrance for a little while, Wang Teng immediately found a breakthrough in the formation boundary. So it's a Bagua boundary. That's good. Thinking of this, Wang Teng reached out and fumbled in the rocks next to the boundary for a while, and indeed felt a mechanism, which was exactly where the 8 trigrams boundary was controlled. Before reversing the mechanism, Wang Teng put another invisibility talisman on himself, so lengthening the invisibility effect. In order to divert the attention of the 8 demon refining sect disciples at the entrance, Wang Teng casually threw out a rock golem summoning talisman not far away. A rock golem instantly drilled out from the ground, instantly attracting the attention of those 8 guarding disciples. There's a rock golem. Everyone be careful. Split up 2 to deal with it. Immediately, someone commanded loudly. Good chance. Wang Teng instantly twisted the mechanism of the 8 trigrams boundary while their attention was attracted by the rock puppet. The boundary at the entrance instantly disappeared. Then Wang Teng walked in silently, while the Bagua boundary waited for Wang Teng to enter and then instantly returned to its original state. From the beginning to the end, those 8 disciples of the demon refining sect did not realize that Wang Teng had slipped in. Upon entering into the cave, there was a row of stone steps downward, with fluorescent stones along the walls illuminating the way to the bottom. Wang Teng still kept using the invisibility talisman on himself just to be on the safe side. Borrowing the faint light from the fluorescent stone, Wang Teng picked his way down. This stone staircase was spiraling downward, and there were many steps, so Wang Teng could only settle for going all the way down. When he was halfway there, the jade seal fragment that Wang Teng had hidden in his red dust fondness ring suddenly trembled violently. After Wang Teng sensed this situation, he immediately took out the jade seal fragment from the red dust fondness ring and found that it was flickering with a golden-colored light, as if it had sensed something. The jade seal fragment should have sensed the presence of the other jade seal fragment, and that's why it emitted the light. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. It seems that Kieran Pavilion's intelligence wasn't wrong. This demon refining sect really does have a jade seal fragment underneath its mountain. I just don't know if that 9-clawed dragon king is fierce or not. Wang Teng was still a bit worried. After all, it was the 9-clawed dragon king. The terror was not something he could imagine. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, the sensation of the jade seal fragment became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, Wang Teng also felt a strong fluctuation of formation energy. This was the first time Wang Teng felt such a strong fluctuation of formation energy. What a strong array energy fluctuation. It seems that this is the heaven and earth prisoner dragon array that suppresses the 9-clawed dragon king, and the person who can set up this level of array must have at least immortal Zune level strength. Wang Teng secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The more powerful the formation was, the more powerful it meant the 9-clawed dragon king that was suppressed here. After walking underground for about half an hour, Wang Teng finally reached the bottom of the mountain. And there was a huge golden dragon coiled there, with 9 claws on its body, its scales all golden, and a pair of huge golden horns on its head. This is the 9-clawed dragon king, whose strength is comparable to that of an immortal. Although it was asleep, the oppressive feeling radiating from it could make Wang Teng choke for a while. Worthy of being the dragon king, this sense of oppression is too strong. It's fortunate that I've already reached the divine separation realm, or else the sense of oppression alone would be able to make me unable to walk. After Wang Teng forced himself to calm down, he renewed another invisibility talisman for himself, deeply afraid of being noticed by the 9-clawed dragon king. In his stealthy state, Wang Teng took the jade seal fragment in his hand and began to search for it at the bottom of this mountain. This cave at the bottom of the mountain had a large area, as big as 100 soccer fields, but that 9-clawed dragon king alone occupied half of it, so it was obvious how huge this 9-clawed dragon king's body was. Wang Teng was searching for the jade seal fragments at the bottom of the mountain while secretly praying in his heart. 9-clawed dragon king, don't wake up, or else a sneeze will kill me. Wang Teng's heart was nervous. He wasn't just saying this. The strength of the 9-clawed dragon king was comparable to an immortal Zune level expert. It could really sneeze Wang Teng to death. Wang Teng carefully wandered around the bottom of the mountain, and with the guidance of the jade seal fragment, He soon found another jade seal fragment hidden at the bottom of this mountain. It was just that the jade seal fragment was under one of the claws of the 9-clawed Dragon King, and Wang Teng secretly despaired a little when he saw this. It's over. The jade seal fragment is being pressed by the dragon's claw. If you want to get this jade seal fragment, you have to lift this dragon's claw. Wang Teng swept a glance at the 9-clawed Dragon King, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, and subconsciously took a deep breath. Since he had come here, it was naturally impossible to go back empty-handed, so he had to get this jade seal fragment no matter what. Whatever. I hope this 9-clawed Dragon King doesn't wake up, or else it's really going to be barbecue. Wang Teng secretly prayed and then instantly cast another invisibility talisman on himself, causing the invisibility to continue for another period of time. Only after doing this did Wang Teng gather the courage to slowly walk towards the huge Dragon King. It was just that huge sense of oppression that made Wang Teng's heart beat faster and his breathing quicken. But he still settled down and approached towards the 9-clawed Dragon King step by step. Good. It's still asleep. Wang Teng saw that the 9-clawed Dragon King did not notice his presence and secretly breathed a sigh of relief again. With Wang Teng's step-by-step efforts to approach, he finally came under that claw of the 9-clawed Dragon King. The closer he got to the Dragon King, the stronger the great sense of oppression became. Especially that huge body. Just one claw alone was bigger than Wang Teng's entire body. Gulp. Wang Teng gulped down a mouthful of saliva before focusing his eyes on the jade seal fragment under the dragon's claw. Now just lift that dragon claw and you can get that jade seal fragment. Wang Teng once again took a deep breath and stretched out his hands and started to forcefully wrestle the dragon claw. But he couldn't move a single bit even after he exerted all his strength. Holy cow! Just one dragon claw is that heavy? Wang Teng was secretly a little shocked, but unwillingly he took a few breaths before moving again. This time, he used his spiritual power, and once the golden spiritual power came out, Wang Teng's power really rose a few steps. Grabbing the huge dragon's claw, he lifted it up with force. With the spiritual power to support it, the dragon's claws began to be moved out little by Wang Teng, and the jade seal fragments that were underneath began to reveal themselves. The jade seal fragment is showing a little bit. If we work harder, it will work. Wang Teng held his heart and wrenched the claws of that dragon's claw as hard as he could. With his efforts, that dragon claw was finally moved away by Wang Teng by half a meter, and it was this half a meter that revealed the jade seal fragment completely. Seeing that the jade seal fragment was finally revealed, Wang Teng was overjoyed in his heart, and after wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up the jade seal fragment. Finally got this jade seal fragment. Wang Teng was excited in his heart, and right at this moment, that 9-clawed Dragon King seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened those huge dragon eyes and looked towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng noticed that the 9-clawed Dragon King had woken up and looked at himself. He immediately turned pale with fear, and to add insult to injury at this time, the time limit of his invisibility talisman had arrived. His entire body was completely exposed, and what was even more desperate was that he didn't have an invisibility charm on him anymore. It's over. This is really going to be barbecue. Chapter 84, Subduing the 9-clawed Dragon King. Gulp. Wang Teng secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the huge dragon head in front of him. Heart has long jumped to the throat. The face has also instantly become pale and bloodless. The body is not dare to move, afraid of the 9-clawed Dragon King to eat him. It's been over 1,000 years. And there's actually someone who still remembers this jade seal fragment. A low voice steeply came from the Dragon King. When Wang Teng heard this voice, he was slightly surprised that this 9-clawed Dragon King could actually spit out human words, and then he tried to respond after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Dragon King, I have no intention of offending you. This jade seal fragment was originally a possession of my royal family, and I have come over this time only to retrieve what originally belonged to our royal family. Oh, you are a royal descendant of the great Xia martial dynasty? There was a hint of surprise in the 9-clawed Dragon King's tone, as it could not feel a single fluctuation of spiritual energy from Wang Teng's body at all, and wondered how an ordinary person could have come here. Yes, I am the current crown prince of the Grand Xia martial dynasty. As Wang Teng spoke, he collected his turtle breath technique and then released the aura of the true Dragon King technique. A dazzling golden light emerged from his body, as well as a golden aura that was as thick as if it was substantial. Even the 9-clawed Dragon King, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was slightly startled when he saw the golden aura and that true Dragon King skill aura released by Wang Teng. Sure enough, it's the true dragon skill unique to the imperial family of the great Xia martial dynasty, or the body of the Holy Spirit. Seeing you reminds me of the founding emperor of the great Xia martial dynasty, Xia Dan, who was truly an astonishingly talented person. A hint of emotion came through the 9-clawed Dragon King's words. Wang Teng's mood relaxed a little when he saw that the 9-clawed Dragon King was so nice to talk to. Dragon King, this jade seal fragment was originally a possession of my Xia imperial clan. Do you mind if I take it back? Wang Teng tried to say. what do you say? The nine-clawed Dragon King's tone was instantly cold, and the pair of huge dragon eyes gazed at Wang Teng with the implication that he wanted to eat him. Wang Teng was stared at by the nine-clawed Dragon King's immense sense of oppression, and his body was somewhat unable to move, which caused him to be shocked in his heart. While considering whether to put the jade seal fragment back, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, put back the newly acquired jade seal pieces. Reward, 10 extreme spirit gathering pills. Option 2, swear to die rather than put back the jade seal pieces. Reward, enhanced demon mastery. Wang Teng saw that a new quest had been triggered and quickly weighed up in his head. The first option was to put the jade seal fragment back. It looked safe and he could get 10 extreme spirit gathering pills for nothing. But the nine-clawed Dragon King wouldn't necessarily let him go, and might even ask for his other jade seal fragment as well. And the second option was to strengthen the demon harnessing technique. If he was lucky, he could subdue this nine-clawed Dragon King, but if he was unlucky, then he would really die here. After thinking carefully for a while, Wang Teng decisively chose the second option, because no matter how he chose, it seemed that the nine-clawed Dragon King would not let him go. In that case, let it go. A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. I choose 2. When the system received Wang Teng's intention, his demon harnessing technique was rapidly strengthened. The previous demon harnessing technique could only harness demonic beasts with strength similar to his, but now with the enhanced demon harnessing technique, it could ignore the strength gap, and could also harness high-grade species like immortal beasts and divine beasts. For example, the nine-clawed Dragon King in front of him, this was a proper high-level immortal beast. Leave me both jade seal fragments you have on you, and I might consider letting you out. A hint of greed flashed through the nine-clawed Dragon King's eyes. This jade seal fragment was not only beneficial to the cultivation of the true dragon skill, it was likewise very helpful to the dragon race. Over the past 1,000 years, the nine-clawed Dragon King had relied on this one jade seal fragment to keep from being crushed by this heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation, so this jade seal fragment was very important to it. In addition, the jade seal fragment from Yaoqi Palace was also obtained from the dragon tomb, so it was evident that this jade seal fragment was equally important to the dragon clan. When Wang Teng heard that this nine-clawed Dragon King wanted 2 jade seal fragments on him, his heart was shocked. He did not expect that this Dragon King could actually sense that he had 2 jade seal fragments on him. However, would Wang Teng be able to give away the jade seal fragment that he had obtained with great difficulty? Not to mention that even if he gave it away, he might not be able to leave alive. However, he could use the jade seal fragment to distract the nine-clawed Dragon King and then unleash the enhanced demon harnessing technique on it. Dragon King, if I give you these 2 jade seal fragments, can you really let me go? Wang Teng deliberately showed weakness. Do you think you have a choice? The nine-clawed Dragon King's tone was filled with 100% confidence, and he didn't even place this human from the divine separation realm in his eyes at all. Although it was now trapped by the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation and couldn't get out, it was still more than enough to kill a human in the divine separation realm. This nine-clawed Dragon King really had no intention of letting him go. Since this was the case, then Wang Teng would not be polite. Dragon King, you can keep these 2 jade seal fragments. Wang Teng threw the 2 jade seal fragments towards the dragon's tail as he spoke. The nine-clawed Dragon King was overjoyed at the sight of this. 1 jade seal fragment would be able to keep it from dying under the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation, and 2 jade seal fragments might be able to give him a chance to get out from here. However, just as it turned its head to look at the 2 jade seal fragments, Wang Teng took advantage of the fact that the nine-clawed Dragon King's attention wasn't on him and directly used the enhanced version of the demon harnessing technique on it. A dazzling green light fired out from Wang Teng's hand before directly hitting the nine-clawed Dragon King's dragon head. Ah! The nine-clawed Dragon King was struck by this green light, and his huge body steeply and violently shook. All of a sudden, the entire underground cavern was shaken by its huge body, and mountain rocks fell from the top of the cavern. Wang Teng utilized his shadowless steps, which allowed him to dodge these rocks that fell from the roof of the cave. Damn human! Actually trying to enslave me. A mere demon harnessing technique is useless to me. The nine-clawed Dragon King lashed towards Wang Teng with its huge dragon tail. The tremendous explosive force caused the invisible wind to whip his entire body backwards before the dragon's tail even arrived. He hit the cave wall at the bottom of the mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was still the power of the nine-clawed Dragon King after it was suppressed by the heaven and earth prisoner formation. If it was not suppressed by this formation, Wang Teng would be dead in the water with this light. So powerful. It's fortunate that the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation is suppressing it, or else I'd be dead just from this. Fighting for life and death. Wang Teng immediately stood up and continued to unleash the enhanced demon harnessing technique on the nine-clawed Dragon King. Human's demon harnessing technique is useless to this Dragon King. Die for me. The nine-clawed Dragon King was furious. However, in the next second, The demon harnessing technique that it despised actually attached a green light to its dragon soul. It horrified it. How is that possible? A human's demon harnessing technique can't bind the dragon soul of this dragon king. So why was he able to bind my dragon soul? The nine-clawed dragon king, after coming back to his senses, was really anxious this time. Once his dragon soul was attached to the green light, then it would really be trapped by the human in front of him. I'll kill you. The nine-clawed dragon king went berserk and frantically attacked towards Wang Teng within the cave at the bottom of the mountain. Wang Teng affixed a divine walking talisman to himself before utilizing the shadowless steps and continued to unleash the demon harnessing technique on the nine-clawed dragon king while dodging. Just hold on a little longer and we'll make it. Wang Teng's chi and blood were disorganized within his body, and several times he was almost attacked by the nine-clawed dragon king, but he narrowly avoided it. The nine-clawed dragon king was not willing to be subjected to Wang Teng. It was a high-level immortal beast that was high up in the hierarchy, and even if it was trapped, it would not be willing to become a human's favored beast. I want you to die. The nine-clawed dragon king went mad and wanted to use its dragon king power to kill Wang Teng, but once it used its dragon king power, the heaven and earth dragon prisoner formation would impose a ban on it. It was also fortunate that there was the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. Otherwise Wang Teng would have been a dead man at this point. Unable to exert the power of the dragon king, the nine-clawed dragon king could only use the dumbest physical attacks, but Wang Teng was too fast. Even if it collapsed the cave at the bottom of the mountain, it couldn't hurt Wang Teng. Finally, under Wang Teng's constant swimming, the nine-clawed dragon king was exhausted, and its dragon soul was attached to Wang Teng's demon harnessing green light. It's done! Wang Teng was overjoyed and immediately pinched a spell in his hand, and instantly, the nine-clawed dragon king's dragon soul was subjected to extreme pain, causing its huge body to distort. Dragon King, I have attached my demon harnessing green light to your dragon soul. If you kill me then this demon harnessing green light will explode and you won't be able to survive then. But if you submit to me obediently, I can find a way to release you from here. Carrot and stick together. This was what Wang Teng had thought of long ago. The nine-clawed dragon king was originally still unwilling to be subjected to Wang Teng, but when he heard that he could get out from here, he felt better. Can you really release me from here? This is the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. It was set up by an immortal exalted. You're only at the divine separation realm. It's impossible for you to break this formation. The nine-clawed dragon king gasped. The fight just now had really consumed a lot of its physical strength, and the fact that its own dragon soul was restrained had also weakened it quite a bit. I am proficient in all the formations in the world. I can still break a mere heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. A hint of confidence flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Fine. If you can release me from here, I will submit to you. The nine-clawed dragon king was out of options. Got ed by this kid. And now there's nothing to do but trade for some freedom. It's a deal. Wang Teng was extremely excited in his heart. Being able to make the nine-clawed dragon king submit to himself, that would definitely be of great benefit to himself. With that, Wang Teng began to study in the cave and soon discovered the key to this heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. Dragon King, get out of my way. I'm going to break the formation. Wang Teng said as he took out the wind spirit immortal sword from the red dust fondness ring, while at the same time, he transported the golden spiritual energy on his body. The nine-clawed dragon king could only obediently listen to him at this point, giving way his massive body, after it got out of the way, only to see that the ground was densely engraved with runes, which were precisely the runes of the heaven and earth prisoner dragon array. Dragon breaking slash. Wang Teng slashed hard at one of the runes in the ground. A huge bolt of sword energy blasted out, accurately hitting one of the runes and splattering a cloud of dust. It's useless. I've done this before. These runes aren't that easy to destroy, the nine-clawed dragon king said subconsciously. As the dust cleared, it was true as the nine-clawed dragon king had said. This rune had not been destroyed by Wang Teng, but was still intact and engraved there. But Wang Teng didn't bother. Instead, he gripped the wind spirit immortal sword tightly and slashed at the next rune once again. Another cloud of dust flew, yet still not a single rune was destroyed. Nine-clawed dragon king inwardly rose a touch of disappointment. It seems that this kid will only say big words. How can the area of a divided spirit realm to break this heaven and earth imprisoned dragon array? However, Wang Teng ignored it and instead slashed at those runes with sword after sword. When he slashed his ninth sword, the rune on the ground was finally destroyed by him, followed by the 8 runes that he had slashed in front of him exploding one after another. Nine-clawed dragon king saw here a burst of shock. He never thought that this kid actually really saw through this heaven and earth prisoner dragon array. If you want to break this heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation, you must destroy the core runes in order. And any slight mistake will not be able to break this heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. Wang Teng explained before continuing. Feel now if the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation that is suppressing you has weakened a lot in power. The nine-clawed Dragon King felt the power of this heaven and earth prisoner dragon array exerted on himself, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of this array had indeed weakened by half. Great! The power of this heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation has really weakened. I can finally go out. The nine-clawed Dragon King was greatly excited. After being trapped here for over 1,000 years, he could finally go out now. Kid, hurry up and leave from here. I'm going to break the formation and charge the mountain. The nine-clawed Dragon King shouted excitedly. Good. After Wang Teng answered, he did not hesitate to activate his shadowless steps to quickly return back the same way. By the time he rushed out of that hole in the mountainside, Mount Baimong shook violently. A dragon roar that resounded through the sky came from the bottom of the mountain. The nine-clawed Dragon King, finally coming out. There's another chapter later. Chapter 85, Madam is missing. Inside the Great Hall at the top of Mount Baimong, the demon refining sect's patriarch Nie Chang and several elders were discussing things when they suddenly felt a violent shaking of the mountain. The most powerful patriarch, Nie Chang, suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Oh no! Something is wrong with the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. Patriarch Nie Chang had just thought of this when a disciple ran in with a panicked expression and reported loudly, Patriarch, something big has happened. Someone broke into the entrance of the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation and killed all the guarding disciples there. What? What are you guys doing? The heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation has been broken before you come to report to me. Patriarch Nie Chang's face changed drastically before he was the first to rush out. Everyone gather for me and stop the nine-clawed Dragon King from breaking through the mountain. Receiving the order, the other four elders also rushed out with quick steps. The mission of their demon refining sect's existence was to suppress the nine-clawed Dragon King, and now that the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation had been destroyed, they could not absolve themselves of the blame. At this time, Wang Teng had already killed the 8 disciples guarding the entrance, and then hovered far in the air watching the nine-clawed Dragon King break the formation and leave the mountain. Right at this moment, Patriarch Nie Chang led 4 elders to fly over this way, just in time to bump into Wang Teng. You're the one who killed my sect's disciples and destroyed the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation? Patriarch Nie Chang glanced down at the 8 dead disciples on the mountainside and instantly understood something. That's right, I'm the one who killed them. You demon refining sect sent people to kill me one after another. It's time for me to teach you guys a little lesson, or else you think I'm easy to bully. Wang Teng looked at them with a lingering gaze, while the wind spirit immortal sword appeared in his hand. Hearing these words, the patriarch and the 4 elders all instantly understood something. So you're Wang Teng, it's already good that we didn't go after you for revenge, but you actually dare to come to our door to seek death. Then we'll do as you wish. Patriarch Nie Chang said as a blue longsword appeared in his hand, while a huge gorilla appeared behind him. A long-armed ape monkey whose strength was comparable to that of a cultivation expert at the Great Circle of the Yuaning realm. The 4 elders who came with them also instantly sacrificed their weapons before releasing their demonic beasts altogether as well. All of a sudden in the air, 5 experts and 5 demonic beasts appeared. The 5 experts were 1 early stage of the divine separation realm, 2 mid-stage of the Yuaning realm, and 2 late stage of the Jindan realm, and the 5 demonic beasts were, respectively, 3 Yuaning realm and 2 Jindan realm. Almost instantly, Wang Teng was surrounded by these 10 experts. However, Wang Teng was pleasantly unafraid and was even vaguely excited to see so many experts. My sword, it can be upgraded again. Wang Teng, today is the day you die. Patriarch Nie Chang shot the sword in his hand towards Wang Teng, and with one hand, he wanted to kill Wang Teng with his flying sword art. As the patriarch struck out, the other 4 elders also used their flying sword techniques to shoot towards Wang Teng. At the same time, the 5 demonic beasts all attacked towards Wang Teng together. Facing their siege, Wang Teng was not panicked, and after affixing a divine walking talisman to himself, his movement speed accelerated by several times, and he easily dodged their attacks. Then a handful of flying sword techniques were used. The 2 Jindan realm experts closest to him were directly killed by a sword double, and their bodies were instantly refined and devoured by the wind spirit immortal sword. Wang Teng, I want you to die. Patriarch Nie Chang's eyes turned crimson as he saw this. While commanding the flying sword technique, Nie Chang quickly pinched a few more hand techniques, and then a shocking thunderbolt chased Wang Teng and fell from the sky. This was the chain surprising thunder technique, which was much more powerful than the simple surprising thunder technique. The remaining 2 Yuaning realm elders also began to cast spells to attack towards Wang Teng. However, they couldn't hit Wang Teng at all, and all the attacks were dodged by him with the enhancement of the divine walking talisman. Fast is good. Die for me. Wang Teng casually shot a sword over, and the 2 Jindan realm demonic beasts were also instantly killed in seconds, and 2 demonic beast inner pills fell out of the air, which were easily gotten by Wang Teng, scoring 2 demonic beast inner pills. I'll go back and share it with Madam later. As Wang Teng thought secretly in his heart, He commanded the wind spirit immortal sword to make another turn in the air before continuing to shoot at the 3 Yuaning realm demonic beasts. Almost instantly, those 3 Yuaning realm demonic beasts died under Wang Teng's wind spirit immortal sword without even a chance to resist. Wang Teng instantly entered his hand with 3 more demonic beast inner pills, then without the slightest hesitation aimed the wind spirit immortal sword at the 2 Yuaning realm experts again. On the other hand, on the side of the demon refining sect, they had already been killed by Wang Teng's guts. Even if there was a patriarch of the divine separation realm present, he could not stop Wang Teng's slaughter. Soon, the 2 Yuaning realm experts were also killed by Wang Teng, and their bodies were refined and devoured by the wind spirit immortal sword. In the end, only Patriarch Nie Chang was left alone, and at this point, he had long been scared by Wang Teng. Wang Teng's speed was too fast, he could not hit him at all even with all his means, which made him desperate. Now you are left. Wang Teng pointed the wind spirit immortal sword at Patriarch Nie Chang. Wang Teng, you will regret releasing the 9-claws Dragon King. That is an evil Dragon King that will surely bring calamity to the entire world. Why don't we first put aside our grudges against each other and join forces to seal this 9-clawed Dragon King? Sovereign Nie Chang knew that he couldn't defeat it head-on, so he thought of escaping in a curve. But Wang Teng wouldn't give him that chance. Don't worry, it has already been enslaved by me and will be my demon slave from now on. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. What? You enslaved the 9-clawed Dragon King? That's a high-level immortal beast. Even my sect's founding ancestor couldn't enslave him. How could you possibly do it? Patriarch Nie Chang's eyes were filled with skepticism. Just because your ancestor can't do something doesn't mean others can't. Right after Wang Teng's words fell, the Baimong mountain steeply let out a loud bang, followed by the entire mountain cracking in the middle, and countless mountain rocks tumbled down. Then a huge golden dragon came out of the mountain horizontally, accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 skies, stunning everyone. Ha ha! I, the 9-clawed Dragon King, am finally free today. The 9-clawed Dragon King broke out of the mountain and let out an excited shout. When Patriarch Nie Chang saw the 9-clawed Dragon King break out of the mountain, his heart burst with despair, knowing that their demon refining sect was going to perish with this. However, he was not yet convinced that Wang Teng could subdue this 9-clawed Dragon King, but he soon became convinced. Kid, I didn't expect that you could really break the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation. From today onwards, you are my master. These are the 2 jade seal fragments. I am returning them to you now. As the 9-clawed Dragon King spoke, he used the power of the Dragon King to control the 2 jade seal fragments and sent them to Wang Teng. Patriarch Nie Chang's face was filled with shock when he heard this. How is that possible? The 9-clawed Dragon King actually did submit to you. This was something that even their ancestor could not do. Yet it was done by this enemy in front of them. You can go in peace now, Wang Teng said as a sword shot out, and Patriarch Nie Chang directly penetrated his chest, instantly cooling down. The corpse was also refined and devoured by the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, and then the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword happened to be upgraded to the upper grade of the Heaven grade, just one step away from being upgraded to the Immortal grade. After retrieving the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, Wang Teng stroked it with great satisfaction. Kid, thanks for saving me out, but I have to go to the Dragon Valley. You can summon me if you have something to do. The Dragon King's high pride did not allow it to completely become Wang Teng's vassal, and it really had something important to go to the Dragon Valley. It hadn't been back in 1,000 years, and it was time for it to take a trip back. Good. You do your own thing first. The Battle of Qi will start soon. I hope you can help me then. Wang Teng didn't order him, but rather was talking to him in the tone of a friend. This was a senior immortal beast at the immortal dignity level. Although its strength had dropped to only 10% after being suppressed by the heaven and earth imprisoning dragon formation, it would soon recover, and then it would be able to become a great arm of Wang Teng. The Battle of Qi? This time the Battle of Qi is going to start? And you are the Crown Prince? When the nine-clawed Dragon King heard this, his heart was suddenly a little excited. This luck is also too good. As soon as it comes out it is a Battle of Qi. If it can assist its master to the throne, then it will be able to be promoted to a divine beast by virtue of its Qi. Right. So I need your help, Wang Teng said very seriously. No problem. I will go to the Dragon Valley here, and after I finish my own business, I will help you call a few more brothers over. This Battle of Qi, we must win. The nine-clawed Dragon King did not feel ashamed of being Wang Teng's demonic slave at all now. Instead, he was a bit grateful. That was the Crown Prince of the Great Xia martial dynasty, and if he won the Battle of Qi in the future, he would also be able to get the light. Okay, then you go ahead. I'm going back too. Wang Teng nodded to the nine-clawed Dragon King, who was missing his lady a bit himself. I've been out for a day and a night, and it's time to go back to see her, so I can't keep her waiting. Then I will leave first. After the nine-clawed Dragon King answered, he twisted his huge body and flew towards the north. quickly disappearing. His speed was even faster than Wang Teng's. Wang Teng could finally breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the 9-clawed Dragon King gradually disappear. Luckily, in the cave at the bottom of the mountain, there was the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation pressing down on the 9-clawed Dragon King, or else he would have died there long ago. I should go back too. After Wang Teng glanced at the sky, he directly turned his head and flew in the direction of Qi City. It was almost evening when Wang Teng returned to the Liu mansion. After landing in the courtyard from the air, Wang Teng excitedly rushed to his room at the first opportunity. This time he obtained 5 demonic beast inner pills, so he could cultivate with his lady again. However, when Wang Teng pushed open the door, the room was empty. Ma'am. Wang Teng did not get a response from Liu Yanxi after calling several times in the room. Why isn't she in her room? She used to wait for me to come back. Is she at her in-laws? Wang Teng was about to leave the room when he suddenly realized that there was a letter on the table. Why is there a letter on this table? Wang Teng curiously walked over and picked up the letter on the table. On it was written, Husband Wang Teng personally. Seeing this letter, an ominous feeling suddenly arose in Wang Teng's heart. Then he quickly opened it and read it. I updated 10,000 words today, so give me some encouragement and I'll give you a blast every day. As usual, I'm asking for a wave of 5s and hypes, and if there's a gift that would be great. Chapter 86, Greeting the Return of Empress Yaoqi. Seeing that there was suddenly an extra letter on the table, a touch of ominous foreboding rose in Wang Teng's heart for no reason. Then the first thing I did was to take it apart and read it, only to see that it said, Husband, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left Qi City. I'm going somewhere far away and I don't know when I'll be back. Husband, I really can't bear to leave you, but there are things I have to do, so maybe this is my destiny. I've been living in darkness for the past 20 years, living a life of disdain and ridicule, until you came into my life. You are like a white moonlight that illuminates my whole life and brings me light and warmth. It is you who let me feel that there is true love in this world, and it is you who let me experience the happiness of being a woman. With you, I live a very happy and joyful life every day, and I cherish the little moments with you. Once I said if you don't leave me, I will live and die with you. I may not be able to do that now. Forgive me, my favorite husband. I'm going to leave. Husband, still please do not miss. If there is an afterlife, I would still like to be your little petite wife. After reading the letter, Wang Teng's entire body was like an electric shock, completely unable to believe that this is true. A line of tears from his eyes could not help but flow out. Impossible. There's no way madam will leave me. She won't leave me alone. We agreed not to leave each other. Wang Teng was completely unable to accept this reality in front of him, causing his expression to go into a bit of a trance. No, I'm going to find the lady. After Wang Teng mumbled a few words, he directly ran out of the room and met Xiao Hong just in time to see her walking towards the side in a graceful manner. Wang Teng couldn't think of anything else and immediately went forward to call out to her. Xiao Hong, have you seen your lady? Where did she go? Do you know where she went? Wang Teng's eyes were red as he kept asking repeatedly. I don't know where Miss has gone. Isn't she with Auntie? I haven't seen her for a day and a night either. Xiao Hong was shocked by Wang Teng's current appearance. Xiao Hong had indeed not seen Liu Yanxi for a day and a night. Originally she thought that Miss had gone outside to play with Auntie, and that was why she did not draw attention to it. But now it seems that Miss did not seem to be with Auntie. You haven't seen her for a day and a night too? Wang Teng was shocked for a moment in his heart, and then he transported his shadowless steps to his in-laws. He wanted to know where the lady had gone. He didn't want to lose her to that. However, to his disappointment, both Lu Goen and Yao Shu did not know where their daughters had gone either, but knew a little something. I remember yesterday Yanxi came over to say goodbye to us, saying that she was going out for a long trip to thank us for our 20 years of parenting, and gave us a big salute. I thought it was to go out with you, so I didn't care, and said to tell her to come back early. Lu Goen was also anxious in his heart at this time. Yesterday, when he saw his daughter giving them a big salute, Lu Goen felt that something was wrong, but he still knew his daughter's nature better and couldn't possibly do anything excessive out, so he didn't care, and now it seemed that she was saying goodbye to them. Yao Shu suddenly realized that something was wrong here even as she thought about it. I remember, when she came in yesterday, she looked a little off, and I asked her if she hadn't slept well last night. She didn't answer me either. Wang Teng's heart became even more desperate after hearing the words of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Liu Yanxi, this has really made up her mind to leave. It seems that something big has happened to her. Otherwise, with her soft and weak nature, it is absolutely impossible for her to do this kind of thing out. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I will go find madam now. After Wang Teng said this, he frantically ran out. He couldn't live without his lady. After flying into the air, Wang Teng affixed a divine traveling talisman to himself before flying while searching for Liu Yanxi within Qi City. But unfortunately, he found nothing. With that, he went to the guards at the 4 gates of Qi City and asked them if they had seen a girl with purple hair and purple pupils. However, to Wang Teng's disappointment, the guards at the city gates all said that they had never seen Liu Yanxi. Wang Teng reluctantly searched around the city again, still not finding Liu Yanxi's figure, and then expanded the scope to keep going to the neighboring cities to search. This search took several days. It wasn't until the 3rd day when Wang Teng felt that he couldn't search for Liu Yanxi by himself, so he thought of asking the Kieran Pavilion to help in the search. They were the #1 intelligence organization in the Great Xiao martial dynasty, with scouts all over the entire central state, and by having them search for Liu Yanxi, the chances of this were greatly increased. Thinking of this, Wang Teng flew back to Qi City and arrived at the Smoke and Rain building at the first opportunity. On the 3rd floor of the Smoke and Rain building, when Cold Smoke saw the disoriented Wang Teng, she kind of couldn't believe that the haggard and disoriented man in front of her was actually the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, what's wrong with you? Cold Smoke rushed forward and asked with concern. Cold Smoke, I want you Kieran Pavilion to help me find someone, Wang Teng said with a haggard look. In order to find Liu Yanxi in the past few days, Wang Teng did not eat or drink, and almost ran through half of the southern border. However, he still found nothing. This made Wang Teng physically and mentally emaciated. Crown Prince, what person do you want us to find? Since we, the Kieran Pavilion, have pledged our allegiance to you, we will naturally do everything we can to help you find them, Cold Smoke said as such. In his heart, he thought that he finally had a chance to perform, and that he must help the Crown Prince find this person, so that he could please the Crown Prince. But the person Wang Teng was looking for was not the person she wanted to find. I want your Kieran Pavilion to help me find my wife, Liu Yanxi, Wang Teng said with a haggard look. Looking for your wife, Liu Yanxi? Isn't she in the Liu mansion? Cold Smoke was slightly shocked. She left, and I don't know what the reason is. After leaving a letter, she left all of a sudden and inexplicably, and she hasn't come back for several days. Wang Teng's expression became pained. Cold Smoke was surprised and pleased to hear this. Surprised that Liu Yanxi would actually disappear, and happy that Liu Yanxi had disappeared. Then wouldn't she have another chance to get to the top? But on the surface, Cold Smoke didn't dare to show it, but pretended to look concerned. Don't worry, Prince. I will definitely send someone to help you find your wife Liu Yanxi. If there is any news, notify me immediately. Wang Teng nodded before getting up to leave, but was stopped by Cold Smoke. Crown Prince, wait, this is the spirit gathering pills that our Kieran Pavilion has collected. You are exceptionally gifted. With these spirit gathering pills I'm sure it will increase your strength by quite a bit. As Cold Smoke spoke, she handed the spirit gathering pill that filled a wooden box to Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng did not pick it up. At this moment, his heart was full of the missing Liu Yanxi. How could he still have the heart to cultivate? Thank you for taking the trouble, but I don't have the heart to cultivate right now. After saying this, Wang Teng went downstairs and quickly disappeared from Cold Smoke's line of sight. Cold Smoke's phoenix eyes were lost for a while. These spirit gathering pills were what she had spent a lot of money to find from all over the world. However, the Crown Prince didn't even look at them squarely. From the Crown Prince's eyes, Cold Smoke did not see her shadow at all, but soon she pulled herself together. Liu Yanxi's inexplicable disappearance gave her a heavenly opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Liu Yanxi, since you disappeared yourself, don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation. Hope was rekindled in Cold Smoke's heart. However, sending people to look for Liu Yanxi, Cold Smoke did not dare to relax. After all, it was the command of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and since he was loyal to him, Cold Smoke would resolutely carry it out in place. But the mind is complex. Both want to find Liu Yanxi to please the prince, but also do not want to find her, so as to give themselves the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. While Wang Teng was roaming the sky in search of Liu Yanxi, the latter had long since returned to the western continent Yaoqi Palace. The purple-haired and purple-pupiled Liu Yanxi held the heaven-mending stone and walked on the main hall of Yaoqi Palace with a cold and arrogant face, exuding a powerful aura that made people not dare to look directly at her. On both sides of the large hall, it was filled with countless cultivation experts and powerful demonic beasts, and at the very front, there stood a woman dressed in fox fur and white fur, and beside her was a throne set in jewels, noble and stately. It was exactly the same as what Liu Yanxi had seen in the illusion that day. Liu Yanxi slowly walked over to the throne, then sat on it as nature intended. When she sat on this throne, those experts and demonic beasts underneath bowed down on one knee and shouted, "Welcome the return of Empress Yaoqi." Chapter 87, One Night of White Hair. Fighting for the world for love. Madame Liu Yanxi disappeared. Wang Teng had been locking himself in his room after searching in vain. He could not accept Liu Yanxi's sudden departure at all. Whether it was in his previous life, or in this life, Liu Yanxi was his first love. It was his first woman. That's why Wang Teng was deeply in love with Liu Yanxi and was willing to guard her with his life. But unfortunately she just disappeared. Holding the letter that Liu Yanxi had left him in his hand, his mind kept recalling the bits and pieces with Liu Yanxi, causing Wang Teng's heart to ache to the point of not being able to breathe. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and blinding sunlight instantly shone in. Little Red walked in with a basin of fresh water. "Auntie, I fetched you a basin of fresh water, so wash your face. You haven't been out for days," Xiaohong said and put the basin of fresh water on the shelf, then turned her head to look at Wang Teng. Immediately she realized that her aunt's hair had turned all white, and she was so shocked that she lost her voice. "Auntie, your hair, why is your hair all white?" Only then did Wang Teng come back to his senses and turned his head to look in the mirror, realizing that his hair had literally turned white overnight. Previously, Wang Teng didn't believe that one night could make his head white, but now he believed it. It's really possible for people to go white overnight in a situation of extreme mourning, but Wang Teng no longer cared. During the period of time when Wang Teng was in endless mourning, another major event occurred in the entire Xia martial dynasty, a major event that was enough to stir up the wind and clouds in the 9 states of the world. That is, His Majesty, the Emperor, had collapsed. His Majesty the Emperor, who had been tortured in his hospital bed for a long time, finally died, and the imperial star fell with him. With the death of His Majesty the Emperor, the battle for the Qi of the Great Xia martial dynasty would finally begin. Third floor of the Smoke and Rain building. Cold Smoke was sending people out to look for Liu Yanxi's whereabouts when suddenly her senior sister, Koruo, hurriedly ran in and even unlocked the door to her room at the first opportunity. It was evident that what she had to report next was important. "Senior sister, a secret letter has come from the capital." As senior sister Koruo reported in an urgent voice, she took out a secret letter from her body and handed it to Cold Smoke. When a secret message comes from the capital, it's all a big deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Cold Smoke took it and then opened the secret letter, only to see that it only contained a string of numbers, 734147707. This is a code word set up like this on purpose to prevent the leakage of secret messages. When Cold Smoke saw the string of numbers, she immediately took out a book from the drawer that was specially designed for pairing cryptic messages, and began to press the numbers on it to start turning the pages. The numbers represent pages, rows and columns. After a bit of proofreading by the numbers on it, Cold Smoke quickly translated the words hidden in the string of numbers. When the line of cryptic language was completely translated, Cold Smoke's face changed drastically. Seeing that her senior sister's face did not look right, Koruo couldn't help but curiously go up and ask, "Senior sister, is something big happening in the capital? His Majesty the Emperor has collapsed," Cold Smoke said with a grave expression. "What? His Majesty the Emperor has collapsed? Then, isn't that once in 1,000 years battle for Qi luck about to begin?" Senior sister Koruo thought of something and her mood tensed up all of a sudden. The old emperor is dead. Then the new emperor will have to start competing. Yes, from this moment onwards, the battle of Qi has begun. We must tell His Highness the Crown Prince this news as soon as possible, Cold Smoke said with a grave expression. Their Kieran Pavilion has been waiting for so long. This battle of Qi is finally going to start. The bottom of their hearts actually vaguely some excitement. Big opportunities, though, often represent high risks. Right now, the third prince has become a great power, with the support of countless cultivation sects and Jianghu forces, while His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is still alone. At most, they Kieran Pavilion to assist him. Comparing the two, the current Crown Prince's foundation was too weak and had no chance of winning. Senior sister, then should we tell this news to Master? Relying on our Kieran Pavilion alone is simply not enough for the third prince to stuff his teeth. Senior sister Koruo thought of something and voiced out a suggestion. Master is even better informed than us. I guess he got the news a long time ago. Our immediate task is to inform His Highness the Crown Prince of this news, Cold Smoke said and pushed out the door. She had to tell this news to His Highness the Crown Prince. The battle for Qi has begun, and it's time to bring out the Crown Prince. At this moment, Wang Teng stood in the courtyard, looking at the peach blossom tree in a daze. In the past, Liu Yanxi often practiced her sword under this peach blossom tree, and the sight of this peach blossom tree reminded Wang Teng of his wife, Liu Yanxi. It is a sight to behold. Just then, an underling hurriedly ran over and reported, "Auntie, there's a woman outside who calls herself Cold Smoke who wants to see you. Should I let her in?" Hearing that it was Cold Smoke who came to look, Wang Teng thought that it was because the Kieran Pavilion had the whereabouts of Liu Yanxi. His heart inexplicably gave birth to a trace of hope, and he immediately instructed that subordinate, "Let her in." Soon, Cold Smoke was led to the peach blossom tree by that subordinate. Seeing the Crown Prince with a head full of white hair, Cold Smoke was shocked for a moment in her heart. After a few days of not seeing him, the crown prince had actually become a head of white hair. While she was fuming, Wang Teng was the first to walk towards her. Cold Smoke, is there any news about my wife? Wang Teng inquired with eyes full of expectation. Looking at Wang Teng's eyes full of expectation, Cold Smoke cannot bear to say down. But the Battle of Qi is a major event. Cannot be delayed. Immediately adjusted the mood after said to Wang Teng, Your Highness, we have no news of your wife, Liu Yanxi. I came here today to tell His Highness the Crown Prince that His Majesty the Emperor has collapsed, and the Battle of Qi has begun. And I also hope that His Highness the Crown Prince will not dwell on his sorrows any longer, and that he should take on the great affairs of the world as his own. Wang Teng's eyes darkened slightly when he heard that there was no news about his wife, Liu Yanxi. Got it. Wang Teng just faintly returned 3 words to her. With the lady gone, where else would Wang Teng have the heart to fight for the world? Seeing that the Crown Prince had not yet come out of his grief, Cold Smoke could not help but persuade him once again. Your Highness, since your wife left, there must be something she needs to do. Moreover, your wife doesn't want to see you dwell on your injuries all the time. Wang Teng did not reply to Cold Smoke's words, but looked at the peach blossom tree in a daze. Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you don't come out now, then the third prince will be ascending to the throne as the new emperor, and this crown prince status of yours will be useless by then. Cold Smoke anxiously persuaded again. Once the third prince ascends to the throne, then this orthodox status of crown prince status may be useless. So now Cold Smoke was in a hurry, trying to think of ways to persuade His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to come out. However, Wang Teng was unmoved and still stared blankly at the peach blossom tree, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that Wang Teng had not yet responded, Cold Smoke thought of something in her haste and adjusted her tone before persuading again. Your Highness, our Kieran Pavilion's intelligence is limited to the central state. As for the other 8 continents, we can't search effectively. If your Highness the Crown Prince can come out, then you can use the name of orthodoxy to gather the world's forces and sects, and then go through them to search the other 8 continents for the whereabouts of your wife, Liu Yanxi. With the help of the forces of the other 8 continents, I'm sure your wife can be found even if she's hiding at the ends of the earth. It had to be said that Cold Smoke was smart enough to persuade the Crown Prince in a different way, and the effect was surprisingly good. Wang Teng finally turned his head, and a hint of hope appeared in his eyes. It was also at this moment that the long-lost system voice sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, going out of Qi City to the capital and fighting for the world's power. Reward, 1,000 pieces of the best quality spirit gathering elixir. All skills upgraded by 1 level. Option 2, give up the Battle of Qi and continue to harbor in the Liu Mansion. Reward, invisibility. Life expectancy increased by 500 years. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Teng did not even look at the rewards of the options and chose the first item without hesitation. Because Cold Smoke had a word right. If he wanted to find his wife, Liu Yanxi, relying on him alone and the Kieran Pavilion would not be enough. What if Liu Yanxi went to other continents? Then he wouldn't be able to find it no matter what. Whereas if he could gather the world's sects and forces, then he would be able to go to other continents through them to look for Madame Liu Yanxi. Thinking of this, Wang Teng's gaze suddenly became firm. Cold Smoke, Your Excellency Qilin, go and prepare. I'm going to go out of Qi City to the capital to fight for the great power of this world. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice once again sounded in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewarded with 1,000 pieces of extreme spirit gathering pills, and all skills upgraded by 1 level. Cold Smoke saw that the Crown Prince was finally going to leave Qi City, and there was a secret burst of joy in his heart. Your Royal Highness, have you finally decided to come out? Cold Smoke confirmed with disbelief. Yes. How far is it from Qi City to the capital and how many cities do we have to cross? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. Since he wanted to gather the world's forces and sects, he had to make a bit of a fuss, and also let the world's forces know that he, the Crown Prince, was very capable, so that they would take the initiative to defect over. From here to the capital, there are a total of 17 cities and 6 passes to cross. But don't worry, Prince, with our Kieran Pavilion escorting you all the way, we can sneak you safely to the capital. Cold Smoke subconsciously said, I don't need you guys to secretly escort me. I'm going to cross the border alone and let everyone in the world know that there is still me, the Crown Prince, in the great Xia martial dynasty. Wang Teng said with a burning gaze. Since he wanted to gather the forces of the world, he naturally had to fight his way out. When Cold Smoke heard this, but her face changed. Crown Prince, are you sure you want to go to the capital alone? These 17 cities and 6 passes are all under the power of the third prince at the moment, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to break through alone. Cold Smoke was very worried and persuaded. After all, their Kieran Pavilion was now tied to the Crown Prince, And if something happened to the crown prince, their Kieran Pavilion would be no better. This time, I just want to let everyone in the world know how powerful my prince is. The harder it is ahead, the more I can show my skills, and only then will the world's forces and sects take the initiative to lean over to me. Wang Teng said as such. Instead of trying to convince and recruit them one by one, it would be better to show their own strong strength and make them lean over automatically. Hearing this, Cold Smoke rather admired His Highness the Crown Prince's pattern and vigor. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has already decided on the way forward, then our Chilan Pavilion will surely follow. I will now immediately go and arrange for people to lurk in these 17 cities and 6 passes to scout for news for His Highness the Crown Prince in advance. Cold Smoke immediately bowed and responded. Well, go ahead. Wang Teng nodded and said. Soon Cold Smoke left the Liu mansion and went to arrange the big event. Wang Teng was no longer indulging in grief at this time. He wanted to gather the world's power to find his wife, Liu Yanxi. Before leaving Qi City, Wang Teng specially met his father-in-law and mother-in-law and told them that he was going outside to look for Mrs. Liu Yanxi, with an uncertain return date. Although Liu Goen and Yao Shu didn't want Wang Teng to leave, they didn't stop him because they also missed their daughter. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, take good care of yourselves, and the next time I come back, I will definitely bring Madam back with me, Wang Teng said with a firm gaze. Good, when you go out, you should also be careful. If you really can't find it, our Liu family will always be your home, Liu Goen said full of reluctance. Yao Shu's eyes were also red. In one fell swoop, she lost her daughter and son-in-law, and it was indeed a heartbreaking event. After Wang Teng bid farewell to Liu Goen and Yao Shu, he only went out of the north gate of Qi City. When he passed by a dilapidated old pharmacy in the north of the city, the door of that pharmacy suddenly fell down. From the apothecary came an old man, looking thoughtfully at the door that had suddenly fallen down. Then he turned his head towards the north gate, only to see a white-headed young man, alone, going out from the north gate of Qi City, and there was a hidden cohesion of Qi between heaven and earth. It's actually him. The old man let out an exclamation. Wang Teng is finally out of the novice village, and the best part of the book comes next. He went out of Qi City alone, broke 17 cities and crossed 6 hurdles, killed all the masters on the Great Summer Martial Arts list and the Immortal list, and shook the whole world. Yaoji Empress and the prince will also soon recognize each other. As to what kind of way they will recognize each other, you can guess. There are already ambiguities in the previous article. Don't worry, Empress Yao Qi hasn't lost her memory. Today this is 2 chapters combined into one, and as usual, I'm asking for a 5 out of 5 and a rush. Chapter 88, I am the Crown Prince of Daxia, Dahong City, which was the first city in Qi City leading to the capital. Unlike Qi City, the gates of this Dahong City were plastered with wanted portraits of Wang Teng, which were sent by the third prince. In Qi City, the city lord had already defected to the Crown Prince, which was why he didn't post the wanted Crown Prince's portrait at the city gates, whereas in the other cities and towns, those city lords had all defected to the third prince, so they all posted Wang Teng's portrait at the city gates. Of course the above wanted person only said that it was a fugitive, and did not explicitly say that it was the prince. Wang Teng did not flinch when he saw that there was a wanted portrait of him at the entrance of the city, but walked straight over to him with great generosity. This time, he was doing it to let the world know of his Crown Prince's existence, so he didn't think about hiding his identity. Wang Teng had just reached the city gates when a guard captain stopped him. Stop, where did you come from? As that escort leader asked, he looked Wang Teng up and down, vaguely feeling somewhat familiar. From Qi City, Wang Teng replied indifferently. Go in. That escort leader secretly memorized Wang Teng's appearance, but did not interrogate him too much. Wang Teng saw that he didn't interrogate him much, so he entered the city. However, when Wang Teng entered the city, that escort leader waved his hand and called one of his men. Keep an eye on him, don't lose him. This man looks a bit like the wanted man on the portrait. The escort leader was not sure that Wang Teng was the wanted man on the portrait, because the wanted man on the portrait had black hair while this man had white hair, but his appearance was exactly the same. This escort leader was also quite smart, not spooking the snake, but just sending someone to follow while he ran to report to the city lord on his own. After Wang Teng entered the city, he casually found an inn to stay at. However, he had noticed that someone was following him, but Wang Teng didn't intentionally shake him off because he wanted to make a big fuss in this great Hong city. After staying in an inn, Wang Teng closed the door to his room and sat down on his knees. The system had given Wang Teng 1000 extreme spirit gathering pills and a reward for skill upgrades, so it was time to use them. System, upgrade all the skills. Ding, Dragon Breaking Chop has been successfully upgraded to Dragon Slaying Chop. Shadowless Step has been successfully upgraded to Divine Walking Technique. Prisoner's Palm has been successfully upgraded to Prisoner's Dragon Technique. Flying sword technique has been successfully upgraded to immortal sword technique, and the effects of healing technique, rune technique, and demon harnessing technique have doubled in effect. As the system voice fell, all the skills on Wang Teng's body were raised by one level. This made Wang Teng excited. Great! Now all of my skills have been upgraded to heaven grade skills, and the flying sword technique has even been upgraded to immortal grade. The improvement in his skills allowed Wang Teng to gain a few more points of confidence in the road ahead. And then he turned his attention to the 1000 extreme spirit gathering pills that the system had rewarded him with. 1000 extreme spirit gathering pills, if all of them were digested, would be enough to raise Wang Teng's strength to the immortal realm. Thinking of this, Wang Teng grabbed a handful of extreme grade spirit gathering pills out of the system space. However, it did not stuff it into his mouth at the first time, but put a high-level demonic beast pouch on his waist onto the table, which contained 2 snake demons, Little Green and Little White, and since he was going to prepare for cultivation, he naturally had to be prepared. Only after doing this did Wang Teng stuff these extreme spirit gathering pills into his mouth. While people had to be careful when eating an ordinary spirit gathering pill, Wang Teng was directly eating the extreme spirit gathering pill as if it was a meal. If he said it, he was afraid that it would scare the entire cultivation world. After swallowing the extreme spirit gathering pill into his stomach, a massive amount of spiritual chi exploded out in Wang Teng's stomach before rapidly filling his entire body. Wang Teng did not hesitate and immediately proceeded to absorb the aura, and after running around his body, he began to sink the aura into his dantian. As the aura continued to sink in, Wang Teng's strength grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. While Wang Teng was focusing on his cultivation, Shui Zhanyang, the city lord of the Great Hong City, led more than 500 guards to surround the inn, and 2 of them were martial arts experts from the city lord's residence, whose strength had already reached the real person realm. It could be said that city lord Shui Zhanyang attached great importance to hunting down this fugitive. The guard who was responsible for keeping an eye on Wang Teng was right outside the door at that moment. Well, is that person still there? City lord Shui Zhanyang asked with a straight face. Still there, he hasn't come out since he entered the inn, that guard reported truthfully. Very well, if I can identify a wanted fugitive this time, I'm going to make a fortune. Shui Zhanyang's heart burst with excitement. This was the person that the third prince had designated to be killed. As long as he sent the head over, then his promotion and wealth would be just around the corner, and he might even be able to mix his chi luck. Thinking of this, Shui Zhanyang brought 2 experts of the real person realm as well as quite a few guards and directly rushed into this inn, and under the guidance of the innkeeper, he soon arrived at the room where Wang Teng was staying. Lord City Lord, he is inside, the innkeeper said warily. Very well, you go down. After City Lord Shui Zhanyang waved that innkeeper back, he directly kicked open the door of the room with a forceful kick. Sure enough, the person he was looking for was in this room, sitting on his knees. After seeing Wang Teng's appearance, Shui Zhanyang was greatly excited. This is the person His Highness the Third Prince is looking for. Kill him for me. Shui Zhanyang didn't talk any more nonsense and directly ordered the guards behind him. As soon as the words fell, 2 guards rushed out from behind Shui Zhanyang, holding brightly shining swords that were about to slash at Wang Teng. The latter didn't move a muscle, and had even been in a state of closed-eye cultivation. But just when those 2 guards were about to rush to Wang Teng's body, 2 small snakes suddenly leaped out from the demonic beast bag on the table and pounced on the 2 guards left and right. Almost instantly, the necks of those 2 guards were bitten by those 2 small snakes, then instantly killed. This sudden turn of events startled Shui Zhanyang, and at the same time stunned those guards behind him. How could they not expect that there were snakes? After those 2 small snakes bit the 2 guards to death, they directly transformed into a green and a white, 2 demonic and charming women. If you want to kill my master, first pass us. As Xiao Qing spoke, he spat long red letters at Shui Zhanyang, frightening the latter's face. It was obvious that these were 2 snake demons. Kill them for me. Quickly kill them for me. City Lord Shui Zhanyang was anxious and ordered in a loud voice. Soon, all the guards he brought with him rushed over, but none of them were a match for these 2 snake demons. Joke, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai can both be Jindan realm snake demons. Where are these ordinary guards their opponents? Even the 2 true human realm experts that Shui Zhanyang had brought with him had died at the hands of Little Green and Little White. In just 1 tea's time, all the people Shui Zhanyang had brought with him died out, and in the end, only City Lord Shui Zhanyang was left alone. Looking at the 2 snake demons that were approaching step by step, Shui Zhanyang's face was as scared as earth. His body trembled, and he finally plopped down and knelt down. 2 fairies, I was wrong. I will never dare to kill your master again. Shui Zhanyang knelt down and begged for mercy. It was also at this time that Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. Although he was cultivating, he had already set up everything in advance, and the Little Green and Little White in the demon beast bag were what Wang Teng had prepared for them. Do you know who I am? And you dare to bring your troops here to kill me? Wang Teng arrived in front of him and looked at him condescendingly. No, I don't know. I only know that you are the fugitive that the third prince wants to hunt down and kill. Shui Zhengyang trembled with a pale face. Since you don't know, then I will tell you. Listen to me carefully. I am the current crown prince of the Grand Xia martial dynasty. If you lead the troops to kill me, you are committing a great crime of treason, and it is necessary to exterminate the 9 clans. Wang Teng said coldly. When these words came out, it made Shui Zhengyang freeze on the spot, and even Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai were stunned. It was the first time they learned of Wang Teng's true identity. When Wang Teng met Cold Smoke before, he did not bring them there, and they had been kept in the sycamore tree in the backyard of the Liu mansion. This was the first time they really knew Wang Teng's identity. As for Shui Zhengyang, after hearing Wang Teng's identity, he was paralyzed with fear and then crawled to Wang Teng's front, crying and begging, Crown Prince, I'm wrong, please also give me the opportunity to make up for my sins, and in the future, I would like to follow you to the death. Wang Teng didn't even bother to look at him, so he continued to sit cross-legged on the bed and cultivate. Xiao Qing tacitly slapped his palm on Shui Zhengyang's body, directly killing him. After killing Shui Zhengyang, the two of them, Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang, jumped down from the windows of the inn and killed all 500 guards that surrounded the inn as well. So far, the prince's prestige is going to be official. Chapter 89, the third Prince Xiaoyu who holds great power in his hands. The capital, the palace, the hall of Zhengde. The jade-faced third Prince Xiaoyu was discussing confidential matters with several of his important courtiers. Third Highness, right now with His Majesty's death and the disappearance of the Crown Prince, it's the perfect time for Third Highness to ascend to the throne and claim the title of Emperor. And both inside and outside of the court are eagerly waiting for you to become the new Emperor. First Great Auxiliary Minister Wei Chao bowed and advised. As soon as these words fell, another auxiliary minister stepped forward to concur. Third Highness, I agree with Wei Fuchen's proposal. The country can't be without a ruler for a day. At this critical moment, only if you stand out, everyone can be convinced. This was agreed upon by a group of pedantic civil ministers. But third Prince Xiaoyu had his own opinion, but he didn't say it himself. Instead, his gaze went to a black-robed man standing to his left and faintly asked, Master of the kingdom, do you think I want to ascend the throne at this time? The state master Xiaoyu seemed to have expected this and bowed before reporting back. Third Highness, I observed the heavens at night. The Crown Prince's imperial star is still there and has a tendency to become brighter and brighter. I suggest that Third Highness can hold off on ascending to the throne. When the Crown Prince hears of His Majesty's death, he will definitely jump out in a hurry to rush to the capital. After all, he is the rightful first candidate to succeed the throne. As long as he dares to show his face, we can send people along the way to stop him. And only by killing the Crown Prince can Third Highness be at ease with his title as Emperor. As if to confirm what he had said, a paper crane flew in from outside. This was the black and gold armored personal guard who had an urgent secret message to convey to the third prince. When third Prince Xiaoyu saw it, he casually made a move, and the paper crane flew into his hand, and then he unwrapped it at the first opportunity. I only saw that it was written that the Crown Prince, along with 2 snake demons, had killed the Lord of Dahong City and then traveled north alone. After seeing these words, third Imperial Prince Xiaoyu glanced at State Master Jiayu rather appreciatively. State Master, it's really true that you've hit the nail on the head. This Crown Prince brother of mine, he's really jumped out on his own. A hint of a smile appeared on third Prince Xiaoyu's handsome face. Third Highness, where has the Crown Prince arrived now? State Master Jiayu spoke out and inquired. He has already arrived at Great Hong City, and after killing the city lord, he only went north, and by the way, he has 2 more snake demons by his side. Third Prince Xiaoyu said with a hint of cold mockery. It seems that without a great power to assist him, this Crown Prince brother of mine has set his sights on the Demon Beast clan, which is a good way to go. Third Highness, as the Crown Prince travels all the way north, there will definitely be forces that will see his orthodox status and subsequently assist him. We must not be careless. We should send the Black and Gold Armor Army and the Feather Emperor Alliance's cultivation experts to hunt him down. We must not give him the slightest chance to flip the script, Jiayu suggested rather seriously after bowing. Just him, a punk with his kung fu abolished, still wants to turn the tables? A year ago, how many forces and experts assisted him? But in the end, they were still cleanly exterminated by me. And if it wasn't for his master's father's desperate attempt to stop me, I would have already killed him on the outskirts of the capital. A hint of contempt and arrogance flashed in third Prince Xiaoyu's eyes, and it was no wonder that he despised this Crown Prince brother of his, because since childhood, this prince brother of his had never won over him. His talent was not as good as him, his strength was not as good as him, and spelling power that was even worse. A year ago, when the Crown Prince was at the peak of his power, he couldn't do anything about him, and now that he was alone, third Prince Xiaoyu didn't put him in his eyes even more. But since the crown prince had appeared, it was natural to hunt him down. Pass on my order. Anyone who kills the crown prince will be heavily rewarded with a king's title and receive first-class merit and chi luck. Third Prince Xiaoyu ordered loudly with his eyes shining brightly. Someone soon went down to carry out this order from the third prince. It was foreseeable that once this order was issued, there would be countless experts and forces in the world staring at Wang Teng. After giving the order, third Imperial Prince Xiaoyu then turned his gaze to a military general on his right. Zhang Jing, what's the situation over there in the western continent? Has the Yaoqi Palace been attacked yet? I'm still waiting for that jade seal fragment in their hands. Third Prince Xiaoyu frowned and said in a deep voice, reporting back to your third highness. The allied forces of the 18 cultivation sects in the western continent have almost attacked the Yaoqi Palace base camp, and will be able to take down the Yaoqi Palace in a matter of days. At that time, the jade seal fragment and the Yaoqi Palace will all be your third highnesses. General Zhang Jing loudly reported back. Very well. I want to see this jade seal fragment as soon as possible. A flash of essence flashed in third Prince Xiaoyu's eyes. He already had 3 jade seal fragments in his hand now, and if he could get this jade seal fragment from the Yaoqi Palace in the western continent, then he would have 4 jade seal fragments in his hand. At that time, he would be able to greatly accelerate his cultivation speed again. The key was that the reason why third Prince Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to ascend to the throne was because he wanted to gather all the jade seal fragments before claiming the throne. In this way, he will be able to achieve supreme chi when he holds the jade seal in his hand. Thinking of this, third Imperial Prince Xiaoyu looked at the second schemer on his left again. Xiao Shua, is there any whereabouts of the other jade seal fragments? Third Imperial Prince Xiaoyu spoke out and inquired. Reporting back to your third highness, there is a jade seal fragment in the Dragon Valley of the southern continent, but it is a gathering place for the dragons and the jade seal fragment is of great use to them. So the dragons are bound to fight back to the death and I'm afraid it's difficult to get this jade seal fragment. Xiao Shua paused before continuing the narrative. On Kunlun Island in the eastern continent, there is also a jade seal fragment. Your third highness can try to get it. And since Kunlun Island has recently had a divine artifact coming out, your third highness just happens to take it all together. As for the other 3 jade seal fragments, their temporary whereabouts are unknown. There is a divine artifact coming out of Kunlun Island. Is this news certain? A glint flashed in third Prince Xiaoyu's eyes. If he had the assistance of a divine artifact, then he would have absolutely nothing to fear when he crossed the tribulation next. The news is true. All the forces on Kunlun Island are already stirring. Xiao Shua said as such. Very well, since the divine artifact is going to come out, then how can I participate personally and get my hands on the jade seal shards in the process? The third prince quickly had an idea in his heart, but it was interrupted by Jia's voice. Third highness, I think the most important thing at the moment is to focus on killing the crown prince, and other things can be put off for a while. Jia Yu spoke out with a grave expression. He knew about the celestial signs, and the imperial star that represented the crown prince was getting brighter and brighter, and he was worried that the crown prince would threaten the third prince's claim to the throne. However, third imperial Prince Xiaoyu did not listen to it at all. State Master, you're overthinking it. The crown prince is now alone and an invalid. If I can exterminate him once, I can exterminate him a second time. The most important thing right now is to go to Kunlun Island to grab the divine artifacts and seize the jade seal fragment. The third prince denied Jia Yu's proposal. But third highness, Jia Yu still wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Qiao Shua giving a voice. State Master Jia, His Highness the Crown Prince is alone, and there are so many experts in the cities along the way, so he's bound to die. So what are you still uneasy about? At the moment, going to Kunlun Island to grab the artifact and take the jade seal fragment is the top priority. Third Imperial Prince Xiaoyu also seemed to be more in agreement with this view of Qiao Shua's, and immediately ordered loudly to the crowd. Send orders to the various cultivation experts of the Feather Emperor Alliance. I'm going to personally lead a team to Kunlun Island to grab the artifact. After giving this order, third Prince Xiaoyu got up and left. Obviously the divine weapon was more important to him at the moment. Jia Yu watched his third highness leave in a hurry, then glanced at Qiao Shua and sighed heavily. There's another one later. Chapter 90, The Return of the Empress. Her mighty name shakes the western continent. Because of the dispute over Qi, most of the forces in the western continent had already defected to His Highness the Third Prince, in order to be able to obtain Qi in the Qi competition. All of these forces spared no effort in trying to get credit in front of the Third Prince. That's why attacking Yao Qi Palace to grab the Jade Seal fragment became their top priority. The 18 cultivation alliances of the western continent were besieging Yao Qi Palace from all sides. There were already 3 cultivation alliances that had attacked close to Yao Qi Palace. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress led a group of experts from Yao Qi Palace to answer the battle. 10,000 meters above Yao Qi Palace, The nine-tailed heavenly empress was surrounded by 3 immortal Zune realm cultivation experts. Nine-tailed heavenly empress, I'd better advise you to hand over the jade seal fragments, or else your Yaoqi palace is afraid that you will not be able to escape today. The heavenly revelation sect's patriarch, Hua Guang, held an immortal sword as he looked towards the nine-tailed heavenly empress with a piercing gaze. Yeah, come and get it yourself if you're capable. I'm not afraid of you guys. The nine-tailed heavenly empress looked around at the 3 immortal dignitaries that surrounded her, happily unafraid. Nine-tailed heavenly empress, you're asking for your own death. Without Empress Yaoqi, your Yaoqi palace won't be able to stop our alliance from attacking. Ao Sui, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, similarly held an immortal sword and said aggressively. Another chief protector of the Jidao building, Qin Shaoxing, also stood out and persuaded. Yes, the Yaoqi palace without the Yaoqi empress is like a tiger without its claws and teeth. What kind of fighting power can it have? I advise you to obediently hand over the jade seal fragments, lest we all meet with swords. They still didn't know that Empress Yaoqi had returned, so they spoke arrogantly. However, only the nine-tailed heavenly empress knew that the Yaoqi empress had returned, but her strength hadn't been completely restored yet, so she needed some time to regain her strength. And in the meantime, it's up to her. If you want the jade seal fragment, come and get it yourself, or don't give me any nonsense, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said back icily. These words angered the 3 immortal exalt experts. Since you don't appreciate it, then don't blame us for not being polite. Ao Sui, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, charged towards the nine-tailed heavenly empress first with an immortal sword in his hand. The 2 immortal deities, Hua Guang, the patriarch of the Heavenly Qi sect, and Qin Shaoxing, the chief protector of the Jidao building, also attacked towards the nine-tailed heavenly empress without a moment's hesitation. Facing the simultaneous attacks of 3 immortal Zune-level experts, the nine-tailed heavenly empress was blissfully unafraid, and after raising the heavens in a petulant rebuke, her entire body instantly transformed into a gigantic nine-tailed heavenly fox demon emperor. The 9 white fox tails were particularly eye-catching and dazzling. Seek death. The nine-tailed heavenly empress instantly fought with their 3 immortal exalt-level experts in one place. The scene of the immortal exaltation realm's fight was like destroying the sky and the earth. Fortunately it was 10,000 meters in the air, or else the light of their energy overflow would be able to destroy the building. While fighting in the air, Liu Yanxi was in seclusion in a secret room. She held the heaven mending stone and sat cross-legged on a 10,000-year-old bed of cold ice, purple as if substantial spiritual energy wrapped her entire body. Under the infiltration of the purple extreme spiritual qi, Liu Yanxi's strength recovered at a geometrically multiplied rate. In her previous life, the Yaoqi Empress, that was at the Immortal Emperor Great Perfection realm, just one step away from becoming a god, and the reincarnated Liu Yanxi was now just recovering the strength she had at the beginning. While she was restoring her strength in seclusion, the people of Yaoqi Palace, too, had already fought with the 3 armies that had attacked close to them. For a while there was fighting in the sky and on the ground. This was a fight to the death. The great battles of the cultivation world were much more tragic and destructive than those of the mundane world. And because the enemy was outnumbered, those people from Yaoqi Palace began to gradually show their decline. They fought and retreated, and began to retreat towards the center of the Yaoqi Palace, with numerous deaths and injuries along the way. 10,000 meters up in the air, the nine-tailed heavenly empress was surrounded by 3 immortal exalts, and gradually showed a hint of fatigue. Although her huge foxtail was able to receive the immortal swords hard, it couldn't block the attack of immortal swords one after another. His demonic aura could stretch across 9,000 miles and pressured them not to dare to breathe. But with the 3 of them united, their aura was countering the nine-tailed heavenly empress. No, I have to buy Yaoqi a little more time. The nine-tailed heavenly empress thought of this, and after catching a few breaths, she once again attacked towards the 3 immortal exalts. It's useless. Nine-tailed heavenly empress, you're already out of chi and can't win against us. Hua Guang, the sect leader of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect, shouted loudly. At the same time, he kept attacking the nine-tailed heavenly empress with various spells in his hands. Kill me if you have the ability. The nine-tailed heavenly empress stiffened. Since you are bent on seeking death, then we will fulfill you. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion's Grand Elder, Ao Sui, suddenly strangled a few hand techniques quickly, and suddenly he transformed into 7 doppelgangers all by himself, and then shouted, 7-star immortal execution sword formation. As soon as the words fell, these 7 doppelgangers held immortal swords and positioned themselves to attack towards the nine-tailed heavenly empress, and each sword sheet contained the immortal execution intent. Seeing that the nine-tailed heavenly empress was hesitant to surrender, Jidao Building's chief protector Qin Shaoxing could only grit his teeth and use his best technique, Twilight of the Immortals. A sword was made, and a sky full of yellow sword chi floated up in the sky, as if it was raining down in a torrential downpour. smashing into the nine-tailed heavenly empress. The heavenly enlightenment sect's patriarch, Hua Guang, also had a sinister look in his eyes, and then after pinching a few spells in his hands, his body lit up with dazzling blue lightning, and a huge blue thundercloud suddenly formed in the sky. Secret skill, heavenly thunder rolling, blast. Hua Guang pointed with his hand, and immediately a very thick blue thunderbolt landed from the blue thundercloud. 3 immortal dukes, 3 stunts, even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to take them hard. However, the nine-tailed heavenly empress had no way to retreat at this point, and the demonic elemental power in her body surged out crazily. Demon Emperor Realm. As she roared out, a white circular realm centered on the nine-tailed heavenly empress spread out rapidly with her at the center. Anyone who is within this demon emperor's realm can withstand all damage, so it's a defensive move. However, under the attack of the 3 immortal exalted's best moves, the demon emperor's realm was suppressed after expanding to only a 10-meter range, and it was shrinking down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once the demon emperor's realm was broken, then the nine-tailed heavenly empress would also be seriously injured, and would probably be killed by the 3 of their immortal exalts. I have to buy time for Yaoqi. The nine-tailed heavenly empress knew that she wouldn't be able to hold out against their 3 immortal exalt stances, but she still clenched her teeth and held on. As the demon emperor's realm was compressed step by step, the 3 immortal exalts had seen the hope of success. Nine-tailed heavenly empress, die. Hua Guang, the patriarch of the heavenly Qi sect, roared with crimson eyes. The other 2 immortal sovereigns also seemed to have seen the scene where the nine-tailed heavenly empress was killed. However, just as the nine-tailed heavenly empress was about to lose her support, a purple sword Qi shot out from within the Yao Qi palace, reaching 10,000 meters in the air in the blink of an eye. A sword chopped off 10,000 miles, and the right arm of Qin Shousheng, the chief protector of Jidao building, was directly chopped off by this sword. Ah, my hand! Scarlet blood splattered in the air. This sudden scene completely shocked them. Who dares to sneak up on us? Hua Guang, the sect leader of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect, shouted with a face full of shock. The other 2 immortal dignitaries, too, were stunned by the sword. In the next second, a purple figure instantly appeared in front of them. She had purple hair and purple pupils. The purple extreme aura surrounded her body and condensed without dispersing. She was holding the Yaoqi immortal sword. Her dress was flying. Her expression was cold and arrogant, looking down on the world with an invincible posture. When the 3 immortal exalts saw the purple extreme aura around this person, they were all shocked and lost their colors. Yaoji Empress, anyone who offends my Yaoqi palace, dies. Liu Yanxi's words scared the 3 immortal dignitaries into a huge change of color. On this day, 3 immortal exalts in the western continent fell, and the Heavenly Enlightenment sect, Jidao building, and Heavenly Dao Pavilion suffered a great defeat. The name of Empress Yaoqi once again resounded in the western continent. Chapter 91, The Empress, she won't marry the crown prince even if she dies. Western continent Yaoqi Palace. Only after killing off the 3-way cultivation army of the western continent's Tianqi sect, Jidao building, and Heavenly Dao Pavilion did Liu Yanxi retreat back inside the Yaoqi Palace. This beheading of 3 immortal exalts was superficially glamorous, but Liu Yanxi's body did not feel good. As soon as she came back, Liu Yanxi spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her face became extremely pale, and her breath was even messed up with it. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress saw this, her face changed in fear. Yaoqi, are you alright? The nine-tailed heavenly empress hurriedly helped Liu Yanxi sit down, her face filled with a concerned look. Empress Yaoqi was raised by the nine-tailed heavenly empress in her first life, so she looked at Liu Yanxi as if she were her own daughter. My name is Liu Yanxi. The heavenly empress should still call me by that name from now on. Liu Yanxi was cold and arrogant with a hint of stubbornness. Although her body was weak at the moment, she still wanted to stick to her principles. This was the only thing she had held on to since she became the Empress of Yaoqi. She didn't want to completely turn into her previous life. It's this time and you're still obsessing about names. Did you just force your way out of the gate and spent your Yuanshan to borrow the energy of the Heaven Mending Stone and the Yaoqi Divine Sword? The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress seemed to see why Liu Yanxi was so powerful just now, killing 3 immortal exalts in one battle. This would have been easy to do if it was placed in the previous life when the Yaoi Empress was at her peak. But Liu Yanxi had just inherited the power of the Yaoi Empress now, and her strength had yet to be fully restored. Liu Yanxi's current strength was at most at the harmonization realm, and it was simply impossible to kill 3 immortal dignity level experts unless he expended a certain amount of his Yuanshan, and then forcibly raised his strength with the help of the Divine Stone Mending Heavenly Stone and the Yaoqi Divine Sword. But the cost of doing so was too great, and it would take a very long time to mend the Genesis. Liu Yanxi knew that it was costly for her to do so, but she had no choice at that time. The 18 cultivation alliances are attacking. We must deter them with absolute power. Or else they will think that our Yaoqi palace is easy to bully, Liu Yanxi said after catching her breath. In fact, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that Liu Yanxi saw that the nine-tailed heavenly empress couldn't hold on any longer, which was why she forced her way out of the gate, and also made use of the energy of the heaven-mending divine stone and the Yaoqi divine sword to consume her Yuanshan to forcibly raise her realm. In the end, Liu Yanxi knew that this nine-tailed heavenly empress was important to Yaoqi, and that was why she risked great danger to strike. Not bad. You already have the aura of the Yaoqi empress back then, so you have to use absolute force to deter them, so that these curmudgeons won't dare to go too wild. As long as we let them know that the Yaoqi palace now has you, the Yaoqi empress, at its helm, their military will be in great disarray. The nine-tailed heavenly empress' eyes were filled with appreciation, and then she turned her words around and said, but you also have to be careful of your own body. Consuming your Yuanshan to forcefully raise your strength can be described as killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 of your own, and the recovery of your Yuanshan is extremely slow, so don't do it next time. The nine-tailed heavenly empress was very distressed by Liu Yanxi, but what she said is right. In the Western continent, Yaoqi female empress that is one of the best experts. Back then, with her sitting in Yaoqi palace, all the forces in the Western continent did not dare to be disrespectful to the people of the Yaoqi palace, and pressed them for thousands of years did not dare to take a breath. Later on, the Yaoqi empress was reincarnated, and these cultivation forces in the Western continent, that's when they started to move against the Yaoqi palace, coupled with the dispute over qi and the jade seal fragment. It was only in the end that it evolved into a situation where the 18 cultivation forces joined forces to crush the Yaoqi palace. And now, with the Yaoqi empress returning strongly, and one person killing 3 immortal exalts, and heavily damaging the army of 3 cultivation forces, it was bound to make the remaining sects in the Western continent fearful, and not dare to attack the Yaoqi palace any more easily. So Liu Yanxi's forced exit this time, although it would be very harmful to himself, the effect would also be very obvious. While the two were talking, a white paper crane flew into Yaoqi palace at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of the nine-tailed heavenly empress. A flying crane message from the central continent. Nine-tailed heavenly empress's phoenix eyes slightly condensed, recognizing the paper crane's origin at a glance, and instantly picked it up and unwrapped it at the first opportunity. I only saw that it was written on it that the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty had appeared, and after killing the city lord of Dahong City, he had only traveled north. This was the news that came back from the intelligence officers sent by the Yaoqi palace in the central continent. The old emperor has collapsed and the crown prince has appeared. The battle of Qi has finally begun. And here comes the opportunity for our Yaoqi palace. The nine-tailed heavenly empress was secretly delighted in her heart when she saw that the crown prince of the Grand Xia martial dynasty had already appeared. Previously, they had been sending people to search for the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty along the southern border, but they had never found him, not realizing that this time he had appeared on his own. Thinking of this, the nine-tailed heavenly empress turned her head to Liu Yanxi and inquired, Yaoqi, how have you considered that matter I told you about last time at the Liu family in Qi City? What is it? Liu Yanxi's willow brows furrowed slightly, a touch of bad premonition rising in the bottom of her heart. The emperor of the great summer martial dynasty has already died, and the battle for Qi has begun. In the past few days, I've been observing the heavens at night, and I've noticed that the crown prince emperor star of the great Xia martial dynasty has a tendency to brighten, making it a very suitable subject for aiding and abetting. If you can marry them and become the empress of the great Xia martial dynasty, at that time, when the battle of Qi is over, it will definitely bring you great Qi. You couldn't become a god in your last life because you lack luck, and if you can obtain great luck from the crown prince in this life, you're bound to become a god. The nine-tailed heavenly empress spoke the thoughts in her mind once again. As Empress Yaohi's first life foster mother, nine-tailed heavenly empress still very much hoped that Yaohi would break through to become a god. Of course, the nine-tailed heavenly empress herself wanted to gain some Qi in this Qi battle, so she could also use it to make a breakthrough. But this suggestion of hers was flatly rejected by Liu Yanxi. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Even though I've returned to Yaoqi Palace to be the Yaoqi Empress again, there's no way I'll marry the so-called crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty even if I die. Strength I will cultivate on my own. Yaoqi Palace. I will also guard it. I don't need to borrow someone else's Qi. Liu Yanxi's gaze was cold as she directly rebuffed. Times were different now. After Liu Yanxi returned to the Empress, even the nine-tailed heavenly Empress didn't dare to go toe-to-toe. Yaoqi, I'm also doing this for your own good. In your last life you couldn't become a god because you lacked a little bit of luck. Don't miss it this time. Nine-tailed heavenly Empress's tone weakened quite a bit. In the previous Liu Yanxi, the nine-tailed heavenly Empress would have dared to threaten her a bit. But now, in the face of the Empress's aura, she didn't dare to be tough in her attitude. I'll say it again. My name is Liu Yanxi. and I'll be the master of my fate. After Liu Yanxi coldly said this, her face turned pale as she walked towards the secret room to cultivate. Watching Liu Yanxi walk back into the secret room, the nine-tailed heavenly empress wanted to persuade again, but the words stopped at her mouth. It's like a daughter who has hardened her wings and a mother who can't talk about it even if she wants to. The reason why Liu Yanxi chose to return to Yaoqi Palace to become the Yaoqi Empress again was so that she could help her husband one day, so that she wouldn't marry the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty for the sake of the so-called qi. A lot of readers have been talking about cultivation levels, which I'll include here. Qi refinement, bakufu, foundation building, jindan, yuaning, divine separation, conjugation, transition, immortal, immortal zun, immortal emperor, divine person, divine zun, ancient god, divine king. Chapter 92. The crown prince will die today. Tianshui City. This was the second city in Wang Teng's journey north to the capital. Unlike the Great Flood City, this Tianshui City actually did not have a wanted Wang Teng's portrait posted at the entrance. This caused Wang Teng to be a bit surprised, but he entered the city normally, and even the guards at the entrance of the city did not question him. This made Wang Teng suspect that the city defense of this Tianshui City was very slack. However, right after he entered the city of Tianshui City, a guard secretly sent someone to report to the city lord. Then, another person secretly stared at Wang Teng. This was exactly the same as the setup of the Great Flood City. It seemed that there were still people in this Tianshui City who were after him. Wang Teng noticed that someone was following him at the first moment, but he didn't make a sound. Instead he pretended to be unaware of it and went straight to choose a restaurant and went in to eat. Wanted to see what tricks they were going to play with this Tianshui city lord. Wang Teng had just entered the restaurant on the front foot, and city lord Zheng Gu had already gotten the news on the back foot. Are you saying that the person on the portrait has entered our Tianshui city? The city lord looked at the guard who had come to report, a hint of excitement and thrill hidden in his eyes. Yes, he's eating at the Chun family restaurant right now. I've sent people to keep an eye on him, that escort leader reported truthfully. Very good. You did well. Zheng Gu praised him before he started pacing back and forth in the great hall. This is the crown prince. Killing him would be a great honor. Not only would he be able to be crowned king, but he would also be able to obtain first-class merit and chi luck, which was simply a step to heaven. But he didn't want to be killed by the two snake demons beside the crown prince just like the city lord of the great Hung city, so he was thinking about what method he should use to kill the crown prince, while keeping himself safe. After pacing back and forth in the great hall several times, Zheng Gu's brain flashed suddenly thought of something. Right. How did I forget about them? Spinning around, Zheng Gu shouted orders to his subordinates. Someone, call Gosun over to me. After the subordinate responded, he quickly called that so-called Gosun over. A man with a lean figure and a bit of a thieving brow. This Gosun is the city lord Zheng Gu's beloved, deeply trusted by him. Usually there are unseen things we'll ask him to do. City lord, what is the reason for summoning me here? Gosun bowed to curry favor. The crown prince has come to our Tianshui city. He's at the Chen family restaurant. Zheng Gu said unapologetically. The crown prince is here. Then this is truly a heavenly opportunity. Gosun's eyes flashed. The third prince has ordered that whoever can kill the crown prince will be directly crowned king and receive the first-class merit in fortune. Is this not a great opportunity? Yes, this is indeed the opportunity. I've already thought of a way to deal with him. Just do as I say, Zheng Gu said with an excited face. Please also command the city lord. Gosun bowed. Zheng Gu walked over and commanded Gosun's ear before straightening up again. Got it all memorized? Remember, I will definitely do what your excellency has explained. Gosun answered with a solemn face, his eyes flashing with excitement, as if the crown prince was bound to die this time. Well, this time it can be related to our future big event. Don't mess it up. Go! Zheng Gu waved his hand at him. Gosun took the order and rushed out to do his job. Looking at Gosun's gradually fading back, Zheng Gu turned around and said to his subordinates again, Men, prepare a carriage for me. I'm going to greet the crown prince. Zheng Gu shouted before hurriedly walking off. I don't know what he had in mind. Soon a carriage steadily stopped in front of the Chen family restaurant. City lord Zheng Gu hurriedly walked in alone, and then led by a scout. He quickly arrived at the private room where Wang Teng was eating. Wang Teng was eating alone in the box at this time, but he did not expect a middle-aged man with a horse face to walk in with a respectful face. Came in, and closed the door behind him. You are? Wang Teng frowned slightly at the look. Instead, Zheng Gu could not help but kneel directly in front of Wang Teng and even gave him a big salute. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I am Zheng Gu, the city lord of Tianshui City, and I've come here specifically to greet you. Zheng Gu kneeled down to pay his respects. How did you know that I am the Crown Prince? Wang Teng said with a slight twist of his mouth. He is not stupid. Before the Kieran Pavilion's intelligence has long been given to him. saying that all the cities along the way have defected to the third prince, telling him to be careful. So this city Lord Zhenggu is now giving him this play. There must be a backstage drama to be sung. I've seen the wanted portrait issued by the third prince before, and your headshot was on it. Zhenggu pretended to be calm and returned truthfully. Since you know that I am wanted by the third prince, you still dare to come over to greet me? Wang Teng said indifferently, wanting to see how else he would pretend. I'm not hiding it from the crown prince. I have long been dissatisfied with the third prince, and I am bent on following His Highness the Crown Prince. And as you can see, within Tianshui City, there are no wanted portraits of you, which is a demonstration of the sincerity of my bent on defecting to the Crown Prince. Zhenggu once again kneeled and bowed. The wanted portrait was temporarily withdrawn by Zhenggu last night in order to create a false impression that Wang Teng, the Crown Prince, wanted to defect to him. It had to be said that this city lord Zhenggu was a bit smarter than the city lord of Great Hung City. In that case, it seems that you really want to defect to me? Wang Teng followed his words. Yes, that's right. I would like to follow His Highness the Crown Prince to the death, Zhenggu said with a feigned sincerity. Alright, I'll take you then. Wang Teng continued to play along with him, wanting to see which act he was going to play. Seeing that the Crown Prince believed his words, Zhenggu was overjoyed, and immediately raised his voice to invite again. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this Tianshui city of mine isn't too safe lately, and there are a lot of curmudgeons hitting on you, so I would like to invite your Highness the Crown Prince to my residence so that I can send someone to protect you. When Zhenggu said this, he secretly glanced at Wang Teng, wanting to see this prince's reaction. Yeah, those curmudgeons who hit on me won't be you, right? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly to flirt with him. These words startled Zhenggu, and he immediately pretended to be righteous. Your Royal Highness, how could I possibly hit on you? I swear to the heavens, if I dare to hit on you, I will be reincarnated as a pig in my next life. Zhenggu patted his chest and swore. Wang Teng did not expect that this Zhenggu was really a playwright, a villain who performed the righteousness of the righteous. Alright then, let's go. I'm all alone, and I'm still really scared of those curmudgeons who hit on me. Wang Teng put on a timid look. Don't worry, Prince. With me here, no one can harm you. Zhenggu's heart rejoiced and he put on another look of iron courage and loyalty. In the evening, Zhenggu received Wang Teng to the city lord's mansion, and set up a sumptuous banquet to entertain the prince, which could not be described as inconsiderate. Those who didn't know, thought that this Zhenggu had really defected to the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is a fine wine that I have treasured for more than 10 years. Let me pour some for you. As Zhenggu spoke, he opened a bottle of wine that had been dusty for a long time, then poured a full glass of wine for Wang Teng. Your Royal Highness, can you taste my fine wine to your liking? Wang Teng saw that Zhenggu was so enthusiastic and subconsciously picked up the wine cup. Only just after putting it to his mouth, Wang Teng smelled a hint of something wrong from the wine. He was well versed in the art of medicine and was very familiar with poisons. As soon as this wine was served, Wang Teng could smell the odor of poison. It turned out to be waiting for me here. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. City Lord, such a good wine, why don't you drink it? Wang Teng turned his gaze to Zhenggu, who was slightly anxious when he saw that Wang Teng was not drinking, but still pressed on to explain. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this wine is commonly known as immortal wine. It's very precious. Just this one cup will be worth 100 taels of silver. My kind of status. Where do I deserve to drink this kind of immortal wine? I'd rather drink coarse grain wine. Zhenggu said and poured himself a cup of coarse grain wine before picking up the glass and honoring Wang Teng. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'll toast you here. I'll drink first, Zhenggu said and was about to take a sip, but was stopped by Wang Teng. Don't. What's the point of drinking this coarse grain wine? Drinking this immortal wine is good, Wang Teng said and handed the glass of wine in his hand to Zhenggu. Where did the latter dare to drink this cup of wine? For in it he had asked someone to poison it long ago? Crown Prince, my kind of status is really not worthy of drinking this immortal wine. Zhenggu still wanted to push back, but he was directly pinched by Wang Teng, and his tone was also a few points more stern. What's worthy of a glass of wine? When I say you're worthy, you're worthy. As he said this, Wang Teng directly picked up the bottle of poisonous wine and poured it into Zhenggu's mouth. Zhenggu's face was terrified, trying to break free from Wang Teng's palm, but it was futile. Wang Teng's current strength was the great circle of the divine separation realm, while Zhenggu was only a martial artist of the innate realm. How could he be Wang Teng's opponent? Wang Teng's action scared the surrounding subordinates, but all of them did not dare to act rashly due to the status of the Crown Prince. Just at this moment, an explosive cry suddenly came from outside the gate of the mansion. Stop! As this explosive shout came, a cultivation expert who came over on a flying crane arrived outside the door, with a strength in the middle stage of the divine separation realm, and behind him, 8 more cultivation experts landed down from the air successively, all of them in the Yuaning realm. When Wang Teng heard the voice, he turned his head to look over and realized that it was 9 cultivation experts wearing black robes. It was none other than Zheng Gu, who sent his own confidant Gosun to specially invite him. Previously, Zheng Gu had gotten word that there were 2 snake demons around the crown prince, so when he got the chance, he asked Gosun to invite the nearest expert from the Qingzhen Dao to come over and help out just to be on the safe side. Unfortunately, they came one step too late. City Lord Zheng Gu died of poison directly after being poured poison wine by Wang Teng, and fell on the ground, still foaming. City Lord, the beloved Gosun, who came in the latter step, was furious when he saw that the City Lord was dead, and immediately turned towards the real person who was riding a flying crane, and paid his respects. Taoist Master Qingshan, this man is the Crown Prince. Killing him will get you the 3rd Prince's title, and you will also receive the 1st-class Kung Fu Qiluk. Taoist Master Qingshan stroked his gray beard, and a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, with me here, he will definitely die today. This chapter is 2 in 1. As usual, I'm asking for a 5 out of 5 and a rush. It gets better and better from here. Chapter 93, Me, the Prince of Waste? Stop pretending. A glint of essence flashed through Taoist Master Qingshan's eyes. This was credit and Qiluk delivered to his door. How could he not want it? Moreover, he couldn't feel a trace of a cultivator's aura from the Crown Prince at all, which made the news of the Crown Prince's abolition even more certain. Crown Prince, I'm sorry, it's your fault for blocking the path of His Highness the 3rd Prince, Taoist Master Qingshan said with a wave of his hand, and the 8 Yuaning realm disciples behind him all rushed in, blocking the gate. Yeah, you think that just you people can kill me? Wang Teng said with a calm demeanor as the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword appeared in his hand. Crown Prince, I know that you have 2 Jindan realm snake demons protecting you, but it's useless. These 8 disciples of mine, all of them are Yuaning realm experts. It's impossible for you to get out of here alive today. Taoist Green Mountain had a confident look on his face. Yuaning realm expert. Not bad, just in time to upgrade my sword. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly before he shot out the Flying Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand. This was the Immortal Sword technique, which was much higher grade and much more powerful than ordinary flying sword techniques. Just a flash of sword light. The 2 Yuaning realm experts standing at the front were directly shot, and their corpses were even refined and absorbed by the Flying Spirit Immortal Sword. This sudden turn of events completely startled Taoist Green Mountain and the others. You actually know flying sword techniques? Only then did Taoist Green Mountain realize that he had taken the enemy lightly, and he immediately shouted, "Kill him for me!" With a command, the remaining 6 Yuaning realm experts with long swords attacked towards Wang Teng. However, just at the moment they attacked, Wang Teng took out a couple of diversion talismans from the red dust fondness ring and affixed them to his own body. Let my doppelganger play with you. As soon as Wang Teng's words fell, 6 doppelgangers instantly appeared next to him. Taoist Master Qingshan and the 6 Yuaning realm disciples were startled to see Wang Teng's 6 doppelgangers suddenly appear. He actually has a divergence talisman. Taoist Master Qingshan was once again surprised by Wang Teng's means. While he was stunned, Wang Teng's 6 doppelgangers had already caught and killed towards the 6 Yuaning realm experts. Wang Teng's strength was now at the great perfection of the divine separation realm. Originally, the split power of the split talisman was only half of the body's power, and the duration was only 1 minute, but now that his talisman technique was upgraded, the split's power was 70% of the body's power, and the duration lasted for up to 3 minutes. These were enough to deal with the 6 Yuaning realm experts in front of them. This was indeed the case, as the 6 Yuaning realm experts of Taoist Master Qingshan were directly suppressed by Wang Teng's 6 doppelgangers, and during the fight, the huge energy directly collapsed the city lord's mansion. When Taoist Green Mountain saw this, he couldn't remain calm any longer. This prince has been hiding his strength. We can't give him a chance. Taoist Green Mountain quickly reacted. A green-colored long sword appeared in his hand and directly slashed towards Wang Teng. A chi transformed into 3 chang. A sword slash actually presented 3 sword chi shooting towards Wang Teng. You want to kill me with this amount of strength? Wang Teng directly performed a divine walking technique and easily dodged his 1 chi transforming 3 ching sword technique, then stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Taoist Master Qingshan. Prisoner Dragon Technique. With a palm blast, a huge dragon head of chi energy bound Taoist Master Qingshan with great speed and precision, making him unable to move. The power was much greater than the Prisoner Dragon Palm before the upgrade, and even Wang Teng was surprised, and Taoist Green Mountain was shocked when he was caught by the dragon imprisoning technique. How could this happen? My body actually can't move? Taoist Qingshan grew anxious and desperately struggled to break free from this Prisoner Dragon technique. But it was not possible that Wang Teng's Prisoner Dragon technique had already been upgraded, and Wang Teng's strength was also 1 step stronger than his. It's useless. You can't break it after being hit by my prisoner dragon technique. Die. Wang Teng casually pointed his hand and the flying spirit immortal sword turned around and shot at Taoist Master Qingshan's back from a distance. Impossible. There's no way I can die at your hands. After the unwilling Qingshan Daguan roared, the spiritual energy in his body boiled all of a sudden. 3 Qing defenses. Open. After Taoist Qingshan gave a loud shout, immediately after that, 3 consecutive cyan-colored aura defense shields appeared around him. It was like a green lotus flower having multiple layers of petals for defense, which was the secret technique of Taoist Green Mountain. However, under the dual attack of Wang Teng's immortal sword art as well as the imprisoned dragon art, the 3 clear defenses were shot through layer by layer. In just a few breaths of effort, the flying spirit immortal sword shot through the 3 layers of defense of Taoist leader Castle Peak, and finally shot straight into his back. The flying spirit immortal sword passed by. Taoist Green Mountain only felt the vitality in his body rapidly disappearing. How could he not have imagined that he would die at the hands of the prince? After a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, Taoist Master Qingshan collapsed to the ground with a bang, and his body was instantly refined and absorbed by the flying spirit immortal sword. The death of Taoist Master Qingshan completely stunned the people on the city lord's mansion, especially Go Sun. In his impression, Qingshan Taoist Master was a godly figure, yet it was such a godly figure that was killed by Wang Teng with a sword. All of a sudden, his legs and feet were scared, and his eyes looking at Wang Teng were completely panic-like. After absorbing the energy from Taoist Green Mountain, the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword was on the verge of being upgraded, so it could be upgraded again after absorbing some more energy. Thinking of this, Wang Teng landed his gaze on Taoist Green Mountain's 6 Yuaning Realm disciples. These 6 Yuaning Realm disciples were being pressed by Wang Teng's doppelgangers at this moment, but Wang Teng did not kill them because killing them with their doppelgangers would not allow the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword to absorb the energy. After the 3-minute time limit expired, Wang Teng's 6 doppelgangers also instantly disappeared. Without the suppression of the doppelganger, those 6 Yuaning Realm disciples all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet what awaited was not respite, but death. Only a flash of golden sword shadows were seen, and 2 more Yuaning Realm disciples instantly fell. They didn't even see how this golden sword shadow came over, and the remaining 4 Yuaning Realm disciples were completely stunned. This flying sword technique of his is also too fast. It's not even a normal flying sword technique anymore. The 4 remaining Yuaning Realm disciples were too scared to move, their faces pale, and the death of their master's father intensified the fear in their hearts. Let's spread out and retreat. One of the disciples shouted before flying out in a direction first. The remaining 3 disciples all flew in other directions successively. They were afraid of Wang Teng. They couldn't beat him, they could only run. Yet Wang Teng would let them run? You've come, why are you still running? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Then with a finger, the immortal sword art chased after them at an extremely fast speed and shot the 4 of them one by one. After absorbing the life energy of their 4 Yuaning Realm experts, the flying spirit immortal sword emitted a burst of golden light and was then upgraded to an immortal level sword. Wang Teng casually waved his hand and that flying spirit immortal sword returned to Wang Teng's hand. I only saw that after this flying spirit immortal sword upgraded the immortal grade sword, the body of the sword was a bit longer and its color turned golden. There was also a trace of green sword chi flowing on the body of the sword. This was the 3 Qing sword chi. What an immortal sword! Wang Teng felt that the power of the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword had increased again, and tried to wave his hand casually, and instantly 3 green and gold sword chi came out from the flying spirit immortal sword. Wang Teng saw this and was secretly delighted. This is considered a true immortal sword, enough to be ranked in the Great Xiao weaponry spectrum. After killing the 9 cultivation experts, Wang Teng casually killed that Go Sun with a sword, and after doing this, Wang Teng directly flew up and headed to the next city. Chapter 94, Inviting the Immortal to Kill the Crown Prince. If the killing of the city lord in Great Hung City was just a signal for the Crown Prince to come out, then in Tianshui City, killing 9 cultivation experts by one person was considered to have made the Crown Prince completely famous in one battle. It was important to know that among these 9 cultivation experts, 1 was at the Divine Separation Realm and 8 experts at the Yuanying Realm. Such a powerful force was enough to rival a second-rate cultivation sect. However, it was easily destroyed by the Crown Prince alone. After this battle, the news quickly spread outward, and many forces began to take notice of the re-emerging prince. Of course this news was quickly transmitted to the capital. It was just that the 3rd prince had already led the cultivation experts of his Feather Emperor alliance to Kunlun Island in the eastern continent at this time, and the one who had replaced him to sit in the capital was State Master Jia Yu. In the capital, the palace, inside the side hall of the Hall of Zhengde, Jia Yu was seriously handling some official business for the 3rd prince when suddenly a subordinate hurriedly ran in. Master of the kingdom, an urgent report from Tianshui City. As that subordinate spoke, He presented the letter in his hand with both hands. Tianshui City? Jia Yu seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of his hand, the letter flew directly into his hand, then opened it at the first opportunity. Only the letter reads, the Crown Prince entered Tianshui City, killed the city lord, and exterminated 9 cultivation experts of the Green Mountain Dao, including the sectarian realm's headmaster, and has now continued his journey northward. Jia Yu's brows furrowed when he saw the news. It seems that this prince has had a strange encounter. Not only have his wasted meridians been repaired, even his strength has risen greatly. No wonder his emperor's star is getting brighter and brighter. Jia Yu's face was grave. He had long guessed that this crown prince was not simple, but unfortunately, the third prince did not listen to him and insisted on going to Kunlun Island to grab the artifact. We can't give him a chance to grow anymore. We must kill him with one strike. Thinking of this, Jia Yu stood up from his seat, followed by a hurried walk outside with a grave expression. After a tea break, Jia Yu arrived in front of a temple within the palace. Then he bowed to the temple. Jia Yu seeks an audience with Master Miaoda. Someone who could make State Master Jia Yu condescend to meet like this was definitely not simple. Shaoqing, a loud, low voice came out of the temple. What is it? I have come for the Battle of Qi, and I would like to ask Master Myriad Deity for an audience. Jia Yu once again bowed and requested. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the temple suddenly opened. The implication was clear. He was told to come in and confer. Jia Yu didn't hesitate and lifted his foot before walking in. After coming into the temple, there was a white-browed old monk who was sitting cross-legged in front of a statue of Buddha to meditate, with a solemn and holy look, and there was also golden Buddha light enveloping the whole body on him, and at a glance he knew that he was an accomplished monk. Is there something the State Master came to see me about this time? High Priest Myriad Virtue slowly opened his eyes and directly opened his mouth to inquire. Master Myriad Deity, the Crown Prince has appeared and is now out of Tianshui City, heading north. Jia Yu knelt down on a futon and said, right now the Emperor has collapsed. The Crown Prince is the rightful first heir to the throne. If he doesn't show up, he won't have a chance. High Priest Miaoda was not much surprised, as if he expected the Crown Prince to appear. Yes, it's indeed time for him to appear, but he appeared this time with a huge increase in strength. Just yesterday, he killed 9 cultivation experts, 1 of them at the Fractal God realm and 8 at the Yuanying realm. Such a force is enough to rival a second-rate sect, yet it was still easily destroyed by the Crown Prince alone. Jia Yu continued to narrate after a turn of phrase. It can be seen that the Crown Prince at the moment is not only not an invalid, but his strength has also skyrocketed. Oh, if this matter is true, this prince is afraid that he will rise again? A slight hint of surprise appeared on Monk Miaoda's face. Originally, he thought that the Crown Prince, who had been driven out of the capital, would only be able to live on, but he didn't think that he would be able to get back on his feet. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. The fact that the Crown Prince was able to kill these 9 cultivation experts with ease shows that his strength is already at least in the late divine separation realm, and from the time he was driven out of the capital to now, it's no more than a year at most. To be able to grow from a waste with wasted meridians to such a terrifying strength in that 1 year, it's evident that his talent and meridians have been remodeled by someone. If we give him some more time, I'm afraid that even our third prince will be no match for him, Jia Yu said with a worried face. Hearing these words, Monk Miaoda also revealed a grave expression. I remember that before the Crown Prince was driven out of the capital, his talent was mediocre, and now that his strength has reached such a level, I'm afraid that his meridians and talent have really been remodeled. Monk Miaoda also couldn't help but frown. Monk Myriad Virtue was also firmly in the third prince's faction, naturally siding with his third highness. Yes, in such a short period of time, his strength has grown so fast. If we give him a little more time, I'm afraid that even we won't be its opponent. Jia Yu's words changed after he said that. That's why I'd like to ask Master Myriad to go out and kill him. Inviting me to take action to kill the Crown Prince? Monk Miaoda frowned before continuing. What about Third Highness's Feather Emperor Alliance? He's got all the experts from the cultivation world here, and there are 4 immortal elders alone. I'm afraid it's not my turn to kill the Crown Prince, right? This was really true. Although Monk Myriad's strength had also reached the Immortal Exalt level, it really wasn't his turn to make a move to kill the Crown Prince. For one thing, he's a monk, practicing Buddhism, and enjoys purity. Secondly, he was not considered to be the third prince's beloved, and it was true that it was not his turn to kill the Crown Prince for such a big event. If your third highness would listen to me, this would be much simpler. He's now directly pulling over all of the Feather Emperor Alliance's cultivation experts in order to grab Kunlun Island's artifacts, and there are very few top-notch experts that the capital city can send out right now. I was out of options before I thought of inviting Monk Miaoda to assassinate the Crown Prince, Jia Yu said with a helpless face. Although he wanted the Feathered Emperor Alliance's cultivation experts to go forward to surround the Crown Prince, It was a pity that the third prince didn't listen to him, believing that the crown prince was still the same as he used to be, a waste of space, and that if he could exterminate him once, he could exterminate him a second time, and he didn't put the crown prince in his eyes at all. So it is, monk myriad deity realized in a flash, but then frowned and said, the crown prince is only in the fractal god realm right now. Would it be killing the chicken with a bull's knife to let me, an immortal Zune, make a move? Not to mention that every city in the north is filled with the Third Highness's people, and there are even first-rate cultivation sects sitting among them, so even if the crown prince is in the divine separation realm, I don't think it would be possible for him to succeed in coming to the capital with his strength alone. Apparently, Monk Myriad had also belittled the crown prince. It was really because the previous crown prince was too useless, creating an illusion of being a waste. However, only Jiayu thought that today's crown prince was not simple, and that he must send an immortal boss directly over to behead him before he grew up. Master Myriad Deity, today's crown prince is different from the past. We must thunderously exterminate him before he grows up. We cannot give him the slightest chance to flip the script. Although it is indeed killing a chicken with a bull's knife to let you, an immortal exalt, deal with a mere divine separation realm, it guarantees a one-strike kill. Jiayu's eyes flashed with a hint of essence before he continued to persuade. Furthermore, if you kill the crown prince, that would be a great merit, and at that time, when the Third Highness ascends to the throne and becomes the emperor, you'll be able to obtain great fortune, thus having the opportunity to step into the immortal emperor realm. These words moved Monk Myriad. In the recent centuries, his strength had been stagnant, and now it seemed that only this chi luck could give him any hope of continued advancement. Thinking of this, Monk Myriad responded, in that case, I'll go there myself. There will be another one later, so be patient. Chapter 95, An Unusual Assassination. After coming out of Tianshui City, it was late in the day, so Wang Teng didn't rush and stayed in a broken temple on the outskirts of the city. Let's stay here for the night, and improve our strength in the meantime. The opponents we encounter later may become more and more powerful. Thinking of this, Wang Teng sat cross-legged in front of a broken stone statue, but before cultivating, he unclipped the demon beast pouch on his waist and threw it on the ground. Soon a white two small snakes swam out from the demonic beast bag and quickly transformed into two demonic women. Master, Little Green and Little White bowed to Wang Teng at the same time. I'm going to cultivate and make a breakthrough here tonight. You guys help me keep watch. As Wang Teng spoke, he took out two Yuaning Realm Demonic Beast Inner Pills from the Red Dust Fondness Ring and handed them. These are two Yuaning Realm Demonic Beast Inner Pills. They should be very helpful to your cultivation. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai were overjoyed when they saw this Yuaning Realm Demonic Beast's inner Dan, and immediately kneeled down to give their thanks. Thank you, Master. Both of them were now at the Jin Dan realm. If they had this Yuaning Realm Demonic Beast Inner Dan, they would have hoped to break through to the Yuaning realm. This was a heavenly opportunity, and for a moment, they were very grateful to Wang Teng as their master. Humph. Wang Teng nodded, then grabbed another handful of extreme spirit gathering pills out of the system space. He was now at the great perfection of the split spirit realm, and if he wanted to break through to the harmonization realm, he would need to have enough spiritual chi to make an impact. So Wang Teng grabbed a large handful of extreme spirit gathering pills, and there were at least 30 of them this time. I'm afraid that such a large amount of extreme grade spirit gathering pills might not be able to be taken out by even a first-class cultivation sect, whereas Wang Teng directly stuffed it into his mouth in one go. After the 30 extreme grade spirit gathering pills entered his mouth, Wang Teng directly swallowed them. Then he felt a huge wave of spiritual energy source explode in his stomach, like an atomic bomb exploding, and a massive amount of aura rapidly impacted towards every cell of his body. What a dense spiritual energy! It can be used to impact the harmonization realm. Thinking of this, Wang Teng began to sync his mind and run his aura around his body. At first, all these auras were white. Then after Wang Teng kept running around his body, they turned golden. And then little by little, these golden auras were converged into his dantian. As the golden aura continued to sink in, that Yuan Shin at Wang Teng's dantian grew stronger and stronger, and also gradually turned golden. Outside the broken temple, the night color was getting thicker and thicker as Wang Teng sat seriously on his knees in front of the stone statue to focus on his cultivation, and Little Green and Little White were waiting by the side without moving an inch. As the soft sunrise projected into the broken temple, Wang Teng also finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed from his eyes. Comfortable. Finally reached the harmonization realm. Wang Teng subconsciously stretched his waist, and his whole body made a crackling sound. It was obvious that Wang Teng's physical body quality had also been greatly improved after his strength received a breakthrough. Seeing that their master had woken up, Little Green and Little White immediately bowed and congratulated him. Congratulations, master, on your successful breakthrough. These two snake demons were now sincerely happy for Wang Teng. although they were all forced to be taken in by Wang Teng before, but now they were instead somewhat glad to have become Wang Teng's demon slaves. This was the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, and now it was a battle of qi. In case Wang Teng succeeded in ascending to the throne as emperor, then they would also be able to share in the qi luck, and that would be of great help to their future cultivation. Another night, little green little white. Hard work you guys. Wang Teng stood up from the ground, patting the dust on his body in the process. It's not hard. It's our honor to work for our master. Little green little white bowed. Well, you guys go back to your demonic beast pouches. I'm going to continue my journey as well. Wang Teng said as he picked up the demon beast pouch and loaded the two snake demons, little white and little green, back into it. Once everything was packed, he took a step north. Wang Teng's walking speed was still very fast, and after half an hour, he arrived at the third city to the north. 10 cities. Legend has it that this is the hometown of Yan Xiang, the first swordsman of Daxia, who entered the Dao by the sword, and is very strong, and is said to have reached the transitional realm, and is the 10th ranked sword cultivator in Daxia's martial ranking. Wang Teng saw that there was no portrait of him at the entrance of the city, so he just walked in. This time when he went in, Wang Teng realized that the doorman did not send anyone to follow him. Actually not sending anyone to follow myself, it really surprises me. Since this is the case, let's take a stroll around the streets first. Seeing that no one was following him, Wang Teng wanted to take a good stroll around the streets and have a good meal in peace. The streets of Lent City were filled with passers-by, and the stores on both sides were open. Wang Teng strolled around the street and suddenly found someone selling ice candy gourds, which instantly reminded him of the sweet time he spent with his wife, Liu Yanxi. It also reminded him of what Madame had once said to him. Husband, you must remember in the future that our days together are like the sweet feeling of eating sugar gourds. Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel some secret emotions, and immediately walked over to buy a bunch of sugar gourds. The sugar gourds in this Lent City were exactly the same as the ones in Qi City, but eating them in his mouth, Wang Teng no longer had the same sweet and honeyed feeling he had at the beginning. So it turns out that eating this sugar gourd is only sweet when you are with Madame. Wang Teng smiled bitterly, and the strong feeling of longing in his heart surged up at once. Just as Wang Teng was strolling around and eating sugar gourds, there was a beautiful girl on the street in front of him frantically running towards this place. Her breath was rushing and her eyes were panicked. She was obviously running for her life. Behind her, a swordsman with a sword was frantically chasing her with great speed. When the surrounding passers-by saw this, they all stepped out of the way, deeply afraid that their pursuit would reach them. Wang Teng secretly frowned when he saw that beautiful girl running straight towards him, as if she was running specifically towards him. Gongzi, save me! The pretty girl ran towards Wang Teng, as if Wang Teng was her only savior, and the swordsman who was chasing after her, kept attacking the girl with his sword qi. She dodged many times, but still had a few swords slashed into her, several wounds on her body, and her clothes were covered in blood. A miserable look. While Wang Teng stood still eating the sugar gourd, the girl had already arrived in front of him and even stumbled and planted herself in front of him. Sir, save me! The girl hugged Wang Teng's thigh and pleaded with a pale face. Seeing that the swordsman was about to come after him, Wang Teng frowned before shielding her behind him. Don't worry, you'll be fine with me. Wang Teng gripped the wind spirit immortal sword in his hand and prepared to fight the swordsman who was chasing after him. However, right at this moment, the beautiful girl who was being protected by Wang Teng suddenly pulled out a chilling dagger from her body and directly stabbed Wang Teng's back. Third shift today, as usual, asking for 5 out of 5 reviews and urges. Chapter 96, The Counterattack of the Countermeasure. That beautiful girl was protected by Wang Teng, and instead of being grateful to him, she pulled out a chilly dagger from her body, and took advantage of Wang Teng dealing with the swordsman, and without hesitation, stabbed him with one hand from behind. If this was stab, Wang Teng would be seriously injured if not killed. However, just when that dagger was about to stab Wang Teng's back, a long sword directly backhanded and backstabbed her from the front, stabbing her stomach first, and scarlet blood flowed out from her stomach. How is this possible? The beautiful girl looked at her stomach as a long sword was inserted into it, a look of disbelief on her face, and her breathing instantly became rapid. This scene stunned the pursuing swordsman in front of him as well. How could he not expect this scene to occur? Wang Teng slowly turned around and raised the corner of his mouth at the beautiful woman. Tough for you guys to put on this show. When these words came out, it instantly woke up these two people. How could they not expect that this play they had put on had actually been seen through by Wang Teng long ago? When did you see that? A mouthful of blood gushed out of that beautiful woman's mouth as she asked these words with difficulty, and the vitality on her body was rapidly disappearing. These words were at the same time what the pursuing swordsman wanted to know. You, an expert of the divine separation realm, actually ran to me, an ordinary person, to ask for help. Do you take me for a little cutie? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. Wang Teng had used the turtle breath technique, so ordinary people could not see his cultivation, and on the surface, he looked just like an ordinary person. On the other hand, the woman on the opposite side was at the great perfection of the divine separation realm. Even if she panicked, she wouldn't ask for help from an ordinary person. This was clearly very unreasonable. And, when you saw me, you ran straight at me without even looking at the others, obviously coming specifically for me. Wang Teng told them about the loopholes. This analysis made the two people on the opposite side instantly realize that they had botched their act, and instead, they had even been tricked by Wang Teng. As Wang Teng spoke, the sword in his hand tightened a few more points. Soon the beautiful woman was completely dead, and in the end the body was refined into energy absorption by the wind spirit immortal sword. The swordsman was furious when he saw this scene. I want you to die. After Yan Zian roared, his entire aura became abnormally stern, and a sharp blue aura emerged from his body. It was clear that he wasn't going to pretend anymore. Wang Teng finally knew the identity of this swordsman when he saw the blue aura. So it's Yan Ziong, the 10th ranked sword cultivator in the Great Xia martial ranking. Not bad, not bad. The person who came to kill me this time finally has some strength. Facing Yan Ziong, who was one realm higher than himself, Wang Teng did not have a bit of fear. Instead, he was vaguely a bit excited. Yan Ziong was the 10th ranked sword cultivator in the Great Xia martial ranking. His strength had already reached the middle stage of the transition realm, and his handful of swordsmanship was even more remarkable. His blue aura being the sign. The Crown Prince's memories contained information about Yan Ziong, so Wang Teng recognized the blue aura at once when he saw it. In the entire Great Xia martial dynasty, purely in terms of swordsmanship, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3. I'm sorry, Prince. I know that you have an honorable status, but someone wants you dead and I have to step in, Yan Ziong said as he pointed the Taiye sword in his hand towards Wang Teng. This Taiye sword was an immortal level weapon. Even on the Great Summer Weapons Pong, it could be ranked in the top 30 existences. It was a very powerful immortal weapon. I wonder who could make you, Yan Ziong, make a move to kill me? Wang Teng asked tentatively. This is not for you to ask, Yan Ziong said as he gripped the Taiya sword in his hand and charged towards Wang Tengcheng. With one step, he arrived in front of Wang Teng in the next second. This speed was completely beyond Wang Teng's expectation. Luckily, Wang Teng had the divine walking technique and narrowly avoided it when his sword slashed at him. Prisoner Dragon Technique. After Wang Teng avoided it, he directly used the stance Prisoner Dragon art. The fist energy transformed into a dragon head roaring as it rushed towards Yan Ziong. Yan Ziong did not dodge. His eyes condensed, and the Taiye sword in his hand slashed out at an extremely fast speed after building up a certain amount of momentum. One sword chop. As this sword slashed out, strong and pithy sword chi came out across the sky, as if it could cut through the sky. The sword chi crashed into the Prisoner Dragon Technique, and the two energies instantly exploded before dissolving into the air in unison. Both of them were slightly surprised for a moment. Wang Teng was surprised that someone had actually broken his Prisoner Dragon Technique. In the past, when he used the Prisoner Dragon Technique, he was 100% able to control his enemy and never fell short. Yan Ziong was similarly surprised. His one sword chop, his famous skill, a sword that could chop out 1,000 miles, was immensely powerful, and this time, it had merely broken his opponent's Prisoner Dragon Technique. It was evident that this prince's strength was not as unbearable as rumored. Just a single glance made both of them cautious. Without the Prisoner Dragon Technique to control Yan Ziong, it was almost impossible to cross the line and try to kill him. We can only use the talisman to control him, and then use the dragon slaying slash to kill him. After Wang Teng thought of the tactics, he directly soared into the air while taking out a handful of talismans from Red Dust Attachment's ring. Sheep-changing talisman. Wang Teng tried flinging out a sheep-changing talisman towards Yan Ziong. However, the talisman had just been thrown out and was shattered by a sword chi from Yan Ziong's body. It's useless. My sword technique is unrivaled in the world and can break all spells, Yan Ziong said confidently. He was right. His swordsmanship, at least within the central continent, was indeed considered unrivaled in the world. As soon as the words fell, Yan Ziong directly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Wang Teng. By the time Wang Teng felt the cold air coming from his back, it was too late to hide, and in desperation, he put a diversion talisman on himself. Use the created doppelganger to parry the damage of this sword. Die! Yan Ziong confidently slashed his sword down. However, to his surprise, the sword only slashed at an alter ego, and although it killed the alter ego in seconds, Wang Teng used his divine walking technique to go around to the side. Sheep-changing talisman. Wang Teng seized this fleeting opportunity and directly threw a handful of sheep-changing talismans in his hand over Yan Xiang's reaction was also extremely fast. After killing the splitter with a sword, he turned back and slashed at those sheep-changing talismans. But there were too many talismans, and he was still plastered by one of the sheep-changing talismans. Swallow on almost instantly became a flying foster. Good chance. Wang Teng saw that Yan Xiang had turned into a sheep and immediately gripped the Wind Spirit Immortal sword in his hand and slashed at him. Dragon Slayer Chop. This was Wang Teng's strongest attacking move at the moment. With a sword slashing out, 3 sword chi appeared. This was the new self-contained skill formed by the Wind Spirit Immortal sword after absorbing the one breath transforms 3 purities. And the 3 green and gold sword chi were unusually sharp as they shot towards the airborne sheep. One of the dragon slaying chop slashed accurately into Yan Xiang's transformed sheep. Scarlet blood splashing in the air. Chapter 97, Do You Want a Wife or Not? After Yan Xiang was hit by Wang Teng's sword dragon slaying slash, he was deeply and seriously injured. But fortunately, his figure had also recovered from his sheep-changing state. He covered a large gash at his shoulder, and a hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. Crown Prince, your strength really surprises me. Very well, I haven't encountered an opponent in 10 years. And you're still the first one in 10 years to be able to push me to this extent, Yan Xiang said as the pupils of his eyes turned crimson, and tightly the entire person disappeared into the air. It was stealthy, not too fast to see him. Wang Teng looked around and realized that his figure could not be seen, which made him sure that he was really invisible. I didn't expect that this guy would actually be stealthy, but so would I. Wang Teng took out an invisibility talisman from Red Dust Fondness's spatial ring and hurriedly pasted it on himself. In the next second, Wang Teng also instantly disappeared into the air. Moreover, Wang Teng's invisibility not only disappeared physically, but even his breath disappeared under the effect of the turtle breath technique. Yan Xiang, who was in stealth, originally wanted to utilize his stealth to launch a stealthy killing blow to strike Wang Teng fatally, but now he was shocked to find that the Crown Prince was actually stealthy as well, and he could not explore his aura. How could this be? The Crown Prince can actually be stealthy as well, and he can't even lock onto his aura. Yan Xiang covered the wound at his shoulder, his heart shocked beyond measure. Now that both of them were in a state of stealth, neither of them could lock on to the other, and for a while there was a stalemate. Wang Teng was similarly constantly sensing Yan Xiang's position after he had stealthed, but his strength was one major realm lower than the other parties, so trying to use his spiritual energy to lock onto the other party was almost impossible. If I keep on spending like this, I won't have enough stealth talismans. Wang Teng frowned. He didn't want to encounter that scene with the 9-clawed Dragon King again. That would be because the stealth talisman wasn't enough, thus exposing himself and almost dying there. Just as Wang Teng was agonizing, a drop of red blood fell from the air out of nowhere. Wang Teng instantly noticed this detail. It's blood. Yan Xiang just took a sword from me and has injuries on his body. Then this drop of blood should have dripped down from Yan Xiang's body. Thinking of this, Wang Teng got excited and immediately quietly approached towards the place where the blood was dripping, while at the same time putting another stealth talisman on himself to avoid his figure being exposed. By the time he got close to the place, it just so happened that another drop of blood dripped from the air out of nowhere. Wang Teng instantly locked onto the opponent's position. Then seizing this fleeting opportunity, he slashed his sword in the direction where the blood drops fell. A dragon-slaying slash once again came out across the sky, and 3 sword chi appeared out of nowhere, as if it was going to battle through the sky. By the time Yan Xiang realized it, it was already too late. How could he possibly know where I am stealthily? As Yan Xiang was shocked in his heart, he could only grip the sword in his hand and meet it head-on. One sword chop. Although Yan Xiang had used his sword technique in the heat of the moment, he had responded to the battle in haste, and the power of this sword slash was much weaker than before. And as he was now severely injured, the power of this sword was only half of what it had been before. Instead, Wang Teng's dragon-slaying slash was upgraded and its power was greatly enhanced. When the sword chi of the dragon-slaying slash and the one-sword slash collided with each other, Yan Xiang's one-sword slash was instantly broken after resisting for a while. Yan Xiang saw this and was aghast. How is it possible that my stance one-sword slash was actually broken by him? As Yan Xiang was shocked in his heart, the sword chi of the dragon-slaying chop had already approached in front of him. In the nick of time, Yan Xiang returned his sword to resist, wanting to stop this overbearing sword chi. However, it was the huge sword chi of the dragon slayer's chop that directly shot into his chest, knocking his entire body down from the air, and his figure was instantly exposed. Yan Xiang's entire body fell from the air like a cannonball, and after falling to the ground, he hard smashed out a huge cave. But even so, the heavily injured Yan Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood before still climbing out of the pit in a strong manner. However, just as he climbed out, a flying sword shot at him with a swiftness that directly penetrated his chest. Yan Xiang sprayed a mouthful of blood from his mouth. How could he not expect that he would actually die at the hands of a prince who was one level lower than his realm? Yan Xian's corpse slowly fell down before it was refined into energy and devoured by the wind spirit immortal sword. Only after Yan Xian's body disappeared did Wang Teng slowly put his figure on display and proceeded to pick up his Tai sword. What an immortal sword! While Wang Teng was sighing, the wind spirit immortal sword was trembling violently. Wang Teng instantly comprehended the intentions of the wind spirit immortal sword. Are you trying to absorb the energy of this Tai sword? Thinking of this, Wang Teng tried to slowly bring the Tai sword closer to the wind spirit immortal sword. The moment it made contact, the immortal sword energy on the Tai sword was directly swallowed by the wind spirit immortal sword. In the next second, the Tai sword turned into an extremely ordinary sword, while the wind spirit immortal sword was promoted to the middle grade of the immortal grade after absorbing the energy. The power of the immortal sword was once again strengthened. Wang Teng was secretly excited when he saw this. I didn't expect that the wind spirit immortal sword can even devour the energy of other swords. So the upgrade will be even faster. Wang Teng stroked the wind spirit immortal sword in his hand with a secret burst of satisfaction. After killing Yan Xiang, the sky darkened. Wang Teng was also not in the mood to shop anymore and planned to find an inn to stay first. Where did he think that in front of a Dragon Gate Inn? Wang Teng met a familiar and unexpected person. Old Man Goat? Wang Teng was surprised to see an old man standing there at the entrance of the inn. Wang Teng thought that he had misread it, and after rubbing his eyes, and then looking more closely, it was really the old man sheep who sold herbs at the north gate of Qi City. As Wang Teng saw the old man goat, he seemed to have noticed him as well. Mr. Wang, why are you also in Lunar City? Old man Yang walked over first. I'm going to the capital and passing by, Wang Teng said after thinking about it. Going to the capital? Just in time. I'm also going to the capital. Let's two together. Old man goat heatedly smiled and said, not knowing what his intention was in saying this. Uncle Goat, it will be more dangerous to be with me. You might lose your life. Wang Teng said truthfully. It was not that Wang Teng did not want to follow Old Man Yang, but he was now being pursued by the third prince, and Old Man Yang would be in fear of his life if he followed him. Moreover, when Wang Teng looked at the old man sheep, he seemed to be ordinary, without even a bit of aura on his body. Such an ordinary old man following him. When the time came to fight, he could not care about him. It's fine. I'm not afraid of danger. Let's go to the inn to eat something first. Old man, I'm hungry. Old man goat said and walked straight inside the inn. Wang Teng sighed darkly when he saw this, but still followed him in. In the first floor hall of the inn, after casually finding a table, the two of them sat down. Old man goat ordered 2 jars of wine, a big bowl of mutton, a roasted chicken, and 4 small dishes in one breath. Eat. The wine in this Dragon Gate Inn is good. I used to come often to drink it. Old man Yang said and poured a big bowl full of wine for Wang Teng. Wang Teng could not afford not to give him face, so he drank it. Not to say, this wine is quite good, mellow and rich. It is really much better than the wine in other places. This wine is pretty good, Wang Teng exclaimed. I didn't lie to you. The old man goat took a sip of wine and then took another big bite of the goat meat, and then he said in a deliberate manner, by the way, Mr. Wang, when you go away, what about your daughter-in-law? Leave her alone? Speaking of this, Wang Teng's eyes darkened slightly. I'm not going to hide it from Uncle Goat. My lady has disappeared, and I don't know where she's gone. This time out, there is also a large part of the reason for searching for her. Wang Teng, emotionally downcast, poured himself a mouthful of wine. Is that so? Being nice. How did your lady suddenly disappear? Old man Goat took another sip of wine and asked in a rather gossipy manner. I don't know. It would be better if I knew. Wang Teng sighed again. So you just don't have a daughter-in-law now? How about I reintroduce one to you? As long as you open your golden mouth, I'll bring it to you, Old Man Goat said as he ate the goat meat. When Wang Teng heard this, a mouthful of wine sprayed out of his mouth. Uncle Yang, don't tease. I already have a lady. I won't want it even if I'm introduced to it again. Wang Teng said firmly. I introduced this. You don't want it. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Oh, Old Man Goat said with a smile. There's another one later. Chapter 98, Marry the Empress? I won't even die. Wang Teng couldn't help but cry and laugh when he heard that Old Man Goat wanted to introduce himself to a wife. Old Man Goat, stop it. I am deeply in love with Madam. How could I accept another woman? Wang Teng breathlessly pushed back. Aren't you the lady missing? In case you can't find her for the rest of your life, is it hard for you to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? As Old Man Goat spoke, he tore another chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. For this problem, Wang Teng has really thought about it. If he really can't find it in his life, do he really have to play bachelor for the rest of his life? Obviously, the answer is yes. If I can't find the lady, I will keep searching. If I can't find her in this life, then I will go to the next life to find her, Wang Teng said with a determined look. These words caused Old Man Goat to be moved for a moment, but he still smiled. Your kid is infatuated enough with the fairy girl, but the one I introduced is not worse than your lady at all. She is the empress of the Yanxi Palace in the Western continent. Both in terms of strength and appearance, she is much better than your lady. Before old man Yang could finish his words, Wang Teng directly interrupted him with a voice. Uncle Goat, I just won't die marrying another woman, no matter how good she is. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at this Yanxi empress? That really is absolutely magnificent and beautiful. Old man Goat said with a smile. For sure. I don't want to look at this Yanxi empress, Wang Teng once again said with a firm gaze. Since it's you who don't want to see it, then I won't force you. You mustn't regret it when the time comes. The old man Goat took another sip of wine, and also tore a chicken leg and nibbled it beautifully. Don't worry, I won't regret it. If I regret it, I will twist my head off and kick it for you as a ball. Wang Teng drank the wine in his cup in one gulp to vote his heart. When old man Yang saw that Wang Teng was so insistent, then he didn't force himself. At night, the two of them lived in a room. The old man Goat that snores as loud as thunder. Noisy Wang Teng could not rest. Moreover, no intention to cultivate. Of course he was unmotivated to cultivate. Most of the reason was still because he missed his wife, Liu Yanxi. When the old man Goat mentioned it so much during the day, it made his thoughts of Liu Yanxi even deeper. Standing at the window, looking at the full moon in the sky, he remembered the past moments between him and his wife, Liu Yanxi. Meanwhile, in the distant western continent, in the Yanxi Palace, there was likewise a beauty who slowly woke up from her closed-door cultivation. After Liu Yanxi walked out of the secret room, she directly flew to the open-air balcony of Yanxi Palace. Looking at the full moon in the sky, she too fell into lovesickness. Husband, it's the 10th day since we left. Are you okay over there? Liu Yanxi stood alone on the balcony, her eyes filled with endless longing and despondency. There were still 15 other cultivation armies threatening Yanxi Palace, and she couldn't leave here yet. Liu Yanxi looked forward to the future when Yanxi Palace was calm. She wanted to go back to Qi City so that she could stay with her husband again. I also don't know if husband will accept his current self when the time comes. Liu Yanxi looked at her hair, which had all turned purple. Liu Yanxi, who was caught up in her lovesickness, suddenly remembered something and turned her head to call out, "Come on man." Immediately after a call, a female servant girl walked over with a respectful face. "What are your orders, Empress Sama? I want to eat sugar gourds. You find a way for me to go get them." Liu Yanxi ordered in a deep voice. Sugar gourd? That maidservant thought she heard wrong. In the past, the Empress didn't eat this sugar gourd, and even disliked sweet things. "Yes, I want to eat a candy cane. Now," Liu Yanxi emphasized again. "Yes, Lord Empress." The maidservant didn't dare to disobey, and after obediently receiving the order, she retreated. When that maidservant was halfway there, she happened to meet the nine-tailed heavenly Empress, so she couldn't help but ask in passing, "What did Empress Yaoji ask you to do?" Back to the heavenly Empress. "The Empress Sama would like to eat the sugar gourd." That female servant girl responded respectfully. "Eating candy canes? Doesn't Yaoji hate eating sweet things the most?" The nine-tailed heavenly Empress frowned and instantly dismissed that female servant girl. Nine-tailed Sky later arrived at the balcony, only to see that Yaoji was alone looking at the full moon with a forlorn expression. Spinning around, he came next to her silently, mentioning it intentionally. "Yanxi, I heard that the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, just today, single-handedly killed Yan Ziong, the 10th-ranked sword cultivator in the great Xia martial ranking. You said that his talent is really... Why are you bringing this man up to me again? I've told you several times that I have a husband." Liu Yanxi's willow brows frowned slightly. She knew what the nine-tailed heavenly Empress had in mind, and her pretty face immediately put on a frosty look of displeasure. "No, I just want you to find a good family. That husband of yours in Qi City, a beggar recruited by throwing an embroidered ball. How good can he be? Can he be compared to the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty?" Nine-tailed heavenly Empress was still a bit unwilling. Seeing the crown prince grow stronger day by day, the nine-tailed queen of heaven is anxious in her heart, deeply afraid that the position of the crown princess will be snatched by someone else. Who says he's a beggar? He's just running away. People always have low points. No matter how good the crown prince is, he can't compare to the husband in my heart. In the future, don't mention this person, the crown prince, in front of me. The more you mention him, the more disgusted I am with him." Liu Yanxi returned without mercy. The nine-tailed heavenly Empress was helpless when she saw Liu Yanxi's softness, but if, at that time, she had met Liu Yanxi's husband once, she wouldn't have made such a mess today. Soon the maidservant got the sugar gourd over and then respectfully handed it to Liu Yanxi. "Empress Sama, here's the candy cane you wanted." Liu Yanxi casually waved her hand to take the string of sugar gourds in her hand, then ate one into her mouth. Originally thought that the sugar gourd would be the original taste of that sweet honey. However, eating in the mouth. Liu Yanxi then realized, sugar plums without a husband are not sweet at all. Early the next morning, Wang Teng quietly got up and left alone and did not wake up the old man sheep. This trip to the capital is a life of 9 deaths. How could he drag old man goat, an ordinary man, into the water? So Wang Teng chose to sneak onto the road alone. After leaving Lent City, the next city was Baixia City. This was a special city, and since the city owner was the patriarch of a cultivation sect, this city was also equivalent to a cultivation sect. Before Wang Teng even entered the city, a paper crane flew to him. Its cold smokes flying crane transmission. Wang Teng did not hesitate and immediately took the flying crane before carefully reading it. They think they can deal with me like this? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, and after reading the content of the flying crane's message, he quickly burned the paper crane, then continued toward the city of White Shimoda. After arriving at the gates of White Down City, Wang Teng realized that there was no one at the gates, not even a single guard, but the gates were open. Is this an attempt to give me an empty city? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, then Woody passed through the city gates and entered into White Down City. Wang Teng had just entered and realized that the city was empty, and immediately after that, the city gates automatically closed, and the huge city quickly turned into a huge heaven-level formation, and countless lightning bolts appeared in the air. Ha ha, Crown Prince, I finally expect you to come. You'll die here today. An arrogant voice came from the air. Third shift today, as usual, asking for 5 out of 5 reviews and urges. Chapter 99, Heavenly Formation? One sword to break it, turning a city into a super formation. I'm afraid that only Guang Ming, the city lord of White Down City, could do it. Of course, he was also the patriarch of the White Sect, and his strength had already reached the great circle of the harmonization realm, which was still slightly higher than Wang Teng's strength. As for White Down City, it was also a veritable cultivation city, and the people within it would almost always cultivate regardless of whether they had the qualifications or not. So this White Sect, which was already considered a quasi-first-class cultivation sect, had quite a few cultivation experts within the sect. This heavenly level formation within White Down City is the thunderstorm formation that they set up with the strength of the entire clan, and the cultivation experts below the immortals have all heard of this thunderstorm formation. It could be seen how terrifying this thunderstorm formation was. At this time, the city lord of White Down City, Guang Ming, hovered in the air, looking at the bottom of Wang Teng as if looking at a dead person. Crown Prince, if you enter my thunder shocking formation, you'll never want to get out alive, Guang Ming said with a smug expression. He would have expected the Crown Prince to go around their white lower city, but he didn't expect him to barge in anyway. In this case he was not polite. After all, it was a credit sent to the door. How could he not accept the gift? Even this broken formation of yours wants to trap me? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly before he similarly soared into the air, facing Guang Ming directly. His formation attainments were now unrivaled in the world, and he really wasn't afraid of this so-called shocking thunder formation. However, Guang Ming thought that the Crown Prince was pretending or talking big. He, Crown Prince, stop talking big when you're dying, Guang Ming said with a proud face. I'm a heaven-level formation thunder thrill formation. It was set up only by the strength of all the disciples of our white sect. No one below the immortal realm can escape. Do you think you can escape from it? He had absolute confidence in this thunder strike formation. How many enemies had come to his door and tried to kill him, but they were all countered by him using this heaven-grade thunder strike formation. So this time, Guang Ming also felt that he could 100% kill the Crown Prince with the thunderstorm formation. Do you believe that I can break your thunderstorm formation in a minute? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. He was in no hurry to make a move now. Want to break my thunder shocking formation? Ha ha, then you can try. Die. Guang Ming didn't seem to want to waste words with Wang Teng. He directly pointed with his hand, and immediately, among the dark clouds above the formation, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck Wang Teng. Wang Teng easily dodged the shocking lightning strike by utilizing the divine walking technique. Seeing that the prince had dodged the surprising thunder, Guang Ming whirled around and triggered more surprising thunder from the formation to attack him. All of a sudden, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a dozen thunderbolts blasted at Wang Teng in unison under the command of Guang Ming. Wang Teng could only utilize the divine walking technique to continuously dodge the shocking thunderbolt in succession. Crown Prince, it's useless. I'm just getting started. The real power of the thunder surprise formation is still behind. Guang Ming was overjoyed to see the Crown Prince holding his head in his hands as he was beaten. However, he hadn't been happy for long when 3 green and gold sword chi came at him. Guang Ming was shocked and used his body technique to avoid it dangerously, to actually have the strength left to fight back. It seems that if I don't give you a taste of my power, I won't know the power of this thunder shocking formation of mine. Guang Ming's face suddenly became serious as he said this. Immediately, He pinched a few spells with both hands and once again invoked the dark clouds above the formation. Countless thunderbolts immediately descended from the sky and blasted at Wang Teng in unison, just like a thunderstorm, continuously smashing at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's face also changed drastically when he saw so many shocking thunderbolts. It seems that this thrilling thunder formation is really a bit powerful. We have to find a chance to break it first, or else we won't even be able to spare a hand to counterattack. While Wang Teng was flying fast to avoid the surprising thunder, he started to look for the weaknesses of the surprising thunder formation all over the city. Huang Ming was relieved to see Wang Teng being struck by countless shocking thunderbolts. Now let's see if you still have any energy left to counterattack me. Huang Ming kept strangling his hands and continued to direct the shocking thunder in the sky towards Wang Teng. The thunderstorm grand formation belonged to the middle grade of the heavenly grade, and was considered a very powerful formation when looking at the cultivation world. However, in the eyes of Wang Teng, the formation master, the formation was just average. There should be 9 thunder attribute formation stones in the center of the thunder surprise formation as the formation base. As long as these 9 thunder attribute formation stones are destroyed, then this thunder surprise formation will not be broken. After thinking about the construction of the thrilling thunder formation in his mind, Wang Teng fixed his gaze on the city lord's mansion of Whitedown City. It seems like the city lord's mansion is the formation center, and those 9 lightning attribute formation stones should be there. Wang Teng saw through the center of this thunderstorm formation with a single glance, and then sped up towards the city lord's mansion. Guang Ming's heart was also tightened when he saw Wang Teng flying towards the city lord's mansion. Actually ran to the city lord's mansion. There are my white sex 9 elders there, looking for death. The city lord's mansion was the center of the thrilling thunder formation's formation, and Guang Ming naturally had deployed it in advance, so it was impossible to let anyone attack it. However, just to be on the safe side, Guang Ming quickly chased after him as well. The closer he got to the city lord's mansion, the denser the lightning attribute aura became, which further affirmed Wang Teng's guess. It seems that those 9 thunder attribute formation stones are really arranged around the city lord's mansion. Wang Teng took out a split talisman, and after utilizing his split body to block a portion of the shocking thunder, he took the time to grab the flying spirit immortal sword and prepared to attack that city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, before he made his move, 9 flying swords shot towards him from the city lord's mansion first. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 9 flying swords like sharp arrows successively shot at Wang Teng. The latter's face changed slightly. He never thought that there were actually experts guarding within the city lord's mansion. Hiroaki, who had caught up from behind, saw this and burst out laughing in triumph. Prince, you won't be able to run away. Today you will definitely die. Guang Ming said as he also made a flying sword shoot at Wang Teng. This flying sword technique, both in terms of power and speed, was much more powerful than the 9 flying swords from before. Facing the attack of 10 flying swords at once, Wang Teng used his movement speed to narrowly avoid it after he put an acceleration talisman on himself. But behind him, those 10 flying swords were in hot pursuit. In addition, those countless shocking thunderbolts from the air were also continuously falling towards him. Hitting Wang Teng could only keep escaping. Damn it, running like this all the time is not a solution. Wang Teng's mind flashed as he was running away and suddenly thought of something, then turned his head and charged straight to the city lord's mansion. Since he couldn't spare a hand to attack the city lord's mansion, he would use the shocking thunder in the sky to indirectly attack the city lord's mansion. At this time, Guang Ming had already killed his eyes and kept commanding the shocking thunder in the sky to attack Wang Teng. Wang Teng swooped down towards the city lord's mansion at an extremely fast speed, while the shocking thunder in the air continued to follow closely. Just as he swept over the sky of the city lord's mansion, countless shocking thunderbolts blasted down all at once. Wang Teng once again easily dodged these shocking thunderbolts while the various buildings and roofs in the city lord's mansion couldn't withstand the shocking thunderbolts' damage. Almost instantly, these countless shocking thunderbolts blasted the city lord's mansion into smithereens, and dust flew up all of a sudden. The 9 elders who stayed in the city lord's mansion, half of them died under the bombardment of these countless shocking thunderbolts due to their untimely dodging, and the few who didn't die were also deeply and seriously injured. Guang Ming was stunned for a moment when he saw this. How could he not expect that the crown prince would actually indirectly utilize the stunning thunder in the sky to bombard the city lord's mansion? In the instant he was stunned, Wang Teng took out a handful of splitting talismans and pasted them on his body, instantly splitting into 8 doppelgangers, trying to destroy the 9 lightning attribute formation stones at the same time. Good chance. Time to destroy those 9 thunder attribute formation stones. With a thought, Wang Teng's 8 doppelgangers instantly rushed towards the 8 thunder attribute formation stones, and Wang Teng's main body rushed towards one of the formation stones. Guang Ming seemed to see what Wang Teng was trying to do and was shocked and angry. Trying to break my thrilling thunder formation. Impossible. After Guang Ming roared angrily, He once again triggered the surprising thunder in the sky to blast at Wang Teng and the 8 doppelgangers respectively. Almost instantly, the 8 doppelgangers were blown to smithereens by the tremendous energy of the surprising thunderbolt. But Wang Teng's main body easily dodged the surprising thunderbolt due to its small number, then slashed down with a sword-slaying dragon slash. The huge sword chi, which swept out several hundred meters, instantly split the ground of the city lord's mansion into a huge crack in the ground, which was hundreds of meters long and a dozen meters deep. It was under the sword that the thunder attribute formation stone buried underneath was shattered by the sword, and with the destruction of this piece of thunder attribute formation stone, the power of the thrilling thunder formation was instantly weakened by a lot. Finally managed to split a piece. Wang Teng was overjoyed in his heart, while Guangming was shocked once again when he saw this. How is that possible? Why would the crown prince know that there is the center of the thrilling thunder formation? Guangming was completely distraught at this time. How could he not expect the crown prince to actually know the center of the surprising thunder formation? Wang Teng, however, seized this fleeting opportunity and continued to slash his sword towards the next lightning attribute formation stone. With a sword slash, Wang Teng continued to fly to the next thunder attribute formation stone regardless. Now, the only way to spare his hand to kill Guangming was to destroy this thunderstorm formation. By the time Guangming had reacted from his shock, Wang Teng had already destroyed the 3 thunder attribute formation stones in a thunderous manner, and the power and quantity of the shocking thunder in the sky had instantly decreased by a lot. He can't be allowed to continue his destruction. Guangming was anxious in his heart. The prince's strength had already exceeded his expectations. If he let him destroy it further, then his thunder surprise formation would really be destroyed. And then at the same time of triggering the thunder in the sky, he commanded his flying swords to encircle and intercept them left and right. He's doing 2 things at once. However, the current surprising thunder formation was much less powerful. The number of surprising thunders blasting towards Wang Teng was not only half as many, but its power was also much weaker. Wang Teng easily dodged it. Then gripping the wind spirit immortal sword in his hand, he once again slashed his sword across the ground below the city lord's mansion. The sword chi was several hundred meters long, and the ground cracked in succession as the thunder attribute formation stones buried underground were once again destroyed. This was already the 4th piece, and the power of the thrilling thunder formation had once again weakened a bit. Next, Wang Teng continued to use the same technique to destroy the remaining 5 lightning attribute formation stones. Guangming wanted to stop Wang Teng from destroying the center of the thunder thrilling array, but he was powerless to kill him and could only watch the prince destroy the thunder thrilling array that they had worked so hard for decades to complete. When the last thunder attribute formation stone was destroyed, the thunder clouds in the sky also instantly dissipated, and the surprising thunder formation was considered completely destroyed. Wang Teng gripped the wind spirit immortal sword in his hand and with a flash appeared in front of Guangming once again and pointed the sword in his hand at him. Now it's your turn. Guangming had long been shocked by the crown prince's tactics at this point, and a drop of cold sweat had even broken out on his forehead. Chapter 100, Yaoqi Empress. You really don't see her? Guangming, who was confident one moment, was in a fit of despair the next. Before this, the thrilling thunder formation, without a single defeat, but right now, it was easily broken by His Highness the Crown Prince, and at the same time, it shattered Guangming's self-confidence. Now you should always believe that I can break this thunderstorm formation, right? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly. When Guangming heard this, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. How could he not expect His Highness the Crown Prince to be able to break their shocking thunder formation? But things had come to a head, and it was impossible for him to back down, so he could only go on with his head. Your Highness, I have to say that your strength is beyond my expectations, especially in the area of formations. But do you think you can win against me just like that? Guangming said as his expression became grim before he pulled out a blood-red pill from his body and stuffed it into his mouth. After this elixir went into his stomach, Guangming's eyes suddenly became blood-red, and his expression became more and more hideous, looking terrifying. At the same time, the aura on his body was much stronger all of a sudden, especially his spiritual energy, which had almost doubled in size, and a lot of thunderbolts appeared on his body wrapping around him. It was very weird and horrible. Wang Teng frowned when he saw this. The other party's aura actually became twice as strong all of a sudden, and their spiritual power was also strengthened twice as much. What kind of elixir is this that is so powerful? Guangming took the blood-red elixir and then laughed crazily. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive my rudeness, Guangming said with a sinister face and blasted out a palm towards Wang Teng. This palm attacked, and the palm energy unexpectedly carried 3 points of thunder and lightning. This was the Thunder Dragon Palm, which was considered a ground-level palm, but after Guangming took the blood-red elixir, the power was strengthened by a lot. Wang Teng did not dodge and returned the same palm out. Prisoner Dragon Technique. A palm blasted out. and the palm energy transformed into a gigantic dragon head that blasted towards Guang Ming. The prisoner dragon technique had been upgraded to be a heaven-grade palm technique, and with the addition of the immortal-grade true Dragon King technique, its power was strengthened many times over. The two palm energies collided in the air, and the Thunder Dragon palm was instantly broken. Hiroaki was shocked to see this. How is it possible? My Thunder Dragon palm was actually broken. Guang Ming couldn't figure out how he still couldn't defeat the Crown Prince after taking the blood explosion pill. Just as he was in a daze, Guang Ming was shoebound by Wang Teng's prisoner dragon technique, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Guang Ming was terrified in his heart, constantly struggling to break free from this prisoner dragon technique. However, it was all in vain. A long sword flew directly through the air, cutting a golden sword shadow in the air, and in the next second it directly shot into his chest. The speed was so fast that Guang Ming couldn't even see the sword shadow. How did this happen? How did the Crown Prince become so powerful? Guang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and even to his death, he couldn't understand that the deposed Crown Prince had actually become so powerful in a short period of time. With a breath swallowed, Guang Ming's body planted itself from the air as well, and was quickly refined and absorbed by the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword. Wang Teng casually waved his hand and the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword returned to his hand. Just with you wanting to kill me, you really don't know what you're doing. After Wang Teng dropped these words, he fell in the direction of White Down City. None of the White Sect's disciples dared to step forward when they saw the Crown Prince. Wang Teng didn't want to catch up with anyone, and immediately raised his feet and headed for the North Gate. Only that he had only taken a few steps when a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Mr. Wang, wait for me. Old Man Goat panted and ran over. Wang Teng was secretly a little surprised when he saw that Old Man Goat had followed him. Originally, he thought that he could get rid of him, but where did he think that after fighting with Guang Ming, he had delayed too much time, which allowed the Old Man Goat to catch up again. Uncle Goat, why are you catching up again? Wang Teng said helplessly. We're all going to the capital, so let's just drop by together. It's also good to have a companion. Old Man Goat panted as he rushed up. Wang Teng looked at the way the Old Man Goat could not catch his breath, and wanted to refuse but was a bit unable to do so. Uncle Yang, it's dangerous for me to go to the capital. There will be masters who will try to kill me, and you will risk your life if you follow me along. Wang Teng once again confessed to him truthfully. It's okay, I'm not afraid, Old Man Goat said after taking a breather. Seeing that he was so persistent, Wang Teng could only agree to him for the time being. Alright, then follow me closely and hide behind me when you encounter danger. Wang Teng reminded after thinking about it. Good grin. Then we will rely on Mr. Wang from now on. Seeing that Wang Teng had agreed to take him along, Old Man Yang nodded happily. Wang Teng secretly shook his head. Bringing an ordinary old man was like bringing a drag, but it seemed a bit unkind to keep rejecting the Old Man Goat, so he could only let him follow for now, and then find an opportunity to leave when the time came. Considering that Old Man Yang was old and frail, Wang Teng got a carriage in Baixia City before continuing his journey northward. As a result, Wang Teng's rushing speed was slowed down, or else with his strength in the harmonization realm, he would be able to reach the next pass before the sun went down. After the sun set, Wang Teng saw that he couldn't make it to the next pass, so he could only stop the carriage by a big tree by the roadside, and after bolting the horse, he got into the carriage. At this time, the Old Man Goat was drinking wine and eating roasted chicken in a flavorful manner. Do you want it, Mr. Wang? I left some for you. Old Man Goat wiped his greasy mouth as he spoke, then handed the rest of the chicken butt to Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced at that chicken butt and sighed darkly. It's better if you eat by yourself. I'm not hungry. With Wang Teng's current strength in the harmonization realm, there was indeed no need to eat anymore. If you don't eat it, then I'll eat it. This chicken butt is very fat. It's the best thing. Old Man Goat said and took a bite, chewing the chicken butt in his mouth with a look of enjoyment. After eating the chicken butt, he used the wine gourd in his hand to pour a few mouthfuls of wine, and at the end, he burped, then said towards Wang Teng with a mouthful of wine. By the way, Mr. Wang, the Yaoqi Palace Empress from the Western continent that I told you about yesterday, you really don't want to see her? As soon as the Old Man Goat spoke, the mouthful of wine breath came straight to Wang Teng's face. The latter was a bit unable to bear it and could only helplessly turn his head away. Don't see, even if you introduce the Queen Mother to me, I won't see her, Wang Teng said with slight impatience. So, this is the second time I've reminded you. You're the one who didn't want to see it. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you regret it later, Old Man Goat said and hiccuped again. Don't worry, never blame you, Wang Teng said breathlessly. How could he accept another woman when he already had a favorite in his heart? After the night gradually deepened down, the Old Man Goat hugged the wine gourd and leaned against the carriage and huffed and puffed. The snoring sound was again earth-shattering. After Wang Teng sighed, he sank to his knees and cultivated, while releasing Little Green and Little White to guard the carriage. The next stop was Dongshan Pass, a pass where the terrain was treacherous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The key was that Dongshan Pass was assisted by a first-class cultivation sect behind it, so it was difficult to pass through smoothly. Therefore, Wang Teng had to seize the time to cultivate, and after grabbing a handful of extreme-grade spirit-gathering pills from the system space, he quickly stuffed them into his mouth, and then seriously cultivated. At the same time, a monk covered in golden light descended from the sky while the night was still young and arrived at Dongshan Pass one step ahead of Wang Teng. 100 chapters. One more later. Chapter 101 Old Man Yang's Test. Dongshan Pass. This was the first mountain pass that Wang Teng traveled north to the capital. The terrain was treacherous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The one guarding the pass was General Mi Wu, and his strength was only at the Martial Saint realm, which was equivalent to the Cultivation Pioneer realm. And this kind of strength, for Wang Teng, a single finger would be able to exterminate him. However, behind Dongshan Guan, there was a first-class cultivation sect supporting him, so it was still difficult for Wang Teng to pass through this Dongshan Pass. The sunrise spills over the land, chirping birds chirp from the trees, and a new day begins. Wang Teng gradually woke up from his cross-knee cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flashed past his eyes. After eating 30 extreme spirit-gathering pills, my strength has only risen to the late stage of the harmonization realm. It seems that the later it gets, the harder it is to upgrade my strength. Wang Teng secretly resented the slow upgrade a little. If others knew that Wang Teng had risen from the early stage to the late stage of the harmonization realm in one night, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop. This kind of rocketing speed of upgrading was something they couldn't even dream of imagining. Wang Teng, on the other hand, was still a bit disgusted with the slow upgrades. This man-to-man comparison was really going to piss people off. Wang Teng saw that old man Yan was still sleeping, so he did not disturb him. Where did he think that just as he got up, old man Yang's voice came from behind. Mr. Wang, are you trying to leave me? An old man, to run away again? Old man Goat yawned and said, didn't have to run away. I just wanted to go out and find you some food when I saw that you were still asleep. Wang Teng said rather breathlessly. The old man is really alert. Alright, then you can get me some random food. I eat everything. I'm not picky. The old man goat stretched his back and said without any hesitation. After Wang Teng nodded helplessly, he ran off to pick fruits for him. Wang Teng himself could not eat it, but the old man goat was an ordinary person after all, so he could not eat it. It's the middle of nowhere, but getting some fruit is easy. Soon Wang Teng returned with some refreshing fruits. Uncle Goat, I picked a lot of wild fruits back. It's very refreshing. Try it. Wang Teng said and took out a lot of wild fruits out from his space ring. It looks a lot like an apple and tastes crisp and sweet and very juicy. Without further ado, Old Man Goat reached out and grabbed a wild fruit, wiping it on his own clothes before eating it. Not bad at all. This wild fruit isn't sour at all. It's also very sweet. After the Old Man Goat ate a few mouthfuls, he subconsciously took out his wine gourd and wanted to pour a few mouthfuls of wine. But unfortunately, there was no wine left in the gourd at all. All out of wine. After Old Man Yang poured the wine gourd, he immediately dropped his gaze on Wang Teng. Mr. Wang, can you fetch me some wine? Help you with your drink? Now, Wang Teng was a bit speechless. Where can I get wine in the middle of nowhere? You're walking fast. Go back and make a trip to White Lower City to fetch Hulu wine over for me. Old Man Yang did not care about Wang Teng's feelings and directly wanted him to go back to White Down City to fetch the wine. Honestly, that's a bit much to ask. Uncle Yang, why don't you bear with me for a while, and when we get to Dongshan Pass, I'll fetch you some more wine, Wang Teng said after thinking about it. Without this wine, you won't be able to enter Dongshan Pass, Old Man Goat said with deep meaning. What do you mean? Wang Teng frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of Old Man Goat's words for a moment. I mean, Baixia City is close to here, and Dongshan Pass is far from here. I can't wait that long. Old Man Goat whirled around and changed his tone, saying. Wang Teng sighed when he saw that the Old Man Goat was so eager to drink, and could only helplessly take the wine gourd. Then wait here for a while, I'll go get you a gourd of wine. After taking the wine gourd, Wang Teng flew in the direction of Baixia City, and Old Man Yang shouted at Wang Teng's back again. Bring me some roasted chicken by the way. Looking at Wang Teng's fading back, Old Man Goat nodded with satisfaction. Old Man Yang was also testing Wang Teng. How could he, the hallowed Pill King, easily assist someone else? So the only way to make him, the Pill King, willingly assist him was to tolerate his foul temper and be willing to condescend to give him a drink. Wang Teng did not yet know that all of this was the Pill King's test for him. An hour later, Wang Teng came back from White Down City. Not only had he hit a gourd of wine, but also bought all the wine from a restaurant along the way, in addition to bringing a few roasted chickens and mutton. With so many things, Wang Teng placed them in the red dust-favored space ring. When he returned, Old Man Goat was leaning against the wagon, crossing his legs and eating the fruit prettily. Uncle Goat, I fetched you back the wine and brought you a few roasted chickens, Wang Teng said and handed him a gourd of wine and a few roasted chickens. Old Man Goat's eyes lit up when he saw the wine and the roasted chicken. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for taking the trouble. Old Man Yang hurriedly took the wine and roasted chicken from Wang Teng's hand, then took a big bite. Wang Teng shook his head secretly as he watched, then looked at the sky again and realized that it was getting late, so he drove his carriage to Dongshan Pass. While they were driving along, at the city gate of Dongshan Pass, the guarding general, Ni Wu, and the real Dongfeng accompanied a monk to inspect the situation. When will the crown prince probably come over? Monk Miaoda asked as he stood on the city's head with his eyes slightly narrowed. Reporting back to Master Miaoda, the crown prince has already left Baixia city last night, and if there are no surprises, he should arrive at our Dongshan Pass today. The general guarding the pass, Ni Wu, bowed and said, Realist Dongfeng, when the crown prince arrives, you will first send someone to test the crown prince's strength. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, I will personally take his life. Monk Miaoda's calm tone carried a hint of confidence. It seemed that as long as he made a move, he would be able to directly take the life of the crown prince. Yes, Master Myriad Deity, the East Wind realist respectfully responded. He was an expert at the peak of the transition realm, but in front of Monk Myriad Deity, he was still respectful and didn't dare to have a single retort. After all, Monk Myriad Deity was an immortal exalted realm expert, and a single palm could exterminate him. In the evening, Wang Teng drove his carriage and finally arrived outside the Dongshan Pass, only that just as they arrived, they realized that a team of cultivation experts had already set up a formation and were waiting at the bottom of the pass. When Wang Teng saw this formation, his expression was grave for a while. It seemed that the other party had already known that he was coming and had even invited a first-class cultivation expert to deal with him. That real person formation under the light barrier made Wang Teng feel a compelling aura and killing intent. It was not easy to break a formation formed by 18 harmonization realm experts, not to mention that there was also a peak transition realm expert hovering in the air at the pass. Uncle Sheep, it's dangerous ahead. Stay in this carriage and don't come down. If I can't beat it, you can quickly turn around and go back. Wang Teng turned his head and said to Old Man Yang in the carriage. Wang Teng was not sure that he could 100% break through this level. When he could not fight, he could only think of a way to escape. And with the Old Man Goat as a drag on him, he would not be able to escape well, so he could only let him run first. Mr. Wang is highly powerful. I'm sure you can beat them, not to mention I'm still here. Old Man Goat hiccuped again as he spoke, but his gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the monk at the head of Dongshan Pass. Wang Teng heard the words of the Old Man Sheep secretly a burst of speechless. You an old man selling medicine does not drag my leg even if good enough, but also boast there. I can't even beat you, can you? Seeing that he could not persuade the Old Man Goat, Wang Teng threw the demonic beast pouch on his waist onto the carriage and then instructed Little Green and Little White. Later on, if I can't beat them, you guys hurry up and escape with Goat Uncle. Yes, Master. The two little snakes returned in unison. After doing so, Wang Teng slowly walked towards the East Mountain Pass, where a formation had already been set up. Crown Prince, you won't be able to pass through this Dongshan Pass today, Real Dongfeng said to Wang Teng with a stern tone. Please Prince to death. Today's third shift. As usual, I'm asking for a 5 out of 5 and a reminder. If you have a gift, let's all send it along. Thank you all. Also have a great winter break. Chapter 102, How can you kill me with this? The phrase please invite the Crown Prince to die. It revealed Dongfeng's strong intention to kill the Crown Prince. After leaving the Old Man Goat in the care of Little Green and Little White, Wang Teng slowly walked towards the front alone with the Wind Spirit Immortal sword in his hand. Not far away from him was the 18-member sword formation of the Dongshan sect. Each one of them was an expert of the harmonization realm. And before Wang Teng could even get close, he could feel the strong sword intent and killing aura from them. This sword formation was much stronger than the Xianling sect sword formation. What sect are you guys? How dare you block my way? Believe it or not, I will destroy your entire sect. Wang Teng took a step forward and yelled in a loud voice. Crown Prince, we are Dongshan sect. You don't have the chance to come and destroy our sect. Set up the formation. Real Dongfeng did not talk nonsense to Wang Teng, but directly ordered to set up the formation. It's true that the masters don't like crap. With a command, the 18 harmonization realm experts underneath gave a loud cry in unison, then moved quickly with their long swords in hand and swiftly surrounded Wang Teng in the midst of them. And it's still a 2-in-1 encirclement on the ground, and in the air. In this returning sword formation, Wang Teng felt a strong sword intent and killing aura, as if there were 10,000 swords pointing at him, ready to attack him at any time, making him not dare to act rashly. On the carriage, Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai had long since transformed into human forms, looking at Wang Teng not far away surrounded by the returning sword formation, their pretty faces filled with anxiety. Once Wang Teng was killed, the two of them, the demon slaves, would also slowly die. Of course this was one of the reasons. The more important thing was that they were very satisfied with Wang Teng as their master, and it was from the bottom of their hearts that they did not want to see anything happen to Wang Teng. Xiao Chang, you guard this old man. I'll go help the master. Xiao Bai held a long sword in his hand, intending to secretly go help Wang Teng, but he was droned by the old man goat. You, a snake demon of the Yuaning realm, going to break into someone else's returning sword formation, isn't that sending death? But if we don't go to help, master will die even more, without even a chance to escape. Little White was planning to give up his life to die and give his master a chance to escape. Do you trust your master so little? This kid is powerful. As long as that old bald donkey doesn't make a move at the pass, these people from the East Mountain sect won't be able to kill your master. Old man Go took a sip of wine as he spoke. There are even more powerful people at Dongshan Pass? Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai's faces changed in unison as they subconsciously looked towards the city of Dongshan Pass. They thought that these people from the East Mountain sect were already the most powerful, but they didn't realize that there were even more powerful people on the walls of the East Mountain Pass. Then in that case, this East Mountain Pass would really be impossible to break through. Well, an immortal exalt, Old Man Yang said lightly, continuing to pour a mouthful of wine into his mouth. Immortal elder. Little Green and Little White sucked in a breath of cool air in unison when they heard this. An immortal exalt, that was a figure they couldn't reach, and the other party could destroy them with a single breath. Then won't Master be dead this time? Little Green had an anxious face, although she was reluctant to become Wang Teng's demonic slave in the beginning. But now, after spending so much time together, she felt that this master was quite good and did not want him to die from the bottom of her heart. The old man of the sheep did not reply, but tore a chicken leg and nibbled it, and also took the wine gourd and drank it leisurely, without a trace of nervousness at all. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai saw that the old man goat was still in the mood to eat at this time of the day. They both treated the old man goat poorly, and then focused on Wang Teng in unison, with a nervous and worried expression on their pretty faces. Wang Teng felt an unprecedented pressure after being surrounded by the returning sword formation, but he wasn't going to give in just like that. This sword formation of yours is not bad, but unfortunately, if you want to kill me, it's not that easy. As soon as Wang Teng's words fell, he gripped the Wind Spirit Immortal sword in his hand and slashed out towards the returning sword formation. With a sword slash, 3 sword chi of green and gold intersected across the sky, directly attacking the few sword formation experts closest to him. Kill! After the 18 sword formation experts shouted, countless sword chi shot out from all directions, almost instantly breaking Wang Teng's 3 sword chi before the sword chi attacked Wang Teng again. Wang Teng was horrified and hurriedly put a few protective amulets on himself. Defense amulet, golden shield amulet, spirit shield amulet. Almost instantly, 7 or 8 defensive type defense shields appeared around Wang Teng. This scene caused a slight burst of surprise to General Mi Wu, realist Dong Feng, and Monk Miaoda at the head of Dongshan Pass. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to have so many amulets, General Mi Wu said with quite a bit of surprise. It's useless. Our Dongshan sect's returning sword formation of 18 clasps to 1 can release a constant stream of sword chi, and there will always be a time when the Crown Prince's amulet will be depleted, the Dongfeng realist said rather confidently. He was very confident in this returning sword formation of his clan, which had not suffered a single defeat since its inception, so dealing with a mere prince was completely out of the question. And Little Green and Little White, who were watching from afar, were secretly worried when they saw their master being attacked by so many sword chi sources. Wang Teng, who was in the sword formation, saw his protective amulets being broken one by their returning sword chi, and his heart was anxious. No, if I keep on spending like this, I'm going to be exhausted by them. Wang Teng felt that he couldn't keep playing passive defense like this. If you defend for a long time, you will lose, so you have to find a way to take the initiative, and attack is the way to go. Good thing he quickly thought of a way to crack it. We'll just have to try this. I wonder if we can hide it from them, Wang Teng said, and took out 2 more talismans from the red dust fondness ring, but did not use them right away, instead waiting for the returning sword chi to break his last defense. Not only was he waiting, but on the city top of Dongshan Pass, General Mi Wu, realist Dongfeng, and Monk Miaoda were also waiting for Wang Teng's last amulet to be broken. After holding on for half an incense stick, Wang Teng's last protective amulet was also broken, and then countless returning sword chi broke through the defense and shot towards Wang Teng. Almost instantly, countless sword chi blasted at Wang Teng's body, directly smashing him into pieces, but there was no scene of blood splattering. It worked! General Mi Wu was overjoyed to see this. thinking that the crown prince had been killed just like that. The East Wind reality thought the same thing. I thought that the crown prince would be able to hold out for a little longer, but I didn't expect that it would really be so unbearable. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the East Wind realist. However, Monk Miao frowned at this, as if he sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai's eyes instantly turned red when they saw their master Wang Teng being killed by the returning sword formation. Master is dead. Xiao Chang cried out in pain, a line of tears flowing out of her eyes. Xiao Bai also thought that Wang Teng had been killed, but she was still strong and intended to carry out the last task that her master had given her before he died, which was to escort the old man goat back. However, it was stopped by old man goat. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Your master is a thief, old man goat said with a smile as he ate his chicken leg. Master is still alive? Little Green and Little White both froze in unison, and then immediately felt that the imprint attached to their souls had not disappeared. In that case, the master really had not died, and immediately rejoiced. But there was no sign of the owner at all at the scene. What's going on? Just as they were puzzled, Wang Teng in stealth finally unleashed his strongest strike, Dragon Slaying Chop. A sword swept out, and 3 domineering sword chi chopped out thousands of meters, as if it was going to cut through the sky. Immediately, 3 harmonization realm experts were killed by these 3 sword chi that shot through the sky, and the returning sword formation instantly appeared to have a breach. This sudden scene completely shocked everyone present. Chapter 103, one person kills 18 people in counterattack, continues to storm away. At the city gate of Dongshan Pass, General Mi Wu and Real Dongfeng were both shocked by this sudden turn of events. How is it possible? The returning sword chi clearly struck the crown prince, so why was he able to emerge from another place? The East Wind realist had a look of disbelief on his face. He was very confident in his returning sword formation. As long as he was struck by the returning sword chi, he would be seriously injured without dying, while Wang Teng was not the least bit alright. It could be seen that the returning sword chi did not hit Wang Teng at all just now, which was no wonder that no blood appeared on the scene. General Mi Wu was even more horrified at this as he watched for a while. He, a person of the martial saint realm, was completely unable to see how Wang Teng had operated just now to survive. Only Monk Myotak seemed to read some of it. The crown prince should have first utilized a diversion to fool us. In fact, he utilized the invisibility talisman to become invisible, and waited for us to think he was dead before launching his strongest strike. Monk Miao continued his analysis. To kill 3 harmonization realm experts in seconds with a single sword strike. This prince's strength really surprised me a bit. What? He fooled us with his doppelganger? Monk Dongfeng was surprised because just now, he also did not see how Wang Teng managed to dodge the returning sword chi attack. It should have utilized the separation talisman and the invisibility talisman. What the returning sword chi shot was only the prince's doppelganger, while his main body was hidden with the invisibility talisman. This prince has indeed become different, and his aura is actually golden in color, which is something that only the body of the Holy Spirit can have. Monk Myriad Deity's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. The change in talent has made Monk Myotak determined to kill the prince. With such a terrifying talent, given a little more time, perhaps even he would not be a match. It was only until now that Monk Miao realized that State Master Jiayu's caution was correct, and that the only way to kill the crown prince was to kill him with a thunderbolt before he could grow up. After listening to Monk Miao's explanation, realist Dongfeng and General Mi Wu then reacted. So it seems that this prince has a lot of talismans on him. We can't give him another chance to strike. Thinking of this, realist Dongfeng ordered the remaining 15 harmonization realm disciples once again. Returning sword eye. At the command of the East Wind realist, the remaining 15 disciples began to change formations. However, this time, Wang Teng wouldn't let them surround himself. Instead, he put an accelerating talisman on himself before flying out directly from that sword formation breach with the help of divine walking technique. This breach was originally occupied by 3 experts, but now after being killed by Wang Teng, it became a breach in the returning sword formation. Little Green and Little White were both secretly thrilled when they saw that their master had not died and had even escaped the returning sword formation. Great! Master didn't die and even escaped the returning sword formation. I've said it all. This kid is a thief. It's not that easy. Old Man Goat leaned on the carriage, drinking wine and eating roasted chicken. A beautiful look. In the battlefield, after Wang Teng ran out of the surroundings of the returning sword formation, the 15 sword formation disciples likewise chased after him, but they did not follow Wang Teng closely. For one thing, their speed could not catch up with Wang Teng, and for another, they flew up into the air just to better execute the returning sword eye. Only 15 of them were seen, quickly executing their sword techniques after they had set up a formation in the air. In the next second, the swords on their bodies seemed to have been sensed to fly into the air in unison, and merged into a giant sword at an extremely fast speed. And this giant sword was also getting bigger at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. And in the blink of an eye it turned into something like a small mountain. Wang Teng turned around after feeling this powerful sword intent, and was instantly shocked by the huge mountain-like sword in front of him. 15 swords actually merged into one giant sword. What kind of trick is this? Wang Teng frowned, but he felt that he couldn't let these 15 people continue to perform the sword trick anymore, or else they would be passively beaten again like before. I'm going to strike first this time, Wang Teng said as he gripped the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand and once again slashed out towards the 15 disciples. Dragon Slayer Chop. As this sword slashed out, 3 more domineering sword chi pizzied out. The sword chi spanned tens of thousands of meters, as if it was going to cut through the heavens and earth. Facing the dragon-slaying chop, those 15 disciples shot the huge sword in the air head-on without any haste. Almost instantly, the 3 domineering sword chi slashed at the huge sword, like a stone sinking into the sea, not making waves. Wang Teng's face changed slightly when he saw this. Obviously the power of this huge sword was beyond Wang Teng's imagination. Spinning around, he transported his body and tried to dodge, but was horrified to find that his body was actually shocked by the sword intent. How can this be? This sword intent is actually so powerful that it shook my body. At the head of Dongshan Pass, Dongfeng realist saw that Wang Teng could not move his body, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the strongest killing move of the returning sword formation. Returning sword 1. Even I don't dare to take it head on. The Crown Prince will definitely die this time. General Miwu also showed a hint of excitement and anticipation when he saw such a huge sword shooting towards Wang Teng, thinking that the Crown Prince would definitely die now. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai saw this, but they were instantly worried again. Only the old man goat, who had a calm expression from start to finish, and a mouth full of oil. In the battlefield, Wang Teng saw his body being pressed by the powerful sword intent. He had no choice but to take it head on, but unfortunately, the sword intent of this huge sword was too powerful. Taking it head on, he was completely unsure. We can only use the sword skill charm and the strengthening charm. Thinking of this, Wang Teng immediately affixed a strengthening talisman to himself, and then affixed a sword talisman to the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand. The former was to increase the power of one's aura, while the latter was to enhance the power of the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword. After the 2 talismans were used out, Wang Teng utilized the spiritual energy in his body and without hesitation, shot the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand head-on. Immortal Sword Art. A sword shot out like a meteor trailing a golden tail, and almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 swords collided head-on. One was a huge sword like a mountain, while the other was a thin sword as thick as 3 fingers. In front of that huge sword, Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword was like an ant shaking an elephant. However, although there was a big difference in the size of the swords, the power of the 2 swords was not comparable, and for a while the 2 swords were frozen in the air. At the head of Dongshan Pass, realist Dongfeng's face changed once again when he saw that his sex-returning sword I was actually resisted by Wang Teng's tiny longsword. How is it possible? The strongest sword formation of this sect, the returning sword I, was actually blocked by the prince. Not only was realist Dongfeng shocked, even monk Myriad Deity felt a hint of surprise. He was able to see the power of this returning sword I. Unsurprisingly, the Crown Prince would definitely die under this sword, yet it was blocked by the Crown Prince. But even more amazing is yet to come. Seeing that the immortal sword technique could not advance an inch, Wang Teng once again affixed several strengthening talismans to himself, and at the same time threw a few sword technique talismans and remotely affixed them to the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword. All of a sudden, the golden dazzling sword aura on the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword became even brighter. In the next second, the huge sword formed by the Guiyuan Sword One was actually repelled by Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword bit by bit. This scene once again shocked everyone present. It was like an ant, step by step, beating back an elephant. How is it possible? How is the prince so powerful to such an extent? Realist Dongfeng's face was filled with disbelief, but reality had to make him believe it. General Miwu was even more shocked to the point that his body trembled. The power of the Crown Prince was completely beyond his imagination. Instead, Monk Myriad's eyes were growing thicker with murderous intent. Little Green and Little White's hearts rejoiced when they saw their master's sword slowly pressing through. Great! Master's sword has suppressed the returning sword I. Old Man Goat, however, was looking a bit bored, as if this level of fighting didn't even enter his eyes. Those 15 Harmonization Realm experts were equally shocked in their hearts when they saw that their strongest returning sword one had been suppressed back. Everyone, don't leave any more energy behind. We can't be pressed back by his sword. His spiritual energy won't last long. Someone shouted. Unfortunately, they had the intention to push the sword back, but they were still continued to be pressed back by Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, and the speed at which they were pressed back was getting faster and faster. The spiritual energy in Wang Teng's body was being drained at an extremely fast rate by the reinforcing talisman. Luckily, he had a lot of extreme spirit gathering pills, and after taking a handful of extreme spirit gathering pills from the system space and stuffing them into his mouth, he had an endless amount of spiritual energy to output again. On the contrary, the 15 harmonization realm experts, after consuming them for a long time, the spiritual energy in their bodies finally couldn't support them anymore. Immediately after that, someone fell from the air because their spiritual energy was too consumed and their stamina was not enough. With one less person's output, the power of the returning sword eye was much smaller, and Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword took the opportunity to accelerate and shoot over again. The remaining disciples tried to hold on, but the spiritual energy in their bodies was no longer enough to support them. Soon, more and more disciples fell from the air due to the exhaustion of their spiritual energy. After half of the disciples were missing, the power of the returning sword eye had been reduced to only 1/10, and it was at this moment that Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword broke through the huge sword that was half like a mountain in one fell swoop. Then, going unabated, the sword shot through the chests of 5 harmonization realm disciples. 5 kills with one sword. Straight up storm. This scene completely shocked everyone at the scene, especially Qingfeng Realist. How could he not expect that their clan's strongest sword formation was actually broken by Wang Teng? That was not all. Wang Teng took advantage of their spirit power being exhausted and remotely manipulated the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword to hunt down the remaining few Green Mountain sect disciples one by one. The rampage continues. When there were only 6 disciples left to kill, the Qingfeng Realist at the head of Dongshan Pass finally couldn't help but strike. Stop! After the Qingfeng Realist shouted explosively, he transformed into a clear wind and stopped in front of Wang Teng, while a green snake immortal sword appeared in his hand. Realist Qingfeng, the 6th ranked expert in the Grand Xia Martial ranking, had finally made his move. The green snake immortal sword in his hand was even the 18th ranked existence on the Great Xia weaponry record. While facing the Qingfeng Realist, Wang Teng was pleasantly unafraid. Just now, absorbing the energy of a dozen or so harmonization realm experts did not allow the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword to be upgraded. And this time, when he saw the Qingfeng Realist as well as the Green Serpent Immortal Sword in his hand, Wang Teng revealed a hint of a smile, giving experience to his Wind Spirit Immortal Sword. Been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Teng's aura was instantly in full swing. There will be another shift later, so be patient. Chapter 104 Old Man Yang finally makes a move. After the fight, the aura in Wang Teng's body was not depleted at all. Instead, it also dispersed all of its aura. Realist Qingfeng was slightly surprised when he felt that Wang Teng's aura was still so abundant. Crown Prince, you really surprised me by single-handedly breaking our Castle Peak sect's returning sword formation, Qingfeng Jinran said in a deep voice. What will surprise you even more is yet to come. Wang Teng pointed the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand, pointing it at the realist Qingfeng from afar. A hint of essence projected in his eyes. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. After realist Qingfeng said these words, his entire body turned into a clear wind and disappeared into the air. While Wang Teng was still searching for his original body, Qingfeng Jing'an had long since arrived at Wang Teng's back and then violently stabbed his sword over 2 sleeves of green snakes. This sword move was Qingfeng Jinran's famous skill, and with his green snake immortal sword, it was even more powerful. With one stab of the sword, the left and right sword chi transformed into 2 green snakes that attacked Wang Teng's back directly. The speed was extremely fast and the distance was short, almost instantly shooting Wang Teng in the back. Bingo! The Qingfeng Realist was overjoyed in his heart. However, he was still thinking simply. The Wang Teng who was shot by the 2 sleeves of green snakes was only a doppelganger, while the main body had utilized a stealth talisman to stealthily go behind the Qingfeng Realist. It's kind of like using the other guy to do the same thing. Dragon Slayer Chop. Wang Teng gripped the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand and violently slashed his sword towards Qingfeng Realist. The Wind Spirit Immortal Sword also had a sword skill talisman attached to it, so this sword's dragon slaying slash was very powerful. A sword cut out. 3 overbearing sword chi came out across the sky, directly attacking the back of the Qingfeng Realist. If he was hit, the Qingfeng Realist would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die. However, at the critical moment, Qingfeng Jinran actually transformed into a clear wind and narrowly avoided it. Wang Teng was slightly shocked. With such a short distance and his sword technique being so fierce, it was actually still avoided by him. Soon the Qingfeng Realist appeared from a clear wind and appeared not far from Wang Teng. Worthy of being the 6th ranked expert in the Grand Xia Martial ranking, even dodging an attack like mine, Wang Teng said rather admiringly. Crown Prince, you surprised me as well, but you shouldn't be running out of talismans. If you consume a few more rounds like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold out much longer. The corners of the Qingfeng Realist's mouth revealed a touch of confidence. In his thought, the reason why Wang Teng could fight him back and forth was solely because there were many talismans. But talismans were consumable things. There would always be a time when they would be consumed. so he was confident that he could definitely beat Wang Teng after consuming it. However, Wang Teng's next maneuver was shocking to him. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I still have a lot of talismans. I've saved up tens of thousands of them. I have no place to use them. I can only use them on you, Wang Teng said as he casually took out a handful of talismans from the red dust fondness ring. These talismans, all of which were drawn on the road before, these talismans could attack and defend. They were definitely good treasures, so Wang Teng would naturally stock up on more of them. When realist Qingfeng saw that Wang Teng had so many talismans, his face changed slightly. Very well, then let's see whether your talisman is powerful or my Qingfeng sword technique. With that, the Qingfeng realist once again transformed into a clear wind and attacked towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng couldn't capture the Qingfeng realist with his naked eyes, nor could he use his spiritual energy to lock onto him. So Wang Teng could only rely on feeling the flow of the wind to determine the Qingfeng realist's position. Swoosh! A clear wind sword chi shot towards Wang Teng out of nowhere. Wang Teng utilized the divine walking technique and quickly dodged out of the way, and then quickly judged the hiding place of the Qingfeng realist through the flow of the wind. Prisoner dragon technique. Wang Teng seized this fleeting opportunity and blasted his palm over. At once, the palm energy transformed into a dragon's head and blasted towards the flowing breeze. Real Qingfeng did not expect that Wang Teng had actually judged his position and was horrified in his heart. By the time he came back to his senses, the prisoner dragon technique had already trapped him, and the true body of Qingfeng instantly manifested from the clear wind. Finally caught you. Die! Wang Teng saw that the prisoner dragon technique had controlled Qingfeng Jinran. Then without hesitation, he shot the wind spirit immortal sword in his hand towards Qingfeng Jinran. If you want to kill me, you are not qualified enough. After the Qingfeng realist gave an explosive shout, countless wind blades appeared around him, breaking Wang Teng's prisoner dragon art almost instantly. Fresh wind blast. Go! With that, the Qingfeng realist shot the green snake immortal sword in his hand towards Wang Teng, and at the same time used the Qingfeng sword technique, which made the power of the flying sword technique greatly enhanced. Flying sword art versus immortal sword art. The two swords were equally immortal. Realist Qingfeng was confident that his immortal sword would be able to completely break that long sword of Wang Teng's. However, he was too confident. The two immortal swords did indeed freeze when they first came into contact, but Wang Teng didn't want to consume each other this time. And this green snake immortal sword on the opposite side made him greedy. This immortal sword of yours is not bad. I'll take it, Wang Teng said as he catalyzed the wind spirit immortal sword and began the skill of refining and devouring. Almost instantly, the energy of the green snake immortal sword was absorbed by the wind spirit immortal sword. What? How can there still be this kind of trick? When realist Qingfeng saw this, his face changed drastically. Just in the moment of his shock, the energy of the green snake immortal sword was finished being devoured by the wind spirit immortal sword. The wind spirit immortal sword was directly upgraded to the top grade of the immortal grade, while the green snake immortal sword became an ordinary longsword that was instantly shattered by the wind spirit immortal sword. In the next second, the wind spirit immortal sword went unabated and shot straight towards the Qingfeng realist. By the time the latter reacted, it was already too late, but at the critical moment, he still transported the storm wind defense. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Only a tornado instantly appeared around the Qingfeng realist, centered around him with a radius of about 1 meter. The wind spirit immortal sword was resisted by him beyond the tornado. Want to struggle again? Then I will not be polite, Wang Teng said as he flung the talisman in his hand at him. Countless shocking thunder, flames, hail, and other energies blasted at him. So many attacking talismans were flung over, looking at the Qingfeng realist in disbelief. In the next second, his storm wind defense, hardened by so much energy, blasted open a gaping hole, followed by Wang Teng's wind spirit immortal sword shooting through the breach, hitting Qingfeng realist squarely in the chest. How? How is it possible? The Qingfeng realist spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. How could he not expect that he would die at the hands of the crown prince? The vitality in his body was rapidly disappearing, followed by his eyes closing and falling from the air, and soon his corpse was refined and devoured by the wind spirit immortal sword. This scene shocked everyone in the room, especially General Mi Wu and Monk Miaoda from Dongshan Pass. How could they not expect that Qingfeng Jinran, who was ranked 6th in the martial ranking list, was actually killed by Wang Teng? Master Miaoda, we can only rely on you now. General Mi Wu asked for help with a horrified look on his face. Even Cheng Fengjinjin was not a match for the crown prince, so Mi Wu was even less of a match for him. So if he wanted to hold this Dongshan Pass, he would have to rely on Monk Miaoda. This time I originally came to kill the crown prince. Now is the right time. Monk Miaoda's eyes flashed with a glint of essence before he arrived in front of Wang Teng with an instantaneous movement. The immortal monk Myriad finally stepped in. Prince, after not seeing you for a long time, you really impressed me. But unfortunately it ends here. Without saying a word, monk myriad deity directly exerted his domain, locked Wang Teng in place instantly, making him unable to move. You are Monk Miaoda? Wang Teng recognized the big monk in front of him from the crown prince's memories, and then struggled in place, trying to break free from this domain, but he was shocked to find that he could not move his body at all. Prince, you can't break free from my domain. Die. Monk myriad deity didn't talk anymore. He directly opened his Rudraksh Dharma phase, intending to execute a great move to kill Wang Teng in a single blow. A huge statue of Buddha Rulai appeared behind Monk Miaoda, towering over Wang Teng and fully suppressing him. Even the spiritual energy within his body was suppressed and stopped flowing. Immortal Zune level expert, this power is too terrifying. It's simply a descending blow to me. Wang Teng felt the threat of death in his heart for the first time. Rulai Divine Palm. Monk Miaoda condescendingly struck this palm at Wang Teng. As Monk Myriad De extended his palm, the huge Rudra Dharma image behind him also extended a palm towards Wang Teng. A palm like a mountain blasted towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng couldn't move at all, not to mention performing the divine walking technique to escape. Even taking a breath felt difficult. That one Buddha hand descended from the sky towards Wang Teng. Before it could be blasted onto him, the tremendous might knocked him out of the air and onto the ground, like a cannonball, directly smashing into the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit, and the ground even cracked like a spider silk. Wang Teng was spitting blood from his mouth and his breath was chaotic. As the Rulai Divine Palm continued to blast down, all the surrounding scenery was blown into pieces, while Wang Teng was pressed to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, but he could not resist at all. This allowed Wang Teng to feel the terror of an immortal exalt for the first time, and also realized that in the face of absolute power, any more fancy tricks were useless. When Shao Qing and Xiao Bai saw this, they were scared to death and tried to save him, but they couldn't move at all. The immortal dignitary has crushed everything here horizontally. Madam, we only have to meet again in the next life. A wave of despair arose in Wang Teng's heart. Facing the immortal dignitary, he could not resist at all. However, just when Wang Teng thought that he was going to die this time, an old man steeply appeared above Wang Teng's head, and then blasted his fist towards the huge Buddha hand. Third shift, and as usual, I'm asking for 5 out of 5. If you have a gift in your hand, please send it to me, and I'll try to give you 4 more tomorrow. Chapter 105 Old Man Goat dressing up as a pig to eat a tiger. That old man blasted out with his fist, and his fist energy transformed into a huge iron fist as big as a mountain, blasting straight at the monk myriad deity's gigantic Buddha hand. The two huge energies instantly collided together, and in the next second, monk myriad deity's huge Buddha hand was actually hardened and shattered by the fist. Monk myriad looked dumbfounded. How is it possible? Who struck? Monk Miaoda's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a full strike of his immortal exalted strength, without the slightest reservation, in order to be able to kill Wang Teng with a single blow and not give him a chance to live. However, this all-out palm was blown away hard. That wasn't all. That huge fist, after shattering his Buddha palm, came straight at him again, with an immense power as if it was about to blast open the heaven's gate. For the first time, Monk Miaoda's face changed drastically, but he quickly turned on the golden light protection of the Buddhist sect. The mountain-sized fist blasted on his golden light protector, and although it didn't break through his Buddhist golden light protector, the tremendous force of it blew him out a few kilometers away, shocking Monk Miaoda with a burst of chi and blood rolling around. The punch knocked Monk Miaoda completely out of his element. Not only him, but General Miwu at the head of Dongshan Pass had long had fear in his eyes when he saw that the immortal exaltation realm's Monk Miaoda had been blown away by a single punch. I can't even defeat Master Myriad. Then how can we still defend this Dongshan Pass? General Miwu was already having thoughts of escaping or surrendering at this point. Not only was he stunned, Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai were also stunned by the punch, because what they saw with their own eyes was that ordinary old man who had been drinking and eating meat, shattered monk myriad deity's Ru Lai divine palm with a single punch, and even sent the other party flying out several kilometers away. One must know that that old monk was in the immortal exaltation realm, but even so, he was still blown away by the old man. How is this old man so powerful? Actually even an immortal exalt gave a punch to fly away? Shao Qing received a 10,000 point blitz in her heart at this time, originally thinking that this was just an ordinary old man, only to realize now that she was wrong, and very wrong. This was not an ordinary old man. It was simply a great expert of the immortal Zune level who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Xiao Bai was also shocked by the scene in front of him. This old goat blew away that old monk with one punch. His strength is at least at the great late stage of the immortal exaltation realm. It turns out that this old man has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Xiao Bai's eyes were filled with a look of shock. Among those present, no one was more shocked than Wang Teng. How could he not expect that this ordinary old man selling medicine was actually a great expert at the immortal exalted level, and that he had also blown away monk myriad deity with a single punch? So this old man has been pretending to be a pig in a poke, and now he's got him. Wang Teng struggled to climb up from the deep pit. Once he remembered how the old man goat was panting as he rushed before. This was purely pretending to be a pig. As he spat in his heart, he was also secretly thankful that old man goat was there, or else he would have died here today. Are you alright, kid? Old man goat turned his head to Wang Teng and greeted him with concern. Uncle goat, so you've been pretending to be a pig all this time. But thanks for saving me. If I didn't have you this time, I'm afraid I would have died. Wang Teng climbed up from the ground with difficulty and said with a grateful face, no need to thank you. I only stepped in to save you because I was worried that my fairy girl would be sad when she saw you die. The old man goat even used his hand to dig his nostrils as he spoke, and did not look like a top expert at all. You're so powerful. Why didn't you step in earlier to save me? You almost got killed, Wang Teng said with a palpitating heart. At this moment, the blood in his chest rolled over, and his internal organs seemed to have been injured by the palm just now. If the old man goat appeared a few seconds later, he was now estimated to have been a corpse. I'm also doing this for your own good. You are the body of the Holy Spirit. When you encounter strength, suffering some injuries will only benefit you. You now sit down on your knees and cultivate. Perhaps you can still make a breakthrough. Old man goat reminded at the right time. Real or fake? Wang Teng didn't believe it, but still subconsciously looked up internally, and at this glance, he was completely shocked, only to see that the golden spiritual energy in his body actually flowed more than 10 times faster after his internal organs were injured by the shock. During the accelerated flow of aura, his injured internal organs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like triggering the self-healing function of the body of the Holy Spirit all at once, the same way the body's immune system is mobilized after a cold or injury. In this state, the flow of spiritual energy speed was accelerated by 10 times, and if one took advantage of this time to cultivate, there was a real possibility that one's strength would skyrocket. I didn't expect the Holy Spirit body to have this kind of efficacy. It just so happens that my strength is stuck in the late great circle of the harmonization realm. I wonder if I can take the opportunity to break through. Thinking of this, Wang Teng utilized the divine walking technique to arrive at the carriage, and then began to sit down on his knees to cultivate. This state of the body of the Holy Spirit definitely wouldn't last long. Once the injuries in his body were healed, this effect would definitely disappear. So he had to take advantage of this aura acceleration buff effect while it was still around to take advantage of the opportunity to cultivate more. Maybe he could break through to the transition realm on this. Little Green and Little White saw this and guarded the side at the first time, helping Wang Teng to protect the law. While Wang Teng was grasping his knees to cultivate, Old Man Goat had already soared into the air to face Monk Meowda directly. This kid is my person. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me if I'll agree. Old Man Yang's loud voice resounded over the entire eastern mountain pass, shocking everyone at the scene, including the immortal Zune realm Monk Meowda. There was a shock in Monk Meowda's eyes, and he then glanced up and down at the old man sheep in front of him, suddenly vaguely recognizing him. You're the Pill King? Monk Meowda had a surprised look on his face. How could he not expect that the Crown Prince was actually protected by a Pill King? Old bald donkey. I didn't expect you to have good eyesight. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of here. Old Man Goat said rather arrogantly. These words made Monk Meowda furious. He had come to kill the Crown Prince. Now that he was about to succeed, how could he return without any success? Pill King, do you think I would be afraid of you? Monk Meowda's eyes revealed a sinister look, and as he spoke, he secretly clenched his fists. Clearly he was not willing to leave like this. You, a monk, don't wade into this mess, or it won't be worth it if you lose your wife and your army. The Pill King dug his nostrils as he spoke, and casually ejected a booger towards Monk Meowda. Monk Meowda sensed something shooting towards him, so he casually grabbed it in his hand, then spread his hand to see that it was a good-sized piece of booger. At once, Monk Meowda burst into a fit of anger, while Old Man Goat hemmed and hawed. Pill King, today I must kill the Crown Prince. No one can stop me. After Monk Myriad Deity roared out, the Rulai Dharma image behind him reappeared, and the domain was also opened by him once again. Immediately after that, he began to pinch his hands on the Lotus Dharma, and the sound of Buddha also resounded throughout the entire sky above Dongshan Pass, as majestic and sacred as if the sky had descended upon Rudraksh. But even so, Old Man Goat remained calm. I told you, you're no match for me, and it's no use yelling any louder. Then try. Monk Myriad Deity's gaze revealed a glint of essence. Then he clasped his hands together and furiously recited the Buddhist Dharma. A Buddha's light in the shape of 1,000,000 characters appeared in front of his chest. Dala spell. Along with this loud shout, the hands that were joined together violently pushed towards the Old Man Goat, And instantly that Buddha's light in the shape of a 10,000 character quickly blasted towards the old man goat. As soon as the Dala Dharma mantra was uttered, the sky lit up with a golden Buddhist light, and there were countless Buddhist sounds ringing in the ears, disturbing the mind. The people at the bottom have long been disturbed by this Buddhist sound, and those with low strength even covered their ears and rolled on the ground. Yet the old man goat remained calm. Since you want to seek death, then I'll give you a ride. After old man Yang said this, he directly opened his immortal Dharma phase, and immediately a Dharma golden body that was even larger than the Dharma phase of Rai appeared behind him. Then old man goat flew forward and blasted his fist at that 10,000 characters Buddha light. When Monk Meowda saw the medicine king bullying his way forward, the Dala Dharma mantra in his mouth was recited faster and the Buddha's light in the shape of the 10,000 characters became brighter and brighter. Yet he still couldn't stop old man goat's punch. With just one punch, it directly shattered Monk Myriad Deity's Dala Dharma spell. What? My great Luo Dharma incantation was actually broken by him so easily? Monk Meowda's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It's been said, you're not my opponent. Go to hell. After old man goat shattered the great Luo Dharma spell with a single punch, his momentum did not decrease, and an instantaneous movement directly arrived in front of Monk Myriad, before he heaved a heavy punch and blasted it over. The speed was so fast that Monk Myriad couldn't react at all, and then his entire body was blasted down from the air by a huge force. Like a cannonball, it directly smashed into the walls of Dongshan Pass, almost instantly, collapsing the entire Dongshan Pass. The tens of thousands of people inside were directly crushed by the stones of the East Mountain Pass within it, killing and injuring countless people at once. With just one punch, he seriously injured the immortal Zun realm Monk Meowda, and also destroyed the Dongshan Pass, killing tens of thousands of defenders in the process, and that General Mi Wu even died on the spot. This old man goat was truly as terrifying as he was, and this pussy was loaded by him. Chapter 106, This Thunder Tribulation is a Great Tonic. Monk Meowda struggled to climb up from the shattered ruins and couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Although he wasn't willing to admit defeat like this, reality told him that as long as the Pill King was around, he wouldn't be able to kill the Crown Prince at all, and he might even die here. I didn't realize that there was actually a Pill King aiding the prince. No wonder he's growing so fast and his talent has gotten stronger. With my ability it seems that I won't be able to kill him. Monk Myriad's face was an ugly sight for a while. Reality had to teach him to be human. However, he also confirmed one thing. The Crown Prince of today was no longer the wasteful Crown Prince of a few years ago. Since he couldn't kill the Crown Prince, it was useless for Monk Wonderful Virtue to stay here, and instantly disappeared into the ruins with an instantaneous movement, leaving behind a sentence before leaving. Pill King, the big picture of the Battle of Qi is always in the hands of the Third Highness. You alone can't change the ending, so I hope you'll behave yourself. As this voice disappeared, Monk Meowda also disappeared into the East Mountain Pass. Old man Yang watched Monk Meowda go far away. He didn't go to chase after him. Instead, he turned around and returned to the carriage at the first time. He was worried that something really happened to Wang Teng. After all, an immortal's thunderbolt strike, that was not something to be fooled around with. Beside the carriage, Little Green and Little White were earnestly guarding the two sides at this moment, helping Wang Teng to protect the law. How is it? Is this kid alright? Old man goat asked as soon as he came up. Master is still in closed-door cultivation on the carriage, Xiao Qing hurriedly voiced back, treating old man goat slightly differently. After all, he was an immortal elder, and he couldn't be rude to him anymore. Old man goat heard here, some uneasy, immediately on the carriage to see, only to see Krosny cultivation in the Wang Teng body bubbling with golden aura halo. The breath is also more stable. This is relieved. This Holy Spirit's body is really powerful, recovering so quickly from such a serious injury, and allowing this kid to be blessed by the misfortune. Even old man goat's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. As long as he couldn't be killed, then he would be able to become infinitely stronger, which was the characteristic of the Holy Spirit's body. When he thought about the founding emperor of the great Xia martial dynasty, Xia Dan, he relied on this Holy Spirit body as well as the divine weapon, the Jade Seal of Transmission, to shake the world and thus establish his country in the central continent. It could be seen how powerful this Holy Spirit body was. Wang Teng, who was in closed-door cultivation, only felt that this time the cultivation speed was super fast. Even though there was no extreme spirit gathering pill to assist, the speed was faster than any other time in the past. Coupled with the accelerated cultivation of the spirit gathering jade pendant and the two jade seal fragments, it caused the Yuan Shen at Wang Teng's dantian to grow stronger and stronger. While he was focusing on his cultivation, a golden colorful robbery cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and the more it gathered, there were also golden thunderbolts rolling and surging in the robbery cloud. The first thing Little Green and Little White noticed was the golden robbing cloud above their heads. How come a thunderbolt cloud has suddenly appeared? Or is it golden in color? Xiao Qing looked surprised and confused, and Xiao Bai also looked up with a puzzled expression. This thunderbolt cloud would only appear when one was advancing to the transition realm. Only Old Man Goat saw what was coming. This is the 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder. Could it be that this kid is going to break through to the transitional tribulation realm? Old Man Yang looked towards Wang Teng on the carriage with eyes full of surprise. Great! Master is going to be promoted. Little Green and Little White were overjoyed in unison when they heard that their master was going to break through to the transitional sinking realm. But Old Man Goat poured cold water down on them. Don't be too happy. This is the 9th Tribulation Golden Thunder. One of the 9 most powerful thunder tribulations in the transitional tribulation realm. If he can't carry it, he'll directly go up in smoke in the tribulation. Old Man Yang said with a grave expression, worried about Wang Teng. There are a total of 9 thunderbolts in this 9 thunders, one more powerful than the other, and the power of the last one can instantly destroy a city, comparable to an atomic bomb explosion. When Old Man Yang he himself was promoted to the transitional scarcity realm, there were only 7 Xian thunder scars, and the power was quite a bit weaker than this. When Little Green and Little White heard that it was the 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder, their faces also changed in unison. As a demonic beast, they have naturally heard of the horror of the 9 thunders, and it is said that when a cultivator encounters the 9 thunders, only 1 or 2 out of 100 will be able to successfully resist it. So it can be seen how horrible the 9 thunders are. Master is still injured. Can he resist this 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder? Little Green and Little White couldn't help but worry. Wang Teng, who was cultivating, also felt the rolling and surging thunderbolt above his head. It seems like it's about to cross the tribulation, or the 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder. Wang Teng secretly frowned. Although being slapped by Monk Miaoda had allowed him to take advantage of the opportunity to break through to the transitional succession realm due to the misfortune, a new dilemma had arisen. That was this terrifying 9th Tribulation Golden Thunder. There was no one to help him with this thunder tribulation. He could only rely on himself to carry it through. I heard that this 9 Thunderbolts of Gold is one of the 9 most powerful thunderbolts during the transition realm period. There are 9 in total, one stronger than the other, and there is only a 1% chance of success. Wang Teng searched through the Crown Prince's memories and felt that he could only use the talisman to harden against these 9 thunderbolts. Thinking of this, Wang Teng took out a handful of defensive talismans from the Red Dust Fondness Ring and prepared to use the talismans to harden against this 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder. However, the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, which was also staying in the Red Dust Fondness Ring, was violently trembling at this time. The Wind Spirit Immortal Sword seems to be trembling violently. Wang Teng subconsciously took the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword out of his spatial ring, and his face was filled with a puzzled look. While Wang Teng was studying what was going on, the 9 Tribulation Thundercloud above his head finally landed with a rumble after brewing for quite a while. The first 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder finally blasted down towards Wang Teng. Little Green and Little White were both startled. Their faces instantly turned pale, while both secretly worried about their master's safety. Old Man Yan was also a little worried about Wang Teng's situation. After all, this 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder was to be carried over by himself. It was useless for others to try to help. It was only when he heard that shocking thunder that Wang Teng realized that the first thunderbolt had descended from the air. When he was about to use a talisman to defend himself, the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in his hand was the first to come out of his hand, directly breaking through the carriage and rushing straight towards the Golden Thunderbolt. The golden dazzling thunderbolt struck the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword in an instant, and in the next second, something astonishing happened. That terrifying thunderbolt was actually absorbed and swallowed by the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword. Everyone looked at it with a blank stare. What is this? The 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder was swallowed by my Wind Spirit Immortal Sword? Wang Teng was shocked for a while. This Wind Spirit Immortal Sword was too buggy. Actually, even the 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder was swallowed? Seeing this scene, Wang Teng suddenly remembered something. This sword, which was supposed to grow by devouring energy, killing was only devouring the life energy and spiritual energy from others. Devouring the Immortal Sword was absorbing the energy within the Immortal Sword. And although the 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder was a thunderbolt, it was also an energy body. For the Wind Spirit Immortal Sword, this was pure tonic. Wang Teng suddenly felt that this 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder should have come a little more violently. Perhaps his Wind Spirit Immortal Sword could be promoted to a divine weapon as a result. There'll be another one later, so don't worry. Chapter 107, Marrying the Yaoqi Empress for a Soft Meal? The 9 Tribulation Golden Thunder that was a nightmare for cultivators when they crossed the tribulation. Whoever encountered it would die in 9 deaths. However, in Wang Teng's case, it was a good thing instead. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai, as well as Old Man Yang, all looked dumbfounded when they saw Wang Teng's Wind Spirit Immortal Sword devouring and absorbing the first thunderbolt of the 9 Tribulation Gold Thunder. Master's sword is so powerful. It can actually absorb and devour even the 9 tribulation golden thunder. In addition to shock, there was also a hint of admiration in Little Green's eyes. Even Old Man Yang was dumbfounded by this scene. It was the first time he had seen a sword that could devour the 9 tribulation golden thunder. What kind of sword is this that can actually devour and absorb the energy of the 9 tribulation golden thunder? The scene in front of him was beyond Old Man Goat's comprehension, as he had never heard that there was such a thing. At the scene, it was estimated that only Wang Teng knew why this wind spirit immortal sword had devoured the 9 tribulation golden thunder. I didn't expect that the 9 tribulation golden thunder actually became a great tonic for the wind spirit immortal sword. Now that this wind spirit immortal sword is already an immortal grade upper grade, and if it grows any further it will be a divine artifact. I don't know if it can turn into a divine artifact this time. Strong anticipation appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. Soon after the second 9 robberies golden thunder and the brewing for a while also rumble hit down. The enormous energy shook the space around him, yet it hit the wind spirit immortal sword still being swallowed up by him with ease. After devouring the 9 tribulation golden thunder, a hint of golden thunder faintly appeared on the body of the wind spirit immortal sword. It seemed that the energy of the 9 tribulation golden thunder was slowly changing the attributes of the wind spirit immortal sword. Soon the 3rd, 4th, and 5th 9 apocalypse golden thunder struck down in turn, one stronger than the other, but they were all absorbed and swallowed by the wind spirit immortal sword, and the golden thunder flowing on the sword body was also increasing. Little Green and Little White were initially a little worried that their master would not be able to carry this 9 tribulation golden thunder. However, after seeing the wind spirit immortal sword easily devour the energy of the 9 tribulation golden thunder one after another, they were already not worried at all, and were even a little numb. The old man goat also went from being nervous at the beginning, to being bashful at the end, and finally numb as well. Wang Teng was even feeling a bit bored. Originally thought that when the 9 tribulation golden thunder landed, he would be able to play for a while with his talisman. Where did he think that the wind spirit immortal sword would not give him this opportunity at all? This pussy was loaded by the wind spirit immortal sword. Wang Teng sighed in boredom. If the people outside heard this, they were afraid that they would want to die. This 9 robberies of golden thunder but only 1% of the success rate of the robbery. Where the cultivator encountered this 9 robberies of golden thunder, that are scared of the soul is gone. Use all sorts of methods to resist this 9 robberies of golden thunder. The final result is likely to be still the soul of the spirit of the flying away. However, only Wang Teng, without having to do anything, could easily deal with it. Uncle Yang, the 9 tribulation golden thunder is still not over. Why don't you grab a few wild game and come over to barbecue them? There are still many altars of fine wine in my spatial ring. Wang Teng voiced out and proposed. Old Man Goat's eyes immediately lit up when he saw that there was good wine. It's fine if there's wine. Just wait. I'll go and catch some wild game over. Once the old man goat heard that there was good wine, he didn't care about others and directly ran out to catch wild game with an instantaneous movement. Little Green and White, on the other hand, took the initiative and ran to collect firewood to build a barbecue. Wang Teng, on the other hand, lay comfortably on the carriage, bored and continued to enjoy the wind spirit immortal sword devouring the 9 tribulation golden thunder. The further it got, the more powerful this 9 tribulation golden thunder was indeed. The longer it was brewing, but it was all devoured and absorbed by the wind spirit immortal sword. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and there were still the last 2 9 tribulation golden thunderbolts that hadn't blasted down. During the waiting time, Wang Teng, Old Man Goat, and Little Green and Little White grilled lamb kebabs next to the carriage. I don't know where the old man goat caught the wild goat from. Why not catch other wild game? Just grab the goat. Really can't figure it out. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai were in charge of barbecuing, while the two of them, Wang Teng and Old Man Goat, were in charge of eating. Uncle Goat, you are really hiding deep. An immortal Zune expert actually pretending to be an ordinary old man selling herbs. Even I was fooled by you. As Wang Teng spoke, he carried an altar of wine to Old Man Yang with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. If it wasn't for the critical moment when Old Man Goat stepped in, Wang Teng would have already been a corpse at this point. Still talking about me? What is the purpose of you, the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty? Still pretending to be a beggar? I've been fooled by you too. Old Man Goat hemmed and hawed, similarly holding an altar of wine in his hand to honor Wang Teng. At his first glance, he really didn't see that Wang Teng was the crown prince. He just thought that the gongfu he cultivated was very unusual. I was chased by my royal brother and had no choice but to pretend to be a beggar. Otherwise I would have been killed by him at this time. Wang Teng said helplessly. You can mixed into a beggar can get a wife. Old Man Goat flirted. At the mention of Madam, Wang Teng's eyes darkened slightly as it reminded him of Liu Yanxi again. Immediately, Wang Teng hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, Uncle Goat, why are you such a great expert harboring in such a small city like Chi City to sell herbs? Wang Teng was very curious about this. This was an immortal dignitary, actually harboring in a small Qi city to sell herbs, and his pharmacy seemed to be going out of business, completely mismatched with the image of an immortal dignitary. I won't hide it from you. I've been stuck at the immortal Zun Great Circle realm for thousands of years, and have been unable to make a breakthrough. So 20 years ago I did a fortune telling for myself to find out when I would be able to advance to an immortal emperor. And I didn't expect that the fortune telling would show that the one who could help me break through to an immortal emperor would appear at the north gate of Qi City. After a pause, Old Man Goat continued. So ever since then, I've been selling herbs at the north gate of Qi City while waiting for that person to show up. So that's how it is. Then has the person you were waiting for appeared? Wang Teng asked rather curiously after taking a bite of the lamb skewer. It appeared. Old Man Goat similarly jerked a skewer of mutton and responded with a serious expression. Who is it? He must be very powerful. Otherwise how would he help you advance to the immortal emperor realm? Wang Teng subconsciously said back. At this point, he hadn't reacted to the fact that the person Old Man Goat was talking about in his mouth was him. Far away, but close by. Old Man Goat said casually after taking a sip of wine. Far away from the sky, close to the eyes? Wang Teng subconsciously discerned the meaning in these words, then looked around the uninhabited wilderness, and finally pointed his finger at himself and exclaimed in shock. You're not talking about me, are you? It is none other than you. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Old Man Goat said seriously this time. When Wang Teng heard Old Man Yang address him as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he instantly understood what it meant. The one in Old Man Yang's mouth that could help him advance to immortal emperor was the Crown Prince, not Wang Teng. It's the same person, but it's a different identity. Almost instantly, Wang Teng realized what was going on. Uncle Yang, you're afraid that this wish of yours will come to naught. I'm now alone and my royal brother has enlisted countless cultivation masters. If I go to the capital this time, I don't know which city I'll die when I break into it. Wang Teng said not without seriousness. This was completely true. Wang Teng himself was not sure how many cities he could break into. It's fine that you're a loner now, but you can find help. I just know a very powerful person in power. You two join hands, absolutely invincible in the world. The Old Man Goat said half like a serious office like a joke. Who is it? You can be invincible by teaming up with me. Wang Teng said with a smile, not taking Old Man Goat's words seriously. Yaoqi Palace Empress you marry her. Not only can you hold a beautiful woman, but you can also gain the strong support of Yaohe Palace. You should know that Yaohe Palace in the Western continent, that is a cultivation hegemony. Yaohe Empress, but also the pressure of those forces do not dare to raise their heads. As long as you marry the Empress of Yaoqi Palace, you'll be able to eat soft food and be invincible. More than enough to be the Emperor of Great Xia. Old Man Goat tried, intentionally or unintentionally. It's the Yaoqi Empress again? Wang Teng was somewhat speechless, and just then, the long-lost system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, marry the Empress of Yaoqi and eat soft rice from now on. Reward, charisma boosted by 100. 10 immortal spirit pills rewarded. Designate a sect to pledge allegiance to you, and an immortal dignity escort. Option 2, refuse to marry the Empress of Yaoqi. A man should rely on himself. Reward, 10 immortal spirit pills rewarded. All feats and skills upgraded by 1 level. Third shift today. As usual, asking for a 5 out of 5 and a reminder of the shift. Chapter 108, either the Crown Prince dies or the Empress dies? Wang Teng did not expect the system that had not appeared for so many days to appear again. But for things like feelings, Wang Teng never hesitated. Uncle Goat, I prefer to rely on my own efforts than eating soft food. Not to mention that I already have a madam and won't marry her again. Wang Teng very clearly refused again. A man has to be on his own. Soft food is out of the question in this life. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice reappeared in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful choice. Rewarded with 10 immortal spirit pills and a level up in all feats and skills. As the system voice ended, 10 more immortal spirit pills appeared in Wang Teng's system space. This immortal spirit pill could be tens of times more effective than the extreme spirit gathering pill for cultivation. After the transition realm, cultivation was becoming more and more difficult. Relying on the extreme spirit gathering pill to cultivate would be less and less effective. And with this immortal spirit pill, the efficiency of cultivation could be raised again. Anyway, this immortal elixir came at the right time. When Old Man Yang saw that Wang Teng had rejected the marriage with Empress Yaoqi, instead of getting angry, he showed a hint of relief. You kid can. My fairy girl really didn't look at you wrong. A man has to rely on himself. Old Man Goat reversed his previous insistent attitude. Just now, Old Man Yang also had the intention of testing Wang Teng, wanting to see if Wang Teng would marry the unseen female emperor for the sake of the so-called throne. Now he was relieved that in Wang Teng's heart, He really only had the fairy girl. While they were chatting, high in the sky, the last golden thunderbolt of the 9 tribulation golden thunder finally landed after brewing for a long time. Rumble, a huge sound of golden explosive thunder rang out, waking up the entire silent black night, and that golden dazzling light was exceptionally conspicuous in the pitch black night. Wang Teng, Old Man Goat, and Little Green and Little White all raised their heads in realization and looked over, just in time to see that the 9 tribulation golden thunder, which had condensed a huge amount of energy, was absorbed by the wind spirit immortal sword, and countless golden shining thunderbolts emerged from the body of the wind spirit immortal sword, resembling a golden thunder sword. Hovering in the air, it illuminated the dark night. Buzz, the wind spirit immortal sword let out a low buzzing sound, scaring the animals within a kilometer radius. Even the 2 Yuaning realm snake demons, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai, were somewhat afraid to look directly at the wind spirit immortal sword that was bubbling with golden thunder. Wang Teng felt that this wind spirit immortal sword seemed to have been upgraded again, and even its aura had become different. Only Old Man Goat seemed to see what was going on. Could this have been promoted into a quasi-divine sword? Old Man Yang was astonished as he vaguely sensed the sword domain, which was a divine ability only possessed by treasures above quasi-divine artifacts. Has it been upgraded again? Hearing Old Man Yang's exclamation, Wang Teng's mind moved and summoned back the wind spirit immortal sword in midair. Holding it in his hand and taking a closer look, it had become different from the previous wind spirit immortal sword, only to see that the sword body became a bit longer and bigger again. And not only did the sword body have the power of the wind spirit, but it also had more of the power of the golden thunder. It was equivalent to having 2 elemental energies on one sword, and Wang Teng loved to watch it. What a strong sword! The sword aura is also dozens of times stronger than before. It also possesses a sword domain, and the sword body even comes with the 9 tribulation golden thunder. So in the future, when we go up against an immortal exalted level expert, we will also have the ability to escape. Wang Teng repeatedly watched this upgraded wind thunder divine sword, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Old Man Goat also looked surprised and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Kid, where did you get this sword?" Not only did it devour the 9 tribulation golden thunder, but it also rose to a quasi-divine artifact along the way. It was also the first time he had seen a sword that could devour the 9 tribulation golden thunder, and he couldn't help but develop a hint of curiosity. Only quasi-divine artifact? Wang Teng was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that he had risen to the divine artifact level, but he didn't realize that it was only an associate divine artifact. What do you mean only a quasi-divine artifact? You kid is too unaware of enough. There are only 9 divine artifacts in total in the 9 states of this world. You can have a quasi-divine artifact. It's already very powerful. And I see that this sword of yours seems to be able to devour energy to upgrade. Maybe there's a hope that it can really be promoted to a divine artifact in the future. Old Man Goat said without a trace of humor. Only 9 artifacts in the entire 9 continents of the world? Only this many? Are all of those divine artifacts powerful? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. Of course divine artifacts are powerful. Owning a divine artifact is enough to establish a country. The founding emperor of your great Xia martial dynasty, Xia Dan, relied on the divine artifact transmission Jade Seal to start the great Xia martial dynasty. And the Battle of Qi to some extent also relied on this transmission Jade Seal to create the great Xia martial dynasty. In addition, the Empress Yaoqi of the Western continent has similarly relied on the divine artifact Heaven Mending Stone to lead the Yaoqi Palace to dominate the Western continent for tens of thousands of years. There's also the Northern continent's Heavenly Flame sect, which also relies on the divine artifact Burning Heavenly Cauldron to suppress the Northern continent for thousands of years. After listening to Old Man Goat's account, Wang Teng realized that this divine artifact was really powerful. It seemed necessary to absorb more energy for the Wind Thunder Excalibur. If it could be upgraded into a true divine weapon, it would be very helpful for the final showdown. In addition, the Jade Seal fragments will have to take time to collect them in the future. The Jade Seal of Transmission is also a divine artifact. In the future, if 2 divine artifacts are in his hands, he is afraid that no one in the whole of the 9 states will be his rival. The capital, the Imperial Palace. Inside the side hall of the Hall of Jingda, the State Master Jiayu had just gotten up and started to work here, and he was considered to be diligent, when suddenly a golden Buddhist light shone in from outside the door. The State Master Jiayu's face was delighted at the sight of this Buddha's light, and he immediately stood up and bowed to welcome him. Greetings, Master Myriad Deity. The Crown Prince was protected by the Pill King, and I was unable to get my hands on him. Master Myriad's voice came from the golden Buddhist light. Only his person never appeared. State Master Jiayu's face changed when he heard this. Obviously this news was out of his expectation. Originally, he thought that with Master Myriad Deity's hand, the Crown Prince would surely die. Yet he still failed to get his hands on him. Tough on Master Myriad. The Third Highness won't forget your merits. Jia Yu immediately turned his words around and said, I, myriad, have no credit for going out on a limb. Another thing, I think you're right. The current crown prince is no longer the same crown prince with mediocre talent. Master Myriad's voice paused before continuing on. He has awakened the Holy Spirit body and his strength is increasing very quickly. You'd better have the third prince mobilize the experts of the Feather Emperor Alliance to kill him as soon as possible. Or else give him enough time. I'm afraid that in the end, even an immortal emperor level expert won't be a match for him. After these words were said, Master Myriad deity left, and the golden light of the Buddha sect outside the door disappeared with him. Jia Yu's expression instantly became grave after listening to Master Myriad deity's words. No wonder the Crown Prince's emperor star is getting brighter and brighter. It seems that he has had a strange encounter and has also awakened the body of the Holy Spirit, and there is a Pill King to protect him. It's not going to be easy to kill him now. Jia Yu's brows furrowed, and after pacing in place several times, he was secretly annoyed that the third prince had brought all of the Feather Emperor Alliance's cultivation experts to Kunlun Island in the eastern continent, or else it wouldn't be so bad that there were no available people in his hands now. For today's solution, we can only find a way to force the Pill King away from the Crown Prince's side before sending experts to assassinate him. It had to be said that Jia Yu was a very competent national teacher, and when one plan failed, he had another one in mind. Someone, call Ji Tsongliang over here. Jia Yu commanded to the servant outside the door. After a tea's work, a young man with a heroic look hurriedly walked in through the door. This person was Ji Tsongliang, the capital's #1 expert, ranked 10th on the Great Xia Divine Immortal list, with the strength of an early-stage immortal exalt, the most pleased disciple of State Master Jia Yu, and one of the few experts he could use in his hands at the moment. Master, what is the reason for summoning me here? Ji Tsongliang asked with an arch. What's the situation over there in the western continent? Has Yaoqi Palace been beaten down yet? Jia Yu asked with a frown. The Pill King was a member of the Yaoqi Palace, so if he wanted to force him to leave, then naturally he would have to find a breakthrough from the Yaoqi Palace. Not yet. It's said that the reincarnation of the Yaohe Empress has returned to Yaohe Palace, killing 3 immortal dignitaries in one battle, scaring the 18 road cultivation armies into not daring to act rashly. Ji Tsongliang reported truthfully. What a bunch of losers. Being scared like this by a reincarnated female emperor. She is as powerful as she is. She is only a reincarnation. Her strength can't possibly recover so quickly. She was able to kill 3 immortal emperors in a single battle. She must have consumed her Yuanshan, and briefly forcefully boosted her strength. Jia Yu saw through Empress Yaoqi's trick with a single glance. In fact, if it were Jia Yu, facing the siege of the 18 cultivation sects, he would also use this kind of killing the enemy for 1,000 and injuring himself for 800 to shock the other side. However, what he couldn't imagine was that those cultivation sects in the western continent were afraid of the Yaoqi Empress to the marrow of their bones, and even if she stood there, they probably wouldn't dare to go on. Master, then what do we do now? Ji Tsongliang asked respectfully. Jia Yu had long thought of a countermeasure to this, and he took out a black ebony staff from his space ring and handed it to Ji Tsongliang. This is the Ebony Divine Staff. You will be able to mobilize the Black Dragon Guards if you take this. You take the Black Dragon Guards and immediately go to the western continent and persuade the 18 cultivation sects in the western continent to continue their joint attack. But this time, don't let them spread out their actions. Combine the 18 strands of the army into a single attack so that they won't be broken up by each of the reincarnations of the Yaoqi Empress. After Jia Yu paused, he took out another dark golden token from his body and handed it to Ji Tsongliang. Also, this is Third Highness's Golden King's order. Take this and promise them in Third Highness's name that once they capture Yaoqi Palace, they will be crowned king. Ji Tsongliang was slightly shocked when he heard this. This was a fake transmission of the Third Highness's decree. But since the Third Highness had given the State Master the Golden King's decree, he was trusting him for what he had done. But to be crowned king, that's only for those with countless battle achievements. Although this king was just a king of a mundane dynasty, and those cultivation sects in the western continent probably wouldn't care about this name, this king was able to obtain great chi luck. That's a very big temptation for them. Yes, Master. Ji Tsongliang respectfully accepted the Ebony Divine Staff and the Golden King order. Remember, this matter is of great importance and there can't be any mistakes. After you integrate the 18 cultivation armies in the western continent, even if you can't attack Yaoqi Palace, you still have to put pressure on them. Only then can you force the Pill King back to Yaoqi Palace. Jia Yu said with a grave expression. Only by forcing the Medicine King away from the Crown Prince would he be able to proceed with his next plan to continue assassinating the Crown Prince. Master, then what if the Pill King doesn't return to help? Are we going to keep surrounding but not attacking? Ji Tsongliang asked with a frown after thinking about it. If he's determined not to come back, then you guys can destroy Yaoqi Palace by the way. Taking down their jade seal fragments and robbing the Yaoqi Empress's heaven-mending stone will be considered a great achievement. Jia Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of elation. So this was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. No matter if the Pill King returned or not, they would always have one end to win. Either the Crown Prince would die or the Yaoqi Palace would be destroyed. Chapter 109, Yaoqi Palace in Peril. After the sky turned bright, Wang Teng packed up and continued on his way again. Dongshan Pass had been destroyed, so Wang Teng and the others passed through easily, and the next stop was Diyao City. It was an ancient city with a history of tens of thousands of years. The city was huge and the population was also very large, amounting to 10 million. According to the standards of Earth time, this great Yao city was considered a first-tier city of the great Xia martial dynasty, and it was very prosperous. There were no wanted portraits of Wang Teng at the city gates, so their group entered the city with ease. Wang Teng parked the carriage in front of an inn and then got off with old man Yang. Let's eat something here first, and store some wine and meat on the way, so we can eat on the way when the time comes. Wang Teng voiced out a suggestion. It's still you kid who is thoughtful. Prepare more good wine and meat. Old man Goat laughed with satisfaction. The two came into the restaurant and chose a random seat in the hall. As soon as they sat down, Wang Teng heard many of the guests in this restaurant discussing about him. Have you heard about what happened last night at Dongshan Pass? Of course I've heard about it. It said that two immortal elders fought and collapsed the East Mountain Pass, killing tens of thousands of defenders. This immortal elder's strength is truly terrifying. You only know one thing. You don't know the other. The immortal dignitaries fight. That's because of the Crown Prince. As soon as the matter of the Crown Prince was mentioned, the guests in the restaurant gossiped even more, because this time, it just happened to be the turn of the once-in-a-thousand-years Chi-Luk struggle. So the fight between the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had been discussed by some people all the time since several years ago, only before the Crown Prince fled in defeat. This matter gradually cooled down. Where did they think that last night's incident at Dongshan Pass had revitalized this matter? And with the fact that this Diyao city was the closest city to Dongshan Pass, they naturally discussed it even more intensely. Wang Teng couldn't help but prick up his ears and listen even as he drank and ate meat with old man Yang. He also wanted to hear what he, the Crown Prince of the Daxia martial dynasty, was like in the eyes of the people. The Crown Prince's comeback this time is not simple. According to what one of my cousins saw at the East Mountain Pass, that Crown Prince alone broke the East Mountain Sect's returning sword formation, and also beheaded the East Mountain Sect's patriarch. His strength is unfathomable. True or false? Wasn't the Crown Prince's martial arts skills crippled by the Third Prince's people back then? How come he's become so powerful again now? He is the Crown Prince. Naturally he has the assistance of a high-ranking person, not to mention the abolition of martial arts. Even broken arms and legs can be reattached. You have a few points here, but this time the Crown Prince is making a comeback. Do you guys think it will be a match for the Third Prince? I feel that the ending will be the same as before. The Third Prince has now become a great power. His Fei Huang alliance recruited all the 70% of the cultivation masters of the Great Summer Martial Dynasty. The other 8 continents' forces have also cooperated with the Third Prince to join forces, and the Crown Prince on the side of last night's emergence of that Xianzuan masters to assist. What can he take to fight with other people's Third Prince? Yes, this Crown Prince is also hiding, can still live for a few more years. This out to fight for the throne, is not looking for death? I also think that this time the Crown Prince will be the same as last time. In the previous years the Crown Prince had quite a few forces and experts around him to assist him, but he couldn't even fight the Third Prince. And now he's alone. He's even less of a match for the Third Prince. I think so too. Don't think much of the prince. The crowd of drinkers voiced their opinions on the matter, and almost all of them were not optimistic about this outing of the Crown Prince. Wang Teng could understand what they were saying. After all, last time, he had so many experts around him to help him and still failed, while this time it was just him. There was indeed not much chance of winning. On the contrary, old man Yang had confidence in Wang Teng. Kid, don't be discouraged. Who said that there are more people will definitely win? I'm just optimistic about you. Come and drink. Old man Goat said and poured a full glass of wine for Wang Teng. Good. Drink. Wang Teng drank up the wine in the bowl in front of him in one gulp, while he couldn't help but worry in his heart. Dongshan Pass battle. Although the destruction of the East Mountain sect repulsed the monk Miode, but is bound to also cause the royal brother their alert. Behind waiting for him will certainly be more fierce pursuit. Perhaps several immortal exalted experts would be sent over to hunt him down. And if that was the case, he, Wang Teng, would really not be able to survive. Thinking about this, Wang Teng desperately wanted to improve his strength. Only if one's strength became strong could one survive this battle of qi. After eating and drinking, Wang Teng opened 2 rooms in the inn, one for Wang Teng and the old man Goat. It was really because his snoring was too loud and affected his cultivation. After entering the room, Wang Teng sat on the bed with his knees crossed for the first time, then called the system out again. System. I want to upgrade all the skill feats. This upgraded skills and feats are rewards for choices made earlier. Ding! The host skill feats are starting to upgrade. The Immortal Sword Art has been successfully upgraded to the Divine Sword Art, Quasi-Divine level. The Dragon Prisoner Art has been successfully upgraded to the Immortal Binding Art, Immortal level. The Divine Walking Art has been successfully upgraded to the Shadowless Art, Immortal level. The Dragon Slaying Slash has been successfully upgraded to the Immortal Execution Slash, Immortal level. And the Healing Art, Charms and Formation techniques have all been upgraded to the Immortal level. Seeing that all the feats and skills had been upgraded, Wang Teng's heart secretly burst with joy. Great! All the skills and feats have risen to the Immortal level. And the Flying Sword technique has also reached the Quasi-Divine level. So this time when we face the Upper Immortal Exalt, we don't have to worry about being killed with a single slap. And at least we have the ability to escape. Wang Teng finally had a trace of security in his heart. Try the Immortal Spirit Pill next. The Extreme Spirit Gathering Pill is no longer of much use to me. Let's see how effective this Immortal Spirit Pill is. Thinking of this, Wang Teng took out an Immortal Spirit Pill from the system space. This Immortal Spirit Pill was red, looking like a red mellifluous, and it was filled with dense spiritual energy, dozens of times more dense than the Extreme Spirit Gathering Pill. Wang Teng subconsciously sniffed with his nose, and then he immediately noticed that the spiritual energy in his body had accelerated its flow, which made him look forward to it even more. This Immortal Spirit Pill is truly extraordinary. A single sniff can cause aura to flow faster. Immediately, Wang Teng swallowed the Immortal Spirit Pill without hesitation, and in the next second, that Immortal Spirit Pill was like an atomic bomb exploding all the spiritual energy in his body. What a powerful spiritual energy! Dozens of times more powerful than the Extreme Spirit Gathering Pill. While Wang Teng was excited in his heart, he hurriedly ran his energy to absorb and transform these massive amounts of spiritual energy. Because the amount of aura was simply too much, Wang Teng needed to cultivate for several days just to absorb this Immortal Spirit Pill. Luckily, there were little green and little white guarding him, so Wang Teng was able to rest assured of his closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, Yaoqi Palace. Yaoqi Empress Liu Yanxi had recently been in closed-door cultivation to recover her strength from her previous life. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress, on the other hand, was busy dealing with the Yaoqi Palace. Suddenly the third protector, Liu Yuan, hurriedly ran in from outside, his body still stained with blood. Heavenly Empress, it's 100,000 times more urgent. Those cultivation forces in the western continent, they've re-attacked again. Liu Yuan reported loudly to the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress with an anxious face. They're really thieves. With Empress Yaoqi in town, they actually dared to attack. How many ways did they come this time? The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress angrily stood up from her seat. After Liu Yuan hesitated, he warily reported back to the Queen of Heaven. It's the 18th road. This time they gathered their attack from the East Road, all the way destroying everything. The cities along the way simply couldn't hold them back. They were all destroyed. It won't be long before they troop to the city. What? They're gathering all 18 ways to attack? The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress face changed drastically. 18 roads of cultivation forces concentrating all the way to attack. This was completely out of her expectation. In that case, their Yaoqi Palace would really be in danger this time. There will be another chapter later, so be patient and wait. Chapter 110 Immortal Level Charm Technique. Old man turns into beautiful woman. On the tallest tower of the Yaoqi Palace, the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress stood on it, looking at the cultivation experts that kept flying in from the eastern sky, her expression becoming more and more grave. How could she not have imagined that 18 cultivation experts would actually merge into one place to attack, which had never happened before? The several elders behind the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress were also shocked and changed their faces drastically when they saw the overwhelming experts flying in densely. Heavenly Empress, this time the other party has come with too many experts. There are nearly 15 immortal exalted experts alone, and hundreds of immortal realm experts. Relying on the likes of us won't be able to defeat them at all, Grand Elder Chu Feng said with a nervous face. To be honest, even the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress felt tricky this time. The 18 paths of cultivation forces have actually become so united. This is quite surprising to me. There must be something fishy in this. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress frowned slightly. She, nine-tailed Heavenly Empress, couldn't be clearer about these 18 great powers in the Western continent. Normally, they could be fighting openly and secretly. That is, before they jointly attacked the Yaoqi Palace. That was also their own battle, coming from all directions to attack the Yaoqi Palace. It's basically a loose end. So as long as it's broken up individually, it's not something to be feared. Just like before, when Liu Yanxi killed 3 immortal exalts in a single battle, it scared them not to move. This time, however, it was surprisingly united. And not only did they stick together, but they did it together in common, which is scary. It's equivalent to 18 forces twisted into a rope. And that's scary. The point was, the fact that they dared to attack Yaoqi Palace even though they knew that it had the Yaoqi Empress sitting in it meant that they had the extra nerve to attack. Otherwise they would never have had the guts to attack Yaoqi Palace. Heavenly Empress. As things stand, we can only awaken the Yaoqi Empress to defend against the enemy. Or else once the Palace Protector formation shatters, our Yaoqi Palace will be finished. Grand Elder Chu Feng nervously came up again and proposed. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress also wanted to wake up Liu Yanxi to defend herself against the enemy. But after forcing her out of the gate last time, it caused her to injure her Yuanshan. And if she was allowed to force her out of the gate again this time, she would most likely injure her Yuanshan once again. And this would seriously affect her cultivation later on. No, this time, we can't let Yaoqi force her way out again. I'll guard the palace protection formation. It should be able to withstand it for a while, the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress said with a resolute face. But, it's not a solution for us to keep holding out. There's a saying in the art of war that a prolonged defense will lead to loss. Grand Elder Chu Feng persuaded again. A long defense is bound to be lost. How could the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress not understand this truth? But now she had no choice. For the sake of Yaoqi's safety, she would hold out for as long as she could now. And then she turned her head and said, Lu Yuan, come over here. Hearing the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress summoning herself, Third Protector Liu Yuan quickly came before her and respectfully answered, please also command the Heavenly Empress. While their 18 cultivation forces haven't closed in on our Yaoqi Palace, you immediately take my hairpin and go to the Pill King. Right now Yaoqi Palace can only look for him to come back to save it. As the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress spoke, she took down a red phoenix hairpin on her head and handed it to Liu Yuan. This hairpin, will the Medicine King come? Liu Yuan was a bit unsure. Last time, he had taken the divine artifact Heaven Mending Stone to the Pill King and begged him to come back to save Yaoqi Palace. And he hadn't come back. This time it's just a hairpin. He'll come back? To be honest, Liu Yuan had absolutely no confidence that he could persuade the Pill King to come back. After all, he hadn't come back to Yaoqi Palace for 20 years. It will. This hairpin will also guide you to the Pill King. And when he sees this hairpin, he will definitely come back to rescue the Yaoqi Palace. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress' eyes were filled with certainty. In fact, this hairpin had a great origin, and there was a story in it that belonged only to the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress and the Medicine King, but it had been thousands of years since then, and neither of them had ever mentioned it again. Alright, then I'll go and try. Liu Yuan did not ask any further questions, but immediately disappeared after collecting the golden phoenix hairpin. Liu Yuan was the fastest man in the Yaoqi Palace, so it was best to have him send a letter for help. Ayutthaya. After 3 or 4 days of closed-door cultivation, Wang Teng finally finished digesting that one immortal spirit pill, allowing his strength to directly advance from the early stage of the transition realm to the middle stage. Although he had only advanced one level, Wang Teng had only used one immortal spirit pill. If he had used a few more, he might have been able to directly ascend to the immortal realm. The aura of this immortal spirit pill is really much stronger than the extreme spirit gathering pill, and the efficiency of cultivating with it is much higher. Wang Teng, who had finished practicing, was refreshed and walked lightly. Congratulations, Master, for coming out of the gate. Little Green and Little White, who were guarding the side, turned around at the first opportunity and congratulated. Tough job, you two. Wang Teng swept a glance at them, then remembered something and instantly took out 20 extreme grade spirit gathering pills from Red Dust Fondness's spatial ring and gave each of them 10. This is the extreme grade spirit gathering pill. 10 pills for each of you. Take it and cultivate. After all, they were their own demon slaves who had worked diligently all the way, so they should be rewarded. Little Green and Little White saw that their master had given them each 10 extreme grade spirit gathering pills, and they immediately knelt down in excitement. Thank you, Master, for giving me the Dan. This extreme spirit gathering pill was an elixir that Wang Teng had eliminated, but to the two Yuaning realm snake demons, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai, it was definitely a treasure for cultivation. That's why they were now so touched, and even secretly glad that they had found a master who treated them so well, secretly vowing that they would bow and die for their master in the future. Get up! Come out with me later to buy some talisman paper. I want to draw a talisman, Wang Teng said indifferently. The road behind will become more and more dangerous, so it is still necessary to have a little charm in advance. As for old man Yang, he had been in the restaurant, and apart from drinking and eating meat, he was sleeping, completely lacking the appearance that an immortal Zun expert should have. Great Yao City was the first-tier city of the Great Xiao Martial dynasty. All kinds of talisman paper were available. Wang Teng didn't talk nonsense and directly bought the most expensive talisman paper. 10,000 pieces. Brushes and vermilion were also bought. After all the materials for drawing talismans were bought back, Wang Teng went back to the restaurant inn and started drawing talismans. Wang Teng's talisman art had now been upgraded to the immortal level, and the effects of the talismans he drew were much more powerful than before. In the entire Kyushu, there were definitely no more than 10 people who could draw immortal level talismans, which meant that Wang Teng's current talisman art was already the most powerful group of people in Kyushu. After getting the talisman paper, Wang Teng began to figure out in his head which talismans to focus on. Draw more stealth charms, sheep changing charms, and diversion charms. These are often used. Draw some more attack type and defense type charms, summoning charms, lady changing charms, puppet charms, anti-injury charms, male changing charms, mighty man charms. Draw some of these too. Draw some other acrobatic charms too, just in case you can use them. Wang Teng began to draw after thinking about it. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai helped grind the vermilion sand on the side, while Wang Teng spread out the talisman paper and drew it carefully. This drawing was for several days, and Wang Teng was in no hurry to go to the next city for the time being. After being almost killed by Monk Miaoda's palm in Dongshan Pass, it had left a shadow on Wang Teng. Now he had to be prepared for everything before he could continue his journey northward, because he didn't know if there were any immortal Zoom-level experts waiting for him in the next city. Old Man Yang had been sleeping in the room next to Wang Teng's for the last few days, and apart from drinking and eating meat, he would occasionally go to Wang Teng's room to sneak around and watch him draw talismans. At this glance, he was once again shocked by Wang Teng's rune spell. Kid, where did you learn this talisman art from? The power of this talisman is afraid that it has reached the immortal level. Not many people in the 9 states of the world can reach your level. Old Man Yang casually picked up a talisman and played with it with interest. Yeah, I'm self-taught, Wang Teng said casually. He couldn't possibly explain to Old Man Goat that the system had taught him. Could he? The old man sheep did not pursue the question. After all, people are the prince. Behind the back of the surely have a high person in teaching him. Only he is very curious about this talisman in his hand, because he has lived for tens of thousands of years, but actually cannot recognize this is what this talisman. Kid, what is this talisman in my hand and is it of any use? Old Man Goat asked rather curiously. This one is a mother-changing talisman, Wang Teng subconsciously said back. Transfiguration charm? What kind of talisman is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Old Man Goat scratched his scalp with a puzzled look. You bring it over. I'll demonstrate it to you, Wang Teng said indifferently. Old Man Yang casually handed this changing maiden talisman in his hand to Wang Teng, who took the talisman and slightly used a little bit of spiritual energy to throw it out at Old Man Yang. That talisman was quickly affixed to the Old Man Goat, and in the next second, a bad old man instantly turned into a beauty with white skin and long legs. Wang Teng, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Bai all looked dumbfounded. Even an old man can turn into a beauty. This immortal level talisman is really powerful. Wang Teng was completely shocked by his talisman technique at this point. Previously, the effect of the mother-changing talisman wasn't this amazing, and this time, the immortal level mother-changing talisman actually directly turned an old man into a beautiful woman who had fallen in love with her. The Old Man Goat reacted only to realize that he had actually turned into a woman, especially that big pile on his chest, making him completely dumbfounded. What's going on? How did I become a woman? What is this pile of in front of my chest? As soon as Old Man Goat spoke, he realized again that his voice had also turned into a woman's voice. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai both hid their mouths and snickered when they saw this, and Wang Teng was laughing even more. Uncle Goat, I didn't expect you to turn into a woman, but you're actually so beautiful. It's possible. Get lost. Hurry up and change me back. Old Man Goat was furious. He never dreamed that he would one day turn into a woman. There's no way to change. You can only change back if you have to have the time of the charm disappear. Wang Teng covered his stomach and laughed. How much time is that going to take? If you laugh again, I'll beat you up if you laugh again. Old Goat stretched out her sandbag-like fists, threatening Wang Teng and putting on a fierce look. But after turning into a woman, that sandbag-like fist and fierce look, how to look like a pet instead? With a little bit of cuteness? It is estimated that it will take at least an incense stick of time. Wang Teng tried to hold back his laughter. I don't care. You hurry up and change back to me, or I'll really be nonchalant. Old Man Goat angry hands to the chest. This hug just touched the big pile in front of his chest. Suddenly the embarrassment is unparalleled. Then I'll try the changing man charm. See if I can change you back. Wang Teng really couldn't hold back his laughter. Then picked up one of the male changing talismans on the table and threw it towards the Old Man Goat. Soon the Old Man Sheep, this beauty, instantly turned into a handsome and dashing beautiful man. The face shape surprisingly has 7 or 8 points of the Old Man Sheep shadow. Uncle Goat, you can actually so handsome, Wang Teng exclaimed. The Old Man Goat then realized that he had turned back into a man, and the big pile on his chest disappeared, replaced by firm muscles and a handsome face. Hey, this man-changing talisman is good. It actually changed me back to my younger self. Old Man Goat specially went to take a look in the mirror and was very satisfied with the effect of this male-changing talisman. You're bragging. You were so handsome when you were young. Wang Teng did not believe that Old Man Goat was so handsome when he was young. This I really didn't brag. When I was young, that was a famously beautiful man in Kyushu. I don't know how many women adored me. Old Man Goat argued unconvincingly. Yeah, I don't believe it. Wang Teng shook his head, then turned his head to look at Little Green and Little White again and asked, Green, White, do you believe it? Don't believe me. Master is the most handsome under the sky. Little Green and White said with a sweet little mouth. Look, they don't believe it. Wang Teng smiled back. How could Old Man Goat, with that awful old man look, have been a world-famous beautiful man when he was young? Love it or hate it. Old Man Goat didn't bother arguing. After it lasted for an incense stick, the effect of the man-changing talisman also disappeared, and Old Man Goat changed back to his bad old man appearance. Looking at his pale self in the mirror, Old Man Goat revealed an imperceptible bitter smile. Let's go. It's time for me to go back to sleep. Old Man Goat waved his hand before preparing to leave, but just as he opened the door to his room, a familiar figure steeply appeared in front of him. Pill King, Yaoqi Palace is in 100,000 times of urgency. The Heavenly Empress asked me to ask you to go back and rescue Yaoqi Palace. Liu Yuan said and handed the golden phoenix hairpin in his hand to Old Man Yang. When Old Man Yang saw this golden phoenix hairpin, his entire body was instantly stunned in place. Third shift, on my knees, begging for a 5 out of 5 and a push for more. Everyone with a gift in hand send one too. Today's 10,000 word update. Chapter 111 Old Man Yang's departure. Old Man Yang looked at this golden-colored golden phoenix hairpin, and his entire body was stunned in place. Thoughts were already turning over in his head, and it seemed to go back thousands of years to that red dress dancing in front of him, but soon he came back to his senses. Protector Liu, is this golden phoenix hairpin that your nine-tailed heavenly empress asked you to give to me? Old Man Yang asked with a somewhat agitated expression after receiving that golden phoenix hairpin. It was the first time Liu Yuan had seen the Pill King so excited, but he still reported back truthfully. Back to the Pill King. It was the nine-tailed heavenly empress who gave me this golden phoenix hairpin. What's the situation in Yaoqi Palace now? Hearing this, Old Man Yang put the golden phoenix hairpin away, then asked with a straight face. He knew that the nine-tailed heavenly empress had taken out this golden phoenix hairpin, which meant that Yaoqi Palace was really in 100,000% of a hurry. Moreover, he had once promised the nine-tailed heavenly empress that she could take this golden phoenix hairpin and seek him out for anything, and would unconditionally help him no matter where he was. This was a promise to the nine-tailed heavenly empress and what he owed her back then. The 18 cultivation armies of the western continent have joined together to attack our Yaoqi Palace, with at least 15 immortal exalted level experts soldiering down on the city. And now the Yaoqi Palace's palace protecting formation will be broken at any time, and it's very critical. Pill King, if you don't go back, you may never see the nine-tailed heavenly empress and Empress Yaoqi again. Liu Yuan narrated with an anxious face. 18 cultivation armies attacking in one place? Why are those forces in the western continent so united this time? The Pill King's brow furrowed after hearing this account, vaguely realizing that there was something fishy about this attack because the 18 cultivation forces in the western continent had never been so united before. For thousands of years, they had been fighting openly and secretly, but this time, they were advancing and retreating together, which was clearly out of character. Yes, the 18 cultivation armies of the western continent have gathered to attack together from the east, destroying everything along the way. Our Yaoqi Palace's defenders can't hold back at all. The other 15 immortal Zune experts have also come to Yaoqi Palace together, and at this moment, I'm afraid that they've already attacked our Yaoqi Palace's palace protecting formation, so please ask the Pill King to return back as soon as possible. Liu Yuan once again anxiously and respectfully requested. The Medicine King looked down at the golden phoenix hairpin in his hand, knowing that he would have to make a trip back this time no matter what. It was not only to rescue the Yaoqi Palace, but also to repay the debt of love owed back then. Alright, I will go back with you, but I have some things to explain. After Old Man Yang said this, he turned his head and came before Wang Teng. Kid, I'm going to go back to a trip to the western continent's Yaoqi Palace, so I won't be able to accompany you north to the capital for a while. There was a hint of apology in Old Man Yang's tone, and Wang Teng had also heard their conversation just now, so he understood Old Man Yang and did not blame him. It's fine, don't worry about going to the western continent to save Yaoqi Palace. I already have the ability to defend myself alone, Wang Teng said in relief. He understood Old Man Goat's plight, so he didn't ask him to stay. Although Old Man Goat's departure would put Wang Teng's life in danger, one could not be so selfish. Without me by your side, be careful, don't rush to the capital. The further north you go, the more dangerous it is. The third prince's people have already noticed you. I will be back soon, Old Man Goat reminded very seriously. This time, he came out of the mountain. He was determined to assist Wang Teng to ascend to the throne, but unfortunately, things did not go as he wished, and this golden phoenix hairpin, which he owed to the nine-tailed heavenly empress, had to be paid back. Just go at ease. I will be careful myself. When Wang Teng said this, he suddenly remembered something and took out thousands of talismans from Red Dust favored Space Ring and stuffed them into Old Man Goat's hand. Take these talismans. Since the situation in Yaoqi Palace is so urgent, you might be able to use them. Old Man Yang was instantly touched. Wang Teng himself was in danger, but he was still thinking about him so much. This prince, he was aided. However, before leaving, Old Man Goat remembered something important, and immediately turned his tone and said, "Right kid, aren't you looking for your wife? Yaoqi Palace has a lot of power in the Western continent. I can ask them to help look for her. In case you find her, do you have anything or a letter to give her?" Old Man Goat wanted to bring some of Wang Teng's things to the fairy girl, or to put her mind at ease. Yeah? Then you wait. Wang Teng's heart surged when he heard this, then he grabbed the brush and started thinking about what to write. The quill was dipped in vermilion ink, but it didn't matter much at the moment. What if Old Man Goat really found his wife's whereabouts in the Western continent? It was a small chance, infinitely close to zero, but it was at least a hope. Wang Teng sat on the chair and thought for a while before moving his pen to write. Nearly 20 days of thoughts all fell on the tip of the pen at this moment, but there was nothing written about him being the crown prince going north to the capital. Wang Teng didn't want to tell her something so dangerous. It was just written about how much he missed her, and if she could receive this letter, please tell her peace. After writing the letter, Wang Teng put it into an envelope and then solemnly handed it to Old Man Goat. Uncle Yang, if you can find my wife in the Western continent, then give this letter to her. If you can't find her, I don't blame you. After all, the sky is so big that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. Wang Teng's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Don't worry. I will definitely help you find your wife. After the Old Man Goat put the letter away carefully, he arched his hand and Wang Teng took his leave. Kid, I'll leave then. Take care of yourself on the way. After saying this, Old Man Goat and Liu Yuan quickly walked towards the outside of the inn. Wang Teng chased after him, wanting to see off the Old Man Goat. Looking at the old man sheep figure that gradually disappeared in the air, Wang Teng was secretly a bit despondent. It was not easy for him to have an immortal Zoom level expert to help him. But he did not expect that only a few days of work. He left, and he became a loner again. Seeing their master's dejected expression, Little Green and Little White couldn't help but walk over to comfort him. Master, sheep immortal dignity he has left. Let's go back. Wang Teng secretly sighed. Little Green, Little White, do you think I have bad luck? It was so hard to have an immortal Zoom level expert to help me, but I didn't expect that he would leave me again so quickly. As Wang Teng spoke, that gaze was still stuck in the air. Obviously Old Man Goat's departure was still a slightly big blow to Wang Teng. The road behind him was getting more and more dangerous. If a random immortal exalt came, he might lose his life. If he had Old Man Goat to help him, he would be much safer. He wasn't afraid to die, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for the day he met his wife. Master, Immortal Goat Elder said that he would be back soon. Not to mention that Little Green and I will always accompany Master. Little White said with firm eyes. Little Green will also vow to accompany Master to the death. Little Green also said with a firm gaze. Well, it seems that the road still has to be walked by oneself. Wang Teng's gaze also gradually firmed up. Then he said to Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai, come on, let's go to the next town. Chapter 112 Cold Smoke wants to take advantage of the situation. Da Xiaowu dynasty's easternmost position by the sea. There is a Kieran mountain, the shape of a divine beast like the Kieran in named. Its mountain towering into the clouds, the mountain aura dense. Cranes flying, just like a fairy mountain. At the top of the mountain was a mysterious hall surrounded by aura, and this was where the Kieran Pavilion was headquartered. On the topmost floor of the Kieran Pavilion, a white-haired old man dressed in Tai Bagua Taoist robe sat in front of a chessboard, playing Go alone. Behind him, Cold Smoke, who was dressed in a long red dress, stood there respectfully. Master, the Crown Prince has already left Great Yao City, but the Pill King has already left him to go back to aid Yaoqi Palace. Should we send an expert to protect the Crown Prince? Cold Smoke asked rather anxiously. Now that the Crown Prince was alone and had attracted the attention of the people around the third prince, she really didn't feel comfortable letting the Crown Prince continue his journey north to the capital alone. The white-haired master did not answer disciple Cold Smoke's question, but instead asked in return, what do you think about the Western continent? When the white-haired master spoke, his eyes didn't even look at Cold Smoke, but kept playing chess alone. Cold Smoke knew that it was her master's father who was testing her. And after seriously thinking about it, she replied back, Back to Master. The 18 cultivation forces in the Western continent have made a rare move together this time, and it's obviously because someone lobbied from the middle to unify their interests. And, unsatisfied, the white-haired master continued to pursue. I guess it should be that someone from the third prince's side went to the Western continent to lobby, which made them unify their front. The purpose of which may be to force the Pill King to leave the Crown Prince's side so that they can continue to pursue the Crown Prince. Cold Smoke narrated her opinion truthfully. There's still some progress, but you still haven't seen the whole picture, the white-haired master said as he landed a piece on the chessboard. Then his words changed. The other party's move can be described as killing two birds with one stone. If the Pill King doesn't return to aid the Yaoqi Palace, I'm afraid that the Yaoqi Palace is going to be lost. And if the Pill King returns to aid the Yaoqi Palace, the Crown Prince might be lost. Cold Smoke was creeped out by what he heard. I'm afraid that the one who came up with this plan is only the State Master Jiayu beside the third prince. Cold Smoke seemed to have seen something, and it was obvious that she knew the people around the third prince very well. Well, it is precisely this person, the white-haired master replied indifferently. Worthy of being the Great Xia's chief military counselor. It's fortunate that Master designed to lure the third prince to the Kunlun Island in the eastern continent, or else if the Feather Emperor alliance was there, at this point, the Crown Prince would be afraid of dying. Cold Smoke secretly celebrated. The Feathered Emperor alliance was full of top-level cultivation experts, and there were 5 immortal elders alone, which would definitely lead to certain death if all of them pressed up towards Wang Teng at once. Jiayu isn't scary. What's scary is the person behind the third prince. As the white-haired master spoke, he landed another piece on the chessboard. Master, do we need to send someone to protect the Crown Prince now? After all, the road behind us is getting more and more dangerous. The Great Xia's 10 largest cultivation sects are all on this road, and 70% of them have defected to the third prince. The next stop is even the territory of the Brahma Heavenly Sect. That's the 10th ranked cultivation sect in Great Xia. Cold Smoke pleaded anxiously once again. At this time, the Crown Prince is indeed in great danger. So take this pouch with you and go down the mountain to help him. As the white-haired master said this, he casually waved his hand, and a yellow brocade pouch flew from his hand to Cold Smoke, and then earnestly instructed, remember, do not open this pouch unless it is absolutely necessary. Without hesitation, Cold Smoke took the pouch in her hand and placed it solemnly into her spatial ring. Disciple takes note. Cold Smoke gave a farewell and then went down the mountain. At the same time, there was some excitement and thrill in his heart. Finally he could go down the mountain and go north to the capital with the Crown Prince. Right now, his wife is missing and the Medicine King has left. It is the best time for her Cold Smoke to take advantage of the situation to capture the Crown Prince. Whether or not she can become the Crown Princess, depends on this time. After leaving Dayo City, Wang Teng sat on the carriage and continued all the way north. While passing through a valley, the carriage suddenly stopped, followed by Shao Qing's voice. Master, a man in white stopped in front of us at the mouth of the valley. Did he say who it was? Wang Teng asked as he sat in the carriage with a frown. As soon as Wang Teng's words fell, a strange man's voice came from outside the carriage. I am Fan Jian, the third-generation chief disciple of the Brahma Heavenly Sect, and I have been ordered by the sect master to invite the Crown Prince to enter the sect. Eh? What kind of name is that? After Wang Teng bellyached for a while, he got out of the carriage, and sure enough, he saw a rather handsome-looking young disciple. Since you know that I am the prince, why didn't your patriarch personally come over to invite me? Wang Teng asked directly back as he stood on the carriage. Although this disciple was a third-generation chief disciple, after all, he was only a young disciple, not even an elder. Sending such a third-generation disciple over to invite him, the Xia Crown Prince, showed that the Brahma Heavenly Sect didn't have him, the Crown Prince, in its sights at all, or didn't have enough respect for the Crown Prince. The patriarch couldn't come down from the mountain on important matters, so he sent me here specifically to greet the Crown Prince. Fan Jian seemed to have thought about what to say. Wang Teng saw that he had said so. It seemed that he could not pass this place without a trip to the Brahma sect. However, Little Green and Little White were worried about this. Master, this Brahma sect is not harboring good intentions. It must be trying to lure you up the mountain and then kill you. Little White spoke the statement in his heart. It's not that easy to kill me, and if I don't agree, the Brahma sect won't let me pass through this valley with ease. Since that's the case, I'll go to the mountain to meet them. A glint of essence flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Master, I'll accompany you. Little White was the first to speak out. I'll go too. Little Green followed suit and stepped forward. After obtaining 10 extreme spirit gathering pills from Wang Teng, the two of them had already broken through to the divine separation realm, so they were thinking of helping their master. However, it was rejected by Wang Teng. You guys guard this carriage. I will be back soon, Wang Teng said as he jumped down from the carriage and came beside the guilty disciple. Offending brother, take me to the mountain to meet your patriarch. Alright, Crown Prince, please follow me. Fan Jian saw that Wang Teng was so cooperative, so he directly flew up in the air and led Wang Teng towards the top of the mountain. The Brahma Heavenly Sect was the 10th largest cultivation sect in the ranking of sects within the Great Xia, belonging to the top cultivation forces. Although there were no experts like immortal elders sitting around, there were experts of the immortal realm sitting around, and there was more than one of them. Their patriarch Bai Yuntao was even in existence of the late stage of the immortal realm. Under Fan Jian's leadership, Wang Teng made his way from the foot of the mountain to the top, flying all the way up here. Wang Teng had seen the power of the Brahma Heavenly Sect, from the foot of the mountain to the top, at an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. It housed nearly 50,000 disciples. This was considered to be one of the largest cultivation sects that Wang Teng had ever seen. After arriving at the top of the mountain, Wang Teng did not see any pavilions with majestic architecture. Instead, he saw a dilapidated hall, which was also not very popular, more like a dead and crumbling temple, which made him frown. The appearance of such a dilapidated hall was not worthy of the name of the 10th cultivation sect of the Grand Xia. While Wang Teng was puzzled, Fan Jian spoke up. Your Highness the Crown Prince, our patriarch is waiting for you inside. Go in on your own. Fan Jian hurriedly ran away with a terrified expression after saying these words. It seemed as if there was something in this crumbling temple that he feared. Wang Teng had a premonition that something was wrong and was about to leave the place at a quick pace when suddenly the entire mountaintop lit up with a gray boundary, trapping him inside, and then an eerie voice came out from the dilapidated hall. Anyone who trespasses on the Brahma sect's forbidden land, dies. There will be another shift later, so be patient. Chapter 113, Crazy Old Man. The Great Hall of the Brahma Heavenly Sect was not at the top of the mountain, but halfway up the mountain. Fan Jian had led Wang Teng to fly up the mountain before, and had specifically brought him up from the backside of the mountain, so that if he flew up, he wouldn't be able to see the Brahma Heavenly Sect's main hall at the waist of the mountain. And usually the great halls of the sects were set up at the top of the mountain, which was what made Wang Teng not suspect Fan Jian's behavior. After Fan Jian hurriedly ran away from the top of the mountain, he flew straight to the large hall on the mountainside. At this moment, Patriarch Bai Yuntao was waiting anxiously in the main hall, and when he saw Fan Jian return, he hurriedly greeted him. Fan Jian, can you lead the prince to the top of the mountain? Patriarch Bai Yuntao was the first to speak out and inquire. Reporting back to the Patriarch, I've successfully sent the Crown Prince up to the Forbidden Land at the top of the mountain. He should be trapped by the Brahma Grand Formation now, Fan Jian said with a palpitating heart. Luckily he ran fast just now. Otherwise if he was trapped by the Brahma Grand Formation, even if he had 10 lives, he would probably have to be accounted for there. Very good. You did very well. Patriarch Bai Yuntao was overjoyed. When he learned that the Crown Prince was no longer protected by the immortal Pill King, he decided to strike to kill him. But he didn't want to kill the Crown Prince with great fanfare. And even more so, he didn't want the clan to suffer any losses. So he thought of tricking the Crown Prince into the Brahma sect's Forbidden Land, and letting that crazy senior brother in the Forbidden Land to kill him. That way, he could kill the Crown Prince without bloodshed. Moreover, it could also consume the spiritual energy of that crazy senior brother in the Forbidden Land. And if he could make the Crown Prince and the crazy senior brother lose both of them, then he could finally take the opportunity to kill the crazy senior brother as well. In this way, it would play out as the snipe he had hoped to see. It had to be said that this Brahma sect's patriarch Bai Yuntao had played his cards right. At the top of the mountain, inside the Brahma sect's Forbidden Land, as soon as Wang Teng saw the gray boundary, he realized that he had been set up. But this was expected. Whoever trespasses into the Forbidden Land of Brahma sect, dies. With the sound of an eerie voice, a cloaked old man descended from the sky and instantly appeared in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng subconsciously looked over. He saw that the old man had a cloak of hair and an inhuman appearance, and he couldn't see his face because his hair was so long and messy that it covered his face. The figure was slightly stooped and lean, but the limbs were full of strength. The clothes he was wearing were even more tattered, and his skin was dirty, like it was covered in all kinds of dust and dirt. This looks like a savage anyhow. Senior, I am the current Xia's Crown Prince. I was framed and brought into this Forbidden Land. I didn't mean to intrude into your territory. Wang Teng cupped his fists and explained. With Wang Teng's strength not being able to see through the depths of this old savage man, this could only mean one thing, and that was that the strength of this old savage man was above him. Therefore, Wang Teng still felt that he should try not to fight if he could, and to make peace. I don't care if you are a prince or not. If you break into my Forbidden Land, you will die. That old man looked like he was determined to kill Wang Teng. In response, Wang Teng frowned and subconsciously took out the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword from his spatial ring. Since he was going to fight, he would not concede. If Senior insists on killing me, then I will be offended. Wang Teng took an offensive stance. ready to counterattack at any time. Having come here, one must have the realization of death. Suffer death. The old savage man directly opened his immortal domain after roaring, and an immortal phantasm appeared behind him at the same time. After being covered by the domain, Wang Teng immediately had a feeling of being unable to move, but the power was much weaker than Monk Miaoda's immortal dignity domain. As long as Wang Teng utilized his spiritual energy to resist, he could still barely move, but his figure was hindered, which would definitely affect the next engagement. We can only try the sword domain. Thinking of this, Wang Teng instantly poured his spiritual energy into the wind and thunder divine sword, then instantly opened the sword domain. In an instant, a 5-kilometer radius became Wang Teng's sword domain, with the sword domain resisting the old man savage's immortal domain. Wang Teng's figure was then restored to normal. I didn't expect this sword domain to be so powerful. It can actually break the immortal's domain, so I don't have to be afraid when I meet an immortal exalted in the future. At least I'll have a chance to escape. While Wang Teng was secretly rejoicing, the old savage man was madly rushing up, and when he got close, he did not hesitate to blast his fist towards Wang Teng, and the immortal Dharma phase behind him also blasted towards Wang Teng at the same time. This punch was very powerful and came very quickly. By the time Wang Teng reacted, the old savage man had already arrived in front of him, and at the critical moment Wang Teng utilized the shadowless art. Once the shadowless technique was released, Wang Teng's entire figure became invisible, and at the same time, his speed became very fast, narrowly dodging the old man savage's punch. This shadowless technique is good. Not only does it greatly increase the speed of movement when moving, it also has the effect of being invisible, but once you stop, the invisibility of this shadowless technique disappears. Wang Teng secretly analyzed the utility of this shadowless technique. Kid, not bad. Such a short distance can still dodge my punch. Then try dodging my punch again. As the old man savage spoke, he used the shrinking ground and took one step. Then his entire body instantly appeared in front of Wang Teng. Then he threw out a punch, directly blowing Wang Teng's entire body out a long way. Unfortunately, what he hit was one of Wang Teng's doppelgangers, while the real body had long been hidden. After Wang Teng's talisman art became immortal level, the split talisman was also upgraded. The split body had 100% of the body's ability, and the duration also became longer to 1 incense burning time. So this punch did not kill Wang Teng's doppelganger. It was just that the tremendous force still knocked Wang Teng's doppelganger out a long way and impacted on the dilapidated temple, directly smashing the temple and blowing it down. No, that old savage man saw the temple blasted down and suddenly rushed over as if he was mad, not caring about Wang Teng, as if there was something important to him in that broken temple. Wang Teng gripped the wind and thunder divine sword and prepared to attack from his back, but he realized that the old savage man seemed to have no intention of killing him, but instead rushed into the pile of waste like a madman. This old man seems to have gone crazy. In that moment when Wang Teng froze, that old savage man rushed into the ruins of the temple and frantically searched for something buried under the ruins. Seems like he is looking for something important? Wang Teng quickly saw what was going on, but he didn't dare to show mercy to this old savage man. Then, while the old man was frantically searching for something, Wang Teng used the immortal binding technique. With a blast of his palm, a golden fairy rope condensed from spiritual energy instantly flew out from his palm and bound the old savage man in the blink of an eye. The old savage man struggled strongly when he was bound by the immortal binding technique. "Let me go! Let me go!" The old man desperately yelled up, and a red horrible aura emerged from his body. Wang Teng's immortal binding technique was already at the immortal level, but even so it was still vaguely showing signs of being broken by him. This crazy old man has a lot of strength. Wang Teng felt that the immortal binding technique would not be able to trap him for a long time, so he wanted to use the divine sword technique to kill him while he had the chance. But Wang Teng was suddenly curious as to what this crazy old man was looking for in the ruins that could actually make him so crazy and excited. Thinking of this, Wang Teng came to the place where that crazy old man was frantically picking and pulling before with a shadowless art. When that crazy old man saw Wang Teng picking at that ruin, he struggled even more frantically. "What are you doing? Brat, you stop!" The crazy old man roared angrily, and his eyes turned crimson. Soon, the aura on the crazy old man's body surged wildly, and his power was growing. The immortal binding technique was becoming increasingly unable to trap him. And just at the moment when the crazy old man broke the immortal binding technique, Wang Teng finally found something in the ruins that the crazy old man valued so much. This is third shift today, as usual, asking for a 5 out of 5 and a reminder. Chapter 114, the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird behind it. Buried underneath the rubble was a basketball-sized gray clay pot that at first glance was unremarkable. It's the kind of thing you put on the side of the road and no one will even look at. A very plain gray clay pot. In normal times, Wang Teng would never pay attention to such an ordinary clay pot. But seeing that crazy old man cared so much about this clay pot, he knew that it was definitely not simple inside. Spinning around, he subconsciously opened the clay jar, only to see that inside was a grayish-white powder. As soon as Wang Teng saw the grayish-white thing, he immediately thought of something. This is ashes? Wang Teng's heart jumped slightly, then he immediately put the lid of the clay pot back on. Right at this moment, the crazy old man broke free from the immortal binding technique and charged towards Wang Teng with a roar. "Put down that clay pot for me." The crazy old man clenched his hands into fists. His eyes were crimson, and a red aura was emerging from his body. Even the immortal phantom behind him had instantly turned into a red and terrifying demonic phantom. There is a sense of madness into the devil. After sensing the danger, Wang Teng directly dodged away from the crazy old man's attack with a shadowless technique holding the clay pot. But the crazy old man's punch directly smashed the ground out of a huge 3-meter deep pit, and the ground was even cracked like a spider silk. It was evident how powerful this punch was. Wang Teng looked back with a palpitating heart and secretly swallowed his saliva. This old man's power was too strong. However, that crazy old man was not relenting and vowed to snatch back the clay pot. Then he took one step and once again used the secret technique of shrinking the ground to come directly in front of Wang Teng, followed by another punch towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng had no choice but to put an invisibility talisman on himself, hiding himself in the shadows, and coupled with the effect of turtle breath kung fu, it made the crazy old man completely unable to feel his presence. After losing his target of attack, the crazy old man got anxious and attacked randomly towards the air. "Come out to me! Come out to me! Give anger back to me!" That crazy old man roared madly with red eyes while bombarding his body with spiritual energy. Seeing that Wang Teng still didn't come out, the crazy old man decided to use his big move under duress. Heavenly Earthquake! After the crazy old man roared, the aura in his body gathered crazily onto his arms before he slammed a blow towards the ground. The tremendous power directly shook the entire Brahma mountain violently, and even the air shook violently. The top of the mountain was even shaken out of a 10-meter deep pit. The ground also instantly cracked countless gaps, such as a spider's web, extending outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the rocks on the top of the mountain were subjected to violent vibrations all rolled down. Wang Teng, who was standing on the ground, was directly shaken and couldn't stand on his feet, and this heavenly earthquake, even the air was vibrating, shaking his brain buzzing, a little dizzy feeling. What a powerful heavenly earthquake! The air and the ground vibrate at the same time. Fortunately, I'm invisible, or else my brain would be buzzing after being shaken by this tremor. And together with his shrinking ground, this would have probably already been sent flying by one of his punches. While Wang Teng was secretly celebrating, the crazy old man finally finished venting and stood there panting heavily. His face was pale, the spiritual energy in his body was almost consumed, and his whole body was even more powerless. It seems that this move consumes psychic energy and stamina. Seeing that the crazy old man had finally subsided, Wang Teng then spoke out. "Old man, I have no intention of robbing you of this clay pot. I can give it back to you as long as you promise not to kill me and release me again." It was useless for Wang Teng to ask for this earthenware jar of ashes. As long as he didn't kill himself and could release himself, he could forget about it. "Fine, if you return anger to me, I'll let you go," the crazy old man gasped and answered without the slightest hesitation. After that venting just now, at this time, there was not much spiritual energy and power left in his body, and it was unlikely that he wanted to continue fighting with Wang Teng. The key was that he cared very much about that clay pot because there was the most important person in it for him. "If you open the boundary, I will return the clay pot to you," Wang Teng continued uneasily. "Alright, I will open the boundary right away." The crazy old man was completely under Wang Teng's control at this time. What did he say and agreed without any conditions? Immediately, the crazy old man used the only spiritual energy left in his body to open the Brahma Grand Formation, breaking the boundary open. When Wang Teng saw that the gray boundary was open, he placed the clay pot 10 meters in front of the crazy old man. "I have returned the clay pot to you, and I will not see you again." Wang Teng rose up in the air and flew towards the outside of the boundary and quickly flew out of the boundary. Only he had just flown to the outside of the boundary when he sensed a powerful force flying up from the mountainside, aiming straight at the top of the mountain, and it was coming in strong. Wang Teng felt that the purpose of this strong man coming to the top of the mountain was not pure. It might be the very same person behind leading him up to the top of the mountain, and now he was coming over to see if he was dead yet. Thinking of this, Wang Teng put another invisibility talisman on himself, and then quietly concealed himself in the air at the top of the mountain, intending to see who was trying to harm him behind the scenes. The crazy old man was holding that clay pot tightly at that moment, with a nervous look on his face. "Inger, let's go home," the crazy old man said, trembling, holding the pot walked back to the collapsed hall. The expression of some god. The hand is not willing to let go for a moment, as if this let go will be snatched away again. Just then, a cold voice came from behind the crazy old man. "Where is the crown prince?" Bai Yuntao put his hands behind his back, a hint of anger in his tone. Hearing the familiar voice, the crazy old man said without looking back, "Go away." After saying this, the crazy old man clutched the clay pot again and trembled toward the ruins, muttering all the time about going home. "Gone? You let the crown prince go? I managed to trick him into coming here with great difficulty, and you actually let him go for me?" Bai Yuntao's face was shaken with rage, and the hands behind his back were clenched tightly. Hearing this unkind tone, that crazy old man finally stopped in his tracks, then slowly turned around. "Whether I release him or not, it's not your turn to meddle." After the crazy old man coldly said this, he continued to walk towards that ruin again. These words caused Bai Yuntao to become unhappy, and his face instantly turned cold. "Senior brother, now that I'm the sect leader of the Brahma Heavenly Sect and you're no longer, what I say represents an order. If you dare to let the crown prince go privately, then don't blame me for not remembering the friendship of senior brothers." After Bai Yuntao coldly dropped these words, there was a violent surge of spiritual energy on his body, followed by a step out to the back of that crazy old man, then suddenly blasted out a palm. After the crazy old man reacted, he protected the clay pot with one hand, and with the other, he utilized his spiritual energy and blasted at it. Unfortunately, the crazy old man had exhausted his spiritual energy before, and this palm, its power was just too weak to be Bai Yuntao's opponent. As soon as the two palms made contact, the crazy old man was blown away by Bai Yuntao with a palm blast more than 10 meters away. But even as he was blasted to the ground, the crazy old man held on to that clay pot of his for dear life. Seeing that crazy senior brother was blown out far away by his own palm, Bai Yuntao knew that his plan to use the crown prince to consume his senior brother's spiritual energy had succeeded. Just now, when he was in the Great Hall and felt the Brahma mountain shake, Bai Yuntao knew that his chance to kill his senior brother had finally arrived. "Senior brother, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your strength has become so weak that you can't even hold up a slap from me." Bai Yuntao had a smug and arrogant face. Previously, Bai Yuntao had fought against the crazy senior brother and was no match for him, which was why he thought of using the crown prince to consume the crazy senior brother's spiritual energy. Now, his plan worked. The crazy old man spat out a mouthful of blood after being knocked to the ground by a slap, and then he seemed to have figured something out. "Did you ask someone to lure that prince to me?" The crazy old man panted. "That's right. I was the one who lured the crown prince to the top of the mountain. I wanted to kill the crown prince with the help of your hands, and in the process, consume your spiritual and physical strength. Then I would make my move to kill you. Two things in one. But I didn't think that you would screw it up, and actually let the crown prince go for me," Bai Yuntao said with an annoyed face. At the same time, one step at a time, he walked towards the crazy old man who had fallen on the ground, his gaze flashing with thick killing intent. Wang Teng, who had been invisible in the air, secretly clenched his fists when he heard Bai Yuntao's words. It turned out to be this guy who had lured himself to the top of the mountain, and actually wanted to borrow his hand to consume the crazy old man. Fortunately, it didn't work out as he wished. However, Wang Teng was in no hurry to show himself. He wanted to see what else this Bai Yuntao had up his sleeve again. When the crazy old man heard his senior brother counting on him like this, a wave of anger steeply surged in his heart as well. "Bai Yuntao, you're not qualified enough to kill me." As the crazy old man spoke, he stood up from the ground, then utilized the only remaining spiritual energy in his body and blasted out towards Bai Yuntao. Pai Shan Palm. A palm came out, and the palm energy blasted towards Bai Yuntao like a mountain, giving a huge sense of oppression. Bai Yuntao didn't dodge and smiled contemptuously. "Senior brother, this is all the spiritual power you have, and you still want to fight me? Looking for death?" Bai Yuntao's expression instantly became sinister. Then he utilized all the spiritual energy in his body and blasted over with the same palm. This is the real Pai Shan palm. A palm blasted out. A mountain-like palm force blasted out from Bai Yuntao's palm. The power was several times stronger than the crazy old man's. Even the air was shaken. One spirit energy is exhausted, and the other is nourished. How could the crazy old man be a match for the deep-minded senior brother? The crazy old man's palm energy was broken almost instantly, and then Bai Yuntao's Pai Shan palm went unabated and blasted straight onto the crazy old man's body. The hit sent him flying backwards again, with a long spray of blood in the air, and the clay pot in his hand flew out. The crazy old man who fell to the ground once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his body was instantly weak. But even so, when he realized that the clay pot in his hand had disappeared, he still climbed up at the first time and wanted to go look for that clay pot. However, Bai Yuntao had gotten to that clay pot first. "Senior brother, the person has been dead for more than 10 years. What are you still holding onto their ashes for?" Bai Yuntao held that clay pot and looked condescendingly at the crazy old man who had fallen to the ground, a hint of smugness flashing through his eyes. Give it back to me? Senior brother, give me back that clay pot. The crazy old man begged pitifully as he lay on the ground. Bai Yuntao looked at the crazy old man who was lying on the ground that was begging himself bitterly, and he laughed out loud. Look at this. This is our Brahma heavenly sex once in 1,000 years genius, who has now actually fallen to this state. Bai Yuntao said as he opened the lid of that clay pot in his hand, then poured out all the ashes inside. It was murder and execution, pouring out all the ashes of his most important people in front of the crazy old man. Bai Yuntao, why are you like this? I'm going to kill you. A red demonic spirit light appeared on the crazy old man's body. He was going to storm out. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was depleted, so it was useless to storm any further. Bai Yuntao threw the clay pot in his hand onto the ground fiercely, then used the secret skill 1,000 crowns drop to directly stomp on the crazy old man's back, stomping on him to spit out blood from his mouth and at the same time, making it impossible for him to stand up anymore. Senior brother, I forgot to tell you something. Senior sister Inger was also killed by me. I killed her the night before you were about to break through the immortal exaltation realm, Bai Yuntao said with a smug and grim face. What? It was you who killed Inger? Why? Why? She was your senior sister. The crazy old man roared in pain. Because you robbed the glory that should have belonged to me, as well as the fact that what I can't get, you'll never want to get. So I killed your favorite woman the day before you crossed the immortal exaltation tribulation, so that you'd go off the rails and never be able to break through to immortal exaltation again. Ha ha, Bai Yuntao said and laughed madly. Back then, his senior brother was so talented that he was envious and jealous, knowing that once his senior brother broke through to the immortal exalted realm, he would never have a chance to win over him again. So just the night before he was to cross the immortal exaltation tribulation, he killed his senior brother's favorite woman, causing him to go off the deep end. And in the end, he couldn't cross the immortal exaltation tribulation, and he also forged a demon in his heart, and his strength stagnated forever. It had to be said that Bai Yuntao was a calculating and ruthless person, as in this case, calculating both the crown prince and his senior brother. And the crazy old man he had stepped on roared with rage when he learned the truth. Bai Yuntao, I'm going to kill you. Unfortunately, no matter how much the crazy old man struggled, it wouldn't help anymore. He had no more power and no more spirit energy. Senior brother, today I can finally win over you completely. For this day, I have waited for decades, and now it's time to end. Jealousy turns people's faces away, Bai Yuntao said as he took out a long sword from his space ring and prepared to stab down at the crazy old man who was stepping on the soles of his feet. The crazy old man struggled to take revenge, but he had already exhausted all his spiritual energy and was seriously injured, so he could not resist at all. And just when he was both desperate and unwilling, a long sword with the attributes of wind and thunder stabbed into Bai Yuntao's back first, and penetrated him with a single sword. This sudden scene shocked the pair of senior brothers on the spot. Chapter 115, specializing in helping people to cross the threshold. Guaranteed to pass. Bai Yuntao originally wanted to be the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back, but he never thought that there was someone waiting for him behind him. How? How is it possible? Who dares to kill me? Bai Yuntao felt his body's vitality rapidly disappearing, a face of shock and disbelief. How could he not expect that someone would secretly kill him? I'm the one who killed you. Wang Teng's figure steeply and slowly appeared from a place not far in front of him. You're the crown prince? Bai Yuntao spat a mouthful of blood out of his mouth as he spoke, his face filled with a look of shock. The crazy old man lying on the ground saw that the crown prince had not yet left, and the same look of shock flashed in his cloudy eyes. You didn't leave? The crazy old man was also shocked. How could he not expect this prince to go and return? I was going to leave, but I just happened to run into you coming up the mountain, so I wanted to see who led me here, but I didn't want to stumble upon the feud between you two, master and brother, Wang Teng said as he looked at Bai Yuntao. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand to bring back the wind and thunder divine sword. He didn't let the wind and thunder divine sword refine Bai Yuntao's body, he only seriously injured him. Bai Yuntao covered the wound on his chest and quickly collapsed on the ground. Blood couldn't stop flowing out from the wound. Although Wang Teng didn't kill him with a single sword, he had seriously injured him, and now he only had his last breath left. Wang Teng slowly arrived in front of the crazy old man and helped him up, then stuffed the wind thunder divine sword into his hand and said to him, "Old man, now you can have your revenge." Just now, Wang Teng was hidden to the side and witnessed the entire feud between their master and brother. This senior brother Bai Yuntao's mind is really too deep. Not killing him is not enough to vent his anger. And this guy also counted on him, which is even more intolerable. However, Wang Teng didn't want to kill this Bai Yuntao himself, but wanted to give this crazy old man a chance to avenge his lover. Wang Teng's words caused the crazy old man to instantly get excited, and then without hesitation, he gripped the wind and thunder divine sword that Wang Teng had shoved over to him. Many thanks, Prince. After the crazy old man gave a thank you, he tightly gripped the Wind Thunder Divine Sword and took a step towards Bai Yuntao, who had collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous anger and rage. Inger was the woman he loved most in his life, but she died tragically at the hands of her senior brother because of him. Back then, the crazy old man has not been able to find out the truth, and thus had a heart demon, but never thought that it would be today. The world. Bai Yuntao looked at the crazy senior brother who was walking towards him step by step. He finally showed his fear, but he was now severely injured and bleeding. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. Senior brother, it's all my fault. I apologize. I shouldn't have killed senior sister. Bai Yuntao was dying and pleading, a far cry from his previous arrogant and complacent appearance. However, the crazy old man didn't care and raised the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword, slashing towards Bai Yuntao with a hideous face. Today I'm going to kill you to avenge Inger. Go to hell. This sword slash directly chopped off Bai Yuntao's head. Bai Yuntao instantly broke off and died. The crazy old man was finally considered to have his revenge. He looked at Bai Yuntao's corpse and raised the sky and laughed. Inger, I've finally avenged you. The crazy old man couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of his cloudy eyes as he raised the sky and yelled. After 12 years, his revenge was finally avenged. Wang Teng looked at the old man who was laughing madly, and with a casual finger, the Wind Thunder Divine Sword flew to Bai Yuntao's corpse, absorbing all the residual spiritual energy and life energy from his body. This was the energy of an immortal realm expert. How could one miss it? Wang Teng looked at the crazy old man who was crying in pain and secretly sympathized a little. A genius encountered in 1,000 years, was counted, lost his favorite woman, and fell into a madman. This human heart is really terrible. The crazy old man's state of mind seemed to have changed after he had taken his revenge, and his cloudy eyes cleared up a lot, and that heart demonic aura on his body gradually disappeared. Immediately after he slowly came in front of Wang Teng, he bowed and thanked him. Brahma Heavenly Clan Song Qian, thanks to the Crown Prince for saving my life and giving me another chance to kill my enemy handily. Money? Why did this Brahma sex people pick some weird names? No need to thank me. This guy tricked me into going up the mountain just to make us lose both of us. Now that he has this ending, it's considered that he deserves it. Wang Teng said indifferently. Yes, I never suspected that it was senior brother who killed senior sister Inger, but he repeatedly plotted against me, wanting to put me to death. Song Qian sighed and then turned around to the place where the ashes were spilled. Crouching down, bit by bit, he refilled the ashes into the gray clay pot. Wang Teng quietly watched Song Qian carefully pack the ashes, which made him couldn't help but think of his missing wife, Liu Yanxi, and he could well understand Song Qian's pain of losing his beloved. After putting the ashes back into the clay pot, Song Qian hugged that pot for the first time and revealed a pleased smile. Inger, I've finally avenged your death today, and you can rest in peace. Song Qian carried that clay pot to the ruins of that temple, then dug a pit with his own hands and buried it. After doing all this, Song Qian steeply lightened his body, as if he had finally unloaded that obsession in his heart. Immediately after that, countless white robbing clouds accumulated in the sky above the Brahma Heavenly Clan. White thunderbolts rolled in the clouds. Their power was only stronger than Wang Teng's 9 tribulation golden thunder from before. Wang Teng noticed the robbery cloud at the first moment and was secretly a little surprised. Why is there a sudden appearance of robberies and thunder? Is there someone here about to cross the calamity? Wang Teng subconsciously looked around and was shocked to find that the old man was covered in a white light. It can't be that this old man is about to cross a tribulation, can it? It looks like it's still an immortal exaltation tribulation. Song Qian seemed to have expected this result. 12 years ago, the night before crossing the immortal Zuanzhou, his beloved woman died tragically, and he Song Qian thus produced a heart demon, and his strength stagnated, and the immortal Zuanzhou did not land. And now that he has killed his enemy and put his beloved woman in the ground as love, he has let go of this obsession, and the demon in his heart has naturally receded. The elevation of his state of mind allowed Song Qian to return to the immortal exaltation realm one day. Unfortunately for the current him, he was heavily injured and his spiritual energy was depleted in his body. So if he wanted to resist this immortal exaltation tribulation, it was basically impossible, and he couldn't even resist the first immortal exaltation thunder tribulation. However, Song Qian had a straight face, as if he was ready to die, just so he could go underground to accompanying air. However, Wang Teng suddenly appeared beside him with a hint of excitement on his face. Elder Song, is it you who is going to cross the immortal exaltation tribulation? An immortal emperor's tribulation. That would be a great tonic energy for his Wind Thunder Divine Sword. Well, this is exactly my immortal exaltation thunder tribulation. Speaking of which, this immortal exaltation thunder tribulation has dragged on for 12 years. Song Qian nodded with a look of emotion. What do you mean? This immortal exalted thunder tribulation can still drag on for 12 years? Wang Teng pursued with some confusion. 12 years ago, my strength would have been enough to trigger the immortal Zune tribulation, but the night before, my beloved woman was killed, and I developed a heart demon under the excess of sadness, so my strength stagnated, and the immortal Zune tribulation never came down. Song Qian continued to explain after a pause. Now that my great revenge has been avenged, and Inger has been buried in the ground, my heart's demon has been removed, and my strength has been restored, this immortal exaltation tribulation has naturally descended. As Song Qian spoke, with a peaceful face, he sat cross-legged on the place where that claypot was buried, with a look of readiness to die. Since there's a chance to advance to immortal exalt, that's a good thing. Maybe you can find your woman's reincarnation and continue the previous relationship. Wang Teng was very happy for him, but Song Qian seemed to be ready to go to his death. How easy is it to successfully cross the immortal exaltation tribulation? Even 12 years ago, when I was in my prime, I wasn't sure that I would be able to successfully cross the immortal exaltation tribulation, not to mention the fact that I'm now severely injured and my body's spiritual energy is depleted, making it even more impossible for me to cross this immortal exaltation tribulation. Song Qian sighed. Since he couldn't survive the immortal exaltation tribulation, he would die together with the woman he loved. However, Wang Teng was thrilled when he heard this. Wasn't this giving him a chance for Wind Thunder Divine Sword to have a great tonic? Immediately, Wang Teng said excitedly to old man Song Qian, Elder Song, you can't cross. I can help you. I'm a professional in helping people to cross. I can do anything, and it's 100% guaranteed. Wang Teng's words completely stunned Song Qian. There's another shift in the evening, so be patient. Chapter 116, the Brahma Heavenly Clan kneels to show loyalty. After Song Qian heard this, he was completely unconvinced that there was help for people to cross the threshold in this world. Crown Prince, you're not kidding, right? How in the world can you help someone to cross a tribulation? Song Qian said with a surprised face. Believe it or not, just sit here later. I'll help you cross this immortal dignity tribulation, Wang Teng said with a confident face. At the same time the heart was thrilled. This was an immortal dignity tribulation. The energy was much more powerful than that 9 tribulation golden thunder of his. It should be able to make the Wind Thunder Divine Sword rise another grade. It seems that old man Song Qian's immortal exaltation tribulation has dragged on for 12 years in order to wait for him. This is going to be a big moneymaker. Song Qian had been ready to die, and the Crown Prince suddenly told him that he could help him to pass through the calamity? This emotion was a bit difficult to change. Just as the two of them were talking, the first white immortal exaltation thunderbolt finally struck down after brewing in the sky for a while. Wang Teng was quick on his feet and threw up the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand at the first opportunity. Go, Wind and Thunder Divine Sword. The Wind Thunder Divine Sword was also excited when it saw that white immortal exalted thunder tribulation, and the body of the sword even trembled violently. And then under Song Qian's shocked gaze, that white immortal exalted thunder tribulation struck the Wind Thunder Divine Sword all at once. It's over. The immortal pure thunder tribulation has struck the prince's sword. This sword is going to be destroyed. Song Qian subconsciously thought that the sword was going to be barbecue. Where did he think that after the immortal Zune tribulation struck the Wind Thunder Divine Sword, the enormous energy was actually swallowed and absorbed by the sword? Wang Teng's heart became excited when he saw that the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword had successfully devoured the immortal exaltation tribulation. Very good. Cheers Wind Thunder Excalibur. I am optimistic about you. Wang Teng secretly cheered on Wind Thunder Excalibur, and Song Qian had long since looked dumbfounded. What kind of sword is this? It can actually even swallow and absorb the immortal lightning tribulation? Elder Song, now you believe what I said, right? Wang Teng swept a glance at Elder Song's shocked expression, and he was satisfied. Prince, what kind of sword is this sword of yours? It can actually devour immortal Zune thunder tribulation. You have to know that this immortal Zune tribulation, a single one can blast away a city. The later it is, the more powerful it is. This is my 5th immortal Zune tribulation, and the 5th one can directly level a mountain. Song Qian said in shock and trembling. What was in front of him had completely exceeded his knowledge. This sword of mine is a treasure. Not to mention the 5th immortal exaltation tribulation, even the 9th immortal exaltation tribulation, I can easily block and devour it for you. So just rest assured, Wang Teng said with a smile. Well, Crown Prince, you are still really inscrutable. After Song Qian gratefully glanced at Wang Teng, he rested on his knees to recuperate. Just now, he was hit by 2 slaps by his senior brother and his body suffered a considerable amount of injuries. So now he took advantage of this free opportunity to seize the time to recover his body. The immense commotion of the immortal exaltation tribulation also caught the attention of the 50,000 disciples within the Brahma heavenly sect. One by one, they all stopped and looked up, then murmured at the huge thunderbolt cloud. This is a thunderbolt cloud. Ha! Is anyone from our Brahma heavenly clan going to cross the tribulation? What a big piece of calamity cloud. This seems like an ordinary calamity cloud, but an immortal dignity calamity. I've seen it elsewhere. Is our Brahma heaven sect going to produce an immortal dignity? True or false? This is an immortal exaltation tribulation. But no one from our Brahma sect has reached the immortal exaltation realm. For a while the disciples were all talking. Their Brahma heaven sect hadn't produced an immortal exalted for over 1,000 years. And now there was suddenly someone who was going to cross the immortal exalted tribulation. How could it not be a surprise? Especially the 9 elders of the Brahma heavenly sect. Seeing the appearance of the immortal exaltation tribulation had all startled them at first, and then a shocked expression appeared on their faces in unison. This is really an immortal exaltation tribulation. Even though it's a 5-fold immortal exaltation tribulation, it's at least a real immortal exaltation tribulation. It's still true. Looking at the orientation, it seems like someone on top of the mountain is transmitting this immortal exaltation tribulation. On top of the mountain, could it be that crazy former patriarch? These words instantly caught the attention of the 9 elders, and then almost simultaneously, they flew towards the mountaintop in unison. When they flew to the top of the mountain, they really saw someone transmitting the immortal exaltation tribulation, and it was none other than the lunatic former patriarch they had guessed. How is it possible? The former patriarch's strength has been stagnant ever since he entered the heart demon. How could his strength break through all of a sudden? Yeah, and there's a young man next to him to help protect him. Who is he? It couldn't be that this young man helped the former patriarch get out of his heart demons, could it? Why didn't the patriarch come after such a big incident? As if on point, Patriarch Bai doesn't really seem to be here yet, and I didn't see him in the Great Hall before. These words caused several elders to become alarmed. Yes, the former patriarch and the current patriarch have always had a grudge, and now that the former patriarch is going to be promoted to immortal sovereign, how could the current patriarch not come out? The 9 elders now had mixed feelings, with surprise and a bit of worry. The surprise was that after more than 1,000 years, the Brahma heavenly clan was finally going to produce an immortal exalted. As long as they produced an immortal exalted ranked expert, then their Brahma heavenly clan's reputation would rise, and there would be more disciples joining their Brahma heavenly clan. The worry was that once the former patriarch was promoted to immortal dignity and the current patriarch was not convinced, he was afraid that it would cause another storm of bloodshed. While their 9 elders were discussing amongst themselves, the second immortal exaltation tribulation descended, but it didn't land on Song Qian's body as they had imagined. Instead it was swallowed and absorbed by a sword in the sky. They soon discovered what surprised them. Everyone, look at the sky. After this immortal exaltation tribulation descended, it was swallowed and absorbed by a sword. It's still true. What kind of sword is this? It can actually devour and absorb an immortal emperor's tribulation. This is too powerful. This sword is not simple. Is it Patriarch Song's? For a moment these 9 elders were shocked beyond words. To be able to devour and absorb the sword of the immortal emperor's tribulation, this was also perverted. While the 9 elders were watching from the sidelines, Wang Teng also noticed them. Seeing that there was no one coming up to obstruct Elder Song's transits, he didn't bother with them. As for Song Qian, he was currently resting on his knees to recover from his own injuries, and with every immortal dignity tribulation, his body strength would be 1 point stronger, and his injuries would be recovered at an accelerated rate. This caused Song Qian to secretly burst with joy. It seemed that using the sword to block the immortal dignity tribulation was effective. After a day and a night, the last immortal exalted thunder tribulation was also swallowed and absorbed by the wind thunder divine sword. After devouring and absorbing such a large wave of energy, the wind and thunder divine sword was directly upgraded to quasi-divine grade medium, which caused Wang Teng to secretly burst with joy. It seems that helping others to cross over is also effective in helping the wind thunder divine sword upgrade, and it's much faster than simply killing and devouring, so we can try to carry out this business in the future, which will accelerate the wind thunder divine sword's upgrading. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. In fact, this idea of his was completely feasible. The cultivators of the 9 states of the world were scared to death of the robbery, and the higher the realm, the more powerful the robbery they had to endure. They were especially afraid of those heavenly prides with high talent. This was because the heavenly tribulation they invoked was often the highest level of 9 in the corresponding realm. The success rate of this kind of transition is usually only 1%. If there is a person who can 100% cover the transition at this time, I am afraid that he will kneel and come over to beg him. The strength of Song Qian, who had finished his transmigration, had already recovered to his peak state, and was even stronger than 12 years ago. After arriving at the immortal exaltation realm, Song Qian swept away his previous wretched appearance. The whole person was much more spirited. Even his appearance was a few dozen years younger, changing back to that of a middle-aged man. Elder Song, Congratulations on becoming an immortal exalt. Wang Teng was the first to step forward and congratulate him. Song Qian did not say anything, but stood up before kneeling down directly towards Wang Teng and gave him a big salute. Thank you for the Crown Prince's renewed kindness. I, Song Qian, will go through fire and water for His Highness the Crown Prince in this life without hesitation. Song Qian knelt down and worshipped with a resolute face. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Crown Prince, he, Song Qian, would probably have been crazy for the rest of his life at the top of the mountain of this Brahma heavenly sect, and, perhaps, would have ended up being killed by that senior brother of his by assassination. Wang Teng did not expect Elder Song to honor him as his master, but his heart was bursting with joy. This was the first immortal dignity he had personally taken in. This was truly a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for Bai Yuntao's design to lure him to the top of the mountain, he wouldn't have been able to subdue this immortal dignity. In the end, he still had to thank Bai Yuntao. Elder Song, get up. Wang Teng helped him up. Song Qian stood up, then turned his gaze to the 9 elders standing at the side, and a thought flashed steeply through his mind. Crown Prince, wait for a moment. I'm going to take care of the affairs of the sect. After Song Qian finished saying this, he arrived in front of the 9 elders who were watching with an instantaneous movement, then said to them with a straight face, Bai Yuntao has been killed by me. Now I am the sect leader of the Brahma heavenly sect. Do the 9 elders have any doubts? When these words came out, it shocked all 9 elders. They never thought that Bai Yuntao, the current patriarch, would be killed by this Song Qian. There were a few elders who were on good terms with Bai Yuntao, but at this time, they didn't dare to take revenge even if they wanted to. Who told them that Song Qian was now an immortal dignitary? These 9 elders barely even hesitated before bowing down and paying their respects. Welcome back, Sovereign. Congratulations on Sovereign's promotion to Immortal Exalt. These words represented that the 9 elders recognized Song Qian as the vanquishing heavenly clan's patriarch. In fact, they couldn't recognize it even if they didn't want to. In front of the immortal elder, if they didn't agree, they were probably going to end up in the same place as Bai Yuntao. Seeing that the 9 elders had recognized his identity as the patriarch, Song Qian loosened his clenched fists. If anyone dared to object just now, then it would be a death sentence. Very well, as the patriarch, I will now announce the first order, which is that from now on, our Brahma heavenly sect will always be loyal to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Song Qian announced with a sharp gaze. These words shocked the 9 elders. At this time to pledge allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince. Wasn't that taking the entire Brahma heavenly sect and sending it to its death? Immediately, 2 elders stood up to object. Patriarch, you may not know. Right now the great Xia martial dynasty is experiencing a battle of qi. The third prince has already been in a great position. The crown prince is alone and has absolutely no chance of winning. For us to pledge allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince right now would be to take the entire clan and send them to their deaths. Yes, Patriarch, please also consider carefully and not be reckless. Song Qian looked at these 2 elders who stood out and said coldly, anyone else object? Some of the remaining 7 elders wanted to come forward to object, but they were all intimidated when they came into contact with Song Qian's chilling eyes, and they didn't dare to come forward. You 2 are the only ones against it, right? Very well. As soon as the words fell, Song Qian directly opened his domain and immortal Dharma phase, killing these 2 elders in a single strike. It was these 2 elders that were closest to Bai Yuntao, and Song Qian took the opportunity to eradicate these 2 dissidents, which would also help him regain control of the Brahma heavenly sect. When the remaining 7 elders saw this, they didn't dare to utter a single breath and immediately bowed in response. The sovereign's order is our will. We are willing to serve His Highness the Crown Prince to the death. Very well. Seeing that they all agreed, Song Qian returned to Wang Teng once again before kneeling on one knee and swearing, I, Song Qian, on behalf of the Brahma heavenly sect, will always serve Your Highness the Crown Prince from now on, is death without regret. When the remaining 7 elders saw this, they realized that this young man was actually the Crown Prince, and then they all followed Song Qian and knelt down on one knee. We are willing to serve His Highness the Crown Prince forever, is death without regret. Wang Teng was secretly excited when he saw them kneeling down to show their loyalty. This was the first cultivation sect that was willing to be loyal to him. He believed that this was just the beginning. More and more cultivation forces would gather around him in the future. By then there will be enough power to fight with the royal brother for the world. The point was, with enough power, he'd have one more chance to find the lady. Third shift today, as usual, asking for a 5 out of 5 and a reminder. Today's 10,000 word update. Everyone who has a gift in hand should vote for it. I'm going to try to keep up the daily 10,000 tomorrow. Chapter 117, Empress, this is the talisman my husband drew. After Wang Teng had subdued the Brahma sect, he decided to go down the mountain and leave. Song Qian, the patriarch of the Brahma heavenly clan, personally escorted Wang Teng to the foot of the mountain. Song Qian had just regained the position of patriarch and needed to vigorously reorganize the Brahma heavenly sect, so he could not follow the crown prince north for the time being, but he gave Wang Teng a white token before he left. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is the Brahma Heaven order of our Brahma Heaven sect. If you have an urgent matter, you can summon me through this and I will definitely come at the first time. Song Qian respectfully handed the Brahma Heaven order to Wang Teng. Good, then I'll take it. Wang Teng did not hesitate and accepted this Brahma order. Maybe this would be his life preserver in the future. After all, the current Song Qian was an immortal exalt. After receiving the Brahma order, Wang Teng remembered another important thing and then said to Song Qian, by the way, Elder Song, is there a disciple of your Brahma heavenly sect called Offender? According to his own words, he is the chief disciple of the third generation. He is the one who led me up to the top of the mountain. He should be associated with your senior brother. If you find him, clean him up first. This criminal led him up to the top of the mountain and ran away. There must be something wrong. This person can never be spared. Don't worry, Crown Prince. I will definitely not let this person go. Also, after I finish reorganizing during this period of time, I will lead the disciples of the Brahma heavenly sect northward to follow the Crown Prince. Song Qian said with firm eyes. If he hadn't met the prince, he, Song Qian, might have died with regret at the top of the mountain in his life. It was the prince who gave him a rebirth. This great favor, he would never forget. Good, then I will leave first. Wang Teng nodded before waving goodbye to Song Qian, followed by getting into the carriage at the foot of the mountain. Little Green and Little White both burst with joy when they saw their master return. Not seeing their master return for 2 days, they were all worried about Wang Teng. Little Green, Little White, let's go. Continue north. After Wang Teng called out, the carriage started to continue north. Song Qian stood at the foot of the mountain and watched them disappear before going back to the Brahma heavenly sect. This trip to the Brahma heavenly clan had been very rewarding for Wang Teng. Not only had he recruited an immortal Zun level expert, but he had also gotten the 10th ranked cultivation sect in Disya to defect to him. In addition, his Wind and Thunder Divine Sword had been upgraded to a quasi-divine artifact medium grade. Speaking of which, he had to thank that foul brother. Western Continent Yaoqi Palace. When the Pill King returned to Yaoqi Palace had already been surrounded by 18 cultivation armies, and there were 15 immortal dignitaries who were beginning to attack the palace protection formation. The Pill King had killed quite a few cultivation experts before he managed to come to Yaoqi Palace. As soon as she arrived at Yaoqi Palace, the nine-tailed heavenly empress greeted her with an eager face, but when she saw the Pill King, she slashed her face again. You remembered to come back, the nine-tailed heavenly empress coldly and arrogantly said. In his heart, he wanted the Medicine King to come back, but when he met him, he put on a haughty and cold face. How could I not come when Yaoqi Palace is in trouble? Not to mention that you've brought over the golden phoenix hairpin, the Pill King said as he took out the golden phoenix hairpin from his body. This is what I owed you before and now it's paid off. Before the Pill King could finish his sentence, the golden phoenix hairpin in his hand was snatched away by the nine-tailed heavenly empress. Who said you paid it off? I only let you look at this golden phoenix hairpin. I didn't say any conditions, so you still owe me, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said rather arrogantly. You, Nine Tails, you're cheating. The Pill King was a bit furious, but there was nothing he could do. I'm just being a scoundrel, so what can you do? Anyway, the golden phoenix hairpin is still in my hands, so you still owe me, the nine-tailed heavenly empress once again arrogantly said. It seemed the only way she would be satisfied was to keep the Medicine King in her debt. The Medicine King could do nothing about it. He couldn't grab a hairpin from a woman. Could he? When the nine-tailed empress of heaven saw that the Pill King had an expression of not being able to do anything about her, a slight smile appeared on her cold and arrogant face, and then she arrogantly said to the Pill King, quickly help me put the golden phoenix pin on. Is this a murder and execution? The Pill King laughed bitterly, but could only obediently accept the golden phoenix hairpin she handed over, and then carefully put this golden phoenix hairpin on the nine-tailed empress of heaven. Is it good looking? Nine-tailed heavenly empress subconsciously asked, and it was this question that brought the two men's thoughts back thousands of years at once, because once upon a time, there was a scene like this, yet it ended in tragedy. Both of them seemed to have thought of the past events that had happened, and then they coincidentally skimmed their eyes elsewhere, with a slight regret and despondency in their eyes. For a while there was a bit of silence between the two. After a long time, the Pill King spoke out to break it. By the way, Nine Tails, what's the situation in Yaoqi Palace now? When it came to business, the nine-tailed heavenly empress complexion also became serious. The 18 armies of the Western Continent have surrounded our Yaoqi Palace, and there are another 15 immortal dignitaries in the air preparing to attack our palace protective formation. It won't be long before this palace protective formation will be broken by them, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said with a gloomy expression. 15 immortal exalts. The Pill King also frowned when he heard this. Obviously he was also a bit stumped about so many experts. Those forces in the Western continent. Why are they so united this time? Yes, I was also confused. Then I thought about it, and there is only one answer. And that is that an outsider has lobbied them to unify their interests. And that is why they are so united. The nine-tailed heavenly empress spoke out the analysis in her heart. I'm afraid that the only one who can make them so united is the third prince of the central continent. The Pill King wasn't stupid, and guessed it at the drop of a hat. Right now, there was only the battle of Chi-Luck that could make them so attached. Just as the two of them were analyzing the situation between the enemy and themselves, the Yaoqi palace suddenly shook violently, as if it was an earthquake, and even the people were unsteady. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress and the Pill King saw this, their faces both changed in unison. It looks like they're already starting to break the formation. We have to find a way to stop them or the palace protection formation won't last long, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said and was about to go out, but was stopped by the Pill King. If you go out recklessly like this, you won't be able to stop them at all and will only be sending them to their deaths. The Pill King frowned tightly as he blocked them. But if we don't go out, the palace protector formation will be broken, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said anxiously. She was now anxious in her heart. Once the Yaoqi palace's palace protector formation was broken, then the Yaoqi palace would be in no danger and the consequences would be unimaginable. There's no rush. I've come back this time with a lot of immortal level talismans. We might be able to rely on these talismans to stop them, the Pill King said as he took out a large pile of talismans from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. About 1,000 of them. These were given to him by Wang Teng before the Pill King's departure. With just the two of them, he and the nine-tailed heavenly empress, there was no way that they could be a match for the 15 immortal exalts. So the Pill King had thought of a countermeasure on his way back, and using these immortal level talismans to deal with them was definitely a very good tactic. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress saw this table of talismans, her phoenix eyes were filled with astonishment. Where did you get so many charms from? And these talismans, why do most of them not even recognize me? When the nine-tailed heavenly empress asked, she casually picked up a few talismans and looked at them, and this look was what shocked her once again, because these charms were not even recognized by her. A nine-tailed heavenly demon fox who had lived for tens of thousands of years. These talismans can be of great origin and are different from ordinary talismans. Their functions are very rare and strange, but when used well, they can definitely bring out unexpected effects. As the Pill King spoke, he could not help but recall the previous scene where he was turned into a woman and regained his youth by Wang Teng. To be able to make him an immortal dignitary, change at will and still hold on for an incense burner's time. It was evident that these immortal level talismans were indeed very powerful. What is the function of so many talismans? If we don't even know what they do, then how are we going to deal with those enemies outside? As the nine-tailed heavenly empress frowned and spoke, she took a few more talismans and recognized them. And there actually still wasn't a single one that she could read and understand, which gave her a headache. Hearing this, the Pill King also froze as he realized that he couldn't read the charms either. The point was, before he came, he forgot to ask Wang Teng about the function of these charms, and these charms were all drawn differently from normal charms, which made it even more of a brain fart. It's over. I forgot to ask him what these charms do too. The Pill King was a little embarrassed. Where did he think that these charms were different from the others? Now it was fine. There were these 1,000 immortal grade talismans in the air, but they didn't know what to do with them. You, still so unreliable in doing things, Nine-tailed heavenly empress said rather angrily. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind the two of them. I recognize these charms and know what they do. Hearing this familiar voice, both the nine-tailed heavenly empress and the Pill King turned their heads in unison before seeing the purple-haired, purple-pupiled Liu Yanxi staring blankly at those talismans. She was too familiar with these charms, because they were drawn by her husband, and in the whole world, only her husband could draw such charms. Chapter 118 Empress Yaoqi is pregnant. Liu Yanxi was originally in closed-door cultivation in a secret room, but with a burst of earth tremors from Yaoqi Palace, it woke up the closed-door Liu Yanxi. Knowing that something big must have happened outside, she walked out from the secret room. Where did she expect that as soon as she came out, she saw the familiar talisman on the table. Once Liu Yanxi had drawn talismans with her husband, so naturally she was familiar with those talismans, and she even clearly remembered her husband explaining the function of each talisman to her. Seeing those familiar talismans, Liu Yanxi couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of drawing talismans with her husband, and for a moment her eyes turned red. She missed her husband so much. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress saw Liu Yanxi walk out, she was the first to step forward and ask, Yaoi, why have you come out? Aren't you in seclusion? There was a tremor in Yaoqi Palace, so I wanted to come out to see what happened. As Liu Yanxi spoke, Her watery eyes kept staring at those talismans on the table. At this moment, Liu Yanxi had temporarily stopped caring about what had happened in Yaoqi Palace. She was now more concerned about why her husband's talisman had appeared here. Heavenly Empress, Uncle Yang, why are these talismans of my husband here? Liu Yanxi inquired with an agitated expression. How could she not expect her husband's talisman to appear here? These words caused the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress and Old Man Goat to be startled at the same time. Yaoqi, you're saying this charm was drawn by that husband of yours? You can't be mistaken. Can you? How could he possibly draw a talisman? Nine-tailed Heavenly Empress asked incredulously. In her impression, this cheap husband of Yao Ji was a beggar who fled from the famine, and surely didn't have much ability, so when she went to Qi City before, she didn't even bother to see this beggar, much less take the trouble to investigate him. However, now that she heard Yao Ji say that this beggar could actually draw immortal-level talismans, it completely shocked her to the core, and the first thing she thought was that it must be fake, or Yao Ji had misread it. That's right, these talismans were indeed drawn by my husband. I won't recognize his handwriting wrongly. Liu Yanxi came to those talismans, slightly trembling, picked up those talismans, and after recognizing them one by one, she was even more certain that these talismans were her husband's. She was familiar with her husband's handwriting and would never recognize it. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress's gaze whirled around to look at Old Man Goat. Now only he knew exactly where these talismans came from. Pill King, where did you get these charms from? Did Yao Qi's husband really give them to you? Nine-tailed Heavenly Empress' face was filled with a pleading expression. This was an immortal-level talisman. Ordinary talisman masters couldn't draw it at all. In the entire world's 9 continents, there were definitely no more than 10 people who could draw an immortal-level talisman. If Yao Ji's husband could really draw this immortal-level talisman, then it meant that this beggar was by no means simple. At this moment, not only did the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress look at Old Man Goat, even Liu Yanxi also turned her gaze towards him. Uncle Goat, tell me, did you get these charms from my husband? Is he alright? Liu Yanxi said with red eyes. Her eyes carried a strong sense of pleading. She wanted to know how her husband was doing. Old Man Yang was very surprised that Liu Yanxi actually saw at a glance that these charms were drawn by her husband. Now he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. That's right, these talismans were indeed given to me by your husband. When he heard that I was going to come to the rescue of Yaoqi Palace, he gave me so many talismans, saying that they could be used. Old Man Yang said as such. Having received confirmation from Old Man Goat, the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress was once again stunned for a moment. How could she not expect that this beggar husband of Yaoqi could actually draw immortal-level talismans? She seemed to have underestimated this beggar husband. Liu Yanxi, on the other hand, got emotional. So he does know I'm in the Yaoqi Palace? Is he okay now? Liu Yanxi continuously pursued with a face of urgency. He doesn't know that you're in Yaoqi Palace yet. Not to mention your identity. Besides, he's doing fine. He's just looking for you all over the world. Even his hair has turned white. Old Man Goat said truthfully. After hearing these words, Liu Yanxi's body was slightly stunned, and her already red eyes instantly overflowed with tears. In order to find me, his hair has turned white. No, I have to go find my husband. Liu Yanxi's heart was filled with emotion and guilt, and then she could no longer control the feelings of longing in her heart, and walked towards the outside of Yaoqi Palace. She was going to find her husband. She didn't want him to look for her all over the world anymore. Nine-tailed Heavenly Empress and Old Man Goat were startled when they saw Liu Yanxi stubbornly heading out, and ran over in unison to stop her. Fairy girl, calm down. Right now Yaoqi Palace is surrounded by the 18 forces of the Western continent. You're just sending yourself to death if you go out now. Old Man Goat persuaded bitterly. Right now, the outside of Yaoqi Palace was full of enemies, and there were 15 immortal dignitaries. Going out would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. The nine-tailed Heavenly Empress was also extremely persuasive. The Pill King is right. If you go out now, you'll only be sending people to their deaths. We'll think of something after we calm down. As soon as the words fell, another loud bang came from outside the Yaoqi Palace, and immediately after that, the Yaoqi Palace began to shake violently again, making even a few of them unsteady on their feet. They're breaking the formation again. Fairy girl, our priority should be to repel the foreign enemies first, and after we've preserved the Yaoqi Palace, we'll go find your husband, okay? Old Man Yang persuaded again. Yes, Old Man Goat is right. Yao Ji, don't you recognize those talismans? You explain their effects to us, and we might be able to rely on those talismans to repel these foreign enemies. Seeing this, the nine-tailed Heavenly Empress couldn't help but persuade again as well. When Liu Yanxi heard this, she calmed down. Yes, if you want to find your husband, you have to purge these abominable foreign enemies first, or else you can't even get out. Thinking of this, Liu Yanxi wiped away her tears with her hand. then turned around and returned to those charms. Most of them are split talismans, and some of them are stealth talismans, as well as sheep-changing talismans, big-changing talismans, mother-changing talismans, etc. In addition to attacking talismans such as heavenly fire talismans, heavenly thunder talismans, and plummeting rain talismans, and defensive golden body talismans, Vajra talismans, and so on. Liu Yanxi said as she organized the thousands of charms. She was now bent on retreating from the enemy so that she could meet her husband. The nine-tailed heavenly empress and the pill king couldn't help but be overjoyed when they heard Liu Yanxi spell out the effects of each talisman and glanced at each other. With Liu Yanxi's help, then they would be able to use these charms perfectly. Great! Knowing what these talismans do, we'll be able to utilize them freely, the medicine king said with an excited face. He was aware of the power of these immortal-level talismans, and with these talismans, he might really be able to repel those enemy troops. I didn't expect that this cheap husband of Yaoqi would actually know how to draw talismans. The nine-tailed heavenly empress was also slightly surprised after hearing this. I've told you all about the function of the talismans. There are more than 1,000 in total. Half of them are split talismans. We can make good use of these split talismans, Liu Yanxi said and took some of all the talismans on the table, then walked out with an icy face. Both the Pill King and the nine-tailed heavenly empress understood what Yaoqi was going to do when they saw this. Yaoqi, you haven't recovered your strength yet. So it's better for you to stay inside Yaoqi Palace. Those enemy troops outside, just leave it to me and the Pill King. Nine-tailed heavenly empress was worried that Liu Yanxi's strength hadn't recovered and she was forcibly consuming her yuanshen to raise her strength again. This kind of trick that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and harmed herself 800 times was fine to use once, but to use it twice or 3 times, that would have a permanent effect on her body. No need. I can deal with them. Liu Yanxi stubbornly left these words before flying directly into the air. Seeing this, the nine-tailed heavenly empress and the Pill King divided the talismans on the table before following over with quick steps as well. At this moment, in the sky outside the Yaoqi Palace, 15 immortal dignitaries were gathering together to carry out round after round of attacks against the Yaoqi Palace's palace protection formation. Everyone, work harder. This Yaoqi Palace's palace protector formation won't be able to stop us for long. Luo Hao, the sect leader of Tian Luo Yuan, shouted to the 14 immortal dignitaries beside him. As the words fell, all 15 immortal exalts once again mobilized the spiritual energy in their bodies, preparing to continue attacking the Yaoqi Palace's palace protection formation. However, what they didn't expect was that 3 figures flew out from within the Yaoqi Palace and arrived in front of them in a split second. Who dares to break my Yaoqi Palace's grand formation? Liu Yanxi held the Yaoqi sword in her hand and chastised with an ice-cold face, and the invincible aura of looking down upon the world instantly dispersed. Behind him, the Pill King and the nine-tailed heavenly empress also dispersed all of their auras. The 15 immortal exalts on the opposite side of the room all took a slight half-step back in fear when they saw the Yaoqi Empress appear. The Yaoqi Empress has been oppressing the Western continent for thousands of years, and this is the fear that is engraved in their bones, belonging to the bloodline suppression. So as soon as they saw the Yaoqi Empress appear, they were all startled into a panic. Fortunately, they all recovered very quickly, as they realized that Empress Yaoqi was only at the early stage of the immortal realm, and it seemed that her strength had not yet fully recovered. Empress Yaoqi, you've only just come back from reincarnation, so I'm sure your strength hasn't recovered so quickly. Also there are only 3 of you while there can be 15 of us. Luo Hao, the sect leader of Tian Luo Yuan, stood out and clamored. Who said there are only 3 of us? Liu Yanxi's willow eyebrows rose slightly, and then she pulled out several diversion talismans from Red Dust Fondness's spatial ring and directly affixed them to her body. Instantly, for Liu Yanxi doppelgangers appeared in front of the crowd, all of them possessing 100% of Liu Yanxi's power. The appearance of these 4 doppelgangers startled the 15 immortal exalts on the opposite side. They had seen the splitting technique before, but they felt the same powerful aura as the Yaoqi Empress from those 4 splitters. Although Empress Yaoqi was only in the immortal realm, it didn't stop them from being terrified of Empress Yaoqi. Still, some people had the audacity to continue standing up. Empress Yaoqi, you're only at the early stage of the immortal realm. What can you do to us even if you have 4 doppelgangers? We are 15 immortal emperors. Chen Hai, the hall master of the Yuan Yang Hall, said boldly. That said, the medicine king wasn't happy. You think just Empress Yaoqi has a bilocation? I have one too. The Pill King followed Wang Teng's example as he spoke, directly pulling out a handful of detachment talismans before sticking them all on himself. 10 Pill King doppelgangers appeared beside him, and each of them possessed 100% of the Pill King's power. Seeing this, the nine-tailed heavenly empress was not unwilling to lag behind and pulled out a handful of split talismans from her body and affixed them to herself. Soon, 7 nine-tailed heavenly empress doppelgangers similarly appeared beside her. the moment so many doppelgangers came out. The 15 immortal dons on the opposite side were shocked. How could they not expect the Pill King to have so many doppelganger talismans for them? How did they have so many split talismans? And they're all immortal grade split talismans. Chen Hai, the hall master of the Yuan Yang Hall, was already a little frightened in his heart at this point. Well, do you still think you're outnumbered now? The Pill King took a step forward and said, the 10 doppelgangers behind him following closely behind. The Medicine King was also a little weak at this time. Although the split talisman had 100% of the body's power, but the damage would be doubled. And the duration was only 1 incense burner's time. That is, 15 minutes. Once they fought, the Pill King wasn't sure if these doppelgangers would be able to be truly effective. The 15 immortal dignitaries on the opposite side all hesitated at the sight of this. It was the first time they had faced so many doppelgangers, and they couldn't make up their minds for a while. Right at this moment, a handsome young man dressed in white robes and holding the ebony divine staff suddenly appeared in front of the 15 immortal dignitaries. This man was Ji Songliang, whom Jia Yu had sent to the western continent. When he saw that the Pill King had already appeared in Yaoqi Palace, he knew that his first mission had been accomplished. Originally, they wanted to try to attack Yaoqi Palace and get the Jade Seal fragment in their hands, but when they saw that the other party possessed so many immortal ranked diversion talismans, they had the intention of retreating for the time being. Withdraw. Ji Songliang instantly disappeared from the spot after saying just one word. Those 15 immortal dignitaries, after glancing at each other, all chose to instantly leave as well. Almost instantly, the 15 immortal dignitaries disappeared cleanly. Those cultivation experts who had surrounded Yaoqi Palace also began to retreat one after another. The nine-tailed heavenly empress and the Pill King were secretly relieved and at the same time somewhat puzzled. How did they retreat just like that? So easily deterred by our split talisman? The nine-tailed heavenly empress said with some confusion. This is them not wanting to fight a war of attrition with us. The split talisman has a time utility. They may be trying to retreat temporarily, and they will definitely make a comeback later. Pill King frowned. Liu Yanxi, however, had her own understanding. Uncle Goat, Heavenly Empress, do you recognize the young man in white who appeared behind you? The 18 allied armies. It seems that they all listen to him now. Liu Yanxi frowned slightly and said, I noticed it too. He doesn't seem to be from our western continent. I've never seen him before, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said. What he's holding should be the ebony divine staff, a quasi-divine artifact. I remember that this treasure is in Daxia, so it seems that the 18 allied armies of the western continent are really being controlled by the third prince, the Pill King said with a gloomy expression. This was now an even more powerful enemy for their Yaoqi Palace to face. Let's go back to Yaoqi Palace first to discuss this in the long run. After the nine-tailed heavenly empress said this, the three of them returned to the Yaoqi Palace in unison. Just after returning to Yaoqi Palace, Liu Yanxi suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach, a feeling of wanting to vomit. Spinning around, he covered his mouth with his hand and ran to the outside of the balcony, but nothing came out even after half a day of vomiting. Seeing this, the nine-tailed heavenly empress and the Pill King both followed out with quick steps, deeply afraid that something might happen to Liu Yanxi. Yogi, what's wrong with you? Is it that you're not feeling well? Is it because you've been cultivating too quickly recently, causing your breath to be disorganized? The nine-tailed heavenly empress said with concern. I don't know. In the last few days when I was practicing, I often had this feeling that I wanted to vomit but couldn't. Liu Yanxi said as she patted her chest. How could this happen? As a matter of fact, with a strength like yours, it's impossible for you to get sick. The nine-tailed heavenly empress looked puzzled. It was the Pill King next to him who saw what was going on. He came from a herbalist background and naturally knew a little bit about medicine. Fairy girl, give me your hand. I'll show you. The Medicine King already had suspicions in his mind and wanted to confirm it further. Ryu Yushiro didn't doubt it and put her hand up. She also wanted to figure out what was wrong with her body. After the Medicine King took Liu Yanxi's pulse, he carefully probed it. Yet only just after taking the pulse for a while, he spoke out in surprise. Fairy girl, you're pregnant. This chapter is 2 chapters in one. So as usual, I'm asking for a 5 out of 5 and a push for more. The hero and heroine will soon recognize each other. So get it up. And vote if you have a gift. Chapter 119 Empress Yaoqi is pregnant too. Pregnant? Both Liu Yanxi and the nine-tailed heavenly empress were shocked by the Pill King's words. How could Yaoqi be pregnant? Old man Yang, did you make a mistake? She can't get pregnant. And it's impossible for her to get pregnant. The nine-tailed heavenly empress face was green with anxiety. She had made a lot of efforts in order to get Yaoqi to marry the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty. Even the Jade Seal fragment that took a lot of effort to get from the Dragon Tomb was meant to be a dowry for Yaoqi. This was if Yaoqi was really pregnant with someone else's child. Then how could she still marry the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty? The nine-tailed diva was completely unable to accept this result for a moment. However, compared to nine-tailed heavenly empress's anxious green face, Liu Yanxi was all excited and happy, as if she had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Uncle Goat, am I really pregnant? You didn't lie to me, did you? Liu Yanxi inquired again and again. Liu Yanxi was wanting to carry her husband's child from the bottom of her heart. When she was in the Liu mansion, she had always had this intention, or else she wouldn't have been so active in cavorting with her husband. Old man Yang swept a glance at the nine-tailed heavenly empress and Liu Yanxi before nodding heavily. There can't be a mistake. Fairy girl, you are really pregnant. Congratulations. Old man Goat congratulated with a happy face. He was also very hopeful that Liu Yanxi and Wang Teng would have children of their own. Seeing the old man Goat so sure, the entire nine-tailed heavenly empress was struck by lightning. Her face turned green, and her body even stumbled slightly. She had made so many efforts just to make sure that Yao Qi could marry the crown prince, so that in the future, when the crown prince ascended to the imperial throne, then Yao Qi would be able to obtain great qi, and their Yao Qi palace would be able to obtain the corresponding qi as well. For the sake of this goal, a few years ago, she had gone to great lengths to snatch the jade seal fragments from the dragon tomb, in order to be able to make a dowry for Yao Qi. Now it's good. Yao Qi is pregnant with another man's child. How can she marry the crown prince then? How could this happen? I should have known that when I was in the Willow Mansion. I should have placed a ban on Yao Qi, so that beggar husband couldn't touch Yao Qi. Nine-tailed heavenly empress suddenly felt remorse. Originally, she thought that after the Yao Qi empress awakened, with her previous life's absolute love and affection nature, she would never let a beggar husband touch her. Where did she think that Yao Qi not only let that man touch her, but also got pregnant? This is a huge miscalculation. On the contrary, it was Liu Yanxi herself who was happy, her small hand touching her stomach, her cold pretty face filled with tenderness. After working so hard for so long, it's not in vain after all. If I let that crown prince of Disya know that I'm pregnant, he definitely won't want to join hands with me anymore. Liu Yanxi was secretly a little smug. The reason why she was so anxious to get pregnant in the first place was also because of the nine-tailed heavenly empress's coercion. And now, well, you can't think of anything when you're pregnant. Heavenly Empress, Uncle Yang, I'm going back to rest. Liu Yanxi dropped these words and then went back to her room. She had to properly nourish her baby. She couldn't let the baby slip. The nine-tailed heavenly empress watched Liu Yanxi go back, so angry that she almost lost her breath. She wanted to ask Liu Yanxi to abort the child, but she swallowed back hard after the words reached her mouth. Where does she dare to steal Liu Yanxi now? One could only keep the sulk in. How could this happen? Yao Qi was clearly desperate for love and affection in her previous life, and was completely uninterested in men. How could she let a man touch her in this life? The nine-tailed heavenly empress really couldn't figure it out, and her face looked unsightly. Now it's good that Yao Qi is pregnant. All the efforts I've made for so long are all for nothing. Isn't it a good thing that Yao Qi is pregnant? This shows that she loves her husband and is willing to give birth to a child for him. Why does it look like the sky is falling to you? Old man Yang asked with some confusion. He was heartily happy for Fairy Maiden, thinking that in the future, he would still be able to hug Fairy Maiden and Wang Teng's child. What the hell do you know? Kissing ass behind Yao Qi day in and day out. Just going along with her temperament and messing around. The nine-tailed heavenly empress took all the sulkiness in her heart out on old man Goat. Where did I go along with her nature and mess up? She was already married and now she's pregnant. Isn't that quite normal? Old man Goat pursued in disbelief. Do you know what I went to such great lengths to go to the dragon's tomb to grab the jade seal fragment for? It's still not for the sake of Yao Qi's marriage with the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty. Now it's good. She's pregnant. Where would the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty still want her? This is a complete disruption of my plans. Yao Qi didn't become a god in her previous life. That's because she lacked luck. Do you still want to see Yao Qi fail to become a god and die in this life? The nine-tailed heavenly empress spoke all the indignation in her heart in one breath, and her face was ugly. She no longer knew what to do behind her. Yo-Yo's pregnancy was completely unexpected. Old man Goat heard her words, but he was non-committal. Who said the fairy girl is pregnant and the crown prince won't want her? I guess he can't wait to be happy. Buy one get one free. How cost-effective a deal is this? Old man Goat said, half serious and half joking. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress saw that old man Goat was still in the mood to joke, she was furious. I'm dying of worry here. And you're still in the mood to joke with me here? And buy one get one free? Why don't you give yourself away as well? The nine-tailed heavenly empress angrily blinked old man Goat. Old man Goat smiled sarcastically. I'm not kidding. What if that's what the prince likes? Humph. People are of the Disya royal bloodline. How could they allow someone else's child? The crown prince would only marry a pregnant woman if he was sick. Nine-tailed heavenly empress said angrily. Don't say this so early. I think that after the prince sees our fairy girl, he will definitely like it very much, and won't mind that she's pregnant, and may even grab for a marriage with our Yaoqi palace. Old man goat said with a smile. And grabbing a marriage with us? You're dreaming. If you can make this marriage work, I'll unconditionally grant you a request. The nine-tailed heavenly empress blurted out in anger. Nah, this is what you said. Don't back out when the time comes. Hearing this, old man goat became interested in his heart. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Wait until you do. The nine-tailed heavenly empress left after saying these words. She was already too lazy to care about the old man goat. Moreover, she didn't believe that old man Yang could have a way to facilitate this marriage. It was simply impossible to accomplish. Unless the crown prince was stupid to marry Yaoqi, who was pregnant with someone else's child. Then you can watch. Old man Yang looked at the nine-tailed heavenly empresses departing back for a while, and then he took a step towards Liu Yanxi's room. Now at this time it was also time to tell the fairy girl about Wang Teng's true identity. Both pregnant. There was no need to hide it. By the way, this marriage will be facilitated again, so that it will be a good thing for the crown prince or for the Yaoqi palace. Chapter 120, My husband cannot be the crown prince. Inside the room. At this moment, Liu Yanxi was preparing to cultivate when suddenly the voice of old man Yang came from outside the door. Fairy girl, I have something important to tell you. Is it convenient to come in? Uncle goat, you come in. Liu Yanxi responded happily. After becoming pregnant, Liu Yanxi's entire body was much happier, and even her mood was much better. After the old man goat pushed his way in, he pulled out a letter from his body. Fairy girl, before I came here your husband Wang Teng had handed me a letter, saying that it would be given to you in case I find you. As old man Yang spoke, he handed this letter that Wang Teng had handed him over to Liu Yanxi. Husband also sent me a letter? Liu Yanxi's watery eyes brightened slightly when she heard that her husband had sent her a letter. Well, what he has to say to you is all in this letter. Old man goat said with a smile. Where did Liu Yanxi still hesitate? Immediately took the letter in the old man's hand, then couldn't wait to open it. When the familiar words appeared in front of Liu Yanxi, her eyes instantly reddened. It's really a letter from my husband. Liu Yanxi took the letter and read it word by word with excitement. Ma'am, see the word as you see it. During your absence, I've learned an idiom for seeing things and thinking about them. When I saw that peach blossom tree in the courtyard, it was as if I saw you practicing your sword there. Thinking about it, we used to be under the peach blossom tree. I saw the iced zucchini on the street, and it was like I saw you around me again, only in my mouth. It never tasted as sweet as it did in the beginning. It turns out that eating the sweetest things isn't sweet when you're not there. As Liu Yanxi looked at the letter, bean-sized tears could not be stopped from flowing out of her eyes. The letter is full of Wang Teng describing how much he misses her. It turned out that husband had been thinking about her every day. Husband, I miss you so much too. Without you, eating ice candy gourds has no flavor. Liu Yanxi hid her face and sobbed, wetting the letter paper. Liu Yanxi wanted to just run back to Qi City regardless to find her husband, to throw herself into his arms and hug him to tell him how much she had missed him for so many days. Seeing Liu Yanxi crying in pain, old man Yang hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. Fairy girl, don't cry. Your husband is living a good life now. When we repel the 18 allied armies, we can go and find your husband for a reunion. Well, I will seize the time to cultivate. When I recover to the strength of an immortal emperor, no one will be able to stop me from going back to see my husband. Liu Yanxi wiped her tears with her hand. She wanted to go back to see her husband. She could only go back after she had scared the 18 allied armies. Otherwise, they would gather again to besiege the Yaoji palace. Yes, fairy girl, it's good that you can think like this. As long as the crisis in Yaoji palace is lifted, you'll be able to go back and reunite with your husband. Seeing that the time was ripe, old man Yang organized his thoughts before speaking to Liu Yanxi again. Fairy girl, I actually have another very important thing to tell you this time I came to find you. It's about your husband. Don't get excited when you hear it. Upon hearing that it was about her husband, Liu Yanxi's expression immediately became serious. What happened to my husband? Did something happen to him? Liu Yanxi was the first to ask with concern. Nothing has happened to your husband. It's just that his identity is not like what he said himself before. Old man Yang was afraid of startling Liu Yanxi, so he planned to guide her a little bit. Not like he said it himself? Then which is it? Liu Yanxi frowned in disbelief. In fact, Wang Teng is not a beggar who fled from the famine, but the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty. His identity is very honorable, and I only knew his true identity recently. Old man Yang truthfully told her Wang Teng's real identity in one bite. My husband is the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty? How is that possible? Uncle Yang, are you kidding? Absolutely impossible. Liu Yanxi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the crown prince of the Daxia martial dynasty be a beggar and robber of her embroidered ball? The key is, he is the crown prince of the towering Daxia martial dynasty. How could he be willing to marry the ugliest woman in Qi City at that time? This logic doesn't make any sense at all. Where would a prince want to marry an ugly woman? It was no wonder that Liu Yanxi didn't believe it anymore. It would be impossible for anyone else to believe it either. Fairy girl, what I'm saying is true. He really is the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty. He's on his way to the capital right now, and the third prince's people have been chasing him. Old man goat anxiously continued to explain. He is now single and weak. If there is a Xiaoqi palace to help him boost his reputation, then he will be much safer. Before the old man goat could finish his words, he was interrupted by Liu Yanxi. Uncle Yang, it turns out that you are also changing tricks to ask me to join hands with the crown prince, and lied to me that my husband is the crown prince. Did you think that I would agree to join hands with the crown prince just like that? Liu Yanxi seemed to understand why old man Yang said that the crown prince was his husband, because as long as her husband was the crown prince, then she would definitely agree to marry him. I don't mean that. What I mean is that your husband is the crown prince. Your marriage to the crown prince is equivalent to marrying your husband again, and he needs our Yaoqi palace's help badly now. Old man Yang explained anxiously. This time back to the Yaoqi palace. The old man sheep is also intended to want to facilitate this marriage. After all, the current prince, the forces are really too thin. If you can have Yaoqi palace to help him rise the prestige of the words, then the other forces will follow the field to stand on the side of the crown prince. However, the moment these words came out, it made Liu Yanxi even more determined that the old man goat was lying to her. Uncle Yang, you disappoint me too much. I had thought that you would be on my side. I didn't realize that you are just like the heavenly empress. You just want me to join hands with the crown prince. Go away. I don't want to see you right now, Liu Yanxi said with red eyes and pushed old man Yang out of the door. Fairy girl, listen to my explanation. Your husband is really the crown prince. At that time, the reason why he turned into a beggar, it was because he was chased by the third prince to kill him. You have to believe me. The reason why he has been hiding it from you guys and not saying it, I guess he is afraid of involving you guys. Old man goat once again tried his best to explain. He wanted to desperately fight to make Liu Yanxi believe. But nah, she didn't believe it at all, and even pushed the old man goat out the door. Unless my husband personally tells me that he is the crown prince of Dixia, I will never believe it. Don't think that you can trick me into agreeing to marry the crown prince just by making up some lies. It's impossible. After Liu Yanxi said this, she angrily shut the old man goat out of the door with one hand, and also unlocked the door of the room at the first time. Only after doing this did Liu Yanxi sit back down on the bed again. For the old man goat she was now very disappointed. It took a while before Liu Yanxi's anger subsided, mainly because she felt that being angry would be bad for the baby in her stomach. I can't be angry right now. There's still husband's baby in my stomach. After Liu Yanxi took a few deep breaths, she touched her stomach with her hand and lowered her head with a gentle face to comfort. When mother defeats the bad guys outside, she'll take baby back to Qi City to find father. As for that crown prince, we won't marry him even if we die. There will be another shift later, so be patient and wait. Chapter 121 Writing Letters to Identify Oneself. Old man goat, who was pushed out of the door by Liu Yanxi, was speechless for a while. Old man Yang had thought that this was the best outcome, yet the reality was cruel. Liu Yanxi didn't believe what he said at all. Just as he was about to explain a few more words, the nine-tailed heavenly empress suddenly appeared behind him. Pill King, how did you get kicked out by Yaoqi? Didn't you just swear that you could convince Yaoqi to marry the crown prince? Why do you look so disheveled now? The nine-tailed empress of heaven knew that this would be the outcome. How could Yaoqi agree to a marriage with the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty? Not to mention that she was still pregnant. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Originally I thought that if I told the truth, this marriage would be natural. Where did I think that the fairy girl wouldn't believe it? Old man goat sighed. At this time he was also a bit helpless. What kind of truth can make this marriage go smoothly? The nine-tailed heavenly empress couldn't help but ask curiously. The truth of the matter is that fairy girl's husband is actually the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty. Old man goat said very seriously. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress heard these words, but her mouth opened in surprise. But instead of believing the words of the old man goat, he secretly lamented the fact that his brain was so big that he could even make up this kind of lie. Pill King, I thought you could make up an awesome excuse. Where did I think to make up such an unreliable reason? Who would believe this? A beggar who fled from the famine is actually the crown prince of the great summer martial dynasty. You make up a reason to make up a reliable one too, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said without any good humor. This kind of lie, not to mention Yaoqi, even I won't believe it. Where in this world is this possible? Gotta. Even the nine-tailed heavenly empress didn't believe it. Two people in a row don't believe it. So that's the problem. The old man goat reflected in place for a moment, and then realized that what he said was too sudden and without substantial evidence, which was indeed hard to believe. It seems that we have to come up with some substantial evidence in order to convince the fairy girl. But she said that she would only believe it if her husband personally admitted that it was the crown prince. Old man Yang thought about it left and right once. The best way is to let Wang Teng write another letter to prove his identity. If I had known, I would have let that kid write down his identity in his previous letter, so that I wouldn't have to bother explaining. It's so troublesome. Now I can't leave Yaoqi Palace again. The 18 cultivation forces didn't really retreat, but have been eyeing the outside surroundings. Also, the longer I'm gone, the more dangerous it will be on the kid's side. Old man Yang now both wanted to set up a marriage between their young couple, but was also very worried about Wang Teng's side. If there was another immortal sovereign over in the capital to deal with Wang Teng, without him, the Pill King, by his side, then the crown prince's life was likely to be in danger. For a while the old man she paced back and forth in place anxiously, feeling that he was now being dragged here, unable to get anything done. Just as he was getting impatient, Old Man Goat suddenly thought of the talisman that Wang Teng had given him before he left. By the way, this kid has given me a lot of talismans. Can I use a split talisman to hold down this place instead of my main body and confuse the other side while my main body runs to the kid's side? Thinking of this, Old Man Goat experimentally took out a split talisman and stuck it on himself. The doppelganger takes double the damage, but has 100% of the body's power, including breath. That's why if there was no fight, outsiders wouldn't even be able to realize that the diversion was fake. But if he let this doppelganger pretend to be, there was another difficulty. That is, the doppelganger only had one incense stick of time, and he couldn't do anything in such a short period of time. If only the doppelganger could use a doppelganger talisman. Old Man Goat suddenly had a brainstorm. Wang Teng had given him 1,000 talismans, half of which were split talismans. And if the split talisman could be used by the split body, then it would be perfect for the split body to stay in the Yaoqi Palace for a long period of time instead of him. I wonder if this will work, Old Man Goat said as he handed his doppelganger a doppelganger talisman, and then told him to stick the doppelganger talisman on himself. This was only supposed to be an attempted behavior, but I never thought it would actually work. When the bilocation talisman was affixed to the bilocation body, it actually succeeded in creating another bilocation, both in terms of aura and power, exactly the same as the main body. This sent the old goat into a fit of ecstasy. Great! I still have 400 split talismans on me right now, enough to have a split body confuse the 18 cultivation forces in the periphery instead of me. Thinking of this, Old Man Goat turned his head to the nine-tailed heavenly empress. Diva, I'm going out to do something important, so let the doppelganger guard here instead of me. And don't fight if you can, just scare them. I'll be back when I'm done. Where are you going? Those 18 forces haven't completely withdrawn yet, but are surrounding the outside of our Yaoqi Palace. The nine-tailed heavenly empress frowned slightly and said, to be honest, she didn't want to let the Pill King go. Although on the surface, she was cold towards him, she actually wanted to spend more time with him. I'm going to the Crown Prince's side to talk about the marriage union. Old Man Goat didn't hide it this time, but said it directly and truthfully. Of course there's going to protect him in there too. Yaoqi is pregnant, and you went to the Crown Prince's side to talk about a marriage alliance? The nine-tailed heavenly empress said with a shocked expression. It seems a bit whimsical to introduce a pregnant woman to the Crown Prince of the Dashawu dynasty for marriage. Trust me, this time it will definitely work. Old Man Goat said back very seriously. The nine-tailed heavenly empress looked at Old Man Goat's serious expression and froze before not objecting anymore, because she also wanted to facilitate this marriage from the bottom of her heart. Good then, you go and return quickly. I will guard here first. In addition, the matter of your split body, I will help you get it right, and definitely won't let them see it. The nine-tailed heavenly empress nodded, then immediately remembered something and said, right, so how are you going to get out? They'll notice immediately if you go out with your main body. Use the invisibility talisman. I'll use the invisibility talisman after I've collected my breath, and they won't be able to discover that I'm out. Old Man Goat had thought of a countermeasure long ago. Good idea. It looks like these immortal grade talismans will come in handy this time. The nine-tailed heavenly empress couldn't help but praise it as well. Yes, this time, thanks to these immortal grade talismans. Old Man Yang nodded, but he didn't immediately turn around and leave. Instead he reappeared in front of Liu Yanxi's room and knocked on the door. Fairy girl, I'm going to see your husband. Do you have any letters you want me to bring you there? Old Man Yang learned smartly this time and wanted to fix Wang Teng first, only by making him believe that his lady was the Yaoqi Empress. It would be easy to fix Liu Yanxi next. Sure enough, take Liu Yanxi's husband. She immediately opens the door, as if she was still angry with Old Man Goat a second before. Uncle Yang, are you going back to Qi City? Liu Yanxi said arrogantly. Well, I'm going to see your husband. It's very dangerous on his side. If I don't go, I might lose my little life, so I can't stay here for long. Just use the diversion talisman to confuse those allied forces outside. Old man goat said truthfully. Is husband in danger? Then I'll go with you. As soon as Liu Yanxi heard that Wang Teng was in danger, she instantly became anxious. No, I'll just go. Not to mention that you're still pregnant. Just write a letter indicating your identity. Remember to make sure to state that you're now the identity of the Empress of Yaoqi. Old man Yang specially aggravated the last sentence. This time he didn't want to make the trip for nothing. To show my identity. Will that scare him? Liu Yanxi said with some worry. After all, the name of Yaoqi Empress was just too loud in the Western continent. If his husband knew that his little petite wife was a generation of female emperors in the Western continent, would it put pressure on him? No, it won't scare him. So hurry up and write. When it gets dark, I'm going to leave. Old man goat urged. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Yanxi bit her delicate lips and quickly made up her mind. Then, I'll write him a letter this time and tell him that I'm safe. Liu Yanxi felt that it was time to write a letter to her husband to report that she was safe. Otherwise she would be worried if she let him look all over the world. As for her true identity, Liu Yanxi also felt it was time to tell him, as well as about her pregnancy. After all, they're a couple, and it's time to be honest. Soon, Liu Yanxi lifted her pen and wrote, putting down all her thoughts for the past nearly 20 days, her true identity, and her pregnancy. When he had finished writing, he handed the letter to the old man of the goat. Uncle Yang, I'll trouble you. Tell my husband that I'm safe now. Tell him not to worry and not to look for me all over the world. When I've resolved things over here, I'll go find him. Liu Yanxi said with shining eyes. Okay, I've written everything I told you to write. Right. Old man goat confirmed again before leaving. It's all written. I hope that when he sees this letter, he won't be intimidated by my identity. Liu Yanxi said with a slight worry. Don't worry, he won't be intimidated by your identity. Alright, now that it's getting late, I should get going too. After keeping the letter close, old man goat put an invisibility talisman on himself, and then after collecting his body's aura, he took advantage of the night to fly out. Jia Yu and the others used a trick of sound and fury to trick the Pill King. The Pill King, on the other hand, used a trick to cheat the 18-road Cultivation Alliance army again. The key was that this time he also brought back a more important mission. Third shift today, on my knees, asking for a 5 out of 5 and a push for more. If you have any gifts in hand, please vote for them. Thank you very much. Chapter 122, the capital's first sword master kills the crown prince. Inside the palace of the capital, in the side hall of the Hall of Zhengde, State Master Jia Yu was handling official business for the third prince when suddenly a paper crane flew in from outside. Jia Yu put down the official business in his hands for the first time, then with a casual move of his hand, he grabbed the paper crane in his hand and unwrapped it for the first time. Just see what it says. The Pill King has been restrained by me in Yaoqi Palace. After seeing this, Jia nodded in satisfaction. Without the Pill King's protection, the crown prince is a lamb to be slaughtered. Jia Yu casually burned the paper crane, then disappeared in a flash. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the edge of an artificial lake in the palace. This lake is called the Moon Heart Lake. Look, with the general lake is not much difference, but if there are experts who understand the formation will be able to feel the difference between this Moon Heart Lake and other lakes. It was because this huge lake was filled with dense array energy. In other words, this entire Moonheart Lake was a large formation based on the lake. After Jia Yu casually pinched a spell, a blue water spirit shield appeared around him, and immediately afterward, he jumped into this Moonheart Lake. With the protection of the water spirit shield, Jia Yu was able to walk freely in the Moonheart Lake, straight to the bottom of the lake. In the center there is a gossip formation pattern, which is the lake array eye. In the center of the formation eye, a bearded middle-aged man was imprisoned. Only his hands and feet were locked by 4 thick chains each, and he sat there motionless with his eyes closed and his knees crossed, not even breathing. It looked like a dead man from afar, but only an expert could sense that this guy's aura was unusually terrifying. Jia Yu came straight to him and spoke faintly. Swordmaster Yin, goodbye. It was only when he heard this voice that Yin Yanyan slowly opened his tiger eyes. State Master Jia, what is it that you are looking for me for? Yin Yanyan gave him a look with his tiger eyes, and as he spoke, there was an air of nonchalance on his face. Naturally, there are good things coming your way, Jia Yu said with a slight smile. What good could you have come to me for? Speak. Yin Yanyan was also considered a smart person, and with a glance, he could tell that Jia Yu's purpose for coming to him this time was by no means pure. Then I'll be blunt, Jia Yu continued after a pause. I want to ask Swordmaster Yin to kill someone. As long as you kill him, not only can I let you out, I will also give you the yin yang bead. Yin Yanyan heard this and his intentions were moved. The reason he was imprisoned here was due to his failure to steal the yin yang beads from the palace 2 years ago. Yin Yanyan in this world is the only thing he loves is his daughter. But unfortunately his daughter was born with a cold poison. Every full moon night will be a cold attack. The pain is intolerable. There have been famous doctors asserted that life is not 10 years old. In order to save his daughter, Yin Youngyan searched for famous doctors in the 9 states, but they all said that they could not treat her, and that only the yin yang bead could suppress the cold poison in his daughter's body. Unfortunately, this yin yang bead is the most precious treasure of the palace. Where can you just take it? So in order to save his daughter, Yin Youngyan had to take the risk of sneaking into the palace to steal the yin yang beads, but lost to the first master of the big inside was captured, and ultimately detained at the bottom of this moon heart lake. So the yin yang pearl was more important to him, Yin Youngyan, than his life. Can you be serious about this? Yin Youngyan's gaze was stunned as he looked at Jiayu. Dang it, the yin yang pearl is on me. As long as you help me kill one person, I can give it to you. Jiayu took out a crimson-colored pearl from his body as he spoke. This yin-yang bead is a Xiantian grade top-grade treasure bead. The body is burning hot, emitting a sun-like red aura. Put in the water to activate can boil a lake water. See how powerful this yin-yang bead is. Yin Youngyan looked at the crimson-colored yin-yang bead in Jiayu's hand and an excited light appeared in his eyes. Okay, who do you want me to kill? Yin Youngyan agreed without a second thought. Crown Prince. As Jiayu uttered these 2 words, a glint of essence appeared in his eyes. This Yin Youngyan's strength was at the early stage of immortal exaltation, and without the Pill King's protection, it was definitely enough to kill the Crown Prince. Okay, no problem. Yin Youngyan agreed without the slightest hesitation. As long as he could get this Inferno Sun Pearl, no matter who he killed, he was willing to go. He would even sacrifice himself for his daughter. Very good. Jiayu was satisfied with Yin Youngyan's attitude, and immediately after casually pinching a few spells, the great formation at the center of the lake began to unseal, and the 4 chains that had locked Yin Youngyan in place were automatically opened, without the array suppression and chains to hold him back. Yin Youngyan scurried out directly from the bottom of the lake after whistling and quickly disappeared into the palace. Inside a remote house in the eastern suburb of the capital, there was a little powdered girl in a rough linen dress, struggling to pick vegetables in the yard. Although she was only 8 or 9 years old, she was very skillful in picking vegetables. Obviously she did this often. As the little girl was picking vegetables, her afterglow skimmed over the doorway, and suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure at the entrance to the yard. Much like her father, whom she had not seen for many years. It was exactly as she remembered it. She thought she was dreaming and hallucinating. Her father was locked up in the palace. How could he be here? So after only a glance, she turned back to continue picking vegetables. But after a moment more of picking, she couldn't help but skim her head towards that doorway again, and realized that her father, who had appeared countless times in her dreams, was still standing there. The little girl watched a little longer this time, for she was afraid that the dream would end too soon, and that the father figure she remembered would be forgotten. When she had seen enough, the little girl turned back and continued picking vegetables. After a little more picking, the little girl felt that the familiar figure at the doorway was still there, and only then did she turn her head for the 3rd time to look at it. This time, the little girl was sure that her father had really come back for her. Daddy! The little girl tried to call out. Her big eyes instantly reddened, and the basket of vegetables she was carrying in her hand fell to the ground. It took the little girl 3 times to turn around to make sure that the daddy who loved her the most had returned. When Yin Youngyan heard this clear and familiar voice, he could no longer contain his excitement and allowed tears to flow from his eyes. Then he ran over in a single bound. Shinger, Daddy is back. Yin Youngyan hugged his daughter tightly, unable to let go of her. Tears had long overflowed from his tiger's eyes. Father, you finally returned. Shinger missed you so much. Shinger flung herself into Yin Youngyan's arms, whimpering and crying. In the past few years, she dreamed of her father, but she heard Auntie Li say that her father was locked up in the palace and might never come out, for which she often cried secretly at night. Hearing the commotion, a woman in her 40s or 50s came out from the house, also wearing rough linen clothes and an apron around her waist, apparently having just been cooking. Auntie Li is shocked and disbelieving when she sees that Yin Youngyan has returned. Youngyan, why did you come out? Did the people in the palace let you out? Auntie Li said in surprise. I've come to see Apricot. I'll be leaving soon. After I finish this matter, I'll be able to reunite with you. As Yin Youngyan spoke, he subconsciously touched Shinger's hand, and as before, it was cold. This made him even more determined to kill the crown prince and take the yin yang bead. What kind of errands are you going to run? Have you eaten yet? Eat before you go. Auntie Li hurriedly greeted. No, Auntie Li, thank you for taking care of Shinger for the past 2 years. I'll come back to thank you when I'm done with my business. Yin Youngyan said to Auntie Li rather gratefully. If Auntie Li hadn't taken care of her in the past 2 years, he didn't know what would have become of his daughter. This time, before he set off on his mission, He just wanted to take another look at his daughter. After all, he hadn't seen her for more than 2 years, and now that he saw that she was fine, he would be able to rest assured that he would be able to go on his mission as well. Only just as he turned to leave, he was tugged on the corner of his coat by Apricot. "Daddy, will you come back after you go out this time?" Xinger looked at Yin Yang pitifully, her eyes glittering with longing. "Will do. Daddy will come back to reunite with you once he finishes his mission." Yin Yang dotingly touched Xinger's head before turning around and walking towards the door. Apricot took quick steps with her little legs to catch up. "Father, you must come back." Xinger shouted at her father's disappearing back. His daughter is a beam of light in Yin Yang's life, and he can't let this beam of light go out, so he must kill the crown prince, and only by getting the Yin Yang pearl can he let Xinger live. Chapter 123, Cold Smoke's Intervention. Wancheng, which is a city with a long history and a prosperous place. After Wang Teng drove his carriage easily into the city, he stopped in front of a restaurant. It's time for a good meal after a long day of traveling. It was only when he had just entered the restaurant that a shopkeeper came over and said to him, "Mr. Wang, our boss invites you to gather on the 3rd floor. Your boss wants to see me?" Wang Teng was slightly shocked. It seemed like it was his first time in Wancheng, right? How could someone recognize him and want to see him? "Yes, she's waiting for you on the 3rd floor. You'll know when you see her." The shopkeeper was very respectful and invited again. "Alright then, lead the way." Wang Teng agreed without much hesitation. Soon the shopkeeper led Wang Teng to a rather elegant room on the 3rd floor. "Our boss is in here. Mr. Wang can just go in by himself. And if you have any orders, feel free to call me." The shopkeeper bowed and retreated after saying this. Wang Teng was curious as to who exactly was looking for him, so he knocked on the door. "Come in." Soon a familiar voice came from the house, cold and arrogant with a hint of warmth. Hearing this voice, Wang Teng instantly guessed who wanted to see him, and then he pushed the door open. As Wang Teng had guessed, in the room was none other than Cold Smoke in a big red dress. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Cold Smoke owed a bow to Wang Teng. "Cold Smoke, are you waiting here specifically for me?" Wang Teng said with some surprise, because before and Cold Smoke contact information, are using the flying crane transmission, basically never met. This time is actually a direct meeting. Secretly guessed that there is not any important information to convey to him. "That's right, I am specifically here to wait for His Highness the Crown Prince." As Cold Smoke spoke, she walked over and personally poured a cup of tea for Wang Teng. The aroma curled up and refreshed her heart. "Is there any information about the whereabouts of my wife, Liu Yanxi?" Wang Teng couldn't wait to care about the whereabouts of his wife, Liu Yanxi. He had previously asked Cold Smoke to ask the people of the Kieran Pavilion to look for the whereabouts of Liu Yanxi. So this time, when he saw Cold Smoke, the first thing he did was to ask. Cold Smoke heard her body slightly trembled. In the prince's heart, the first in line seems to always be his wife. But soon Cold Smoke recovered. The crown prince's wife disappeared. This is the best time for her to take advantage of the situation. She believes that she will be able to win the crown prince's heart. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Miss Liu hasn't been found yet, but I'm sure she'll be found soon," Cold Smoke gently whispered in relief. "I hope so," Wang Teng responded with some disappointment. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Cold Smoke spoke out. "Your Highness, this time I came to find you. I actually wanted to accompany you north to the capital, so that it would also be convenient for you to obtain information. I can just go north to the capital alone. It's too dangerous for you to accompany me. The people who are chasing me along the way have never been broken." Wang Teng politely refused without even thinking about it. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, although I am not as strong as you, I have fully obtained the intelligence of the cities and passes along the way. We don't necessarily have to use force to break in hard. Many times it is fine to use our intelligence. And maybe I can use my mouth to convince the other side to fall to our side," Cold Smoke said rather confidently. Cold Smoke wanted to stay by Wang Teng's side and give him advice, letting him know that she, Cold Smoke, was still very helpful to the Crown Prince's great cause. Wang Teng also felt that this was reasonable after careful thought, and that using wisdom could also solve a lot of troubles, so he nodded his head and said, "Fine, then you'll accompany me on my way." When Cold Smoke heard this, she was slightly pleased in her heart. "Many thanks, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Cold Smoke felt that her first step had been successfully taken. "By the way, Cold Smoke, what's the situation on my royal brother's side right now? He didn't send the Feather Emperor Alliance's army after me?" Wang Teng inquired with a frown. Wang Teng had always had questions in his mind these days, since his identity had been exposed and he had killed multiple experts in a row. Why hadn't the Imperial Brother sent the experts from the Feathered Emperor Alliance over? There were quite a few immortal exalted level experts in the Feathered Emperor Alliance, and if a few of them came at random, Wang Teng would be in fear of his life. For this reason, Wang Teng was vigilant along the way. but he was late in meeting the experts of the Feathered Emperor Alliance along the way. Your Highness, the Crown Prince doesn't know. My master has secretly drawn the third prince's attention to the eastern continent's Kunlun Island to grab the divine artifacts, and all of the Feather Emperor Alliance's experts have gone to the eastern continent's Kunlun Island. So he doesn't have the time to deal with you right now. Cold Smoke said as such. So it was lured to Kunlun Island to grab the artifact. Your master is really powerful. Wang Teng was suddenly enlightened, and then he couldn't help but ask after him. Then who is sitting in the capital now? Who sent that monk Myriad? Mentioning this monk Miaoda, Wang Teng still had some palpitations. He was almost killed by him, and that time, his identity had just been exposed not more than a few days ago, and the other party directly sent an immortal Zune-level boss over. From this, it could be seen that this person was ruthless, and did not give Wang Teng the slightest chance to turn the tables. The one sitting in the capital right now is State Master Jia Yu. This person is the capital's #1 military advisor. The reason why the Pill King was forced to go back to aid the Yao Qi Palace was because he was behind it. Cold Smoke paused before continuing. And next, it's predictable that he'll definitely take advantage of the Pill King's absence from your side to send his top experts after you once again. So it's State Master Jia Yu. Wang Teng knew this person from the Crown Prince's memories, and he was indeed a terrifying figure. In that case, it seems I have to hurry up and raise my strength. Thinking of this, Wang Teng's heart became anxious again. After opening another room in the restaurant, Wang Teng grabbed the time to sit down on his knees, then directly stuffed the remaining 9 immortal spirit pills into his mouth in one go. There was no time to slow down and practice now, so he could only speed up. After swallowing the 9 immortal spirit pills, Wang Teng's body was quickly filled with a massive amount of spiritual qi, and because there was so much of it, there was a vague feeling that it was going to explode, which caused Wang Teng to be shocked. It's over. I ate too much at once. The aura in my body is going to explode. Wang Teng didn't expect the 9 immortal spirit pills to explode so many massive amounts of spiritual qi at once, and then he hurriedly sped up his cultivation. The aura produced after the explosion of the immortal spirit pill was all white, and it turned into golden spiritual energy after running around Wang Teng's body, and then Wang Teng converted this wave of transformed golden spiritual energy into his dantian. As this wave after wave operated, the golden spiritual energy that converged at the dantian increased. After receiving such a massive amount of spiritual qi, the yuanshan at Wang Teng's dantian was also getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just one night, Wang Teng's strength had been promoted to the late stage of the transition realm. This wasn't over. The aura in his body still hadn't digested all of it. Wang Teng could only seize the time to continue transforming and absorbing it. It wasn't until 2 days later that Wang Teng finished absorbing these massive amounts of spiritual energy, and his strength was thus upgraded to the great circle of the transition realm, just one step away from being able to advance to the immortal realm. At the immortal realm, it was a qualitative change. Not only could one possess a dharma phase, but one could also possess a domain. And once one reached this realm, one had already transcended the realm of mortals. The lifespan will also be extended to thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years now, which is considered truly transcendent. One step short of crossing into the immortal realm. When that time comes, the immortal thunder tribulation will be able to give the wind thunder divine sword another meal. Wang Teng walked down from the bed as he secretly thought. Stretching his back, a crackling sound came from his body, and it was evident that the promotion of his strength had further strengthened his flesh as well. Now it's time to continue north, Wang Teng said as he called on Cold Smoke to go downstairs. Cold Smoke saw that the Crown Prince had finally finished his seclusion and secretly felt a surge of excitement in her heart that she would finally be able to go north with Wang Teng. After the two of them sat in the carriage, under the driving of Little White and Little Green, the carriage slowly headed out of the city. Cold Smoke, what's the next city we have to cross? Wang Teng sat in the carriage and casually asked Cold Smoke. The next city to cross is? Cold Smoke was just about to reply when the carriage suddenly stopped. Little Green, Little White, why has the carriage stopped? Wang Teng asked out loud. Master, there's a swordsman at the city gates blocking our way out of the city. Little Green's voice quickly came over. Swordsman blocking the way? Wang Teng's mind stirred, and he immediately got out of the carriage, and saw that there was a middle-aged swordsman, holding a sword, blocking their way out of the city at the city gate. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Wang Teng asked with a frown, feeling that the visitor was not good and that the other party's aura was unusually powerful. The other party did not answer him, but said coldly, Prince, lend me your head. As soon as the words fell, the swordsman drew out the sword in his hand with a mischievous sound, and then the swords all over the city began to tremble violently. Cold Smoke's face changed drastically when she saw this swordsman. There will be another one later, so be patient. Chapter 124, Winning by Wisdom. The capital's #1 swordsmith, Yin Yang. Cold Smoke's face changed drastically when she saw this swordsman at the city gates. the girl's eyesight is good. I am none other than Yin Yangyan. Yin Yangyan's gaze gradually glazed over. Then he raised the sky and drank. Sword come. As this loud shout came out, the sword intent on his body instantly erupted, followed by all the swords in Wancheng City, all of which flew towards him after sensing the strong sword intent. The swords of the blacksmith stores, the swords of those who practiced martial arts, the swords of those who practiced cultivation. As long as the swords were within the city of Wancheng, they all instantly flew towards Yin Yangyan. From afar, there were tens of thousands of swords shooting towards Yin Yangyan. Wang Teng was completely shocked when he saw so many swords. This Yin Yangyan can actually command so many swords. What realm is he in? Wang Teng turned his head to ask Cold Smoke with a surprised expression. At this moment, the latter was also shocked by the swords shooting from the sky, but she quickly came back to her senses when asked by Wang Teng. This person is the capital's #1 sword master Yin Yangyan. His strength should be at the early stage of the immortal Zun realm, but I remember that 2 years ago, he was locked up in a lake within the palace after failing to go to the palace to steal the yin yang beads. So how did he come out today? Cold Smoke was surprised. When Wang Teng heard this, he seemed to have remembered something as well. In the Crown Prince's memories, there were indeed memories of this person, and even back then, the Crown Prince wanted to go over and recruit him. But because of the Third Prince's obstruction it didn't work out because the people guarding the Moonheart Lake were all the Third Prince's people. I remember he has a sick daughter, right? Wang Teng subconsciously asked. Previously, the Crown Prince had specially investigated him in order to recruit him, so he knew some information about him. Yes, he has a daughter who was born with a cold poison, and it is said that she won't live past the age of 10. So he went to the palace to steal the yin-yang beads out of desperation. Cold Smoke told all she knew. So that's how it is. It looks like State Master Jia Yu put him out to assassinate me. Wang Teng looked at Yin Yangyan who was not far away and seemed to have thought of something. Cold Smoke also came to mind. Otherwise, it's unlikely that Yun Yong Nim would have released it at this time. Crown Prince, Yin Yangyan is at the immortal exalted level. We can't beat him. Why don't we escape? Cold Smoke frowned. Indeed we have to escape. I will distract him first. You drive and hurry out of the city. Wang Teng said rather calmly. Crown Prince, let's go together. Before I went down the mountain, my master gave me a brocade pouch, saying that it can save our lives at critical moments. Cold Smoke said and was about to take out the brocade pouch but was stopped by Wang Teng. No need. I can handle this Yin Yangyan. You go first. Wang Teng said as he directly rose into the air and flew into the air with the intention of luring Yin Yangyan over. Wang Teng had a token of the Brahma Heavenly Clan in his hand. If he really couldn't escape in the end, he could use this token to summon Song Qian of the Brahma Heavenly Clan. And as the Brahma Heavenly Clan wasn't far away from here, he would definitely be able to make it in time. As expected, when Yin Yangyan saw Wang Teng flying up into the air, he also took to the air at the first opportunity. Cold Smoke did not leave for the time being. She was worried that in case something happened to Wang Teng, she could use the brocade bag to save him. The Crown Prince had a stake in winning or losing this battle of Qi. She couldn't let anything happen to him. Thousands of meters in the air, Wang Teng and Yin Yangyan stood opposite each other. Yin Yangyan was surrounded by 10,000 swords, and it looked like the swords were amazing. And Wang Teng only had one sword in his hand, but this one sword was enough to overpower the aura of 10,000 swords on the opposite side. Crown Prince, I'm sorry, I'm going to exchange your head for something, Yin Yangyan said as he pointed the sword in his hand towards Wang Teng. With this finger, the tens of thousands of swords behind him all pointed their tips at Wang Teng, and the atmosphere became austere for a while. Wang Teng's Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand was provoked by the strong sword intent, and then steeply emitted a sword chirping sound of buzz. As this sword chirp came out, the 10,000 swords behind Yin Yangyan suddenly trembled, as if they had been startled. Yin Yangyan was slightly shocked when he saw this. Is this your quasi-god sword? Yin Yangyan was an expert in using swords and recognized the extraordinary nature of this sword in Wang Teng's hand at a glance. That's right. If you want to win this sword of mine by sheer numbers, you can try, Wang Teng said indifferently. If you were also in the immortal exalted realm, then I indeed wouldn't have a chance to win against you, but unfortunately you shouldn't be, so you don't have a chance to win against me, Yin Yangyan said as he instantly radiated his immortal exalted realm, while a huge immortal exalted Dharma phase also appeared behind him. Under the enhancement of the domain and the immortal Dharma phase, it was as if the 10,000 swords behind him had been pumped with chicken blood, and they became warlike again. Wang Teng was attacked by the immortal domain and his body could not move again for a moment, but fortunately, he had the sword domain of the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword. After pouring his spiritual energy into the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword, Wang Teng opened the sword domain at the first opportunity, and his body immediately regained the ability to move. However, the sword domain was far weaker than the immortal domain, so Wang Teng's mobility was still somewhat affected. mobility is still affected. But it's better than not being able to move. Wang Teng comforted himself. Just then Yin Yanyan attacked Wang Teng. 10,000 swords. After Yin Yanyan shouted, 10,000 swords behind him shot towards Wang Teng. 10,000 swords shot in unison. The shocking image stunned the entire Wancheng city as they all looked up in unison at this amazing scene. Cold Smoke, Little Green and Little White, all looked up as well, all secretly sweating for their master. Good coming. Wang Teng did not dodge. Although he was 2 great realms behind Yin Yanyan in terms of realm, he was not afraid at all. And after infusing the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand with spiritual energy, he shot directly towards the front. Divine Sword Art. With a sword shot out, the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword was like a bolt of wind and lightning, attacking those 10,000 swords directly. And in an instant, it collided head-on. On one side there is 1 sword, while on the other side there are 10,000 swords. Such a shocking scene appeared over Wancheng. In the moment they came up against each other, the 2 strands of sword intent clashed fiercely. Both Wang Teng and Yin Yanyan frantically poured out their spiritual energy, but in the end, Wang Teng was slightly inferior. The difference in realms was really too great, and the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword was pressed backward by 10,000 swords. But even so, Yin Yanyan was still shocked. Crown Prince, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for 2 years, your strength has actually gotten so much stronger, but it's a pity that your realm is too low. Yin Yanyan said as the immortal Dharma phase behind him once again exerted force, forcing Wang Teng's Wind and Thunder Divine Sword to accelerate back over. Wang Teng resisted with all his might, but the realm was just too different to block Yin Yanyan's 10,000 swords returning. And right at this critical moment, Wang Teng remembered what Cold Smoke had said to him a few days ago. Strength is not enough. You can rely on wisdom. Thinking of this, Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly before remembering that Yin Yanyan had just said that he wanted to exchange his head for something. Combined with the fact that Yin Yanyan had gone to the palace to steal the Yin Yang bead in the past, Wang Teng instantly thought that Yin Yanyan wanted to take his head in exchange for the Yin Yang bead. Taking the Yin Yang bead is saving his daughter. Wang Teng instantly figured it all out. The key was that he possessed immortal-level medical skills, which included a treatment method to cure the innate cold poison. Since there was a better way to cure Yin Yanyan's daughter's cold poison, it might be able to make Yin Yanyan change his mind. And with that, Wang Teng shouted loudly to Yin Yanyan while fending off the 10,000 swords returning. Swordmaster Yin, are you going to trade my head for the Yin Yang bead? Wang Teng had to confirm first. In case it wasn't for the Yin Yang bead, then he would have to think of another way. That's right, my daughter was born with a cold poison. She desperately needs the Yin Yang bead to suppress the cold poison in her body, or else she won't live past the age of 10. So I'm sorry, I'll have to take the Crown Prince's head in exchange. Yin Yanyan responded loudly. When Wang Teng heard that it was true, his heart was delighted and he immediately said to him, Swordmaster Yin, the Yin Yang bead can only suppress the cold poison in your daughter's body, but it cannot cure it, and in the end, your daughter will still not be able to live past the age of 10. Wang Teng said with a change of words after a pause, but I know immortal-ranked medical skills that can cure your daughter's innate cold poison. What did you say? You can cure my daughter's natural cold poison? The spiritual power in Yin Yanyan's hands subconsciously weakened by a few points. That's right. I'm afraid that under the sky, I'm the only one who can cure your daughter's innate cold poison, Wang Teng said rather confidently. In the broken medical book that the system had rewarded him with earlier, there was a method of treating innate cold poison. How could Yin Yanyan believe what the Crown Prince said? Before he took Shinger to see all the famous doctors in the world and the 9 continents, they all said that there was no cure, and that only the Yin Yang beads could temporarily suppress it. No way. Crown Prince, you're using a delaying tactic. I won't fall for it. The spiritual energy in Yin Yanyan's hands increased by a few more points. He thought it was the Crown Prince who was using a delaying tactic to fool him. Wang Teng knew that with empty words, Yin Yanyan would never believe it. Then he said after organizing his thoughts, Swordmaster Yin, is it true that your daughter suffers from a painful attack of cold poison every full moon night? And it's more painful than ever? Have you ever noticed that every time she has an attack of cold poison, the temperature around her will also drop, and if she touches water, it will freeze? Wang Teng's words caused Yin Yanyan's body to tremble slightly because what the Crown Prince said was alright. Every time there is a full moon, his daughter will have a cold attack and suffer excruciating pain. And strangely enough, the temperature around her will also drop, and if she touches water, it will freeze instantly. How do you know? Yin Yanyan asked subconsciously. Swordmaster Yin, in fact, your daughter is a congenital extremely cold body. It's just that the extreme cold power in her body couldn't be properly utilized, leading to the blockage and squeezing within her body, which eventually turned into an attack of cold poison. If you can use silver needles to cross the acupoints and open up your daughter's 12 meridians, and then guide your daughter to cultivate in the right way. You will be able to transform the cold poison into extremely cold spiritual energy. Wang Teng told all about the innate cold poison described in that broken medical book, and it was these words that gradually made Yin Yanyan believe in his words. Crown Prince, if you can really save my daughter, not only will I not kill you, I will repay you with my life, but if you lie to me, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. As soon as these words came out, the spiritual energy in Yin Yanyan's hands suddenly dispersed, and the tens of thousands of swords in the air fell out of the air. No problem, it's a deal, Wang Teng swore and answered. Third shift, on my knees, begging for a 5 out of 5 and a push for more. Chapter 125, A Blessed Assassination. A great battle was stopped in such an incredible way. After Yin Yanyan and Wang Teng made an agreement, he disappeared into the sky above Wancheng in a flash, and in another blink of an eye, he was completely out of sight. He had to go to the capital to pick up his daughter Xinger. Although he couldn't fully trust the crown prince's words yet, Yin Yanyan would choose to take a chance even if there was that much hope, because his daughter is all he has. Wang Teng saw that Yin Yanyan had left, and he too fell from the air. As soon as he came down, little green, little white, and cold smoke all surrounded him in unison. Crown Prince, are you alright? Why did he leave? Yin Yanyan? Cold Smoke asked with a puzzled face. Just now, she was worried that something might happen to the Crown Prince, and she was all set to open the brocade pouch handed to her by her master. But she didn't expect Yin Yanyan to leave just like that. Master, you're not hurt, are you? Little Green and Little White also went up with a concerned face and asked. I'm fine, but we won't be able to leave for a while. We'll have to stay in Wancheng for a few days and wait for Yin Yanyan to pick up his daughter and come back. Then we'll leave, Wang Teng said with a calm face. Previously he and Yin Yanyan had agreed that he would go to the capital to pick up his daughter while Wang Teng would wait for him to come back in Wancheng. This was the agreement, so Wang Teng could not go back on his word. Swordmaster Yin has given up his pursuit of you and is going to the capital to pick up his daughter instead? How could it be so sudden? Cold Smoke frowned slightly. She really couldn't figure out the connection or reason for this. I promised him to cure his daughter. After Wang Teng briefly explained, he asked Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai to turn the carriage around again to go back to the restaurant. Crown Prince, you can heal? Cold Smoke asked with a surprised look on her face after she sat back in the carriage. A slight knowledge of a billion medical skills. Wang Teng said indifferently. True or false? You have to know that Yin Yanyan's daughter had a congenital cold poison. In the early years, Yin Yanyan took his daughter to see all the famous doctors in the 9 states. None of them could cure his daughter's congenital cold poison, and at most, they could only use the yin yang bee to suppress the cold poison in his daughter's body. Cold Smoke said with a twist of words. Are you sure you can cure his daughter's innate cold poison? Why don't we run quickly while Yin Yanyan is leaving? There's no need to run, since I promised him to wait here for him to save his daughter. Naturally I have to keep my promise, Wang Teng said with a firm gaze. Cold Smoke saw that the Crown Prince had already made his decision, so she could only give up after she sighed. But she was only secretly worried about whether Wang Teng would be able to save Yin Yanyan's daughter. If she couldn't be saved, she could only use the brocade pouch that her master had given her to save her life. Cold Smoke made a secret decision in her heart. After returning to the restaurant, Wang Teng continued to cultivate while waiting for the time being. It was more than 100,000 miles from Wancheng to the capital. But Yin Yanyan used all the spiritual energy in his body to speed up his speed in order to save his daughter earlier. In just one night's work, Yin Yanyan flew back to Wancheng with his daughter, Xinger, and came to the restaurant that he had agreed with Wang Teng in the first place. Wang Teng had just gotten up and opened the door when he saw Yin Yanyan bringing his daughter Xinger to the front of his room. Sword Master Yin, you came back so soon? Wang Teng looked up and down at Yin Yanyan in surprise, only to see that his face was a little pale, his mouth was constantly gasping for air, and his breath was rather disorganized. Yin Yanyan was an immortal Zun expert, but this trip back and forth had exhausted his spiritual energy, so it was evident that he couldn't even care about that anymore in order to save his daughter. Crown Prince, I have brought my daughter Xinger. You must remember what you said before. After Yin Yanyan caught his breath, he carried out a little girl who was protected in his arms and looked at Wang Teng with a strong hope in his eyes, although he also didn't quite believe that a crown prince who had been born from the palace since he was a child would be able to cure his daughter. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Yin Yanyan wouldn't give up. This daughter of Yin Yanyan looks like she is only 8 or 9 years old, has a pair of big, dark eyes, pink skin, and has 2 crochets. Although she was dressed in rough linen, she could not hide her cute and innocent look at all. Wang Teng saw such a cute little girl, a burst of love in his heart, secretly thinking that in the future it would be good if he also had such a cute daughter. While thinking about it, that Xinger suddenly came over timidly and tugged on Wang Teng's coat corner. Big brother, are you the crown prince in the palace? Can Apricot ask you for one thing? Xinger timidly requested. I am the crown prince. Ah. What does Xinger ask of me? Wang Teng asked as he squatted down with interest. Can I ask you to stop locking my dad up in the palace? I'll give you the egg laid by my Daya. As Xinger spoke, she carefully pulled out an egg from her coat pocket and handed it to Wang Teng at the first opportunity. This is the apricot child when she came. Secretly hidden in the coat pocket. Originally thought to give father to eat, but after seeing in front of this handsome young man is the prince from the palace, she changed her mind. An egg may not mean much to the average family, but to Auntie Li, Xinger and the others, it is something very precious, and they may only be able to eat an egg for a month or even longer. Yet right now, she was willing to give such a precious thing to Wang Teng in exchange for her father's freedom, which showed how important Yin Yangyan was in Xinger's heart. When Yin Yangyan saw this scene, his nose turned sour and his eyes instantly reddened. Wang Teng did not expect this Xinger in front of him to be so understanding, and reached out to touch the little girl's head before responding. Don't worry, your father won't be locked up in the palace anymore. He can stay with you every day from now on. As he spoke, Wang Teng led Yin Yangyan and Xinger to the room. After letting Apricot sit down, Wang Teng reached out and touched Apricot's pulse, and it was true that she was born with cold poison, and her body was also cold. This touch made Wang Teng frown. When Yin Yangyan saw this, his expression was tense for a moment. Prince, can my daughter be saved? Although your daughter is an innate extremely cold spiritual body, her 12 meridians are blocked and the extremely cold spiritual chi in her body has not been able to emanate, so it has turned into cold poison. I'm now using silver needles to open up her 12 meridians, and then teaching her a set of cultivation methods for using extremely cold spiritual chi, and she'll be fine. Wang Teng took out a cloth bag from his spatial ring as he spoke, and when he opened it, inside was a long row of silver needles. When Yin Yangyan saw that Wang Teng was carrying a silver needle with him, he slightly believed it for a few moments, and the strand of hope in his eyes intensified a bit. After Wang Teng took out the silver needle, he came in front of Xinger and said gently, Xinger, later on, brother is going to stick needles on you to help you cure the cold poison. Will you be afraid? Apricot is not afraid. Apricot shook her head, her small face filled with a resolute look. Xinger is so good. The more Wang Teng looked at her, the more she liked her. She really wanted to have such a cute and well-behaved daughter. Soon, Wang Teng took the silver needle and stabbed it on Xinger's 100 club's point. This is the first stitch. Yin Yangyan stood by the side and watched nervously. Honestly, he didn't want to kill the crown prince to exchange for any yin-yang beads. He wanted the crown prince to save his daughter more. Apricot was really good, and she didn't say a word after the silver needle pierced the top of her head. Immediately, Wang Teng took out a second silver needle and stabbed it again at Xinger's brow. This was the second needle. Next is the third, fourth, and fifth stitches. With each needle, Wang Teng would pour the spiritual energy in his body into Xinger's body through the silver needle to impact her blocked meridians, until the 18th needle was tied. One of the 12 meridians on Xinger's body was opened by Wang Teng. This was the beauty of the 18 Tai divine needles. And under the sky, I was afraid that only Wang Teng knew this set of needles. After opening the meridians, Apricot painfully spat out a mouthful of cold air, which actually condensed the air after it came into contact with it. Seeing this scene, Yin Yangyan nervously asked his daughter, Apricot, are you okay? How do you feel? Daddy, I feel a little better, and that icy cold stuff in my stomach is starting to flow through my body, Apricot said with wide eyes. This is the sensation of the extremely cold aura flowing through, and the next step is to open up the remaining 11 meridians, Wang Teng explained in a timely manner. When Yin Yangyan saw that the crown prince's medical skills could really save his daughter, his heart was bursting with excitement. Now her daughter was finally saved. Soon, Wang Teng did as he had done and opened all the remaining 11 blocked meridians in Xinger's body as well. Although it took a lot of his aura, it was finally successful. The moment all the meridians were opened, a blue extremely cold aura emerged from Xinger's body, and all the surrounding air was instantly condensed upon contact. Yin Yangyan's heart was tense when he saw this, because when Xinger's cold poison attacked in the past, it was the same scene, so he subconsciously thought that his daughter's cold poison had attacked. Apricot, are you alright? Does the body have any hard feelings? Yin Yangyan asked with a nervous face. No hard feelings. Apricot shook her head before saying with wide eyes again, Daddy, the icy cold ones in my body are traveling through me now, and I can still control them, like this. Look, Apricot said and stretched out her little hand, happily drawing a circle in front of her. At once the extremely cold aura ran out from her fingers, condensing into a flake of snow. Yin Yangyan had long since looked dumbfounded. His daughter was actually able to control the extreme cold aura. Wang Teng, however, smiled. Your daughter is now a cultivation genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years, and she will never have an attack of cold poison again. Yin Yangyan was so excited to hear this that he hugged Xinger. His daughter was finally able to survive, and even cried like a small child because he was so happy. Immediately, as if he remembered something, he turned his head to look at Wang Teng, seeing his pale face and slightly disorganized breath, knowing that the crown prince had spent a lot of aura and energy to save his daughter. He was moved to kneel directly in front of Wang Teng. Your Highness, the crown prince thanks you for saving my daughter. This life of mine, Yin Yangyan, will be your highness from now on. Wang Teng slowly helped Yin Yangyan up. How could he not expect that the immortal killer sent by the other party ended up becoming his helper? And by the way, he also gave him a little genius in cultivation that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even Wang Teng felt that this kind of thing could come a few more times. It's New Year's Eve today, so I'm a little late, so I'll have another one later. Chapter 126 Old Man Yang's Return. After subjugating Yin Yangyan, Wang Teng finally had another immortal Zoon-level expert bodyguard. Cold Smoke was also shocked to learn that the Crown Prince had cured Yin Yangyan's daughter's innate cold poison. How could she not expect that the Crown Prince would actually know medicine and be so good at it? But to make Yin Yangyan, an immortal Zoon-level swordsman, turn against the Crown Prince, Cold Smoke was also very happy, so that the Crown Prince's side of the force has also slightly grown by 1 point. After settling the matter of Yin Yangyan, Wang Teng and the others set off north once again, but this time the one driving the carriage was Yin Yangyan, who tried to kill him yesterday. This was really too dramatic. Yesterday he was furiously trying to kill Wang Teng, but today he was helping him drive the carriage. This result was too surprising. This scene was not only not expected by Wang Teng, but also by Jia Yu, the state master in the capital palace. Inside the side hall of the Hall of Jingda, Jia Yu was dealing with official business when suddenly a subordinate hurried in. State master, urgent report from Wancheng. The subordinate handed over a letter in his hand as he spoke. Wancheng emergency report? Jia Yu seemed to have thought of something, and then with a wave of his hand, the urgent report flew into his hand. When he opened this urgent report, his face changed abruptly. How could this happen? Yin Yangyan actually drove a carriage for the Crown Prince. Is this defecting to the Crown Prince? Jia Yu frowned. For this scene, it was completely out of Jia Yu's expectation, and after pacing in place for a while, he seemed to have thought of something. Someone, go and check Yin Yangyan's daughter in the capital for me. Jia Yu called his subordinate officer over and told him to go check on Yin Yangyan's daughter's information at the first opportunity. Yes, State Master. After that subordinate officer responded, he hurriedly went down to do his job. Jia Yu read that urgent report a few more times carefully, and secretly felt that this Yin Yangyan was likely to turn against the Crown Prince. His guess was correct, and after waiting for an hour, his subordinate officer came back in a hurry. Your Majesty, Yin Yangyan's daughter as well as an old woman are missing. That subordinate officer reported truthfully. Yin Yangyan knew that taking his daughter away would cause the state master to notice, so he went ahead and hid Auntie Li as well, arranging for her to be in a safe place. Sure enough, this damned Yin Yangyan. I let him out and actually gave me the go-ahead to defect to the Crown Prince. The state master was secretly a bit annoyed. This was really lifting a stone and hitting his own foot, or sending an immortal Zoon expert to the Crown Prince for nothing. I wonder what conditions the Crown Prince has offered Yin Yangyan that would actually make him choose to defect to the Crown Prince. The state master was curious. He knew how much Yin Yangyan valued his daughter, so he wanted to use the Yin Yang Bi to control him. Where did he think he would switch to the Crown Prince? State master, what are we going to do now? It won't be easy for us to kill the Crown Prince when he has Swordmaster Yin as his escort. The subordinate officer Liao Fei bowed. This Liao Fei was the state master's personal subordinate, and was also considered Jia Yu's beloved, deeply trusted by him. He should be out of Wancheng now. Where is the next city? Jia Yu frowned and said in a deep voice. Unsurprisingly, the next city should be Jiaoshi City. Liao Fei said as such. Cross-stop city. When Jia Yu heard the name of this city, he quickly had an idea. My senior brother Yuji is near Jiaoshi City, so I can only let him deal with the Crown Prince. Also, just to be on the safe side, send orders to the Xuanwu clans around Jiaoshi City to cooperate with my senior brother and act together. With these two acting together, it's useless even if Yin Yangyan fights to the death to protect them. Jia Yu is from the Ghost Valley lineage, and his senior brother Yuji, naturally, is also a Ghost Valley disciple, specializing in the art of Qi Men Dun Jia, and his strength has even reached the early stage of the Xiantian realm. In addition, the Xuanwu sect was the 6th-ranked top cultivation sect in Dixia, and their patriarch's strength had even reached the middle stage of the immortal exaltation realm, and there were also a great number of immortal realm disciples. Yuji's Qimen Dun Jia art plus the Xianwu sect's experts. Such a force is enough to crush Yin Yongyan and the Crown Prince. After Wang Teng and the others left Wancheng, they went all the way north. On the carriage, Wang Teng hugged the tiny apricot child and loved it. Cold Smoke, who was also sitting in the carriage, glanced at little apricot, who was held in Wang Teng's arms, and actually felt a little envious, thinking that if only she could be held in the crown prince's arms as well. Brother Wang Teng, thank you for helping me with the cold poison. Little apricot sat on Wang Teng's lap and said with a pair of big, ebony eyes, brother helped you cure the cold poison, so how are you going to thank me? Wang Teng joked. Well, I heard the gentleman from the private school next door teach that there is no way to repay the kindness of saving one's life, so the little girl can only give her body in return. So when apricot grows up a bit, she will be promised to her brother. Little apricot tilted her little head in thought for a while before saying. These words made Wang Teng dumbfounded, but Cold Smoke was in a hurry to speak out. Little apricot, brother Wang Teng has a lady so you can't be promised to him. Really? Then brother's wife must be very beautiful, little apricot subconsciously blurted out. These words caused Wang Teng's eyes to darken slightly as it reminded him of his long-missing lady. While several of them were chatting, the carriage suddenly stopped, followed by Yin Yangyan's voice. Crown Prince, there's a stone monument in front of us blocking the middle of the road. Stone monument? Wang Teng frowned and immediately got out of the carriage. Raising his eyes, there was indeed a stone monument stopping in front of them. A few words were carved on top of the monument, but it was impossible to see what was written on it. Sword Master Yin, can you read the words on this stone tablet? Wang Teng frowned, feeling that there was something odd about this stone tablet. This stone monument was only about 20 meters away from them, and with Wang Teng's realm of the Great Circle of the Transitional Realm, he could see it clearly, not to mention 20 meters away, but even 100 meters away. However, this stone tablet in front of him, which was only separated by some 20 meters, made it impossible for Wang Teng to read the words on it. Not only could Wang Teng not see clearly, even Yin Yangyan of the Immortal Exalt realm could not see clearly. Crown Prince, there's something odd about this stone monument. It's only 20 or so meters away, and actually even I can't read the words on it. Should we take a detour? Yin Yangyan said rather cautiously. There's no way around. Wang Teng looked at the stone tablet and vaguely thought of something. What do you mean? How come we can't go around? Yin Yangyan asked in confusion. We might have unknowingly entered someone else's formation. Wang Teng subconsciously jumped down from the carriage, then slowly walked towards the stone tablet. Crown Prince, be careful. Yin Yangyan hurriedly jumped off the carriage and followed Wang Teng closely. Since he knew there was something wrong with that stone tablet, Yin Yangyan naturally didn't dare to let the Crown Prince go over there alone. After getting in front of the stone tablet, Wang Teng finally read the words on it. When both of them saw the writing on it, they both had a moment of shock in unison. Because it says, Tomb of Prince Xia Tang, and this Xia Tang is the very name of the Crown Prince. Daring? Who dares to erect a monument to the Crown Prince here? Yin Yangyan was so angry that he took out his sword and wanted to split the monument, but he was stopped by Wang Teng. Sword Master Yin, don't cut. If you split this stone tablet, we'll be trapped. Wang Teng frowned and explained. Before Yin Yangyan could react, an old and ghostly voice came steeply from the sky. The Crown Prince has indeed become different, as my senior brother said. He can even see my Chi Man Bagua technique. As those words fell, an old man holding a coiled snake staff appeared in the sky, hunched over with an aged look, exuding an eerie aura all over his body. He was seen standing on top of a huge black shin turtle, and beside him stood a white-haired old man with an immortal appearance and unfathomable strength. Behind the two of them stood 12 other white-robed experts, all of them in the immortal realm. The key was that all 14 of these people in total were standing on top of that gigantic black basilisk turtle with an imposing aura. When Yin Yangyan saw this, his face changed dramatically. Cold Smoke was also the first to get out of the carriage, and when she saw such a group of people appear, her face likewise changed drastically. Ghost Valley Zug, Xuanwu Sect Ni Bong, and Xuanwu Sect's Divine Beast Shin Turtle. When Wang Teng saw such a group of people appear, the first thing he did was to take out the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword from his spatial ring. Wang Teng felt that he had encountered a formation opponent this time, because when they came over just now, he actually did not detect any formation energy around him, which meant that the surrounding Chi Men Dunya, to the immortal level or even above, so as not to alert him. A mere Chi Men Dunjia art? I don't see it in my eyes yet. Wang Teng's eyes were glaring, although the other party's Chi Men Dunjia technique was at a very high level, but if he wanted to crack it, he still had a way to do so, he just needed time. However, the other party had 2 immortal exalted experts and an immortal exalted level divine beast, which would be difficult to deal with. It was impossible for Yin Yangyan to be 3 of their immortal dignity level experts by himself. However, if there was not enough time, Wang Teng had no way to crack this Chi Men Dunjia art, which made him a little desperate. Really? With just the 2 of you, you will never be able to crack my Chi Men Dunjia art. Yuji heatedly laughed, his gloomy eyes filled with confidence. He was the teacher of Ghost Valley Z, inheriting his master's art of Qi Men Dun Jia, in the entire Great Xia martial dynasty, except for his master. In terms of formations, it was estimated that no one could be his rival. However, as soon as his words fell, a loud and familiar voice came from a short distance away, who said there were only 2 of them. As the words fell, a familiar old man steeply appeared in front of Wang Teng. Happy New Year, and I'm begging for 5 out of 5 and a push for more. Chapter 127, Breaking the Formation. The visitor was none other than Old Man Goat, who he hadn't seen in days. Wang Teng was surprised and delighted to see him appear. Uncle Yang, why have you returned? Wang Teng was surprised. Didn't he go to support Yaoqi Palace? How did he suddenly come back? Came to deliver a letter to you. Didn't think it would be just in time. Old Man Goat said and moved his muscles. It was better to come early than coincidentally. Send me what letter? Wang Teng was puzzled. Yes, a letter that is very important to you. I'll talk to you after the fight later. Let's take care of this group of scumbags in front of us first, Elder Goat said with his eyes shining brightly. Good, then let's finish the fight. Wang Teng instantly gained a few points of confidence in his heart. With Old Man Yang and Yin Yanyan holding the other party's several immortal Zun experts in check, then he could focus on breaking the formation. Yu Ji and Ni Feng stood on the Xian turtle and were slightly surprised to see another immortal dignitary beside the Crown Prince. They didn't expect the Crown Prince to actually have helpers. How did the Crown Prince have another immortal Zun expert by his side? Senior brother didn't even tell me about it. Yu Ji frowned. It would make this ambush more difficult. And the fact that he couldn't see through the Old Man Goat meant that the strength of the old man who had appeared now was above him. Immortal Master Yu, don't worry. We still have the Xian turtle and 12 immortal realm disciples, plus your Qi Men transported armor technique. It's enough to exterminate them. Ni Feng was confident. This was their territory. Not to mention that the Crown Prince and the others had entered their Qi Men Dun Jia ambush formation. Well, no matter how many people come, in my formation of Qi Men Dun Jia, I will let them have no return. Yu Ji nodded, agreeing with Ni Feng's words, and then took a step forward to shout at Wang Teng below. Crown Prince, no matter how many of you come, you'll never be able to get out again in my strange door and transported armor formation. Is that so? A mere Qi Men Dun Jia formation. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Wang Teng spoke straight back. He, still arrogant even at the end of death. I'll let you know now to know the power of our Giga Z Qi Men Dun Jia art. Yu Ji said and took out a flag from his body. Then shouted. Fog up. With a command, a thick white fog immediately appeared around Wang Teng and them, causing them to not be able to see their surroundings clearly all of a sudden. Wang Teng saw this and hurriedly said aloud. Swordmaster Yin, Uncle Yang, you guys hold them off. I'll break the formation, or none of us will be able to get out today. No problem. Kid, you focus on breaking the formation. Leave these few scumbags to us, Old Man Goat said with an instantaneous movement, single-handedly rushing towards Yu Ji, Ni Feng and the others in the air. Yin Yanyan gripped the longsword in his hand and rushed after him as well. Their sudden attack startled Yu Ji and Ni Feng, but they quickly reacted. Qi Men Thunderstrike. After Yu Ji shouted, a dozen red thunderbolts precipitously landed in the air, blasting towards Old Man Yang and Yin Yanyan respectively. This red thunderbolt was not ordinary thunderbolt. It was a reddish thunderbolt, and its power was much stronger than ordinary thunderbolts. I don't put a mere thunderbolt in my eyes. Old Man Yang opened his immortal Dharma phase and directly blasted his fist towards the lightning after shouting. A fist blasted out. The fist power transformed into a mountain, directly dispersing the descending crimson lightning. The strength was as terrifying as it was. This was still the beginning. Yin Yanyan shouted, swords come, summoning over a dozen swords from the scene. If it wasn't for Ni Feng's deadly pressure on the sword in his hand, otherwise even his Xuanwu immortal sword would have been summoned over. However, the 12 immortal realm disciples behind him did not have this strength anymore, but the swords in their hands were all summoned by Yin Yanyan. The 12 swords under Yin Yanyan's control blasted head-on at the dozen or so red-colored thunderbolts, almost instantly dispersing the red-colored thunderbolts. The two of them easily broke Yu Ji's Qi Men Thunderbolt, and the latter failed to make a move and raised his flag again to drink. Strange Hurricane, Golden Man, Fire Dragon, Water Flood, Earth Attack, Wooden Thorn, Rise. As soon as the words fell, the 6 energies blasted at Old Man Goat and Yin Yanyan in unison. They won't be easy to deal with this time. Almost simultaneously, Ni Feng and the 12 immortal realm experts behind him all struck out as well. For a moment countless energies blasted towards them, and even Old Man Goat felt the pressure slightly. Kid, hurry up and break the formation. We can't hold on for long, Old Man Goat shouted. He alone took most of the energy attacks. Otherwise Yin Yanyan, who was at the early stage of the immortal exaltation realm, wouldn't have been able to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of such energy. Give me 2 columns of incense. Standing on the ground, Wang Teng responded before preparing to break the formation. Qimen Dunjia is the senior formation of the Ghost Valley sect, which is also the top formation when looking at the 9 continents. Moreover, Yu Ji, who had set up this formation, had reached the immortal Zun realm in strength, which gave Wang Teng a huge difficulty in breaking the formation. But just because it was difficult, it didn't mean that there was no way to break the formation. Wang Teng's surroundings were full of fog. He could not see the environment at all. He wanted to break the formation by his eyes. Then Wang Teng closed his eyes and dispersed his spiritual sense quickly. As his spiritual sense spread out, Wang Teng immediately sensed a huge 8 trigrams formation around him, centered on that stone tablet. The formation is divided into Qian Gua, Dui Gua, Li Gua, Jin Gua, Sun Gua, Ken Gua, Burgundy Gua, Kuan Gua, a total of 8 trigram formations. And each trigram formation represents a kind of formation gate. The formation attack released by Yu Ji originated from this. As long as the 8 trigram formations were broken, Yu Ji would have nothing to fear. He wasn't strong himself, and was relying on this formation to output damage. 8 trigrams implies the art of 5 elements. Each formation door in live trigrams, at any time in the change, worthy of the Ghost Valley formation, fortunately did not break the stone monument, otherwise it really cannot break this gossip array. Thinking of this, Wang Teng gripped the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand and concentrated on observing the movements of the 8 trigram formations. Want to break this gossip array that only first break the door of life, and finally break the door of death in order to succeed, which if the order is wrong one will immediately be subjected to gossip array backlash. If you break this monument then the 8 trigrams will become dead trigrams, can never be broken. Yu Ji was really sinister. He actually wanted to use the tombstone to provoke Wang Teng so that he could tell them to break the stone monument and completely trap them here. Fortunately, Wang Teng saw it at the first time and didn't fall for it. The 8 trigram formations were changing at all times, and if one wanted to accurately find the life door, the average person only had a 1 in 8 chance. But Wang Teng was well versed in the order of change of these trigram formations, and after gazing at them for a while, he gripped the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand, and slashed the sword towards the valley on the left. This sword slash instantly blew a huge cave out of the valley on the left side, and at the same time instantly broke one of the formation stones inside as well. The ground shook tremendously when the life gate was broken, but it quickly smoothed out, and Wang Teng secretly sighed in relief when he saw this. Very good. No mistakes broken. Next is the next trigram gate. Wang Teng gripped the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand and prepared to break the next Gua gate. However, his act of breaking the formation caught Yu Ji's attention, and the precise destruction of the first Shangmen caused him to look shocked. Vertical Sun, and dared to break my formation. Looking for death. Yu Ji was furious and immediately blasted the 5 elements formation energy towards Wang Teng. At that moment, the Golden Man, Earth Attack, Water Flood, Fire Dragon, and Wood Thorns all came towards Wang Teng. Kid, Crown Prince, be careful. Old Man Yang and Yin Yangyan's faces changed dramatically in unison. Chapter 128, A Letter from Her Ladyship. Old Man Yang and Yin Yangyan were being pestered by Yu Ji, Feng and Shin Turtle at this time and could not help Wang Teng at all. So now he could only rely on Wang Teng himself. Facing the attack of the 5 elements formation, Wang Teng opened the Shadowless Art and dodged away at the first opportunity. But within the Bagua formation, no matter where Wang Teng ran, the attacks of the 5 elements of energy would come in hot pursuit, not giving him a chance to catch his breath at all. Boom boom boom. The ground that Wang Teng swept through was blown out by several large holes. This Qimen Dunjia art is really powerful. It actually automatically tracks attacks and is so powerful. Wang Teng secretly marveled for a while. Running like this all the time was not a solution at all. Old Man Goat and Yin Yangyan couldn't support them for long at all. Fortunately, when Wang Teng was dodging, he thought of a way to directly use the split talisman, using his split body to resist those 5 elemental energies, and at the brief moment when the 5 elemental energies struck his split body, he once again chopped out with his sword. This sword chopped out and smashed one of the formation stones again with sequential precision, instantly destroying it. With the 2 formation stones destroyed, the power of the 8 trigrams formation was weakened by a few more points. Splitting 2 formation gates in a row in sequence was no longer just a matter of luck. Yu Ji was shocked and angry when he saw this. It must be a coincidence. How could the prince destroy 2 of my Shangmen in a row? Yu Ji was in disbelief. This was their Ghost Valley's Qimen Dunjia technique. How could anyone possibly crack it? The flag in Yu Ji's hand continued to wave, and the 5 elements of energy once again blasted towards Wang Teng. Only the power of the array energy was much weaker. This is due to the fact that there are 2 less trigram gates. Very good. His power has weakened quite a bit. As long as we hold on for a little while longer, we will be able to break all of his Guamen. Thinking of this, Wang Teng used his doppelganger to resist the attack of the 5 elemental energies once again, and took advantage of that short period of time to slash out his sword once again. With this sword, another life gate was precisely destroyed, and the power of the 8 trigrams formation was once again weakened. When Yu saw this, a wave of shock once again appeared on his face. How is it possible? Destroying my Shangmen with precision 3 times in a row. I can't let the Crown Prince destroy my formation again. Yu was anxious in his heart. No matter if it was luck or strength, he could not let the Crown Prince continue destroying his formation again. After thinking of this, Yu turned his head to iPhone. Sect leader Ni, you deal with these 2 immortal dignitaries. I'll stop the prince from breaking the formation, or we'll lose. After saying this, he fell straight down from the air towards Wang Teng. Without the help of Yuji's Chi-Men Dunjia technique, Ni Feng's pressure was a bit high, but fortunately he had a Shin turtle at the early stage of immortal exaltation, and the 1 man and 1 turtle were barely able to pester the old man goat. As for Yin Yangyan, Ni Feng could only send 12 immortal realm disciples to form a sword formation to deal with him, but it could only be delayed for a little while. Yin Yangyan was the number 1 sword master in the capital. Where were the 12 immortal realm disciples able to fight against him? So the key is in the set. If he killed the Crown Prince and turned back to help Ni Feng, then he could rely on the art of Chi-Men Dunjia to deal with Yin Yongyan and Old Man Yang. Although Yuji's own output was weak, with the aid of the Chi-Men Dunjia technique, he was able to fight a peak immortal Zun expert. Crown Prince, suffer death. Yuji charged directly towards Wang Teng, while countless channels of 5 elements energy also blasted towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng naturally noticed him, and while using the shadowless technique to dodge the 5 elements energy, he directly threw a sheep-changing talisman towards Yuji. Yuji was momentarily unaware and was struck by the sheep-changing talisman, instantly turning into a flying sheep. Good chance. Wang Teng didn't expect Yu to run down. That killing him would instantly break this 8 trigrams formation. Thinking of this, Wang Teng held the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand and slashed it towards Yuji, who had turned into a sheep. Execution chop. A golden light cut across the sky, yet just as it was about to hit the sheep-turned Yuji, the latter suddenly disappeared, and the execution chop struck empty. It actually disappeared. Wang Teng frowned. Then from behind him came Yuji's sinister laughter. Crown Prince, this is my formation, my home ground. You still want to cleave me here? That's impossible. As Yuji smiled grimly, he gripped the serpentine staff in his hand and pointed it towards Wang Teng with a low gulp from his mouth. Transported mist eclipse. All of a sudden, the surrounding white mist attacked towards Wang Teng in unison, and from afar, Wang Teng was generally swallowed up by this white mist. Wang Teng felt that the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly draining away. This was the mist erosion and the transported armor technique. The art of strange door and transported armor. It's really powerful. We have to hurry up and break the formation. Wang Teng casually pulled out an invisibility talisman and attached it to himself at the first opportunity. The turtle breath technique coupled with the stealth talisman allowed Wang Teng to instantly conceal himself in the formation. Even Yuji, the array controller, couldn't sense the prince's presence. What's going on? Where is the prince? Why has he suddenly disappeared? Yuji was anxious. Then he closed his eyes and used the formation to sense Wang Teng's existence. However, to his surprise, within his Chi-Men Bagua formation, he actually couldn't sense Wang Teng's existence. It seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. How can this be? Even my formation can't sense him. In the moment when Yuji was shocked, Wang Teng, who was in hiding, struck out one after another, destroying the 2 life gates with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping down the leaves. The Crown Prince is still here, but why can't I sense his presence? Yuji felt panic for the first time. What he was most confident in his life was the art of Chi-Men Dunjia, but on Wang Teng's side, it was completely useless to him. Transported mist erosion. Yuji thought of using the white mist to detect Wang Teng's presence. This move was not bad. Wang Teng's flesh and breath was invisible, but his flesh was actually still there. Using the white mist was just enough to detect Wang Teng's movement. However, Wang Teng was too fast, and once the shadowless technique was on, the white mist could not capture his figure at all. For a while Yuji was completely helpless against Wang Teng, while Wang Teng was grasping for time to strike and slash, destroying a life gate with a single sword. Yuji was feeling more and more powerless. No matter what methods he used to detect Wang Teng, he couldn't capture him, and using the group attacking transported armor technique was also useless to him. In the end, he could only watch as Wang Teng broke his Chi-Men Bagua formation. Boom! The stone tablet in the center of the formation automatically shattered into a pile of fragments, followed by the rapid disappearance of the surrounding white mist. The Chi-Men Dunjia formation was considered to have been completely broken by Wang Teng. Yuji saw that his Chi-Men Dunjia technique was broken. His eyes flashed with a burst of despair, and he immediately ran without hesitation and swung his legs. Although he was at the immortal exaltation realm, his means of output was all based on the art of Qimen Dunjia, and within the Qimen Dunjia formation, he was able to fight with someone at the peak of the immortal exaltation. However, without the aid of the Qimen Dunjia technique, his own strength was very weak, and it was estimated that he couldn't even beat the immortal realm, so he was considered a fake immortal dignity. No way to run. How could Wang Teng let him escape? With a divine sword art, he directly shot him in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground, but did not kill him, instead going to use the immortal binding art to bind him in place. This Yuji was from the Ghost Valley lineage, and their valley master, Ghost Valley Z, was said to have the strength of the immortal emperor realm. Therefore, Wang Teng did not want to make enemies with Ghost Valley for the time being. While Wang Teng was cleaning up Yuji, Yin Yanyan had also decimated those 12 immortal realm disciples. As for the old man goat, he killed Bon with a single punch after some entanglement. Then with a loud roar, he grabbed the Shin turtle's tail and swung it around in the sky before heavily slamming the Shin turtle into the ground. The Shin turtle's body was huge, and after smashing into the mountain, it smashed out a huge sinkhole. Old man Yang wanted to kill the Shin turtle while it was injured, but he was stopped by Wang Teng. Uncle Goat, don't kill this Shin turtle. I still have a use for it. It would be a pity to kill the Shin turtle at the immortal dignity level, so it would be better to take it in for your own use. Alright, then I'll leave it for you to handle. Old man Goat clapped his hands, then remembered something and said to Wang Teng, now that it's done, I have a letter here that should be given to you as well. It's from your wife. 2 more chapters first, 1 more later, so be patient. Chapter 129. My lady is the empress of Yaoqi. A letter from madam? Wang Teng thought he had heard wrong. Hadn't the lady disappeared? How could she have written to him? When Old Man Goat was about to respond, the Shin turtle that he had dropped in the mountain suddenly let out a low roar and flew up from the mountain after struggling to get up, trying to escape. When Wang Teng saw this, his gaze condensed. How could this immortal Zune-level great Shin turtle let it run away? Spinning around, the first time he rose up in the air and chased after it. Want to run? No way. Wang Teng accelerated and flew over by utilizing the shadowless art as he spoke, and then stepped on the Shin turtle's back. The Shin turtle felt a person suddenly standing on top of him and growled angrily. Then his body shook violently, trying to shake Wang Teng off. However, Wang Teng had a death grip on one of the diamond horns on the Shin turtle's back, and it was hard not to be thrown off. Trying to get rid of me, that's impossible. Obediently submit to me. As Wang Teng spoke, he activated the demon harnessing technique, then slapped his palm on the Shin turtle's back. A green light came out from Wang Teng's palm and instantly penetrated into the Shin turtle's body, and then attacked straight into the depths of its soul. The Shin turtle felt that he was going to be enslaved and was furious. His body even lit up with earth-colored earth power. After being subjected to the power of the earth, Wang Teng felt that his body suddenly became 10 times heavier, even making him unable to straighten up, but still gritted his teeth and held on. Now it's all about who lasts longer. Kid, do you want me to help you? Old Man Goat said as he flew over. Yin Yanyan also flew over at the first opportunity, worried that something would happen to the crown prince. However, Wang Teng gritted his teeth and said, no, I can take it in. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with determination. His demon harnessing technique was now at the immortal level, and it was still more than enough to take in an immortal Zune-level Shin turtle. As the demon harnessing green light continued to invade, the Shin turtle's body shook more and more, and even the demon beast's domain opened up. It was fortunate that Wang Teng had the Wind and Thunder Divine sword domain in his hand, which barely managed to withstand its demonic beast domain. As time continued to pass, the shaking of the basilisk turtle's body began to weaken. This meant that Wang Teng's immortal-level demon harnessing technique was working. After holding on for another incense stick, the great Shin turtle was finally conquered by Wang Teng, and its soul was attached to Wang Teng's demon harnessing seal. Finally, I managed to subdue this big Shin turtle. Wang Teng's heart burst with excitement before he stood up from its back. The great Shin turtle raised its head and roared, which was a disguised acknowledgement of Wang Teng's master status. Very good. From now on, you will be my big turtle. Wang Teng patted its turtle head as he spoke, and the latter intimately shouted again. Old Man Yang and Yin Yanyan also secretly admired Wang Teng when they saw that he had subdued the large Shin turtle. Kid, you can do it. Not only can you refine talismans and incantations, but you can also harness demonic techniques, and you can even subdue a great Shin turtle at the immortal Zune level. Old man, I'm impressed. Old Man Goat said with heartfelt admiration. Just a fluke. After Wang Teng said modestly, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head again to Old Man Goat. By the way, Uncle Goat, you just said you had a letter from me, didn't you? Well, yes, there is a letter for you, or your wife wrote it to you. Old Man Yang also remembered, and after pulling out a letter from his body, He stood on top of the great Xian turtle and handed the letter to Wang Teng. Is it really a letter from Madam? Uncle Yang, you can't be lying to me, right? After receiving Old Man Yang's confirmation, Wang Teng hurriedly picked up the letter and couldn't wait to open it. Won't lie to you. I have a more important matter to talk to you alone later, Old Man Goat said with a serious look. Good. After Wang Teng nodded, he told Yin Yang to go below to watch over the captured Yuji. Although this old man was a fake immortal exalt, but after all, he was a Ghost Valley disciple, so he could not be allowed to run away. After sending Yin Yang away, there were only Wang Teng and Old Man Yang on the great Xian turtle. Wang Teng opened the letter and read it carefully. Once he looked at the beautiful and familiar handwriting, Wang Teng was instantly in a trance, because this handwriting was exactly that of his wife, Liu Yanxi. Even the tone between the lines was the same, so there was absolutely no mistake. It really is my wife's handwriting. Uncle Yang, did you find my wife in the Western continent? Where is she? Wang Teng suddenly became excited. He originally didn't hold much hope for Old Man Yang going to the Yaoqi Palace in the Western continent to look for Liu Yanxi, but he never expected that he actually found it and brought back a letter. This instantly filled Wang Teng's entire being with hope and vigor. You read the letter first, and after that, I'll tell you everything. Old Man Goat was very composed. Good. Wang Teng nodded, then seriously continued to read the letter. The very first paragraph of this letter was written about Liu Yanxi reporting safety to Wang Teng, and then expressing her thoughts about her husband. This let Wang Teng know that the original madam had been missing him as well, and also made sure of one thing, which was that Liu Yanxi was still safe now. This made Wang Teng secretly sigh in relief. It was good to be alive. However, the middle paragraph of this letter made Wang Teng excited again all of a sudden, because the middle paragraph wrote about Liu Yanxi's pregnancy, and Wang Teng was going to be a father. Madam is pregnant. I'm going to be a father? Is this true? Uncle Yang. Wang Teng excitedly turned his gaze to Old Man Yang with a pleading look in his gaze. It's true, or I personally took the pulse to make sure. Fairy girl is really pregnant. Old Man Yang smiled and nodded, very happy for Wang Teng. Great. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. Wang Teng was so excited that he could hardly control his emotions for a moment. He was a first-time father, so naturally he was excited. You should wait before getting excited. Keep reading first. This part behind is what I will focus on with you later. Seeing that Wang Teng was so excited that he forgot to read the letter, Old Man Yang couldn't help but speak out to remind him. Okay, I'll continue reading right away. Wang Teng was indeed so excited that he forgot to read the letter. Any other man would have been thrilled to learn that he was going to be a father. Wang Teng took several deep breaths in a row before calming down, and then proceeded to read this last paragraph of the letter. When he saw the content of this last paragraph of the letter, Wang Teng was completely shocked. My wife is the empress of Yaohe? She's in the Yaoqi palace? Really? She's just a little dainty wife. How could she be the Yaoqi empress? Wang Teng read the letter with a look of disbelief. He was totally unconvinced by this result, but the fact that this letter was 100% of his wife's self made him believe it. Uncle Goat, my wife, Liu Yanxi, is the Yaoqi empress? Really? Wang Teng turned his head to inquire with a shocked expression. Truly, your wife, Liu Yanxi, is the reincarnation of the Yaoqi empress? There is absolutely no mistake. You might as well think about the change in her on the day you were married. Old Man Yang said very seriously. Empress Yaoqi? Wang Teng muttered a few words and then remembered the day he got married. The seal on Liu Yanxi's face suddenly disappeared, and then turned into a purple-haired and purple-pupiled appearance. The key was that the aura emanating from her was too strong, and it pressed down on them so much that they couldn't move at all. There was also that Supreme Emperor's might on her body, which was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Could it be that my lady is really the Yaoqi Empress? Is my lady actually the Yaoqi Empress? Third shift, as usual, on my knees, begging for a 5 out of 5 and a push for more. Also in the comments section, I'm begging for a suitable picture of a Yaoi Empress, so if anyone has a suitable picture post it so I can put it in the article. Chapter 130, My lady is the Empress of Yaoqi. 2. My wife is the Yaoqi Empress? Wang Teng had a face of shock and disbelief. In his impression, Liu Yanxi was simply a small petite wife image, completely different from the so-called empress. However, on the day of the wedding, the godless might that emanated from it again forced Wang Teng to believe a few points. Uncle Yang, is my wife really the Yaoqi Empress? Wang Teng couldn't help but confirm once again, because this information, to him, was just too much of a shock. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to take it all at once. That's right, your wife Liu Yanxi is indeed the reincarnation of the Yaohe Empress. Before she suddenly disappeared because Yaohe Palace was under siege by the 18 cultivation armies of the Western continent and had to go back. Old Man Yang briefly explained. So that's how it is. Then Uncle Yang, you also went back before to rescue Yaoqi Palace, right? So it seems that Yaoqi Palace is in a critical situation now. Wang Teng was suddenly worried about the safety of his wife, Liu Yanxi. Right now Yaoqi Palace is indeed in a critical situation. The 18 coalition armies of the Western continent have the third prince's people behind the scenes. I also used a diversionary talisman to fool them. After delivering this letter to you, I will have to go back later on, Old Man Goat explained once again. After hearing these words, Wang Teng had already believed 9 points and only the last point remained, because he hadn't personally confirmed with Madame Liu Yanxi. Based on this letter and Old Man Yang's words alone, Wang Teng could only manage to believe 9 points. Since Yaoqi Palace is in such a critical situation, I'll go back with you, Wang Teng spoke out anxiously. For one thing, he was genuinely worried about Liu Yanxi's safety, and for another, Wang Teng also wanted to take this opportunity to go to the Yaoqi Palace in the Western continent to meet with his own lady and then personally confirm her identity, but it was politely declined by Old Man Goat. The Western continent is too dangerous right now. With your current strength, going over there won't help Yaoqi Palace at all. And once you expose your identity in the Western continent, it will cause more Western continent forces to besiege Yaoqi Palace and you. And at that time, Yaoqi Palace will instead be in even more danger. Also, if you stay in this Grand Xia, at least you're the crown prince. As your fame grows, many people will come to join you. As for the Yaoqi Palace, a few of us are enough to deal with them. After explaining, Old Man Goat turned his words around and said, if you really want to help the Yaoqi Palace, raise your own strength, and when you are strong enough, then choose to marry with the Yaoqi Palace, and at that time, those forces in the Western continent will look at your strong strength and your status as a crown prince, and will be wary of the Yaoqi Palace. They will even turn around and defect to us when they see you rising strongly, as a way to curry favor with you and thus gain some chi luck in the chi battle. This Old Man Yang was right. If Empress Yaoqi's husband was strong, those forces in the Western continent wouldn't be so carefree. Moreover, the crown prince was the rightful ruler of the Grand Xia martial dynasty. Plus, if he was powerful, under the general trend, they naturally wouldn't fight against the Yaoqi Palace anymore. And even for the sake of the so-called chi, they would instead help the Yaoqi Palace deal with the other forces in the Western continent as a way to ingratiate themselves with the crown prince. Of course, Old Man Yang's move was also intended to facilitate the marriage between the crown prince of the Great Xia martial dynasty and the empress of Yaoqi Palace, so that the nine-tailed heavenly empress would owe him a heavenly favor. After Wang Teng listened to Old Man Goat's words, he analyzed them carefully and felt that he was right. If he was strong enough, coupled with the identity of the crown prince, when the time came to join forces with the Yaoqi empress, it would indeed make those forces in the Western continent fearful. Maybe they'll even turn on themselves. Thinking of this, Wang Teng dismissed the idea of going to Yaoqi Palace to directly rescue the lady. Uncle Yang, you are right. I may not be able to help even if I go over there now. Only when I am strong myself, then I will join hands with the lady in marriage. Only then will I be able to make those forces in the Western continent scrupulous. Wang Teng said as such. Seeing that Wang Teng had figured it out, Old Man Yang nodded and said in a rather pleased manner, in that case, you've agreed to marry the Yaoqi empress, haven't you? Wang Teng did not immediately agree, but hesitated before reconfirming. Before I say yes, can I confirm one more thing? The Yaoqi empress is really my wife. Liu Yanxi? Wang Teng still did not dare to agree easily. In case the Yaoqi empress wasn't her own wife, Liu Yanxi, then the marriage would be over after the union. Don't worry, she's really your wife Liu Yanxi. Your marriage to her is to get married once more, but this time it needs to be a bit more high profile, to let the entire 9 continents know that your crown prince is married to the empress of Yaoqi Palace. Old Man Yang emphasized once again. Then you swear? Wang Teng still said with some uneasiness. Alright, I swear that if there is even a single falsehood in what I say, I will be struck by heaven. Old Man Goat could only swear helplessly. These two youngsters are really one more than the other to make him speechless. In order to facilitate this marriage, is it easy for him? No, the 5 thunderbolts is simply as good as scratching an itch to someone with the strength of an immortal dignity like you. You'll have to take a more poisonous oath, Wang Teng said after thinking about it. For example, if what you say is false, you will become a eunuch. These words caused Old Man Goat to be furious for a while, but in order to be able to make the 9-tailed heavenly empress owe him a condition, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Good. I now swear to the heavens that your wife, Liu Yanxi, is the Yaoqi empress, and I will become a eunuch if what I say is false. Old Man Yang glared at Wang Teng after he finished speaking, then added, now it's time to believe what I say. Wang Teng saw that Old Man Goat had taken this kind of poisonous oath, so he felt that there was no more problem. So he agreed. Alright, I've agreed to join forces with Empress Yaoqi, since it was a marriage with his own wife, Liu Yanxi. There was no reason for Wang Teng not to agree. It was just one more marriage anyway, but it's just that last time it was low-key and this time it's high-key. Since you've agreed to the union, it's good that you'll write me a letter indicating your identity later, so I can persuade your wife to agree to the union. After a pause, Old Man Goat added without losing his smile. When this girl heard that she was to be married to the Xia prince, she was dead set against it. With this letter from you indicating your identity, she will probably agree. I didn't expect that madam would be in love with me. If she knew that I am the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, I don't know what her expression would be. Wang Teng suddenly laughed. At those words, he seemed to remember something. It seems like before, he said something similar to this? Is this a slap in the face to himself? The law of true scent? Old Man Goat seemed to remember something as well, and suddenly smiled and flirted. That's right, kid. I remember you used to say that if you were to join forces with Empress Yaoqi, you would rip your head off and kick it for me as a ball. So hurry up and fulfill your promise now. The old man sheep suddenly felt a burst of relief in his heart. Told you to force him to take a poisonous oath just now, and now it should be your turn. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly. Did I ever say such a thing? You must be misremembering. How could I possibly say such a thing? One chapter first, two more later. Chapter 131, State Master Jia Yu's Killing Heart. The capital, the Imperial Palace, inside the side hall of the Hall of Jingda. Throughout the day, Jia Yu was a bit disturbed, and he, who had calculated everything, rarely appeared in such a situation. With senior brother's strange door and transported armor technique coupled with the 6th-ranked Xuanwu sect, the crown prince should not be able to run away this time. Jia Yu had his hands behind his back as he paced back and forth in the side hall. But even so, there was still some uneasiness in Jia Yu's mind, as if something unexpected would happen at the front line. Sure enough, after he paced back and forth for a while, a paper crane flew in from outside. Jia Yu's expression moved as he grasped the paper crane in his hand. A message from the Xuanwu sect's people. He was waiting for a message from the front line and whirled around and unwrapped it without any hesitation. Upon reading the contents on this paper crane, Jia Yu was the one whose face changed drastically. How is it possible? The crown prince actually broke my senior brother's Qi Men Dun Jia technique. And the Pill King? Isn't he in the Yao Qi Palace in the Western continent? How did he suddenly return to the crown prince? Jia Yu crushed the paper crane in his hand. There was a flash of gloom in his eyes. The sudden return of the Pill King and the crown prince's breaking of the formation of Qi Men Dun Jia. Both of these events were out of Jia Yu's expectations, but as a national teacher, he quickly calmed down. Crown Prince, it seems that I still underestimated you. Actually, even my senior brother's Qi Men Dun Jia technique was broken by you. We'll have to re-examine you. Jia Yu originally felt that he had already overestimated the Crown Prince, but now he realized that he had still underestimated the Crown Prince's strength. Even immortal exalts can't kill you. It seems like we have to think of other ways. Jia Yu frowned. This assassination failed. In addition to underestimating the Crown Prince factor, there was also the sudden appearance of the Pill King, which also disrupted his plans. Without the sudden appearance of the Pill King, even if the Crown Prince could break the Qi Men Dun Jia formation, he would still be able to kill him. So the key to this failure was mainly due to the sudden appearance of the Pill King. This caused Jie Wu to lay his hands on the Pill King. Since the Pill King has returned, how come no news has come back from Ji Sunlian's side? Can it be that he sneaked back? Jia Yu quickly analyzed the reason. Since you're here, there's no need to go back. Jia Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of essence, and then he disappeared in a flash. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the palace of the Protectorate. This Protectorate Hall was the place that controlled the Great Xia Martial Dynasty's Protectorate formation, and there were also specialized experts to guard this place, which was a very important place for the Great Xia Martial Dynasty. In the event of an invasion by a foreign enemy, this Protectorate formation is the guardian barrier of the Grand Xia Martial Dynasty. This Protectorate formation was the founding Emperor Xia Dan Dan personally laid out the formation, belonging to the Divine Level formation. Once opened, it would prevent all people from entering and exiting the Great Xia Martial Dynasty, unless he had a designated palace talismanic order. That's right, once it's on, the people inside can't get out either. Only those who hold the palace talisman can enter and exit freely. The reason why Jia Yu would come to the Protectorate Hall at this time and also open the Protectorate formation was to leave the Pill King in the territory of the Grand Xia Martial Dynasty, and then allow Ji Tsongliang to command the cultivation forces in the western continent to destroy the Yaoqi Palace. I have to say, Jia Yu is an old fox. A plan failed to play another plan, and a plan then a poison. State Master, the Protectorate Hall is an important place. No one is allowed to enter without an imperial order. Just as Jia Yu approached, two guards stopped him outside. Jia Yu didn't speak, but instead unhurriedly took out an imperial order from his body. Can I go in now? Jia Yu said indifferently. This imperial order belonged to the late emperor. and after his death, Jia Yu had the foresight to let the third prince obtain it. Jia Yu replaced the third prince in guarding the capital, and this imperial order naturally fell into his hands. With this imperial order, Jia Yu could travel unimpeded in the imperial palace, including the harem. State master please. The two guards quickly let Jia Yu in after seeing the imperial order. After Jia Yu entered the protectorate hall, he quickly walked to the center of the hall, where there was a console that controlled the protectorate formation. Jia Yu didn't know anything about formations, so naturally he couldn't control the protectorate formation. However, there were formation experts in this protectorate hall to manage this protectorate formation. Jia Yu had just arrived at the center of the hall when a white-haired old man walked over with a walking stick, looking like he was dying. State master, what is the reason for coming to the protectorate hall? There was a hint of vicissitude in the old man's voice, but his cloudy eyes revealed an imperceptible essence. This white-haired old man was the real operator who managed the protectorate formation, Fu Chu, who had managed this protectorate formation for thousands of years, an immortal Zun realm formation master. In the entire Great Xia martial dynasty, he was considered one of the top formation masters. For such a top-tier formation master, Jia Yu did not dare to treat him lightly, much less be rude. Elder Fu, I came here to ask you to help me open the protectorate formation. Jia Yu saluted rather respectfully. Open the protectorate formation? Without the emperor's oracle. Forgive me for not being able to open it. Fu Xiu directly rebuffed. Elder Fu, I have the imperial order, which represents the emperor's oracle. Jia Yu handed the imperial order in his hand to Fu Chu, but the latter did not even look at it. The late emperor has already died. The late emperor's imperial order can only fool the guards guarding the entrance. It is ineffective against me. Fu Chu did not give Jia Yu any face at all, but Jia Yu wasn't angry at all, and was very composed. Elder Fu, although the late emperor has already died, the third prince can ascend to the throne anytime he wants to, and with the third prince's golden king's order, it's the same. Jia Yu said and pulled out another golden king order from his body. Fu Xiu was unmoved. He only listened to the emperor, the order of the emperor's son. He would not listen. Seeing that Fu Xiu was soft, Jia Yu secretly frowned and immediately took out a white elixir from his spatial ring and handed it to Fu Xiu. Elder Fu, this is the extreme longevity extension pill that His Highness the Third Prince is honoring you with. Please smile. When Fu Xiu saw this extreme life extension pill, his cloudy eyes lit up slightly. Although he, Fu Chu, was a top-tier formation master of the Great Xia, his life expectancy had already reached its limit and he had at most 10 years left to live. But if he had this extreme life extension pill, he would be able to live for another 500 years. It had to be said that Jie Wu, an old fox, knew Voltron's weaknesses. The third prince is gifted with the qualities of a great emperor, and the world's great powers are all in the hands of His Highness, so his Golden King's order is naturally useful. As Fu Chu spoke, he put away the extreme life extension pill in Jia Yu's hand. Jia Yu was not at all surprised to see Fu Xiu receiving the extreme longevity extension pill, as if it was expected of him, and then he bowed again. Then I'll trouble Elder Fu to open the protectorate formation. Good. Voltron nodded before walking towards the center of the formation on his crutches. Soon a white light emerged from Voltron's body, and his gray robes were windless. The protectorate formation was also slowly opened under the control of Fu Xiu. From this moment on, all the people within the Great Xia martial dynasty could not leave the country at will, and people from the other 8 continents could not enter the Great Xia territory unless they had a specific token. Seeing that the protectorate formation had opened, Jia Yu whirled around and disappeared into thin air after bidding farewell to Fu Xiu. When he reappeared he was already back in the side hall of the Hall of Jingda. The protectorate formation has been activated. Pill King, since you're here then don't go back. Wait for me to exterminate Yao Qi Palace and then turn around to clean you up. Jia Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous aura, then casually took a blank paper crane and wrote on it to exterminate the Yao Qi Palace before passing it out. Chapter 132, Appointing a Sect to be Loyal to Me. After discussing the details of the alliance with Old Man Yang, Wang Teng landed on the Great Xian Turtle. This big Xian Turtle was able to become bigger and smaller, so after landing down, Wang Teng made the Xian Turtle shrink down to the same size as the carriage. Yin Yanyan was the first to come up, pointing at Yu Ji, who was tied to the ground with a rope, and asked for instructions. Prince, what is this old man going to do? Throw him onto the back of the Xian Turtle first. I still have a use for him, Wang Teng said after glancing at Yu Ji. Crown Prince, I'm a Ghost Valley disciple. I advise you to hurry up and let me go, or else when my master comes out, he will definitely let you die without a corpse. Yu Ji threatened loudly, without the slightest awareness of being caught. When Wang Teng heard this, but the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, then he walked up and said faintly, let me die without a body? Fine, then I'll castrate you and turn you into a eunuch first. Wang Teng said as he took out the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword from his space ring. Yuji was scared to death when he saw this. What's that? Prince, I was joking. Don't take it seriously. In this case, how about you let me go and I go back to persuade my master to defect to you? Yuji thought of another plan when one failed. My master is at the immortal emperor realm, and with him supporting you, he will definitely be able to allow you to ascend to the imperial throne. This is clearly a swindle, Wang Teng. Once Wang Teng let him go back, Yuji will still come back, or perhaps will call people to kill the prince revenge. That's heartwarming, but you'd better obediently stay on top of the Shin turtle for now. I'll come back to play with you later, Wang Teng said as he threw Yuji onto the Shin turtle's back and then told Yin Yongnian to look at him. Wang Teng himself, on the other hand, got into the carriage, and after taking out a pen, ink, and paper, he began to write a letter. Since he was going to be ready to confess his identity to the lady, he had nothing to hide. Old man Yang then accompanied Wang Teng. After taking the letter, he had to hurry back, or else leaving for too long would be troublesome if those forces in the western continent could see the cracks. In the letter, Wang Teng not only wrote about his identity, but also explained to Liu Yanxi about the marriage union. After writing the letter, Wang Teng handed it to Old Man Goat. Uncle Yang, the letter is finished, so I'll trouble you to deliver it, Wang Teng said solemnly. Good, as long as the marriage union between you two young couples comes to fruition. I have not wasted my trip. Old Man Yang put the letter in Wang Teng's hand away carefully as he spoke. Then after arching his hand towards Wang Teng he took his leave. Kid, then I'll leave first, take care of yourself. Old Man Goat was quite relieved to go this time. For one thing, there was Yin Yangnian, the #1 sword master in the capital, protecting Wang Teng. Secondly, the current Wang Teng had the ability to defend himself even in the face of an immortal exalt after having the sword domain. Good, be careful on the way. Wang Teng waved his hand towards Old Man Yang. Soon, the Old Man Goat flew straight towards the west. After bidding farewell to Old Man Yang, Wang Teng then reappeared in front of Yuji. Ever since he knew that Yaoqi Palace was in danger, Wang Teng was even more eager to improve his strength. Only when he was strong and joined hands with Yaoqi Palace would those forces in the western continent be afraid of Yaoqi Palace. Yuji saw that the crown prince had returned and hurriedly persuaded him loudly again. Prince, have you considered what I just told you? Consider what? Wang Teng asked as he crouched down. Of course you're considering letting me go. As long as you let me go, I'll immediately go back and persuade my master to defect to you. How's that? This is a good deal. Right, Yuji said with a twinkle in his eyes, obviously lying to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was about to reply when a long-lost system voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, put in set away. Reward, 10 high-level immortal spirit pills. Designate a sect to be loyal to you. Option 2, refuse to leave the set. Reward, 20 high-level immortal spirit pills, followed by a 1-level upgrade in feats. Wang Teng did not expect to actually trigger a system mission at this time, and the option rewards were quite enticing, especially option 1. Originally, Wang Teng had no intention of letting Yuji leave, but when he saw the rewards of option 1, he suddenly changed his mind. Designating a sect to pledge allegiance to oneself is a big hang-up. By choosing one of the strongest sects to pledge allegiance to, one's power would instantly grow, and the butterfly effect would take place. You see, the most powerful sects in the great Xia martial dynasty have pledged allegiance to the crown prince, so won't the other sect forces follow suit? Even if they don't follow through, they'll be hesitant when it comes to going against the crown prince now. As for the second option, it was still a reward for boosting individual strength, but this was the time to do so, and the current Wang Teng was now at the point where he had grown his power. Moreover, 10 high-level immortal spirit pills were enough for him to impact the immortal realm. Wang Teng chose the first option without any hesitation after considering it for only a little while. Immortal Master you, since you are so sincere, I will let you go. But remember to tell your master about me when you return, Wang Teng said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice reappeared in Wang Teng's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making a choice. Rewarded with 10 high-level immortal spirit pills, which allow you to designate a sect within the great Xia martial dynasty to pledge allegiance to you. Wang Teng was satisfied when he heard the system's voice. With these 10 high-level immortal spirit pills, he would be able to smoothly break through to the immortal realm, and the key was to be able to designate a sect within the great Xia to pledge allegiance to him, which would be a great enhancement to his power. And Yuji didn't expect that the crown prince would really agree to release him, and was suddenly overjoyed. Many thanks, Prince. I will definitely try to persuade my master when I return and tell him to raise the entire valley to join you, Yuji said spitefully. In fact, there was no thought in his heart to help the crown prince persuade the master. Right now the momentum are in the hands of the 3 princes. Who will go to help the power of the single power of the crown prince? Who goes to who? Good. Then I will rely on Immortal Master Yu. Wang Teng purposely put on a look of gratitude, but in reality, he didn't believe that Yu would go back and persuade his master to come to his side. Then Prince, hurry up and untie me, Yu said after twisting his bound body. Sorry, I forgot. I'll untie you right away, Wang Teng said and untied the rope on Yu saw that Wang Teng really untied him, and his heart was once again happy, thinking that this prince was really good at cheating. Alright, the rope has been untied for you, Wang Teng said. Without the rope to bind him, Yu stood up from the Xian turtle, then cupped his fists at Wang Teng. Many thanks, Prince, then I'll go back first, and when the time comes, I'll persuade my master to raise the entire valley to join you. Good, then it's all thanks to Immortal Master. Wang Teng clasped his fists and pretended to look grateful. After Yu said this, he took a long leap into the air and then flew towards the north. Seeing that the Crown Prince didn't come after him, he was overjoyed in his heart and even mocked the Crown Prince secretly. Really, Prince? I casually coaxed 2 sentences. He took it seriously. This kind of master, how could my master cast his lot? Looking at Yuji's distant figure, Yin Youngnian said to Wang Teng with some confusion, Crown Prince, this Yuji is a famous liar. His words can't be trusted. If you let him go this time, he won't come back at all. Not to mention that he won't try to persuade his master to come and join you. You've been tricked by him. Is that so? I think his words are quite believable. By the way, where does the Ghost Valley sect rank within our great Xia? Wang Teng said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The Ghost Valley sect is one of the 3 most mysterious sects within our great Xia. They don't bother to go on the list. Their strength and heritage are very strong, especially their valley master, Ghost Valley Z, who is rumored to have reached the immortal emperor realm. Yin Youngnian said truthfully. Well, I know, Wang Teng faintly replied back, seemingly satisfied with the answer. I'm done with 3 shifts today, and as usual, I'm on my knees begging for a 5 out of 5 and a rush. Chapter 133 Gigu Z recognizes master. Yuji stunned. Jiaoshi City. This was the 7th city that Wang Teng and the others had to pass through on their way north. Originally, it was the territory of the Xuanwu sect, but because Wang Teng and the others had abolished the Xuanwu sect ahead of time, there was no longer anyone here to come after Wang Teng and the others. After the group arrived at a restaurant, they opened a few rooms and stayed there, intending to rest and recuperate for the night before continuing on their way. As night fell, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on his bed and called out the system at the first opportunity. System, I want to designate a sect to pledge allegiance to me. How do I do that? The host just needs to tell me which sect is selected. Only within the Great Summer Martial Dynasty. The system's voice soon sounded in Wang Teng's mind. After Wang Teng heard the system's prompt, he filtered through the various cultivation forces of the Great Xia Martial Dynasty in his mind. If you want to choose the strongest cultivation force, it would be the first-ranked Divine Immortal Sect, an Immortal Emperor and 8 Immortal Zuns. Definitely strong. That is, compared to the top cultivation forces in the other 8 continents, it is not weak at all. However, there were also a few more low-profile cultivation forces in the Great Xia Martial Dynasty, who didn't bother to go on the clan rankings, but were just as strong. For example, the Ghostbusters. Their founder, Ghost Valley Z, was rumored to have reached the Immortal Emperor realm in strength, and sat down with 7 disciples, each of them strong, and each of them specializing in a different field. Just as Yuji was good at formations, Jiayu was good at the art of strategy and so on. After Wang Teng considered the matter comprehensively, he finally decided to choose the Ghost Valley sect, and then communicated to the system with his mind. System, I want to designate the Ghost Valley faction to be loyal to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his successful designation. Ghost Valley Sect Master Ghost Valley Z has recognized you as his master. When you meet Ghost Valley Z in person, he will pledge his allegiance to you. Hearing the system's explanation, Wang Teng was slightly stunned. He thought that after designation, the Ghost Valley Sect would be the first to pledge allegiance to him, but he didn't realize that he still needed him to meet the Ghost Valley Sect master before the other party would pledge allegiance to him. But think about it is also understandable. Allegiance needs to each other's solemn oath. Now Ghost Valley Z have not even seen Wang Teng. To serve what kind of loyalty? It seems like I have to find a time to go to the Ghost Valley sect. Otherwise the other party won't be able to pledge their allegiance to me. It's a good thing that this Ghost Valley sect is on the way north to the capital. So when we get to Hango Pass, let's make a trip to the Ghost Valley sect on the way. Wang Teng quickly thought of a plan. The Ghost Valley sect was in the vicinity of Hango Pass, and a trip there on the way would reap the rewards of a great hidden sect, earning a great deal of money. At the same time that Wang Teng made his choice, Yuji also returned to the valley. He was secretly sarcastic about the prince's stupidity, casually fooled him and released him back. This crown prince is also really good at tricking me. I casually coaxed him and he took it seriously. Does he really think that I will go and help him persuade his master to defect to him? How naive. After Yuji made a few dark sarcastic remarks, he wanted to go back to the valley to recuperate. A great battle during the daytime had caused him to suffer a little injury, especially his legs and feet, which were stabbed by Wang Teng's sword and were still bleeding to this day. However, he had just returned to the entrance of the valley when he noticed a man clad in black robes waiting there. Yuji fixed his eyes and was startled, because the black-robed man was none other than his master, Ghost Valley Z. Greetings, master. Yuji hurriedly bowed and saluted. At the same time, his heart secretly wondered. This master has been closed for so many years, why did he suddenly come out today? It's really strange. Yuji, what have you been doing? How did you hurt your leg? Ghost Valley said in a ghostly voice. When Yuji saw his master asking about his leg injury, his eyes rolled and he immediately cried out, Master, you finally come out of the gate. You have to do it for me. This leg wound of mine was stabbed by the crown prince. He's getting stronger now. We have to get rid of him while his wings are still intact, or else if we give him time to grow, we won't be able to be his match in the future. Oh, you got this leg wound from the prince's stabbing? Ghost Valley was quite surprised and said, in his impression, the crown prince seemed to be a person with mediocre talent, and when he was in seclusion earlier, the heavenly Tao suddenly authorized him to recognize the crown prince as his master. And he was curious as to how the heavenly Tao would let him recognize such an ordinary person as his master. In hindsight, there seems to be a deeper meaning to it. Yes, the prince has become very powerful now. Not only did he break my Chi Men Dunjia formation, but he also stabbed me. Even. Yuji continued to pretend to be pitiful. This Yuji is really a playwright. Acting and cheating first class. Oscar owes him a small gold medal. Even what? Ghostbusters frowned and murmured. He even cursed you, master teacher, for being worse than a pig or a dog, saying that our Ghost Valley sect is nothing more than that, and made a big statement that even if you, master teacher, came over in person, he would be able to beat you down with one hand, and humiliated us, the Ghost Valley sect, for all being trash. Yuji added more fuel to the fire and cried, Master, you must avenge me. This prince can't be eliminated without it, or else our Ghost Valley sect will lose face. Yuji had wanted to anger his master with his words so that he would step in to take revenge. Where did it occur to me that after hearing these insulting words, Ghost Valley did not get angry, but calmly continued to pursue the question. In that case, the crown prince's talent has become very strong now? Even your Chi Men Dunjia formation can be broken? Yes, the current crown prince is no longer the previous crown prince. He seems to have awakened the body of the Holy Spirit. Even his aura is golden, and he's even better than me at formations, casually breaking my Chi Men Dunjia technique in 2 hits. In addition, he hates our Ghost Valley sect and said that when he ascends to the imperial throne one day, the first thing he'll destroy will be our Ghost Valley sect. So master, we must kill him in one fell swoop before his current strength becomes completely stronger so that there are no more aftermaths. In order to make his master's determination to kill the prince, Yuji added more fuel to the fire. In order to make his master's determination to kill the prince, so that he could take revenge on him. However, after listening to Yuji's words, Ghost Valley Z, instead of getting angry, showed a hint of dawning realization. It seems that the Heavenly Tao's authorization is correct. It is helping our Ghost Valley sect in the underworld. Such a genius should be able to assist. Ghost Valley secretly thought in his heart. Yuji's words, on the contrary, made Guzi determined to assist the prince. Yuji waited on the sidelines, thinking that once his words came out, his master would certainly be infuriated and determined to strike to kill the prince, and then he would be able to avenge him. And even in his heart, he was already looking forward to it. Silly prince, this is going to be miserable for you. My master is at the immortal emperor realm. As long as he makes a move, you'll die for sure. However, Ghost Valley's next words shocked him to the core. Yuji, invite the crown prince over properly. I want to wine and dine with him and discuss matters of auxiliaries. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, blasting on Yuji's head, making him instantly shocked on the spot. Yuji even thought that he had heard wrong. Master, are you mistaken? This prince injured your disciple, and also insulted our Ghost Valley school as garbage, and even called you, master, worse than a pig or dog, not even worthy of lifting his shoes. Yuji couldn't help but continue to cry again, but it was interrupted by Ghostbusters. No need to say more, just do as I said. Invite the crown prince over properly, and don't allow anything to go wrong on the way, or I'll hold you responsible. After saying this, Ghost Valley Z disappeared into thin air. Yuji froze on the spot for a long time. What's going on here? How come the plot is completely different from what was envisioned? I'll have more later. I'll update later. Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 134, the Yaoqi Palace encounters a desperate life and death situation. A golden Yuan mountain not far from Yaoqi Palace. The 15 immortal dignitaries who had besieged Yaoqi Palace were all gathered here. And Ji Tsongliang, whom Jia Yu had sent over, was also on this mountain. They were all sitting quietly waiting for a chance to attack the Yaoqi Palace. Suddenly a paper crane flew in front of Ji Tsongliang, who casually grabbed the paper crane in his hand and then took it apart at the first opportunity. Upon seeing what was inside, Ji Tsongliang's face changed drastically. What? The Pill King has actually snuck back to the Grand Xia martial dynasty. But the Pill King can be seen out sunbathing on Yaoqi Palace every day. Ji Tsongliang instantly sensed something fishy. Ji Tsongliang wasn't stupid. And soon he thought of something. Oh no! We've been tricked. It looks like they've been using the Pill King's split amulet to hoodwink us all along. Ji Tsongliang instantly figured out the reason for this. It turned out that he had been tricked by the people of Yaoqi Palace, which made him unusually angry. Yaoqi Palace, actually dare to play tricks under my nose? Then I'll let you all die. Ji Tsongliang crushed the paper crane in his hand in one go, then angrily stood up and ordered loudly. Everyone gather, prepare to attack Yaoqi Palace. Destroy Yaoqi Palace for me at all costs. With a command, all 15 immortal dignitaries from the Western continent acted in unison. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Western continent Yaoqi Palace. The Pill King's delay in returning made the nine-tailed heavenly empress anxious, as the split talismans in their hands were about to be consumed. This damned old goat, why isn't he back yet? If he doesn't come back he's going to wear out his welcome. The nine-tailed heavenly empress anxiously paced back and forth in the grand hall. How could she not expect to deliver a letter for so long? Right at this moment, a loud bang rang out outside the Yaoqi Palace. Then the entire Yaoqi Palace shook violently, followed by a subordinate running in hurriedly. Heavenly Empress! Something big is wrong. The 15 immortal dignitaries from the other side have continued to come to attack again, and are now taking turns attacking our palace protector formation. I know. You go down first. The nine-tailed heavenly empress face was gloomy. Liu Yanxi also felt the violent vibrations of Yaoqi Palace and woke up from her closed door cultivation, then came outside at the first opportunity. Heavenly Empress, are they attacking again? Liu Yanxi said with an icy face. Well, I'm afraid they know that we're tricking them with the Pill King's detachment. I'm afraid that we won't be able to stop them this time. Later on, you go first, I'll stall them. The nine-tailed heavenly empress intended to sacrifice herself to give Yaoqi a chance to escape, but Liu Yanxi was unusually persistent. No, I definitely won't run away alone. I'll go with you to defend the city, Liu Yanxi said as she gripped the Yaoqi sword in her hand and rushed out with a resolute face. Seeing this, the nine-tailed heavenly empress hurriedly chased after them, but in her heart, she had already made the decision that in case she couldn't hold the fort, she was ready to sacrifice herself to buy time for Yaoqi to escape. Early the next morning, Wang Teng was still in the middle of cultivation with his eyes closed. There was a sudden knock on the door of his room, and the eager voice of Old Man Goat. Boy, are you in there? There's an emergency, Uncle Yang? When Wang Teng heard this voice, a wave of doubt and confusion ran through his heart. Didn't he go to the Western continent? Why did he come back? Spinning around the first time, the door was opened, and the visitor was really the old man sheep. Uncle Goat, didn't you go back to the Yaoqi Palace in the Western continent? Why are you back again? Wang Teng asked in confusion. Kid, something big has happened. The Great Xia martial dynasty has opened the protectorate formation. I won't be able to get out for a while. Rao Yang old man was in a hurry when he encountered this matter. His doppelganger in Yaoqi Palace couldn't last much longer. He had to rush back before the doppelganger disappeared. If he couldn't make it back in time, Yaoqi Palace would definitely suffer a huge crisis. Now that Empress Yaoqi is pregnant, relying on the nine-tailed heavenly empress alone will not be able to guard Yaoqi Palace. The Great Xia martial dynasty has opened the protectorate formation? How is that possible? It's not like the Grand Xia is experiencing any foreign invasion right now. So how could it open the protectorate formation? Wang Teng felt surprised. Generally the protectorate formation would only be opened when a national crisis was encountered. And right now, the Great Xia martial dynasty had not encountered a crisis of foreign enemy invasion at all. So how could the protectorate formation be opened all of a sudden? It was incomprehensible to him. I feel the same way. But it just happened to open at this time. I can't go back to the Western continent Yaoqi Palace now. Old Man Goat, who had always been unperturbed, was in a rare state of anxiety. If he couldn't go back in time, something big would happen to Yaoqi Palace, and he might meet his doom. Hearing this, Wang Teng also felt the urgency of the situation and stood on the ground analyzing back and forth. If you want to open the protectorate formation, you must have an imperial order. And now that father is dead, you can't open it at all unless you encounter a foreign invasion. As the crown prince, Wang Teng was still very clear about the conditions for opening the protectorate formation. Kid, do you think it could be the work of the state master Jiayu who was guarding the capital? Old man Goatwood's guessed. It's possible. My royal brother is not in the palace. Right now he has the most power in the entire capital. If he is holding the Golden King order, it's really possible that he could open this protectorate formation. Wang Teng agreed with Old Man Yang's speculation. Then why is he opening the protectorate formation at this time? Old Man Yang pursued again. Before there was any solid evidence, Old Man Yang was now in a bad position to judge that Jiayu had opened the protectorate formation only in response to him. After all, opening the protectorate formation was a very big deal, and messing it up could cause serious damage. Wang Teng frowned and paced back and forth in the room for a while before he seemed to have thought of something. Uncle Yang, do you think it was the exposure of your identity that made Jiayu decide to open the protectorate formation in order to trap you in the great Xia martial dynasty? Wang Teng said in a deep voice. Old man Goat thought of that too. That's what I thought. He might have guessed that I secretly sneaked out of Yaoqi Palace. If that's the case, then Yaoqi Palace is in danger. After trapping me in the Grand Xia martial dynasty, he will definitely have the cultivation forces in the western continent frantically attack Yaoqi Palace. Old man Yang said with a gloomy expression, when he thought that Madame Liu Yanxi would be in danger. Wang Teng could not help but get anxious. Madame is pregnant right now. It's impossible for her to move her weapon. If the other party really attacks strongly, she definitely won't be able to block it. Old Man Goat was also worried that something had happened to the nine-tailed heavenly empress. Now we must find a way to find someone to rescue Yaoqi Palace, preferably not from within the great Xia martial dynasty. Old Man Yang pondered anxiously, but after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't think of any friends who could risk their deaths to rescue the Yaoqi Palace. After all, the other party had 15 immortal dignitaries. No, 16 immortal dignitaries, plus the one sent over by the state master. Wang Teng was also thinking hard, and suddenly a flash of light came to his mind. Uncle Yang, is the Dragon Valley close to your Yaoqi Palace in the western continent? Wang Teng suddenly asked out loud. Wang Teng remembered that after he had subdued the nine-clawed Dragon King earlier, he said that he was going to the Dragon Valley in the southern continent to do some personal business. And he also made it clear that he would just use soul transmission if something happened. Dragon Valley? Dragon Valley is in the southern continent. It's not far from Yaoqi Palace in the western continent. What's wrong? Old Man Yang asked in confusion. Now we can only treat the dead horse as a living horse. I hope that the nine-clawed Dragon King will not fail me in my expectations of him. Wang Teng said and sat down on his knees, preparing to use his soul to send a 1,000-mile voice transmission to the nine-clawed Dragon King. The only one who could rescue Yaoqi Palace now was this reliance on the nine-clawed Dragon King. Just 2 more today. Happy New Year everyone. I'm off to grab a red packet. Chapter 135, Nine-clawed Dragon King attacks. Nanzhou, Longgu. This was the largest dragon valley in Kyushu, with an area of 30 million square kilometers, twice the size of the Earth's furry bear country. There are quite a few types of dragons that live here: fire dragons, cold dragons, two-headed dragons, and so on. Each dragon species had its own territory and sphere of influence, and the multi-clawed dragon was one of the stronger ones. Many dragon species were afraid of them, so the multi-clawed dragon occupied a patch of the Dragon Valley that was relatively rich in aura. However, ever since the nine-clawed Dragon King was trapped in the middle continent, the multi-clawed dragons were a bit weakened. But fortunately, with their unity, they were able to barely protect their territory. After the recent return of the nine-clawed Dragon King, the multi-clawed dragon clan had begun to grow strong again. But this time, the nine-clawed Dragon King didn't go to fight over the land, but instead gathered the bosses of the other dragon clans and discussed with them the fight over the great Xia martial dynasty's qi. He was not forgetting the promise he had agreed with Wang Teng before he left. So after returning to the Dragon Valley and snatching back the throne of the multi-clawed dragon clan, the first thing he did was to start actively contacting the other dragon clans to come. On the huge altar in the center of the Dragon Valley, there were 7 dragons coiled on each. There is the Fire Dragon King, the Cold Ice Dragon King, the Two-Headed Dragon King, the Nine-Clawed Dragon King, the Green Dragon King, the Winged Dragon King, and the Black Dragon King. They represent the 7 dragon clans of the Dragon Valley. 9 Claws, weren't you trapped by the human race in the Heaven and Earth Prisoner Dragon formation in the central continent? How did you escape? The Green Dragon King was the first to ask. This question was also what the other 5 Dragon Kings present wanted to know. The Heaven and Earth Prisoner Dragon array that was specifically restraining their dragon race. Not only could it seal their dragon race power, but it would also slowly consume the power in their bodies, meaning that after being sealed for a long period of time, they would definitely be consumed by the Heaven and Earth Prisoner Dragon array. They had never seen a dragon escape from life after being trapped by the Heaven and Earth Prisoner Dragon formation. So now seeing that the Nine-Clawed Dragon King had returned to the Dragon Valley in good health made them curious. That's because I met a nobleman. Not only did he help me get out of the heaven and earth prisoner dragon formation, he also gave me a creation. The nine-clawed dragon king said half-truthfully. Nobleman? The human race hates us dragons. Every one of us wants to be a dragonslayer warrior. And you're a nobleman? It would be good if we weren't eaten like vegetables. The Black Dragon King couldn't help but say in a cold voice. The Black Dragon King was almost killed by the human race when he was a child, so he hated the human race now. Moreover, the Black Dragon represented darkness and evil in the eyes of the human race, and when they saw the Black Dragon, they thought of killing him. This made the Black Dragon King have a bad impression of the human race. Yes, if we weren't being pursued by the human race, why would our dragon race be hiding in this southern continent, which is barren of aura? 9 Claws, are you brain-dead for treating the human race as nobles? The Fire Dragon King also spoke out. He was dissatisfied with this aura-poor place in the southern continent. In the 9 states under heaven, it was the southern continent that had the least amount of aura. So in the entire southern continent, there were only 2 immortal emperor-level dragons, the 7-colored Divine Dragon and the Earth Dragon King. These 2 dragons were able to become immortal emperor-level, and that was also because they were born and bred. And in terms of their bloodline they were different from their ordinary dragons. As for the other dragons, because of the barren aura, none of them were able to break through to the immortal emperor level, let alone becoming divine dragons and ascending. When the Black Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King said this, they also felt that the 9-clawed Dragon King was a bit anti-dragon by treating the human race as nobles. The 9-clawed Dragon King seemed to have anticipated that they would say this, and after a pause, he continued, "What do you guys know? This noble person I'm talking about is not an ordinary human. He is the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, and in the future, he is going to be the emperor of the great Xia martial dynasty." As expected, these words caused the other 6 dragon kings to be slightly startled. Does Xia's crown prince? That's really noble, but he's a human after all. Nothing to praise, the Black Dragon King still said with some disdain. Xiao He, this you have no idea. The great Xia martial dynasty is now experiencing 1,000 years of once in 1,000 years of qi struggle. This prince is the orthodox in the future will surely be able to win this qi struggle. This nobleman is not noble enough? 9-clawed Dragon King said with some pride. A battle of qi? These words caused the eyes of all 6 dragon kings present to light up slightly. Does Xia's Qiyun fight? They can be known. The previous Qiyun fight, their southern continent Dragon Valley also have dragons to participate in, although the deaths and injuries, but there are still 2 dragons succeeded in obtaining the Qiyun. And finally with the help of this Qiyun, cultivation not long into the Divine Dragon Ascension, this makes them very red. The southern continent of barren aura, want to get a rapid increase in strength, or even become a Divine Dragon Ascension, this is the best shortcut to get the luck. I'm not hiding anything from you all. I've already defected to the Crown Prince. In the future, once he ascends to the throne, I'll be able to securely take this chi from the dragon's merit. This time I came back because I wanted to share the good news to all of you brothers. Seeing that the time was ripe, the 9-clawed Dragon King stated the purpose of finding them this time. These words caused the other 6 Dragon Kings to burst into an uproar. They didn't expect the 9-clawed Dragon King to actually strike so quickly. Still, there were dragons who held opposing views, especially the Black Dragon King. Wanting to obtain the chi luck is not so simple. All the times the chi luck struggle, our dragon tribe has participated, but in the end, they all died and were heavily injured. Want to take the chi luck, but also depends on whether there is a life to take it. Less than 1 chance in 100. The Black Dragon King was obviously singing the opposite tune to the 9-clawed Dragon King. Mostly, he hated and distrusted the human race. Yeah, this battle of chi is too risky. You might die in it first. The Green Dragon King also chimed in. When the 9-clawed Dragon King saw that they were unwilling, he said in a deliberately exasperated manner, "I'm telling you this good news because I consider you guys as brothers. Since you don't want to, that's fine. I'll go ahead." After saying this, the 9-clawed Dragon King flew up, which caused several other willing Dragon Kings to be anxious. 9 claws, they're not willing. We are. Soon, the Fire Dragon King and the Cold Ice Dragon King, as well as the other Dragon Kings, all flew up to follow them. Although the risk of trying to obtain chi luck was high, high risk represented high reward. Moreover, the southern continent was barren of spiritual chi, and if they wanted to make a breakthrough, the battle of chi might be their only chance. All of a sudden, apart from the Black Dragon King and the Green Dragon King who didn't move, the other 4 Dragon Kings on the scene all flew towards the 9-clawed Dragon King. Apparently they all moved. As for the Black Dragon King and Green Dragon King who stayed at the altar, after glancing at each other, they seemed to be moved as well. In case the 9-clawed Dragon King and the others succeeded in obtaining the chi luck and they didn't, it wouldn't just be a matter of being red in the eyes, it would also be a matter of not being able to keep their turf. Black Dragon King. It's getting late. I have to go back. So you can stay here by yourself. The Green Dragon King also flew up after dropping these words. He said he was going home, but he was flying after the 9-clawed Dragon King. The Black Dragon King stayed where he was for a while, but as he watched them fly farther and farther away, he got anxious. You guys wait for me. The Black Dragon King also flew to follow. The 9-clawed Dragon King was overjoyed when he saw that all 6 Dragon Kings had followed him. And just then, Wang Teng sent him a 1,000-mile voice transmission through his soul. 9-clawed Dragon King, quickly go to the Western continent to rescue Yanxi Palace. Please answer when you hear me. Hear that, Prince? I've already snubbed 6 Dragon Kings. Later on I'll go and snub the 7-colored Divine Dragon and the Earth Dragon King. We'll be powerful by then. The 9-clawed Dragon King replied through his mind. It's too late. You go to the Western continent first to rescue Yanxi Palace. The other side has at least 15 or 16 immortal dignitaries. You'd better bring a little more dragons over. Wang Teng's voice once again came over sharply. Seeing such urgency, the 9-clawed Dragon King replied, knowing that the matter was really truly urgent. I know, Crown Prince. I'll immediately go to the Western continent to rescue Yanxi Palace. After replying to Wang Teng, the 9-clawed Dragon King stopped in the air, and the other 6 Dragon Kings successively surrounded him. 9 Claws, since you know the Crown Prince, introduce us. We are also very willing to fight with him. The 2-headed Dragon King was the first to speak out. Yes, Crown Prince. That's orthodox. We might be able to get a chi for nothing this time. 9 Claws, introduce me too. The Fire Dragon King also spoke out. The other Dragon Kings came together. All of them are scrambling to join the Crown Prince. If Wang Teng knew about this situation, he was afraid that he would wake up from his dreams laughing. Don't be in a hurry, everyone. All of them. Before I came here, the Crown Prince had already given me an order. If you sincerely want to fight with him, follow me to the Western continent to rescue the Yanxi Palace. As long as you guys complete this test, then he accepts your defection. You should know that the Crown Prince is the rightful ruler of the great Xia martial dynasty. Many people have rushed to defect to him. There are so many people. This opportunity is not for everyone. I have to say that the 9-clawed Dragon King's kung fu of fooling around is very powerful, and he is the one who can say white is black. However, it was also thanks to the fact that the southern continent was isolated from the other 8 continents, or else news of the great Xia martial dynasty would have more or less reached here. Coupled with the fact that the dragons never move around with the human race, this is why the news is closed. After all, they are 2 clans, not moving around. It makes sense. If they knew that the current Crown Prince was alone, they would not have been so enthusiastic, and might have gone to join the 3rd prince. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was willing to accept them, each of these Dragon Kings became excited. Since the Crown Prince is willing to accept us, let's hurry and go to the Western continent to rescue Yanxi Palace. The Fire Dragon King said impatiently. Right. Hurry up and finish the test. In case we're late, this chi from the dragon's feet will be snatched away by someone else. The 2-headed dragon also spoke out. The 9-clawed Dragon King was slightly surprised to see them being so enthusiastic. But enthusiastic is good, so that there can be more helpers to go to the Western continent together to rescue the Yanxi Palace. If it was just him, the multi-clawed Dragon Clan, going, he was completely unsure of repelling 15 or 16 human immortal exalts. Thinking of this, the 9-clawed Dragon King once again spoke out. The other party has 15 or 16 immortal exalts. Everyone go back and call over the immortal exalted level dragon children and grandchildren of the clan. Let's do a big job and show the prince that our dragon clan can still be relied upon. Alright, let's do a big job. Let's go call someone right away. The Fire Dragon King was the most positive. He was very attached to the matter of the Battle of Qi, and the other Dragon Kings were not willing to lag behind in their actions. The 9-clawed Dragon King was secretly relieved to see that they had all gone to shake people. Their multi-clawed Dragon Clan. Together with him, there were only 4 immortal exalted level dragons. If he were to go to the Western continent by himself to rescue them, it would be really difficult. Now it's good. With the assistance of these 6 Dragon Kings, not to mention 15 immortal exalted, even 20 immortal exalted could them up. The 9-clawed Dragon King was really prying the power of half of the Dragon Valley with his own strength. There will be another update later, so be patient. Chapter 136, Dragon King's 1,000-mile rescue. Yanxi Palace in the Western Zhou Dynasty, 557 to 380 BC. At this moment, the 9-tailed Heavenly Empress and Liu Yanxi and the girls encountered an unprecedented desperate situation, with 15 immortal dignitaries surrounding the city, pressuring them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Zhou held the ebony divine staff and stood in the sky above Yanxi Palace with a stern face, his eyes filled with rage and killing intent. Break their palace protector formation for me. I'm going to destroy Yanxi Palace today, Zhou ordered loudly. He wanted to vent the anger in his heart. With a command, the 15 immortal dignitaries from the western continent began to bombard the Yaoqi Palace's palace protection formation in turn. The attack of the immortal elders was comparable to an atomic bomb explosion. But fortunately, the Yaoqi Palace's palace protector formation was also very sturdy and was not shattered by them all at once. But after a long time, this palace protection array is even more sturdy, cannot defend. With a loud bombardment, Liu Yanxi inside the Yaoqi Palace was the first to fly out holding the Yaoqi sword, with the nine-tailed heavenly empress following closely behind. The Pill King's doppelganger was also pulled over by the nine-tailed heavenly empress, and although the doppelganger's damage would be doubled, the attack power of the immortal-grade doppelganger talisman was 100%, so this doppelganger's strength was, in general, no different from the Pill King's. Stop! Liu Yanxi shouted coldly. Seeing that Liu Yanxi and the girls had come out, Ji Tsongliang waved his hand, making them stop their attack, and then he took a step forward and coldly grunted. Yaoi Empress, you guys have finally come out. You've really put on a good show right under my nose. Who is acting with you? Anyone who commits an offense against my Yaoqi Palace, dies. Liu Yanxi pointed the Yaoqi sword in her hand at Ji Tsongliang. Still putting up a show with me here. You don't have a Pill King and got a doppelganger to hide it from me. Today I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ji Tsongliang said with a big wave of his hand, then bellowed his orders. Destroy them for me. With a command, the 15 immortal exalted experts from the western continent, after opening their immortal exalted dharma phases, all killed towards Liu Yanxi and the nine-tailed heavenly empress and the girls in unison. For a moment the momentum was amazing. The nine-tailed heavenly empress was prepared for this, and at the first moment, she turned into the gigantic nine-tailed heavenly fox demon emperor's main body. Then the remaining 40 or so split talismans on his body were also pasted onto himself with a brain, and instantly more than 40 nine-tailed sky fox demon emperor split bodies sprang up. Yaoqi, you are pregnant. Back off and let me meet them. As the nine-tailed heavenly empress spoke, her main body, along with over 40 doppelgangers, attacked. It's still quite a shocking scene, but the 15 immortal dignitaries of the western continent were not cuties. Seeing that the nine-tailed heavenly empress had come out with a split talisman, an instantaneous movement, all dodged away. Even Ji Tsongliang ducked out of the way. They all knew that there was a time limit on this split talisman, so they were all waiting for the time of the split talisman to disappear. Nine-tailed heavenly empress, let's see how many more detachment talismans you have left. We're going to exhaust you to the end today. Ji Tsongliang's voice came from the sky. Seeing that they all ran away, the nine-tailed heavenly empress secretly regretted that she had just used up all of her remaining split charms, and now that there was no target of attack, these 40 or so split charms were considered a waste. How cunning! The nine-tailed heavenly empress gritted her teeth in hatred. Even Liu Yanxi frowned. It would be hard to fight when the opponent was so cunning. Seeing that she could not capture anyone, the nine-tailed heavenly empress wanted to take this opportunity to take Yaoqi away. Yaoqi, while they are hiding, I'll take you out of Yaoqi Palace first. When they come back, it won't be good to retreat. The nine-tailed heavenly empress hurriedly spoke out. No, I can't leave. If we leave, what will happen to the people of Yaoqi Palace? What about our people? They will definitely be slaughtered by the other side to vent their anger. Yaoqi secretly gripped the Yaoqi immortal sword. Although she hadn't wanted to be the Yaoqi empress before, she had grown attached to the place since returning to Yaoqi Palace. The nine-tailed heavenly empress was secretly a bit anxious when she saw that Yaoqi wasn't leaving. Yaoqi, the Pill King is not here. Relying on the two of us is simply impossible to guard. Not to mention that you are still pregnant. If you don't think about yourself, you must also think about the child in your belly. Nine-tailed heavenly empress solemnly persuaded. Speaking of the child in her stomach, Liu Yanxi hesitated for a moment, but since she had become the empress of the Yaoqi Palace, that responsibility could not be thrown away. Heavenly Empress, since I chose to be the empress of this Yaoqi Palace then I have to resist this burden. Even though I'm pregnant, I have to be responsible for the people of Yaoqi Palace. Liu Yanxi's eyes flashed with a determined look. The nine-tailed heavenly empress saw Liu Yanxi's resolute eyes and secretly felt a surge of relief. This look was exactly the same as that of the Yaoqi empress in her previous life. Good. Since you chose to stick to Yaoqi Palace, then I will accompany you. The nine-tailed heavenly empress also said with a firm gaze, at the same time ready to sacrifice himself to protect Yaoqi. Soon, the time limit for the incense burning of the split talisman came to an end, and the 40-odd nine-tailed skyfox demon emperor's splits dissipated with them, while the Pill King's one also disappeared along with it. 15 immortal dignitaries, led by Ji Tsongliang, reappeared and surrounded Yaoqi Palace. Upon seeing that the Medicine King had also disappeared, Ji Tsongliang was even more certain that he had been tricked by them. Nine-tailed heavenly empress, Yaoi Empress, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. Ji Songliang coldly looked at them with a winning expression. If you want to break through our Yaoqi palace, you will first step over my corpse, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said with a resolute gaze. Very well, then I will fulfill you. A hint of coldness flashed through Ji Songliang's gaze, yet just as he was about to order another attack, an immortal realm scout flew over from behind in panic. Lord Ji, something big is wrong. A dragon flew over from behind us and massacred our rear army, that scout reported with a panicked face. Dragons? What dragon? What's there to be afraid of in a dragon? Just team up and kill it. Ji Songliang frowned unhappily inside. They are besieging the Yaoqi palace here. How can they be sabotaged by a dragon? Even the other 15 immortal dignitaries did not place this dragon in their eyes. So many dragons, more than one. Our rear personnel can't hold back their massacre. Lord Ji, if you don't go back to rescue them, I'm afraid that our rear army will be wiped out. That scout's face turned pale as he reported back again. What? There's more than one? Then how many are there? What level of dragon? Hurry up and tell me clearly. Ji Songliang also got serious when he heard this. It felt like it must not be simple for so many dragons to suddenly fly over and slaughter their rear. There are at least 30 of them. Each dragon seems to be at the immortal exalted level. And among them, there are also 7 dragon kings. That scout said with trepidation. What? 30 immortal exalted level dragons, and 7 dragon kings? When these words came out, it shocked all 15 immortal dignitaries in unison. Even Ji Songliang was shocked. How could so many dragons appear all at once? Chapter 137, The Crown Prince Dares to Marry Even a Pregnant Woman. Ji Songliang was shocked in his heart at this moment. In fact, it wasn't just him. The other 15 immortal dignitaries were also shocked. The dragon clan has always been in the southern continent. How could they suddenly come to the western continent? And also at such an urgent moment. Lord Ji, if you don't go back to rescue us, our rear will be slaughtered. The scout once again reported in an urgent voice. Ji Songliang had the intention to kill the nine-tailed heavenly empress and the Yaoqi empress first, but the 15 immortal exalt experts were anxious first, as these personnel in the rear were all disciples of their sects. Ji Songliang doesn't hurt, they can hurt. Commander Ji, the disciples in the rear are all disciples of our sect. We have to go back and rescue them first. At that moment, there were experts who broke away from the group and headed to the rear to support them. With the first comes the second and the third. Seeing the situation, Ji Songliang had no choice but to order back to save the rear. In the blink of an eye, Ji Songliang and the other 16 immortal sovereign experts retreated cleanly. The nine-tailed heavenly empress and Yaoqi were puzzled for a while when they saw this. What's going on? Why are they all running away? I don't know. Looking at their expressions, they seem to have encountered some heavenly emergency. Otherwise they wouldn't have given up on us turning around and going back. Liu Yanxi frowned. Right at this moment, hundreds of miles ahead of them, there was a huge dragon roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. And there was not just one dragon making a dragon roar, but many. Hearing this dragon's roar, the nine-tailed heavenly empress and Liu Yanxi glanced at each other, and then both understood what was going on. It looks like they were attacked by dragons, and there was more than one, Liu Yanxi said indistinctly. However, the nine-tailed heavenly empress thought of more, because she knew clearly that in the western continent, it was impossible to have so many dragons. So many dragons appearing in the western continent all at once is definitely not simple. I have to go and take a look. The nine-tailed heavenly empress had a meticulous mind and thought of something at once. Okay, I'll go with you. I still have a lot of husband's charms on me, so I might be able to use them. Liu Yanxi spoke out. It's too dangerous over there. And you're pregnant. Yao Ji, you'd better stay in Yao Ji Palace. I'll be fine to go over and scout alone. The nine-tailed heavenly empress said without worry. It's fine. I'll use a stealth talisman and tighten my breath a bit, so they won't find me so easily. Liu Yanxi said and put an invisibility talisman on herself. Then her whole person disappeared into the air. When the nine-tailed heavenly empress saw this, she secretly sighed in admiration that this immortal level talisman was really powerful. Yaoqi just disappeared in front of her out of thin air, and if she didn't use her domain to probe, she wouldn't be able to find her at all. If you hadn't encountered the Battle of Qi, this husband of yours would be quite good. But unfortunately he's still a far cry from the crown prince. AI, the nine-tailed heavenly empress sighed. Immediately after attaching an invisibility talisman to himself as well, he quickly flew towards the rear of the western continent allied forces. When they got closer, they were shocked to see a horrifying scene. One could only see 30 assorted giant dragons fighting 16 immortal dignitaries and over 100 immortal realm experts. Liu Yanxi and the nine-tailed heavenly empress were stunned when they saw this. There are actually 30 giant dragons. And all of them are immortal exalted level giant dragons. Are there that many dragons in the western continent? This time, even Liu Yanxi was skeptical. There aren't this many dragons in the western continent. and 7 of these 30 giant dragons are dragon kings. Their sudden appearance here is definitely not simple. The nine-tailed heavenly empress frowned and analyzed. No matter what purpose they have in coming here, right now they are always helping us to kill the allied forces of the Western continent. So we can just take this opportunity to go up and join hands with the Dragon Clan to exterminate them, Liu Yanxi said with some eagerness. This was indeed a heavenly opportunity for their Yaoqi palace. As long as they seized this opportunity, they would be able to exterminate these 16 immortal dignitaries on the other side. This is a big melee. If the two of us go over to help, we might get hurt by the dragons, and in case they treat us as people from the Western Continent Alliance, then we'll be even more likely to get hurt, the nine-tailed heavenly empress said without worry. Her concern was not unreasonable. The attacks of the dragons were all ranged. A dragon tail flung over. Who cares if you were friendly or not? You would probably be smashed. And the dragons didn't recognize them, in case they attacked them as enemy troops. But Liu Yanxi had already thought of a countermeasure for this. Heavenly Empress, we don't have to go up directly to help. We just need to take the talismans and help the Dragon Clan control those immortal exalted experts. As Liu Yanxi spoke, she pulled out a handful of immortal-grade talismans from her body. The only ones that were dangerous to the Dragon Clan were those immortal Zune experts. As long as they were controlled, then the Dragon Clan would be able to kill each other with ease. As for the 100 immortal realm experts, at most, they would only be able to obstruct the Dragon Clan, and not be able to harm them, so there was no need to bother with those immortal realm disciples. Controlling an opponent with an immortal level talisman? When the nine-tailed heavenly empress heard this, her eyes lit up slightly as she thought that this method still sounded reliable. Yes, in these talismans of husband, there is the sheep-changing talisman, mother-changing talisman, small-changing talisman, immortal binding talisman, fixing talisman, soul-suppressing talisman and so on. Just use one of them to control an immortal dignitary for a few breaths of effort. Although it's short, it's enough to be lethal on the battlefield. Liu Yanxi said and distributed some of the talismans in her hand to the nine-tailed heavenly empress. The nine-tailed heavenly empress once again admired Liu Yanxi's husband when she heard so many types of talismans. I didn't expect your husband to be so powerful that he would actually make so many talismans. Yes, my husband is awesome. 100 times 1,000 times more powerful than that what's-her-name prince, Liu Yanxi said with a haughty look. Although he's great at making talismans, if he wants to compare to the crown prince, that's still a far cry. The nine-tailed heavenly empress sighed once again. After the two of them had divided up the charms, they began to carry out their plan while the stealth effect was still fresh. The huge dragon's tail flung over, and an immortal exalt just wanted to dodge, but he didn't want a sheep-change talisman to be thrown over, directly turning him into a flying sheep. In the next second, the huge dragon tail directly smacked the flying goat, hitting him and sending him flying out a long way, spitting out more than blood from his mouth. With this one, you'll be seriously injured if you don't die. Immediately after that, the fire dragon king, a mouthful of dragon fire towards several immortals, spit over. All the immortals have opened the shield, want to run, but the cold was several binding immortal talisman, fixing talisman to the original place, told them to move, not to be able to move. What the hell? Why can't we move our bodies? Those few immortal dignitaries were horrified, and in the next second, a mouthful of dragon fire from the fire dragon king sprayed onto them with pinpoint accuracy. Although they had shields, the dragon fire was no ordinary fire, breaking their shields almost instantly, followed by the dragon fire burning on all of them. Ah! Several immortal exalted screamed in pain and fell from the air. In this single moment alone, 3 more immortal dignitaries were wiped out. After the nine-tailed heavenly empress and Liu Yanxi got a taste of the sweetness, they began to see an opportunity to cooperate with the Dragon King's attack. They were in charge of control, and the Dragon King and the others were in charge of attack. With this kind of cooperation, a large portion of the 16 immortal dignitaries died, and the other immortal realm disciples were even more dead and injured. Ji Tsongliang's face was hard to see when he saw this. How could this happen? Where did these Dragon Kings come from, and why did they come to the Western continent to attack us? Ji Tsongliang couldn't figure out how a great situation would end up like this. Retreat! Retreat, all of them! Ji Tsongliang had to order a retreat as he looked at the heavy casualties. Soon, Ji Tsongliang fled out of the Yaoqi palace's range with the remnants of his wounded soldiers in a hasty manner. This time, they had suffered great losses. 10 immortal exalts alone had died, and more than half of the immortal realm disciples had died. Seeing Ji Tsongliang and the others fleeing in a sorry state, Liu Yanxi and the nine-tailed heavenly empress excitedly revealed themselves from their stealthy state. Great! The Western continent allied forces have run away. Our Yaoqi palace is safe now. The nine-tailed heavenly empress could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Heavenly empress, shouldn't we thank the Dragon Clan? After all, they helped us? Liu Yanxi voiced out a suggestion. Yes, although I don't know why they slaughtered the Western continent's allied forces, but after all, They helped our Yaoqi palace to relieve the siege. The nine-tailed heavenly empress nodded. Immediately, the two of them arrived in front of those dragons. Compared to the 30 giant dragons, the two petite humans, Liu Yanxi and the nine-tailed heavenly empress, were really like ants. Many thanks to all the dragon kings for rescuing our Yaoqi palace. Liu Yanxi voiced her gratitude on behalf of Yaoqi palace. There's no need to thank us. It was the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty who told us to come over to rescue your Yaoqi palace. Now that we've completed our mission, it's time to go back. After the nine-clawed dragon king responded, he turned around and went back without hesitation. Watching the 30 giant dragons gradually disappear from their line of sight, the nine-tailed heavenly empress and Liu Yanxi glanced at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. The great summer crown prince let the dragons come? What's going on here? How did he know that our Yaoqi palace was under siege by the Western Continent coalition? The nine-tailed heavenly empress's eyes were filled with incomprehension and doubt. After thinking for a while, she suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Pill King succeeded in persuading the crown prince to join forces? Or else how could he have known that our Yaoqi palace was besieged by the allied forces of the Western Continent and still sent the dragon race to rescue us? The more the nine-tailed empress of heaven thought about it, the more correct it became. While Liu Yanxi heard this, her heart thumped. It's over. It's over. This crown prince actually dares to marry even a pregnant woman in order to enhance his power? No. No. When the Pill King returns, I must firmly refuse this so-called union. My husband is still waiting for me at home. Today's 3 shifts are over, and I'm begging for a 5 out of 5 and a rush. Everyone who still has a gift in hand vote. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 138 Quasi-Divine Artifact Hui Divine Bao. Gado. Wang Teng and the Pill King waited anxiously in the room for news to come from the nine-clawed Dragon King. Yaoqi Palace being besieged by the 18 cultivation armies of the Western Continent made Wang Teng very uneasy. In case something happened to the lady, then there was no point in him living. Madam, don't let anything happen to you. Wang Teng waited anxiously in the room. Right at this moment, Wang Teng received a 1,000-mile transmission from the nine-clawed Dragon King. Crown Prince, we've already exterminated the Western Continent allied forces that were besieging Yaoqi Palace. Yaoqi Palace is now safe. Hearing the voice coming from the nine-clawed Dragon King, Wang Teng secretly felt a surge of excitement and immediately replied to him with the same 1,000-mile voice transmission. Many thanks to the nine-clawed Dragon King. Hard work. No hard work, Crown Prince. You have to give me a big credit for this, as well as my 6 Dragon King brothers. They all brought their dragon children and grandchildren over to help this time. The nine-clawed Dragon King didn't forget to invite credit. This nine-clawed Dragon King was quite righteous, not forgetting to ask for credit for his 6 brothers. No problem. I'll give you guys first credit this time, Wang Teng said through the imprint on his soul, once again transmitting 1,000 miles. To be honest, this time, the performance of the nine-clawed Dragon King far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he help him unseat the Yaoqi Palace, but also helped him collect 6 Dragon Kings. This was equivalent to Wang Teng having 6 more Dragon King helpers at once, definitely greatly boosting his strength. Crown Prince, I'll go back and help you lure the 7-colored Divine Dragon and the Earth Dragon King over to you as well. These 2 fellows are at the Immortal Emperor level, as well as the Jade Seal Fragment. With them to help you, you'll definitely be able to make it work. The nine-clawed Dragon King's voice came over once again. When Wang Teng heard that the nine-clawed Dragon King wanted to help him accept a junior brother, or one at the Immortal Emperor level, his heart once again burst with excitement. This nine-clawed Dragon King can place something he really on. Good. I will now appoint you as the Golden Dragon King of the Divine Mechanism Alliance, in command of all the dragons, Wang Teng once again said in a bold manner. The Divine Mechanism Alliance was an organization in which the Crown Prince collected cultivation experts. In the past, there were quite a few cultivation experts and forces in the Crown Prince's Divine Mechanism Alliance, but unfortunately, it was wiped out clean by the Third Prince's Feather Emperor Alliance, and even the Crown Prince's master teacher died. Now that's kind of reopening the League of God and Machine. The nine-clawed Dragon King was overjoyed upon hearing that he had been sealed as the Golden Dragon King of the Divine Mechanism Alliance. With a position, then there is a chance to gain chi. Many thanks, Crown Prince. Then I'll go and snub. No, go and persuade the 2 great divine dragons. The nine-clawed Dragon King disappeared after transmitting these words. Wang Teng was satisfied with the performance of the nine-clawed Dragon King, which completely exceeded his expectations. Spinning around, he turned his gaze to the anxiously waiting Pill King. Pill King, Yaoqi Palace is safe now. The 18 cultivation alliances that besieged Yaoqi Palace have been repelled by the nine-clawed Dragon King and the others. Wang Teng did not forget to share this good news to the Pill King, who was also waiting anxiously. The latter's heart burst with excitement and even a bit of disbelief when he heard the good news. Kid, are you telling the truth? That 16 immortal exalt experts, and all of them were repelled? The Pill King couldn't help but confirm. He didn't want to rejoice in vain. Yes, they have all been repelled. The Dragon Valley came with 30 immortal dignity level dragons. Among them there were also 7 Dragon Kings. Those 16 immortal dignities were simply powerless to fight back, and after most of them died, they fled in haste. Wang Teng briefly told the story. This excites the Medicine King to no end. Good. This is finally a relief. The Pill King thought of something in his excitement and couldn't help but ask after him. By the way, kid, how did you subdue the giant dragons of Dragon Valley? And 7 Dragon Kings to help you? The Pill King was curious about this. That was 7 Dragon Kings. Even the third prince was unable to extend his influence to the southern continent Dragon Valley, while Wang Teng had done so. To be honest, I'm surprised too, Wang Teng said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. To be honest, even Wang Teng himself was surprised by this matter. He had never thought that the 9-clawed Dragon King would be able to pull in so many Dragon Kings to help him. It seems that this 9-clawed Dragon King is collected right, something he really on. In this matter, some people are happy. Naturally, some people are angry. The first to bear the brunt is Jeet Somliang, a Crow Hill in the western continent. Jeet Somliang retreated to this place with the remnants of his army. Still a little frightened when he remembered the 30 giant dragons that had just crushed them. It was good that he survived safely. But the 18 Cultivation Alliance armies, however, had lost half of their dead and wounded in this battle, and even the 15 immortal dignitaries had all lost 10 of them. The remaining 5 were all wounded in various ways as well. Why are there so many giant dragons in western continent, and also attacking our allied forces like crazy? This is definitely not simple. Jeet Somliang frowned, trying to analyze the reason behind this, but unfortunately he couldn't figure it out. Instead, the remaining 5 injured immortal dignitaries came to him and expressed their intention to withdraw from the group. Emissary G, in this siege of Yaoqi Palace, our sect's disciples were heavily killed and injured, and even I was seriously injured, so please forgive me for not being able to follow the third prince anymore. Me too, Emissary G, our sect can't fight anymore either. The deaths and injuries are too heavy. Emissary G, we are also withdrawing from the coalition. The 5 immortal dignitaries that survived all lost their fighting spirit and withdrew from the allied forces in unison, and all the other sects followed suit. Jeet Somliang was anxious when he saw that they were all leaving. Don't worry everyone, we can regroup and continue again. Those giant dragons can't be around at all times, and the third prince's reinforcements will arrive soon. But no matter how much Jeet Somliang tried to persuade them, those allied forces had made up their minds to withdraw. Being crushed by 30 giant dragons left a lingering shadow in their hearts. Watching them gradually move away, Jeet Somliang's heart was also in despair. How could he not expect that in just one day's work, it had turned into such a miserable state? His mission was considered a complete failure. How did this happen? Overnight, the allied forces are gone. Jeet Somliang was somewhat unable to accept this result, but he had to accept the reality before him. We can only send a message to the State Master first. After sighing, Jeet Somliang could only send a message to the State Master first and wait for his next instructions. In the capital palace, inside the side hall of the Hall of Jingda, Jia Yu was dealing with official business when suddenly a paper crane flew over quickly. With a thought, Jia Yu casually grabbed this paper crane in his hand and quickly unwrapped it. Upon reading the contents inside the paper crane, it was first disbelief, then turned to anger, and finally calmed down. 30 giant dragons had left thousands of miles from the southern continent to come to the rescue of the Yaoqi Palace in the western continent. How did this happen? Jia Yu frowned. The appearance of the giant dragons had completely disrupted his plans. 30 giant dragons. This was a huge force. No one could take him lightly. The key was that the dragon race had always lived in the isolated southern continent, never communicating with the human race. So how could they suddenly appear in the western continent this time? There is something fishy about all of this. Jia Yu frowned as he paced back and forth in place, carefully analyzing everything in here, vaguely feeling that the appearance of this giant dragon might have something to do with the Crown Prince and the Pill King, but he couldn't be sure without clues. We can only have Jeet Somliang go to the southern continent to investigate the matter of the dragons, and in the meantime, help the third prince persuade those dragons to surrender, as if one of the jade seal fragments is in the Dragon Valley. Thinking of this, Jia Yu immediately picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. Then after casually casting a spell, the piece of paper turned into a paper crane and quickly flew out. After doing this, Jia Yu didn't stop. Since the Yaoqi Palace side couldn't intervene anymore, they would have to go all out to deal with the Crown Prince. Incoming! Jia Yu bellowed. Immediately his beloved subordinate officer, Liao Fei, walked in quickly. What are your orders, my lord? Liao Fei said respectfully. Go to the Protectorate Hall and have Elder Fu shut down the Protectorate formation, Jia Yu ordered with a frown. Now that the Yaoqi Palace had relieved the siege, there was no need to trap the Pill King any longer. and maintaining the protectorate formation in operation would also require a not insignificant consumption of spirit stones. Yes, my lord. Liao Fei turned around to leave, but was called back by Jia Yu. Also bring me the Hui Divine Bao. I'll be useful. Hui Divine Bao? My lord, are you going to use the Hui Divine Bao again? Last time you used it once, your Yuan Shen was half depleted. If you use it again, not only will your Yuan Shen be depleted, your strength will also regress, Liao Fei reminded with considerable concern. As Jia Yu's beloved and subordinate officer, he was still very concerned about Jia Yu's health. This time, it's not for me to use, it's to send it to the mixed Yuan sect. If there's no accident, the Crown Prince should be arriving at Shanhaiguan soon, and the mixed Yuan sect, the third-ranked sect, is guarding there, so by using this Hui Divine Bao, you'll be able to kill the Crown Prince with a single arrow, Jia Yu explained with a frown. This Hui Divine Bao, a quasi-divine artifact, is the property of the Imperial Palace? As long as the enemy is detected, it can be tracked for thousands of miles, and even immortal exalts can't stop it. But every time this descendant divine skill is used, the user will consume a large amount of Yuan Shen, and in light cases, their strength will regress, and in heavy cases, they will lose their life and live a short life. Therefore, using the Hui Divine Bao was a way to kill the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800. Previously, Jia Yu had used this Hui Divine Bao to shoot down the Crown Prince's master teacher this time. One chapter first, more later. Chapter 139, The Crown Prince is dead? Old Man Yang sensed the disappearance of the great Xia martial dynasty's protectorate formation early in the morning, so he planned to hurry back to Yaoqi Palace. He still had important things left to accomplish. At the entrance of the restaurant, Old Man Yang bid farewell to Wang Teng and the others. Kid, for the road behind. I won't accompany you for the time being, be careful yourself. I'm going to return to Yaoqi Palace first. Old Man Yang cupped his fists and said to Wang Teng, don't worry Uncle Goat, I already have the ability to protect myself. You go back and arrange the marriage matters between me and Madam as soon as possible. Wang Teng was also looking forward to marrying his lady once again. Moreover, Wang Teng felt that the last marriage ceremony was too simple, and this time he wanted to organize a more elegant ceremony for his wife. No problem. With your handwritten letter, I think she will definitely agree to it. I'm really somewhat looking forward to what Fairy Girl's expression will be when she realizes that you are the Crown Prince. After the old man goat smiled, he arched his hand towards Wang Teng and took his leave. Kid, I'll go first then. After saying this, Old Man Goat flew towards the west in a single bound. Looking at the Old Man Goat's distant figure, Wang Teng gathered his emotions and it was time to go on his way. Come on, let's continue north, Wang Teng said as he took a step into the carriage. And after leaving the Jiaoshi city, the next step was Shanhaiguan. This was a majestic pass built along the river, and the one guarding the pass was the mixed Yuan sect, which ranked third within the great Xia martial dynasty. So it's still a bit difficult to get past the mountain pass. Wang Teng sat in the carriage and closed his eyes as he listened to Cold Smoke's investigative information about the mixed Yuan sect. If you want to get past this hurdle, it's natural to know your enemy. The current patriarch of the mixed Yuan sect is called Bao Qing, with a strength of mid-immortal Zun. There are 2 other elders who are at the early immortal Zun stage, and there are also more than 30 immortal realm disciples in the sect, with a combined strength of the third in the list of sections. Cold Smoke narrated to Wang Teng in detail. This mixed Yuan sect even has 3 immortal exalts. It's worthy of being the third-ranked sect within the Great Xia. The experts are like clouds. Wang Teng frowned, feeling that it was still a little difficult to pass through this mountain pass. Crown Prince, it might be difficult if we want to go in hard. Why don't we choose to sneak around the mountain pass? After a pause, Cold Smoke added a specific narrative. In front of Shanhaiguan is the Hanjiang River. We can sneak across the river from downstream or upstream. Then we can directly bypass Shanhaiguan. In Cold Smoke's opinion, there was no need to get tough with the mixed sect. After all, the other party had 3 immortal Zun experts, and no one would be able to take advantage of a frontal tough fight. Wang Teng frowned and was about to reply when the system's voice suddenly sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1, head on over the mountain pass. Reward, 1 immortal realm breakthrough pill, 1 vitality pill, 1 random skill upgrade. Option 2, sneak around the mountain pass. Reward, 10 high-level immortal elixir pills, 1 immortal boat. Wang Teng didn't expect that this time actually triggered the mission as well, and was thinking about what to choose when Yin Yangyan's voice came in from outside again. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that old man Yu Ji is rapidly flying towards us. Yin Yangyan alerted. Yu Ji? Wang Teng was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. It's fine, let him come over. It just so happens that we're short of people to attack Shanhaiguan. Wang Teng did not hesitate to choose the first item after knowing that Yu Ji had come over. I'll go with head on over the mountain pass. Originally, Wang Teng was still a little hesitant to harden Shanhaiguan, but now with Yuji's Chimen Dunjia art as an aid, there was no need to hesitate. Just do it straight away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, rewarding 1 Immortal Realm Breakthrough Dan, 1 Vitality Dan, and randomly upgrading 1 skill. Wang Teng was secretly a bit excited, having gained so many rewards for nothing again at once, especially the Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill, which could break through to the Immortal Realm in seconds after eating it, was just right for the current Wang Teng. As for the Vitality Elixir, it possesses the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As long as you still have a breath of air, you can immediately recover as before, and it is definitely considered a superb elixir. Randomly upgrading a skill was something that Wang Teng was also in great need of. After all, the higher the level of the skill, the more powerful it would be. When he was happy, the voice of Yuji, that old liar, came from outside the carriage. Crown Prince, I'm back. After Yuji flew down from the air and landed in front of the carriage, Yin Yanyan had no choice but to stop the carriage. Wang Teng was the first to get out of the carriage. Yuji, why are you back? Wang Teng asked knowingly. Wang Teng knows that Ghost Valley has recognized him as the master. At this time this you set back, must be his master sent him over. Otherwise this old liar, killed, will not come back to find him. Crown Prince, didn't I agree with you before? If you let me go back, I'll go persuade my master to defect to you, and now I have good news to bring back to you. Yuji lied without turning red in the face. If it wasn't for Wang Teng knowing that Ghost Valley had already recognized him as his master, at this point he would have really believed him, but the play still had to accompany him. Yes? Can your master promise to defect to me? Wang Teng asked, feigning ignorance. Crown Prince, after my 3 inches of persuasion, the master has now agreed to defect to you, and even invited you to our Ghost Valley to discuss matters of assistance. Yuji shamelessly made up a credit out for himself. Cold Smoke on the carriage and Yin Yanyan are listening to the dark stagger. This old liar Yuji, actually really honor the promise to go to Ghost Valley to persuade the success? To be honest, they absolutely don't believe it. Crown Prince, this Yuji is a famous liar. His words can't be trusted. He's trying to lure you to Ghost Valley, and when the time comes for an ambush, we'll be finished. Yin Yanyan was the first to raise his voice to warn. Crown Prince, I also think that Swordmaster Ian is right. This Yuji's words cannot be trusted. Cold Smoke couldn't help but speak out as well. It's really because Yuji's character is so bad that no one trusts him. This made Yuji want to curse in anger. Crown Prince, I can say all the truth. You have to believe. Master Zun, he has really decided to defect to you. This time it is an invitation for you to go over to have a drink and have a good time. There is absolutely no intention to harm you, Yuji anxiously explained. Before the trip, the master could have instructed him, make sure to invite the prince over, or else he would be the only one to ask. If he failed to complete the task, then he would be miserable. The Ghost Valley's cliff of thought was still terrifying, and he didn't want to go there. Wang Teng's mouth smiled slightly. Of course he believed in Yuji's words, but he still had to make good use of this Yuji, otherwise it would be too cheap for him. It's fine if you want me to believe you. First do something for me, and I'll go to your Ghost Valley when I'm satisfied, Wang Teng said indifferently. What is it? As soon as Yuji saw that there was hope, his cloudy eyes immediately lit up. I'll believe your words if you go and defeat the Mixed Yuan sect, Wang Teng said indifferently. What? Let me go and defeat the Mixed Yuan sect? That's the 3rd-ranked sect within the Great Summer, with 3 immortal exalts in attendance. How can I defeat them alone? Yuji was instantly anxious. How could he beat the mixed sect alone? Wasn't this asking him to die? It's fine. Yin Jianshi and I will help you together. Just use the Chi Men Dunjia technique to deal with them, Wang Teng added. Yuji felt better when he heard this. Although it was still a little difficult to defeat the mixed sect with the 3 of them, it was better than him going alone. In order to fulfill the task that his master had given him, Yuji could only bite his teeth and respond. Well, then I'll try. Wang Teng secretly nodded when he saw Yuji agree. With Yuji's Chi Men Dunjia skill, plus Yin Jianshi and him, so the 3 of them join hands, the chances of breaking the Shanhaiguan are greatly increased. However, Wang Teng did not rush to cross the Shanhai Pass, but first let Yuji go to set up the formation of Chi Men Dunjia near the Shanhai Pass, while they slowly hurried. As night fell, Wang Teng sat on the carriage and prepared to break through his bottleneck. Tomorrow he would be crossing the Shanhai Pass. Tonight he would first break through to the Immortal Realm, so that he would have a better chance of winning for tomorrow's battle. For safety's sake, Wang Teng also released Little Green, Little White and the Great Shin Turtle, so that they would guard the law for him, while he alone sat cross-legged on a big rock in the wilderness. Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill, eat it and he'll break through immediately. Wang Teng took out the Immortal Realm Breakthrough Dan from the system space, then stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. After the elixir entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a sea of golden aura that rushed straight to his dantian. When Wang Teng saw that the elixir was so fierce, he immediately ran and absorbed it. In a few breaths of effort, the yuanshan at Wang Teng's dantian underwent a qualitative change, and the entire yuanshan turned golden, which meant that from this moment onwards, Wang Teng had broken through to the immortal realm. Almost at the same time, a golden thunderbolt cloud appeared above Wang Teng's head, resembling a heaven-swallowing beast. It was terrifying. Rumble, rumble. The loud sound of the huge robbery thunder rattled hundreds of kilometers around. The wild animals and beasts fled away in fear when they heard the terrifying thunderbolt, hiding in their holes and shivering. Even Xinger's little face turned white with fear, and when Yin Yangnian saw this, he hurriedly held her in his arms while looking up. His eyes also filled with a look of shock. It's actually the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation. The crown prince's talent is really too heaven-defying as well. 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation. That's one of the 9 great immortal thunder tribulations. It's powerful and strong, with a 1 in 100 chance of success in crossing the tribulation. The crown prince doesn't know if he'll be able to cross it. Cold Smoke's eyes flickered with a strong color of worry. While the crowd was worried about him, Wang Teng was not worried at all, but instead had some excitement in his heart. 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation. This time Wind Thunder Divine Sword can have a full meal, Wang Teng said as he took out the Wind Thunder Divine Sword from his spatial ring and prepared to absorb the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation in the sky. However, right at this moment, a golden-colored feathered arrow descended from the sky, passed through the space barrier, and under the cover of the night, shot directly at Wang Teng. By the time the latter reacted, it was already too late, and the feathered arrow simply came through space, making it completely impossible to defend against it. PFF. The feathered arrow struck Wang Teng's chest, and in the next second, the first of the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation in the sky struck down, hitting Wang Teng's body squarely. The crown prince, Cold Smoke and Yin Yangyan's faces changed dramatically when they saw this. This chapter is 2 in 1. The hero and heroine will meet tomorrow, kneeling for 5 out of 5 and a push for more. Chapter 140. Empress Yaoqi's 1,000-mile search for her husband. Western Continent Yaoqi Palace. The purple-haired, purple-pupiled Liu Yanxi was in closed-door cultivation within the secret room when she was suddenly startled by a nightmare and opened her eyes violently, and her pretty face instantly turned pale, and her mouth gasped for air. I dreamt of my husband. It seems like he was shot through his chest by an arrow and was also struck in the body by a golden thunderbolt. Liu Yanxi's complexion became slightly alarmed. She had had a similar dream before. That time was when she was still in the Willow Mansion. She dreamt that the Yaoqi Palace was flowing with blood and the people were dead and injured. Then the next day she got up and realized that it was true. And this time, she did it again with this real nightmare. Something must have happened to my husband. I'm going to find him. Liu Yanxi's heart became unsettled, and after hurriedly getting down from the cold ice bed, she quickly ran out of the secret room. It was only when he had only taken a few steps out that he ran into the 9-tailed heavenly empress. Yao Ji, you've come out of the customs? Why does your face look so bad? The 9-tailed heavenly empress also seemed to have noticed that Liu Yanxi's complexion was off. Heavenly Empress, I have to go back to Qi City. I have to go see my husband. Something has happened to him. Liu Yanxi ran outside regardless. At this time, she only had her heartfelt husband in her heart, but she was pulled back by the 9-tailed heavenly empress. Yao Qi, calm down. What exactly happened? The 9-tailed heavenly empress asked with great concern. When I was practicing just now, I suddenly dreamt that my husband was shot in the chest by a golden feathered arrow, and then another golden thunderbolt struck him from the sky. Something must have happened to him. I'm going to look for him, Liu Yanxi said with a worried face. Yao Qi, that was just a dream. Don't scare yourself. The 9-tailed heavenly empress spoke out to comfort her. That wasn't a dream. I've had similar dreams in the past before realizing that they were real, so this time it must be real as well. Something has definitely happened to my husband. I'm going to find him, Liu Yanxi said as she shook off the 9-tailed heavenly empress's hand, then ran out with a face full of anxiety. The 9-tailed heavenly empress wanted to go after them, but realizing that Yao Qi was determined to leave, she then stopped in her tracks. I also don't know what exactly the charm of this beggar husband of Yao Qi is, to actually make her think so much about it. The 9-tailed heavenly empress secretly sighed. The relief of the Yao Qi palace allowed Liu Yanxi to have no worries, otherwise she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to get out of the Yao Qi palace at this moment. After coming out of the Yao Qi palace, Liu Yanxi flew towards the central continent as fast as she could. Her strength had now recovered to the middle stage of the immortal realm, and flying with all her might, she was still very fast, entering the boundaries of the central continent in just 2 hours, and then swiftly flying towards Qi City. Husband, wait for me. I'll be coming for you soon. Liu Yanxi was anxious at this moment, worried that the dream had come true. Before the sun set, Liu Yanxi finally arrived at Qi City. Returning to Qi City again after an absence of more than a month felt like a world away. But she didn't have time to miss the old days. Instead she landed from the air at the first opportunity and arrived at the Willow Mansion. At this time, Xiao Hong happened to be fetching water at the well, and was startled to see a familiar figure falling down. But when she saw the visitor clearly, she was surprised and delighted. "Miss, is that you? You came back?" Xiao Hong's pretty face was filled with an expression of disbelief, because this young lady in front of her, outside of her face and figure being the same as before, her hair and eye pupils had completely turned purple. It was only then that Red was a little afraid to recognize him. "Xiao Hong, it's me. Where's Auntie?" Liu Yanxi didn't have time to catch up, but instead asked directly. "Auntie? Auntie, he left home and went out to look for you." Xiao Hong returned after freezing for a moment. "He ran away from home?" Liu Yanxi suddenly remembered that the Medicine King seemed to have told her that her husband had indeed left home to look for her. "Where did he go? How long has he been gone?" Liu Yanxi asked after him with concern on her pretty face. He seems to have gone north. It's been over a month since he left." Little Red pointed her finger to the north after thinking about it. "To the north? I know," Liu Yanxi said and tried to take off into the air, but suddenly thought of something else and took a step back into the room. When you go looking for someone, naturally you have to take a portrait and ask someone. Otherwise how can you find your husband? Fortunately, Liu Yanxi's memory of her husband was very deep, and after picking up the brush, she began to draw, and every stroke that fell was filled with Liu Yanxi's strong feelings of longing for her husband. While Liu Yanxi was drawing her husband's portrait, her parents, Liu Goan and Yao Shu, led by Xiao Hong, quickly came to the room, and seeing that it was really their daughter who had returned, their expressions were all very excited. "My daughter, you're back." Yao Shu originally thought that Xiao Hong was lying to them. Where did she think that her precious daughter had really returned? "Daughter, you came back without telling us? We missed you so hard." Liu Goan also couldn't help but burst into old tears. He had thought he would never see his daughter again, but now he would finally see her again. Father and mother Liu Yanxi just remembered to look for her husband, forgetting about her parents, and only at this point did she remember her parents, and her eyes instantly reddened. "Oh daughter, where have you been all these days? Both of us missed you to death, thinking you had an accident," Yao Shu said as she wiped her tears. The two of them worried about their daughter's well-being every day during her absence. Liu Yanxi was also in tears. To be honest, she also missed her parents at home in Yaoqi Palace. "Father, mother, I'm practicing in the Western continent, so I'll come back to accompany you after I've learned something." Liu Yanxi casually made up a reason and said she wouldn't dare tell her parents what really happened, or she'd scare them. "You went to the Western continent to cultivate? That's a good thing. If you had said so, we wouldn't have to be on edge every day." Yao Shu wiped her tears before she remembered something and said, "By the way, Wang Teng has been away from home for over a month in order to find you. Miss, after you left, Auntie went crazy looking for you and even turned white overnight, so it's obvious how much he cares about you." Little Red also stepped forward to interject. I know it all. That's why I came back this time, because I want to get my husband back." Liu Yanxi shed 2 lines of tears as she spoke. She did hurt a lot of people close to her by leaving this time, especially her husband. "When you get your son-in-law back, we'll have a nice family reunion in." Liu Goan also spoke out. "Will do. Our family will definitely be reunited. After I finish painting my portrait, I will go find my husband," Liu Yanxi said and returned to her seat before continuing to draw Wang Teng's portrait. Relying on the impression in his memory, he quickly finished drawing Wang Teng's head. The drawing was still very realistic. After gathering the portrait together, Liu Yanxi paid farewell to Liu Goan and Yao Shu. "Father and mother, I'll go and get my husband back, and I'll be reunited with you then. Well, be careful on the road. We'll wait for you to come back together," Yao Shu said with a worried face. After Liu Yanxi nodded, she took to the air and flew north. This time she must find her husband. Chapter 141. One step into the immortal realm. Outside the Shanhai Pass, Bao Cheng, the patriarch of the mixed Yuan sect, stood in the air at a height of 1,000 meters with a solemn face while holding the Hui divine bow in his hand. Just now, he was in closed-door cultivation when he suddenly sensed a 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation being generated outside, so he curiously flew over, wanting to see who was so talented that they could induce the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation. However, when he waited until he reached this field, he realized that the person who was crossing the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation was actually the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty. This was the person that the state master had personally explained that he was going to kill. Killing the crown prince would also earn him first-class merit and great fortune. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Bao Cheng originally wanted to take advantage of the crown prince's transiting to strike and kill him, but he was shocked to discover that the crown prince was accompanied by Yin Yanyan, the capital's #1 swordsmith, as well as a great Xian turtle of the immortal exaltation realm. If he went over alone, he would definitely not be its opponent. So he thought of the Holy Divine Bow that the State Master had just sent over during the day. Although this Holy Divine Bow needed to consume a certain amount of yuanshin in order to pull it, if he could kill the prince with a single blow, he was still very willing to spend that amount of yuanshin. So he took advantage of the first 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation landing and shot an arrow towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng at this time is concentrating on preparing to cross over. Where do you think there will be someone sneak attack? And this Holy Divine Bow cannot hide at all. It will be tracked. Almost instantly Wang Teng was Holy Divine Bow to sneak attack and shoot a square. At that exact moment, the first 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation also blasted down together. The 2 killing moves struck Wang Teng at the same time, causing Bao Qing to secretly feel a surge of triumph at the sneak attack. The crown prince will surely die. Spinning around and looking at the fish belly white color rising in the sky, Bao Qing put away the Holy Divine Bow and flew back to the mixed Yuan sect. The Yuan spirit was consumed, and he had to hurry and go to recover. In Bao Qing's opinion, having been hit by the Holy Divine Bow and the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation, it would be impossible for even he to survive, let alone the crown prince. So he went back without waiting a moment longer. After Bao Qing left, Cold Smoke and Yin Yanyan rushed to where Wang Teng was at the first opportunity. The heart was overwhelmed with fear, being struck by the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation, coupled with being shot at by a sneak attack. Under the 2 major killing moves, even Yin Yanyan himself felt unable to resist. If the prince dies, then they're done for. Especially Cold Smoke. She was still waiting to be the crown prince's woman, dreaming of a step to heaven. Now if the crown prince is dead, what's the point of her ascending to heaven? Crown prince! Crown prince! Yin Yanyan and Cold Smoke rushed to the place where Wang Teng stayed at the first time. Originally they thought that the crown prince who was bound to die, actually slowly climbed up from the ground with his hand on his sword. In his hand was also a golden-colored feathered arrow, which took up blood. Wang Teng's chest was also covered in blood, so it was evident that the arrow just now had indeed hit Wang Teng's chest, only to be pulled out by him. Crown Prince, are you alright? Yin Yanyan and Cold Smoke were stunned, being struck by the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation and being shot by a divine arrow in a sneak attack, and actually not dying. This was too miraculous, wasn't it? Being shot by the Holy Divine Bow. What do you think? Wang Teng threw the bow and arrow of Holy Divine Bow in his hand onto the ground while secretly celebrating in his heart. Luckily, there's a system-rewarded vitality pill, or else I'd have to hang up this time. Yin Yanyan and Cold Smoke were once again shocked to see Wang Teng standing up again without the slightest disturbance in his breath. They were especially stunned when they heard that it was the Holy Divine Bow that shot the Crown Prince. Holy Divine Bow? Isn't that a quasi-divine artifact within the Imperial Palace? How did it appear here? Yin Yanyan had gone to the palace to steal the Yin Yang bead before, so he knew that this Holy Divine Bow was an item from the palace. Cold Smoke has also heard of the power of Holy Divine Bow. Quasi-divine artifacts. Amazingly powerful. Although opening an arrow needs to consume Yuan Shun, but extremely powerful. Even Immortal Exil can be killed by an arrow. Really horrible is this, but that's what made them even more shocked at the prince's current condition. Being shot by the Holy Divine Bow, he actually looked unharmed. The key was that just now they had clearly seen the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation also hit Wang Teng's body. These were 2 major killing moves. Even an immortal exalt would have to die. Yet the Crown Prince was still standing properly. Can this not be shocking? It's probably State Master Jiayu who sent the Holy Divine Bow to the mixed Yuan sect. My master was shot by him with the Holy Divine Bow back then. Wang Teng leaned on the sword in his hand as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then the ones who shot you just now were from the mixed sect. Cold Smoke quickly responded. It shouldn't be wrong. My immortal thunder tribulation moved too much and probably attracted their attention. That's why they thought to shoot me while I was transiting the immortal thunder tribulation. Wang Teng secretly gripped the Wind Thunder Divine Sword in his hand as a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Crown Prince, then since you were hit by the Holy Divine Bow and the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation, how come you're still fine? You know that it's an immortal elder who would have to die in your kind of situation just now. Yin Yanyan curiously pursued. That's what Cold Smoke wanted to know. Whether it was the Holy Divine Bow or the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation, those were both energies that could kill an immortal Zune realm expert. Not to mention the 2 energies hitting Wang Teng at the same time. While they were talking, the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation in the sky blasted down with the 2nd immortal thunder tribulation after brewing for a while. Seeing this, Wang Teng casually shot the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in his hand toward the sky. The 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation was instantly devoured and absorbed by the Wind Thunder Divine Sword after it came into contact with the latter. See, Just now the nine heavens immortal thunder tribulation didn't actually hit me. Rather it was absorbed by my wind thunder divine sword when it was about to hit my body. But the Holy Divine Bow was the one that tangibly shot me. Wang Teng continued to explain after pointing at the Wind Thunder Divine Sword in the sky. It's a good thing that I have a vitality pill that can instantly bring me back to life with full blood, no matter how badly I've been injured. Cold Smoke and Yin Yang heard this and came to a realization. So that's how it is. Fortunately the Crown Prince has the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword and the vitality pill on him. Lacking one or the other, he wouldn't be able to stand here properly today. Cold Smoke secretly celebrated. And at the same time, her heart was relieved. It was fortunate that the Crown Prince was still alive, or else her dream would have ended completely. Yin Yang was also secretly relieved. Just now he was really scared to death. In case the Crown Prince had a slip-up, he could not absolve himself of the blame. This mixed Yuan sect. I haven't even made a move against him yet, and he came over to kill me first. When I pass through this 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation, I will go and exterminate them. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Not exterminating them was not enough to quell the anger in his heart right now, but for the time being, it's better to cross the threshold first. Crown Prince, don't worry about crossing the tribulation. I'll go to the sky to protect you. Yin Yang clasped his fists and said, just now, he had been on guard on the ground but forgot about the air, and now after suffering a loss, Yin Yang no longer dared to relax. Little Green, Little White, and the Great Shen Turtle expanded the scope of vigilance as well. Even Cold Smoke joined the vigilance team. She didn't want to come back to the kind of danger just now, but until dawn, no one from the mixed sect appeared again. After absorbing the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation overnight, the Wind Thunder Divine Sword was directly upgraded to Quasi-Divine Upper Grade, just one step away from being promoted to a true divine artifact, and Wang Teng had successfully broken through to the Immortal Realm. Finally promoted to the Immortal Realm. From now on, I will be transcendent. And both the immortal Dharma phase and domain can be opened. Wang Teng tried to utilize his spiritual energy to activate the immortal Dharma phase. An immortal Dharma phase that was 3 times larger than Wang Teng's body appeared behind him. And after opening the immortal Dharma phase, Wang Teng felt that all the qualities of his body had been greatly strengthened. Immortal Dharma phase can actually triple all the body's abilities. This divine ability is good. Wang Teng was very satisfied with the effect after opening the immortal Dharma phase. Yin Yang and Cold Smoke were also staggered when they saw how tall the immortal phantasm behind Wang Teng was. Crown Prince, your immortal phantasm is twice as tall as the average person's. Yin Yang couldn't help but marvel. He was at the immortal exaltation realm, so he naturally knew a lot about this Dharma phase. Yeah, I'll try the immortal domain again, Wang Teng said as he closed his eyes and directly released his immortal domain. Once the domain was out, things within a 3-kilometer range could be clearly and specifically fed back into Wang Teng's brain, which was just as powerful as scanning. So the immortal domain is so powerful that you can sense things within 3 kilometers around you with your eyes closed. Wang Teng was equally satisfied with this immortal domain. The Crown Prince's talent is truly formidable. Even his domain is twice as strong as the average person. Yin Yang once again admired. Doesn't that mean that I can be invincible in the same realm? Wang Teng was secretly bursting with excitement. Then he summoned back the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword in the sky. Holding it in his hand and feeling the surging energy, he was again bursting with excitement. Very well, the Wind and Thunder Divine Sword has also been upgraded to the upper grade of a quasi-divine artifact, and Yuji's side should have almost finished arranging the Chi-Men in transported armor formation. So it's time to settle the score with the mixed sect. Wang Teng's eyes revealed a murderous aura. I'll update 2 chapters first, and then 1 later, so be patient. Chapter 142, the couple finally meets. Shan Haiguan, mixed sect. After a night of recovery, Bao Qing's Yuan Shen had almost recovered, thanks to their mixed Yuan sect's unique elixir, the mixed Yuan Dan. This mixed elemental Dan was specifically used to help restore the Yuan Shen, and the effect was still very good. The reason why Jiayu had lent the Hui Divine Bao to the people of the mixed Yuan sect was precisely with this in mind. Otherwise, if an ordinary person went to pull this Hui Divine Bao, it would be difficult for that Yuan Shen to recover. After coming out of the secret room, Bao Qing came to the desk at the first opportunity, still in a very good mood. The Crown Prince is dead, so it's time to go and report to the State Master, and this first-class merit and great fortune will be mine. Thinking about this, Bao Qing became excited. Being able to obtain great fortune would be very helpful for his future cultivation, and it might not be impossible for him to ascend to godhood with this fortune. Just as Bao Qing was fantasizing about a bright future, a disciple hurriedly ran in. Patriarch, something big has happened. Someone has provoked our mixed elements sect and threatened to destroy us. The first elder and second elder have already gone to deal with it. What? Someone wants to destroy our mixed sect? Who is so bold? Bao Qing said in a furious rage. Their mixed Yuan sect was the third-ranked sect within the great Xia martial dynasty. How could they just let anyone provoke them? Otherwise, where would their honor lie? I don't know. It's 3 people and a Xian turtle. The aura is very powerful. That disciple reported back with trepidation. Dare to provoke our mixed Yuan sect. Looking for death. A glint flashed in Bao Qing's eyes, and he instantly arrived at the city wall of Shanhaiguan with an instantaneous movement. Sure enough, he saw 3 people standing on a basilisk turtle, stopping in the air in front of the mountain pass. The first person, however, made Bao Qing look shocked for a while. Prince? Why isn't he dead? Bao Qing thought his eyes were blurry and rubbed them vigorously, but the result was still the same. The one young man standing at the front was none other than the real prince. How could this be? Clearly yesterday I killed him with an arrow from the Hui divine bow, and the 9 heavens immortal thunder tribulation even bombarded him. How could he still be alive? Bao Qing had a face of disbelief, like he had seen a ghost. After he shot Wang Teng last night, he was confident that the crown prince would die, because in that situation at that time, in his place, it is impossible to survive, let alone the prince. Only then did he confidently go back to his seclusion to recover his Yuanshan. However, what he didn't expect was that instead of dying, Wang Teng had managed to break through to the immortal realm, which shocked and surprised Bao Qing. As Bao Qing was looking at Wang Teng, the latter was also looking at him. Bao Qing, last night you shot me with an arrow. Today I will destroy your mixed Yuan sect. Wang Teng took a step forward and said, if he hadn't had the vitality pill last night, he would have really died otherwise. So this revenge had to be avenged. Bao Qing heard this, but he sneered. Crown Prince, with just a few of you wanting to destroy our mixed Yuan sect, a little bit out of your depth, isn't it? Bao Qing said as he rose up in the air and faced Wang Teng directly. The 2 immortal Zun-level elders beside him both followed suit and flew into the air, confronting Wang Teng and the others. That wasn't all. More than 30 immortal realm disciples from the mixed sect also flew into the air together. This fills Bao Qing with confidence. Crown Prince, do you still have the courage to destroy our mixed Yuan sect now? Bao Qing said with a smug expression. Very well, these are considered the top experts of your mixed Yuan sect. Let's all stay here today. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, then he turned his head to look at Yu Ji on his right and said indifferently, Yu Ji, it's up to you. Yes, Crown Prince, Yu Ji responded before striding out. Last night, when Wang Teng was crossing the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation, Yu Ji had set up the Chi-Man Dunjia formation around the mixed Yuan sect. After a night, he had completely set it up, and Bao Qing and the other disciples of the mixed sect had long since unknowingly entered the Chi-Man transported armor formation he had set up at this point. Yu Ji pulled out a flag from his body, waved it at the front and drank. Fog up. With a command, a thick white mist abruptly appeared around Bao Qing and the other mixed sect disciples, surrounding them instantly. Bao Qing's face changed drastically when he saw the white mist that suddenly appeared. This is the art of Chi-Man Dunjia. Bao Qing seemed to recognize this white mist, but it was too late. Patriarch Bao, good eyesight. It is precisely my Yu Ji's Chi-Man Dunjia art. After Yu Ji hemmed and hawed, the flag in his hand waved, and he droned again. Mist eclipse. As soon as the words fell, these white mists quickly swooped towards the disciples of the mixed Yuan sect, as if they wanted to devour them. Everyone be careful. This white mist will devour our spiritual energy. Open the defense shield. First elder, second elder, come with me to break the formation. Bao Qing was not stupid. He made the arrangement immediately, but Wang Teng would not let them break the formation. Sword Masterine, it's up to you. Go and pester those 3 immortal exalts. Leave the remaining 30 immortal realm disciples to me. Wang Teng turned his head and ordered Yin Yangyan. Yes, Crown Prince. After Yin Yangyan answered, he drew the long sword in his hand and then bellowed. Sword come. At the sound of a sword coming, the swords in the hands of the 30 immortal realm disciples in front of them all came out of their hands and flew towards Yin Yangyan. Soon, Yin Yangyan commanded these 30 long swords and was the first to rush into the white mist, fighting with the 3 immortal dignitaries and stopping them from breaking the formation. Yin Yangyan would not be affected by the white mist after entering the formation of Chi-Men in transported armor, so he still acted as normal, and even his power had increased. As for Bao Qing and their 3 immortal dignitaries, they were in the formation of Chi-Men Dunjia, and not only were they absorbed and devoured by the white mist to consume the aura, but their strength was also greatly weakened. You guys go kill Swordmasterine. I'll break the formation. Bao Qing immediately commanded the first elder and second elder to go fight Yin Yangyan while he continued to break the formation. If they didn't break this formation, then all of them might die here. Bao Qing's mind was still clear. When Wang Teng saw this, he turned his head again to the set and ordered, Yu Ji, Bao Qing is all yours. No problem, Prince. Within the formation of Chi-Men Dunjia, I am invincible. Yu hemmed and hawed before rushing into the formation of Chi men in transported armor. Although Yu was weak in his main body, in the formation of Chi men Dun Jia, his strength was comparable to the peak of the immortal exaltation realm. If it wasn't for Wang Teng's proficiency in formations, there was no way he would have been a match for Yu at that time. The 3 immortal exalts were all entangled. Then Wang Teng directly targeted the 30 immortal realm disciples, who had no swords in their hands and were wrapped and swallowed by the white mist. They were simply lambs to the slaughter. Die! Divine Sword Art. Wang Teng shot the wind and thunder divine sword in his hand towards them. As soon as the golden sword marks crossed, they took away the lives of countless immortal realm disciples. This was harvesting and slaughtering. Those immortal realm disciples of the mixed Yuan sect were no match for Wang Teng after being suppressed by the formation of Chi men in transported armor. In just 2 incense sticks of effort, Wang Teng had killed all 30 of these immortal realm disciples. All of their corpses were also devoured by the wind thunder divine sword. But unfortunately, the corpses of the immortal realm disciples had very little energy, not enough to allow the wind thunder divine sword to upgrade again. With that, Wang Teng fixed his gaze on the 2 elders. Immortal binding art. Wang Teng blasted out with a palm, directly binding the second elder, making him unable to move. First elder, save me. The second elder was in a hurry and struggled violently, but in vain. The grand elder wanted to save, but he was being pressed by Yin Yangyan and couldn't free his hands at all. Die! Divine Sword Art. Wang Teng shot the wind and thunder divine sword in his hand once again. The second elder was unwilling to suffer death, using all the spiritual energy in his body to try to resist, but it was futile. Death, sooner or later. After resisting for an incense stick of time, the second elder was killed by Wang Teng's sword. At the same time, the grand elder was also stabbed to death by Yin Yangyan, and Wang Teng was quick on his feet and used the wind and thunder divine sword in his hand to devour and absorb his corpse. In the end, only Bao Qing was left holding back. However, in the formation of Chi men Dun Jia, he had completely become a turtle in a jar, and was also chased by Yu who had exhausted his spiritual energy. Bao Qing, that arrow revenge from last night, now I will return it to you, Wang Teng said as he once again used his divine sword art and shot the wind thunder divine sword in his hand towards him. Bao Qing had been swallowed by the white mist and consumed all his spiritual energy, where he still had the strength to resist. A golden sword shadow slashed through, and Bao Qing was pierced through his chest by the wind thunder divine sword, and then the vitality in his body rapidly drained away. How is that possible? Crown Prince, how did you survive last night? Before Bao Qing died, he still couldn't figure out how the Crown Prince survived last night. The 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation coupled with the Hui divine Bao. It was impossible to survive this, yet the Crown Prince looked unharmed. Wanna know? Go to hell to find the answer. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lifted slightly, then casually commanded the wind and thunder divine sword to absorb the energy of his corpse. The battle was over in only half a day's work, which was quite a clean sweep. However, this was also thanks to Set's Chi men Dun Jia formation. If it wasn't for this formation suppressing the strength of their mixed sect experts, Wang Teng and the others wouldn't have been able to eliminate them so easily. Crown Prince, wasn't this battle thanks to me? Yu immediately invited the credit. Keep up the good work, Wang Teng faintly encouraged. But then again, the reason why this battle was able to easily exterminate so many of the mixed sex experts was really thanks to Yuji's strange door and transported armor formation, or else it would have been impossible for them to exterminate them so easily. Crown Prince, you promised me before, after helping you win this battle, you'll come with me to Ghost Valley to meet my master, Yuji said impatiently. No problem, when I go north to the capital, I have to pass through the Hanga Pass, so I'll just make a side trip to your Ghost Valley then. Wang Teng said what he had long thought of. Yuji was delighted when he heard that Wang Teng had agreed to go to Ghost Valley. Crown Prince, this is what you said. You can't go back on your word. Yuji's heart secretly sighed in relief. Finally he could complete the task that his master had given him. After taking care of these matters, Wang Teng, Yin Yangyan, and others were stationed at Shanhaiguan. He's going to stay here for a few days before he leaves. One wanted the Hui divine Bao in Bao Qing's hand. It was a quasi-divine weapon. How could he miss it? Secondly, Wang Teng wanted to incorporate the mixed Yuan sect. After all, it was the third-ranked sect within the Great Xia. Although all the experts within the sect had died out, there were still 300,000 disciples, and under the cultivation of these disciples, they would be his subordinates in the future. While Wang Teng stayed at the Shanhaiguan Pass to reorganize the mixed Yuan sect, Liu Yanxi took the portrait and searched for it all the way north. It only took her 3 days to arrive under the walls of Shanhaiguan. The gate guards of Jiaoshi City said that husband went out of the north gate towards the north. I wonder if I will meet husband here at the Shanhaiguan Pass. Liu Yanxi gathered her emotions before stepping into the Shanhai Pass. Although the Shanhaiguan is a pass, there are still common people living in it. and it is also considered a city. Once Liu Yanxi came into the inside, she was the first to ask the gatekeeper guarding the gate, "Brother soldier, may I ask if you have seen this man?" The young man with long white hair. Liu Yanxi held the portrait and asked with an expectant face. "No, haven't seen a young man with gray hair," the doorman said with an impatient face. Over the past 3 days, Liu Yanxi had long since gotten used to being rejected and impatient, but in order to find her husband, she still persisted all the way. The doorman has not seen her husband. Not dead-hearted Liu Yanxi again into the city to continue to ask the pedestrians on the street. Encountered a will ask even the children have not let go. It was evident how anxious Liu Yanxi was to find Wang Teng. Meanwhile, Wang Teng was sitting in the mixed yuan sect side hall playing with the Hui Divine Bao with great interest. He left the matter of reorganizing the mixed sect to cold smoke, and he had a large amount of free time. This Hui Divine Bao is really good. One arrow can kill an immortal Zun level expert, but unfortunately, it needs to consume yuan shun, and too much yuan shun consumption will affect cultivation and lifespan. Wang Teng put away the Hui Divine Bao and then put away the several bottles of mixed yuan dan on the table into his spatial ring as well. This mixed element pill of the mixed element sect is a unique elixir that is not available anywhere else. With this mixed elemental dan, one would be able to quickly recover their yuan shun. Looking at the entire 9 states, this mixed elemental dan was also an extremely high-grade elixir that was worth its weight in gold. After collecting the treasure, Wang Teng was also bored sitting in the side hall, so he wanted to go to the city of Shanhaiguan to take a stroll, and buy some sugar gourds to eat on the way, because he missed his wife. Walking on the streets within Shanhaiguan, Wang Teng wandered around with interest all the way while looking for vendors selling sugar gourds on the streets. After walking for half an hour, Wang Teng was only able to see a vendor selling sugar gourds by a bridge, and he was so happy that he ran over. "Boss, give me a bunch of sugar gourds." Wang Teng casually bought a bunch of sugar gourds and held it in his hand. The lady had said that when she missed her, she ate sugar plums. Wang Teng hadn't forgotten a thing. Taking the sugar gourd, he went up to the bridge. Wang Teng intended to go back after eating this string of sugar gourd. Only when he walked up to the bridge, he found that the opposite side of the bridge came a woman with purple hair and purple pupils wearing a purple tasseled dress. The woman was unusually beautiful, like a fairy, just a little anxious in her expression, still holding a portrait in her hand, and looking around from time to time to find it. It seems to be looking for someone. Wang Teng felt that this woman was very familiar, unusually similar to his lady. No, it could simply be said that she looked exactly the same. "Ma'am, I'm hallucinating from eating sugar gourds?" Wang Teng rubbed his eyes and felt that he was hallucinating. Yet no matter how much he rubbed his eyes, the woman didn't disappear and was gradually moving closer to him. Soon the woman on the opposite side seemed to have seen him as well, and suddenly her entire body was stunned in place. The sugar gourd in Wang Teng's hand also fell to the ground at once, and he suddenly realized that this was not an illusion. This was real. Chapter 143, the couple finally meets. 2. How could Wang Teng not expect that this woman with purple hair and purple pupils on the opposite side of the bridge was the lady he had been thinking about day and night, and for a moment he was stunned on the spot. Liu Yanxi also didn't expect to see her beloved husband on this bridge, and her eyes instantly turned red. The eyes of both of them were flashing with excitement and a little bit of disbelief. Neither of them expected to meet each other here. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Wang Teng walked over quickly. He wanted to look a little more closely. He wanted to confirm again if this woman across the street was really his lady. Liu Yanxi also walked quickly towards Wang Teng at this moment. She also wanted to confirm if this white-haired man was really her husband. With excitement and anticipation, the two walked quickly. "Ma'am? Husband?" The simple repetition of the questioning made them certain to each other that they were not dreaming, but had actually met each other. "Husband, I miss you so much." Liu Yanxi suddenly cried and jumped into Wang Teng's arms, holding him tightly, unable to let go. Letting the tears flow from her eyes. Wang Teng was also in tears. How could he not expect to meet his soulful lady in this place? Holding Liu Yanxi tightly in his arms, feeling the warmth of her body and smelling the familiar scent of her body made Wang Teng even more certain that this was his wife. Liu Yanxi. He wasn't dreaming. It was real. He'd really seen the lady. Because he was too excited, Wang Teng didn't even notice that while he was hugging Liu Yanxi, the 2 jade seal fragments in his spatial ring were suddenly glowing. This is something that only glows when it encounters a jade seal fragment. At this moment, not to mention the 2 jade seal fragments glowing, it was estimated that the sky was collapsing, and Wang Teng did not want to pay attention to it. "Madam, I miss you too." Wang Teng felt that today was his happiest day, and he could not stop the tears from flowing from his eyes. Over a month's worth of thoughts were finally given vent in this moment. The two of them hugged each other tightly, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the bridge and on the two of them, making a perfect picture of lovers embracing each other. After a long time, The two of them calmed down a bit before they let go of each other. But Wang Teng still subconsciously held Liu Yanxi's catkin white hand tightly, not daring to let go of it, fearing that if he let go of it, he would have to separate again. "Ma'am, why are you here?" Wang Teng asked with a curious expression. "Didn't the Pill King say that Madam is in the Yaoqi Palace in the Western continent? How come she suddenly appeared here? A few days ago, when I was practicing, I suddenly dreamt that you were shot by an arrow and hit by a golden thunderbolt. I was worried that something had happened to you, so I ran over to look for you." Liu Yanxi snuggled in Wang Teng's arms and calmly explained. Seeing that Wang Teng was fine, she was relieved. However, after Wang Teng heard this, he was secretly a little surprised, because what Liu Yanxi said was the real situation. A few days ago, he was indeed hit by an arrow from the Hui Divine Bow, and he was also struck by the 9 heavenly immortal thunder tribulation. "Ma'am, I won't lie to you, what you dreamt was real." Wang Teng laughed bitterly. To be honest, Wang Teng still had palpitations when he recalled that scene a few days ago, and at the same time, he was surprised that Liu Yanxi, who was thousands of miles away, could actually dream about it. "Real?" Liu Yanxi suddenly tensed up, then said with a concerned look on her face. "Then how are you now, husband? Does the chest wound still hurt?" Liu Yanxi said and then peeled up Wang Teng's clothes, wanting to check the injury on his chest, not caring if this was a bridge or not, with an anxious and concerned look on his face. Ma'am, I'm fine now. The wound has long since recovered." Wang Teng stopped Liu Yanxi's movements. To know that this is a bridge, there are pedestrians coming and going. If they were seen, how embarrassing, thinking that the two of them are horny. "No, I want to see it for myself." Liu Yanxi was very uneasy because in the dream, the golden feathered arrow pierced right through her husband's chest. How can such a serious injury heal all at once? So Liu Yanxi still insisted on peeling off Wang Teng's clothes and seriously checked Wang Teng's chest. She didn't let go until there were indeed no bruises on that white chest. Just looking at her husband's sturdy body, Liu Yanxi suddenly blushed, and was still red hot. Then he hurriedly helped Wang Teng to straighten up the clothes on his chest, and his pretty face stayed red the entire time. "You should always believe it now. Your husband, I just happened to have a life-saving elixir, so I quickly recovered," Wang Teng said as he took the blushing Liu Yanxi back in his arms, as if the only way to feel a little bit solid was to hold her in his arms. "It's good that you're fine. I'm really afraid that I'll never see you again." Liu Yanxi snuggled into Wang Teng's arms, feeling that her heart was finally solid now. "By the way, ma'am, Uncle Yang told me that you are the Empress of Yaoqi Palace. Is that right?" Wang Teng confirmed as he remembered. Although there was a personal letter from the lady, Wang Teng could not help but want to confirm it himself. "Well, I am the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Empress. That day I also dreamt that the Yaoqi Palace was flowing with blood and was besieged by the Cultivation army. That's why I promised Uncle Yang to go to the Yaoqi Palace to relieve the siege. But unfortunately, I couldn't come back after I went there," Liu Yanxi explained truthfully. "In that case, this dream of yours is not simple. It's all about reality." Wang Teng also felt a slight trace of curiosity, feeling as if this lady of his had some sort of mysterious transcendent perception. "I don't know. It's just after the seal on my face disappeared that this happened. It had never happened before." Liu Yanxi herself felt amazing. It was indeed amazing that a situation that had arisen in reality could be perceived by her from miles away. After thinking about it, Wang Teng couldn't figure out what this was, so he didn't think about him anymore. "Ma'am, then will you go back to Yaoqi Palace this time?" Wang Teng lightly embraced Liu Yanxi, his face filled with an expression of reluctance. "I don't want to go back. I'll stay with my husband from now on. Anyway, the crisis of Yaoqi Palace has been lifted." Liu Yanxi leaned happily in Wang Teng's arms, then her hand subconsciously moved to her stomach. A trace of sweetness flashed steeply on her face. "Not to mention, I'm pregnant now, so we'll be together as a family from now on without separation." Hearing this, Wang Teng remembered that the Pill King had told him that his wife was pregnant, and his mood instantly became excited again. "So am I going to be a father? Let me touch it," Wang Teng said as he reached out his hand and gently placed it on Liu Yanxi's stomach. With his current strength, he could already vaguely feel the heartbeat of that young life. "Well, did you feel our child's heartbeat?" Liu Yanxi's pretty face was filled with sweetness. "Well, our child's heartbeat is very strong, and his talent will be absolutely awesome after he is born," Wang Teng said with an expectant face. It was just that Wang Teng didn't realize that when he put his hand on Liu Yanxi's stomach, the 2 jade seal fragments in his spatial ring emitted an even stronger glow. At this point he had long been immersed in tenderness. Where would he pay attention to such small details? "Husband, since we've found each other, let's go back to Qi City. Both father and mother are looking forward to us going back for a reunion," Liu Yanxi said as she snuggled into Wang Teng's arms. Wang Teng also wanted to go back to Qi City, but now, there was no way for him to go back halfway. Already many people had begun to follow him along the way, not to mention that his identity had been exposed, so to say that he would give up now would really be waiting for death. Ma'am, we can't right now. I still have important things to do, and you also have to hurry back to Yaoqi Palace. When the time comes, Wang Teng was about to talk about the marriage union, but he was interrupted by Liu Yanxi. I don't want to go back to Yaoqi Palace. Husband, you don't know. The heavenly empress and Uncle Yang have been forcing me to marry the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty. That crown prince is really too. He dares to agree even when I'm pregnant. For the sake of the so-called political bargaining chip. It's really shameless. Liu Yanxi frowned her eyebrows and had just finished scolding this prince when Yin Yangyan suddenly descended from the sky and quickly came in front of Wang Teng. Crown Prince, Miss Cold Smoke has finished reorganizing the mixed Yuan sect and is calling for you to go over to review it. Yin Yangyan said to Wang Teng with a respectful face. Liu Yanxi had long been stunned when she heard Yin Yangyan address Wang Teng. Husband, he called you prince?